Chapter 1 Beauty, do you want to deny it? Beauty, this is my first time. Are you going to pull up your pants and deny it now? A 5-star hotel room. Yi Xian glanced at the bedsheet, then looked at the woman at the end of the bed who was putting on her clothes without saying a word, and couldn't help but speak. Even with Yi Xian's discerning eyes, the woman in front of him was definitely a top-notch beauty. She had a breathtakingly beautiful face and cold eyes, like a clear spring on a snowy mountain. Her chest gives the illusion of torn clothes at any time, and her long legs are like the most perfect lines in the world. It's so attractive that you can't take your eyes off it. Beauty. An absolute natural beauty. How could Yi Xian not have thought that he had just been driven down the mountain by the old man yesterday, but he ended up meeting such a beautiful beauty? It seems that the old man did not lie to him. Life down the mountain is indeed colorful. Alas! It's a pity that the old man said he had arranged a marriage for me and insisted that I find the other party to fulfill the marriage contract. Otherwise, marrying such a superb beauty home, isn't this better than fulfilling any marriage contract? Yi Xian couldn't help but let out a long sigh. I don't know whether my fiancé, whom I have never met, can accept 2 women sharing one man. Lin Shiu, who was getting dressed at the end of the bed, originally didn't want to pay attention to Yi Xian, but when she saw his unscrupulous eyes, she couldn't help but show a trace of anger on her pretty face, and said with gritted teeth, "You'd better forget everything that happened last night, otherwise, I will make you pay for it. Beauty, you are too heartless." Hearing this, Yi Xian said somewhat unhappily, "I saved you last night after all. Besides, it was you who forced yourself on me last night. If it weren't for my strong will, I wouldn't have been able to bear it. Just shut up." Lin Shiu looked at Yi Xian with murderous eyes, her silver teeth chattering. However, she also knew that if Yi Xian had not saved her, the consequences would have been disastrous. During this period, she was extremely busy because of her grandfather's illness and the troubles encountered by the company. Last night, she attended a cocktail party, hoping to see if she could find an opportunity to solve the company's problems, but she didn't expect that someone would put drugs in her wine. When she realized something was wrong, she immediately left the party. Unexpectedly, as soon as she arrived at the parking lot, she was blocked by a group of masked men who wanted to take her away by force. Just as he was about to be caught by the other party, Yi Xian suddenly appeared and drove away the masked men. The only moment of her conscious awareness was when Yi Xian walked towards her, and she pounced on him like a madman. She could only remember some fragmentary scenes of what happened next. The process is crazy. This was fully demonstrated by the scratches and strawberry marks on Yi Xian's back, as well as the messy room. After putting on her clothes, Lin Shiu walked to the sofa without saying a word, picked up her bag, took out a checkbook from it, and started writing quickly. Then, he tore off a check and threw it on the bed. "Here is 1 million, take it and leave Tianhai, and don't let me see you again." "Beauty, do you take me as a duck?" Yi Xian said unhappily, "Yesterday was my first time. You took over a grown man like me." "Shut up. If you say one more word, I'll fight you." Lin Shiu clenched her fists, wishing she could punch Yi Xian in the face. No matter how you look at it, she is the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan province and the goddess in the eyes of countless men. The people chasing after her can line up from Tianhai to the provincial capital. But this bastard in front of him not only got the body that he had preserved for more than 20 years, but also took advantage of it and acted like a good kid. How outrageous! If looks could kill, Yi Xian would probably have been pierced by thousands of arrows by now. Seeing that Lin Shiu was almost going berserk, Yi Xian wisely shut his mouth. He felt that if he continued talking, the beautiful woman in front of him might use a knife to poke hundreds of holes in his body. Although he was not afraid of knives, he could not afford to lose face if the news got out that he was stabbed a few times by a woman. Lin Shiu took a deep breath and her proud chest rose and fell. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yi Xian, and she said word by word, "Remember, you must not reveal a single word about what happened today, otherwise, I, Lin Shiu, will definitely fight you. Call." Before she could finish her words, she suddenly felt a flash before her eyes. Yi Xian, who was originally on the bed, suddenly appeared in front of her, and one of his hands was around her slender waist. "What are you doing? If you dare to do anything to me again, I, Lin Shiu, swear to heaven that even if I die, I will take you with me." Lin Shiu's face was instantly filled with rage. In her opinion, Yi Xian must be out of his bestiality and wanted to force himself on her, and she would never allow such a thing to happen. As she spoke, Lin Shiu raised her hand and slapped Yi Xian in the face. However, before her slap landed, something strange happened. Crash! The glass not far away suddenly exploded and burst into pieces. a high-speed bullet whizzed towards her forehead. In an instant, Lin Shiu felt a cold sense of crisis creeping up her body. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Her pupils dilated, but she could only watch. Call. Just then, a gust of air swept in. The powerful wind wave even overturned and shook the entire room, and the strong wind made Lin Shiu's cheek hurt. A hand appeared out of nowhere in front of her and grabbed her in the air. The bullet that was originally coming at you at a high speed was caught in Yi Xian's palm. Ah! Lin Shiu finally came to her senses, screamed, and threw herself into Yi Xian's arms, with Aoren pressing tightly on Yi Xian's chest. Although she is a well-known strong woman, that is only in the workplace. No one has ever seen such a cruel side of her. In fact, if it hadn't been for Yi Xian, she might have died. Of course, in addition to fear, a hint of disbelief emerged in Lin Shiu's heart. That's a bullet. The man in front of me actually caught the bullet with one hand. How is that possible? What kind of strength does it take to do this? Could it be that this extremely annoying guy in front of me is the ancient warrior that my grandfather mentioned? My dear, although we are already very familiar with each other, I really can't stand you lying in my arms like this. Looking at Lin Shiu, who was clinging to him and shivering a little, Yi Xian felt really helpless. He is a man full of vigor and vitality. The key point is that he is only wearing a pair of shorts, and it is a hot summer day. Lin Shiu is at most wearing a t-shirt. Now it feels like the two of them are hugging each other without wearing anything. That is so real. Who can bear this? Lin Shiu was still in fear, but soon, she seemed to sense something and subconsciously lowered her head to take a look, and her pretty face turned red. The whole person jumped out of Yi Xian's arms as if he had been electrocuted. You rascal. Lin Shiu spat, then thought of something, her face changed, and she quickly hid in the corner like a quail. It's not like you haven't seen it before, so why are you so shy? Yi Xian glanced at Lin Shiu, shrugged, turned around and walked to the side, found his clothes and put them on, then said, "No need to hide, that guy has already run away." What the old man said is true. Beauty is a disaster. You are a disaster. You were drugged yesterday and shot today. I don't know if I should blow you up with a bomb next time. You crow mouth, this is all just a coincidence. Lin Shiu realized that she had misunderstood Yi Xian just now, and her tone softened slightly. Yes, this is a coincidence. Unfortunately, your grandfather's illness may not be a coincidence. Yi Xian's faint voice slowly fell at this moment. Chapter 2, The Past is Like Smoke. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Shiu's pretty face suddenly changed, and a cold breath emanated from her. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yi Xian, her tone alert. Who are you? How do you know my grandfather is sick? Did you arrange all this? Her grandfather had encountered a crisis half a month ago. Although he was not injured, the hidden illness he had suffered from when he was young flared up. He would fall into a coma from time to time, and a doctor asserted that her grandfather would not live more than half a month. But apart from the Lin family, only the few doctors who treated her grandfather knew about this matter, and no one else knew about it. Now Yi Xian said that her grandfather's illness was not an accident. How is that possible? Could it be that the crisis her grandfather encountered, as well as her being drugged and shot, were all arranged by Yi Xian? Thinking of this, Lin Shiu's eyes became even colder. If this is true, no matter who Yi Xian is, she will make him pay a heavy price. Feeling Lin Shiu's cold gaze, Yi Xian didn't care at all, his eyes wandering around Lin Shiu's proud body. In a light tone, he said, "Do you know how difficult it is? When we were hugging each other last night, you not only smelled of alcohol, but also a faint smell of medicine. The smell of this medicine is moderate and peaceful. Generally speaking, even seriously ill patients will not use it. Only elderly people who are seriously ill and extremely weak will use it. And you are either rich or noble. A bag worth hundreds of thousands of dollars is not necessary for you to take care of other elderly people. If you want to keep the smell of medicine on your body, you have to take care of others for a long time. Grandpa can basically rule this out. Then the only option left is your grandfather." After hearing these words, Lin Shiu's eyes widened, her red lips slightly parted, and she looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. Because Yi Xian was not wrong at all. When she was a child, her parents were busy, so she was raised by her grandfather. Ever since her grandfather fell ill, she would personally boil medicine for him after get off work every day. But she never thought that Yi Xian could analyze so many things just by the smell of the medicine. Could this guy be a doctor too? Ding ling ling. Just when Lin Shiu was about to ask Yixian other questions, suddenly, a quick cell phone ring rang. Lin Shiu took out her cell phone and answered the call. The next second, her face turned pale and she said anxiously, "Mom, I know, I'll be back soon." As she spoke, Lin Shiu didn't bother to ask Yixian anything. She picked up the bag next to her and hurried outside. Just as she took a step, she felt a tearing pain in her lower body, causing her willow-shaped brows to slightly frown. However, she took a few deep breaths, endured the pain and walked outside. Yixian looked at the direction where Lin Shiu disappeared and frowned. Although he really wanted to ask Lin Shiu if she needed help, he gave up thinking that they were just casual acquaintances, so he decided to do so. Otherwise, others would think he had ulterior motives. At worst, I can wait until I've dealt with the matter at hand before going to inquire about Lin Shiu's news. Moreover, although Tianhai is very large, judging from Lin Shiu's clothing and appearance, her identity must be extraordinary, so it is not a problem to find out. Call. Without thinking anymore, Yixian let out a breath, put on a military green backpack next to him, and left the hotel as well. Standing on the side of the road, Yixian hailed a taxi and said, "Master, go to number 116 Taining Street, West City." In the taxi. Looking at the tall buildings outside the window, Yixian was in a state of confusion, recalling in his mind what the old man had told him before he went down the mountain. "Brat, your master has to go out to do something important. I don't know when he will be back. Haven't you always longed for the colorful world outside? Now you can go down the mountain and have fun. By the way, I made an engagement with the Qin family of Tianhai 20 years ago. Remember to go to the Qin family to fulfill the engagement. Also, in the past few years, your 5 senior sisters have always asked you when you will come down the mountain. If you have time, go and see them. They miss you very much. Also, I created a force out of boredom in the past. It's called the Dragon King Palace. If you want to experience what it's like to be above everyone else, you can take over it. One last thing. Haven't you been asking me who your parents are? Actually, I don't know either. I found you by chance in Tianhai. You can go down the mountain to Tianhai this time to investigate, but whether you can find anything depends on you." Thinking about the old man's words in his mind, Yixian let out a breath. That's why he went down the mountain. Of course, the reason why he wanted to find his biological parents was not to find family affection, but to get an answer. They clearly didn't want me, so why did they give birth to me? Other than that, he had no idea. If you give birth but don't raise it, you can even return it if your fingers are cut off. If you raise someone before they are born, it will be difficult to repay their parents in 100 generations. To him, the old man who picked him up and the 5 senior sisters who have accompanied him since childhood are his relatives in this world and the people who are most worthy of his protection. "Old man, I don't know what you are going to do, but wait, I will come to you when I finish my work. And senior sister, second senior sister, third senior sister, fourth senior sister, fifth senior sister, don't worry, wait for Xiaoxian. I will come to you when Xiaoxian finishes the matter of Tianhai." Yixian murmured to himself with a smile in his eyes, as if he had returned to the days when he was playing with his 5 senior sisters. It's a pity that the old man never told him the identities of the 5 senior sisters, and also forbade the 5 senior sisters to tell him. Now he has no idea where the 5 senior sisters are. However, you can just take your time looking for it when the time comes, there is no rush. At the same time, Tianhai First Hospital. This is Tianhai's famous top private hospital. In a VIP ward. An old man in a white coat is concentrating on giving acupuncture to an old man lying on the hospital bed. There were a lot of people surrounding them, and Lin Shiu, who had hurriedly left the hotel, was among them. At this moment, she clenched her fists and her pretty face was full of nervousness. Because the old man lying on the hospital bed was her grandfather, Lin Yanping. Grandpa was one of the best people in the world to her, and if anything happened to him, she really didn't know what to do. But she could do nothing now and could only pray for her grandfather in her heart. Time passes slowly. Soon, half an hour passed. The old man in the white coat wiped the sweat from his forehead, let out a long sigh, and retracted the silver needle that had pierced the old man Lin Yanping's body. "Dr. Zhao, how is my father?" Beside Lin Shiu, a middle-aged man with a square face and a righteous look was the first to ask. He is Lin Shiu's father, Lin Zhenghua, the head of the Lin family. The old man in the white coat shook his head, sighed, and said, "Mr. Lin's health is too poor. Although I have managed to suppress Mr. Lin's condition with silver needles, the situation is still not optimistic. I'm afraid Mr. Lin will not live for more than 3 days. In addition, Mr. Lin's condition is extremely unstable. If it continues to worsen, Mr. Lin may not survive tonight. You must be mentally prepared. Chapter 3, Golden Needle of Fortune. After hearing the words of the old man in the white coat, all members of the Lin family fell into silence. An air of sadness spread. Lin Shiu clenched her fists tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. She couldn't accept such an outcome. She couldn't accept that her grandfather, who had loved her since she was a child, would leave her like this. Her grandfather had clearly said that he wanted to see her get married with his own eyes. Lin Shiyu's father, Lin Zhenghua, took a deep breath, looked at the old man in the white coat, and said, "Dr. Zhao, is there no other way? As long as you can save the old man, no matter what the price, my Lin family can agree to it." Upon hearing this, the other members of the Lin family turned their eyes to the old man in the white coat. There was a hint of anticipation in their eyes. Because the old man in the white coat in front of him was called Zhao Zhenghe, the leader of the 4 great doctors in Jiangnan province, and he had saved countless people from the gates of hell. The Lin family spent a lot of money to invite him here. Zhao Zhenghe smiled bitterly and said, "Master Lin, I understand your feelings. I also want to save Mr. Lin, but when Mr. Lin was young, he had many hidden diseases. When I was young, I didn't feel anything, but as I got older, the hidden disease slowly broke out. It's nothing to worry about, I just need to take good care of myself." But half a month ago, Mr. Lin encountered a crisis, which caused his hidden disease to break out completely. Now Mr. Lin's body is already riddled with holes. With the medical skills in the world, there is no way to save the patient. Not to mention me, even my master can't do anything, unless. Having said that, Zhao Jinghe paused, seeming to be hesitant to speak. Unless what? Dr. Zhao, please tell me. As long as my Lin family can do it, we will never refuse. The Lin family looked anxious. Dr. Zhao exhaled and said, "Unless you can find someone who practices the first needle in ancient times, the golden needle of creation, but the golden needle of fortune has the ability to seize yin and yang and save life and death. Only it can snatch people from the hands of the king of hell and save Mr. Lin. But the golden needle of fortune was lost thousands of years ago. It is almost impossible to find someone who is proficient in this technique." As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of everyone in the Lin family instantly turned gloomy. Zhao Zhenghe's words undoubtedly sentenced Mr. Lin to death. After all, it has been lost for thousands of years, and trying to find it is no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Everyone, Mr. Lin is about to wake up. While there is still time, please spend more time with him. After saying this, Zhao Zhenghe sighed, turned around and walked out of the ward. Ahem. Just then, a slight cough was heard, and Mr. Lin on the hospital bed slowly opened his eyes. Dad. Grandfather. Old man. Lin Zhenghua, Lin Shiyu's mother Wang Ruru, Lin Shiu and other members of the Lin family all gathered around, with unconcealable sadness on their faces. When Mr. Lin saw this scene, he seemed to have guessed something. He smiled and said, "You don't have to be sad. Birth, aging, illness and death are the normal course of human life. I have lived for more than 70 years, and I am content. It's time for me to go see Tsui. At this point, Grandpa Lin cast his eyes on Lin Shiu, and said with a touch of regret on his face, "What a pity, Shiu, Grandpa once promised you that he would watch you get married with his own eyes. I'm afraid that Grandpa will break his promise this time. I hope you don't blame Grandpa." "Grandpa, I don't blame you. Besides, you are a lucky person, and everything will be fine." Lin Shiu shook her head vigorously. Looking at her grandfather's appearance, a figure suddenly appeared in her mind. She said inexplicably, "Grandpa, I actually have a boyfriend." What? Lin Zhenghua and Wang Rora were stunned and looked at Lin Shiu in disbelief. Your daughter has a boyfriend? How come they don't know? Grandpa Lin's eyes lit up and he said, "Shiu, is what you said true? Can you bring it to Grandpa to see?" Lin Shiu instinctively wanted to say, "He's busy? He can't come." But seeing her grandfather's expectant eyes, she finally nodded and said, "Okay, Grandpa, I'll go get him now." Okay, Shiu, then go quickly, Grandpa will wait for you." Grandpa Lin urged. Lin Shiu nodded, said nothing more, turned around and walked outside. She knew that in her grandfather's heart, his greatest wish was to see her find a husband of her dreams one day. She didn't want her grandfather to leave with regrets. Even if it was fake, she wanted her grandfather to be happy during this time. After leaving the ward, Lin Shiu took out her cell phone and made a call. "Uncle Zhang, please do me a favor and find out where a person named Yixin is." I'll send you the photo. Number 116, Taining Street, West City. A European-style villa is located here, covering a large area. This is the Tianhai Qin family. But in such a luxurious villa, the atmosphere was a bit weird at the moment. In the hall, an old man with gray hair and wearing a Zhongshan suit sat on the armchair. The old man had a goatee and a pair of deep-set brown eyes, and from a distance he looked quite majestic. He was holding a yellowed piece of paper in his hand. Looking at it carefully, he could vaguely see the words marriage certificate. This old man is the old man of the Qin family, Qin Longhu. Next to him, there were 7 or 8 members of the Qin family sitting. Among them, the young man and woman sitting on the right side of Qin Longhu are particularly eye-catching. The man is quite handsome and the woman is very beautiful. If they were to be placed outside, they would definitely be goddesses in the hearts of many people. However, at this moment, everyone's expressions were extremely cold, and they were looking coldly ahead. Right in front of them, a young man was standing there with a military green canvas bag on his back, neither humble nor arrogant. This young man was none other than Yi Xian, who came to the Qin family to fulfill the marriage contract as instructed by the old man. He looked at Qin Longhu, the old man of the Qin family, and said, "Old man Qin, 20 years ago, you were seriously ill and dying. It was my master who saved you and extended your life for 20 years. In order to thank my master for saving your life, you signed this marriage certificate with my master and married Qin Yanran, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, to his disciple. Now my master has handed the marriage certificate to me and asked me to come to the Qin family to fulfill the marriage contract." As soon as these words were spoken, the Qin family's living room, which had been relatively quiet, suddenly exploded. "Fart! Where did you come from, you country bumpkin? How dare you talk nonsense in my Qin family? Are you tired of living? A toad wants to eat swan flesh. Boy, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Do you think you are worthy of marrying the eldest daughter of the Qin family? Why are you nagging at this bumpkin? Come on, help me get this guy out, so he won't be an eyesore." Several hot-tempered members of the Qin family rolled up their sleeves and walked towards Yi Xian, cursing. The Qin family was not considered a top family in Tianhai, but it was also a prominent family. However, just a few minutes ago, a young man broke in with a so-called marriage certificate and claimed that he was here to marry the eldest daughter of the Qin family. Isn't this fucking farting? No matter how blind the Qin family is, they would never marry the eldest daughter of the Qin family to a country bumpkin. If word got out that the Qin family had chosen a country bumpkin as their grandson-in-law, they would be laughed at. They would never allow this to happen. Listening to the insults in his ears and watching the actions of several members of the Qin family, Yi Xian frowned slightly. The old man asked him to come to the Qin family to fulfill the engagement, but now it seems that the Qin family is planning to turn their backs on it. Seeing that the Qin family was about to walk in front of Yi Xian, the old man of the Qin family, Qin Longhu, who was holding the marriage certificate, finally raised his head and said in a low voice, "All of you stop right there." Hearing this, the Qin family members stopped immediately. Qin Longhu is the pillar of the Qin family. His words are like imperial decrees in the Qin family, and no one dares to refute his words. "Grandpa, this guy must be talking nonsense. How can a country bumpkin be worthy of my sister? Let me kick him out. Otherwise, if the news gets out, my Qin family will be a joke." A member of the Qin family who looked a little sloppy spoke unhappily. He is Qin Hao, the younger brother of Qin Yanran, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, and the grandson of Qin Longhu. Chapter 4: The Qin family refuses to admit. "Shut up." Qin Longhu glared at Qin Hao, his eyes fell on Yi Xian, and his tone was emotionless. "Young man, you said that this marriage certificate was given to you by your master?" Yi Xian said calmly, "Of course." Qin Longhu narrowed his eyes slightly, and said in a deep voice, 20 years ago, I was seriously ill and dying. It is true that a miracle doctor saved me, but whether this miracle doctor is your master or not is not the point for now. Even if the other party is your master, do you think I would casually sign a marriage certificate with someone else and marry my granddaughter to a stranger I have never met? Hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Master Qin, do you intend to deny your debt? Before he went down the mountain, the old man told him clearly that when he went to Tianhai, he had to go to the Qin family no matter what to fulfill the marriage contract and put an end to this cause and effect. The old man is indeed a little unreliable in his daily life, but when it comes to serious matters, he never talks nonsense. Besides, the Tianhai Qin family is not worth mentioning in his eyes, let alone in the old man's eyes. It can be destroyed with a flip of the hand. There was no need for the old man to make up such a lie, it was useless. Now that Qin Longhu said this, it was obvious that he was planning to go back on his word. Although the old man likes to joke sometimes, it is impossible for him to talk nonsense about this matter. Young man, why should I deny something that never happened? Qin Longhu snorted coldly, and his gaze towards Yixian became fierce, and his tone became heavier. Young man, I don't know why you and your master forged such a marriage certificate. But considering your youth and ignorance, leave this marriage certificate and leave the Qin family. I will let bygones be bygones for what happened today. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being rude. My Qin family has some connections in Tianhai. As long as I call the police, it won't be a problem for you to stay in prison for 10 or 8 years. I advise you not to make mistakes. The last sentence seems to be magnanimous, but in fact it is a threat to Yixian. Because Qin Longhu knew very well that Yixian in front of him was not lying. 20 years ago, he was seriously ill and dying, and was rescued from the gates of hell by an old Taoist priest. At that time, he saw that the old Taoist priest had amazing medical skills and thought that the other party must be of great importance. Especially after learning that the old Taoist priest had a disciple, he began to persuade the old Taoist priest's disciple to get engaged, and was willing to give away all the Qin family's property. Originally the old Taoist priest did not agree, but after his repeated requests, he finally agreed and arranged a marriage between his apprentice and his granddaughter. At that time, the old Taoist priest told him that his disciple would come down the mountain to fulfill the marriage contract in 20 years. Moreover, the old Taoist priest also said that if the Qin family was willing to fulfill the marriage contract in 20 years, his apprentice would extend his life for another 20 years. But later, after the old Taoist priest left, he felt a little worried, so he hired a private detective to investigate the old Taoist priest. However, he discovered that this old Taoist priest was totally different from what he had imagined. He had no background at all and was just a barefoot doctor who ate and drank for free. In addition, he had never had any health problems in the past 20 years, so he completely believed that the old Taoist priest cured him by sheer luck. As for the fact that his apprentice extended his life for another 20 years later, in his opinion, this was definitely for the purpose of seizing the Qin family's property. This is a conspiracy against the Qin family. So, after seeing Yixian coming to the Qin family with the marriage certificate, he immediately chose to deny it. The Qin family's property must not fall into the hands of a country bumpkin. What's more, as early as 3 months ago, his granddaughter Qin Yanran had held an engagement banquet with Wang Zihao, the eldest son of the Tianhai Wang family, and the two were already engaged. The Wang family of Tianhai is a second-rate family in Tianhai. It is not very strong, but it is much stronger than the Qin family. The Qin family also took advantage of this opportunity to increase its power a lot. There is even hope of moving from a third-rate family to a second-rate family. He would never allow anyone to destroy the rise of the Qin family. If this country bumpkin in front of him had been sensible, perhaps he would not bother to care about him because of the fact that his master saved his life 20 years ago. If the other party doesn't know what's good for him, he doesn't mind making this bumpkin disappear from Tianhai forever. For the Qin family, killing a powerless bumpkin is easier than crushing an ant. Hearing Qin Longmu's words, Qin Yanran's brother Qin Hao could no longer hold back, took a step forward, pointed at Yixian's nose, and cursed, "I said you are a bumpkin, how could you be worthy of my sister? Bah, it turns out that you forged the marriage certificate. You dare to cheat in my Qin family? I think you are tired of living. Hurry up and get out of here, or I will break your dog legs and make you crawl out of here." Qin Yanran, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, who was sitting next to Qin Longhu, also breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. She was actually very clear about her engagement with Yixian because the old man had told her about it. She even fantasized about what her fiancé looked like. But now when she saw Yixian, she was greatly disappointed. He was wearing clothes that were almost white from washing and carrying a canvas bag that no one wanted even if it was thrown on the ground. It was obvious that he was a bumpkin from the mountains. It would be better to kill her than to marry such a person. Now she was relieved to hear her grandfather deny it. She held her fiancé Wang Zihao's arms with both hands, looked at Yixian with a proud face, and said contemptuously, "Country bumpkin, when you forge a marriage certificate in the future, you should have some eyes. You want to marry me, do you think you are worthy?" The tone was full of disdain and sarcasm. "Yanran, why bother with this kind of trash? It's not worth it." Wang family's eldest son Wang Zihao put his arm around Qin Yanran's waist and looked at Yixian with a haughty look. "Boy, I don't know whether the marriage certificate in your hand is real or fake. But I'm telling you, Yanran is my fiancé now, and I won't allow anyone to have any ideas about her, understand? If you don't know what's good for you, I don't mind making you disappear from Tianhai forever. Don't doubt what I say." It will be easier for me, Wang Zihao, to crush you to death than to crush an ant. Facing these sarcasm and ridicule, Yi Xian's face remained calm. He glanced at Qin Yanran and Wang Zihao and said indifferently, "Don't worry, I'm not interested in sluts." He started practicing martial arts, medicine, alchemy, formations, magic, runes, etc. with the old man when he was 3 years old. Now it has even reached the point where the students are even better than their predecessors. With his eyes, he could clearly see that Qin Yanran was no longer a virgin. The key point is that Qin Yanran has the aura of several different men. Obviously, Qin Yanran had sex with at least several men in one day, which left the scent of each other on her. This is a slut who can be slept with by anyone. He had no interest at all. Besides, although Qin Yanran is beautiful, compared with Lin Shiu whom he met today and his 5 senior sisters, Qin Yanran is far inferior and is not even qualified to carry their shoes. You country bumpkin, who are you calling a slut? You dare to slander me. Do you believe I will tear your mouth apart? When Qin Yanran heard Yi Xian's words, her face twisted instantly, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Because what Yi Xian said was all true. Last night, it was one of her besties' birthdays, and they all went crazy at the club all night. She even ordered several male models and battled with them all by herself until dawn. But no one else knew about this except her few close friends. But the bumpkin in front of him said it out loud. The key point is that the way this country bumpkin looked at her was as if he saw some dirty garbage. How could she bear this? What right did this country bumpkin have to look at her like that? Sister, calm down. This country bumpkin dared to slander you. I will vent his anger for you now. Qin Hao said angrily. As he spoke, he rushed to Yi Xian, raised his hand and slapped Yi Xian in the face. Bang! There was a crisp sound of applause. However, it was not Qin Hao who slapped Yi Xian in the face. But at the moment when Qin Hao was about to slap him, Yi Xian had already raised his hand and slapped Qin Hao in the face at a faster speed. Qin Hao was thrown flying and his body fell heavily on the ground several meters away. A clearly visible slap mark appeared on his face. Shocking. At this moment, all members of the Qin family were stunned. Everyone looked at Yi Xian as if they had seen a ghost. Is this guy really that bold? It's bad enough that he insulted Qin Yanran and the Qin family, but now he even dares to hit Qin Hao. Who gave him the courage? This slap is just to teach you a lesson. If you dare to fight me again, you will lose this hand. Yi Xian stared down at Qin Hao, his cold voice slowly falling. Ever since he started practicing with the old man taught him a truth: I will not offend others unless they offend me, but if someone offends me, I should not be polite. For some ungrateful people, we should give them an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Chapter 5 Lin Shiu is here. Qin Hao, who was still a little confused, finally came to his senses. He covered his face, looked at Yi Xian with a ferocious expression, and said angrily, "You country bumpkin, you dare to hit me. I tell you, you are dead. No one can save you." As he spoke, he looked at the several young members of the Qin family standing next to him and said, "What are you still standing there for? Can't you see that I'm being beaten? Come with me and teach this bumpkin a lesson." Upon hearing this, the young members of the Qin family immediately surrounded Yi Xian. Qin Yanran screamed, beat him hard, he dared to slander me and beat my brother, tear his mouth and break his hands." Qin Yanran's parents were furious. "You country bumpkin, you dare to hit my son and slander my daughter. No one can save you today. I want you to crawl out of the Qin family." Other members of the Qin family also spoke up, verbally abusing and humiliating Yi Xian. Facing the shouting around him, Yi Xian's face remained calm. He just looked coldly at the Qin family members who were walking towards him, with a cold light flashing in the depths of his eyes. Since the Qin family intends to tear their faces apart, he will not be polite at all. He doesn't mind giving the Qin family a lesson they will never forget. That's enough. Seeing that a conflict was about to happen, Qin Longhu roared, "Shut up, everyone! Do you think this is a vegetable market?" The young members of the Qin family stopped immediately. Everyone shut up. Only Qin Hao looked at Qin Longhu with an aggrieved look on his face. "Grandpa, I was beaten by this kid." "Shut up." Qin Longhu glared at Qin Hao, then looked at Yi Xian and said coldly, "Boy, you are causing trouble in my Qin family. According to the rules of the Qin family, you will be thrown out after your limbs are broken. However, considering that your master once saved me, I can let you off the hook. Although you can escape the death penalty, you can't escape the punishment of life. Which hand did you use to hit my grandson? You disabled him yourself. I will forgive what happened today and let you go. Hearing this, Yi Xian sneered and said unceremoniously, "Let me cut off one of my arms?" Qin Longhu, you are not worthy. Qin Longhu's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Boy, so you are planning to refuse my toast and drink the wine for punishment? If you don't accept my toast, I'll drink the wine for you." The smile on Yi Xian's face became colder and colder. "Qin Longhu, 20 years ago, my master was able to extend your life for 20 years. Do you think I can end your life now? Boy, are you threatening me?" Qin Longhu's eyes narrowed and he stared at Yi Xian intently. A powerful aura of a superior enveloped Yi Xian. Threatening you? You can think of it that way. Yi Xian snapped his fingers, completely ignoring Qin Longhu's momentum, and his figure flashed, and suddenly appeared beside Qin Longhu. "What do you want to do, kid? Boy, if you dare to touch a hair of this old man, I guarantee you will never leave the Qin family." The Qin family was shocked. How come they didn't expect Yi Xian to rush in front of Qin Longhu? Yi Xian completely ignored the people around him. With a grab of his 5 fingers, the marriage certificate in Qin Longhu's hand appeared in his hand again. Then his arm shook. Swish! The marriage certificate exploded into countless pieces and fell to the ground. Yi Xian's indifferent voice also slowly fell at this moment. "Qin Longhu, you think too highly of your Qin family. If the old man hadn't insisted that I come to the Qin family to fulfill the engagement, I would still look down on your Qin family. Since you don't want to admit it, then this engagement is void. But when the time comes, don't regret it. Just kneel down and beg me." "Kneel down and beg you?" This time, before Qin Longhu could speak, Qin Yanran said with a face full of sarcasm, "A country bumpkin like you is worthy of asking my grandfather to kneel down and beg you? What a joke! Don't talk about my grandfather. Even I won't regret it. It makes me sick to be engaged to a country bumpkin like you." Ha ha ha. The Qin family members around burst into laughter when they heard this. Everyone looked at Yi Xian as if they were looking at a clown. A country bumpkin actually dared to threaten the Qin family. He also told the old man not to regret and not to kneel down and beg him. If this isn't a clown, what is? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Who do you think you are? It would be easier for the Qin family to crush you to death than to crush an ant. Qin Longhu also snorted coldly. Just as he was about to ask someone to teach Yi Xian a lesson, a member of the Qin family rushed in from outside. Old man, Miss Lin Shiu of the Lin family has come to our Qin family." This sentence was like a huge storm, and all the Qin family members were stunned, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. "What? Miss Lin is coming to the Qin family? You must be kidding." Although the Qin family is considered a prominent family in Tianhai, it is at most a third-rate family, while the Lin family is one of the top 5 families in Tianhai. The two are simply not on the same level. Now the eldest daughter of the Lin family comes to the Qin family on her own initiative. What a joke. If there really was something going on, the Qin family would have rushed over with just a phone call. There would be no need for them to come in person. Qin Longhu stared at the Qin family member. "Are you telling the truth?" The Qin family member nodded heavily. "Old man, it is absolutely true, the eldest lady of the Lin family has come in." Tap, tap, tap. Along with his voice, a crisp sound of footsteps came from outside. The next second, a breathtakingly beautiful face came into everyone's sight. Her skin is whiter than snow, her eyebrows are curved like willow leaves, her nose is high, and her eyes are like a pool of clear water. She has an elegant and noble temperament. There was a hint of coldness and arrogance in her eyes, as if she was a fairy high above, looking down at the mortals in the world. All the women present felt ashamed at this moment. Qin Yanran looked at Lin Shiu's beautiful face, and a hint of deep jealousy flashed in the depths of her eyes. She is good looking, but compared to Lin Shiu, she is completely crushed by Lin Shiu in all aspects. Compared with Lin Shiu, she was no different from the weeds on the roadside. Oh my god! Miss Lin actually came to the Qin family. What is Miss Lin doing here at the Qin family? Beautiful. So beautiful. The eldest daughter of the Lin family is indeed the most beautiful girl in Jiangnan province. Her beauty is beyond words. The Qin family's eyes fell on Lin Shiu and they whispered to each other, but no one dared to act stupidly. The Lin family is definitely not someone they can afford to offend. "Ms. Lin, why didn't you tell me when you came to the Qin family so that I could greet you at the door?" When Qin Longhu saw Lin Shiu, he no longer cared about Yi Xian. He stood up and walked towards Lin Shiu with a smile on his face. There was no arrogance at all towards Yi Xian. The Qin family also rushed to greet them, all with flattering smiles on their faces. They remember that Lin Shiu is still single and the only successor of the Lin family. If Lin Shiu falls in love with them, they will be able to soar to success. Facing the enthusiasm of Qin Longhu and other Qin family members, Lin Shiu's pretty face was indifferent, and she said indifferently, "Mr. Qin, don't get me wrong. I came to the Qin family today to look for someone." Looking for someone? Qin Longhu and others were all stunned when they heard this. Who is worthy of the eldest lady of the Lin family to come in person? It's such a great honor. Ms. Lin, I wonder who you are looking for. Do you need my help? Qin Longhu said. No need, I've found it. Lin Shiu said something and walked straight towards Yi Xian. No way. Miss Lin walked towards that bumpkin. Ms. Lin is here to see this bumpkin? When the Qin family saw this scene, each of them showed an expression of disbelief on their faces. They used to look down on Yi Xian and humiliated and mocked him in various ways, but now the bumpkin in their eyes actually knew the eldest daughter of the Lin family. They just couldn't accept it. It's fake. It must be fake. This kid must have offended the eldest lady of the Lin family, and she is here to seek revenge on him. The Qin family kept comforting themselves in their hearts. However, the next scene completely shattered all their fantasies. Lin Shiu came in front of Yi Xian, a gentle smile appeared on her pretty face, and she even reached out to hold Yi Xian's arm. Very intimate, just like a couple. Hubby, why are you here? Didn't you say you would go home with me to see Grandpa? A tingling and gentle voice sounded in Yi Xian's ears, almost making him unable to bear it. Yi Xian glanced at Lin Shiu and found that her watery eyes were blinking gently. He instantly understood that Lin Shiu was planning to help him vent his anger in this way. Come to think of it, it makes sense. Since Lin Shiu knew he was in the Qin family, she must have investigated him. It wouldn't be difficult to investigate the conflict between him and the Qin family. However, he was curious about why Lin Shiu was helping him when she obviously didn't like him. Chapter 6: The Unbelievable Qin Family. At this moment, the originally noisy Qin family hall became completely quiet. All members of the Qin family seemed to be petrified. Everyone opened their mouths wide and didn't even dare to breathe. What did they hear? Husband, why are you here? Didn't you agree to go home with me to see Grandpa? OMG. The eldest daughter of the Lin family actually called a country bumpkin her husband and planned to bring him home to meet her grandfather. Isn't this just meeting the parents? You must be kidding. How could this country bumpkin be so worthy to marry such a gorgeous lady like the eldest daughter of the Lin family? The next second, the Qin family seemed to have thought of something and their faces turned pale instantly. Some of the Qin family members who were less courageous simply collapsed to the ground, their crotches soaked. A strong smell of urine filled the air. How could this happen? No, this isn't true. I must be dreaming. The entire Qin family was scared half to death. The Lin family is one of the 5 top families in Tianhai. In terms of strength and influence, it is far beyond the reach of the Qin family. Even if the Lin family said one word, the Qin family would have no place to stand in Tianhai. But now what do? They actually mocked Lin Shiu's husband as a bumpkin and planned to attack Yi Xian. If this got to the ears of the Lin family, they would be completely finished. No. Impossible. I don't believe it. How could Lin Shiu be interested in a country bumpkin? This must be fake. Compared with other members of the Qin family, Qin Yanran was extremely angry in her heart despite being terrified. She couldn't accept this result. She had just been sarcastic towards Yi Xian, thinking that he was a country bumpkin who was not worthy of her at all and would have to look up to her all his life. But now, the country bumpkin she looked down upon has become Lin Shiu's husband, and has become someone she looks up to. How could she accept this? Impossible. Fake. She doesn't believe it. Qin Yanran's face was full of ferociousness. She would never allow a country bumpkin to ride on her head. Thinking of this, Qin Yanran took a step forward and said to Lin Shiu, Ms. Lin, have you been deceived by this guy? He is just a bumpkin from the mountains. Lin Shiu frowned, glanced at Qin Yanran coldly, and said, country bumpkin? Miss Qin, are you saying that I, Lin Shiu, have no taste? Or do you want to say that no one wants me, Lin Shiu, and I can just marry someone casually? When Qin Yanran heard Lin Shiu's words, her face turned extremely ugly, and she said in a somewhat unhappy tone, Ms. Lin, I'm doing this for your own good. This country bumpkin is a dead liar. He just came to the Qin family with a forged marriage certificate and wanted to fulfill the marriage contract with me, but we exposed him. Lin Shiu glanced at Yi Xian, and her beautiful eyes did not change. Before she came to the Qin family, she knew what happened in the Qin family from Uncle Zhang, otherwise, she would not have called Yi Xian husband right away. The purpose was to vent Yi Xian's anger, so that she could ask Yi Xian for help when the time came. However, she didn't believe a word Qin Yanran said. She and Yi Xian had only met by chance, but from today's brief contact, she believed that Yi Xian was definitely not the kind of person who would forge a marriage certificate. The reason why Qin Yanran said this was simply to take this opportunity to destroy the impression of Yi Xian in her mind. She has seen a lot of this kind of clumsy distortion of right and wrong in the business world. Without thinking anymore, Lin Shiu glanced at Qin Yanran and said calmly, Miss Qin, don't you think what you said is ridiculous? My husband already has me, and he still forged a marriage certificate to marry you? Compared to me, do you think you are worthy? Look down. Naked contempt. You. Qin Yanran's face turned pale. How could she not have thought that even after she said so, Lin Shiu not only did not believe it, but also dared to humiliate her? Hateful. How abominable. It's a pity that the marriage certificate was torn into pieces by Yi Xian, and there was no possibility of putting it together again, otherwise she would have thrown the marriage certificate in Lin Shiu's face. Qin Yanran's chest rose and fell, and she suppressed her anger and said, Ms. Lin, please don't misunderstand what I mean. I just want to tell you that this bumpkin is not a good person. Don't let him cheat you out of your money and sex. I also heard that your grandfather is seriously ill and dying. If he hears that you were cheated of money and sex, he might get angry and something bad might happen. Bang! Before Qin Yanran finished her words, Lin Shiu's eyes had already turned completely cold. She raised her hand and slapped Qin Yanran in the face. Qin Yanran, this is just a lesson for you. If you dare to say a word about my grandfather again, I guarantee that the Qin family will not be able to protect you. Lin Shiu's voice was extremely cold. Her grandfather is already terminally ill, and now Qin Yanran dares to say something wrong about her grandfather. How can she not be angry? The other members of the Qin family were also shocked by Lin Shiu's slap. They never expected that Lin Shiu would slap Qin Yanran in public. But, think about it, it makes sense. Qin Yanran's words were too much. Grandpa Lin was already seriously ill, and you were still saying that something had happened to his grandfather. Isn't that a curse on him? It would be strange if you didn't get beaten. Yi Xian, who had been standing nearby and had not spoken a word, saw this scene and a light flashed in his eyes. He was somewhat surprised by Lin Shiu's approach, but he agreed with it very much. Women can be kind, but kindness depends on the person. For those buzzing garbage, they should be given a lesson they will never forget. That way, they won't jump up and down in front of you next time. Just now, even if Lin Shiu didn't take action, he would have done it. Qin Yanran finally woke up and felt the pain on her cheek. Her face twisted instantly and she yelled, Lin Shiu, you dare to hit me? Lin Shiu's pretty face was cold. She ignored Qin Yanran and looked directly at Qin Longhu. Grandpa Qin, is this the family tutor of your Qin family? Do you think I should tell my grandfather what happened today? Qin Longhu was startled for a moment, then came to his senses, quickly stepped forward and yelled at Qin Yanran, shut up. Why don't you apologize to Miss Lin? Qin Yanran was stunned, and looked at Qin Longhu in disbelief. Grandpa, I didn't say anything wrong. Besides, I was the one who was beaten, and you asked me to apologize. Why? You still say that? Qin Longhu felt Lin Shiu's cold gaze and felt a chill on his back. Without thinking, he raised his hand and slapped Qin Yanran in the face. Qin Yanran fell to the ground after being slapped in the face, blood oozing from the corners of her mouth. She was unable to recover for a long time, as if she had not expected that her grandfather would hit her. Qin Longhu didn't even look at Qin Yanran, and said with a smile, Miss Lin, the young one is ignorant. I apologize to you on her behalf. I also hope that you can be magnanimous and not argue with her. He had to bow his head. If he didn't, the Qin family might not even see tomorrow's sunrise. Ms. Lin, I am Wang Zihao from the Wang family. I apologize to my fiancé for offending me just now. How about I treat you to a meal tonight and apologize to you? At this time, Wang Zihao walked up and gave Lin Shiu a smile that he thought was handsome. Lin Shiu is the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan province. It would be such a great feeling if something could happen with such a top-notch beauty. As for Yi Xian, a country bumpkin, could he be compared with him? Ridiculous. Chapter 7. Your time is running out. Do I know you well? Lin Shiu glanced at Wang Zihao, who was walking over with cold eyes, not giving the other party any face at all. Yes, Miss Lin, I am sorry for being rude. Wang Zihao sneered, but a sinister look flashed in the depths of his eyes. He hated Lin Shiu in his heart for not giving him face. Sooner or later, he would make Lin Shiu kneel in front of him like a bitch, begging him to play with her. Lin Shiu completely ignored Wang Zihao and looked at Yi Xian, saying, "Hubby, let's not bother with this bunch of trash. Let's go home and see Grandpa." Yi Xian glanced at Lin Shiu, his eyes flashed, and he nodded and said, "Okay." The purpose of his coming here has been achieved, so there is naturally no need to stay here. However, before leaving, Yi Xian looked at Qin Longhu indifferently and said, "Qin Longhu, before I went down the mountain, my master told me that if you were willing to fulfill the marriage contract, let me extend your life for another 20 years. What a pity, you gave up this opportunity. There are only a few days left until the 20-year deadline. Remember to prepare a coffin for yourself. You don't have much time left." Hearing this, everyone in the Qin family looked at Yi Xian with anger on their faces, but no one dared to say a word. This was what happened to Qin Yanran just now, and they didn't want to jump out at this time. If you get beaten, it will be all in vain. When Qin Longmu heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said without a smile, "Thank you for reminding me, but I know my body, so you don't need to worry about it." He didn't believe Yi Xian's words at all. Yi Xian's master did say this back then, but could a barefoot doctor predict what would happen 20 years later? It's simply the most ridiculous thing in the world. Moreover, 10 days ago, he went to the hospital for a physical examination, and the doctor told him that there was nothing wrong with his body and that he would have no problem living another 10 or 20 years. Is he running out of time? It's ridiculous. Okay, husband, don't tell them, let's go. Lin Shiu glanced at Yi Xian. She also felt that Yi Xian was bragging and just making harsh words to intimidate Qin Longhu. However, she didn't say anything. The most urgent thing for her was to fulfill her grandfather's last wish. Nothing else matters. Yi Xian did not explain, facts speak louder than words. After a few days, it will become clear whether what he said is true or false, so there is no need to waste words on it. Wait until Lin Shiu and Yi Xian leave. Qin Yanran clenched her fists, looked at Qin Longhu, gritted her teeth and said, "Grandpa, are we just going to let this matter go?" Who is she? As the eldest daughter of the Qin family, with her beautiful face, she would be the center of attention in Tianhai. But today, not only was she humiliated by a bumpkin, but she was also slapped hard by Lin Shiu. Shame. What a shame. Even if the other party is the eldest daughter of the Lin family, she swore that sooner or later, she would make Lin Shiu pay the price. Qin Hao also said with a ferocious look on his face, "Yes, Grandpa, a bumpkin is actually running wild in the Qin family. If this gets out, my Qin family will really become a joke. Old man, we can't swallow this. My Qin family is a famous and prestigious family in Tianhai after all. It is a great shame and humiliation for us to be bullied by a bumpkin. We must avenge this. Yes, revenge. I must teach this bumpkin a lesson." A group of Qin family members also spoke up, wondering when they had ever suffered such a big setback. Listening to the noisy voices around him, Qin Longhu became more and more annoyed. He grabbed a teacup and slammed it heavily on the ground, saying, "Shut up, everyone. Do you think I can swallow this? But what if you can't swallow it? This bumpkin is now the man of the eldest lady of the Lin family. If you touch this boy, do you think the Lin family will stand idly by? Do you want to watch the Qin family disappear into ashes?" As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into silence. Everyone fell into silence. Yi Xian is indeed a bumpkin, and they can crush him to death at will, but the Lin family is not like that. It is one of the top families in Tianhai. If the Qin family offends the Lin family, there will be no place for the Qin family in the entire Tianhai. At this moment, Wang Zihao on the side suddenly spoke up and said, "Grandpa, we don't have to worry at all. The Lin family will not attack the Qin family for a bumpkin. This is just a show." A play? Qin Longhu was stunned. "Zihao, what do you mean by this? Why don't I understand?" Wang Zihao's eyes flickered, as if he saw through everything. "I heard that the old man of the Lin family is dying, and even Zhao Zhenghe, the leader of the 4 great doctors in Jiangnan province, is helpless. Now that Lin Shiu is here, maybe the Lin family knows that this country bumpkin's master once saved your life, so they want to give this country bumpkin a try and save old Master Lin. After all, there is a saying that goes, a good teacher produces good students. If the master's medical skills are excellent, then the student's medical skills will definitely not be much worse. Qin Longhu was still a little confused. Zihao, even if this is the case, there is no need for Lin Shiu to call this country bumpkin husband in public. If it gets out, Lin Shiu's reputation will be completely ruined. Wang Zihao smiled slightly and said, "Old man, this explains it better." Lin Shiu was brought up by Mr. Lin, and the depth of their affection for her is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Now that there is an opportunity for treatment, Lin Shiu will definitely not give up. But she doesn't know this bumpkin, and he has been humiliated in the Qin family, so he might not help. But if she helps this bumpkin to gain respect in the Qin family, then it would be like making this bumpkin owe her a favor. If she asks again at that time, this country bumpkin will definitely not refuse. This is why Lin Shiu calls this country bumpkin husband. Otherwise, the news that Miss Lin has found a man would have spread all over Tianhai long ago. But so far, has anyone among you heard of this news? Hearing these words, the Qin family's eyes lit up. Yes. Lin Shiu is the eldest daughter of the Lin family and the future successor of the Lin family. If Lin Shiu really found a man, how could Tianhai not make any move? They know nothing about it now. Obviously, this is just as Wang Zihao said, this is just a show. Hateful. It's outrageous that they were frightened by a play. But, what if this country bumpkin master cures Mr. Lin? Qin Yanran suddenly said. Chapter 8 I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend. Impossible. Wang Zihao said confidently, although I don't know how powerful that bumpkin's master is, but Mr. Lin's illness is something that even Zhao Zhenghua couldn't cure. It's a joke that a barefoot doctor can cure it. Besides, I also heard that other top families in Tianhai are ready to take action against the Lin family. As long as Mr. Lin dies, the Lin family will not last long. We don't need to worry about the Lin family causing trouble at all. Hearing this, Qin Longhu's eyes lit up. Zihao, are you telling the truth? Of course, it's true. Good, great. If the Lin family is destroyed, maybe we can also take action against the Lin family. If we can get some benefits, my Qin family will not only step into the ranks of second-rate families, but also have a chance to become a first-rate family. Qin Longhu burst into laughter. Qin Yanran's face was full of resentment, and she said fiercely, I want revenge too. If that little bitch Lin Shiu dares to hit me, I will definitely beat her face to pieces. I will make her become the lowest of sluts. Qin Hao also had a ferocious look on his face, and me, if that bumpkin dares to hit me, I will definitely cripple his limbs. I will make him wish he could neither live nor die. Wang Zihao didn't say anything else, but there was a sinister smile on his face. When the Lin family is destroyed, he will make Lin Shiu kneel in front of him like a bitch and beg him to play with her. The other side. After walking out of the Qin family villa, Yixian stopped and looked at Lin Shiu, who was silent beside him, and said, There is no one here now. You can tell me what you came to see me for. When Lin Shiu heard this, she frowned slightly. How do you know I have something to talk to you about? Yixian shrugged and said, Isn't this obvious? You looked at me like you wanted to cut me into pieces this morning, but now you come to me again, and in front of everyone, you hold my arm and call me husband. If you didn't have something to ask me, I can't think of any other reason for you to do this. Could it be that you think I have amazing fighting ability and you want to relive last night's experience with me? You. Lin Shiu was angered by Yixian's words. This bastard really deserves a beating. Her proud breasts also rose and fell, causing Yixian to involuntarily look sideways. 36D. Definitely this size. It's a pity that Lin Shiu was too crazy last night and he didn't have time to measure it accurately. Lin Shiu didn't notice Yixian's gaze at all. She suppressed her anger and said, You are right. I do have something to ask you. I hope you can pretend to be my boyfriend and go meet my grandfather. After that, I will give you 10 million. No problem. Yixian glanced at Lin Shiu and agreed without thinking. He had just come down the mountain, was penniless and had nowhere to go. Now someone was offering him money, why should he refuse? It's okay if you don't agree, Hearing Yixian's words, Lin Shiu subconsciously wanted to persuade him, but when the words came to her lips, her expression froze and her beautiful eyes widened. What did you say? You agree? Before she came, she was afraid that Yixian would not agree, so she thought of many reasons to persuade Yixian. But she didn't expect that Yixian agreed without even thinking about it. It made her feel like she was punching cotton. Extremely depressed. Yi Xian took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and said with a faint smile, "Of course. Why don't you agree? It's just pretending to be a boyfriend, it's not like you're doing anything else. Only a fool would refuse to get 10 million for nothing. Besides, you're so beautiful. I'm not at a loss at all to have you as a girlfriend." But, having said that, Yi Xian suddenly stopped, his eyes wandering around Lin Shiu. Lin Shiu frowned and said, "But what?" Yi Xian pretended to be reserved and said, "However, we agreed in advance that we are just pretending to be boyfriends. If you want me to perform other boyfriend duties, such as kissing, hugging, and sleeping, then that will be a different price. You have to pay extra." "You bastard." Lin Shiu's pretty face flushed as she spoke. She thought Yi Xian would make some excessive demands, but who knew this bastard would actually say such a thing? Also kiss, hug, lift up, and sleep. Who does he think he is? Is he as handsome as Panin? Even if she died and got hit by a car while running on the road from here, she would never do this. Yi Xian didn't care about Lin Shiu's attitude. "Then let's make a deal. If you have any ideas, you have to pay more. But don't worry, I won't let you suffer any loss. I guarantee that you will get more value for your money. You should have seen this last night." Lin Shiu wanted to punch Yi Xian in the face. This guy is so infuriating. If she had no other choice, she would have turned around and left. But she had to admit that Yi Xian did not lie. This guy was just like a cow. If she hadn't begged for mercy last night, it would have been a problem whether she could get up today. Fortunately, Yi Xian didn't know about Lin Shiu's idea, otherwise Yi Xian would definitely give Lin Shiu a thumbs up. What a real man. He can't say no. Since you agreed, then get in the car with me and I'll take you to see my grandfather. After saying this, Lin Shiu turned around and walked towards a white Porsche Panamera not far away without waiting for Yi Xian to speak. She was worried that if she didn't leave, Yi Xian would probably want to die together with her. Looking at Lin Shiu's back, Yi Xian's eyes flashed slightly, and he followed with a military green backpack. In fact, he agreed to Lin Shiu's request without hesitation, not just because Lin Shiu gave him money. There is another more important reason. He discovered that there was a ball of blood condensed at the center of Lin Shiu's forehead. This is a sign of the coming bloody disaster. Although he didn't like to meddle in other people's business, Lin Shiu gave him her first time, and he couldn't just watch Lin Shiu get into trouble. Besides, the old man said that he found him in Tianhai, and he happened to be investigating his own background during this time. After Yi Xian got in the car, Lin Shiu started the car and drove towards Tianhai First Hospital. Half an hour, Tianhai First Hospital. Lin Shiu and Yi Xian got out of the car and took the elevator to the 6th floor. As soon as she walked out of the elevator, Lin Shiu saw her parents and other members of the Lin family standing outside the VIP ward, looking towards the ward anxiously. "Dad, Mom, Uncle, why are you all standing outside? How is Grandpa?" Lin Shiu had a bad feeling in her heart, and even forgot about Yi Xian beside her, and walked up quickly. Lin Zhenggui glanced at Lin Shiu, sighed lightly, and said nothing. Lin Shiu's heart skipped a beat, and she said again, "Dad, please say something. What should Grandpa do?" Lin Zhenggui didn't say anything, but Lin Shiu's mother Wang Rura said, "Shiu, after you left, your grandfather's condition suddenly worsened, and now Dr. Zhao is trying to save him." Lin Shiu was startled and was about to say something when the door of the VIP ward not far away suddenly opened. An old man in a white coat walked out of the ward with several doctors, all of whom looked extremely solemn. Lin Zhenggui and other members of the Lin family surrounded them immediately. "Dr. Zhao, how is my father?" Lin Zhenggui asked impatiently. Zhao Zhenghe sighed and said, "Master Lin, I'm sorry. I tried my best, but the old man's condition deteriorated too quickly and I was powerless to save him. You should prepare for his funeral." Chapter 9 Quacks. Hearing what Zhao Zhenghe said, all the Lin family members were stunned. Lin Shiu staggered and almost fell to the ground. She bit her red lips tightly, but crystal tears couldn't help but slide down from her eyes. How could she not have thought that she would be separated from her grandfather by the yin and yang after being away for just a while? She didn't even get to see her grandfather for the last time. She suddenly wanted to slap herself. If she had known this would happen, she should have stayed with her grandfather. Otherwise, how could she not even be able to see her grandfather for the last time? Waves of crying sounds were also heard in the hospital corridor at this moment. A feeling of sadness filled the space. Zhao Zhenghe and several other doctors also sighed deeply. But at this moment, a cold snort sounded. Quack! Who is speaking? Hearing the voice, everyone frowned and looked in the direction of the voice. When they saw Yi Xian, the Lin family frowned. If they were not mistaken, the young man just now came with Lin Shiu. Moreover, before Lin Shiu left, she went to find her boyfriend to come and see the old man. Could it be that this guy is Lin Shiu's boyfriend? Zhao Zhenhe looked at Yi Xian and frowned. Young man, were you the one who was talking just now? Yi Xian glanced at Zhao Zhenhe and said calmly, yes, that's what I said. You are a complete quack. Presumptuous. This time, before Zhao Zhenhe could say anything, a doctor beside him could not help but say, boy, do you know who Divine Dr. Zhao is? He is the leader of the 4 great doctors in Jiangnan province. How can you question him? Why don't you apologize to Divine Dr. Zhao? That's right. Boy, do you know anything about medicine? Who gives you the courage to talk nonsense here? You little brat, you're really like a toad yawning, and you have a big mouth. Hurry up and apologize to Dr. Zhao, do you hear me? Hurry up. Otherwise, I'll have the security kick you out. Zhao Zhang and several other doctors around him also spoke up, their tone full of hostility, thinking that Yi Xian was just trying to attract attention. The Lin family also frowned slightly. However, Yi Xian was most likely Lin Shiu's boyfriend, so they were not in a position to speak up for the time being. Seeing the scene, Yi Xian chuckled and said, the leader of the 4 great doctors? It seems that the doctor of Jiangnan province is just so-so. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene. Zhao Zhenghe's face suddenly turned a little ugly. He did not call himself the leader of the 4 great doctors in Jiangnan province, but it was a title given to him by all the doctors in Jiangnan province. Now, he was actually questioned by a young boy. This was simply a humiliation to him. Zhao Zhenghe suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, young man, you say I am a quack, do you have any evidence? Evidence? Yi Xian glanced at Zhao Zhenghe and sneered, Mr. Lin lying in the ward is the evidence. Zhao Zhenghe frowned, boy, what do you mean by this? Yi Xian glanced at Zhao Zhenghe and said calmly, Mr. Lin in there is still breathing, but his hidden disease has flared up, causing him to fall into suspended animation. But now you are saying that Mr. Lin is dead and pushing him into the hell. If you say you are not a quack doctor, what are you? You. When Zhao Zhenghe heard this, he almost jumped up. Everyone was also stunned. They thought Yi Xian could produce some evidence, but they didn't expect Yi Xian to say such a thing. When Lin Shiu heard Yi Xian's words, her eyes suddenly lit up. She suddenly remembered that when she went to the Qin family today, Uncle Zheng told her that the reason why the Qin family had an engagement with Yi Xian was because Yi Xian's master had saved Qin Longhu and extended Qin Longhu's life for 20 years, so Qin Longhu had an engagement with Yi Xian's master. Doesn't that mean Yi Xian is also proficient in medicine? Or even very strong? Otherwise, how could Yi Xian say such a thing? Thinking of this, Lin Shiu took a step forward, grabbed Yi Xian's arm, and said, Yi Xian, is what you said true? Is my grandfather really not dead yet? Can you save my grandpa? As long as you can save my grandpa, I will agree to anything you ask. Before Yi Xian could speak, a doctor beside Zhao Zhenhe spoke up, Ms. Lin, don't be fooled by this kid. Mr. Lin is already dead. This is not only the diagnosis of Dr. Zhao, but also the most sophisticated instruments show that Mr. Lin has no chance of survival. As he spoke, the doctor looked at Yi Xian and said with a mocking expression, these days, any cat or dog dares to jump out and jump around. It's really ridiculous. Another doctor also said with disdain, Ms. Lin, you should have heard that there is no shortcut to medicine. All medical skills require a long period of accumulation. How can a person with no medical skills be very good? To say that he is a jack of all trades is an understatement. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the Lin family members changed. They knew that what the doctor said was indeed correct. Looking across the entire Kyushu, all those with excellent medical skills were young. Yi Xian sneered and said, if age can determine medical skills, then wouldn't it be much better to find a turtle than you? What did you say, kid? Boy, you dare to insult us? When the doctors heard this, they were furious and their faces looked extremely ugly. Although their medical skills are not as good as Zhao Zhenghe's, they are also considered famous doctors and are respected by everyone wherever they go. But now, he was scolded by a young man. Zhao Zhenghe's face was also extremely pale. No matter how well he cultivated himself, a surge of anger rose in his heart at this moment. Young man, you have to have evidence for what you say. You said that Mr. Lin is not dead. Does that mean you can save Mr. Lin? Zhao Zhenghe said coldly. What's the difficulty? Yi Xian said calmly. Ha ha ha. When Zhao Zhenghe heard this, he laughed out of anger and said, "Young man, if you can save Mr. Lin today, I, Zhao Zhenghe, will admit that I am a quack doctor, and from now on, I will see you as a disciple." Now the scene became lively. Lin Shiu looked at Yi Xian excitedly and said, "What you said is true. You can really save my grandfather." Yi Xian said in a proud tone, "In this world, there is only one person I don't want to save, and there is no one I can't save." Arrogant. How ridiculous. Who do you think you are, kid? Those doctors were sneering and mocking at Yi Xian. They looked down on him from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Zhenghua also came back to his senses at this time, took a few steps forward, stared at Yi Xian, and said, "Young man, you really didn't lie just now? My father is not dead yet? You can also save my father?" "Yes. I can indeed save him," Yi Xian said calmly. Lin Zhenghua didn't say anything, but just stared at Yi Xian. To be honest, he didn't believe what Yi Xian said in his heart. But Yi Xian happened to come with his daughter, and it was more likely that he was his daughter's boyfriend. He believed in his daughter's vision and believed that she would never fall in love with a good-for-nothing, boastful guy. Moreover, in the face of various doubts, Yi Xian's expression did not change from beginning to end. Generally speaking, there are two reasons why this situation occurs. First, I was young and frivolous and didn't know how high the world was. Second, he is very capable and has the capital to make bold statements. Since Yi Xian was favored by his daughter, he could not be the former. He believed in his daughter's judgment. Lin Zhenghua looked at Yi Xian deeply, took a deep breath, and said, "Okay, young man, I believe you. I ask you to treat my father. If you can save my father, from now on, you will be an honored guest of our Lin family. Our Lin family owes you a great favor. As long as our Lin family can do it, you can ask for any conditions, and our Lin family will never refuse." Chapter 10. Yi Xian takes action. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into silence. Everyone was stunned. No one expected that Lin Zhenghua would actually say such a thing and actually agree to let this young boy treat old man Lin. "Master Lin, don't be fooled. He is just a clown who talks nonsense. How can he know anything about medicine? Yes, Master Lin, Mr. Lin has passed away. If you let this kid take action again, what if he desecrates the old man's body? Master Lin, think twice." Zhao Zhang and several doctors around him started to persuade him. They didn't want to see Yi Xian continue to treat Mr. Lin at all. Whether they are cured or not, there will be no benefits for them, only endless disadvantages. If word gets out that people who were diagnosed as dead by them were brought back to life by others, their reputation will be completely ruined and no one will dare to seek treatment from them in the future. Zhao Zhenghe, who had been standing by and remained silent, suddenly turned to the doctors and said sternly, "Shut up. In your eyes, which is more important, human life or your so-called reputation?" The doctors' faces changed and they hurriedly said, "Dr. Zhao, we." "Shut up." Zhao Zhenghe glanced at the doctors and said, "If anything happens, I will take full responsibility. It has nothing to do with you." Several doctors opened their mouths but ultimately said nothing. Now that Zhao Zhenghe said he would take responsibility, they naturally wouldn't say anything more. As long as they are not the ones to take the blame. Yi Xian was a little impressed by Zhao Zhenghe, and couldn't help but say, "I didn't expect that you are not good at medicine, but you are quite responsible as a person." These words made Zhao Zhenghe's mouth twitch uncontrollably. This kid's words really deserve a beating. He snorted coldly and said, "Young man, save Mr. Lin first, otherwise, you can't afford the consequences." He knew very well that although Lin Zhenghua agreed to let Yi Xian take action, it was just a last-ditch effort. Once you're cured, everything will be fine. If he can't be cured, Yi Xian's fate will definitely not be good. Even if he is Lin Shiu's boyfriend, it won't work. After all, seeing the bodies of loved ones being desecrated is unbearable for anyone. "Yi Xian, I leave my grandpa to you. You must save him." Lin Shiu looked at Yi Xian with red eyes and clenched her fists tightly. Yi Xian is her only hope now. "Don't worry, Mr. Lin won't die as long as I'm here." Yi Xian gave Lin Shiu a confident look, and then walked towards the ward. Lin Zhenghua, Lin Shiu and other members of the Lin family also followed immediately. "Let's go up and take a look." A light flashed in Zhao Zhenghe's eyes and he immediately followed. He wanted to see whether this young man who dared to insult him was really capable or just a useless person. The doctors looked at each other and followed immediately. They made up their minds that if Yi Xian couldn't save old man Lin, they would let this kid know what the price of scolding them was. In the ward, Yi Xian finally saw the old man of the Lin family, who was lying on the hospital bed with his eyes closed, purple lips, and his whole body was skinny. What Zhao Zheng has said is actually not wrong. At this moment, the old man of the Lin family is completely lifeless. It is no exaggeration to say that he has stepped into the gates of hell. Ordinary medical skills can't save him at all. Yi Xian even felt the deathly aura emanating from old man Lin. The air of death almost filled his chest. Once it overflows over the head, even the golden immortal will be unable to save it. Next, I will start to treat Mr. Lin. Don't let anyone disturb me. Yi Xian left a word and ignored the people around him. He flipped his hand and took out a black cloth bag. Swish! He just shook his arm, the black cloth bag opened, and a row of glittering golden needles appeared in front of everyone. Is this a golden needle? Zhao Zhenghao widened his eyes. Generally speaking, Chinese medicine practitioners choose silver needles rather than gold needles when performing acupuncture. Because the tip of the silver needle is sharp, it can quickly penetrate the acupuncture points, allowing people to control it precisely. The gold needle is just the opposite. It is relatively soft in texture, and it is impossible to control the force of insertion, making it impossible to be accurate. If the method of traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture is wrong by the slightest, it may be a huge mistake. It will not save lives, but kill people. Not to mention him, even his master, Zhang Lingyuan, one of the top 10 medical masters today, could not master the use of golden needles. Yet Yi Xian in front of him actually took out the golden needles directly. I just don't know whether Yi Xian is really capable or just a clown trying to curry favor. Yi Xian ignored the reactions of the people around him. He reached out and picked up a golden needle. He circulated the faint true qi in his body and poured it into the golden needle. The next second, he snapped his fingers. Call out. The golden needle flashed and pierced into Mr. Lin's forehead accurately. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. Is this guy really saving people? He is definitely not juggling. It's not like they haven't seen Zhao Zhenghao giving acupuncture to Mr. Lin before. But Zhao Zhenghao was very careful and focused in every injection, unlike Yi Xian who took it lightly. Is this sure to save the old man? When Zhao Zhenghao saw this scene, he exclaimed, "The needle is moving in the air, and the breath is as thin as a thread. Oh my god." He actually mastered such a profound and unfathomable needle movement technique. Dr. Zhao, what is void needle movement? Lin Zhenghua didn't understand, he only knew that Yi Xian's actions were flashy and fancy. Lin Shiu also set her eyes on Zhao Zhenghao, waiting for his explanation. Zhao Zhenghao tried to calm himself down and said, moving the needle in the air, with the breath like a gossamer thread is a unique technique, which uses a unique energy to perform, and can move the needle in the air, and after the needle falls, it goes straight into the muscle 3/4 of the way, accurately piercing the acupuncture point. Dr. Zhao, is this amazing? Lin Zhenghua asked subconsciously. Zhao Zhenghao stared at Yi Xian's movements and said, amazing? Master Lin, I told you this. There are no more than 3 people in Zhozhou who can master this needle technique. And these 3 people are now the top 3 of the 10 great masters of medicine in the world today. They are the medical Saint Li Siyuan, the medicine Saint Sun Guanyi, and the acupuncture Saint Chen Anping. Hiss. When these words were spoken, Lin Zhenghua, Lin Shiu and other members of the Lin family all took a deep breath. Shocking. Especially Lin Shiu's heart was filled with huge waves and she couldn't calm down. She never dreamed that Yi Xian, who had taken away her virginity, had such terrifying medical skills. He even mastered the art of acupuncture. Looking at the entire Chinese medicine community, only 3 people could do that. Could it be that Yi Xian's medical skills have reached a level comparable to that of the Saint of Medicine, and the Saint of Acupuncture? Dr. Zhao, according to what you said, Yi Xian can save my grandfather. Lin Shiu looked at Zhao Zhenghao with great anticipation in her eyes. Zhao Zhenghao exhaled slowly and said, to be able to master this art of needle manipulation, one's medical skills must be extremely high. If even Mr. Yi can't save Mr. Lin, I'm afraid no one else in the whole 9 provinces can save him. At this time, Zhao Zhenghao didn't notice at all that the way he addressed Yi Xian had changed. His tone no longer had the contempt as before, but instead carried a hint of respect. Chapter 11 Mr. Lin wakes up. Yi Xian was unaware of the conversation around him. His eyes were solemn, and golden needles were flying around his fingertips and landing on old man Lin's body. In the blink of an eye, 9 golden needles had fallen without any deviation, penetrating 3/4 of the skin. 1 needle to fix the center of eyebrows. 8 needles seal the 8 meridians. Yi Xian took a deep breath, placed his finger on the golden needle between Grandpa Lin's eyebrows, and flicked it. Buzz! The golden needle trembles. An invisible airwave spread out, and one could see with the naked eye that trickles of black blood were slowly flowing out from the ends of the 9 golden needles. This is. Seeing this scene, Zhao Zhenghe could no longer sit still and his whole body began to tremble. Dr. Zhao, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Lin Zhenghua and others immediately noticed that something was wrong with Zhao Zhenghe. Zhao Zhenghe completely ignored them, his eyes fixed on the golden needles on Grandpa Lin's body. After a long while, he completely disregarded his image and exclaimed, This is the golden needle of good fortune that has been lost for thousands of years. Oh my god! I never thought that I, Zhao Zhenghe, would be able to see the legendary first needle of antiquity one day. I will die without regrets. Because he was too excited, Zhao Zhenghe's breathing became rapid and he almost fainted. What, the golden needle of fortune? Dr. Zhao, are you sure? Lin Zhenghua looked at Zhao Zhenghe excitedly and asked. Lin Shiu and other members of the Lin family also looked at Zhao Zhenghe. If they remembered correctly, Zhao Zhenghe once said that if they wanted to cure the old man, they could only use the golden needle of fortune. Now that the golden needle of fortune has appeared, doesn't it mean that the old man can be safe? Zhao Zhenghe took a few deep breaths to keep himself calm, and said, That's right, the golden needle of fortune is known as the best needle in ancient times. It can take away yin and yang, determine life and death, and dare to snatch life from the king of hell. Don't even mention that you still have a breath left. Even if you step into the gates of hell, the golden needle of fortune can bring you back to life within an hour. It's just that this needle technique was lost thousands of years ago. I didn't expect that it would appear in the world today. As he spoke, Zhao Zhenghe stared at the 9 silver needles, trying hard to recall the acupuncture method that Yi Xian had used just now. Unfortunately, he couldn't think of it for a long time, so he had to give up. Old Master Lin was already seriously ill, and Yi Xian's magical golden needle brought him back from the brink of death. As long as you rest and recuperate for a period of time, your body will recover and living another 10 or 20 years will not be a problem at all. Receive. When no more black blood oozed out from the ends of the golden needles, Yi Xian shouted softly, took back the 9 golden needles, and put them into the cloth bag. Lin Zhenghua immediately went up to him and said, Mr. Yi, how is my father? Lin Shiu's beautiful eyes also fell on Yi Xian. With a hint of nervousness, her fingers were clenched tightly together, fearing that she would hear some bad news. Yi Xian glanced at Lin Zhenghua and said, The old man is fine now. I guess he will wake up soon. Really? Lin Zhenghua was inexplicably excited. I don't have to lie to you. Yi Xian replied, turned his head, fixed his gaze on Zhao Zhenghe, and said calmly, Do you think you are a quack doctor now? A bitter smile appeared on Zhao Zhenghe's face. Quack. Does he count? Of course not. Otherwise, he would not have become the leader of the 4 great doctors in Jiangnan province. But what he did just now is no different from a quack doctor. If Yi Xian had not taken action, he would have really taken the human life lightly and pushed a living person into hell. What? You think I said something wrong? When Yi Xian saw Zhao Zhenghe's appearance, his eyes narrowed slightly. No. I am. Zhao Zhenghe opened his mouth and finally nodded vigorously. In the field of traditional Chinese medicine, the most accomplished ones are the teachers, and they never take advantage of their seniority. Compared with Yi Xian, if he is not a quack, then what else is he? This scene also shocked everyone around. Zhao Zhenghe is the leader of the 4 great doctors in Jiangnan province and a leading figure in the traditional Chinese medicine community in Kyushu. But now, Zhao Zhenghe actually bowed to a boy in his early 20s and even admitted that he was a quack doctor. If this gets out, not only Jiangnan province, but the entire Jiuzhou will be in uproar. Divine Dr. Zhao. When Lin Zhenghua saw Zhao Zhenghe's expression, he wanted to speak to comfort him. Master Lin, you don't have to call me that anymore. Zhao Zhenghe interrupted Lin Zhenghua, shook his head and said, Yi Xianqing is right. I am a mediocre doctor and cannot be called a miracle doctor. If it weren't for Mr. Yi, I would have taken someone's life. Master Lin, I'm very sorry about this matter. In addition, I will return all the medical fees you gave me. Lin Zhenghua wanted to speak, but at this moment, Lin Shiu beside him suddenly said in surprise, Grandpa is awake. Crash. Hearing this, everyone subconsciously turned their eyes to the bed. The next second, everyone was stunned. Because Mr. Lin, who was diagnosed as dead on the hospital bed, not only opened his eyes at this moment, but also sat up. Really sat up. The key point is that Mr. Lin's face is ruddy and his breathing is strong and powerful. At first glance, no one would believe that Mr. Lin had no breath of life a few minutes ago. Alive. Really alive. When the doctors who followed Zhao Zhenghe to treat Mr. Lin saw the scene, their legs went weak and they almost collapsed to the ground. The scene before them completely overturned their cognition. Even their decades of medical knowledge were shattered into pieces with one punch. When we diagnosed Mr. Lin just now, he had already completely lost all hope of survival and was dead in the medical sense. But now, Mr. Lin is actually alive. The key is that he even sat up. Like nothing happened. How is that possible? If there weren't so many people here, they would probably suspect that they were seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Zhao Zhenghe's heart was also filled with huge waves and he couldn't calm down no matter what. He had heard his master talk about it before, and had also seen descriptions of the golden needle of creation in ancient books. He knew that the golden needle of creation must be extremely magical. But he never imagined that the golden needle of creation would be so magical. Not only did he rescue Mr. Lin from the brink of death, he also restored all of his body functions. The key point is that with his eyes, he can clearly see that this is not Mr. Lin's last burst of vitality, but he has truly recovered. See Yin and Yang, determine life and death, dare to fight the king of hell for your life. This is the horror of the first ancient needle. Dad, you finally woke up. Grandfather. Old man. The Lin family also came to their senses at this moment and gathered around the bed. Lin Shiu cried with joy, Grandpa, how do you feel now? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Mr. Lin smiled gently, touched Lin Shiu's head, and said, I'm fine. I feel very well now. Don't worry. As he spoke, Mr. Lin looked at Zhao Zhenghe and said, Dr. Zhao, thank you for your help. It seems that I owe you again. Old Master Lin subconsciously thought that it was Zhao Zhenghe who saved him. When Zhao Zhenghe heard this, his face flushed. He pointed at Yi Xian and shook his head, saying, Mr. Lin, please stop irritating me. The person who saved you was not me, but Mr. Yi. Chapter 12 Get Married. After hearing what Zhao Zhenghe said, Mr. Lin noticed Yi Xian standing next to him. Very young, but with eyes that are extremely deep. Even though he was dressed in ordinary clothes, he exuded an aura that looked down on both heaven and earth. The best among men. This word inexplicably flashed through Mr. Lin's mind. He had experienced many vicissitudes of life. As the helmsman of the Tianhai Lin family, he had even been to the battlefield and received medals. He thought he had seen many young talents, but he found that none of the young talents he had seen could be compared with the young man in front of him. Young man, thank you for saving me. I cannot thank you enough. From now on, if you need help from our Lin family, as long as you ask, our Lin family will never refuse. Old Master Lin looked at Yi Xian kindly. Yi Xian waved his hand casually and said, Grandpa, you don't have to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank your granddaughter. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be here. Poetry? Mr. Lin was startled, then seemed to have thought of something, looked at Lin Shiu, and said, Shiu, who is this young man? Lin Shiu glanced at Yi Xian, bit her red lips and said, Grandpa, he is my boyfriend, Yi Xian. Hearing this, Grandpa Lin showed an excited look on his face. Good, good, good. Great. Not bad, Shiu, Grandpa is very satisfied. The next second, he said something shocking. Young man Yi, I know Shiu's character well. She is willing to bring you to see me, so she must like you very much. Your character is beyond doubt. You saved me this time. If that's the case, you two don't need to date anymore. Find a time for you and Shiu to get married. That's perfect. I can still live for a few more years. If you have another child in a year, I'll take care of it for you. Ah. Yi Xian and Lin Shiu were both stunned and looked at Grandpa Lin in amazement. Lin Zhenghua, Wang Ruru and other members of the Lin family were all stunned. Lin Zhenghua couldn't help but said, Dad, isn't this a little too hasty? Wang Ruru also said, Yes, Dad, even if you agree, you should at least get engaged first and then talk about marriage. Isn't it too fast to get married right now? Grandpa, my brother and sister-in-law are right. This is too fast. Old man. Other members of the Lin family also began to persuade them. The doctor standing next to Zhao Zhenghe looked at Yi Xian with envy and jealousy. This is Lin Shiu. The most beautiful woman in Jiangnan province, she is also the eldest daughter of the Lin family and the future successor of the Lin family. Whoever marries Lin Shiu will get the entire Lin family's property. Even though Yi Xian was once a country bumpkin, he will soar to the sky and become a big shot in Tianhai in the future. Why is this kid so lucky? Listening to the Lin family's words, Mr. Lin frowned and said, "Shut up, everyone." What? Do you think there is something wrong with my decision? Lin Zhenghua smiled bitterly and said, "Dad, that's not what I meant, it's just bullshit, shut up." Old Master Lin glared at Lin Zhenghua fiercely, then looked at Yi Xian and said, "Young man Yi, what do you think?" Hearing this, Yi Xian subconsciously wanted to refuse. This time he just came to pretend to be Lin Shiu's boyfriend, but he never thought about marrying Lin Shiu. Besides, even if he agreed, Lin Shiu would not agree. Who would be willing to marry a man they had only met once? He had been broken off once today, and he didn't want to be broken off a second time. Otherwise, if this got to the ears of the 5 senior sisters, they would probably laugh at him for the rest of his life. However, before Yi Xian could speak, Lin Shiu suddenly said, "Grandpa, I agree." Grandpa Lin smiled brightly, looked at Yi Xian, and said, "Young man Yi, my granddaughter has agreed. As a grown man, you should also express your opinion." Yi Xian was stunned for a moment and looked at Lin Shiu with a strange expression. He clearly remembered that Lin Shiu hated him very much, so why did she suddenly agree? Is it to repay a favor? Thank him for saving your grandfather? Yi Xian shook his head, it was almost impossible. Although he and Lin Shiu had only known each other for less than a day, he still understood Lin Shiu's character. She was definitely not the kind of person who would marry someone else just to repay a favor. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian glanced at Lin Shiu, and finally nodded and said, "Grandpa, I'll listen to you. But it's too fast to get married all at once. Why don't we get engaged first and get used to each other? If it's suitable, Shiu and I can get married later. What do you think?" These words were also the result of Yi Xian's careful consideration. This time, when he returned to Tianhai, in addition to fulfilling the engagement with the Qin family as instructed by the old man, he also investigated the news about his parents. He will not leave Tianhai in the short term. Then of course you need a place to live. The Lin family is just the right fit. But marrying Lin Shiu was a bit too much. After all, it doesn't matter to men, but if a woman gets the news that she is married, it's not good for her reputation. If it was just an engagement, it would at least sound better than a divorce. When Lin Zhenghua heard what Yi Xian said, he also said, "Grandpa, I think what Yi Xian said is right. It's not too late to get engaged first and then get married. This is also in line with our Jiuzhou tradition." Mr. Lin was silent for a while, and finally looked at Lin Shiu and said, "Shiu, what do you think?" "I have no objection." Lin Shiu nodded gently. Grandpa's illness had just recovered. If she said she didn't want to be engaged to Yi Xian, the fake boyfriend matter would be exposed. If Grandpa gets angry and something bad happens, God knows whether Yi Xian can be rescued. This was a result she couldn't see no matter what. Besides, it's just an engagement, not a marriage. If she really falls in love with Yi Xian during the engagement, then everything will just develop according to what Grandpa said. If she still can't fall in love with Yi Xian, then she can tell Grandfather about breaking off the engagement, and Grandfather will be more willing to accept it. Okay. When Mr. Lin heard Lin Shiu's agreement, he immediately laughed and said, "Since you all agree, then it's settled. I remember that 3 days later is an auspicious day, so let's choose that day as the engagement date." What? Hearing what Grandpa Lin said, all the Lin family members present were stunned. Lin Zhenghua couldn't help but ask, "Dad, isn't this speed a bit too fast?" Old Master Lin glared at Lin Zhenghua and said, "What's the hurry? It's settled. The engagement party will be held in 3 days. This matter is left to you. You must make it a grand event and don't embarrass the Lin family. Got it?" "Dad, I know." Lin Zhenghua smiled bitterly and nodded. He knew his father's character very well. Once a decision was made, no one else could refute it. Mr. Lin ignored Lin Zhenghua and looked at Yi Xian and Lin Shiu, saying, "Shiu, since you and Yi Xiaozi are going to get engaged soon, you two should live together from now on. Just treat it as a way to adapt to married life in advance." "Yes, Grandpa." After hearing what Mr. Lin said, Lin Shiu opened her mouth, but ultimately chose not to refuse. Since Lin Shiu didn't refuse, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't refuse. "Old man, I'll listen to you." When Mr. Lin saw this scene, the smile on his face became even brighter. Chapter 13 Living Together. Since Mr. Lin's health had just recovered and he needed to undergo a series of examinations, Yi Xian stayed with Lin Shiu to take care of Mr. Lin. By the time all the examinations were completed and we left the hospital, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Walking out of the hospital, Yi Xian felt as if he was dreaming. Who could have thought that so many things would happen on the first day he came down the mountain? First he slept with Lin Shiu, then went to Qin's house, but was sadly broken off the engagement. Now he is inexplicably engaged to Lin Shiu. With this kind of change, I'm afraid I can't even write a novel. Lin Shiu also remained silent. She also didn't expect that so many things would happen in just one day. She had a relationship with an unknown man for no apparent reason, and this man happened to save her grandfather and now has become her fiancé. To be honest, she didn't want to marry a stranger for no reason, even if the other person saved her grandfather. But she didn't want to disappoint her grandfather. Besides, no matter what, Yi Xian is her first man and her grandfather's savior, so it doesn't matter if she marries Yi Xian. Anyway, as the daughter of a big family, it is very difficult to marry someone you love. The two walked towards the parking lot in silence and got into the car. Lin Shiu started the car and left Tianhai First Hospital. Inside the car, the atmosphere was very quiet. Yi Xian finally couldn't help it and said, "Miss Lin, don't worry about anything. I won't stay in Tianhai for too long. I will leave when I finish my business. At that time, I will find an excuse to tell the old man to cancel our engagement." When Lin Shiu heard this, she couldn't help but frown slightly. What does this mean? Is she, Lin Shiu, so unsightly? She turned her head and glanced at Yi Xian, took a deep breath, and said, "I'm not worried about anything. Since I agreed to be engaged to you, I will naturally marry you and continue the Yi family's lineage. I will not break my promise." Yi Xian sighed and said, "Ms. Lin, you don't have to do this." Although he likes beautiful women, he also has his own principles. Lin Shiu obviously doesn't like him, and forcing them to be together will only ruin Lin Shiu's life. As for taking away Lin Shiu's virginity, it was completely an accident. Lin Shiu was drugged at the beginning. If she had been detoxified immediately, perhaps the effect of the drug could have been neutralized. But Lin Shiu had been gone for too long, and the effect of the medicine had already mixed with her blood. Even with his medical skills, he couldn't dissolve it. The only way to save Lin Shiu is to combine yin and yang. Otherwise, Lin Shiu's mind will be destroyed by the drug and she will become a fool. Lin Shiu glanced at Yi Xian with a complicated expression and said, "I have made up my mind. You don't need to persuade me. At least I don't hate you that much now. Marrying you is better than a family marriage and marrying a man I don't like." Hearing Lin Shiu's words, Yi Xian shook his head and said, "It's up to you." Lin Shiu glanced at Yi Xian, bit her red lips, and finally said nothing. Inside the car, peace returned again. 6 o'clock in the evening. Yi Xian's figure appeared in a 3-story detached villa. This is Lin Shiu's residence. Lin Jianwan Villa area. Lin Shiu's villa is villa number 6. Come in. Lin Shiu got out of the car, glanced at Yi Xian, and walked into the villa. Yi Xian didn't care at all. He followed Lin Shiu with a military green backpack on his back, admiring the proportion between her waist and hips. After entering the villa, Lin Shiu changed into a pair of slippers, and then took out a pair of brand new men's slippers from the shoe cabinet and handed them to Yi Xian. "Grandpa and my dad sometimes come to my villa, and this is prepared for them. You can wear it first. If it doesn't fit, we can buy another one tomorrow." "No, I'll just do whatever I want." Yi Xian waved his hand nonchalantly. For him, as long as it could be worn, he didn't have any big requirements. Lin Shiu nodded, and waited until Yi Xian changed his shoes before saying again, "Grandpa said that we will live together in the future, but we don't have any relationship after all, so we have to make it clear first. First, you can't just come into my room when I'm not home. Second, you are not allowed to touch anything of mine." "Of course, I won't touch your things or enter your room casually." "Do you agree?" Yi Xian said indifferently, "I agree, I have no objection." He agreed to get engaged to Lin Shiu simply because he wanted to find a place to live. Everything else was completely unimportant. Hearing Yi Xian's agreement, Lin Shiu let out a long breath and said, "Since you agree, I will take you to the room upstairs now. I am the only one living here. Except for the master bedroom, you can choose any other room." After saying that, Lin Shiu took Yi Xian and walked upstairs. After walking around, Yi Xian chose a room near the back garden. The environment is nice. You can see the back garden when you open the door.
Seeing Yi Xian had chosen a room, Lin Shiu nodded and said, Yi Xian, you will live in this room from now on.
The sheets and quilts are in the closet, all brand new. Just take it out and lay it out. My room is the third one on your right. If you need anything, you can come to me.
Afterwards, Lin Shiu stretched lazily, revealing her proud figure. No, I'm in the hospital today and I smell like disinfectant. I need to take a shower first. Yi Xian, if you're hungry, go to the kitchen and make yourself.
You don't need to call me. I usually only eat fruit salad at night.
After watching Lin Shiu leave, Yi Xian turned around and returned to his room.
Close the door.
Yi Xian sat down on the sofa. Then he opened the canvas bag he had been carrying with him. Apart from a few clothes that were almost white from washing, there were only two things in it:
a framed photo and a dragon-shaped ring. The photo shows 5 little girls and 1 little boy. The 6 of them are standing together and grinning. Even though they are young, one can vaguely see that the 5 little girls are all beautiful girls. When they grow up, they will definitely be stunningly beautiful. Looking at the little girl in the photo, a hint of longing appeared in Yi Xian's eyes. At the beginning, after being picked up by the old man, since the old man often had to go out, 5 senior sisters who were older than him took care of him. Although the 5 senior sisters all went down the mountain later, they would come back to see him every year and bring him delicious food, various toys, and clothes. Unfortunately, when he turned 18, his 5 senior sisters came back to celebrate his coming of age and then left. For the next 5 years, he never saw his 5 senior sisters again. He also asked the old man, but the old man just told him that the 5 senior sisters were fine and asked him not to worry, and did not say anything else. Chapter 14. Can you come to my room?
Big sister, second sister, third sister, fourth sister, fifth sister, don't worry, Xiaoxian will find you soon.
This day won't be too long.
Yi Xian gently stroked the photo, then carefully put it away. Then he picked up the dragon-shaped ring next to him. According to the old man, this ring is called the Dragon King Ring, and as long as one holds the Dragon King Ring, one can take over the Dragon King Palace that he founded. However, he was skeptical about the Dragon King Palace. In his impression, the old man is a person who can lie down but never stand. Creating a force requires a lot of effort and it is absolutely impossible for the old man to do it. But no matter what, this ring was left to him by the old man. Even if there is no Dragon King Palace, it's good to just think of it as a thought. Yi Xian played with the Dragon King ring for a while and put it into his backpack. Then, he pinched his fingers together and condensed a rune that fell on the Dragon King ring. This way, even if someone took the Dragon King ring away, he would be able to find the whereabouts of the Dragon King ring with the help of the rune. As for wearing the Dragon King ring on his hand, he had never thought about it at all. Based on his understanding of the old man, perhaps this Dragon King Palace does exist, but it definitely means a lot of trouble. He now just wants to stay quietly in Tianhai, investigate the whereabouts of his parents, and not get into too much trouble. After doing all this, Yi Xian took a set of clean clothes and towels from his canvas bag and walked into the bathroom. He had a fierce battle with Lin Shiu last night and sweated a lot. Then he stayed in the hospital for most of the day, so he had to take a shower. I turned on the shower and took a quick bath. After Yi Xian changed his clothes, he felt a little hungry. Just as he was about to go downstairs to the kitchen to see if there was anything to eat, he heard a knock on the door.
Yi Xian, are you in the room? I need your help with something.
Lin Shiu's clear voice came from outside.
Yi Xian got up and opened the door.
The moment the door opened, he saw Lin Shiu standing at the door in black lace pajamas. At this moment, Lin Shiu should have just taken a shower. Her hair was wet, like a beautiful woman coming out of the bath. The pajamas cover the 3 points very well, but the half of the beautiful legs exposed outside makes people imagine. The peaks on the chest are towering and eye-catching. The key is that Lin Shiu's skin is very white. After taking a hot bath, the rosy feeling of the white skin makes people feel itchy.
It even gives people a thrilling visual impact. Lin Shiu didn't notice Yi Xian's gaze at all. After Yi Xian opened the door, she said, Yi Xian, can you come to my room? To your room?
Yi Xian widened his eyes and looked at Lin Shiu with a strange expression.
Didn't Lin Shiu tell him before that he was not allowed to go to her room?
It has only been a short time since then, and she actually took the initiative to invite him.
What's going on? Could it be that this girl witnessed his bravery last night and planned to renew her relationship with him? So does he agree? Or does he agree?
After all, if you refuse an invitation from a beautiful woman, you will be struck by lightning. Seeing Yi Xian's expression, Lin Shiu knew that her words were too ambiguous and caused Yi Xian to misunderstand her. She hurriedly explained, "You don't think too much. The shower in my room is broken. It leaks no matter how I turn it off. If the main valve is turned off, the whole villa will be without water, so I would like to ask you to go and see if you can fix it." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Shiu seemed to be afraid that Yi Xian would misunderstand her, and continued, "I have no other choice. I only know a maintenance worker, but he has a lot of things to do and has no time to repair it today. That's why I came to see you. You'd better not let your imagination run wild, or I'll beat you up." As she spoke, in order to increase the persuasiveness of her words, Lin Shiu waved her pink fist at Yi Xian. Looking at Lin Shiu like this, Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that Lin Shiu, who had acted so strong at the Qin family today, would have such a lovely side. Perhaps, this is her truest side. "Yi Xian, what are you thinking about? I warn you, although Grandpa asked us to get engaged, there is no relationship between us. Last night was also an accident. If you dare to do anything, don't blame me for being rude to you." Just as Yi Xian was deep in thought, a deliberately fierce voice sounded in his ears. When Yi Xian came back to his senses, he saw Lin Shiu clenching her fists and staring at him, but considering Lin Shiu's beautiful face, it not only did not have any lethality, but instead gave people an urge to pinch her face. Yi Xian smiled and said, "I'm not thinking nonsense. I'm just thinking about how to tell you in a pretentious tone that I can repair it." When he first followed the old man to practice, he had to rely on himself for everything. He had learned everything, such as washing clothes and cooking. Repairing a shower head was a piece of cake for him. Boast. Lin Shiu rolled her eyes at Yi Xian, ignored him, and turned to walk towards her room. After walking a few steps, she found Yi Xian still standing there, and couldn't help but ask, "Didn't you say you could repair it? What are you still standing there for? Here it comes." Yi Xian chuckled. He suddenly realized that after spending an afternoon together, there seemed to be less of a barrier between him and Lin Shiu, and there was no longer the awkwardness of their first meeting. Soon, Yi Xian walked into Lin Shiu's room. Immediately, a fresh and elegant fragrance filled the air. He immediately determined that this was the smell of Lin Shiu, not the smell of perfume. Glancing around, the room's furnishings came into view. The whole room was extremely simple, unlike other women's rooms, which had a pile of cosmetics and perfumes, and a large number of books on the desk, all of which were related to finance. Some books were placed casually on the desk. Obviously, these books were not just for display, but were often read by Lin Shiu. "What are you looking at?" Lin Shiu noticed that Yi Xian was looking at her room, and a blush flashed across her pretty face. This was the first time she had a member of the opposite sex come to her room. "Nothing? I'll go to the bathroom and help you check the shower. Go outside and turn off the main valve first, and get a toolbox." "Good." Lin Shiu nodded, turned, and walked outside. After Lin Shiu left, Yi Xian went straight into the bathroom. Just as he was about to check where the shower was leaking, Yi Xian caught a glimpse of a basket in the corner. There were several pieces of clothing in the basket, and on top of the clothes was a set of underwear. Very erotic. Could this be something Lin Shiu just changed out of? A thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind, his breathing became a little rapid, and the scene of last night emerged in his mind. So exciting. Chapter 15 Hongmeng's Secret Book. The Other Side. Lin Shiu went downstairs, turned off the main switch, and was about to go to the storage room to get a toolbox. Suddenly, she thought of something, her face changed drastically, and her eyes immediately became flustered. She usually threw her changed clothes into the hamper in the bathroom, and this time was no exception. She had intended to put it in the washing machine after taking a shower, but because of the shower head incident, she forgot about it for a moment. Yi Xian is in the bathroom now, so he must have seen everything. She once heard from her best friend that some men have perverted hobbies and like to do something with women's underwear. This guy Yi Xian always likes to talk nonsense, so he might do something with her underwear. Thinking of this, Lin Shiu couldn't sit still anymore. She didn't go to the storage room anymore and ran up to the second floor in a hurry. Under Yi Xian's astonished gaze, Lin Shiu rushed into the bathroom and pushed Yi Xian aside. She looked carefully at the underwear in the small basket and found no changes. She then breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Xian's face was filled with black lines. What did this girl mean? Do you look down on him so much? Even if he was horny, he wouldn't do anything with the underwear. Feeling Yi Xian's gaze, Lin Shiu pretended to be calm and said, "Yi Xian, I just remembered that I have something else to do in the company. I'll go to the study first.
The toolbox is in the storage room on the left side of the first floor. Go get it yourself."
After saying that, Lin Shiu didn't give Yi Xian any chance to speak and rushed out of the bathroom with the small basket. Rushing into the study and locking the door, Lin Shiu finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the office chair. Her heart was pounding wildly and her face was burning hot. Although she had had sex with Yi Xian yesterday, it was completely unconscious.
It's nothing like it is now.
Her underwear was being stared at by a man.
She could even feel Yi Xian's burning gaze. Calm down. Calm down. Lin Shiu, what's the big deal? It's just underwear. There are so many people wearing bikinis on the beach. It's not a big deal.
Lin Shiu kept comforting herself in her heart, trying hard to calm herself down, but the more she did so, the redder her face became.
In the bathroom.
Watching Lin Shiu running out in a hurry, Yi Xian looked helpless.
What are you talking about? It makes him look like a pervert.
Besides, he was completely passive in what happened last night. If it weren't for his amazing fighting ability, he would have become a weakling today.
Call.
Exhaling, Yi Xian suppressed his thoughts, turned around and walked out the door, going to the storage room to get the toolbox. After fixing the bathroom shower, he left Lin Shiu's room. Originally, he wanted to ask Lin Shiu if she was okay, but after knocking on the study door for a long time, no one responded. He could only tell Lin Shiu through the study that the shower was fixed and then left.
Since Lin Shiu didn't want to eat, Yi Xian cooked some noodles in the kitchen. After eating, he returned to his room. Lock the door.
Yi Xian took out the bedding from the closet, spread it out, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began his daily practice. When he was going down the mountain, the old man reminded him that although his realm and cultivation were already quite good, Zhou was a vast land with abundant resources, and it was far from as simple as it seemed on the surface. There must be some more powerful existences hiding in the dark. If he wants to thrive in Zhou, he must improve his own strength. After all, there is always someone better than you, and it's always a good idea to improve your strength. Without thinking anymore, Yi Xian closed his eyes and began to practice his martial arts. The martial art that Yi Xian practiced was called Hongmeng's Secret Book. This martial art was not taught to him by the old man, but was a treasure he obtained when he accidentally broke into an ancient cave and accidentally awakened the residual soul of an ancient powerful man. According to the description given by the remaining soul of this ancient powerful man before it dissipated, the Hongmeng's Secret Book is a martial arts method passed down from ancient times. And according to the description of this ancient powerful being, the Hongmeng's Secret Book is not only a method of cultivation, but also contains everything and contains the martial arts inheritance of countless ancient powerful beings. However, he could not directly inherit the martial arts from these ancient powerful men. Only when his strength is raised to a certain level can he inherit the martial arts from these ancient masters. The stronger you are, the more martial arts inheritance you will obtain. It's a pity that after so many years of practice, he only acquired a sword technique called Bloodthirsty Slash, and nothing else. It's not that he didn't practice hard, but the practice of Hongmeng's Secret Book is extremely difficult. Breaking through a realm is at least several times more difficult than that of ordinary people. But, every sip and every pack. Although it is difficult to break through, the true chi that is cultivated is also far more than that of ordinary people by several times, or even dozens of times. For ordinary people, challenging opponents of higher levels is extremely difficult, but for him, challenging opponents of higher levels is not a difficult thing and he can do it easily. Of course, this is just one of them. Secondly, according to the description of this ancient powerful man, as long as he can obtain a legacy from the Hongmeng's Secret Book, he will be able to receive an infusion of the power of heaven and earth, and his strength can be further improved by several realms. The speed of cultivation will also be greatly accelerated. This is also the reason why he chose to practice Hongmeng's Secret Book even though he knew it was extremely difficult to practice. The more advanced his cultivation is, the more terrifying the effect of Hongmeng's Secret Book will be. He may be one step behind others now, but in the future he will be able to leave everyone far behind. As the Hongmeng's Secret Book was put into operation, a faint true energy overflowed from Yi Xian's dantian and lingered around his body. The true energy became pure and gradually turned into a golden light, like a giant dragon in the sky circling around him. His cultivation level also rose steadily at this moment. No words were spoken that night. Yi Xian woke up early from his practice. He wanted to practice for a while longer, but the spiritual energy in Zhou was too thin, far from the place the old man took him to. It was simply impossible for him to improve his cultivation further in a short period of time. It seems that I need to find a way to buy some medicinal materials and refine some pills. Yi Xian let out a breath of foul air. Anyway, the old man said that the Hongmeng secret book he practiced was extremely special, and even if he used elixirs to improve his strength, his realm would not be unstable.
Looking at the time, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yi Xian went to the bathroom to wash up simply, then opened the door and went downstairs. As soon as he went downstairs, he saw Lin Shiu sitting in the restaurant eating breakfast. There was also a brand new breakfast next to it, obviously prepared for him. Maybe because of yesterday's embarrassment, Lin Shiu's eyes were a little evasive and her face was a little red, which was very cute. Yi Xian looked at Lin Shiu's appearance, and a hint of mischief rose in his heart for some reason, and said, "Good morning, did you sleep well last night?" When Lin Shiu heard this, her pretty face became even redder, and she wanted to smash the sandwich in her hand onto Yi Xian's face.
This bastard actually has the nerve to ask this.
Last night, whenever she closed her eyes, some inappropriate things for children would appear in her mind, or Yi Xian would hold her underwear and laugh strangely in her dream.
How could she sleep well? Chapter 16, by Kaotang.
Seeing Yi Xian staring at her, Lin Shiu took a deep breath and pretended to be calm and said, "Of course I slept well.
I slept until dawn."
For some reason, perhaps because of the embarrassment of last night, Lin Shiu suddenly found that there didn't seem to be that sense of strangeness between herself and Yi Xian anymore. The two of them seemed as if they had known each other for a long time, which was very strange. Yi Xian looked at Lin Shiu, chuckled, sat down on the chair, picked up the breakfast next to him and started eating.
Yi Xian, are you free later? Do you want to come with me to see Grandpa?
Lin Shiu asked when she saw Yi Xian sitting down.
Yi Xian took a bite of the sandwich and said, "Can we go in the afternoon? I have something to do later."
The reason he came back this time was, firstly, to investigate his own life experience, and secondly, to find his 5 senior sisters. But the old man didn't tell him the information about the 5 senior sisters, obviously worried about his lack of strength. Now the spiritual energy of Jojo is unable to support his cultivation, so he must purchase medicinal materials, refine pills, and improve his cultivation.
Something to do?
Lin Shiu frowned and said, "Is there anything I can help you with?"
No, it's just a small matter. Yi Xian waved his hand, then thought of something and said, "By the way, do you know where there is a better Chinese medicine store in Tianhai?" Chinese medicine store? Lin Shiu glanced at Yi Xian and frowned. "Are you injured?" "No."
Yi Xian shook his head and said, "I want to buy some medicinal herbs to see if I can improve my cultivation. Also, although Mr. Lin's health has improved, he is old after all, and his health is not as good as before. I just happened to buy some medicinal herbs for Mr. Lin to nourish his body. Then he can live another 30 or 50 years without any problem."
Yi Xian, are you telling the truth?
Lin Shiu's body trembled, and her beautiful eyes stared at Yi Xian. Grandpa is the best person in the Lin family to her, even better than her parents. Even though Yi Xian cured her grandfather yesterday, her heart still couldn't calm down, for she was afraid that all this was just an illusion that would disappear with a breeze. Now hearing Yi Xian say that his grandfather could live another 30 to 50 years, how could she not be excited? Yi Xian shrugged and said, "Of course it's true.
Why would I lie to you?"
His greatest reliance when he came down the mountain this time was not his cultivation, but his medical skills that dared to compete with the King of Hell for lives. A pill recipe he casually threw out was enough to drive the whole world crazy. If there were enough medicinal herbs, it would not be a problem for Grandpa Lin to live another 30 or 50 years, let alone several hundred years. Hearing Yi Xian's affirmative answer, Lin Shiu became more excited and said, "Yi Xian, after breakfast, I will go with you.
By the way, I will go with you to buy some new clothes. What do you think?"
Last night, Lin Shiu discovered that the clothes Yi Xian was wearing had turned white after washing. Although Yi Xian didn't care, she couldn't help but care. No matter what, Yi Xian saved her grandfather and is now her fiancé.
She can't always wear old clothes. If others tell others about it, they will think she is abusing Yi Xian. Good. Yi Xian naturally would not refuse Lin Shiu's proposal.
He wanted to buy a lot of medicinal herbs this time, but he had no money. If Lin Shiu went with him, she would be able to pay. At worst, he can just return it to Lin Shiu later. After breakfast, Lin Shiu urged Yi Xian to go out. However, just as he was about to go out, Lin Shiu's cell phone rang. Yi Xian took a glance and found that it was a man named Secretary Li who called. He should be the person from the company that Lin Shiu mentioned.
Lin Shiu hesitated for a moment and answered the phone. Secretary Li, what's going on? Boss Lin, please return to the company soon. Something has happened at the Lin Group.
A nervous female voice came from the other end of the phone.
Lin Shiu realized that something was wrong.
Secretary Li was her secretary and normally he would never speak in that tone. But now that he was speaking in that tone, it meant that the matter must be serious.
I know, I'll be right back.
Lin Shiu hung up the phone, looked at Yi Xian, and said, Yi Xian, I'm sorry, something happened at the company, I have to go back immediately, and I can't accompany you to buy clothes and medicinal herbs. However, if you want to buy medicinal herbs, just go to Baikatang. It is the largest and most reputable Chinese medicine store in Tianhai. Secondly, if you want to buy clothes, just go to Tianhai Wanda Plaza. As she was talking, Lin Shiu thought of something and took out a bank card from her bag. She said, Yi Xian, you need money to buy herbs and clothes.
There is 1 million in this card. The password is 6 sixes. Use it first. If it's not enough, call me again.
After saying that, Lin Shiu stuffed the bank card in her hand into Yi Xian's hand and drove away in a hurry.
Yi Xian looked at Lin Shiu's actions and couldn't help but frowning.
Although he wanted to follow her, although his relationship with Lin Shiu was a little more harmonious now, they were still strangers after all. What's more, this was a call from Lin Shiu's company. If he asked rashly, what if the other party thought he had ulterior motives?
Forget it. At worst, I can wait for Lin Shiu to come back and ask her.
Yi Xian didn't think anymore and left the villa directly. He hailed a taxi on the side of the road and headed towards Baikatang that Lin Shiu mentioned.
Baikatang.
As soon as he got off the car, Yi Xian realized that Lin Shiu had not lied to him. Even though it is only 9 o'clock in the morning, the business of Baikatang is already booming, and people still come to buy medicine and see a doctor in an endless stream. The air was filled with a strong medicinal aroma. After sniffing the fragrance of the medicine gently, Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. When he first followed the old man to learn medicine, the first step was to distinguish the quality of medicinal materials by their aroma. Even though he hadn't seen the herbs yet, just from the aroma in the air, he knew that the herbs sold by Baikatang were of high quality and not shoddy.
Without hesitation, Yi Xian walked straight into Baichao Tang.
As there were too many people buying medicine, Yi Xian could only queue up an order.
While he was bored, he suddenly noticed a display cabinet inside Baikatang. Inside the display case is a purple Ganoderma lucidum the size of a human face. This purple Ganoderma lucidum is different from ordinary Ganoderma lucidum.
It is purple all over without a trace of other colors.
The whole Ganoderma lucidum is dotted with 9 small golden stars.
Under the light, the 9 small golden stars emit a faint light, which is extremely magical.
This purple Ganoderma lucidum seems to be exhibited by Baikatang as its treasure.
Even because he looked a few more times, someone immediately set his sights on him, as if they would capture him immediately if he had any other ideas. Yi Xian took a few glances inside with regret. The 9-star purple Ganoderma was just 1 step away from forming, but unfortunately, it was picked early in the last year. Such a good spiritual object has become useless garbage. At this moment, an old man in tang suit and a young girl appeared beside Yi Xian. The girl seemed to have heard Yi Xian's words, and immediately snorted coldly, saying, "Who are you? How dare you talk nonsense in Baichao Hall? Do you know that this 9-star purple Ganoderma lucidum has been identified by more than a dozen top Chinese medicine masters? You actually said it is useless garbage. Do you understand pharmacology?" Yi Xian glanced at the girl who was speaking. She was about 17 or 18 years old and pretty. If she were not so young and had not fully grown up yet, she would probably be not much different from Lin Shiu. She exuded a youthful aura all over her body. However, he particularly disliked the other party's aggressive attitude. However, he came to buy medicine, so he had no interest in arguing with the other party. He simply kept silent and concentrated on queuing. Chapter 17. I saw it with my eyes. What? You have nothing to say now that I've exposed you? I've seen many clowns like you who only seek to attract attention. Unfortunately, Baikatang is not a place that a clown like you can slander. When the girl saw Yi Xian's appearance, she thought that Yi Xian knew he was in the wrong, so she didn't dare to speak, and her attitude became more arrogant. The look he gave Yi Xian was full of disdain and contempt. Yi Xian didn't say anything. He was too lazy to pay attention to him and just treated the other person as air. He came here to buy medicine, not to argue with the other party. Kid, what's your attitude? Apologize to me right now, or don't blame me for being rude to you.
When the girl saw Yi Xian's attitude, a trace of anger immediately appeared on her pretty face. Just as she was about to go up and teach Yi Xian a lesson, the old man beside her spoke up, "Shanxian, don't be rude." The girl suddenly stopped talking, pouted her lips, and glared at Yi Xian fiercely. The old man seemed to be quite knowledgeable and had a good attitude. He looked at Yi Xian and said, "My apologies, little brother. My granddaughter has a bad temper. I apologize for offending you just now." "Oh." Yi Xian replied calmly, his eyes not changing at all. When the girl saw that her grandfather actually apologized to Yi Xian, but Yi Xian still seemed indifferent, her anger grew even stronger. "Grandpa, what are you saying to this clown? I think you should just have him kicked out. This kind of rubbish staying here is simply tarnishing the reputation of Baikatang." Seeing his granddaughter being so rude, the old man coughed, and the girl's voice stopped immediately. Then, the old man looked at Yi Xian again and said curiously, "Little brother, you just said that this 9-star purple Ganoderma lucidum is useless garbage. I wonder how you can tell that." Yi Xian glanced at the old man and said indifferently, "This kind of useless garbage can be seen with the eyes." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the entire hall changed. Even with the old man's skill in cultivating his qi, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. He originally thought that Yi Xian had some basis for saying that the 9-star purple Ganoderma was garbage. As a result, he didn't expect that Yi Xian would say this. This kind of useless garbage can be seen with the eyes. Oh shit. Did he know that the 9-star purple Ganoderma lucidum was the treasure of Baikatang and had the effect of prolonging life and bringing the dead back to life? It is a rare treasure that Baikatang obtained from the depths of Shenanjia at a huge cost. In order to verify the authenticity, more than a dozen top Chinese medicine masters from across the country were invited to jointly identify it, and only then was it confirmed that the 9-star purple Ganoderma lucidum was authentic. Someone once was willing to spend 1 billion to buy the 9-star purple Ganoderma lucidum, but was rejected without hesitation by Baikatang. The 9-star purple Ganoderma lucidum, which is now regarded as the treasure of Baikatang, was actually called useless garbage by a young man. The key is that the other party's tone seems to be stating a fact. This guy must have been kicked in the head by a donkey, otherwise why would he say such a thing? Compared to the old man, the girl's face had turned completely cold. She pointed at Yi Xian's nose and cursed, "Boy, are you still looking with your eyes? I think you are blind. Who gave you the courage to slander the reputation of Baikatang? Kneel down and apologize immediately. Otherwise, I will break your legs and make you crawl out of Baichao Hall." In the girl's mind, Yi Xian is a complete clown, and he probably wants to attract attention in this way. For this kind of trash, don't waste your time talking to him, just give him a severe lesson. Several Baikatang employees also gathered around, intending to teach Yi Xian a lesson, but were stopped by the old man who had regained consciousness. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly, suppressed his anger, looked at Yi Xian, and said, "Little brother, do you know that this 9-star purple Ganoderma lucidum has been identified by more than a dozen top Chinese medicine masters, and everyone's identification results are exactly the same? This is a 9-star purple Ganoderma lucidum. Now you say that the 9-star purple Ganoderma is garbage, you have to show evidence, you can't just say it without any evidence. Also, I forgot to introduce myself. I am He Zhizhang, the owner of Baikatang." Yi Xian didn't expect that this old man was actually the boss of Baikatang, but he didn't want to waste time. Whether it is garbage or not, you can cut off a piece of Ganoderma lucidum and test it on a mouse to know. You. No matter how good-tempered old He Zhizhang was, he was still angered by Yi Xian's words. Shameless. So shameless. He had never seen anyone as shameless as Yi Xian. As we all know, 9-star purple Ganoderma is different from other medicinal materials. It can be cut into pieces and used without affecting the efficacy. The whole plant of 9-star purple Ganoderma must be taken. Once you cut it, even with just a tiny wound, the medicinal effects of the 9-star purple Ganoderma will disappear in a very short time and it will completely turn into garbage with no medicinal effects at all. Now Yi Xian asked him to cut off a piece of 9-star purple Ganoderma lucidum for identification. Isn't this clearly a rogue act? It's like someone suddenly tells you that the money in your bank card is all fake, and asks you to give me the money and I will spend it for you. Isn't this just treating people like fools? Seeing her grandfather so angry, the girl quickly comforted him, "Grandpa, calm down. There's no need to be angry with a clown. Leave it to me now. I'll teach this guy a lesson for you." As she spoke, the girl looked at Yi Xian and said, "You bastard. How dare you anger my grandfather and talk nonsense in Baikatang?
Today I will teach you a lesson and let you know what it means to cause trouble with your mouth. As she spoke, the girl raised her foot and kicked Yi Xian hard. This kick was accompanied by a sharp sound of wind. Very fast.
Xianxian, what are you doing? Stop it now.
He Zhizhang finally came to his senses, and his face changed instantly when he saw this scene.
How could he not have thought that his granddaughter would resort to violence over a disagreement?
You should know that his granddaughter is not an ordinary person, but a genuine ancient martial artist, and now she has even entered the stage of Huajin. With an ordinary kick, even a stone can be broken into pieces. There was no aura on Yi Xian's body, and he looked like an ordinary person.
How could Yi Xian withstand the angry kick from his granddaughter?
If Yi Xian was kicked, even if he was lucky enough not to die, he would probably have broken bones and tendons.
He wanted to stop it, but he was just an ordinary man. How could he stop it?
He could only watch helplessly as the girl kicked Yi Xian fiercely.
Xianxian, you shouldn't be so reckless. You probably just want to teach this kid a lesson. Nothing should happen.
He Zhizhang sighed in his heart, thinking that his granddaughter would not be so careless. If Yi Xian was fine later, he would just give the other party more compensation.
The screen rotates.
When Yi Xian saw the girl's actions, he stood there motionless, as if he was frightened. When the girl saw this scene, the sneer on her face became more intense.
She thought Yi Xian had the guts to speak so arrogantly in Baikatang. What kind of ability did he have?
It turned out that he was just an embroidered pillow. However, even so, she would teach Yi Xian a lesson today and let this kid know that there would be a price to pay for going wild in Baikatang.
Chapter 18 Apologize to me. Bang! The kick landed on Yi Xian without any suspense.
A bright smile appeared on the girl's face, as if she saw Yi Xian being kicked away by her, kneeling on the ground, crying and begging her to spare him.
But the next second, the smile on the girl's face froze.
She found Yi Xian standing there motionless, as if it was not him who was kicked. Not only that, she also felt a powerful recoil force coming from Yi Xian's body, which caused her right foot to hurt.
How so? My kick was actually blocked by this clown? This is the body protecting chi. How is this possible?
Compared to the girl, He Zhizhang who was standing next to her showed an unprecedented look of fear on his face.
His face turned extremely pale in an instant.
The girl might not have seen it, but he, who was standing next to her, saw it clearly. The girl's kick did not hit Yi Xian at all. But when it got 1 centimeter close to Yi Xian's body, it was blocked by an invisible barrier. This is clearly the protective chi that can only be possessed by reaching that level. The young man in front of me has actually entered that realm.
This was definitely not something that Baikatang could afford to offend.
At this moment, Yi Xian's voice sounded with a hint of indifference. I'll give you a piece of advice, girl, don't be so irritable, otherwise, you might lose your life. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's body shook, and an invisible airwave surged out, directly pushing the girl out. Fortunately, Yi Xian came to buy medicine this time and didn't want to cause any trouble, so he just asked the girl to take a few steps back. Otherwise, the girl would have been a corpse now.
The true energy is released.
He Zhizhang swallowed hard. He was completely sure that Yi Xian had already entered that realm. He quickly took a step forward, bowed respectfully to Yi Xian, and said, "Thank you, sir, for showing mercy."
At this moment, He Zhizhang's way of addressing Yi Xian also changed completely.
He knew very well what it meant to step into that realm. It meant having the power of life and death over ordinary people. Even if his granddaughter was killed, no one would dare to say a word, and the police might not intervene.
The strong cannot be humiliated.
These 5 words are not just words. Yi Xian glanced at He Zhizhang and said calmly, "You are quite reasonable, but this is only for this time. If your granddaughter does it again next time, don't blame me." He Zhizhang heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Just as he was about to say something, he heard the girl's voice, "Grandpa, why are you apologizing to this clown? I was just careless just now."
The girl's pretty face turned red and she looked angry.
She didn't think Yi Xian was strong at all. In her opinion, it must be because she was careless just now that this happened. Now that she has put all her energy into it, she will definitely be able to teach Yi Xian a lesson. As she spoke, the girl was about to take action again. Seeing this, He Zhizhang hurried forward to stop the girl and angrily said, "He Qianqian, how long are you going to make trouble?" The young girl He Qianqian froze in place immediately. In her entire life, she had never seen her grandfather so angry. Not to mention calling her by her first name. This was the first time she could remember. He Zizhang took a deep breath and said, now, apologize to this gentleman immediately.
He Qianqian widened her eyes and almost doubted what she heard. What? Grandpa, why are you asking me to apologize to this clown? He Qianqian's face was full of indignation. It was clearly the guy in front of her who was insulting Bai Qiatang. She was just trying to clear Bai Qiatang's name, so why should she apologize? He Zizhang's face became colder and colder, and he shouted angrily, He Qianqian, I'll say this one last time, apologize to me immediately, otherwise, don't call me grandpa anymore. Although Yi Xian just said that he would not pursue the fault of his granddaughter. But now with his granddaughter's attitude, God knows whether Yi Xian will regret it.
Seeing the flash of coldness on Yi Xian's body just now, he had no doubt that someone had died on Yi Xian's hands. He is very powerful and has killed people before. Bai Qiatang must not offend such a person. He Qianqian never thought that just one sentence from her would cause such a big reaction from her grandfather. Even at the cost of breaking off relations with her. What is going on? Seeing that He Qianqian didn't move, He Zizhang became even more anxious. He Qianqian, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you apologize quickly? He Qianqian came back to her senses, looked at her grandfather's appearance, gritted her teeth, and finally apologized to Yi Xian reluctantly, saying, I'm sorry. Yi Xian glanced at He Qianqian and didn't even bother to answer. What he disliked most was this kind of spoiled young lady, and he didn't want to have anything to do with her. He may not pursue her this time, but if she dares to make a move next time, he will not be polite either. Seeing this scene, He Zizhang heaved a sigh of relief. He bowed slightly to Yi Xian again and said, Sir, I'm very sorry about what happened today. As an apology, all your consumption at Bai Qiatang is free today. Also, sir, this is Bai Qiatang's gold card. From now on, sir, you can get a 50% discount on all medicinal materials you buy at Bai Qiatang. As he spoke, He Zizhang took out a gold card from his pocket and handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at the gold card and did not refuse. He would need a lot of medicinal materials in the future, and having a gold card could save him a lot of money. Besides, this is the other party's apology, why shouldn't he accept it? When He Zizhang saw Yi Xian accept the gold card, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it meant that Yi Xian would no longer pursue the matter. Then, he bowed and said, Sir, you just said that this 9-star purple Ganoderma lucidum is useless garbage. Please explain it to me. Yi Xian glanced at He Zizhang and said, Now you don't think I'm talking nonsense anymore. He Zizhang smiled awkwardly and said, Sir, you are joking. It was just a misunderstanding. He did suspect that Yi Xian was talking nonsense before, but since he knew that Yi Xian had already entered that realm, he completely dispelled this idea. Once you reach that level, you will be a top figure not only in Tianhai, but even in Jiangnan province. Would such a big shot joke with you? No way. Yi Xian wanted to refuse, but after thinking about He Zizhang's identity and the purpose of his visit to Bai Qiatang today, he finally said, Since you still know right from wrong, I will explain it to you. The corners of He Zizhang's mouth twitched. Under normal circumstances, who would dare to speak to him in this tone? But now he didn't dare to show anything, but said, Please tell me clearly, sir. Yi Xian didn't waste any words and said directly, Since you know about 9-star purple Ganoderma, then you should know what 9-star purple Ganoderma is. He Zizhang nodded and said, I know. According to ancient records, the growth of 9-star purple Ganoderma is extremely demanding. It takes 100 years to take root, 200 years to sprout, another 300 years to grow, and 400 years to mature. The whole process takes 1,000 years before it can take shape. After the 9-star purple Ganoderma was formed, it was purple all over, and there were 9 golden stars dotted on the Ganoderma. Under the light, the golden stars sparkled, which was extremely magical. This is also the standard used by the dozen or so Chinese medicine masters for identification. Only then did they determine that this purple Ganoderma lucidum is the legendary 9-star purple Ganoderma lucidum. At this point, He Zizhang looked at Yi Xian and said, Sir, is there any problem with this appraisal? Of course there is no problem with this identification. Yi Xian replied casually, It's just that you overlooked the most important point. Chapter 19 Verifying the Authenticity. The most important point? He Zizhang looked at Yi Xian in confusion. That's why the 9 golden stars dotted on your 9-star purple Ganoderma only sparkle golden light under the light. If I'm not mistaken, as long as the lights are turned off, these 9 Venus should be extremely dim, or even have no light at all, right? He Zizhang nodded, Sir, you are right. As long as the lights are turned off, the gold star on the 9-star purple Ganoderma will indeed not have any light. But after our deduction, it is highly likely that the 9-star purple Ganoderma was picked just after it matured, so the Venus is dim. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian asked back, then do you know why the 9-star purple Ganoderma is called a spiritual object of heaven and earth? This. He Zhizhang was speechless and didn't know how to start. His knowledge of the 9-star purple Ganoderma was limited to ancient books, and his understanding of the spiritual creatures of heaven and earth mentioned by ancient warriors was very limited. Seeing Yi Zhizhang's expression, Yi Xian knew that he didn't understand, so he simply said, the reason why the spiritual creatures of heaven and earth are called spiritual creatures of heaven and earth is because they were born from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, so they are qualified to be called spiritual creatures of heaven and earth. Even if the 9-star purple Ganoderma has just matured, it will still shine with golden stars and will never be dull. The longer it matures, the brighter it will shine, and it may even be accompanied by a strange fragrance. Originally, this 9-star purple Ganoderma would have fully matured in just 1 year, but you picked it a year in advance.
This is why the gold star on the 9-star purple Ganoderma is dim.
Now, let alone bringing back the dead, if an ordinary person eats 1 bite of the 9-star purple Ganoderma, they will surely die.
Even the great immortal cannot save them.
Speaking of this, Yi Xian felt a little regretful.
The 9-star purple Ganoderma lucidum can be considered an extremely precious spiritual object in heaven and earth.
If he were to use it to refine elixirs, it would be enough to make several life-extending pills. Once you take it, it can not only save you from the gates of hell, but also extend your life by 100 years.
But now, this 9-star purple Ganoderma lucidum is almost mature and is completely useless.
To call it garbage is an exaggeration. Yi Xian glanced at Yi Zhizhang again. If you don't believe me, you can do as I said before and try it on a mouse to see if what I said is true or not. Of course, you can also treat my words as fart, believe it or not. Hearing this, Yi Zhizhang glanced at Yi Xian, who looked calm, gritted his teeth and said, okay, sir, I'll do as you say.
He Qianqian was standing nearby.
When she heard what her grandfather said, her face changed and she said hurriedly, Grandpa, this is the 9-star purple Ganoderma.
If this kid talks nonsense, the 9-star purple Ganoderma will be completely ruined.
He Zhizhang took a deep breath and said, I believe this gentleman is not lying to me, because I have read in ancient books that once the 9-star purple Ganoderma lucidum matures, it will indeed shine with golden stars. But now the gold star of this 9-star purple Ganoderma is dim. I thought it was because this 9-star purple Ganoderma had just matured, but now it seems that this may not be the case.
Besides, the 9-star purple Ganoderma was originally meant to save people.
If it not only fails to save people, but instead becomes a tool for killing, He Zhizhang, will never forgive myself in this life. At this point, He Zhizhang paused for a moment before continuing, if you are wrong, then He Zhizhang, have made a contribution to the description of the 9-star purple Ganoderma. This will also help future generations understand that the 9-star purple Ganoderma also has strengths and weaknesses. As he spoke, He Zhizhang directly called a doctor from Baikayatang and asked him to bring a little white mouse. At the same time, he walked towards the 9-star purple Ganoderma lucidum. He Qianqian looked at her grandfather's appearance and stomped her feet, glaring at Yi Xian fiercely with her beautiful eyes. She swore in her heart that if Yi Xian was lying, she would make him pay. Yi Xian completely ignored Yi Qianqian's gaze and instead looked at Yi Zhizhang, with a strange look flashing in his eyes. He didn't expect that Yi Zhizhang would have such courage. This was a little beyond his expectations. Not only Yi Xian and his companions, but also those who came to Baikayatang to see a doctor and buy medicine, all turned their eyes to Yi Zhizhang.
Everyone held their breath.
They felt they were about to witness something big.
Soon, a squeaking little white mouse was brought over by the doctor in a cage.
He Zhizhang also took out the 9-star purple Ganoderma lucidum very solemnly.
Just as he was about to cut off a piece of Ganoderma lucidum for the little white mouse to eat, Yi Xian's voice rang out, don't bother with that. Just dip a silver needle in some juice and it will be enough.
He Zhizhang glanced at Yi Xian, and then asked someone to bring a silver needle, which he pierced into the 9-star purple Ganoderma lucidum, allowing the silver needle to be stained with the juice of the 9-star purple Ganoderma lucidum. Then he inserted the silver needle into the body of the little white mouse. Squeak! As soon as the silver needle was inserted, the little white mouse let out a shrill cry.
In less than 3 seconds, the little white mouse lay in the cage, not breathing.
Blood was flowing out of all his 7 orifices.
So miserable.
At this moment, the entire Baichao hall fell silent.
The whole space was as silent as a cemetery at midnight. Such silence even makes people feel suffocated. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Dead. Really dead. Just a little bit of juice on the silver needle could poison a little white mouse to death in less than 3 seconds. This poison is too strong. If a person eats a bite of this, he will probably die on the spot. He Zhizhang was also sweating profusely at this moment, his back was soaked with sweat, and an unprecedented fear enveloped his whole body. You should know that the 9-star purple Ganoderma lucidum was obtained by Baikatang at a huge cost. Placing it in Baikatang not only demonstrates Baikatang's strength, but also aims to wait for the opportunity to sell it at a high price. However, anyone who can afford the 9-star purple Ganoderma must be a top-notch figure. If the 9-star purple Ganoderma were to fall into the hands of some important person, it would cause the death of that person. Not to mention that Baikatang will be reduced to ashes under the anger of the family behind this big shot. I am afraid that the Yi family will also disappear from this world. As soon as he thought of this, He Zhizhang felt cold all over, and he was secretly grateful in his heart. Fortunately, he did not drive Yi Xian away, otherwise it would be too late to regret. Chapter 20, Martial Arts Master. At this moment, He Qianqian was also stunned. His face was full of disbelief. How come she didn't expect that Yi Xian actually didn't lie? The 9-star purple Ganoderma lucidum that was regarded as a rare treasure by Baikatang turned out to be useless garbage. No. To be precise, it's worse than garbage. At least the garbage doesn't hurt people. If Yi Xian hadn't exposed the 9-star purple Ganoderma lucidum today, if it was used to save people, Baikatang would be in unimaginable trouble. Even her master might not be able to save Baikatang. At this moment, He Qianqian's gaze towards Yi Xian became complicated. How could she not have thought that the guy whom she called a clown would now save the entire Baikatang? This sudden change made her feel a little at a loss for a moment. I don't know how long it took before someone walked in from outside, breaking the tranquility of Baichao Hall. Wow! The next moment, the scene was boiling. This is actually true? I must be dreaming. The 9-star purple Ganoderma lucidum that Baikatang treasures is actually fake? It's highly poisonous? It's going to explode. The entire Chinese medicine community is going to explode. More than a dozen Chinese medicine masters are actually no match for a young man in his 20s. Are you kidding me? What are you talking about? Haven't you heard that heroes emerge young? Huo Zubing was made Marquis of Guanjuan at the age of 18, and was made Marquis of Langjuxu at the age of 22. What's wrong with being young? This result is shocking. He Zhizhang also came to his senses at this time, and quickly asked someone to put away the 9-star purple Ganoderma lucidum, waiting for him to destroy it personally. Then, he looked at Yi Xian and bowed, saying, "Sir, thank you for saving Baikatang. I, He Zhizhang, will never forget this great favor. In the future, sir, if you have any needs, as long as you ask, Baikatang will never refuse." Boss He, you're welcome. Yi Xian waved his hand nonchalantly. He Zhizhang looked at Yi Xian and suddenly realized that he didn't even know Yi Xian's name. He immediately said again, "Sir, I haven't asked your name yet. What are you doing here at Baikatang? Do you need my help?" Yi Xian, the Yi that covers the sky, the Xian of Xianyuan, I came here to buy some medicinal herbs. Upon hearing this, He Zhizhang said without any hesitation, "Mr. Yi, you are a distinguished guest of Baikatang. You don't need to queue up. If you need any medicinal materials, just tell me and I promise to find them for you, Mr. Yi." Yi Xian didn't waste any words. The reason why he told He Zhizhang about the 9-star purple Ganoderma was to ask He Zhizhang to help him find medicinal materials. After all, he needed too many medicinal herbs. He took out 2 written lists from his pocket and handed them to He Zhizhang. One is the nourishing medicinal herbs bought for Mr. Lin. One of them is the medicinal materials he needs to make pills. I need the herbs on these 2 lists. For the dozen herbs on the first list, just prepare 10 prescriptions for me. For the herbs on the second list, the more the better. Money is not a problem, but I have only one request: the quality of the herbs must be guaranteed. He Zhizhang took the list and took a look at it. The first list contained some tonic medicines, which did not surprise him. But when he saw the second list, he was stunned. Because on the second list, there were almost 100 kinds of medicinal herbs densely written. There are many precious medicinal herbs among them, which even Baikatang does not have. If you want to get all of them, you must spend a lot of money. Yi Xian saw He Zhizhang's appearance and frowned. What? Is there any problem? He Zhizhang came back to his senses and said, "No problem, but Mr. Yi, Baikatang has all the herbs on the first list,
but if you want to get them all, you need to get them from other branches, which will take about an hour. As for the second list, there are too many varieties of medicinal herbs on it. Some of them are quite precious and even Baikatang doesn't have them. It will take some time to collect them all. How long will it take? Yi Xian asked. He Jizheng thought for a moment and said, it will take at least 3 to 5 days. Okay, then I'll trouble you, boss He, to collect these herbs for me. When all the herbs are collected, please call me. As for the herbs on the first list, I'll come get them in an hour. Mr. Yi, no problem. Afterwards, Yi Xian did not stay in Baikatang for long. He left his phone number and asked He Zhizhang to collect the herbs and call him, then left Baikatang. Only after Yi Xian left did He Zhizhang breathe a sigh of relief. He felt as if his whole body was soaked in water and his clothes were soaked. After taking a deep breath, he looked at Yi Qianqian and said in a deep voice, Qianqian, you must never be so reckless in the future. Don't act rashly. Do you know that you almost offended a top-level expert today? Even if there was no 9-star purple Ganoderma, you would have brought disaster to Baikatang. When Yi Qianqian heard this, she naturally knew what her grandfather was talking about, and couldn't help but refute, Grandpa, I admit that he can see the 9-star purple Ganoderma lucidum, which is indeed extraordinary. But you said that he is a top-level expert, isn't that a bit too much? Yi Xian is only a few years older than her, and perhaps he has practiced martial arts, but how strong can he be? Grandpa actually said that he almost offended a top-level powerful person. How could she believe it? He Zhizhang shook his head and said solemnly, Qianqian, do you remember what I taught you before? No one should be underestimated. Mr. Yi is indeed young, but if I am not mistaken, Mr. Yi is a true martial arts master. What? Martial arts grandmaster? He Qianqian widened her eyes and looked at her grandfather in disbelief. Grandpa, you are not kidding me. How old is he? He is a martial arts master. How is this possible? She has been practicing with her master since she was young, so she naturally knows what the 4 words Master of Martial Arts mean. It means that you are a strong person standing on the top of the mountain. It means you can kill a well-equipped special forces team with your bare hands. Meaning you can face hot weapons fire without even wincing. This means that you have the power to decide life and death over other martial artists below the rank of martial arts master. You can control the life and death of others. This is the power of a martial arts master. However, it is extremely difficult to become a martial arts master. Even her master is stuck at the level of a half-step master and has yet to become a martial arts master. But now her grandfather told her that Yi Xian, who was only a few years older than her, was actually an extremely powerful martial arts master. This was really unbelievable for her. He Zhizhang did not answer He Qianqian's words, but looked at the direction where Yi Xian left. After a long while, he said, Qianqian, actually Grandpa was wrong just now. Mr. Yi is not a martial arts master. He is a more terrifying existence than a martial arts master. He is only in his early 20s. If Mr. Yi is given another 20 years, how much will he grow into? It is beyond imagination. Perhaps it is not impossible for him to stand at the top of Kyushu. If you don't practice, you will see me like a frog in a well looking at the moon. If you practice, you will see me like an ant looking at the sky. Perhaps this sentence will be a true portrayal of all geniuses seeing Mr. Yi in the future. He Zhizhang's voice was very plain, but when it reached He Qianqian's ears, it made her scalp tingle and her entire brain went blank. She stood there in a daze, not knowing what she was thinking. Chapter 21 Goodbye Qin Yanran. Yi Xian naturally didn't know the conversation between He Zhizhang and his granddaughter after he left. For him now, he just wants to practice with peace of mind, investigate his background, and find the whereabouts of his 5 senior sisters. Nothing else matters. After coming out of Baikatang, Yi Xian planned to take a taxi to Wana Plaza to buy some clothes. After all, he didn't bring many sets of spare clothes when he went down the mountain this time. Moreover, he has to come back in an hour to get the herbs, so the round trip should be just the right amount of time. Just as he was about to stop a car on the road, Yi Xian heard a mocking voice coming from the side. Hey, aren't you a country bumpkin? Aren't you Lin Shiu's husband? How did you end up alone? Did Lin Shiu dump you? Hearing the voice, Yi Xian turned around and saw a pair of arrogant young men and women walking towards him. It was the eldest daughter of the Qin family, Qin Yanran, and her fiancé Wang Zihao. Behind them were 2 burly bodyguards who looked ferocious. Yi Xian couldn't help but frown. How could this world be so small? He could meet these two annoying guys everywhere. He glanced at the two of them, not even bothering to pay attention to them, and walked straight ahead. Qin Yanran saw Yi Xian ignoring her face suddenly became ugly, and she said angrily, "You country bumpkin, why are you pretending? Do you really think you are Lin Shiu's husband?
Bah! You are just a bumpkin. Why are you so arrogant? Stop right there. Otherwise, I will have someone break your legs."
Yi Xian did not stop. He had no interest in arguing with a slut. What a waste of time.
Damn it!
You country bumpkin, I told you to stop, you stop right there.
Qin Yanran ran forward a few steps and stood directly in front of Yi Xian.
Yi Xian frowned even deeper and said coldly, "Get out of the way, a good dog doesn't block the road." Qin Yanran sneered and said, "Country bumpkin, you dared to act wildly in the Qin family yesterday and even scolded me.
If you want to leave today, you can.
Kneel on the ground and kowtow to me a few times, and I will spare you.
Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you."
There was a gleam of resentment in Qin Yanran's eyes.
She now hates Yi Xian to the core.
If it weren't for Yi Xian, how could she be slapped by Lin Shiu, and how could she be slapped by her own grandfather? She didn't dare to cause trouble for Lin Shiu, but there was no problem in causing trouble for Yi Xian. Today she must teach this country bumpkin a lesson.
Yi Xian shook his head. He was becoming more and more confused. Was the old man really senile? If not, how could he have found him such an excellent fiancé?
Fortunately, the Qin family broke the contract, otherwise if I were to fulfill the engagement with such a person, I would be laughed to death by the 5 senior sisters.
Seeing Yi Xian didn't say anything, Qin Yanran thought that Yi Xian was scared, so she shouted, "Country bumpkin, are you deaf? Kneel down quickly, do you hear me? Otherwise, I will have someone kill you right now."
As she spoke, the 2 bodyguards beside Wang Zihao also took a step forward, looking at Yi Xian with teasing eyes, full of threats. Yi Xian shook his head and said, "If I were you, I wouldn't be jumping around outside, but would go home to accompany Qin Longhu, because he won't live for more than a few days."
Having said that, Yi Xian no longer paid attention to Qin Yanran and continued walking towards the road. He really didn't want to bother with such a person. It was too embarrassing.
"You son of a bitch, how dare you curse my grandfather?
Stop right there." Qin Yanran looked at Yi Xian's back, roared, took a step forward, and wanted to grab Yi Xian's clothes and pull him. Feeling the wind behind him, Yi Xian frowned and turned around abruptly. "Qin Yanran, do you want to die?"
Although Yi Xian did not use any true energy, he followed the old man in practicing and had no idea how much hardship he had endured and how many times he had been through life-threatening situations. It's no big deal to say that he crawled out from a pile of dead bodies.
One look is enough to shock everything.
At this moment, Qin Yanran, who had been shouting, froze in place. He felt as if he was being locked by the god of death. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar.
"You."
Qin Yanran subconsciously took a step back, but found that her legs were weak and she sat down on the ground.
The skirt she was wearing was lifted up, revealing a bright view.
There was no ripple in Yi Xian's heart. He sneered and prepared to walk towards the side of the road. However, after taking just one step, Yi Xian stopped. Because 2 burly figures appeared in front of him, blocking his way.
Wang Zihao's voice also rang out at this moment. "You scared my fiancé, and now you want to just walk away without giving me an explanation?" Yi Xian glanced at Wang Zihao and said calmly, "What do you want?"
Wang Zihao crossed his arms, looked at Yi Xian with a haughty expression, and said, "I don't want to do anything.
Just kneel on the ground and crawl out of my sight like a dog." "What if I don't?"
There was no emotion in Yi Xian's tone, but if someone was familiar with him, they would know that he was a little impatient.
"Ha ha ha." Wang Zihao laughed and said, "It doesn't matter if we don't do this? However, my 2 bodyguards have bad tempers. If something happens, I can't guarantee it."
Qin Yanran had already climbed up from the ground, and said with a ferocious face, "Husband, why are you nagging this bumpkin?
Just let the bodyguard break his legs."
When Wang Zihao heard what Qin Yanran said, he waved his hands at the 2 bodyguards without further ado and said, "I leave it to you. In 10 seconds, I want this kid to lie on the ground like a dead dog."
"Yes, master." The 2 bodyguards grinned and immediately walked towards Yi Xian.
One of the bodyguards even slapped Yi Xian on the shoulder with one hand, and veins on his arm bulged. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, because he believed that as long as he applied a little force, the boy would cry for his parents in pain. His arms gradually exerted force, but Yi Xian did not move at all.
Gradually, the smile on the bodyguard's face froze, and his face became horrified.
because he found that the young man in front of him was like a mountain.
He couldn't be shaken at all.
The other person's eyes were extremely cold, like the eyes of the god of death, which made people feel inexplicably terrified. His whole body was drenched with sweat. When another bodyguard saw this, he thought his companion was playing and couldn't help but said, "Old Black, stop playing and quickly deal with this kid. The young master is still waiting." As he spoke, he also extended a hand towards Yi Xian.
"Get out. I don't want to kill anyone."
Suddenly, Yi Xian's cold voice sounded like rolling thunder. At the same time, he stepped slightly with his left foot, and a stream of air appeared under his feet, rushing directly towards the two bodyguards.
The two men only felt a huge force hitting their chests.
They could no longer hold back and spit out blood. Then they flew out.
Bang!
In the end, the two men fell heavily on the concrete floor several meters away.
They fainted without even a scream. Chapter 22. Kneel.
This scene caused the surroundings to fall into dead silence. The people who were originally attracted by the noise and standing around to watch the fun were all staring at Yi Xian in amazement.
"Nima? Are you filming a movie? It's a scam. He didn't even touch anyone, but he flew away. This is too outrageous. This acting is a bit fake. It's a terrible movie. It's absolutely a terrible movie."
Yi Xian ignored the voices around him, his cold eyes fell on Wang Zihao and Qin Yanran, and he walked over step by step.
Wang Zihao and Qin Yanran were completely shocked.
How come they didn't expect that this country bumpkin in front of them could be so good at fighting? You should know that these two bodyguards were hired by the Wang family at a huge expense from an underground boxing ring. They have seen blood on their hands and are extremely powerful. They had seen with their own eyes that these two men could smash a brick into powder with one slap. Now these two people were actually blasted away by Yi Xian on the spot.
This is a fucking joke.
If Yi Xian did this to them, they would be lying on the ground.
"You, don't come over here. I'm from the Wang family, you can't touch me." Seeing Yi Xian coming over, Wang Zihao and Qin Yanran couldn't help but take a few steps back, their bodies trembling.
When he was 1 meter away from the two of them, Yi Xian stopped and shouted, "Kneel down."
Thump! Wang Zihao and Qin Yanran's hearts skipped a beat.
Fear burst out from their hearts. Their knees were out of control and they fell heavily to the ground.
The next second, Wang Zihao came back to his senses, looked at Yi Xian with a ferocious face, and roared, "Country bumpkin, you dare to make me kneel down, you are tired of living, I am the eldest son of the Wang family." Bang!
Before Wang Zihao could finish his words, a black shadow suddenly flashed before his eyes.
Bang!
Yi Xian raised his hand and slapped Wang Zihao in the face.
Ah!
Wang Zihao screamed and flew out. Half of his face was swollen and several teeth fell out of his mouth along with blood. Qin Yanran was startled, and then she yelled at Yi Xian, "You country bumpkin, you dare to hit my husband, you are tired of living."
Noisy!
Yi Xian's face was cold.
He raised his hand and slapped Qin Yanran directly on the face. Ah!
Qin Yanran let out a scream and also flew out, falling next to Wang Zihao. Half of her face was swollen, with clear slap marks, making her look like a pig's head. As if Yi Xian had done something insignificant, he said with a cold look in his eyes, "This slap is just a lesson for the two of you. Don't jump up and down in front of me next time, otherwise, you can't afford the consequences." After saying this, Yi Xian didn't even bother to look at the two of them. He just turned around and walked towards the road.
To him, Qin Yanran and Wang Zihao were just two clowns.
Arguing with such people was a sheer waste of time. They were courting death, so he could just beat them to death next time. Arriving at the road, Yi Xian got into a taxi and said, "Master, let's go to Wanda Plaza." The taxi started and disappeared in the traffic. It wasn't until Yi Xian left for a minute that Wang Zihao and Qin Yanran came to their senses.
"You country bumpkin, how dare you hit me? Husband, I was beaten by a bumpkin. Give me revenge. I want to kill this bumpkin." Qin Yanran's whole face was distorted. She had never suffered such a big loss. Wang Zihao's eyes flashed with resentment, and he said viciously, "Don't worry, I will make this bumpkin pay a heavy price. If you dare to hit me, you are courting death." As he spoke, Wang Zihao took out his cell phone from his pocket and made a call. "Brother Dao, it's me, Wang Zihao. Help me kill this guy. Don't worry, the other party is just a bumpkin with no background." "Okay, Brother Dao, I'll send you the guy's address when the time comes." As he was talking, Wang Zihao hung up the phone, looked at Qin Yanran, and said, "Let's go, follow this kid.
Someone will naturally take care of him when the time comes."
Qin Yanran nodded, and then said, "Husband, who is Brother Dao? Can he deal with that kid?"
Wang Zihao sneered and said, "Brother Dao is a member of the Blood Alliance, and his cousin is the leader of the Blood Alliance, Zheng Heihu.
It will only take a few minutes to deal with this kid." Blood Alliance. A look of joy appeared on Qin Yanran's face. Did she know about the existence of the Blood Alliance?
It was one of the underground overlords of Tianhai and was very powerful. It was said that it was backed by the king of Jiangnan, and even the top families in Tianhai were unwilling to offend it. If the other party takes action, he is just a young boy and is not worth mentioning. At the same time, Lin Group
Meeting room.
After receiving a call from her secretary, Lin Shiu rushed to the company from home and sat at the front row. On both sides of her, senior executives of the Lin Group were sitting there. No one dared to even breathe, the atmosphere was extremely solemn.
Because something big happened in the Lin Group. Just this morning, the stock of Lin Group suddenly plummeted.
The reason was that Lin Group's competitor, Duozi Beauty Group, released a new beauty oral liquid, which is about to be launched on the market. Moreover, according to the information released by the reporter, this beauty oral liquid is very effective. Only one course of treatment is required, and there will be significant changes in both skin and appearance.
There are even predictions that this beauty oral liquid from Duozi Beauty Group will change the landscape of Tianhai's beauty industry. This is simply fatal to the Lin Group.
Because Lin's Group is now the leader of Tianhai's beauty industry, and the reason why Lin's Group can maintain its leading position is that Lin's Group once developed a beauty oral liquid with similar effects. Now a product with better effects than the beauty oral liquid developed by Lin Group has appeared.
Who will buy the beauty oral liquid from Lin Group in the future? If this matter is not handled properly, the entire Lin Group may go bankrupt.
This is also the source of Lin Shiu's recent troubles. She had known about her competitor's oral beauty liquid for a long time and had been looking for a countermeasure. Otherwise, she would not have been able to attend the cocktail party yesterday. But she didn't expect the other party to hold a press conference so soon. Even though the launch time has not been determined, it has already posed a huge threat to the Lin Group. It is hard to imagine how big of an impact the company will have on the Lin Group once it goes public.
It's no exaggeration to say that it's like a tsunami. Call.
After a long while, Lin Shiu exhaled, and her voice rang out, "You should all know the news.
Next, let's talk about what we should do. How to deal with this crisis." Quiet. The entire conference room was silent, and no one spoke.
Everyone knows that speaking now would undoubtedly be like walking into a trap.
As for dealing with the crisis? Lin Group as flagship oral liquid has been crushed by others, how can it respond?
Lin Shiu crossed her arms and took in everyone's reactions.
Her gaze finally fell on the RD department and she said coldly, "It's been 3 years. It's been 3 whole years, and the beauty oral liquid of the Lin Group has not been upgraded at all. Do you have anything to say about this?"
Everyone in the RD department lowered their heads, not daring to even breathe.
After a few seconds, an old man stood up. He was a professor at Beijing Medical University and one of the main persons in charge of the RD department. "Boss Lin, it's not that we don't want to upgrade, but we are powerless. The efficacy of the beauty oral liquid from the Lin Group has reached its peak. Even if we want to upgrade it, it will be useless unless we start over with the secret recipe. Otherwise, let alone 3 years, even 30 years may not be enough to successfully upgrade it." As soon as these words came out, another old man with white hair stood up and said, "Boss Lin, we really want to improve the secret recipe, but we are powerless." "Yes, Mr. Lin, you are not in the pharmaceutical industry, you have no idea how difficult it is to modify a secret recipe." With the 2 old men taking the lead, a large group of people in the RD department stood up and cried. Lin Shiu also frowned. She knew that what this group of people said was right, but she really didn't want to accept it. The Lin Group was built by her grandfather and was handed over to her personally. She once told her grandfather that she would definitely develop the Lin Group. But she has only taken over the Lin Group for 3 years, and now the Lin Group is on the verge of bankruptcy. How would she face her grandfather in the future? Lin Shiu suppressed her thoughts and looked at the old man who spoke first. "Mr. Yang, is there no other way? For example, we spend a lot of money to buy a beauty secret recipe?" Chapter 23 Troublemakers are coming. "No way." Hearing Lin Shiu's words, old Yang shook his head and said, "We don't have any cheap beauty secret recipes even if we buy them.
Even if we have a beauty oral liquid secret recipe comparable to that of Duozi Beauty Group, it is priceless.
The price is not something our Lin Group can afford. Hearing this, Lin Shiu clenched her fists and said unwillingly, Mr. Yang, is there no other way?
Yes, but. Mr. Yang suddenly stopped and seemed to be hesitant to speak.
But what, Mr. Yang, please tell me.
Lin Shiu spoke up immediately.
Elder Yang took a deep breath and said, however, we can try to buy a residual beauty recipe. Although it is not a complete secret recipe, its price is very low. We can try to repair the residual recipe. If we succeed, we may be able to help the Lin Group survive the crisis. What is the success rate? Lin Shiu asked. Uncertain. Mr. Yang gave an answer, saying, there is no time limit for research and development.
Maybe a flash of inspiration will solve the problem immediately, or maybe no matter how much time you spend, it will be useless.
After hearing Mr. Yang's answer, Lin Shiu fell into silence. Mr. Yang's method is equivalent to a gamble.
The bet was won and the Lin Group successfully survived the crisis.
If the bet is lost, the fate of the Lin Group will be either bankruptcy or acquisition by others.
But now the Lin Group has no other choice.
If you don't take a gamble, you won't have any chance at all. Lin Shiu clenched her fists, made up her mind, and said, Mr. Yang, is there any way to buy the beauty formula?
Have.
Elder Yang nodded and said, I know Su Maolin, one of the 4 great doctors in Jiangnan province.
He has a beauty recipe that works well, and is no worse than the new product of Duozi Beauty Group.
I can call him and see if he's selling it.
If he is, maybe this is our chance. After hearing what Elder Yang said, Lin Shiu pondered for a moment and said, Elder Yang, I'll trouble you to contact Elder Su immediately and ask him about it.
Good. Hearing Lin Shiu's words, Mr. Yang nodded, took out his mobile phone and made a call. The entire conference room was silent, with only Mr. Yang's voice ringing out.
A few minutes later, Mr. Yang hung up the phone, looked at Lin Shiu, and said, Boss Lin, the other party agreed to sell it, but he didn't say the price. He just said that he would come to Lin Group to discuss it with you in detail in a few days when he returns to Jiangnan province.
I understand. Thank you, Mr. Yang.
Lin Shiu clenched her fists and breathed a sigh of relief.
If they could get this cosmetic prescription, the Lin Group would have some hope. Next.
Lin Shiu gave some instructions and told the R&D department to continue developing new products, then the meeting ended. She glanced at the time, told her secretary to call her if there was any news, and then left the Lin Group. She and Yi Xian had agreed to visit Grandpa in the afternoon, so she naturally couldn't go back on her word. On the other side, Tianhai Wanda Plaza. Yi Xian got out of the taxi, glanced around, and walked directly into a men's clothing store that looked more pleasing to the eye. He doesn't have any requirements for clothes, as long as they can be worn.
Hello, sir. What kind of clothes do you want to buy? Would you like me to recommend them to you?
As soon as Yi Xian walked in, a clerk came up to him.
Show me. Okay, sir, follow me.
Under the guidance of the shop assistant, Yi Xian selected several sets of clothes in the store.
All are casual clothes.
He doesn't like wearing suits, which is too restrictive for him.
Please help me pack up all these clothes. Okay, sir, wait a moment. Sir, I have already packed it. The total is 5,700 yuan. Since you are a new customer, I will give you a 10% discount. You only need to pay 5,100 yuan. Okay, swipe the card.
Yi Xian took out the card that Lin Shiu gave him. After swiping the card, Yi Xian walked out of the men's clothing store carrying a few bags.
Calculating the time, the herbs should be ready by the time we get back to Baikatang.
Yi Xian simply didn't stop, and stood at the intersection to hail a taxi. Just as he was about to get in, suddenly, his eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, and he said, Master, I'm sorry, I remembered that I have something else to do.
I won't take the taxi anymore. You go.
The taxi driver immediately felt that he was fooled.
Why are you waving if you don't want to take the taxi?
He was about to curse, but when he met Yi Xian's eyes, he closed his mouth obediently, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away. Yi Xian stood there, took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it.
Shrouded in smoke.
A pair of cold eyes swept across the bustling crowd. It seems that you really don't know how to live or die.
In this case, I will give you this chance.
Yi Xian carried a few bags and headed northwest. Before coming, he observed the surrounding environment. There was a small alley in the northwest direction with few people, which was just right for picking up some reckless garbage.
Not far away. A few sloppy hooligans were standing there.
The leader was a burly man wearing a black vest and with a scar on his face. "Brother Dao, that guy seems to have discovered us." A gangster with dyed yellow hair spoke.
"Found? Humph. So what if they found us?"
Brother Dao sneered and said, "A bumpkin from the mountains, don't take him seriously at all. Come on, follow him, and do as young Master Wang ordered, break his legs so that he can only crawl from now on."
Brother Dao and others quickly followed.
Soon, Brother Dao and his group came to a small alley, where they saw a young man leaning against the wall, holding a cigarette in his mouth and slowly exhaling a smoke ring. There were several bags at his feet. It was Yi Xian.
"I've been waiting for you for 2 minutes. You're finally here."
Hearing this, Brother Dao's expression changed slightly. They thought the guy had run away, but they didn't expect that he was waiting for them here.
Could it be that this guy has ambushed someone here?
Brother Dao and his group looked around vigilantly, wanting to see if anyone would appear from somewhere. Yi Xian took in the gazes of Brother Dao and his group, and said calmly, "You don't have to look, I'm the only one here." Brother Dao was startled when he heard this. He found that there was indeed no ambush around.
He then looked at Yi Xian and said, "Are you the bumpkin named Yi Xian? You are quite courageous. You actually dare to wait for us here alone."
Yi Xian's expression remained unchanged.
He flicked the ash off his cigarette and said, "Do you know me? It seems that Wang Zihao sent you here?"
He had just returned to Tianhai, and apart from Wang Zihao, he had not offended anyone.
Chapter 24. You go and destroy Wang Zihao for me.
Boy, you are quite smart. Brother Dao did not hide anything and said directly, "Master Wang, tell me so that I can cripple your legs and make you crawl out of here."
"Boy, if you know what's good for you and let me cripple you, I can save you some pain."
Yi Xian took a deep puff of the cigarette, flicked his finger, and flicked the cigarette but directly to Brother Dao's feet. "Destroy me?
You are not worthy. However, I can also give you a choice. Tell me where Wang Zihao is?
Then each of you cut off one arm, and I will spare you today."
Ha ha ha.
Hearing this, Brother Dao and the others burst into laughter as if they had heard a huge joke.
He looked at Yi Xian as if he was an idiot. Did this guy get kicked in the head by a donkey? How dare you threaten them? Is this because you are tired of living? Can't you see clearly how many people there are here? One person's spit can drown you.
A gangster pointed at Yi Xian and laughed, "Boy, who the hell do you think you are if you let us cut off one of our arms?"
But I can fulfill your wish and break one of your hands.
As he spoke, the gangster walked towards Yi Xian with a grim smile on his face. He just wanted to show off himself in front of Brother Dao. If he accidentally makes Brother Dao happy, he might reward him with tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. To be honest, Yi Xian really didn't want to fight against the gangster in front of him. But the gangster had already come to his side and punched him on the head. Yi Xian could only reach out and grab the other's arm.
Then, he folded it backhand.
With a loud crack sound, the gangster's arm was broken. Before the gangster could scream, Yi Xian had already locked his 5 fingers around his neck, and then swung his arm. The gangster flew several meters away like a broken sack.
Bang!
A dull sound was heard. The little gangster fell heavily to the ground, crying out for his parents. After dealing with this gangster, Yi Xian didn't stop and walked straight towards Brother Dao and his gang. Brother Dao looked unhappy, and he shouted at the hooligans around him, "Damn it, this is a tough idea, all of you come at me."
"Yes, Brother Dao."
The 7 or 8 thugs around him drew out their steel pipes and batons and rushed towards Yi Xian. The moment they approached, they didn't hesitate at all. They raised their weapons high and smashed them hard at Yi Xian.
However,
what they couldn't understand was that at the moment the baton and steel pipe fell, Yi Xian's figure disappeared out of thin air. Just when they were a little overwhelmed.
Bang, bang, bang.
The sharp sound of bones breaking rang out one after another. It was clearly visible that Yi Xian was as fast as light and flashed past those gangsters. Every time Yi Xian dodged past a gangster, the gangster's arm would be broken. A few seconds later, when Yi Xian stopped, those gangsters all lay on the ground, holding one arm and screaming like pigs being slaughtered.
Hateful.
Brother Dao's eyes were bloodshot. He roared, stomped his feet heavily, and pounced towards Yi Xian, punching him directly on the head. When this punch was thrown, sonic booms were heard in the air, and it looked very powerful. Yi Xian snorted coldly. Without dodging or evading, he directly punched forward.
Crack! The 2 fists collided. Dao Ji's arm was twisted and deformed. All the bones were broken. Brother Dao's neck was bulging with veins from the pain, and his eyes were bloodshot.
He wanted to scream out in pain, but Yi Xian punched him again.
Bang!
Brother Dao flew out and fell heavily to the ground. Before he could react, he found Yi Xian's figure had appeared in front of him, and he even stepped on his chest.
You, what do you want to do?
I am a member of the Blood Alliance, and my cousin is the leader of the Blood Alliance. If you dare to touch me, my cousin will not let you go.
Brother Dao roared. Blood Alliance. I'm waiting.
There was no fluctuation in Yi Xian's eyes.
He didn't know what the Blood Alliance was, but it didn't matter.
If the other party comes to cause trouble, just destroy them. He looked down at Brother Dao and said indifferently, "You just said you wanted to cripple my legs.
Do you want me to cripple your legs?"
Dao Ji's pupils shrank and he subconsciously raised his head, and immediately saw a pair of cold eyes in front of him.
Without any emotion.
He had no doubt that Yi Xian would really cripple his legs.
No,
this has nothing to do with me. All of this was instigated by Wang Zihao.
He gave me some money and asked me to cause trouble for you. This has nothing to do with me.
At this moment, Brother Dao no longer had the arrogance he had before.
Yi Xian glanced at Brother Dao and said calmly, "Do you know where Wang Zihao is?" Brother Dao nodded his head rapidly and said, "Yes, I know. You want revenge. I can take you there." "No thanks, I'm not interested in looking for trash."
Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian interrupted Brother Dao and said, "However, it's no problem for trash to find trash.
I'll give you a chance. Wang Zihao wants to cripple my legs, right? Go and cripple Wang Zihao's legs for me." "What?"
Brother Dao widened his eyes. He never expected that Yi Xian would ask him to defeat Wang Zihao.
Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. "Why, you don't want to?" Feeling Yi Xian's gaze, Brother Dao shuddered and said, Yes, no problem at all. "In that case, then go ahead.
Remember, if Wang Zihao is not crippled, I will come to find you again, and then I will cripple your limbs."
"If you don't believe me, you can try it."
After saying that, Yi Xian turned and walked to the corner, picked up a few bags on the ground, and turned to walk outside. He had indeed been planning to go and cause trouble for Wang Zihao himself, but gave up after thinking about it.
This is a piece of trash. It's a waste of his time to go find him.
It would be better to recycle the waste and let Brother Dao and his men do it. As for whether Brother Dao would do as he said, he was not worried at all, unless these people were not afraid of having their limbs crippled by him. After Yi Xian left, the gangsters endured the pain, struggled to get up from the ground, and came to Brother Dao. One of the thugs said, "Brother Dao, are we really going to do what this guy said and destroy young Master Wang? He is the eldest son of the Wang family." Brother Dao said with a gloomy face, "If you don't do what that kid says, do you want him to cripple your limbs?" Upon hearing this, several gangsters immediately shrank their necks. Others might be joking when they said they would cripple their limbs, but they believed that Yi Xian was definitely not joking. As for Wang Zihao, humph. The Wang family is just a second-rate family in Tianhai. Even if they want to destroy him, I can just ask my cousin to come forward, and the Wang family can't do anything to me. "Brother Dao, where is that guy? He broke one of our hands, and we're just going to let it go," a gangster said cautiously. Brother Dao glanced around and confirmed that Yi Xian was not there, then he said coldly, "Forget it? How is that possible? I have never suffered such a big loss before. But don't worry, my cousin will be back to Tianhai soon. It won't be too late to find trouble with that kid after my cousin comes back. All of you follow me now, let's go find Wang Zihao and destroy him first." "Yes, Brother Dao." A group of hooligans walked out of the alley with angry faces. They all hated Wang Zihao. If it weren't for Wang Zihao, they wouldn't have been ruined. Chapter 25, What did you buy this for? In a coffee box in Wanda Plaza. Wang Zihao and Xin Yanran, with half of their faces swollen, sat on the sofa drinking coffee. "Honey, can Brother Dao really deal with that news? Why do I feel a little uneasy?" Xin Yanran took a sip of coffee and couldn't help asking. For some reason, she felt a little uneasy now, as if something was going to happen. Wang Zihao sneered and said disapprovingly, "Don't worry, it's just a bumpkin. Brother Dao can deal with him easily without any effort. It probably won't be long before Brother Dao and the others come back to tell us the good news." After hearing this, Xin Yanran thought about it and felt that she was overthinking. How could a country bumpkin from the mountains be a match for the Blood Alliance? Bang! Just then, the door of the box was kicked open.
Who dares to kick my door? Are you tired of living?
Wang Zihao didn't even look at it and started cursing at the door.
I kicked it, what's wrong? An angry voice sounded.
Hearing the voice, Wang Zihao looked up and found a scarred man standing at the door.
It was Brother Dao. He stood up from the sofa, walked over and said, Brother Dao, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you. By the way, where's that bumpkin? Did you cripple him?
It would have been fine if he hadn't mentioned this. Once he mentioned this, the anger on Brother Dao's face became more intense. He rushed to Wang Zihao and slapped him in the face.
Ah!
Wang Zihao never expected Brother Dao to take action, and he was slapped hard in the face. The whole person spun a few times like a top, and then sat down on the ground.
Husband!
Qin Yanran screamed, rushed to Wang Zihao and helped him up. Wang Zihao shook his head vigorously, looked at Brother Dao with a puzzled look on his face, and said, Brother Dao, why did you hit me?
I'm going to hit you. If you hadn't asked me to deal with that bumpkin, would I have had my hand broken? FCK.
As he was speaking, Brother Dao rushed forward and slapped him a few more times. This time, not only Wang Zihao, but also Qin Yanran next to him was slapped twice, and the other half of her face was swollen like a pig's head. Brother Dao completely ignored Wang Zihao and said to the gangsters behind him, come up and hold him down.
I will cripple his legs myself.
Several thugs immediately rushed up and pressed Wang Zihao to the ground without saying a word. His legs were lifted up and placed on the coffee table. When Wang Zihao saw this scene, his face changed drastically. He didn't understand what Brother Dao wanted to do.
He said, Brother Dao, what do you want to do? You can't cripple me. I haven't offended you.
Brother Dao ignored him completely, took the steel pipe from a gangster and smashed it down hard.
Crack! Crack!
2 crisp bone-breaking sounds were heard, and Wang Zihao's 2 legs were broken on the spot.
Ah!
Wang Zihao screamed and rolled on the ground in pain.
Pooh!
Brother Dao spat and threw the steel pipe to the ground. Let's go.
The group left quickly.
The only people left in the box were Wang Zihao, who was rolling on the floor, and Qin Yanran, who was already scared silly. Yi Xian was unaware of what Brother Dao and his companions were doing. After leaving Wanda Plaza, he went directly to Bai Kaetang, took the tonic medicine prepared for Grandpa Lin, and returned to Linjiangwan Villa. As soon as he pushed the door open and walked in, Yi Xian found that Lin Shiu had returned. At this moment, Lin Shiu was sitting on the sofa, wearing an OL uniform that perfectly outlined her perfect figure. The front is convex and the back is curved.
Very eye-catching.
When she heard the door open, Lin Shiu raised her head, turned her head to look at Yi Xian who came in, and said, You're back?
Have you bought the herbs and clothes? I've already bought everything.
Yi Xian put the bag on the ground, thinking about what happened in the morning, and asked, Didn't you go to the company? Why are you back so early?
Have you solved the company's problems? Lin Shiu nodded and said, It has been temporarily resolved. Temporarily resolved? What does that mean?
Yi Xian was puzzled. Solved means solved.
What does it mean to solve it temporarily?
Lin Shiu glanced at Yi Xian, hesitated for a moment, and did not hide it, saying, I found a beauty formula. As long as I can buy it and repair it later, the company's troubles can be completely solved. But I have only found the beauty formula and have not purchased it yet, so it can only be said to be a temporary solution.
I see.
Yi Xian nodded thoughtfully, and then couldn't help but ask, Why did you buy this thing?
It's very troublesome to repair it.
If you're unlucky, it may not be repaired for several years. When he was learning medicine from the old man, he tried to repair some incomplete prescriptions out of boredom.
The whole process is extremely troublesome and there is no room for error.
If you take a wrong step, all steps will be wrong, and you may have to start over again. Since he repaired several broken squares, he has never touched them again.
But he didn't expect that Lin Shiu actually wanted to repair a cosmetic defect. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Shiu smiled bitterly and said, Do you think I don't know? But this is the only chance for the Lin Group. If we don't do this, the Lin Group may be close to bankruptcy. So miserable? What happened? Tell me about it? Maybe I can help you solve it.
Yi Xian walked over and sat down next to Lin Shiu. A faint fragrance emanated from Lin Shiu's body, which smelled very nice. Lin Shiu frowned and moved to the side involuntarily, as if she was not used to Yi Xian's approach. Yi Xian didn't react to this scene. Although he and Lin Shiu had had a relationship, strictly speaking, they had only known each other for 2 days at most. If a stranger whom you have known for less than a day sits next to you, anyone would probably feel repulsed. Lin Shiu seemed to know that her actions were a bit too much, and explained, Yi Xian, don't get me wrong. I'm just a little uncomfortable. I will try my best to adapt. You don't have to explain, I understand. Yi Xian shook his head, and then said, you should tell me about the Lin Group first, maybe I can help. Lin Shiu glanced at Yi Xian and nodded. Lin's Group is a beauty and pharmaceutical company. It once became the leader of Tianhai's beauty industry with a beauty oral liquid. But just today, Lin's Group's competitor, Duozi Beauty Group, released a new beauty oral liquid, which is even more effective than Lin's Group's beauty oral liquid. Lin Shiu briefly explained the whole story. After finishing speaking, Lin Shiu paused for a moment and continued, originally, I wanted to buy the complete beauty secret recipe. It's just that this kind of secret recipe, regardless of whether it can be bought or not, the effect that can be comparable to the products of Duozi Beauty Group must be expensive, which is not something that the Lin Group can afford. So, I can only settle for the next best thing and buy a beauty prescription to see if I can try to repair it. Having said that, Lin Shiu couldn't help but let out a long sigh. This is the only solution. If nothing is done, the Lin Group will just have to wait for death. Give it a try, maybe there will be a chance of survival. Chapter 26. Let's make a bet. After hearing what Lin Shiu said, Yi Xian looked strange. He thought Lin Shiu had encountered something big. The result, that acid? He can solve it with a wave of his hand. Isn't it just a little beauty secret? I can just give it to you. Why bother buying some residual beauty recipe? Yi Xian looked at Lin Shiu and said. When he followed the old man to learn medicine and alchemy, he had read countless prescriptions and pill recipes in the old man's library. There are countless beauty secrets. It is no exaggeration to say that any beauty formula he casually throws out is enough to defeat beauty companies all over the world today. Lin Shiu glanced at Yi Xian and frowned. Yi Xian, I know you are a skilled doctor, but medical skills and beauty secrets are two completely different things, do you understand? Lin Shiu didn't believe Yi Xian's words at all. In her opinion, Yi Xian was just bragging. It is undeniable that Yi Xian's medical skills are very advanced, even Zhao Zhenghe feels inferior to him. But it is simply impossible to come up with a beauty secret recipe just by relying on medical skills. After all, a beauty recipe contains at least dozens of medicinal ingredients, and the time required to perfectly match them is beyond imagination. By the time Yi Xian took it out, the daylily was already cold. As for the fact that Yi Xian had a ready-made beauty formula, Lin Shiu had never thought about it at all. She knew very well how valuable a beauty secret recipe was. If Yi Xian really had such a beauty secret recipe, he could just start his own company and monopolize the market. There would be no need to give it to her. This is totally against common sense. To put it bluntly, although she and Yi Xian were about to get engaged, they had no emotional foundation at all. Would you choose to hand over a priceless beauty secret to a random acquaintance? The answer is no. That's human nature. Yi Xian looked at Lin Shiu with a helpless look on his face. I'm telling the truth, why doesn't anyone believe me? He looked at Lin Shiu, and suddenly a cunning idea arose in his mind. He suddenly wanted to see what Lin Shiu's expression would be when she knew that he could come up with the beauty secret. Anyway, he has so many beauty formulas that it's useless to keep them. Thinking of this, Yi Xian looked at Lin Shiu and said with a smile, don't you trust me so much? How about we make a bet? Bet? Lin Shiu was stunned, somewhat confused. You don't believe me, do you? Let's make this our bet. If I can come up with the beauty secret, I win. If I can't, I lose. As he spoke, Yi Xian's eyes fell on Lin Shiu's beautiful red lips. He smiled and said, if I win, I won't ask for too much. Just give me a kiss. Lin Shiu's pretty face flushed, she glared at Yi Xian and said, what if you lose? I lost, and I agree to one condition of yours. Yi Xian replied. Okay, I'll bet with you. Lin Shiu thought about it and agreed. Anyway, she hasn't made much progress now, so she might as well take a gamble with Yi Xian. If the bet is won, the Lin Group will not have to bother buying any beauty recipes. As for kissing Yi Xian, it was no big deal. If nothing unexpected happens, perhaps she will definitely marry Yi Xian in this life, so she might as well take this as a way to adapt herself in advance. If she loses, the worst that can happen is that she will buy the beauty recipe from Su Maolin, one of the 4 great doctors in Jiangnan province. You can attack when you advance and defend when you retreat.
Why didn't she gamble?
Then, Lin Shiu stretched and said, Yi Xian, it's still early.
I'm going to take a nap first. We'll go to Grandpa's place in the afternoon.
Having said that, Lin Shiu stood up from the sofa and walked towards the 2nd floor. Just as she reached the stairs, Lin Shiu suddenly stopped, turned her head and looked at Yi Xian, and said, You just came back, you probably haven't found a job yet. How about going to work at the Lin Group?
Work?
Yi Xian was stunned. Lin Shiu nodded, If you marry me in the future, you will definitely be involved in the management of the Lin Group. It's a good opportunity for me to learn about the Lin Group in advance. Hearing this, Yi Xian subconsciously wanted to refuse. In his heart, he was engaged to Lin Shiu just because he wanted to find a place to stay in Tianhai so that he could do his own things.
Once he finds news about his parents in Tianhai, he might leave Tianhai.
At that time, the engagement with Lin Shiu might be cancelled. There is no need to go to Lin Group or not. Seeing Yi Xian's silence, Lin Shiu seemed to know what Yi Xian was thinking, and said, If you don't want to, forget it. Hearing this, Yi Xian was about to say something, but suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something, his eyes narrowed, and he changed his words, You think too much, I am not unwilling.
However, we are not engaged yet.
Let's get engaged in 3 days. Lin Shiu glanced at Yi Xian. She always felt that Yi Xian's behavior just now was a little strange, but she couldn't put her finger on it for a moment. She didn't delve into it and nodded, Okay, then you can go to work at the company after we get engaged. After saying that, Lin Shiu said nothing else. She twisted her sexy waist and went upstairs. Yi Xian sat on the sofa, staring at Lin Shiu's back with a frown. The reason why he suddenly agreed just now was that he discovered that the bloody evil spirit between Lin Shiu's eyebrows seemed to have condensed a little more.
A bad omen. A bloody disaster.
Once the blood and energy condense into shape, Lin Shiu is very likely to die. No matter what happened last night, or that Lin Shiu is about to become his fiancé, he must ensure that Lin Shiu is not harmed in any way. Therefore, he must go to the Lin Group.
Moreover, the old man said that his fate was extremely special and not controlled by heaven.
Even if he changed the fortunes of others, he didn't have to worry about backlash from heaven.
Otherwise, it would be useless even if Lin Shiu was told about the bloody disaster.
Even if she could avoid it the first time, she couldn't avoid it the second time. Only by breaking it forcibly could she solve the problem once and for all. In the next few days, Yi Xian's life was basically uneventful. Apart from following Lin Shiu to visit Grandpa Lin every day, he spent the rest of his time not going anywhere but staying in the villa to practice.
The effect is pretty good, and we're just one step away from a breakthrough.
Over the past few days, he had gotten to know Lin Shiu a little better. This is a girl who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, with a sharp tongue but a soft heart.
Although he seems a little cold on the surface, his inner feelings are completely the opposite, extremely passionate.
It's a pity that if you want to see this heat, you have to melt this layer of ice.
In addition, there are 2 other things that make Yi Xian unhappy.
The first thing is that he has never found out the source of Lin Shiu's bloody disaster.
It seems that he can only find out by entering the Lin Group. The second thing is that there has been no progress in the news about his parents. He is now completely like a headless fly, without any clue.
It seems that it is necessary to seek help from other forces. Otherwise, if he were to investigate the matter alone, who knows how long it would take him to complete the investigation.
Chapter 27 Engagement time arrives. In the blink of an eye, another day has passed.
The time for Lin Shiu and Yi Xian's engagement party has arrived. The two held their engagement party at the most high-end 5-star hotel in Tianhai, Juanhao Hotel.
The entire hotel was booked by the Lin family and was decorated very festively.
Not only that, even the road in front of the hotel entrance was blocked, and only those holding invitations could enter. At the hotel entrance, some celebrities from Tianhai who arrived early stood at the door, looking at the prominent figures appearing one after another with looks of amazement on their faces.
The people from Tianhai Huang family are here. The people from Tianhai Wan family are here too. The chairman of Zhongjin Group is here too. These people are usually hard to find. I didn't expect them to come to the engagement ceremony of Miss Lin.
Looking at the entire Tianhai, I'm afraid only a top family like the Lin family is qualified to gather all these people together.
Everyone was filled with emotion, with envy in their eyes.
Normally, it was extremely difficult for them to even meet each other, but unexpectedly, they came together to attend the engagement party of the eldest daughter of the Lin family.
This is how powerful the top families are. Everyone has to give them face. Do you know who the eldest lady of the Lin family is fiancé?
Suddenly, a puzzled voice sounded among the crowd.
Someone answered, I don't know, the Lin family has never announced it to the public.
However, I heard that the other party is a miracle doctor who cured Mr. Lin, so Mr. Lin married his granddaughter to him.
As soon as he finished speaking, another voice rang out, Yes, I heard that too. Mr. Lin was seriously ill and dying. He only had one breath left.
Even Dr. Zhao was helpless, but he was rescued from the brink of death by the other party. As soon as the voice fell, there was a burst of exclamations from all around.
What?
Even divine Dr. Zhao was helpless, but the other party was able to save Mr. Lin.
Doesn't that mean his medical skills are even better than divine Dr. Zhao's? It's not just amazing, it's beyond compare.
Not only that, I heard that this miracle doctor is not very old, about the same age as Miss Lin.
Impossible. He is so young and his medical skills are so advanced? Could he be the disciple of Li Shiu, the most skilled doctor in the world of medicine? Who knows? But we must flatter them.
That's right, you have to curry favor.
The others nodded. These days, no one is immune to illness.
If it is a common disease, it is not a big deal, but if it is a serious illness, the person may die. If you make friends with a miracle doctor, maybe he can rescue you from the brink of death and let you live a few more years.
No one would resist the temptation to live a few more years. At the same time, in the dressing room of Juanhao Hotel, Yi Xian, dressed in a suit and tie, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, quietly looking at the scenery outside.
Behind him, Lin Shiu, who had not yet changed into a dress, sat quietly in a chair in a daze.
The entire dressing room was silent.
It is in stark contrast to the hustle and bustle outside.
Call. Yi Xian suddenly exhaled, turned his head and glanced at Lin Shiu, who was sitting on the chair, and said, If you don't want to, you still have a chance to refuse. Of course, if you can't save face, I can also confess to Mr. Lin on your behalf. Lin Shiu trembled slightly, glanced at Yi Xian, shook her head, and said, I promised Grandpa that I would get engaged to you. I will naturally do what I said and will not break my promise, you don't have to worry.
Yi Xian took a deep look at Lin Shiu and said calmly, You don't have to pretend in front of me.
I know you don't want to do that in your heart. However, I'll give you some time to think about it.
I'm going to go out and smoke a cigarette now.
If you refuse, let me know. You still have a chance before the engagement party starts.
As he spoke, Yi Xian turned around and walked out of the dressing room. He really couldn't stand this depressing atmosphere. Soon, Lin Shiu was the only one left in the dressing room. She sat in a chair, staring at herself in the mirror in a daze. Yi Xian was actually not wrong.
She really didn't want to get engaged.
It's not that she hates Yi Xian, but she thinks it's such a pity. From childhood to adulthood, she has never been in love. In her imagination, one day she will meet a man who loves her deeply and whom she also loves deeply. In a sky full of roses, this man will propose to her and swear to protect her for the rest of her life. But now, she is getting engaged, and her dream may never come true. However, she didn't want to make her grandfather sad. Because she knew very well that in her grandfather's heart, he really hoped that she could be with Yi Xian. During these 3 days, whenever she and Yi Xian went to see Grandpa always smiled the happiest. She didn't know how long it had been since she saw Grandpa smile so happily. She couldn't imagine how sad and upset her grandfather would be if she told him that she didn't want to be engaged to Yi Xian, that she and Yi Xian had nothing to do with each other, and that he was just someone she had pulled in to make up the numbers.
She didn't want to see this.
Moreover, after 3 days of getting along, she found that apart from his occasional nonsense, Yi Xian was actually a pretty nice person, not as annoying as she had imagined. Even though she doesn't like Yi Xian now, she at least doesn't hate him. For a woman born in a large family, being able to marry a man she doesn't hate is already a very good result.
Tap, tap, tap. Just then, footsteps suddenly sounded in the room.
Lin Shiu thought Yi Xian had returned, and said without even turning her head, Don't worry, I won't regret it.
Shiu, it's me. An old voice sounded.
Lin Shiu turned around subconsciously and saw Mr. Lin in a tang suit walking in from outside.
Grandpa, why are you here?
Lin Shiu quickly stood up from her chair.
Mr. Lin smiled gently and said, I came to see you and chat with you. Grandpa, what do you want to talk to me about?
Lin Shiu said. Old Master Lin glanced at Lin Shiu and said something earth-shattering. Actually, Grandpa knows that you have no relationship with Yi Xiaozi.
He was just brought here by you to deceive Grandpa, right? Grandpa,
Lin Shiu's face changed, and she subconsciously wanted to explain, but before she could finish her words, Old Man Lin interrupted her and said, "You don't have to explain.
You were raised by your grandfather, how could I not know what kind of personality you have? If you really had a boyfriend, how could you not tell me right away? How could you hide it?"
When Lin Shiu heard this, she trembled slightly and looked at Old Man Lin, wanting to say something but stopping herself.
As if knowing what Lin Shiu was thinking, Mr. Lin said, "You want to ask Grandpa why he let Yi Xiaozi get engaged to you even though he knew all this, right?" Lin Shiu didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. Old Master Lin sighed and said, "Because Grandpa wants to leave a way out for the Lin family, he wants to find someone to protect you. Grandpa is old, and he might go to see your grandma someday. If Grandpa is gone, your father won't be able to protect the Lin family. You are a girl, and it will be too difficult for you to protect the Lin family. The Lin family is gone, and Grandpa doesn't care, but Grandpa hopes that you can live a good life. Grandpa also doesn't want you to carry the future of the Lin family on your shoulders, so I chose Yi Xiaozi to accompany you. At least this way, no matter what choice you make in the future, there will be someone by your side who will help you, and you won't have to be so tired." Lin Shiu's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. She had never expected that her grandfather was so optimistic about Yi Xian. Is it just because of Yi Xian's medical skills? Grandpa Lin glanced at Lin Shiu, wondering how he didn't know what she was thinking, and said, "Shiu, Grandpa has never misjudged anyone in his life. Some people are destined to be outstanding. And Yi Xiaozi is such a person. Maybe he has nothing now, but Grandpa believes that before long, he will be famous all over the world, become a true dragon among men, stand out from the crowd, and become one of the people standing at the top of the pyramid." Chapter 28 Qin Longhu is dying. Hearing what Grandpa said, Lin Shiu couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa, do you think so highly of Yi Xian?" Old Master Lin shook his head and said, "Shiu, it's not that Grandpa thinks highly of him, but the feeling that Yi Kid gives Grandpa. You have been protected too well by the Lin family, so you have no idea what this world looks like after the gorgeous outer layer is peeled off. It's dark, it's dirty, and it's bloody. In this world, only one kind of people can live well, and that is the strong. They control 99% of the resources in this world. They can destroy everything with a wave of their hands. Even the Lin family is like an ant in front of them. Dust. And Yi Xiaozi is one of them. He is an existence that can destroy everything with a wave of his hand." At this point, Mr. Lin paused and said, "Shiu, maybe you don't believe what Grandpa said now, but you can wait and see. Young Master Yi's excellence may be far beyond your expectations. Looking at the younger generation, there are absolutely very few people who can compare to young Master Yi, or even no one. Of course, Grandpa won't force you to do what I say. There is still half an hour until the engagement party starts. You can think carefully about whether to get engaged to Yi Xiaozi or refuse. No matter what choice you make, Grandpa will support you. However, Grandpa hopes you will remember one thing: once you make a choice, don't regret it in the future." After he finished speaking, Mr. Lin patted Lin Shiu's shoulder gently, said nothing more, and turned to walk outside. Lin Shiu stood there in a daze, not knowing what was going on in her mind. Tianhai Qin family. Compared with the hustle and bustle of Juanhao Hotel, the entire Qin family is gloomy at this moment. Living room. Qin Longhu was wearing a black and red tang suit and sitting on the sofa with a cane. He looked listless and extremely tired, as if he had a serious illness. Qin Yanran's parents, Qin Yanran and other members of the Qin family were sitting nearby. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Yanran couldn't help but say, "Grandpa, why don't you go back and have a rest first? We'll just wait here. If there's any news, we'll notify you." "Yes, Dad, you should go back to your room and rest first." Qin Yanran's father Qin Kunyang also persuaded. "No." Qin Longhu waved his hand and said, "I'll wait here. I want to know the news as soon as possible." Hearing this, the faces of everyone in the Qin family changed. They knew why the old man did this. Because the old man's health is failing. 3 days ago, after they drove Yi Xian away from the Qin family, old man Qin Longhu's health condition suddenly deteriorated. He always coughed for no apparent reason and sometimes even coughed up blood. Although they sent Qin Longhu to the hospital for examination immediately, no problems were found in the end. The only answer he got was that Qin Longhu's body functions were declining at an unimaginable rate and it could not be stopped.
At this rate, Qin Longhu 1T survived more than 7 days. When the Qin family got the news, they felt like the sky was falling. You must know that Qin Longhu is the pillar of the Qin family. If the old man dies, half of the Qin family will collapse. Especially when they recalled what Yi Xian said before he left 3 days ago, the Qin family became even more panicked. The first thing they wanted to do was to find Zhao Zhenghe, the leader of the 4 great doctors in Jiangnan province, but Zhao Zhenghe had something urgent to do and left Jiangnan province, and would not be back for a few days. However, they learned an extra piece of news. Mr. Lin, who was originally diagnosed by Zhao Zhenghe as having less than 3 days to live, suddenly turned the corner and recovered completely. However, Mr. Lin issued a gag order, and no one knows who this miracle doctor is. Therefore, in the past 3 days, they sent all the members of the Qin family out, hoping to find a miracle doctor who could cure Mr. Lin as soon as possible. If the time comes and he asks the other party for help, maybe Qin Longhu can be out of danger.
Sudden. Boom boom boom.
A burst of hurried footsteps came from outside. A member of the Qin family ran in from outside, panting. Old man, there is news. There is news about that miracle doctor. As soon as these words came out, all the Qin family members stood up.
Qin Longhu quickly walked up to the Qin family member and said excitedly, "What did you say? Is there any news? Where is this miracle doctor? Quick, tell me."
Because he was too excited, he coughed vigorously several times and his face became paler. The Qin family member took a few breaths and said, "He is at the Tianhai Juanhao Hotel, preparing to hold an engagement party with the eldest daughter of the Lin family.
His identity is Mr. Lin's grandson-in-law. Okay, this is really great. God will not let me down."
Qin Longhu was overjoyed, and immediately looked at Qin Kunyang, saying, "Kunyang, go to my treasure house and take out my most precious treasure, and come with me to Juanhao Hotel."
"Yes, Dad, I understand." Qin Kunyang nodded heavily and walked quickly upstairs.
Qin Longhu looked at Qin Yanran, Xin Hao and others, and said, "Yanran, Xiaohao, you guys should also change your clothes and follow me to Juanhao Hotel later."
"Yes, Grandpa." Qin Yanran, Xin Hao and others all nodded.
Just as he was about to leave, Xin Hao suddenly thought of something, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Grandpa, what if this miracle doctor is that bumpkin?" As soon as these words were spoken, the originally bustling Qin family hall suddenly became quiet. They thought about what happened 3 days ago. Lin Shiu appeared at the Qin family and took Yi Xian away, hoping that Yi Xian would go and save her grandfather.
Now that Mr. Lin is better, maybe that bumpkin really did it.
After all, this is all just too much of a coincidence.
The coincidence is a bit too much.
If this is the case, even if they go to Juanhao Hotel, it probably won't help. After all, they humiliated Yi Xian so much last time, how could the other party still help the old man? As soon as they thought of this, everyone's face changed. Qin Longhu coughed twice vigorously, and his face seemed to become even paler.
Impossible.
This miracle doctor can't be that bumpkin Yi Xian.
Qin Yanran's voice suddenly sounded, with a hint of disdain in her eyes, and she said, "Didn't Grandpa investigate at the beginning?
The master of that bumpkin was just a barefoot doctor."
How good can the medical skills of an apprentice taught by a barefoot doctor be?
If this country bumpkin master really had great abilities, he would have been famous all over the world long ago. But think about it carefully.
Apart from what Grandpa has said, who among you has ever heard of this country bumpkin master?
When the Qin family heard this, they all nodded thoughtfully.
Indeed.
If Yi Xian's master really had amazing medical skills, he should have been famous long ago. Even if you don't want to be famous, there will be others who will promote it for you. But apart from hearing the news from old Master Qin, they had never heard any news about Master Yi Xian. They even collected information on the top doctors in China, but among these people, no one could match the other. From this point, it can be clearly seen that even if the other party has some medical skills, they are probably not very good. Qin Yanran looked at the expressions of the crowd and said again, "So, we don't have to worry about the miracle doctor who cured Mr. Lin being that bumpkin. He doesn't deserve it." Qin Yanran emphasized the last 3 words. She looked down on Yi Xian from the bottom of her heart. "All right." Qin Longhu's voice rang out at this time, "Don't talk about that bumpkin.
It's annoying.
It's getting late now, you guys hurry up and get ready, we'll set off later."
Good.
The Qin family left in a swarm. Soon, several cars left the Qin family and headed towards the Juanhao Hotel. Chapter 29. Mr. Lin helps to vent his anger.
Sovereign Hotel.
Yi Xian had no idea that the Qin family was rushing towards here in a mighty manner. He smoked 2 cigarettes outside, enjoyed the breeze for a while, looked at the time and saw that it was almost time, so he turned around and went back to the dressing room. When he pushed the door open and walked in, his expression was slightly startled, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. At this moment, Lin Shiu had already put on her makeup and changed into an evening dress.
The pure white evening dress perfectly outlines Lin Shiu's perfect figure.
The slender waist, the round and graceful buttocks, and the towering peaks are so beautiful that they are amazing. Lin Shiu should be goddess' most satisfying work. Yi Xian couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Lin Shiu noticed Yi Xian's gaze and frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. She said, "You're back, so get ready."
Grandpa just sent someone to inform me that the engagement party is about to begin.
Yi Xian stared at Lin Shiu and said, "Are you sure you want to get engaged to me?
Don't you regret it?
Even if it's just an engagement, if we separate in the future, it will have a great impact on your reputation." Lin Shiu bit her red lips and said, "I know, but in Grandpa's heart, you are his favorite grandson-in-law, and I don't want to disappoint him." At this point, Lin Shiu was afraid that Yi Xian would misunderstand her, so she continued, "But don't worry, the reason I agreed to get engaged to you is not just because I don't want to disappoint Grandpa.
Another reason is that I want to give it a try. I don't know if I will fall in love with you in the future, but I want to give it a try. At least you are the only boy I don't hate in all these years. Of course, you don't have to worry that I will deceive you. If I can't convince myself to fall in love with you in the future, I will tell you, and it won't be too late for us to break off the engagement then."
Yi Xian didn't expect Lin Shiu to say that. He was silent for a moment and said, "Since you have made up your mind, I won't say much. I'll go get ready and we'll go down together later."
"Good." Lin Shiu nodded gently. Sovereign Hotel, Imperial Banquet Hall. There are only a few minutes left before the engagement party begins.
All the people who were coming to attend the engagement party had already come in and were gathering in groups of 3 or 4, chatting.
The atmosphere is extremely harmonious.
As today's host, Mr. Lin was chatting and laughing with some old friends. "Old Lin, I didn't expect you to be still alive. I thought I would go to your house for a feast in a few days."
One of the old men with a goatee joked.
As soon as he finished speaking, another old man echoed, "That's right, that's right. I bought the wreath for you and was waiting to give it to you.
Now it's a waste.
You must compensate me."
"And me, and me."
Another old man nodded beside him. The 3 old men's words were completely impolite. They were all brothers who had grown up with Grandpa Lin, so naturally they didn't need to consider whether they would offend Grandpa Lin.
If they really offended Mr. Lin, they wouldn't have been brothers for decades. Old Master Lin looked at his old friends with a dark face and said unhappily, "Compensation? You are dreaming. I don't have any money.
When you die before me, I will send you a few more wreaths."
"Fuck you, I'm fine.
I can live another 30 years without any problem."
"Forget it, I won't tell this old guy anymore. He is so lucky to have found a miracle doctor as his grandson-in-law. Let's go."
"I won't pay any attention to this guy, or he'll show off his grandson-in-law to us later."
"I'll block him on the phone."
The 3 old men glared at Mr. Lin unhappily and walked to the side cursing. Old Master Lin didn't care about the attitudes of the 3 old men. He glanced at the time and it was almost the auspicious time. Just as he was about to step onto the stage, Lin Shiyu's father, Lin Zhenghua, suddenly came over.
"Zhenghua, is there anything wrong?" asked Mr. Lin.
Lin Zhenghua said, "Dad, someone outside just sent me a message that the Qin family brought gifts to attend Shiyu's engagement party, and they also said they wanted to see you no matter what."
"Qin family?"
Old Master Lin frowned slightly. The Lin family and the Qin family did not have any friendship, and the two were not on the same level. Naturally, the Qin family would not be invited to the engagement party.
What was the Qin family doing now? "Dad, do you want them to leave?" "Good."
Old Master Lin subconsciously wanted to nod, but soon, he thought of something and immediately changed his words. "No, let them come up to me, you don't have to come over, go check on Shiyu and Yi Xiaozi, and let them get ready to come out." Lin Zhenghua looked at his father in confusion. He had clearly heard his father ask the Qin family to leave, so why did he suddenly change his mind? Thinking about it in his mind, he didn't say much, just nodded and walked outside. Looking at Lin Zhenghua's back, Old Man Lin suddenly sneered. The reason why he agreed just now was not because of anything else, but because he wanted to vent Yi Xian's anger. He knew that Yi Xian was hired by Lin Shiu to impersonate him, So during these 3 days, he secretly arranged for someone to investigate the news about Yi Xian. I know how Yi Xian and Lin Shiu met, and I also know what happened to Yi Xian and the Qin family. If he and Yi Xian had nothing to do with each other, he naturally wouldn't care, but now that Yi Xian was about to become his grandson-in-law, he naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. Yi Xian didn't want to bother with the Qin family, but as a grandfather, he had to vent his anger for his grandson-in-law. This time, he wanted to let the Qin family know who was the bumpkin, who was the real clown, and who was truly out of their reach. Soon, everyone from the Qin family arrived at the banquet hall. When the Qin family saw Mr. Lin standing not far away, they were extremely excited. Before they came, they had already prepared for the worst, but they didn't expect that not only did Mr. Lin not drive them away, but he also invited them to attend the engagement party.
How could this not excite them? Dad, did you see that? Grandpa Lin is waiting for you there.
You are saved. Qin Kunyang said excitedly.
Qin Yanran also said at this time, Grandpa, what do you think? I didn't lie to you.
Mr. Lin's grandson-in-law is definitely not that bumpkin, otherwise why would Mr. Lin meet you?
Qin Hao said, Grandpa, my sister is right.
I just asked around and everyone said that this genius doctor is the apprentice of Li Xiuan, the #1 expert in medicine.
He is definitely not that young boy.
Qin Longhu also showed a smile on his face, leaning on his cane, and said, Let's go.
Let's go see Mr. Lin together. Yes, Grandpa. The Qin family walked towards Mr. Lin's direction.
When Mr. Lin saw the Qin family coming over, the sneer on his face disappeared, replaced by a bright smile. Soon, Qin Longhu, supported by the Qin family, came to Mr. Lin and bowed respectfully. Hello, Mr. Lin.
I came here uninvited. Please don't be offended by my visit.
Mr. Lin returned the greeting and said with a smile, Mr. Qin, you are joking.
Everyone who comes is a guest. There is nothing to be surprised about. Thank you, Mr. Lin.
Seeing Mr. Lin's smile, Qin Longhu finally let go of his worries. He simply said straight to the point, Mr. Lin, I don't come to you for no reason.
I want to ask you to do me a favor.
Hearing this, Mr. Lin's eyes flashed, and he glanced at Qin Longhu's pale face. How could he not understand what Qin Longhu wanted him to help with?
However, he didn't show any emotion on his face.
Instead, he said with a half smile, Master Qin, I don't know if you need my help.
Just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will never refuse.
Chapter 30 My grandson-in-law, you also know him. Hearing this, Qin Longhu showed a look of ecstasy on his face, and hurriedly said, Mr. Lin, I heard that your grandson-in-law is a miracle doctor.
I would like to ask him to treat me.
Of course, my Qin family will not let him do it for nothing. My Qin family will prepare a generous reward for him. As soon as Qin Longhu finished speaking, Qin Kunyang also said, Mr. Lin, please, the hospital checked my father and he said that my father doesn't have much time left. Please help me. Qin Yanran also looked at Grandpa Lin with a pleading look on her face and said, Grandpa Lin, please, save my grandfather.
The only one who can save my grandfather now is your grandson-in-law.
Mr. Lin looked at the scene in front of him and felt only amused. If he hadn't investigated the reason for the conflict between the Qin family and Yi Xian, he would have really believed the Qin family's lies. If his guess was correct, this is probably how Qin Longhu and other members of the Qin family begged Master Yi Xian 20 years ago.
What is the result? There must be something hateful about a pitiful person.
However, Mr. Lin did not expose it on the spot, but waved his hand casually and said, Mr. Qin, you are too polite. Speaking of which, you actually know my grandson-in-law.
I know him?
Qin Longhu was stunned and looked at Grandpa Lin with confusion. Mr. Lin smiled slightly and said, Mr. Qin, not only do you know him, but you are also very familiar with him.
Hearing this, Qin Longhu's brows frowned even deeper. He was very familiar with it. How come he didn't know when he had met such a miracle doctor? If he really wanted to know her, would he still come to the Lin family for help? Mr. Lin did not explain. He glanced at the time, waved his hand, and said, My granddaughter and grandson-in-law will be out soon.
You can take a closer look to see if they look very familiar.
Brush.
As Mr. Lin finished his words, all the lights in the hotel lobby suddenly went out. A beam of light was directed at the door of the banquet hall. At this moment, the entire banquet hall fell silent. Everyone's eyes turned to the door, waiting for the protagonist to appear.
Crack.
The gilded door of the banquet hall slowly opened to both sides. Two figures held hands and walked side by side along the red carpet from outside. Under the light, the faces of the two people were clearly visible to everyone.
Yi Xian. Lin Shiu.
Yi Xian was wearing a well-tailored suit, and his whole body exuded the temperament of a nobleman, while Lin Shiu was wearing a dress that perfectly outlined her perfect figure, making her look like a fairy descending to earth. Yi Xian is handsome and Lin Shiu is stunningly beautiful. The two of them are like a golden boy and a jade girl and have become the focus of the entire audience.
So handsome. So handsome. No wonder Mr. Lin chose him as his grandson-in-law. He and Miss Lin are such a perfect match. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. This is a match made in heaven. Yes, this is a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Now I finally understand what this sentence means.
As Yi Xian and Lin Shiu walked into the banquet hall, the hotel lights came on again and waves of compliments rang out in the hall. However, compared to other people, the Qin family's original expectant eyes have disappeared, replaced by an expression as if they had eaten shit. They rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they saw.
It's that bumpkin. How could this happen? This country bumpkin actually cured Mr. Lin? Last time at the Qin family, Miss Lin and this kid were acting, so what's going on this time? It's impossible for the entire Lin family to act with this kid. It's over. It's over now.
We humiliated him so much back then, he definitely won't save the old man. Qin Longhu, Qin Kunyang, Qin Yanran and others all looked incredulous.
Slap in the face. Nothing could be more embarrassing than right now.
They had previously sworn that Mr. Lin's grandson-in-law could not be that country bumpkin Yi Xian. But this scene now is like an invisible slap in their faces. It made them feel a burning pain on their faces.
Now they finally understood why Grandpa Lin said they knew his grandson-in-law.
They more than know each other. A few days ago, the other party almost became the Qin family's grandson-in-law.
Mr. Lin took in the Qin family's reactions, and with a smile on his face, he said, "Mr. Qin, how is it? I didn't lie to you. Do you know my grandson-in-law?"
No matter how stupid Qin Longhu was, he could hear the joking tone in Mr. Lin's voice. He even understood why Mr. Lin didn't drive them away but let them come up instead. I'm afraid it was just for this moment, to humiliate them severely and vent his anger on this bumpkin. But he didn't dare to say a word now.
Now the Lin family is only humiliating the Qin family.
If he dares to curse the Lin family, then the Qin family will only be reduced to ashes.
He could only force a smile on his face and said, "Yes, I know him. Congratulations, Mr. Lin, on having such a happy son-in-law." Ha ha ha.
Hearing Qin Longhu's words, Grandpa Lin burst into laughter. "Congratulations.
But, to be honest, I have to thank you very much, Grandpa Qin. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have found such an excellent grandson-in-law. Just now I heard from Zhenghua that you sent a generous gift. How can this be possible? Strictly speaking, you are also a matchmaker. If I accept your gift, wouldn't it be a slap in my face?"
After the engagement party is over, I will have Zhenghua deliver the Qin family's gift intact to your Qin family.
In addition, I will have Zhenghua send you a thank you gift for matchmaking.
I hope you, Mr. Qin, will not despise it. As soon as these words were spoken, all the Qin family members' faces turned black.
Kill people and destroy their hearts. What does it mean to kill someone and destroy their heart? Mr. Lin's words are so heartbreaking.
Mr. Lin knew that the Qin family and Yi Xian were familiar with each other, so how could he not know what happened between the Qin family and Yi Xian?
Saying this now was clearly mocking the Qin family for being blind and mistaking gold for gravel.
Qin Longhu held the crutch tightly, his face turned blue and white, and he couldn't utter a word. He originally wanted to use Mr. Lin's connections to ask his grandson-in-law to treat his illness. But he never expected that Mr. Lin's grandson-in-law was actually Yi Xian.
How is that possible? Could it be that his investigation 20 years ago was wrong, and that country bumpkin's master was really a genius doctor with superb medical skills, and the reason he became a barefoot doctor was simply because he didn't like fame and fortune?
At this moment, Qin Longhu regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If he had known that Yi Xian was so terrifying, he would never have broken off the engagement.
He even hoped that Qin Yanran and Yi Xian would marry.
As the old man of the Qin family, he knew very well what superb medical skills meant.
It means that you can easily decide the life and death of countless people.
It means that countless powerful people in China will fawn over you like lapdogs.
It means that one day you will stand on top of the world and look down on everyone.
If the Qin family could seize the opportunity and let Qin Yanran marry Yi Xian, then their Qin family would surely soar to success under the leadership of Yi Xian.
Not to mention becoming a first-class family in Tianhai, even becoming a top family in Jiangnan province would probably not be a problem. At that time, it was the Qin family that was in the limelight, and there was no chance for the Lin family to gain prominence. But now, because of his one thought, everything has come to nothing. Regret. Hate it. If he had known this would be the result, he would never have let Qin Yanran and Wang Zihao get engaged. Compared with Yi Xian, the Wang family behind Wang Zihao is nothing. Worthless. Chapter 31 This is my grandson-in-law, Yi Xian. Ahem. Feeling strongly of regret, Qin Longhu took out his handkerchief and started coughing violently, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Dad. Old man. Qin Kunyang, Qin Yanran, and a group of Qin family members spoke out one after another, their faces turning pale with fear. Coughing up blood. This is fatal. Mr. Lin pretended to be concerned and said, Brother Qin, are you okay? How about I ask someone to take you back and rest? Qin Longhu waved his hands and said weakly, I'm fine. It's just an old illness. Mr. Lin, just go and do your thing, don't worry about me. Well, Brother Qin, I'll go see my grandson-in-law first. When the engagement party starts, I'll ask him to come over and toast you a glass of wine to thank you for being the matchmaker, ha. After he finished speaking, Mr. Lin walked towards Yi Xian and Lin Shiu with a hearty smile. Ahem. Watching Mr. Lin leave, Qin Longhu coughed even more violently, and his body became even more shaky. Qin Yanran and Qin Kunyang hurried forward to support him. Dad, are you okay? Let's leave here first. I'll take you to the hospital. Qin Kunyang said. Qin Longhu panted heavily for a few times and said, If we leave, we will never have another chance. Let's stay here. When Yi Xian comes over to toast me later, I will apologize to him and ask him to save me. With so many people watching, maybe he won't refuse me. Qin Yanran's eyes widened and she said, Grandpa, do you want to apologize to this bumpkin? Qin Longhu glared at Qin Yanran and said, Shut up. The situation is stronger than us now, we should bow our heads when we should. Only when a person is alive can he have a chance to make a comeback. Even if he only extends my life for a month, we still have time to find other people to treat my illness. Do you understand? Also, when Yi Xian comes over later, if you call him a bumpkin again, don't blame me for being rude, okay? Qin Yanran was frightened by Qin Longhu's eyes, and nodded quickly, saying, Grandpa, I understand. Qin Longhu did not answer. His eyes were fixed on Yi Xian and Lin Shiu, and it was unknown what he was thinking. The screen rotates. Old Master Lin came in front of Yi Xian and Lin Shiu. Old man. Grandfather. Yi Xian and Lin Shiu shouted at Old Man Lin. Master Lin smiled and nodded, then looked at Yi Xian and said unhappily, Young man Yi, you still call me old man? Forehead. Yi Xian was startled, and changed his words, Grandpa. Okay. Mr. Lin laughed heartily, patted Yi Xian on the shoulder, and said, By the way, Yi boy, look who's over there? Yi Xian followed Mr. Lin's gaze and frowned slightly when he saw several familiar figures. Qin family, why are they here? Lin Shiu also saw the Qin family. She frowned slightly and said, Grandpa, why are the Qin family here? Didn't we invite them? Old Master Lin laughed and said, They came uninvited and wanted to ask Yi to treat their illnesses. However, I knew they looked down on Yi, so I slapped them in the face. You don't know that Qin Longhu was so angry about what I said just now that he vomited blood, haha. Yi Xian didn't expect that Mr. Lin had such a bad taste. He shook his head and said, Grandpa, they are just a few flies. Hitting them in the face is simply dirtying your hands. That's right. Old Master Lin nodded in agreement. However, since you can be with Shiyu, the Qin family can be considered as a matchmaker. You can toast him and thank him later. Don't worry about anything. Grandpa will support you. How could Yi Xian not understand what Grandpa Lin meant? It was obvious that he was worried that he would feel uncomfortable holding his breath in the Qin family. So, let him continue to toast and slap the Qin family in the face, making them feel how ridiculous they are. He thought about it, but did not refuse, and said, Grandpa, I'll listen to you. He had already guessed the reason why the Qin family came here. He was afraid that Qin Longhu would not live long. Even if he did not go, the Qin family would probably look for him. He might as well go and see how shameless the Qin family could be. Old Master Lin stroked his beard, smiled, and said, Okay, let's not talk about these things anymore. It's almost time. You and Shiyu come up on stage with me. I want to announce to everyone that you are my grandson-in-law. Good.
Yi Xian nodded slightly, and he and Lin Shiu came to the front. Lin Shiu's father Lin Zhenghua and mother Wang Ruru also came up at this moment.
Mr. Lin took over the MC's microphone and spoke in a full voice. Everyone, I guess you are not familiar with my grandson-in-law. Now I will introduce him to you.
This young man is the miracle doctor who saved me from the brink of death.
He is also the grandson-in-law of Lin Yinping, Yi Xian.
If my grandson-in-law hadn't pulled me back from the brink of death, everyone here today would not be here to attend my granddaughter's engagement party, but to attend the funeral of an old man like me. However, there is a saying that goes, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Now that my misfortune is over, it is my turn to enjoy the good times. From now on, I hope you will take good care of my grandson-in-law in Tianhai.
I, Lin Yinping, will be grateful. Mr. Lin, that is a must.
It is our honor to be able to make friends with this miracle doctor.
Yes, Mr. Lin, I just hope Mr. Yi doesn't dislike us. Mr. Lin, congratulations on getting such a happy son-in-law. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. Everyone started to flatter him.
They must curry favor with a top doctor who can bring the dead back to life.
They still want to live a few more years. When Qin Yanran saw this scene, her eyes turned bloodshot and flashed with deep resentment. She looked down on Yi Xian from the bottom of her heart. The more successful this country bumpkin became, the more uncomfortable she felt. Seeing Yi Xian being complimented by everyone was even more painful than killing her.
Mr. Lin was beaming with joy. Suddenly, he looked in the direction of Qin Longhu and said again, "Everyone, you should be very curious about why I was able to find such a good son-in-law.
Mr. Lin, please tell us. We really want to know."
A voice sounded in the crowd at a very opportune moment. The others didn't say anything, but they all pricked up their ears. They were also very curious. Mr. Lin said with a smile, "Here, I have to thank one person. He is the old man of the Qin family, Qin Longhu. If he hadn't acted as a matchmaker for our Lin family, I, Lin Yinping, wouldn't have found such a good son-in-law. Later, I will definitely let my grandson-in-law toast him a glass of wine to thank him for being the matchmaker."
Crash.
As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar.
Everyone showed an incredible look. How come they didn't expect that the Lin family's grandson-in-law was actually introduced by Qin Longhu?
Some people have even started planning to find Qin Longhu and ask him to help them find a matchmaker for the young people in their families.
If you happen to meet such an excellent son-in-law, you will make a fortune.
People who don't know the truth naturally think so, but there are also some people who are familiar with the Qin family and know some inside information. When they heard what Mr. Lin said, they showed strange smiles on their faces.
"Brother, why is your smile so weird? It's creepy. Is it weird that Mr. Qin is matchmaking for the Lin family?" Someone nearby noticed the strange smile and couldn't help but ask.
The man said with a strange look on his face, "If you have such an outstanding candidate for grandson-in-law, would you introduce him to someone else and not keep him for your own family?" Hearing this, the person who asked the question retorted without thinking, "Of course not.
A person as outstanding as Mr. Yi should be left to his own family. How could he be given to others?" "That's it. You won't give it to others. Do you think Qin Longhu will give it to others? But didn't Mr. Lin say that the Qin family was the matchmaker? What's going on here?" This is what happened.
Someone described the news he had heard in vivid detail.
Chapter 32, I can't afford to marry your Qin family.
After hearing this, everyone looked strange. They thought the Qin family was really matchmaking.
It turns out they were blind. What Mr. Lin said is simply a public execution.
But they didn't expect the Qin family to be so shameless that they could sit there with a clear conscience even after being publicly executed. If it were them, they would probably have wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. The Qin family members naturally felt the strange looks coming from all around them, and they suddenly felt like sitting on pins and needles.
But they didn't dare to leave at all. If he left, the old man would definitely die.
Besides, if they leave now, it would be a clear sign that they are not giving face to the Lin family. Once the Lin family is angered, the Qin family will probably be doomed. Mr. Lin didn't say much, and soon he handed the microphone to Lin Zhenghua and his wife. After Lin Zhenghua and his wife finished speaking, the MC of the engagement banquet came on stage and presided over the subsequent ceremony, and the engagement banquet officially began.
The entire engagement banquet was filled with cheers and excitement.
Yi Xian and Lin Shiu followed what Grandpa Lin said, holding a glass of wine and walking towards the Qin family. Before Yi Xian walked over, Qin Longhu had already stood up with a glass of wine in his hand, and said to Yi Xian respectfully, "Young Master Yi, I apologize to you for my attitude last time. I will punish myself by drinking 3 glasses." As he spoke, Qin Longhu picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Then he picked up the bottle of wine next to him, poured himself another glass, and drank it in one gulp.
Ahem.
After 2 glasses of wine, a pale look instantly flashed across Qin Longhu's face and he coughed twice.
Qin Yanran quickly said, "Grandpa, your health is not good, don't drink anymore."
"Yeah, old man, stop drinking."
"Master Yi, how about I drink it for the old man?"
"Yes,
"Master Yi, I can drink this glass of wine completely."
The Qin family members spoke one after another. There was no fluctuation in Yi Xian's eyes. He knew very well that this was the effect of strength. Whether it was Jojo or the place the old man took him to, the emphasis was always on the strong being respected. If he was not Mr. Lin's grandson-in-law today, and if he was not a master of medicine, even if he met Qin Longhu again, the other party would probably just look up at him.
"Shut up."
Qin Longhu glanced at everyone and said, "This is my fault.
"It is my responsibility to drink 3 cups as punishment. There is no need for you to intervene."
Qin Longhu poured another glass of wine, and after drinking it, he said, "Young Master Yi, it was my fault 3 days ago. I hope you can be magnanimous and not hold it against me."
Yi Xian's eyes were calm, and he said calmly, "You want me to save you?"
Qin Longhu took a deep breath, knowing that it was useless to hide it, and nodded immediately. "That's right, Master Yi, I hope you can save me. As long as you are willing to save me, my Qin family is willing to give you half of our family property."
"Half of the family fortune?"
Yi Xian drew up a sarcastic smile at the corner of his mouth and said, "Mr. Qin, I remember you said 3 days ago that you were in good health and I didn't need to worry about you. Your granddaughter seems to have said that your Qin family will not kneel down and beg me.
Now you want me to save you. This makes it difficult for me."
This time, before Qin Longhu could speak, Qin Yanran on the side could not help but said, "Country bumpkin, don't go too far. My grandfather has already apologized to you, but you still won't give in."
"Are you still a man?"
Yi Xian sneered and said, "Just apologize. In that case, how about I destroy your Qin family and then apologize to your corpses?"
"You dare."
Qin Yanran's face turned pale, and she said angrily, "Country bumpkin, don't think that you can show off in front of us just because you have curry favor with the Lin family.
I tell you, you are just a gigolo." Bang!
Before she could finish her words, she was suddenly slapped hard on the cheek.
Qin Longhu's furious voice rang out at this moment. "Qin Yanran, did you ignore everything I said before? Who told you to talk to Master Yi like that?" "Grandpa, I." Qin Yanran's face was full of grievance.
She opened her mouth to say something, but Qin Longhu glared at her fiercely, and she dared not say a word.
Qin Longhu took a deep breath and said, "Master Yi, I know Yanran went too far last time. I can apologize to you on her behalf.
If you're still not satisfied, I can ask her to kneel down and kowtow to you to admit her mistake."
"What?" Qin Yanran widened her eyes and almost doubted what she heard. Her own grandfather actually asked her to kneel on the ground and kowtow to this country bumpkin to admit her mistake? Why? Isn't this country bumpkin just a gigolo?
If she was made to kneel on the ground and apologize, and the news got out, she, Qin Yanran, would really become a complete laughingstock.
"Grandfather."
Before Qin Yanran could finish her words, she was interrupted by Qin Longhu, who yelled, "Shut up!" As he spoke, Qin Longhu looked at Yi Xian again.
Just as he was about to say something, Yi Xian's voice rang out, "No need to kneel down. Your Qin family is a big family.
I, a country bumpkin, can't afford to marry into your family." Qin Longhu was somewhat happy when he heard the first part of the words, thinking that Yi Xian had forgiven the Qin family, but the second half of the sentence made his face change instantly.
"Master Yi."
Yi Xian glanced at Qin Longhu and said indifferently, "Qin Longhu, I gave you a chance 3 days ago.
It's you who didn't cherish it, you can't blame others.
If I were you, I would not stay here, but go home and prepare a coffin for myself.
You don't have much time." Puff.
Hearing this, Qin Longhu's face turned pale and blue, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood again. In the past, he might have just treated Yi Xian's words as nonsense, but now he knew very well that Yi Xian might not be lying, and he really didn't have much time left.
How could he accept this? He doesn't want to die yet. He hasn't led the Qin family to the top yet. He must live. Qin Longhu took a few breaths and said, "Young Master Yi, I know I was wrong. As long as you are willing to help, I am willing to offer all the Qin family's property." He couldn't care about anything now.
Although the Qin family's property was important, as long as he was alive, he would have the opportunity to make a comeback.
Grandfather. Dad. Old man.
Qin Yanran, Qin Kunyang, and other members of the Qin family looked at Old Man Qin with anxious looks on their faces. They have long been accustomed to enjoying wealth and splendor, and now if they give all the Qin family's property to this country bumpkin, they will be left with nothing in the future. Qin Longhu ignored the Qin family and looked at Yi Xian and continued, "Young Master Yi, what do you think?" Yi Xian glanced at Qin Longhu and said sarcastically, "Qin Longhu, you said this to my master 20 years ago.
Do you think I will be fooled? I don't even care about your Qin family's assets.
Leave them to let your filial sons and grandsons give you a grand funeral."
Chapter 33 I am an orphan. Ahem.
Qin Longhu never expected that after he said so much, Yi Xian remained indifferent, and he coughed even more violently.
Grandpa, don't get excited, calm down, calm down.
Qin Yanran supported Qin Longhu, looked at Yi Xian with anger on her face, and said, "Country bumpkin, don't go too far.
Do you think you are the only one in this world who knows medical skills? There are always people who are better than you. There are many people who are better than you in medical skills. Why are you so arrogant?"
Yi Xian's expression did not fluctuate at all, and he said calmly, "You are right, there are indeed many people in this world who have better medical skills than me.
If that's the case, then you can go find those people, why bother asking me for help?" You. Qin Yanran was furious. When had she ever been bullied like this before? Yi Xian ignored Qin Yanran and looked at Qin Longhu, saying, "Qin Longhu, do you remember what I said at the Qin family?
I have no interest in your Qin family's marriage contract."
If the old man hadn't asked me to fulfill the marriage contract, I wouldn't have come at all.
Even if your Qin family had just acknowledged the existence of the engagement, I wouldn't care whether you marry Qin Yanran or not.
I could even take the initiative to cancel the engagement and extend your life for another 20 years. It's a pity that your Qin family thinks they are superior and thinks I am a bumpkin. I gave up this opportunity in vain. I can't blame anyone else. Repaying evil with kindness is not my style. I only have one way to deal with my enemies, and that is to watch them turn into ashes. It's the same this time. I will watch you die.
After saying this, Yi Xian took Lin Shiu away.
Save Qin Longhu. He didn't have the time or the energy to save an ungrateful person.
Today, Qin Longhu suddenly bowed his head to him, not because Qin Longhu knew he was wrong, but because he knew he was about to die. For this kind of person, even if you save him, he will not be grateful to you, but will feel that this is what he deserves. Once he finds an opportunity, he will definitely spare no effort to bite off a piece of flesh from you.
The best thing to do with people like this is to ignore them.
Watch him die without a burial place.
Damn it, he's so arrogant.
Our Qin family begged him to give him face, but he actually didn't care about it.
Damn it. After Yi Xian left, Qin Yanran couldn't bear it anymore.
She stomped her feet hard with a look of anger on her face. The Qin family members looked extremely ugly, and they hated Yi Xian to the extreme.
How come they didn't expect that Yi Xian would be so disrespectful to the Qin family? How dare he, a gigolo, treat the Qin family like this? How outrageous.
Qin Longhu stood there, his palm tightly gripping the crutch, his expression changing from gloomy to bright.
Bang!
He suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself, feeling extremely regretful.
20 years. This is a real lifespan of 20 years. As long as he acknowledged the existence of the engagement 3 days ago, even if he did not marry Qin Yanran to Yi Xian, the other party would still help him extend his life by 20 years. But why was he blinded by greed at that time and gave up such a great opportunity in vain, and even offended Yi Xian severely? Now, not only has his 20 years of life been gone, but he doesn't even have much time left. He is unwilling to accept this. He doesn't want to die.
Qin Longhu's body was staggering and he regretted to the extreme. Qin Yanran quickly comforted him, "Grandpa, don't listen to that bumpkin's nonsense.
You will definitely live a long life."
Qin Kunyang echoed from the side, "Yeah, Dad, this bumpkin is probably just a blind cat catching a dead mouse, it's no big deal. Also, I just got the news that Divine Dr. Zhao will be back to Tianhai tomorrow.
I will go find Divine Dr. Zhao to treat you then. He will definitely be able to cure you." Okay. Kunyang, I'll leave it to you. I don't believe that without this bumpkin, there will be no doctors in this world. Qin Longhu snorted coldly. The other side. Lin Shiu's beautiful eyes fell on Yi Xian, with a strong curiosity. Yi Xian, did you really not lie last time at the Qin family? Qin Longhu really won't live for more than a few days?
Of course it's true. Yi Xian nodded and said, now, the death energy in Qin Longhu has spread all over his body.
He won't live for more than 2 days.
Lin Shiu blinked her beautiful eyes and did not doubt Yi Xian's words. During these few days of getting along, she discovered that although Yi Xian sometimes liked to talk nonsense, he never talked nonsense about serious matters. Moreover, there is no need for Yi Xian to talk nonsense about such things.
After all, 2 days pass in a flash, and if Qin Longhu is not dead by then, I will become a joke. As long as Yi Xian is not stupid, he will not do this. Suddenly, she thought of something and asked again, Yi Xian, who did you learn this medical skill from, your grandfather or your parents? Why didn't you let them come to our engagement this time?
She had been holding this question in her heart for 3 days and had never asked it.
Now she finally couldn't help it. After hearing Lin Shiu's words, Yi Xian fell into silence.
After a long while, he said, I have never seen my parents.
I was abandoned after I was born. It was the old man who picked me up from outside and raised me. He also taught me my medical skills.
Hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Shiu was stunned, and then she realized that she seemed to have said something wrong.
Yi Xian is actually an orphan. Lin Shiu clenched her fists.
She knew what her words just now meant to a child abandoned by her parents. It's like tearing open the bloody wound and then sprinkling salt on it. It is conceivable how much pain Yi Xian was in.
She bit her red lips slightly, looked at Yi Xian with a guilty look, and said, Yi Xian, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was like this, I apologize to you.
Seeing Lin Shiu blaming herself, Yi Xian shook his head and said, you don't have to apologize to me.
I'm used to it.
For him, the only relatives in this world are his old man and 5 senior sisters. His parents are not important to him.
But
Lin Shiu wanted to open her mouth to say something, but Yi Xian interrupted her helplessly, saying, you really don't have to feel guilty.
I didn't lie to you. I really don't care.
Lin Shiu glanced at Yi Xian and finally nodded slightly.
Shiu, congratulations on your engagement.
Just then, a powerful voice came from the side. Yi Xian subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound and saw a middle-aged man with a square face and a sense of majesty walking towards him. What surprised Yi Xian a little was that this middle-aged man was also a cultivator.
No.
To be precise, he is not a cultivator. Although the other party has cultivated true qi, his aura is very mottled. Compared with the true qi he cultivated, it is completely different.
According to what the old man said, this should be the ancient warrior hidden in Kyushu. Chapter 34 Ling Shanha.
When Lin Shiu saw the middle-aged man, she immediately called out, Uncle Ling. As she spoke, she introduced Yi Xian beside her. Yi Xian, this is Uncle Ling, Ling Shanha, the head of the Tianhai Ling family. The Ling family and our Lin family have been friends for generations, and the relationship is very good. Yi Xian nodded suddenly, bowed to Ling Shanha and said, hello, Uncle Ling.
Nephew Yi, you are too polite.
Ling Shanha shook his head, looked at Yi Xian and said, Nephew Yi, I don't come here for no reason.
Just now, Elder Lin said that your medical skills are extraordinary. I want to ask you to help save my daughter.
Of course, as long as you, Nephew Yi, take action, my Ling family will definitely prepare a generous reward for you. Moreover, if you encounter trouble in Tianhai in the future, Nephew Yi, you only need to ask. Even if it means going through fire and water, my Ling family will not hesitate to help you. Hearing Ling Shanha's words, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Ling Shanha came to him to ask him to help save someone. He did not answer, but fell into silence.
During these 3 days, Lin Shiu told him some basic information about Tianhai.
There are 5 top families in Tianhai, namely the Lin family, the Ling family, the Zhao family, the Chen family, and the Yi family. These 5 top families control more than 80% of Tianhai's resources. This time he returned to Tianhai to find the whereabouts of his parents, but after these 3 days, he realized that relying on himself to investigate was like looking for a needle in a haystack. I don't know how long it will take to investigate these things clearly. But if he could rely on other forces, it would be much easier for him to find the whereabouts of his parents. Even if he can't investigate everything, as long as he finds some clues, he can follow the clues to find the cause, which is much better than having no clue at all now. Seeing Yi Xian remain silent, Lin Shiu thought that Yi Xian was unwilling, and couldn't help but said, Yi Xian, please help Uncle Ling.
Ruoshui is Uncle Ling's daughter.
Uncle Ling's wife died during childbirth, leaving only Ruoshui and Uncle Ling to depend on each other. But just 3 months ago, Ruoshui's legs suddenly became paralyzed and he could only sit in a wheelchair. Uncle Ling has been looking for famous doctors for the past 3 months, but there has been no effect.
Now only you can help him.
Yi Xian came back to his senses, glanced at Ling Shanha, and said, "Okay, I can help, but if I do, I need the Ling family to help me with something." Hearing this, Ling Shanha showed a touch of ecstasy on his face, and said without thinking, "Nephew Yi, as long as you are willing to help, don't say one thing, even if it's 100 things, my Ling family will never refuse." As he said this, he was afraid that Yi Xian would not believe him, so he raised his palm and said, "Nephew Yi, if you don't believe me, I, Ling Shanha, am willing to swear on martial arts. If you break this oath, you will be punished by heaven and earth."
Martial arts oath. This is a kind of oath taken by ancient warriors. Unlike ordinary people's oaths, you can say it casually without worrying about retribution.
The oath of an ancient warrior, once sworn in the way of martial arts, would inevitably arouse the response of the way of heaven and recognize your oath. If you dare to break your oath will come true.
But Ling Shanha couldn't care about anything now. Ling Ruoshui is his biological daughter.
Before his wife died, she repeatedly told him to take good care of his daughter no matter what. But now, Ling Ruoshui's legs are paralyzed and it is very likely that she will be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of her life. He was anxious as he watched his once lively daughter becoming thinner and more depressed. His heart was filled with self-blame.
What if anything happened to his daughter? How would he face his wife in the afterlife after he died?
Last night, he went out to look for a miracle doctor but returned in vain. After learning about Mr. Lin from other members of the Ling family, he came to Juanhao Hotel early this morning. Not for anything else, just to ask Yi Xian for help. Being able to save Mr. Lin from the brink of death and make Xiao Zhenghua bow his head, one can imagine how superb Yi Xian's medical skills are. If Yi Xian took action, his daughter might really be able to turn danger into safety. So, when Yi Xian finished toasting, he stood up first. He had already made up his mind that no matter what the cost, he would ask Yi Xian for help. Yi Xian was also quite surprised when he saw Ling Shanha's actions. He didn't expect that just a simple sentence would cause Ling Shanha to react so strongly. He shook his head and said, "Uncle Ling, what you said is enough to prove that you are sincere. There is no need to swear a martial arts oath.
However, I'm afraid I can't treat Miss Ling today.
If Uncle Ling doesn't mind, I can go to the Ling family tomorrow and treat Miss Ling again." When Ling Shanha heard Yi Xian's words, he would never refuse. He nodded repeatedly and said, "No problem, Nephew Yi, I will come to pick you up in person tomorrow." Yi Xian waved his hand and said, "Uncle Ling, you don't have to be so polite. I'll just come over tomorrow."
"Okay. Nephew Yi, I will be waiting for you at Ling's house tomorrow."
Ling Shanha bowed to Yi Xian, and then said to Lin Shiu, "Shiu, I've been out for a while. I'm worried that something might happen to Ruoshui, so I'll go back first.
Please apologize to Mr. Lin." "Uncle Ling, it's okay, just do your thing."
Lin Shiu shook her head.
Ling Shanha didn't say much. He bowed again and left the banquet hall.
Yi Xian and Lin Shiu returned to Mr. Lin and sat down.
"You're back, sit down." Mr. Lin asked the two to sit down, then looked at Yi Xian and said, "Young man Yi, did young man Ling ask you to help save his daughter?"
Yi Xian did not hide it and said, "Grandpa, it is true.
I have already promised him that I will go to the Ling family tomorrow to take a look." Old Master Lin nodded and said, "It's good that you agree. I have watched Ling grow up since he was a child. He is loyal and righteous.
If you can cure Ruoshui's illness, if you encounter any trouble in Tianhai in the future and the Lin family can't solve it, you can also ask Ling for help.
He will definitely not refuse." "Grandpa, I know."
Yi Xian nodded. He didn't care about this. Since he can save people, he can also kill people. If Ling Shanha dared to go back on his word, he would naturally let Ling Shanha know what the consequences would be. Mr. Lin was about to continue saying something when suddenly, a powerful voice came from outside.
"Wow! It's quite lively here today. Looks like I came at the right time."
Along with this voice, the door of the banquet hall was pushed open, and a dozen burly men in black suits rushed in from outside.
Standing in 2 rows.
These people's eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. It gives people a feeling of extreme danger. Then, a man with a crew cut, wearing a black vest and a tattoo of a tiger on his chest walked in from outside. A violent and cruel atmosphere instantly filled the entire banquet hall, causing many people to turn pale and gasp for breath. Chapter 35 Blood Alliance leader Zhang Heihu. Seeing this group of people suddenly appearing, everyone was stunned, and their eyes first fell on the man with a crew cut. Everyone's face changed suddenly. Blood Alliance leader Zhang Heihu? Why did Zhang Heihu come to the Lin family's engagement party? Did the Lin family invite someone from the Blood Alliance? Impossible. If he was here for the engagement party, he would have come a long time ago. Why would he show up at this time? Yes, judging from their appearance, I'm afraid they are here with bad intentions and are here to cause trouble. Did the Lin family offend the Blood Alliance? That shouldn't be the case. If they did, there should be news coming out. Why is there no news at all? No matter what, the Blood Alliance showed up at the Lin family's granddaughter's engagement party. This is clearly a show of breaking off relations with the Lin family. Everyone was talking in low voices, their eyes filled with undisguised awe. Blood Alliance. One of the underground overlords of Tianhai, with extremely powerful strength. There are 6 helmsmen under his command. These 6 helmsmen are even more legendary ancient warriors. Their strength is unparalleled. Zhang Heihu is one of these 6 helmsmen. Someone even saw Zhang Heihu create a crack in the ground with just one finger. So terrifying. This is not the scariest thing. The most terrifying thing is that the leader of the Blood Alliance is more powerful than the 6 helmsmen and is said to be a martial arts master standing on the top of a mountain. What is a martial arts master? One person can destroy a well-equipped US Navy SEAL team. Even facing fire from hot weapons, he can remain calm. One person can even change the power structure of Tianhai and participate in the formulation of rules. This is the power of a martial arts master. In addition, there is an extremely terrifying figure standing behind the Blood Alliance, the King of Jiangnan. The King of Jiangnan is the king of the entire Jiangnan province's underground world. He controls the entire Jiangnan province's underground world and his power is extremely terrifying. Even the top families in Jiangnan province dare not offend easily. It is precisely because of this that the Blood Alliance has a very high status in Tianhai. Even the 5 top families in Tianhai are unwilling to provoke the Blood Alliance. But the Blood Alliance usually does not offend the 5 major families. But now he actually broke into the Lin family's engagement party, which is really shocking. Could it be that the Blood Alliance is planning to take action against the Lin family and unify Tianhai? Suspicion was revealed on everyone's face, but no one dared to say anything. The Blood Alliance was not someone they could afford to offend. Yi Xian, who was sitting next to Grandpa Lin, saw the scene and his eyes narrowed slightly. He already knew that this group of people from the Blood Alliance were probably coming for him. Because he saw a familiar figure behind Zhang Heihu. It was none other than Brother Dao, the man who was called over by Wang Zihao 3 days ago in an attempt to cripple him. It seemed that the lesson he gave 3 days ago was too lenient, otherwise, how could this group of people dare to cause trouble for him again and again? Yi Xian, what's wrong with you? Do you know them? Lin Shiu noticed Yi Xian's change at the first moment. She subconsciously moved closer to Yi Xian, lowered her voice, and asked. Old Master Lin also set his eyes on Yi Xian, waiting for Yi Xian's answer. Yi Xian picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and said, if nothing unexpected happens, this group of people should be coming for me. Coming for you? Lin Shiu's pretty face changed, and she asked, what on earth is going on? Have you ever offended them? Yi Xian did not hide anything and briefly recounted what happened 3 days ago. Hateful. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Shiu's pretty face instantly turned cold. Wang Zihao and Qin Yanran actually asked the Blood Alliance to destroy you. This is really too much. It seems that after this incident, we must teach the Qin family and the Wang family a lesson they will never forget. Mr. Lin showed a trace of anger on his face and said, young man Yi, this is not your fault. Don't worry. They can't do anything to you as long as I am here. Yi Xian felt a little warm in his heart, but he still said, Grandpa, I appreciate your kindness, but this matter was caused by me, so I will solve it, and the Lin family does not need to intervene. He didn't know how strong the Blood Alliance was in Tianhai, but he could still tell from the reactions of the people around him. The strength of the Blood Alliance is definitely not weaker than that of the Lin family, and is even much stronger. Otherwise, the other party would not have the courage to come to us at this time. If he asked the Lin family for help, even if the Lin family could solve the problem, I'm afraid it would cost a lot. Instead of that, it would be better for him to solve it himself. When Lin Shiu heard Yi Xian's words, she couldn't help but frown and said, Yi Xian, now is not the time to show off. I heard that Zhang Heihu is also an ancient warrior with extremely strong strength. If you fight with him, you will suffer. In Lin Shiu's heart, Yi Xian is also an ancient warrior. But Yi Xian's strength is definitely not as good as Zhang Heihu's. Because Yi Xian is too young. Even though she was not proficient in martial arts, she knew that the path of martial arts also required a long period of practice. Maybe Yi Xian is a genius, but don't forget that Yi Xian also possesses miraculous medical skills. If one wants to have such medical skills at Yi Xian's age, one must study for many years to achieve this. Spending most of his time learning medical skills, Yi Xian naturally didn't have much time to practice martial arts. In this case, how could Yi Xian's martial arts skills be very strong? Now facing Zhang Heihu, how could Yi Xian be Zhang Heihu's opponent?
At the same time, Brother Dao, who was following Zhang Heihu, glanced across the banquet hall and immediately raised his hand to point in Yi Xian's direction. "Cousin, that guy is over there. He's the one who broke one of my hands."
Zhang Heihu glanced at Yi Xian and then walked quickly towards Yi Xian.
Zhang Heihu went after Mr. Yi?
What on earth did Mr. Yi do to make Zhang Heihu so determined to break up with the Lin family?
No matter what we did, I'm afraid today's incident will not end well.
When the people around saw this scene, their pupils shrank. They thought that Zhang Heihu was here to cause trouble for the Lin family, but they never expected that Zhang Heihu was coming for Yi Xian.
Could it be that Yi Xian had provoked the blood alliance? The Lin family might be in trouble now.
I just don't know if the Lin family will fall out with the blood alliance for the sake of a grandson-in-law.
Good, very good. The blood alliance is really here. This time the bumpkin is dead, no one can save him.
When Qin Yanran saw this scene, she was extremely excited. 3 days ago, Wang Zihao had his legs broken by Dao Gu, and she was also slapped twice. At that time, she thought it was Brother Dao's revenge and planned to swallow her anger. However, she later learned from Wang Zihao that Yi Xian had instructed Brother Dao to destroy Wang Zihao. If it weren't for Yi Xian, she wouldn't have been slapped twice. At that time, she wanted to take revenge on Yi Xian, but Wang Zihao told her that Brother Dao would not let it go and would definitely go back to cause trouble for Yi Xian.
She finally chose to stop. Now she has finally waited for this day. The people from the Blood Alliance finally arrived. This time, she just didn't believe that Yi Xian, this country bumpkin, would not die. Even the Lin family couldn't protect him. She could finally vent all the anger in her heart. Qin Kunyang saw his daughter's appearance and couldn't help asking, "Yanran, what's wrong? What are you laughing at?"
"Dad, you don't know that this time the Blood Alliance is here to cause trouble for this bumpkin."
This is what happened.
Qin Yanran told him everything that happened 3 days ago with a smile on her face.
Chapter 36, Mr. Lin's Protective.
Okay, very good. After hearing what Qin Yanran said, Qin Kunyang said with a gloating look on his face, "This country bumpkin doesn't give my Qin family face, he deserves this punishment. It would be best if the Blood Alliance directly abolished this kid, so that I don't know how this kid can rely on medical skills to commit crimes in the future."
You're right. Let's cripple this kid's hands and see how he can still be so arrogant. Qin Yanran said viciously.
Qin Longhu frowned and scolded, "Okay, stop talking.
If you want to take advantage of someone's misfortune, talk about it when you get back. Otherwise, what if someone gets wind of it?"
Although he said this, a happy smile flashed across Qin Longhu's face. He was the dignified old man of the Qin family, but today he lost face and was humiliated by the Lin family.
Now he wanted to see what choice the Lin family would make. Give up this bumpkin. Then the Lin family will become a complete joke in Tianhai. Choosing to protect this bumpkin would mean making an enemy of the Blood Alliance.
Once the Blood Alliance takes action, they might be able to completely wipe out the Lin family. No matter which one it is the best outcome for him.
Lin Yinping, you dare to humiliate me. Today, I will make your Lin family a complete joke.
There was a ferocious light flashing in Qin Longhu's eyes.
The screen rotates. Zhang Heihu has already walked over.
"Mr. Lin, I came here uninvited, and I hope you can forgive me."
Zhang Heihu casually saluted Mr. Lin.
Old Master Lin narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a calm tone, "Everyone who comes is a guest."
"Captain Zhang, I don't know why you came to my Lin family's engagement party." Zhang Heihu's eyes fell on Yi Xian, and he said calmly, "It's nothing serious. Your grandson-in-law broke my cousin's arm 3 days ago. I'm here today to seek justice for him." Hiss.
As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the people around changed. Yi Xian actually crippled one of Zhang Heihu's cousin's arms. No wonder Zhang Heihu chose to come at this time. You should know that people who are familiar with Zhang Heihu know that he is extremely protective of his people. Someone once offended him, and the next morning, this person was found lying in a garbage dump with his hands and feet broken, looking extremely miserable. Now that Yi Xian has crippled Zhang Heihu's cousin, it would be strange if the other party would give up easily. Old Master Lin narrowed his eyes and slowly said, "Captain Zhang, you are going too far. As far as I know, it was your cousin who attacked my grandson-in-law first. He was crippled because of his own fault.
You can't blame anyone else. Does Captain Zhang think that my Lin family is easy to bully? If you take action, my Lin family must be beaten?"
In the last sentence, Mr. Lin's tone suddenly became heavier. As soon as these words were spoken, there was another uproar all around.
Everyone's eyes widened. How could they not have expected that Mr. Lin would actually want to protect Yi Xian and even go against the Blood Alliance? Even if Yi Xian's medical skills are amazing, it's not worth it for the Lin family to do this. Zhang Heihu's face darkened and he looked a little ugly. "Mr. Lin, even if my cousin was wrong first, it is not the turn of outsiders to teach him a lesson." You are saying this now. Do you want to protect this kid? Don't forget, I represent the Blood Alliance. If you want to protect this kid today, it means you are the enemy of the Blood Alliance. I think Mr. Lin should know very well what will happen then. For a young boy, the Lin family has been plunged into despair. Mr. Lin, think carefully, is it worth it? Threaten. A naked threat.
There was a gleam of viciousness in Zhang Heihu's eyes. He had not planned to come here today, but his cousin had been crying in front of him, and according to the information he had investigated, Yi Xian was just a country bumpkin with no background at all. That's why he led a group of people here to teach Yi Xian a lesson and publicize the power of the Blood Alliance. In his imagination, it is impossible for the Lin family to fight to the death with the Blood Alliance for a bumpkin, even if the other party has some medical skills. But at this moment, this scene was far beyond his expectations. Old Master Lin was willing to go against the Blood Alliance in order to protect Yi Xian. But he has no choice now. If he retreats, not only will he, Zhang Heihu, become a joke today, but the Blood Alliance will also become a joke. Once the news reaches the leader's ears, it will surely make him furious, and he will die a miserable death. Now, he is in a difficult situation and cannot retreat. He didn't believe that Mr. Lin would really fight to the death with the Blood Alliance. Mr. Lin didn't say anything, his brows were furrowed. This is also his biggest concern. Although the Lin family is powerful, the Blood Alliance is stronger than the Lin family. If the Lin family were to fall out with the Blood Alliance, it would definitely not be good news for the Lin family. It may even lead to a catastrophic disaster. He glanced at Yi Xian and found that the latter's eyes were very indifferent. Behind the indifference seems to lie strong self-confidence. He had no doubt that even if the Lin family did not intervene this time, Zhang Heihu might not be able to do anything to Yi Xian. He thought of some recent information he had found about Yi Xian. Without thinking anymore, Old Master Lin looked at Zhang Heihu and said word by word, "Captain Zhang, I also tell you that no one in my Lin family can be touched, not even the Blood Alliance. If you dare to touch my grandson-in-law, I promise you won't be able to leave this banquet hall. If you don't believe me, just try it." Tap tap tap. Following Mr. Lin's voice, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly rang out in the banquet hall. A dozen men in black suits with a martial arts aura rushed in from outside and surrounded Zhang Heihu and his group in the center. A thin old man in a gray robe appeared silently behind Grandpa Lin. A pair of eyes fell on Zhang Heihu, flashing with dangerous aura. Yi Xian also noticed this old man and found that he was also an ancient warrior like Ling Shanha just now. However, in terms of strength, he is much stronger than Ling Shanha. I didn't expect that there are so many ancient warriors in Zhuzhou. I don't know what level of ancient warriors I can rank with my current strength. Yi Xian suddenly became curious. It seems that he must find some time to get some information about this. Chapter 37. Stop, did I let you go? The other side. Seeing the figures appearing around him, Zhang Heihu's face became extremely ugly, and anger surged in his heart. Why? Why would the Lin family go so far as to break off relations with the Blood Alliance just for a young boy? Doesn't Mr. Lin know what the consequences will be if he breaks off relations with the Blood Alliance? Isn't he afraid of bringing disaster to the Lin family? But he was helpless now. He came here to stand up for his cousin because he was sure that Mr. Lin would not fall out with the Blood Alliance for a young boy, and would even ask Yi Xian to apologize. At that time, he could also take advantage of the situation to not only publicize the power of the Blood Alliance, but also vent his anger for his cousin and tell everyone that anyone who touches him will pay the price. But now, Mr. Lin has made it clear that he wants to protect Yi Xian and fight to the death with the Blood Alliance. If he wants to teach Yi Xian a lesson again, that is simply impossible. It's not that he was afraid of the dozen or so bodyguards of the Lin family, but he was afraid of the skinny old man behind Mr. Lin. Because he knew the skinny old man. The skinny old man is called Huang Dexing. He was an ancient martial artist who was rescued by Grandpa Lin by chance 30 years ago. In order to thank Grandpa Lin for saving his life, he stayed in the Lin family. 20 years ago, the skinny old man broke through in strength and entered the realm of martial arts master. With the help of this powerful man, the Lin family also jumped from a first-class family in Tianhai to one of the top 5 families in Tianhai. The skinny old man also became the mainstay of the Lin family. Although his strength is good, he is only half a step away from being a grandmaster. Compared with the skinny old man, he was no different from an ant. It would be easier for the other party to crush him to death than to crush an ant. Even if he died here now, the Blood Alliance probably wouldn't stand up for him. After all, it is extremely foolish to choose to offend a true martial arts master for the sake of a half-step master. No one would do this unless they are a fool. Thinking of this, Zheng Heihu took a deep breath and said in a serious tone, "Mr. Lin, you are too cruel this time. I admit defeat. However, Mr. Lin, I want to remind you that you can protect this kid for a while, but you can't protect him forever. I can't just let today's incident go. Let's go." As he spoke, Zheng Heihu, with a gloomy look on his face, prepared to leave with his men. Just as he was about to leave, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded. "Stop, did I let you go?" Zheng Heihu's body stiffened and he stopped. He turned his head suddenly and looked towards the source of the sound with ferocious eyes. It's Yi Xian. Damn, is this guy looking for death? Does he think that he can act arrogantly in front of him just because he has the support of the Lin family? Zheng Heihu had an urge to kill someone. The expressions of Grandpa Lin, Lin Shiu and others also changed slightly. They did not expect Yi Xian to speak at this time. "Young man Yi, now is not the time to mess around," Old Master Lin said in a deep voice. Lin Shiu said solemnly, "Yi Xian, I know you feel uncomfortable, but if you take a step back, the world will be broader. You don't need to be angry with the other party now." Yi Xian stood up from his chair and said, "Grandpa, I appreciate your kindness, but this matter was caused by me, so naturally let me solve it. Besides, today is my engagement party with Shiu, but someone came to my house to cause trouble. If this gets out, people will think that I, Yi Xian, can't even protect my fiancée." As he spoke, Yi Xian's eyes fell on Zheng Heihu. His eyes were extremely indifferent. "I crippled your cousin. He was the one who colluded with Wang Zihao and wanted to cripple me, but I ended up crippling him. It was his own fault, and he can't blame anyone else. But today you just don't know what's good for you and brought people to my engagement party to cause trouble. Now I'm giving you a choice. Kneel down and kowtow to apologize. I can forgive what happened today. Otherwise, I don't mind personally making you kneel on the ground and apologize to my fiancé and grandfather." Hiss. As soon as these words came out, everyone around gasped. Is Mr. Yi crazy? Actually making Zheng Heihu kneel down and kowtow to apologize? Oh shit. How dare he? Does he know how terrifying the power behind Zheng Heihu is? If the Blood Alliance gets furious, not only you, but even if the Lin family is included, the only thing left for you is to be reduced to ashes. Idiot. This bumpkin is simply an idiot. He dares to talk to Zheng Heihu like that. He's dead. He's dead. Qin Yanran's face was filled with excitement, and she wanted to shout out loud right away. In her opinion, if Yi Xian dared to provoke Zheng Heihu like this, the Lin family would not be able to protect him. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a loud laugh was heard. Zheng Heihu laughed in anger, looking at Yi Xian with grim eyes. "Boy, you are so arrogant, you want me to kneel down. You are not qualified. So you don't want to kneel down?" Yi Xian's tone was extremely indifferent, and no emotion could be heard from him. Zheng Heihu grinned and said, "Boy, I'm right here. If you have the guts, make me kneel down." Yi Xian ignored Zheng Heihu and looked at Grandpa Lin, saying, "Grandpa, if I abolish him, will it have any impact on the Lin family?" Little Yi. Old Master Lin subconsciously wanted to persuade Yi Xian not to show off, but when he saw Yi Xian's calm eyes, a feeling emerged in his heart, that is, Yi Xian might really be able to cripple Zheng Heihu. This feeling was a little strange, but it gave him a sense of conviction. He said without any hesitation, "Young man Yi, of course there is no problem. You are just a small helmsman.
If you dare to act wildly at the Lin family's engagement party, you will be destroyed.
If the Blood Alliance dares to say anything, I, the old man, will stand up for you.
Mr. Lin, you. Zhang Heihu was furious.
He had never expected that the Lin family would look down on him.
Grandpa, I know.
Yi Xian nodded, looked at Zhang Heihu again, and said calmly, I'll give you 3 seconds.
Kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake. I can forgive you this time. Otherwise, I will personally cripple your legs and make you kneel on the ground to apologize. I will personally break your legs and make you kneel on the ground to apologize.
Hearing this, Zhang Heihu laughed. All those people he brought with him laughed.
Laughing so loudly.
The look he gave Yi Xian was as if he was looking at a fool.
Is this kid mentally ill? Do you think you can be arrogant in front of them just because you have the support of the Lin family? So ridiculous.
Dao Ge, whose hand was crippled by Yi Xian before, pointed at Yi Xian's nose and cursed, Little bastard, who the hell do you think you are? You made my cousin kneel down.
Who do you think you are? I'll fuck you.
Before he could finish his words, a strong wind suddenly blew up around him.
Bang!
A slap landed directly on Brother Dao's face, instantly sending him flying. The man was in mid-air, several bloody teeth had already sprayed out of his mouth, and half of his face was sunken.
Bang!
He fell several meters away and fainted without even a scream. Yi Xian slowly withdrew his hand, and a cold voice rang out, Shut up!
Chapter 38 Kneel Down. This scene stunned everyone around. They didn't even see Yi Xian make a move, but he actually knocked the man away. Could it be that Yi Xian is also an ancient martial artist? Master of both medicine and martial arts? You must be kidding. Zhang Heihu reacted and his face was instantly filled with rage. His own cousin was beaten and thrown away right in front of him, and he couldn't stop it. This is simply a great shame and humiliation. He looked at Yi Xian with grim eyes and said, Boy, you are too arrogant. How dare you attack me in front of me? Even if Master Lin protects you today, I must teach you a lesson. After he finished speaking, Zhang Heihu didn't give anyone time to react. He stepped forward and a clearly visible footprint instantly appeared on the ground. It can be seen how terrifying the power is. His figure rushed towards Yi Xian like lightning. His 5 fingers were like eagle claws, grabbing Yi Xian's shoulders fiercely. He was confident that he could break Yi Xian's shoulder with this claw. There were bursts of energy flowing through the fingertips. He couldn't care about anything now. If he didn't take action, he would really become a joke. When Mr. Lin saw this scene, his pupils shrank, and he said to the skinny old man behind him, Brother Huang, if he can't win, please help him. Brother Lin, I will. The skinny old man nodded slightly. Zhang Heihu's strength is good, but in his eyes, it is not worth mentioning. He can stop it in an instant. Yi Xian stood there motionless, as if he was frightened silly. Yi Xian, get out of the way. Lin Shiu warned loudly. Boy, I thought you were so powerful. Turns out you're just this good. Zhang Heihu sneered. In his opinion, Yi Xian was completely frightened by him. He estimated that in the next second, this kid would kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. However, in Yi Xian's view, his actions were no different from those of a child playing house. Seeing that the claw was about to fall, Yi Xian moved. Yi Xian directly raised his right hand, also in the shape of an eagle claw, and stretched it out fiercely and with terrifying precision. His true energy continued to overflow. A breeze suddenly blew up around them. Since you don't want to kneel down, I will cripple your hand first, and then make you kneel down. Click. With a sound, Yi Xian directly cut off the opponent's wrist and held it tightly. The power exploded. The next second, Zhang Heihu's wrist exploded. This scene is terrifying. What a strong power. Zhang Heihu's face changed drastically. Under this power, he felt insignificant. Not good. He was about to retreat, but Yi Xian didn't give him any chance at all. With a step, his figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. He raised his hand and pressed it directly on his shoulder. Kneel down. Zhang Heihu's face was ferocious. He was about to resist, but he found a terrifying pressure covering his whole body. He didn't even have the right to move. Bang! The next second, his knee broke and he fell heavily to his knees on the ground. At this moment, the entire banquet hall fell silent. It's so quiet. There was disbelief on everyone's face. All were petrified on the spot.
I couldn't accept this sudden scene before my eyes. I don't know how long it took before everyone came to their senses. Crash. The next moment, the scene became boiling.
Am I dazzled? One move. Mr. Yi suppressed Zhang Heihu, one of the 6 helmsmen of the Blood Alliance, with just one move? He even made him kneel on the ground? Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I didn't expect that Mr. Yi not only has extraordinary medical skills, but also has such incredible strength. Both medical and martial arts masters. This is the real master of both medical and martial arts masters.
The Lin family has really found a treasure this time. Everyone looked at the Lin family with envy, jealousy, and hatred.
A grandson-in-law with superb medical skills has enabled the Lin family to stand firm in Tianhai.
With time, entering Jiangnan province will not be a problem.
Now that his grandson-in-law has powerful martial arts, it may not be a problem for the Lin family to move out of Jiangnan province and become a big family in Jiuzhou in the future.
Why is the Lin family so lucky? Why isn't this grandson-in-law theirs?
Everyone's eyes turned red, and they wished they could take his place. Mr. Lin's face was also filled with shock, and his heart was in turmoil, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Others may not know how strong Zhang Heihu is, but he knows it very well.
The realm of half-step grandmaster. One step further and you will become a martial arts master.
But now, Yi Xian not only crippled Zhang Heihu with one move, but also made Zhang Heihu kneel on the ground. How strong must Yi Xian be? Could it be that Yi Xian has already reached the level of martial arts master?
OMG. A martial arts master in his early 20s is extremely rare, not to mention in Jiangnan province, but in the entire Jiuzhou.
Those who can do this are all the top talents in Kyushu. I didn't expect that his Lin family was so lucky that they actually met such a young master. It seems that the old Taoist priest did not lie to him.
As long as he survives the disaster, the Lin family will be able to soar to success.
With a young master who was both a master of medicine and martial arts in charge of the Lin family, it would be unfair if he didn't take off. At this moment, Lin Shiu also widened her beautiful eyes, slightly opened her red lips, and her pretty face was full of disbelief. She never expected Yi Xian to be so powerful. It was totally beyond her expectations. Qin Longhu, Qin Kunyang, Qin Yanran and other members of the Qin family were also stunned and dumbfounded.
Impossible. Impossible. How can this country bumpkin be so powerful? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Qin Yanran roared in her heart. She couldn't accept what she was seeing.
Why is it that the country bumpkin she looked down upon not only has great medical skills, but also possesses martial arts skills?
Why?
This bumpkin from the mountains should be a piece of trash. Why is he so powerful? But no matter how she refuted in her heart, the scene before her clearly told her who the real bumpkin was. This scene was more like an invisible slap on her face, causing her cheeks to hurt.
Qin Longhu was so angry that he almost fainted.
Like Grandpa Lin, he had some understanding of Zhang Heihu's strength. Now that Yi Xian can defeat Zhang Heihu, it is enough to show that Yi Xian's strength is much stronger than Zhang Heihu, otherwise, it would be impossible to do this. In fact, Yi Xian is very likely to be a martial arts master.
This is a martial arts master. In Tianhai, it is like a nuclear weapon.
Even if a family is not well known, if a martial arts master appears in it, it can become the top family in Tianhai. If he had not broken off the engagement and driven Yi Xian away, with Yi Xian's strength, the Qin family would have become the 6th largest family in Tianhai. But he gave such a good opportunity to the Lin family.
Hate it. Regret.
If he could turn back time, he would never do such a stupid thing. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world.
Chapter 39 Kowtow. Kowtow again. The screen rotates.
Yi Xian had no idea how much of a sensation his suppression of Zhang Heihu caused in the surroundings. To him, Zhang Heihu was just an ant. If the other party hadn't come to provoke him, he wouldn't even bother to pay attention to him. What's more, if today wasn't his engagement party, and he didn't want his engagement party to be stained with blood, Zhang Heihu would have been a corpse now. Not killing Zhang Heihu now was already considered a pardon outside the law. Yi Xian stood there, looking down at Zhang Heihu, and said indifferently, "Now kowtow to me and admit your mistake, and you can leave." Zhang Heihu, who was kneeling on the ground, came to his senses and tried desperately to stand up, but found that a terrifying pressure was looming over his body and he was not even qualified to stand up. He could only kneel on the ground, turned his head and looked at the people he brought with him, and shouted angrily, "You bunch of idiots, why don't you come and help?
Destroy this kid for me."
The dozen or so people he brought with him finally came to their senses, drew out their batons, and prepared to attack Yi Xian. A cold voice suddenly sounded at this moment. Whoever dares to take a step forward will die. Yi Xian's tone was very indifferent, so indifferent that there was no emotion at all. After hearing these words, the dozen people didn't dare to move at all. They felt as if they were falling into an ice cellar. That voice seemed to have a magical power. It seemed as if as long as they took a step forward, they would surely die. This guy really dares to kill people, they don't want to die. Zhang Heihu was so angry when he saw that his men were so frightened by the other party's words that they dared not move. This guy is indeed very powerful, but are you, a dozen of you, afraid of just one of him? As long as you hold this guy back, he will be able to take action. In Zhang Heihu's opinion, the reason why he was suppressed by Yi Xian was that he underestimated his enemy, which gave Yi Xian an opportunity to take advantage of him. As long as his men could delay time, he could fight back. But he never dreamed that the people he brought with him would be so cowardly. At this moment, he could clearly feel a sharp pain coming from his knee, and his knee bone seemed to be completely shattered. He simply ignored these people, looked at Yi Xian with a sinister look, and said coldly, "Boy, you are wishful thinking if you want me to kowtow to you. I'm telling you, I'm from the Blood Alliance. You dared to cripple one of my arms and make me kneel down. You've committed a heinous crime. The Blood Alliance will not let you go." A huge mistake? Yi Xian sneered and said, "I want to see what the Blood Alliance can do to me after they destroy you. But since you don't want to kneel, I will help you." After that, Yi Xian stopped talking nonsense and directly reached out and grabbed the back of Zhang Heihu's head. The next second, his arm suddenly pressed down. Burst of power. Bang! In an instant, Zhang Heihu's head made close contact with the ground. The severe pain made Zhang Heihu scream out, "You little bastard, how dare you do this to me? I'm going to kill you." Knock again. Yi Xian's voice was calm. Bang! Zhang Heihu's head hit the ground heavily again, and a trace of blood seeped out of his forehead. Yi Xian had no expression on his face. Knock again. Knock again. The only sounds in the entire banquet hall were Yi Xian's voice and the dull sound of collision, no other sounds. Everyone was shocked by Yi Xian's actions. The leader of the Blood Alliance was pressed to the ground and made to kowtow and apologize. Looking around Tianhai, there was only Yi Xian. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that anyone would dare to do this. An idea emerged in everyone's mind: Tianhai is about to change. The world has completely changed. Yi Xian didn't care about the reactions of the people around him. He held Zhang Heihu down and made him kowtow 10 times before he stopped. At this moment, Zhang Heihu was almost unconscious and his head was covered in blood. Faintly, he heard Yi Xian's voice, "You have kowtowed 10 times. This is my engagement party. I don't want to kill anyone, so I will spare you this time. But the 3rd time is the limit. If you, the Blood Alliance, dare to cause trouble to me again, I don't mind wiping the Blood Alliance out of this world completely." Hearing this, everyone present was horrified. They never thought that Yi Xian was not satisfied with forcing Zhang Heihu to kowtow and admit his mistake, but he even dared to threaten the Blood Alliance and plan to wipe out the Blood Alliance from this world. Too arrogant. Bang! Yi Xian kicked Zhang Heihu out and looked at the dozen people Zhang Heihu brought with him. "I'll give you 10 seconds. Take him and the one next to him and get out." After the words fell, the dozen people trembled, looked at Yi Xian cautiously, and then quickly came to Zhang Heihu and Dao Gu, lifted them up, and ran outside without looking back. They were scared, really scared. The young man in front of them was simply a devil returning from hell, and they didn't want to have any more conflict with him. After everyone left, Yi Xian retracted his aura, turned around, and said to Grandpa Lin, "Grandpa, I'm sorry, I ruined the engagement party, please forgive me." Grandpa Lin laughed and said, "Young man Yi, what are you talking about? Grandpa is so happy. I never thought that my grandson-in-law is actually a genius in both medicine and martial arts. Now Grandpa can rest assured even after 100 years. From now on, Shiyu will be handed over to you. You must protect her well." Yi Xian glanced at Lin Shiu, smiled and nodded, and said, "Grandpa, don't worry, I'm here, I won't let anyone hurt her." With your words, Grandpa feels relieved. The more Mr. Lin looked at Yi Xian, the more satisfied he became. Then, he thought of something and said, "Young man Yi, you have crippled Zhang Heihu this time. According to the Blood Alliance's style of doing things, they will definitely not let this go. You should be careful during this period. If the other party attacks you, don't get entangled with them.
Come to me as soon as possible. I will solve it. Do you understand?
Yi Xian smiled nonchalantly. Grandpa, don't worry, since I dare to take action, I am not afraid of them coming to trouble me, they can't do anything to me. Mr. Lin knew that Yi Xian was confident, but he still warned, young man Yi, no matter what, be careful, it won't be a big mistake after all.
You are not alone now. You still have Shiu. If something happens to you, what will you do to Shiu?
Besides, you are the grandson-in-law of my Lin family.
No matter when, we will stand behind you without hesitation. The Lin family is the strongest backing.
Hearing this, Yi Xian felt a warm feeling in his heart. He could tell that what Mr. Lin said came from his heart and was sincere. Over the years, in addition to feeling the warmth of family from the old man and 5 senior sisters, now he suddenly felt a touch of home warmth from Grandpa Lin.
He nodded heavily. Grandpa, I understand.
Although he said this, a hint of coldness flashed in the depths of Yi Xian's eyes. He has already given the Blood Alliance 2 chances. If the other party still dares to continue to cause trouble for him, then there is no need for this Blood Alliance to exist. Not only for himself, but also for the Lin family. He would not allow anyone to threaten the Lin family.
Anyone or any force that dared to threaten the Lin family would be killed without mercy.
Mr. Lin naturally didn't know what Yi Xian was thinking, so he didn't say anything. Instead, he stood up, holding a glass of wine, and said to the people around him,
Everyone, I'm sorry for disturbing your mood with a little farce just now.
I hope you can forgive me. I will drink a glass of wine here to apologize to you all.
Mr. Lin, you are so polite. Let us toast you too.
People in the banquet hall raised their glasses.
At this time, Lin Shiu finally found an opportunity, moved closer to Yi Xian, and whispered, Yi Xian, how are you? Are you really okay?
For some reason, when Yi Xian and Zhang Heihu were fighting, she felt inexplicably worried about Yi Xian, fearing that something might have happened to him. Even she didn't know why, this was a feeling she had never experienced before. Yi Xian smiled at Lin Shiu and joked, a piece of trash can't do anything to me. Besides, you haven't given birth to a son for me yet.
How could anything happen to me?
Lin Shiu's pretty face turned red, she rolled her eyes at Yi Xian and said angrily, I won't give birth to a son for you.
Don't even think about it. Ha ha.
Yi Xian looked at Lin Shiu's appearance and immediately laughed a few times. He found that the shy Lin Shiu was still very cute.
Chapter 40 I'll give you a massage. The engagement party lasted until 2 in the afternoon.
However, the Qin family left in the middle of the banquet, not because they couldn't bear the banquet atmosphere, but because Qin Longhu suddenly vomited blood and fainted, so the Qin family left in a hurry. Yi Xian didn't take this to heart at all. He gave the Qin family a chance, but they didn't cherish it, so it's not his fault.
Repay evil with kindness.
Only a fool would try to please a cold butt. Because Lin Shiu did not live with the Lin family, after the engagement banquet, Yi Xian separated from Grandpa Lin and his party, and took Lin Shiu's car back to the Lin Jianjuan villa.
Finally, I'm home. I'm so tired. Lin Shiu returned home and lay down on the sofa in a very ungraceful manner.
Her proud curves made Yi Xian unable to help but look at her sideways.
Yi Xian, what are you looking at?
You're still looking. Lin Shiu found that Yi Xian was standing there motionless, his eyes fixed on her, and a blush suddenly appeared on her pretty face. Not only that, Lin Shiu even felt it was a bit strange. In the past, if a man dared to look at her like this, she would have been angry a long time ago. But now, when Yi Xian looked at her, there was not a trace of anger in her heart, and there was even a hint of happiness.
It seemed as if being stared at by Yi Xian like this was the greatest affirmation of her charm. How so? Could it be that I have fallen in love with Yi Xian?
Lin Shiu was shocked by her own thought and shook her head vigorously.
Impossible.
It is undeniable that Yi Xian's performance made her look at him with new eyes, but she and Yi Xian had only known each other for a few days, so how could she possibly fall in love with Yi Xian?
Fake. It must be fake.
Yi Xian came back to his senses and looked at Lin Shiu, who blushed for a while and shook her head for a while, with a strange look on her face. Wife, what's wrong with you?
Are you okay?
Lin Shiu suddenly came back to her senses. Seeing Yi Xian's strange look, her pretty face turned even redder and she said angrily, Don't yell, I'm not your wife yet. Yi Xian picked up an apple from the fruit plate on the coffee table, wiped it casually, and put it directly into his mouth. We are engaged, why are you not my wife?
This is an engagement, not a marriage. Lin Shiu rolled her eyes at Yi Xian and said, Anyway, you don't need to call me wife anymore. Just call me by my name.
Yi Xian also knew when to stop and nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. Lin Shiu took a deep breath, looked at Yi Xian with her beautiful eyes, and asked curiously, Yi Xian, I didn't expect that you are not only good at medicine, but also so good at martial arts.
Can you tell me how you did it?
You know, for an ordinary person to be able to master any one of the skills to a high level at your age, it would already be considered a genius.
I didn't expect you to be able to master both. This is not something that ordinary people can do. Yi Xian smiled faintly and said, Are you shocked now?
Let me tell you, I know more than just medicine and martial arts, feng shui, metaphysics, shimenduanjia, refining weapons, and alchemy.
I know everything. If you don't want to say it, then that's fine, but you're still bragging.
Lin Shiu didn't believe what Yi Xian said at all. Just as she said just now, a person who can master either medicine or martial arts at Yi Xian's age can already be considered a genius among geniuses. Now Yi Xian says that he not only masters medicine and martial arts, but also feng shui metaphysics, shimenduanjia, weapon refining and alchemy and so on.
If this is not bragging, what is it?
After all, no matter how talented you are, your energy is limited. If you try to multitask, the end result will be that you will know how to do everything, but nothing at all.
You will only master the basics but not the essence. I'm really not bragging.
Yi Xian touched his nose, feeling helpless.
Why is it that these days, no one believes the truth? He really understood everything he just said.
Not only that, he has already entered an extremely high realm, where even old men feel inferior to him. Of course, the reason why he was able to do things that seemed impossible to countless people was not because of his amazing talent, but because of the Hongmeng secret book. Ever since practicing the Hongmeng secret book, he found that his comprehension was far beyond that of ordinary people. He could comprehend the mystery of any martial arts with just one look and master the skills in a short period of time. Moreover, they can cultivate to an unfathomable level at an extremely fast speed, surpassing the ordinary people's 10 or even dozens of years of hard practice. This is also the reason why he was able to master medicine, martial arts, shimenduanjia, feng shui metaphysics, and alchemy and weapon refining.
I don't believe it.
Lin Shiu rolled her eyes at Yi Xian in annoyance. Yi Xian spread his hands and did not explain further. Now that Lin Shiu doesn't believe him, no matter how much he explains, it would be a waste of time. Instead of that, it would be better to let the facts speak for themselves. He glanced at Lin Shiu, who looked tired, and changed the subject. Shiu, you look very tired now, how about I give you a massage? Lin Shiu was startled, and subconsciously looked at Yi Xian and asked, You also know how to massage? Of course, you forgot that I am a Chinese medicine practitioner.
Massaging acupoints is one of Chinese medicine's specialties.
Yi Xian said with a smile. At the beginning, he learned Chinese medicine from the old man. In order to get him to give him a free massage, the old man taught him a lot about acupuncture points. It is no exaggeration to say that if massage has levels, he is definitely a master of massage. Lin Shiu hesitated for a moment and said, Yi Xian, thank you for your help. I feel some pain in my shoulders recently.
How about you massage them for me?
Of course. Yi Xian naturally did not refuse. After letting Lin Shiu sit on the sofa, he turned around and came behind Lin Shiu, putting his hands on her shoulders. Feeling Yi Xian's palm falling on her shoulder, Lin Shiu's body trembled uncontrollably, and an unprecedented strange feeling emerged from the bottom of her heart. Apart from the fact that she was drugged a few days ago and had sex with Yi Xian in a daze, strictly speaking, this was the first time she had such close contact with Yi Xian. This made her feel at a loss, and she even felt a little regretful.
Yi Xian, how about?
Lin Shiu was about to say why not just forget it, but before she could finish her words, her voice stopped abruptly. Because she felt Yi Xian's two hands pressing gently on her shoulders. As his fingers touched her skin, she could clearly feel a warm current flowing out from Yi Xian's fingertips and blending into her body. As the heat flowed into her body, she was surprised to find that the fatigue in her body disappeared a lot at once.
Even some minor problems left over from busy work seemed to have disappeared. The whole body has a feeling of spring revival and exudes vitality. Chapter 41 Zhao Chengdong. Is this the effect of massage?
Feeling the changes in herself, Lin Shiu widened her beautiful eyes, with surprise, confusion, and disbelief on her pretty face. In the past, when she was tired from work, she also asked female masseuses to give her a massage. However, although those female masseuses could relieve fatigue, the effect was not as terrible as Yi Xian's massage. This can no longer be called a massage. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a magical technique.
She had never heard of it.
The heat flowed into her whole body from Yi Xian's fingertips, and an unprecedented feeling of comfort came over her. She felt as if she was soaking in a hot spring.
She couldn't help but moan, so comfortable.
The moment she said this, she quickly covered her mouth.
Lin Shiu, how can you make such a sound in front of a man? It's so embarrassing.
Yi Xian probably didn't hear it. She subconsciously raised her head and immediately found that Yi Xian was staring at her with a strange look in his eyes.
Brush.
Lin Shiu's pretty face turned completely red at this moment, even her neck was blood red. I just remembered that I have something else to do, so I won't massage you anymore.
I'll go back to my room first.
After saying this, without waiting for Yi Xian to speak again, Lin Shiu stood up from the sofa and ran upstairs. Not long after, there was a bang and the sound of a door closing was heard from upstairs. Lin Shiu ran into the bedroom, lay down on the bed, and covered her face with a pillow. Her face was so hot, she had never thought that she would make such a seductive sound in front of a man.
The key is to stay sober. She is going crazy. How can she face Yi Xian in the future? Asshole. Asshole. It's all your fault. If you hadn't given me a massage, how could I have made such an embarrassing sound? I'm going to beat you up hard.
Lin Shiu raised her head and punched the pillow in her hand, as if she mistook the other person for Yi Xian.
Now. Downstairs, Yi Xian looked at Lin Shiu's disappearing back and suddenly laughed. He didn't expect that Lin Shiu had such a lovely side. He found that he seemed to like this kind of life a little bit. It seems that before leaving Tianhai, he not only has to resolve Lin Shiu's bloody disaster, but also at least ensure that after he leaves, no one dares to do anything to Lin Shiu or even the Lin family. No matter what, facing the Blood Alliance today, Mr. Lin was willing to fight against the Blood Alliance for him, and he couldn't just watch the Lin family get into trouble after he left. At the same time, Tianhai Airport. Sky City Airlines Flight S3698 landed.
A young man in a white suit, looking sunny and handsome like a Prince Charming, walked out of the airport.
Wherever he went, many crazy girls cheered. Boom, boom, boom.
Just then, the roar of a car engine rang out. 8 luxury supercars roared from a distance and stopped at the airport gate.
The car door is open.
7 or 8 second-generation members of the Tianhai family got out of the car, and one of them even sat in a wheelchair. If Yi Xian were here, he would definitely recognize that this person is Wang Zihao. When they saw the young man coming out, Wang Zihao and others immediately waved to the back and a banner was hung up immediately.
Welcome Mr. Zhao back to Tianhai.
The young man's eyes narrowed, a smile appeared on his face, and he walked up quickly.
Wang Zihao pushed the wheelchair up and said immediately, Mr. Zhao, you are finally back. Something happened. Something big happened in Tianhai. The young man glanced at Wang Zihao and said, What happened? And what happened to your leg?
When Wang Zihao heard this, he gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Zhao, my legs are not important. What's important is that Lin Shiu is engaged to another man.
What did you say? Shiu is engaged? Wang Zihao, are you telling the truth?
When the young man heard this, his face instantly turned cold and his eyes stared at Wang Zihao. It seemed that he would kill Wang Zihao if Wang Zihao didn't give him a reasonable explanation. When Wang Zihao saw the young man's reaction, instead of showing any fear, a smile of success flashed in the depths of his eyes. He came today specifically to greet the young man. Because he knew who the young man in front of him was. The young man is called Zhao Chengdong, and he is the eldest son of the Zhao family, one of the 5 major families in Tianhai. He is also Lin Shiu's die-hard pursuer, but he has always been rejected by Lin Shiu. But for Zhao Chengdong, he has regarded Lin Shiu as his forbidden delicacy and will never allow anyone to get involved. There was once someone who wanted to pursue Lin Shiu, but when Zhao Chengdong found out, the next day this pursuer had his limbs crippled and thrown into the trash can. He knew very well that once Zhao Chengdong knew that Lin Shiu was engaged, he would be extremely furious. He will definitely cause trouble for Yi Xian.
Now it seems that he was right. You country bumpkin, you dare to let brother Dao break my legs? This time, I will make sure you die without a burial place.
Wang Zihao thought viciously in his heart. He couldn't deal with the Lin family, so naturally he couldn't deal with Yi Xian, but he could ask others for help.
This person is Zhao Chengdong.
Others are afraid of the Lin family, but he knows that Zhao Chengdong is definitely not afraid. Wang Zihao thought so in his heart, but his face did not show it at all.
Instead, he nodded heavily and said, Mr. Zhao, this matter is absolutely true.
They held the engagement banquet today.
If you don't believe it, just ask other people and you will know. Zhao Chengdong looked at the other second-generation members of the Tianhai family with an extremely gloomy expression. Mr. Zhao, this is true.
Several second-generation members of the Tianhai family nodded in agreement.
Hateful. Zhao Chengdong's face was extremely gloomy, and he asked coldly, "Do you know who that boy is?"
Wang Zihao spoke up immediately. He was a bumpkin from the mountains with no background. He became the grandson-in-law of the Lin family because he saved Mr. Lin.
My leg was also broken by that bumpkin. Bang!
Hearing this, Zhao Chengdong was so angry that he almost exploded and smashed his phone to the ground. In his heart, although Lin Shiu did not agree to his pursuit, he already regarded her as his woman.
But now, his woman actually married a country bumpkin. How outrageous! He, Zhao Chengdong, the eldest son of the Zhao family, is not as good as a country bumpkin? Wang Zihao saw the scene and fanned the flames, saying, "Mr. Zhao, what should we do next? Do you want me to find out the whereabouts of this guy and then kill him?"
Zhao Chengdong's eyes flashed with coldness, and he said coldly, "Killing this kid is too easy for him." He thought he could rest easy just by hooking up with Lin Shiu. "I will go to the Lin group in person tomorrow and I will make Lin Shiu drive this bumpkin away. It won't be too late to slowly deal with this kid then."
Wang Zihao's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Mr. Zhao, do you have a solution?" Zhao Chengdong sneered and said, "Do you know Duozi Beauty Group?" Wang Zihao nodded and said, "I know.
I heard that a new beauty oral liquid has been launched.
It will soon replace the Lin Group and become the leader of Tianhai's beauty industry. Mr. Zhao, what do you want to do with this?" Chapter 42: The Strength of the Blood Alliance. That's controlled by my Zhao family. Zhao Chengdong smiled and said, "The Lin Group is probably in a panic now. Tomorrow I will meet Lin Shiu as the general manager of Duozi Beauty Group.
Unless she wants to see the Lin Group go bankrupt, she will have no choice but to drive that guy away and become my woman."
At this point, Zhao Chengdong glanced at Wang Zihao and said, "You told me this news today, probably because you want to use me to take revenge." Mr. Zhao,
Wang Zihao's face changed, and he was about to explain, but was interrupted by Zhao Chengdong. "I'll give you this chance. Wait until the Lin family drives this bumpkin away, and you can do whatever you want with this kid."
Wang Zihao's face lit up with joy, and he said quickly, "Thank you, Mr. Zhao."
Zhao Chengdong ignored Wang Zihao and walked straight towards a sports car, saying, "Let's go.
Take me to Chunfeng Tower and call a few courtesans to welcome me." "Mr. Zhao, no problem, I have arranged everything, just go over there." Wang Zihao pushed the wheelchair and followed happily. The other side.
Tianhai is located in an extremely luxurious mountaintop villa standing on the top of a mountain.
At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire villa was extremely solemn. An old man with gray hair and wearing a Zhongshan suit was sitting on the sofa.
The old man had a mustache and a pair of brown eyes sunken in his eye sockets. From a distance, he looked very majestic. In front of him, there were 5 men standing there respectfully. These 5 people are the other 5 helmsmen of the Blood Alliance besides Zhang Heihu, and all of them are at the level of half-step Grandmaster. Suddenly, the old man on the sofa spoke. His voice was as loud and powerful as an ancient bell.
"You should have heard about what happened today.
Zhang Heihu was crippled by a punch from Yi Xian, the grandson-in-law of the old man of the Lin family, and was even forced to kneel on the ground and kowtow to admit his fault."
"What do you think about this?"
The old man who spoke was none other than the leader of the Blood Alliance, Hu Fengyuan. He is a genuine martial arts master.
Incredibly powerful.
Hu Fengyuan's words were like gunpowder, igniting the anger of the entire hall.
The burly, rugged-looking middle-aged man standing on the far left spoke up immediately. "Alliance leader, what else can we do? Of course, it's an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth.
This kid crippled Zhang Heihu and made him kneel down and kowtow to admit his fault. Then let's cripple him too and make him kneel down and kowtow to admit his fault."
The middle-aged man's tone was grim.
As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man standing next to him spoke with murderous intent on his face.
"Alliance leader, I think what Duan Hu said makes sense.
No matter what the reason is, this kid dared to cripple Zhang Heihu.
This is a provocation to the Blood Alliance.
If we don't cripple this kid, and the news gets out, others will think that our Blood Alliance is afraid of the Lin family." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 more voices echoed him.
"Alliance leader, this is the shame of our Blood Alliance. It must be washed away with blood.
This little bastard is so bold that he not only crippled Zhang Heihu, but also forced him to kowtow and admit his fault.
He must be taught a lesson." Very soon, a rebuttal voice sounded, "Alliance leader, I think this matter must be considered in the long run."
The person who spoke was a thin man who looked like a monkey. He is also one of the leaders of the Blood Alliance, and his name is Ho Ming. Hu Fengyuan narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at the Blood Alliance leader who refuted, and said, "Tell me what you think." Ho Ming took a deep breath and said, "Alliance leader, everyone knows how powerful Zhang Heihu is. He is at the level of a half-step grandmaster, but he was defeated by a brat. He even forced Zhang Heihu to kneel down and apologize. You can imagine how strong this brat is. Besides that, the Lin family actually went to great lengths to tear their faces off with our Blood Alliance for a young boy. This is enough to show that this boy has a very powerful background, otherwise, the Lin family would never have done this. So, I suggest that we take a long-term view and investigate this kid's background first.
It won't be too late for us to take action later."
As soon as he finished speaking, before Hu Fengyuan could speak, the rough middle-aged man who spoke first spoke. His face was full of disdain. "Ho Ming, I said you were getting more and more timid.
I have already asked Zhang Heihu. This guy is just a bumpkin from the mountains. What kind of background can he have?
The reason why the Lin family protected this kid is because he saved Lin Yanping's life.
In addition, as the grandson-in-law, how could the Lin family not protect him?" Duan Hu is right.
The second middle-aged man also echoed, "Everyone knows that the Lin family cares most about their reputation.
If they give up on that kid at that juncture, the Lin family's reputation will be ruined.
Besides, in my opinion, it wasn't that guy who did the dismantling of Zhang Heihu, but Huang Dexing who was behind Lin Yanping.
Huang Dexing is a martial arts master.
For a martial arts master, it is not a problem to quietly cripple a half-step master with the help of others."
That's right, Hong Tao is right. I agree. How could a young boy be so powerful? It's impossible.
The other two helmsmen also spoke up and agreed with this explanation. They had spent countless hours cultivating to the level of a half-step grandmaster, and now a bumpkin from the mountains was actually stronger than them.
How could they accept this? Hu Fengyuan nodded thoughtfully, then looked at Ho Ming. "Ho Ming, what do you think?"
Ho Ming shook his head and said, "Alliance leader, I have no objection." He could see that both the leader Hu Fengyuan and the other four wanted to get rid of Yi Xian. If he continued, he would incur public anger. Besides, the reason why he refuted just now was that he was worried that there was some force behind Yi Xian, and if he took action, it would bring disaster upon himself. But now it seems that Yi Xian has no power at all, and his strength is even inferior to Zhang Heihu, so what does he have to worry about? Relying on the power of the Blood Alliance, not to mention dealing with a bumpkin, even dealing with the Lin family would be no problem at all.
Even if we can't defeat them, the Blood Alliance still has the King of Jiangnan behind them. Although the Blood Alliance was completely inferior in the eyes of King Jiangnan and did not even have the qualifications to approach the King of Jiangnan. But the King of Jiangnan is the overlord of the underworld in Jiangnan province.
The Blood Alliance has paid tribute to him every year, which is equivalent to having a connection with the King of Jiangnan.
If the Blood Alliance was bullied, how could King Jiangnan not take action? After all, beating a dog depends on its owner.
Hu Fengyuan withdrew his gaze, then swept across the 5 people in front of him, finally falling on 3 of them, and his voice rang out. "Since you all have no objections, then do as Duan Hu said.
An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth.
Destroy him and make him kneel at the entrance of the Blood Alliance, kowtow and admit his fault. Let everyone know what the consequences of provoking the Blood Alliance are.
However, just in case, Duan Hu, Qian Qingzhong, Ho Ming, the 3 of you go and bring this kid to the Blood Alliance. If the Lin family dares to stop us, we will kill them without mercy." In the last sentence, Hu Fengyuan's tone was full of arrogance and strength. This is the Blood Alliance. Chapter 43, Going to the Ling family. In the blink of an eye, another day has passed.
At 8 o'clock the next morning, Yi Xian woke up from his practice. After sensing his own cultivation level, Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Although his cultivation level had improved a little after a night of practice, the improvement was really minimal.
If I want to improve my strength further, I don't know when that will happen. I don't know if He Zhizhang has collected all the herbs. It seems necessary to go to Baikatang to ask. Yi Xian exhaled a breath of foul air from his mouth, stood up and walked into the bathroom. After washing up, Yi Xian opened the door and went downstairs. As soon as he walked downstairs, Yi Xian smelled the fragrance of food. Soon, he found Lin Shiu busy in the kitchen. Her swaying body and the proportion between her slim waist and hips were exaggerated to the extreme.
She has a good figure, a pretty face, and can cook. This kind of woman can be considered the best. Yi Xian sighed with a look of surprise on his face. Although he had lived with Lin Shiu for several days, he had never seen Lin Shiu cook. It was always the auntie hired by Lin Shiu who prepared breakfast. He didn't expect that Lin Shiu would cook by herself today. He came to the restaurant and found 2 prepared breakfasts on the table. A rich fragrance filled the air. Lin Shiu also came out of the kitchen with 2 poached eggs. Seeing Yi Xian getting up, she said, "Yi Xian, you're up. Breakfast is ready. Come and eat together." "Good." Yi Xian didn't hesitate to sit down at the dining table, picked up a breakfast and started eating. After taking a bite, Yi Xian paused and a look of surprise appeared on his face. "What's wrong? Is it not delicious?" Lin Shiu noticed Yi Xian's appearance and couldn't help asking. Yi Xian swallowed the food in his mouth and then said, "No, it tastes great. I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so good. It's really beyond my expectation. It's even better than the chef's." Yi Xian had no intention of flattering Lin Shiu when he said this. It was entirely from the heart. He thought that even though Lin Shiu cooked breakfast, the taste would not be very good, but he never expected that the breakfast made by Lin Shiu not only tasted not bad, but quite good. It is no exaggeration to say that his skills are even more sophisticated than those of ordinary star chefs. How could this not shock him? In his impression, Lin Shiu should be a woman who has never had to do housework, but it is hard to believe that Lin Shiu has such good cooking skills. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Shiu explained, "I learned this from the servants at home. My parents were very busy and often not at home. Sometimes I would go back to the ancestral home with my grandfather to stay for a few days. Grandpa didn't like to bring strangers to the ancestral home, so when we went there, we had to cook by ourselves. That's when I learned how to cook. That's amazing." Yi Xian gave Lin Shiu a thumbs up and said, "I found that even if the Lin Group goes bankrupt, you can open a restaurant and be a chef to ensure that the business is booming." "Go to hell. You crow mouth." Lin Shiu glared at Yi Xian unhappily, but the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, as if she was extremely satisfied with Yi Xian's flattery. Suddenly, Lin Shiu thought of something and said, "By the way, Yi Xian, you probably don't know where Uncle Ling's home is. After breakfast, I'll go to Uncle Ling's home with you. When you cure Ruoshui, we can go to the company together. What do you think? You're coming with me?" Yi Xian glanced at Lin Shiu and did not refuse, saying, "Okay, then you can go with me." Last time, he promised Lin Shiu that he would go to work at Lin Group after they got engaged, so he naturally couldn't go back on his word. Besides, he has not yet found the source of Lin Shiu's bloody disaster, and he must find out the truth. "Good." Lin Shiu nodded and said nothing more, but concentrated on eating breakfast. After breakfast, Lin Shiu and Yi Xian drove away from Lin Jianjuan Villa and headed for the Ling family. Inside the car, the atmosphere was somewhat quiet. Only the music in the car made a slight sound. Suddenly, Lin Shiu turned off the music in the car and asked while controlling the steering wheel, "Yi Xian, are you sure you can cure Ruoshui's leg?" Yi Xian glanced at Lin Shiu and said, "Why, you don't believe in my medical skills?" Lin Shiu shook her head and said, "No. I don't distrust your medical skills. It's just that Ruoshui's leg is a little strange. Uncle Ling once asked Chen Anping, one of the 10 great masters of acupuncture, to help, but he couldn't cure it, so..." Before Lin Shiu could finish her words, Yi Xian interrupted her and said, "They can't cure her because their medical skills are not good enough. As long as I take action and her legs are still there, I can cure her." Lin Shiu turned her head, looked at Yi Xian deeply, and did not refute out loud. These few days, she suddenly realized that although Yi Xian liked to brag, at least during this period of time, most of his bragging had basically come true. Whether it was asserting that Qin Longhu would not survive for more than a few days, or saving her grandfather, or crippling Zhang Heihu. At that time, everyone thought Yi Xian was bragging, but in the end Yi Xian used facts to tell everyone that he did what he said. At this moment, Lin Shiu suddenly realized that she didn't know Yi Xian at all. This man seems to be hidden in a cloud of fog. Every time you think you have seen him clearly, he seems to be hidden in the fog again, impossible to see through or figure out. "Yi Xian, is it true what Grandpa said? Are you really a rare talent, worthy of my entrusting my life to you?" Lin Shiu suddenly murmured in her heart. Half an hour later, Lin Shiu's car stopped at the gate of an antique villa. "Yi Xian, we're here, let's get off the car." Lin Shiu turned her head and said, "Good." Yi Xian nodded, opened the car door and got out.
Nephew Yi Shiu, you are here.
As soon as he got off the car, Yi Xian heard an extremely excited voice ringing in his ears. Looking up, Yi Xian saw Ling Shanha walking towards him quickly. It was obvious that Ling Shanha had been waiting for them at the door.
Uncle Ling!
Yi Xian and Lin Shiu shouted. Ling Shanha waved his hand, looked at Yi Xian, and said with a hint of apology, "Nephew Yi, I'm sorry, my daughter's legs can't be exposed to the wind.
Once exposed to the wind, it will be unbearable.
So she is not here with me to welcome Nephew Yi. I hope you can forgive me."
Yi Xian shook his head nonchalantly and said, "Uncle Ling, you are too polite.
Take me to see Miss Ling."
Okay, Nephew Yi Shiu, please tell me.
Ling Shanha made an inviting gesture and walked towards the villa with Yi Xian and Lin Shiu.
Chapter 44 Poisoning.
As soon as he walked into the villa, Yi Xian heard a clear and pleasant voice.
"Dad, are Mr. Yi and Sister Shiu here?"
Hearing the voice, Yi Xian subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound and immediately saw a girl in a dress sitting in a wheelchair in the villa with a sweet smile on her delicate face. Even though he was used to seeing beautiful women, Yi Xian still couldn't help but flash a look of surprise across his face.
This is a very beautiful girl.
Her pretty face was as pure as water, her crystal clear snow-white skin shone with an ivory-like halo, her skin was as white as a snow lotus, and her long eyelashes tightly covered her pair of autumn eyes. She exudes a pure and clean temperament, giving people a feeling like a girl next door. When Lin Shiu saw the girl, a smile appeared on her face and she walked up to her quickly.
"Ruoshui, here I come."
This girl is the eldest daughter of the Ling family, Ling Ruoshui. Ling Ruoshui looked at Lin Shiu and said apologetically, "Sister Shiu, I'm sorry, I couldn't attend your engagement party yesterday. I apologize to you here and hope you don't blame me." Lin Shiu shook her head nonchalantly and said, "Ruoshui, you don't have to apologize to me.
I don't blame you. Besides, this time, don't worry, Yi Xian will take action, he will definitely heal you."
As she spoke, Lin Shiu thought of something, turned to Yi Xian behind her, and said, "Yi Xian, let me introduce her to you. She is my best friend and Uncle Ling's daughter, Ling Ruoshui."
"Hello Mr. Yi, my name is Ling Ruoshui."
Ling Ruoshui smiled slightly and stretched out her hand towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian shook hands with Ling Ruoshui, and without hesitation, he said straight to the point, "Miss Ling, I am here to treat you at your father's request."
"Can I take a look at your legs first?"
"Okay, then I'll trouble you, Mr. Yi." Ling Ruoshui nodded gently, her expression somewhat calm. After her father came back from the engagement party yesterday, he told her that he would invite a top doctor to treat her today. Although her father had told her how advanced Yi Xian's medical skills were, she no longer held much hope in her heart. In the past 3 months, her father had invited some top doctors to treat her, even Chen Anping, the third of the top 10 medical masters, had treated her.
Unfortunately, it had no effect and the other party couldn't cure her leg at all.
Therefore, even though she knew that Yi Xian was an excellent doctor, she was not too upset. In her opinion, even if Yi Xian took action, the final result might not change at all. Rather than going into disappointment with hope, it is better to have no hope at the beginning. At least this way, you don't have to suffer a huge gap. Ling Ruoshui slowly pulled up the hem of her skirt that covered her legs. When the skirt was lifted up and Yi Xian saw the condition of Ling Ruoshui's legs, his eyes narrowed slightly.
Ling Ruoshui's slender white legs were covered with black hair.
These black hair were like a small black snake, entwined around her legs, giving people a great visual impact. Yi Xian stared at the black hair on Ling Ruoshui's legs and frowned. He discovered that the reason Ling Ruoshui's legs were paralyzed was not due to her own illness, but due to other reasons.
"Yi Xian, what's wrong? Do you know the cause of Ruoshui's leg disease?" Lin Shiu noticed the change in Yi Xian's expression and asked immediately.
"I already have some clues, but I still need to confirm it." Yi Xian replied, then looked at Ling Ruoshui and said, "Miss Ling, I want to check your legs, is that okay?"
"Good."
Ling Ruoshui nodded gently. Yi Xian squatted down, stretched out his hand and pinched Ling Ruoshui's legs. A trace of true energy penetrated into Ling Ruoshui's legs, sensing the condition of Ling Ruoshui's legs. Ling Shanha and Lin Shiu stood by and watched the scene, not daring to even breathe. After an examination, Yi Xian's brows furrowed deeper and deeper, with a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. It was just as he thought. Ling Ruoshui's legs suddenly became paralyzed, not because of any illness, but because she was poisoned by a strange and deadly poison. This poison is not fatal, but it is extremely vicious. If you are infected with this poison, your legs will be paralyzed first, then your lower body will be paralyzed. When the poison spreads throughout your body, you will become a living dead who cannot speak, see, hear, smell, walk, move, or taste. The key is that this poison is extremely special and cannot be detected even by the best detection equipment in the hospital. Even he had only heard the old man say it by chance. How deep must the hatred and resentment the person who poisoned the girl have towards the Ling family to use such a vicious poison on a girl? This is clearly an attempt to make people unable to live or die, and to torture Ling Ruoshui or Ling Shanha to death. Yi Xian remained silent. When Lin Shiu and Ling Shanha saw this scene, their hearts sank to the bottom. Is it possible that even with Yi Xian's medical skills, he can't cure Ling Ruoshui? Nephew Yi, even you can't cure my daughter? Ling Shanha's body trembled, and he asked with a trembling voice. Yi Xian, you can definitely cure Ruoshui, right? Lin Shiu stared at Yi Xian with her beautiful eyes. She could not accept such a result. She hasn't had many friends since she was a child, and Ling Ruoshui is her best one. Now, her friend who she has grown up with may be paralyzed for life. How can she accept this? Ling Ruoshui was very calm, with a smile on her face, and said, Dad, Sister Shiu, please don't embarrass Mr. Yi. I know my body. It's okay. At worst I can just sit in a wheelchair. I'm used to it anyway. However, even though she said this, Ling Ruoshui couldn't help but flash a hint of disappointment in the depths of her eyes. Who would like to sit in a wheelchair all her life, but she doesn't want her father and friends to worry about her. Yi Xian came back to his senses, glanced at the expressions of the few people, and said helplessly, What's wrong with you? When did I say it can't be cured? What? Hearing this, Ling Shanha's face showed an excitement that he couldn't hide. Nephew Yi, what did you say? Are you serious? Can you really cure Ruoshui's legs? Lin Shiu and Ling Ruoshui both looked at Yi Xian with an unconcealable look of hope. Especially Ling Ruoshui, her originally calm eyes also showed a glimmer of light. Her father found many famous doctors to treat her legs. Even Chen Anping, the acupuncture master ranked third among the top 10 medical masters, said that there was no solution after examining her. Now Yi Xian is the only one who says he can treat her. She didn't know whether what Yi Xian said was true or false, but this sentence gave her a glimmer of hope. Yi Xian, since you can cure it, why did you frown and not speak just now? Lin Shiu couldn't help but ask. Yi Xian put Ling Ruoshui down by her skirt, exhaled, and explained, The reason why I frowned just now was not because I couldn't cure her, but because Miss Ling suddenly became paralyzed, not because of her own illness, but because she was poisoned by a strange poison, which led to her paralysis. Chapter 45 Lycoris. Poisoned? After these words were spoken, Lin Shiu, Ling Ruoshui, and Ling Shanha were all stunned. Yi Xian's words were completely beyond their expectations. Yi Xian, are you telling the truth? Ruoshui was paralyzed because of the poison, not because of her own problems? There was a hint of disbelief on Lin Shiu's pretty face. She never thought that the reason her best friend became paralyzed was because she was poisoned. Who did this? How can you be so cruel to a girl? Ling Shanha didn't say anything, but there was a flash of rage in his eyes. He believed that Yi Xian would not talk nonsense. Because he once suspected that his daughter was poisoned. Otherwise, how could such a healthy daughter suddenly say that her legs were paralyzed? However, he took Ling Ruoshui to the hospital for a checkup and also consulted the top doctors in Zhozhou, but no one said that his daughter was poisoned. In the end, he could only suppress this doubt in his heart. But now after hearing Yi Xian say this doubt came to his mind again. There was an icy light flashing in his eyes. If his daughter was really poisoned and became paralyzed, he swore that no matter who the poisoner was, he would make the poisoner pay a heavy price. Ling Ruoshui held the armrests of the wheelchair tightly with both hands. Because I used too much force, my fingertips turned white. But she seemed unaware. She never thought that the reason she was paralyzed was because she was poisoned, not because of her own illness. This made her heart unable to calm down anymore. She asked herself why the other party treated her like this since she had never had a conflict or quarrel with anyone. Nephew Yi, can you tell me what kind of poison my daughter was poisoned with? Ling Shanha said in a deep voice. Yi Xian did not hide it and explained, the poison that Miss Ling was poisoned with is called Lycoris radiata. This poison is extremely special. Once you are poisoned with this poison, it will penetrate deep into your bone marrow. Even the most advanced detection equipment in the hospital will not be able to detect it. They will only think that it is caused by your own disease. Not only that, Lycoris radiata is extremely poisonous. Once you are poisoned, your legs will be paralyzed first, and then your lower body. Eventually the poison will spread throughout your body and you will become a living dead person who can't speak, see, hear, smell, walk, move, or taste. Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, a huge chill surged in the hearts of Ling Ruoshui, Lin Shiu, and Ling Shanha.
This is going to make Ling Ruoshui's life a living hell. Especially Ling Shanha's anger could hardly be contained anymore. He has an urge to kill someone. Who is targeting the Ling family so much? Even if Ling Shanha had offended someone before, why not just go after him? Why torture his daughter? Hateful. How abominable.
Yi Xian looked at Ling Shanha's appearance and spoke again. Uncle Ling, if you want to find the person who poisoned Miss Ling, perhaps you can check the people who prepared food for Miss Ling or had contact with Miss Ling's food in the past 3 months. Although Lycoris radiata is poisonous, to achieve the maximum effect, it must be taken once every 10 days.
After taking it 10 times, the poison of Lycoris radiata will completely explode and achieve the effect I mentioned.
And Miss Ling is only paralyzed in both legs now. Obviously, she has taken the medicine less than 10 times. Since the other party can use Lycoris radiata, they will definitely not give up easily. So by investigating the people who have come into contact with Miss Ling's food, we may be able to find the person who poisoned her. But as to whether this person is the mastermind behind the incident, you can only investigate it yourself, Uncle Ling. Ling Shanha's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said heavily, Nephew Yi, thank you for reminding me. I know, I will investigate.
He did not send anyone to investigate immediately.
The other party dared to use this poison, and was obviously very confident in it. Otherwise, he would have run away the last time he went to find the needle Saint Chen Onping, and would not have waited until now.
The most urgent task is to ask Yi Xian to cure Ling Ruoshui and investigate the mastermind behind it.
It will not be too late to investigate after she is cured. Yi Xian nodded, not dwelling on this topic any further, and said, Uncle Ling, now that we have found the cause of Miss Ling's illness, there is no time to lose. Please prepare a room for me, and I will help Miss Ling eliminate the toxins in her legs.
Good. Ling Shanha naturally had no objection and immediately asked someone to prepare a room.
Shiyu, you and Uncle Ling go outside and wait for me first. Yi Xian spoke again.
Good. Nephew Yi, if you need anything, just call me.
Lin Shiu and Ling Shanha turned and left the room.
The door is closed. Yi Xian and Ling Ruoshui were the only ones left in the room. Mr. Yi, I'll trouble you from now on.
Ling Ruoshui looked at Yi Xian and said softly.
Miss Ling, you're welcome. It's just a small favor.
Yi Xian waved his hands and was about to take action to dissolve the toxin in Ling Ruoshui's legs, but suddenly, as if he thought of something, he paused and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Ling Ruoshui noticed the change in Yi Xian's expression immediately, and hesitated for a moment before saying, Mr. Yi, what's wrong?
Do you have any questions?
Yi Xian exhaled and said, Ms. Ling, your legs have been corroded by the poison gas.
If you want to completely eliminate the poison, you must lift up your skirt completely.
This will make it easier for me to give you acupuncture.
Ah!
Ling Ruoshui exclaimed subconsciously, and a blush flashed across her pretty face. It's not that she hasn't been treated by other people before, but all of them gave her needles through her pants, not like Yi Xian did. Now Yi Xian asked her to lift up her skirt. Wouldn't that be equivalent to exposing her lower body completely in front of Yi Xian? How can she face Yi Xian in the future?
Ling Ruoshui bit her red lips and said, Mr. Yi, is there no other way?
Yi Xian naturally knew what Ling Ruoshui meant, and shook his head and said, Miss Ling, the poison of Lycoris radiata is different from other poisons. It is extremely complicated to resolve. Only in this way can it be completely resolved. At this point, Yi Xian paused and said, Of course, if Miss Ling is not in a hurry, you can wait a little longer. I can find medicinal herbs for you to dissolve Lycoris radiata and refine it into a pill that can also remove this poison. But I can't guarantee the time, because some of the herbs that can dissolve Lycoris radiata are not common.
If you're lucky, you may be able to find them quickly.
If you're unlucky, it may take several months or even more than a year.
After hearing Yi Xian's words, Ling Ruoshui fell into silence.
After a long while, she said softly, Mr. Yi, please give me acupuncture.
I'll listen to you.
She had been paralyzed for 3 months, and during these 3 months, she knew very well how much her father worried about her. Even my father, who never had any gray hair, had a few gray hairs on his temples within these 3 months. She was even more aware that her father must have paid a considerable price to ask Yi Xian for help. She didn't want to make her father worry anymore. As she spoke, Ling Ruoshui propped herself up. She glanced at Yi Xian with her beautiful eyes, and without hesitation, she gently grabbed the hem of her skirt with both hands and lifted it all to her waist. Afterwards, Ling Ruoshui glanced at Yi Xian, bit her lip, and planned to take off the last layer of restraints on her lower body.
Chapter 46 Treatment. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Miss Ling, no need, just lie flat on the bed."
When Ling Ruoshui heard Yi Xian's words, she breathed a sigh of relief.
She thought she had to take them all off.
However, even so, Ling Ruoshui felt that she could not calm down at all. She had never exposed her body to a man like today. For some reason, she suddenly felt a strange feeling in her heart. Yi Xian took a deep breath and suppressed the throbbing in his heart. Although Ling Ruoshui's legs were covered with black lines, it still couldn't hide her straight and slender legs. Under the black lines, her legs exuded a strange charm. Not to mention, Ling Ruoshui lifted up her skirt completely, and as long as she raised her head slightly, he would see something he shouldn't have seen.
This is definitely an unimaginable temptation for a man full of vigor and vitality.
After taking a few deep breaths, Yi Xian adjusted his mood and said, "Miss Ling, I will give you acupuncture next."
"Good."
Ling Ruoshui's voice, as thin as a mosquito, sounded. She was really too shy.
She could even clearly feel Yi Xian's gaze on her thigh, as if electric currents were passing through.
Yi Xian nodded, without saying anything more, and took out a black cloth bag from his pocket.
With a slight shake, the black cloth bag opened. Rows of golden needles are exposed to the air.
Yi Xian skillfully held a golden needle, flicked his finger, and the golden needle shot out directly, accurately piercing an acupuncture point on Ling Ruoshui's thigh.
"Keep shaking. Mr. Yi, are you giving me acupuncture?"
Ling Ruoshui slightly opened her red lips, her eyes widened with disbelief. It's not like she had never seen famous doctors treat her before, but she had never seen any famous doctor give acupuncture as easily and carefreely as Yi Xian. Even Chen Anping, the acupuncture saint who ranks third among the top 10 masters of medicine, cannot do what Yi Xian does.
Shock. This scene is so shocking.
A sense of anticipation suddenly arose in Ling Ruoshui's heart. Perhaps Yi Xian could really cure her.
Yi Xian naturally didn't know what Ling Ruoshui was thinking.
His fingers kept moving, and in the blink of an eye, 9 golden needles had fallen on Ling Ruoshui's legs. At the same time, Yi Xian pinched his fingers and a faint stream of true energy flowed through his fingertips. Ling Ruoshui naturally couldn't see the true qi, but from what Yi Xian did just now, she knew that Yi Xian's medical skills were definitely superb.
Sometimes you can tell at a glance whether a person has real talent or not.
As for how far we can reach, it all depends on the results. Yi Xian pinched his fingers and a stream of true energy condensed into a rune, which fell on the golden needles and covered all the golden needles.
Buzz.
As the runes fell, dazzling golden light burst out from the golden needles.
What is going on?
Ling Ruoshui was completely stunned by the scene before her.
The proud peaks kept rising and falling, showing her inner unrest.
She had never seen such an incredible scene.
A dazzling light suddenly burst out from the golden needle. Is this really a medical skill? This scene completely overturned her understanding of medical skills.
As the light surged, Ling Ruoshui was horrified to find that wisps of black gas were actually overflowing from the tip of the golden needle. It was as if the toxins in her body were evaporating along the golden needles.
10 minutes later, the black gas completely disappeared.
Ling Ruoshui was pleasantly surprised to find that her legs, which were originally covered with black lines, had become as white as jade again, exactly the same as they were 3 months ago before she was poisoned. Not only that, but my legs, which had been almost numb for the past 3 months, now felt a tingling sensation, as if countless ants were crawling on them.
I can feel my legs again. My legs can really be saved.
Ling Ruoshui couldn't help but utter a sound, and tears of excitement rolled down her cheeks.
Crying with joy.
Ever since her legs became paralyzed, she has completely lost the feeling in them. After repeated unsuccessful treatments, she gave in to her fate and felt that she might have to spend the rest of her life in a wheelchair. But unexpectedly, her legs would feel good again today.
How could she not be surprised?
Yi Xian stretched out his hand at this moment, and flicked his fingers. The golden needles seemed to be pulled by something, and all flew into the air and landed in the palm of his hand, and he put them back into the cloth bag. At the same time, his voice rang out, "Ms. Ling, I have completely eliminated the toxins in your legs. However, your legs have been poisoned too deeply and for too long. The poison has penetrated into your bones.
If you want to fully recover your mobility, you need acupuncture once a day. But I can assure you that you will be fully recovered within half a month."
Hearing Yi Xian's words, Ling Ruoshui looked at Yi Xian excitedly. Mr. Yi, thank you. Thank you for saving me, Her voice was a little incoherent, and she really didn't know what to say to express her inner gratitude. Yi Xian chuckled and said, Miss Ling, you don't have to thank me.
If you want to thank someone, thank your father. He asked me to help. Also, you can put your skirt down. I'll be out first.
As he spoke, Yi Xian turned and walked outside. Originally, Ling Ruoshui's legs were not healed, but that didn't matter. Now Ling Ruoshui's legs have been completely healed, and they have regained their whiteness as jade.
Those straight and slender legs are presented in front of him without any obstruction.
For a normal man, this is definitely a great temptation.
If he continues to stay here, he might be the one who is embarrassed.
Ling Ruoshui looked at Yi Xian's back, and a strange look flashed in her beautiful eyes. She suddenly realized that she didn't seem to have any resistance to Yi Xian looking at her legs, and even felt an inexplicable joy.
What's going on?
Meanwhile, outside the room, Lin Shiu and Ling Shanha were waiting anxiously. Especially Ling Shanha, who looked towards the room from time to time, but did not dare to make any sound, for fear of disturbing Yi Xian in the room.
Crunch!
Just then, the door opened. Yi Xian walked out of the room. Lin Shiu and Ling Shanha walked up first.
Ling Shanha couldn't wait to ask, Nephew Yi, how is it? How is my daughter now?
Yi Xian glanced at Ling Shanha and nodded. Fortunately, I have accomplished my mission.
The poison in Miss Ling's legs has been eliminated.
However, since it has been such a long time, I still need to give Miss Ling acupuncture once a day.
If nothing goes wrong, Miss Ling will be completely cured in half a month. Chapter 47 Ling Shanha Shock.
When Ling Shanha heard Yi Xian's answer, he was extremely excited. Great, this is really great.
Ruoshui has finally recovered. I can finally have the face to see Sui Sui. I'll go see Ruoshui.
Lin Shiu was also extremely excited. She left a message and ran towards the room. Ling Shanha stood still, looking at Yi Xian, and said solemnly, Nephew Yi, I am grateful for your kindness. Please accept my greeting. As he spoke, Ling Shanha bent his knees and knelt directly in front of Yi Xian. But before his knees touched the ground, Yi Xian took a step and an extremely strong internal energy condensed from the ground, lifting him up. Feeling the force that lifted him up, Ling Shanha's pupils suddenly shrank and waves rose in his heart.
He left the hotel early yesterday, but that doesn't mean he didn't know what happened at Juanhao Hotel.
Kill Zhang Heihu with one punch. Force Zhang Heihu to kneel down and apologize. From these 2 points, he knew that Yi Xian's strength must be strong, but he didn't know exactly how powerful Yi Xian was. But now, he had his answer.
The realm of martial arts master. Yi Xian has definitely entered the realm of martial arts master. Incredible!
How old is Yi Xian? Although he was only in his early 20s, he had already entered the realm of martial arts master. Being able to become a martial arts master at this age, let alone in Jiangnan province, even in Zhouzhou, he would be considered a top genius.
This is not the most shocking thing. The most shocking thing is that Yi Xuanke also possesses superb medical skills.
Looking across Kyushu, those who are skilled in medicine generally do not have profound martial arts skills. Because you need to spend a lot of time studying medicine, in this case, how can you have time to practice martial arts? But Yi Xian did just that. Not only does his medical skills seem unfathomable, his martial arts skills are also astonishing. Practice both medicine and martial arts. Excellent in both medicine and martial arts.
What a horrible talent it takes to be able to do this. Even the geniuses on the Zhouzhou prodigy list are inferior to Yi Xian.
Ling Shanha suddenly felt a little envious of Grandpa Lin. With such a peerless genius in charge of the Lin family's future is limitless.
It would be great if Ruoshui could be with Nephew Yi.
Such a thought suddenly flashed through Ling Shanha's mind. Although Yi Xian is already engaged to Lin Shiu, it doesn't matter at all. Having 3 wives and 4 concubines may have become extinct among ordinary people, but it is very common in the martial arts circle. He also hoped that Ling Ruoshui would marry a man who loved her wholeheartedly, but he knew very well that this was almost impossible.
Ling Ruoshui has a very gentle personality.
While he is around, he may be able to protect her.
But what if 100 years later, what will happen to Ling Ruoshui? Who will protect her?
If she marries Yi Xian, maybe he will have 3 wives and 4 concubines in the future, but at least Yi Xian can protect the people around him and protect Ling Ruoshui, and that is enough. However, although Ling Shanha thought so in his heart, he did not show it. Ling Ruoshui is his daughter, and he doesn't want to force Ling Ruoshui to do something she doesn't want to do. If Ling Ruoshui and Yi Xian really get together in the future, he will fully support it.
If they can't be together, he won't say anything. Marrying someone you love and who loves you is more important than anything else.
Yi Xian had no idea how many thoughts his actions had sparked in Ling Shanha's mind. After helping Ling Shanha up, his voice also rang out, "Uncle Ling, it's just a piece of cake, you don't have to kneel to me. Besides, you have already paid me." Hearing this, how could Ling Shanha not understand what Yi Xian meant by this, and he immediately said, "Nephew Yi, I wonder what you want the Ling family to do for you. As long as you ask, my Ling family will never refuse even if it means going through fire and water." Yi Xian looked at Ling Shanha, shook his head and said, "Uncle Ling, you are too serious. I just want the Ling family to help me investigate something." 23 years ago, a young couple holding a baby appeared near Tianhai Baiyun Mountain.
I want to know their identities.
This was the only information he knew about his parents from the old man. He was picked up by an old man at the foot of Baiyun Mountain in Tianhai, so his parents must have been around Baiyun Mountain at that time. We just need to investigate whether anyone has appeared, and perhaps we can find out his background. This is also the reason why he agreed to let Ling Shanha help rescue Ling Ruoshui.
The Ling family is one of the 5 major families in Tianhai.
They are very powerful and are one of the local bosses in Tianhai.
It would be absolutely perfect to let the Ling family investigate this matter.
When Ling Shanha heard Yi Xian's words, he was startled. He subconsciously glanced at Yi Xian, as if he understood something, and said, "Nephew Yi, leave it to me. I will mobilize all the forces of the Ling family to investigate with all our strength, but..." At this point, Ling Shanha paused for a moment before continuing, "But nephew Yi, 23 years is too long.
I can't guarantee that I can find any useful information. Uncle Ling, just do your best. If you can't find out, I won't blame you," Yi Xian said. He wanted to find out information about his parents, just to know from them why they didn't want him and instead gave birth to him. He just wanted an answer. But the answer is not very important, and he won't care if he doesn't get it. Don't worry, nephew Yi. I will do my best.
If Baiyun Mountain is not able to find the answer, I will expand the scope to the entire Tianhai. 23 years is a long time, but there will definitely be some clues left.
Uncle Ling, thank you for your help. Nephew Yi, you are too polite.
Lin Shanha shook his head, then took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Yi Xian.
Nephew Yi, you saved Ruoshui, I can't let you do it for nothing. This bank card is the medical fee I gave you.
There is 100 million in it, and the password is 6 sixes.
Please accept it, nephew Yi.
Yi Xian thought about it and did not refuse. Last time, he ordered a batch of medicinal materials from Baikayatang. At that time, he considered exchanging the prescription for the medicinal materials. But if you can trade with money, it would naturally be the best outcome. After all, a man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. If word gets out that he has the prescription, there's no guarantee that someone won't come and cause trouble for him. He is not afraid of trouble, but he also doesn't want to get into trouble for no reason. Yi Xian didn't stay in the Ling family for too long. After Lin Shiu pushed Ling Ruoshui out of the room and confirmed the time for tomorrow's treatment, Yi Xian and Lin Shiu left the Ling family and headed towards the Lin group. Ling Shanha put his hands behind his back and stared in the direction where Yi Xian was walking away.
Dad, what are you thinking about? Mr. Yi has already left. Ling Ruoshui looked at her father motionless and couldn't help but speak.
Ling Shanha came back to his senses and said with a smile, "I was thinking, my dear daughter is already grown up, when will she find a husband of her dreams?" Ling Ruoshui blushed at this sudden question and said coquettishly, "Dad, what are you talking about?"
I won't get married.
I want to stay by your side forever." Ling Shanha laughed loudly and said, "Silly girl, don't say that. I dare not keep you by my side forever, otherwise, what if you blame me one day?"
No way.
Ling Ruoshui pouted and said, "I just want to stay by your side forever, Dad.
You are not allowed to chase me away."
However, as she said this, Ling Ruoshui's mind couldn't help but emerge with the scene of Yi Xian treating her before, and a blush appeared on her fair face. Ling Shanha looked at the blush that flashed across Ling Ruoshui's face, and a light flashed in the depths of his eyes. However, he did not say anything, but called someone over.
"Master."
A thin man called out respectfully. Ling Shanha's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said, "Go, control all the people who have come into contact with Ruoshui's food in the past 3 months, and don't let any of them escape." Ling Ruoshui's legs can now be healed, but he must find out who dared to poison her daughter and make him pay a heavy price.
Yes, Patriarch. Chapter 48, More money, less work, and it's best to get paid for free. At the same time, on the way to Lin Group.
While driving, Lin Shiu would look at Yi Xian from time to time with a hint of surprise. Ever since Yi Xian cured her grandfather, she knew that Yi Xian's medical skills were superb, but she didn't expect that Yi Xian's medical skills were so superb. Even Chen Anping, the acupuncture master ranked third among the top 10 masters of medicine, was helpless against Ling Ruoshui's legs. Yi Xian was able to eliminate the toxins in Ling Ruoshui's legs in just 10 minutes. The key point is that she asked Ling Ruoshui about the treatment process. According to Ling Ruoshui's description, the whole process was miraculous, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was magical.
It can't even be called a medical skill, but a magic of immortality.
After all, she had seen many top doctors, but none of them could make the golden needles glow like Yi Xian could.
Yi Xian is the only one. Is it possible that I am going to lose?
Lin Shiu's mind flashed back to the bet she made with Yi Xian a few days ago. In the past, she didn't believe that Yi Xian could come up with any beauty secrets, but Yi Xian's performance today suddenly made her a little nervous.
Yi Xian couldn't really come up with any beauty secrets, right? If she loses, will she really have to kiss Yi Xian?
Just as Lin Shiu was daydreaming, a playful voice sounded in her ears. Shiu, I know I'm handsome, but if you peek at me like this, I'll be shy too. Lin Shiu came back to her senses and found that Yi Xian was looking at her with a smile. A blush flashed across her pretty face and she pretended to look disgusted.
Humph. You think too much. You call yourself handsome? Come on. Don't flatter yourself. I'm just looking in the rearview mirror. Yi Xian came up to Lin Shiu and said with a questioning look on his face, Really? But I can see lies in your eyes. Believe it or not.
Lin Shiu pretended to be calm and rolled her eyes at Yi Xian, then changed the subject and said, We will be at the company soon.
Do you have any requirements for the position in the company? Require?
Yi Xian thought about it, clapped his hands and said, More money, less work, and it would be best if I had nothing to do all day, and I could get paid for nothing. Lin Shiu's face was filled with black lines, and she had the urge to take an axe and chop Yi Xian's head open. How could this guy have such beautiful thoughts? She also wants to get such a good job. She simply ignored Yi Xian and said directly, In this case, you can be my assistant in the future. This will also make it easier for you to understand the company's situation.
No problem.
Yi Xian agreed without thinking. Anyway, the main reason he went to the Lin Group was to find the source of Lin Shiu's bloody disaster.
Becoming Lin Shiu's assistant would naturally allow me to stay by Lin Shiu's side and investigate everything. Half an hour later,
the two arrived at the underground garage of Lin Group.
After parking the car, Yi Xian and Lin Shiu walked straight into the president's private elevator.
Lin Shiu thought of something and said, Yi Xian, don't call me by my name in the company.
Just call me President Lin. Why?
Yi Xian was a little confused. Lin Shiu explained, The company's employees don't know about our relationship, and I don't want to announce our relationship so soon.
Okay, I'll listen to you. Yi Xian readily agreed.
Anyway, he and Lin Shiu were just playing around, and he would leave Tianhai sooner or later. The fewer people knew about the engagement between him and Lin Shiu, the less trouble it would cause in the future. Lin Shiu originally did not want to reveal her and Yi Xian's identities, but when she heard Yi Xian agreed without hesitation, she inexplicably felt a little irritated and uncomfortable. She couldn't even describe this feeling, she had never felt like this before.
For a moment, the entire elevator fell into an eerie silence.
Fortunately, the elevator reached the top floor very quickly.
The elevator door opened. Lin Shiu was the first to walk out of the elevator and head towards the office.
Yi Xian followed closely behind, looking around with interest. When they entered the office, Lin Shiu motioned Yi Xian to sit on the sofa next to him and wait for a while, then she walked to the desk, picked up the phone, and dialed a number. Secretary Li, come to my office.
Yes, Mr. Lin. Not long after, there was a knock on the office door. Come in.
Lin Shiu replied.
Crunch.
The office door was pushed open, and a pretty, capable young woman holding a folder walked in.
It was Lin Shiu's secretary. Mr. Lin.
Secretary Li called out to Lin Shiu respectfully.
Lin Shiu nodded,
then pointed at Yi Xian and said, Secretary Li, this Yi Xian will be my assistant from now on. Please notify the Human Resources Department and handle the entry procedures for him.
Also, have someone arrange a desk in my office. Just put it opposite my desk. Assistant?
Secretary Li looked at Yi Xian, who was standing next to him, with a look of surprise. She has been Lin Shiu's secretary for 2 years. I have never seen Lin Shiu get too close to any opposite sex other than at work. Now he has hired an assistant of the opposite sex and arranged her to work in his office.
What is going on? Could it be that this guy is Mr. Lin's gigolo?
But although this guy looks a bit handsome, he looks a bit thin.
What kind of fighting power can he have? He can't be a silver spear wax head.
Secretary Li thought evilly in his heart. Fortunately, Yi Xian couldn't read minds, otherwise he would have known that the little secretary in front of him dared to look down on him like this. He would have let this little secretary see what it meant to shoot a spear into the sky. Secretary Li quickly retracted his gaze and said to Lin Shiu, "Boss Lin, I understand.
I will notify the Human Resources Department later." Lin Shiu nodded and did not dwell on this topic.
Instead, she said, "Secretary Li, I was not in the company for the past 3 days.
Please report to me if anything happened in the company."
Secretary Li opened the folder in his hand and began to report the company's situation. "Boss Lin, as of yesterday, the sales volume of our company's Mifu Bao small white bottle oral liquid has dropped another 5 percentage points. Once a stable customer of the company, they no longer buy our products. After follow-up visits, we learned that they are waiting for the launch of new products of Duozi Beauty Group. Not only that, our company's stock is still falling after opening today." Lin Shiu frowned and ordered, "Hold some promotional activities and try to recover sales. Also, let me know that the Lin Group has developed a new beauty product with better effects.
It will be launched in the shortest possible time. Existing users who purchase the Mifu Bao whitening bottle will have priority to experience it."
"Yes." Secretary Li nodded, then, after a moment's hesitation, she said, "But Mr. Lin, if we do this, although it will stabilize sales in the market in the short term, but if we don't have any products by then, we might face a backlash from the market, and that would be more trouble than it's worth." Lin Shiu shook her head and said, "When the time comes, things will work out.
I can't care about so many things now. I can only take it one step at a time. Maybe there will be a solution."
After hearing what Lin Shiu said, Secretary Li naturally stopped talking and continued his report. Lin Shiu proposed some plans and suggestions based on Secretary Li's report.
Yi Xian was sitting on the sofa.
Seeing this scene, he secretly praised it in his heart. Lin Shiu is really amazing. Even though he doesn't understand business, he can tell that the advice Lin Shiu gives is very pertinent.
Chapter 49: The Source of the Bloody Disaster. A few minutes later, Secretary Li finished his report and said, "Boss Lin, this is all the company's recent affairs. If there is nothing else, I will go out and arrange the matters you asked me to do." "Go ahead." Lin Shiu waved her hand and asked Secretary Li to leave.
However, before Secretary Li walked out of the office, Lin Shiu thought of something and said, "Secretary Li, wait a minute.
Boss Lin, do you have any other instructions?"
Secretary Li paused.
Lin Shiu asked, "Has Jinhai Trade settled the 50 million balance owed to the Lin Group? Have you contacted them? What did they say?" Secretary Li immediately responded, "It has not been settled yet.
3 days ago, I also contacted Mr. Liu from Jinhai Trading, but he replied that Jinhai Trading is currently facing a capital crunch and hopes that the Lin Group will give him another 6 months to settle the balance."
"It will take another half a year?"
Lin Shiu frowned and said, "It was agreed that the balance would be paid off in 3 months. Now half a year has passed, and he still wants to delay it for another half a year.
How can this be justified? And Secretary Li, didn't you tell Mr. Liu from Jinhai Trading? If he doesn't settle the balance, will the Lin Group initiate legal proceedings?"
Secretary Li smiled bitterly and said, "Boss Lin, I already said this last time, but the other party didn't care at all. He even said that if the Lin Group wanted to sue, they could go ahead.
He has no money anyway.
Not only that, I also heard some gossip that Mr. Liu from Jinhai Trading failed in his investment, which resulted in him being entangled in debt, and there were even signs that the other party was running away." At this point, Secretary Li paused for a moment before saying, "Boss Lin, I suspect that the reason why Jinhai Trade wants to delay for another half a year is to run away. If that's the case, then our 50 million will become a bad debt." Hearing what Secretary Li said, Lin Shiu frowned even deeper. After a long while, she finally said, "I understand.
You go down first. I will take care of this matter." "Yes, Mr. Lin." Secretary Li bent down slightly, turned around and left the office.
After Secretary Li left, Lin Shiu thought for a moment, her eyes fell on Yi Xian, and said, Yi Xian, you will accompany me to Jinhai Trade later. Sitting on the sofa, Yi Xian was a bit bored and was stunned for a moment. Go to Jinhai Trade? Don't tell me, you plan to go and collect the debt in person? Of course, he heard the conversation between Lin Shiu and Secretary Li just now. In his opinion, even if they wanted to collect the debt, they could just send someone from the company. But now Lin Shiu, a company president, is going to collect debts. How ridiculous this is. If it gets out, people will think that the Lin Group is in trouble. Lin Shiu seemed to know what Yi Xian was thinking, and explained, the cooperation with Jinhai Trading is the first cooperation I have negotiated since joining the Lin Group. Now that there are problems with this cooperation, I naturally have to go there in person. Yi Xian didn't say anything. His eyes fell on Lin Shiu at this moment, and his expression became solemn. He seemed to have found the source of Lin Shiu's bloody disaster, which was definitely related to Jinhai Trading. Because after Lin Shiu said that he must go to Jinhai for business, he found that the blood energy in Lin Shiu's forehead suddenly condensed into shape. This is the rhythm of a bloody disaster about to break out. Not only that, there were black lines entwined in the blood, which was a sign of death. It means a bloody disaster will break out, not just bloodshed, Lin Shiu may even die. No matter whether it was because Lin Shiu was his fiancée or because he got Lin Shiu's virginity, he could not let Lin Shiu get hurt in any way. Seeing Yi Xian not speaking, Lin Shiu thought that Yi Xian was unwilling to go with her, so she frowned and said, Yi Xian, if you don't want to go, forget it. I can go by myself later. Yi Xian came to his senses and realized that Lin Shiu had misunderstood, but he did not explain the bloody disaster. This kind of thing is too fantastic. Even if I tell it to you, I guess Lin Shiu won't believe it. He touched his nose and said, yes. Why wouldn't I? I was just lost in thought. Lin Shiu glanced at Yi Xian suspiciously. Her woman's intuition told her that Yi Xian must be hiding something from her. But since Yi Xian didn't say anything, she naturally wouldn't ask any more questions, but said, as long as you agree, let's set off now without further ado. What do you think? Okay. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Shiu did not stop. She tidied up the office and left the office with Yi Xian. She took the elevator and came to the underground parking lot. Not long after, a white Panamera drove out of the underground parking lot and headed towards Jinhai Trading. In the car. Looking at Yi Xian, who was sitting calmly in the passenger seat, Lin Shiu finally couldn't help but speak. Yi Xian, are you the boss or am I the boss? Why do you want me to be your driver? Yi Xian glanced at Lin Shiu and said, of course you can drive. Don't you know how to do it? Lin Shiu said unhappily. She had just asked Yi Xian. This guy clearly said that he could drive, but he just refused to sit in the driver's seat. In order not to waste time, she had to act as a driver. Yi Xian shrugged and said, I can drive, but I don't have a driver's license. If you are not afraid of being caught, I can drive. On this point, Yi Xian did not lie to Lin Shiu. He was bored at the time, so he asked the senior sister to get him a car and bring it to the mountain. When he was bored, he would drive around in the mountain. I learned to drive naturally. But he was too young at the time, not old enough to get a driver's license, so he could only wander around in the mountains. When he was old enough, the old man took him to a mysterious place, so he naturally had no time to take a driver's license test. Later he went down the mountain and met Lin Shiu. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Shiu looked helpless. She really didn't dare let Yi Xian drive without a license. If he was caught by the traffic police, although she could rely on the power of the Lin family to deal with it, she didn't want to go to the police station. She glanced at Yi Xian, took a deep breath, and said, it's the 21st century now, you can't do without a driver's license. Wait a few days, I'll go to Uncle Zheng for help and ask him to get you a driver's license. From now on, driving will be left to you. Whatever. Yi Xian had no objection to this. No matter what, this is a bustling city, and there is no harm in learning how to drive. Sometimes when you are in an emergency, it is always better to drive yourself than take a taxi. Lin Shiu glanced at Yi Xian, too lazy to say anything, and concentrated on driving. Chapter 50 Jinhai Commerce. 20 minutes later. Yi Xian and Lin Shiu appeared at the gate of Jinhai Trading. The two walked into the lobby and came to the front desk. The receptionist smiled and asked, may I ask what can I do for you too? Lin Shiu replied, I am the president of Lin Group. Lin Shiu, please contact your CEO Lu and tell him that I want to talk to him about something.
Okay.
The receptionist nodded and then made a phone call. Soon, the receptionist hung up the phone and said, Boss Lin, our boss Lu is already waiting for you in the office. Just go to the top floor to find him.
Thank you. Lin Shiu nodded and took Yi Xian towards the elevator.
At this time, the elevator happened to stop on the first floor and the two walked into the elevator.
Lin Shiu pressed the button to the top floor and the elevator door closed. The air is quiet. It looks like you're going to make a wasted trip this time.
Yi Xian's voice suddenly rang out, breaking the silence in the elevator.
Lin Shiu frowned slightly when she heard this and said, Yi Xian, what do you mean by this?
Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said quietly, when we were in the company before, Secretary Li said that Jinhai Trading plans to ask you to give them another half-year's grace period, which is enough to show that they simply can't pay back the money. Logically speaking, now that you, the creditor, have come to their door in person, they should have been eager to come downstairs to greet you and leave a good impression, so that they can ask you to give them more time. But now no one from Jinhai Trade came to greet you, and they even asked you to go up and find him by yourself.
Don't you think there is something wrong? This doesn't sound like asking you to give me a few more days.
It sounds more like you're going to default on your debt. Lin Shiu's eyes narrowed slightly, and her expression became a little serious. She didn't think anything of it just now, but now after hearing Yi Xian say this, she suddenly realized it. She had come to Jinhai Trading before for the final payment. But every time she came, the other party was extremely enthusiastic and wanted to kneel on the ground to serve her, just to delay for a few days. A few days ago, she even asked Secretary Li to give the other party an ultimatum. If the other party did not settle the balance, the Lin Group would initiate legal proceedings. At that time, she received several calls from the other party, but because of her engagement with Yi Xian, she ignored them. Now that she has come to Jinhai Trading in person, the other party should be very anxious. Even if they are busy, they will arrange for the company's senior management to greet her. But right now, not to mention the company's top management, even the secretary has not been arranged, and she is just asked to go to the office.
This is obviously wrong, something must have gone wrong.
Or maybe just as Yi Xian said, the other party was planning to default on the debt. The elevator went all the way to the top floor, and Lin Shiu and Yi Xian walked out of the elevator. There was no one to greet her at the door, which made Lin Shiu's heart sink to the bottom. However, she did not say much, but took Yi Xian to the chairman's office of Jinhai Trading.
Soon, the two arrived at the door of the chairman's office. Boom boom. Lin Shiu knocked on the door. Come in.
A man's voice came from the office.
Let's go in.
Lin Shiu glanced at Yi Xian, pushed the door open and walked in. When Yi Xian walked into the office, he saw a big, fat, middle-aged man with a beer in his hand sitting in the boss chair, puffing on a cigar.
This middle-aged man is the chairman of Jinhai Trading, Lu Shicheng.
When he saw Lin Shiu coming in from outside, Lu Shicheng stood up from his chair with a bright smile on his face. Boss Lin, I'm sorry, I just had some work to deal with and was unable to greet you for a while. I hope you can forgive me. Although he said forgiveness, there was no sign of forgiveness on Lu Shicheng's face.
He didn't even show the intention to ask Lin Shiu to sit down.
Seeing this scene, Lin Shiu's eyes narrowed slightly, and she said straight to the point without any nonsense, Boss Lu, I don't come to you for no reason. I'm sure you know the purpose of my coming today, so I won't say any more nonsense.
I hope you can give me an accurate answer. When do you plan to pay off the remaining 50 million yuan you owe to the Lin Group?
Hearing this, the smile on Lu Shicheng's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a bitter face, and said, Boss Lin, I do want to pay it back, but my company's funds are tight recently, and I can't do anything about it. However, Mr. Lin, if you can give me another half year, and wait for me to get my funds back on track, I promise that I will pay off the balance to the Lin Group by then. Lin Shiu ignored Lu Shicheng's pity and said, Boss Lu, if you don't plan to pay off the outstanding balance, then.
Lu Shicheng took a puff of his cigar, blew out a smoke ring, and said, Boss Lin, didn't I just say that? I'm strapped for cash right now. Even if I want to pay it off, I don't have the money.
Besides, who knows why your Lin Group's products suddenly stop selling and the funds can't be recovered?
This can't be blamed on me.
As he spoke, Lu Shicheng simply sat back in the boss chair, crossed his legs, and looked like a scoundrel. His eyes fell on Lin Shiu, scanning back and forth.
Pretty.
So beautiful. She is worthy of being the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan province. It's really the best. He has played with many women in his life, but unfortunately, no woman can compare with Lin Shiu. He would be willing to shorten his life by 10 years if he could play with such a top-notch product. Yi Xian, who was standing next to Lin Shiu, heard this and sneered, "According to you, all this is still the fault of my Lin group. Boy, who are you?" Lu Shiqing glanced at Yi Xian and said in a bad tone. Yi Xian flicked his fingers and said confidently, "I am Mr. Lin's assistant." Pooh. Upon hearing this, Lu Shiqing spat out a mouthful of saliva, his face full of disdain. "Who did I think you were? Turns out you're just a dog. I'm talking to your master. Do you, a dog, have the right to speak?" While speaking, Lu Shiqing looked at Lin Shiu with a lecturing look on his face. "Boss Lin, the quality of the people in your company is really low. They are disrespectful. When is it the turn of an inferior guy to interrupt when we are talking? I suggest you fire this guy when you return, so as not to embarrass the Lin group." Lin Shiu glanced at Yi Xian and signaled him not to speak. Then, she said to Lu Shiqing in a cold tone, "Boss Lu, you don't have to worry about this. It's not the turn of outsiders to judge the people in my company. Please watch your words. I'm not here to talk nonsense today. I just want to ask you, Mr. Lu, whether you really don't plan to pay off the balance you owe to the Lin group." Chapter 51, Breaking Up. "Boss Lin, please don't slander me." Hearing Lin Shiu's words, Lu Shiqing leaned back in his boss chair, and even more arrogantly put his legs on the desk, saying, "I didn't say I wouldn't pay you back. I just said that I don't have any money now. Boss Lin, if you want the money, then please go back and wait. When I sell all the products, I will pay the balance." Seeing Lu Shiqing's arrogant look, Lin Shiu's expression became even colder, and she said in a cold voice, "Boss Lu, it is indeed the responsibility of my Lin group that the products cannot be sold. But I told you at the beginning not to take so much goods at one time. It was you who didn't listen that led to this result today. Moreover, as far as I know, although there is still a backlog of the goods you got from the Lin group last time, the backlog rate is much lower than 5%. In other words, you have already sold 95% of the goods and recovered the funds. Now you say you have no money, do you think I will believe it?" Lu Shiqing was stunned, and immediately realized that Lin Shiu had already investigated all his information. He simply stopped hiding it and said arrogantly, "Boss Lin, I don't know where you got the information from, but if I say it's not sold, it means it's not sold. If you want money, then go back and wait. I have to work now, Mr. Lin, you can go back now." Lu Shiqing directly issued an order to expel them. "You." Lin Shiu's pretty face turned red with anger. How could she not have thought that someone could be so shameless? Yi Xian next to him seemed to have seen something, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said faintly, "Work? I think you want to run away." Lu Shiqing's pupil shrank, and he flew into a rage. He slammed the table and yelled at Yi Xian, "Boy, what the hell are you talking about? Mr. Lin, this is your man? How dare he slander me? Who gave him the courage? Yi Xian." Lin Shiu looked at Yi Xian with her beautiful eyes and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Yi Xian, who said, "Just leave it to me from now on. I will get the money back for you." After he finished speaking, without waiting for Lin Shiu to speak, Yi Xian suddenly took a step forward and his figure suddenly disappeared. The next second, his figure returned to the original place again, as if he had never moved. However, he suddenly had an extra plane ticket in his hand. "Slander you? Then what's with the plane ticket to a foreign country in your pocket? It's for today's flight at noon." Yi Xian raised the plane ticket in his hand and sneered. He had taken a plane with the old man before, so he was naturally familiar with air tickets. Lu Shiqing's movement just now was a bit big, causing the air ticket in his pocket to appear, and he happened to see it, but he was a little uncertain. So he opened his mouth and said something. Originally, he just wanted to trick Lu Shiqing, but Lu Shiqing's reaction, combined with his attitude after meeting Lin Shiu, made it clear that the other party was definitely going to run away. In any case, Jinhai Trading is just a company of Tianhai. Behind the Lin group is the Lin family, one of the 5 top families in Tianhai. Lin Shiu is the eldest daughter of the Lin family, the only daughter of the Lin family, and the future heir of the Lin family. The boss of a small company dares to speak to the eldest daughter of the Lin family like this. Isn't he tired of living and wants to hang himself? If Lin Shiu goes back to file a complaint, not to mention that the Lin family will kill people, just one sentence can make your Jinhai Trading disappear completely. Unless you are a fool, you will not fall out with Lin Shiu. But Lu Shiqing chose to do this, so there is only one explanation. He thought that even if he did this, the Lin family could not do anything to him, so he was so unscrupulous. When Lu Shiqing heard Yi Xian's words and looked at the plane ticket in Yi Xian's hand, he subconsciously reached out and touched his pocket, and found that the pocket where the plane ticket was originally placed was empty.
His expression instantly turned ferocious, and he roared, "Boy, you dare to take my things, are you fucking tired of living?"
At this moment, Lin Shiu's pretty face suddenly turned cold.
How could she not have thought that Lu Zicheng was actually planning to run away? She stared at Lu Zicheng with her eyes fixed on him, and said angrily, "Boss Lu, what do you mean by this? What's the meaning?"
Seeing that his purpose was exposed, Lu Zicheng simply stopped pretending and said with a ferocious face, "Boss Lin, since you have discovered me, I will not pretend anymore.
I am going to show my cards.
To tell you the truth, my investment failed recently and I'm in debt.
There are a lot of people chasing me for debt. Even if I sell Jinhai Trading, I can't pay it back.
Originally I just wanted to flee abroad to avoid debt, but I didn't expect you to come and expose me.
In that case, don't blame me for being rude."
As he spoke, Lu Zicheng shouted to the outside, "All of you, come in."
Tap, tap, tap.
Along with Lu Zicheng's voice, footsteps were heard and 7 or 8 burly men walked in from outside.
Each of their eyes was cold and filled with murderous intent. Full of momentum. The key point is that these 8 people actually have a gun on their waists.
From the metallic luster they emit, it can be seen that this weapon is definitely real.
These are the desperate criminals hired by Lu Daji at a huge price.
They have seen blood and killed people on their hands. The purpose is to use them to deal with creditors in case Lu Daji is blocked by them while running away.
"Mr. Lu, what do you want to do?"
Seeing this scene, Lin Shiu's face suddenly changed.
"Do what?"
Lu Zicheng laughed loudly, and his eyes fell on Lin Shiu with a fiery look. "Of course, before leaving, I want to taste you, the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan province."
"Boss Lin, do you know? Ever since I first saw you, I've been obsessed with you. I even dream about you at night. I thought I would never be able to taste a top-notch beauty like you, but I didn't expect you to come to my door on your own initiative. Then I don't mind tasting you and seeing how smooth you are, the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan province."
As he spoke, Lu Zicheng's eyes swept back and forth over Lin Shiu.
Greedy. Fire.
Fuck, this is such a great girl, I can finally have some fun with her this time.
Lu Zicheng felt like he was about to explode.
Lin Shiu was frightened by Lu Zicheng's appearance, and subconsciously approached Yi Xian, angrily saying, "Lu Zicheng, don't mess around, if you dare to do anything to me, the Lin family will not let you go." Although Lin Shiu is decisive and efficient in the business world, she is a woman after all. It is impossible for any woman not to be nervous when facing this scene.
"Lin family?" Lu Zicheng seemed to have heard a huge joke, and grinned. "Lin family? I am really a little scared. What a pity. After I play with you, I will have someone kill both of you. Who will know?
By the time the Lin family finds out, I'll be living a carefree life abroad."
"What can you, the Lin family, do to me then? Now, Mr. Lin, I'm giving you a choice.
Kneel on the ground like a bitch, crawl in front of me, and serve me well. If you serve me well, I'll have fun with you, and maybe I'll spare your life and let the Lin family come to save you.
Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless."
As soon as Lu Zicheng finished speaking, the 8 men took a step forward at the right time and took out the weapons at their waists.
The black muzzle of the gun was pointed at Lin Shiu and Yi Xian. It sounds very threatening. Chapter 52. Yi Xian takes action.
Seeing this scene, a pale look flashed across Lin Shiu's pretty face. She had never expected that something like this would happen when she came to Jinhai Trade today. If she had known this would happen, she would never have brought Yi Xian here alone. She knew that Yi Xian was very powerful, which was why she asked Yi Xian to follow her.
But now, no matter how powerful Yi Xian is, it's useless. Can a body of flesh and blood stop bullets? The answer is beyond doubt.
She knew very well that Lu Zicheng was not joking at all. Because more than 10 years ago, Lu Zicheng was one of the overlords of the Tianhai underground forces, but later he cleaned himself up and established Jinhai Trading. Such people have their hands stained with blood.
In the eyes of such people, human life is worthless. Not to mention, Yi Xian has now exposed Lu Zicheng's intention to run away.
It was even more impossible for Lu Zicheng to let them leave. After all, once the news got out, it would be almost impossible for Lu Zicheng to escape. At this moment, Lin Shiu's heart was filled with regret. If she had known this would happen, she should not have been so arrogant and come to Jinhai Trading in person or just call directly. Even if Lu Zicheng ran away, the maximum loss would be 50 million, which would not be a big deal for the Lin Group. Now, not only did he not get the money, but he found himself in deep crisis. It wouldn't matter if something happened to her, but now the innocent Yi Xian has been implicated.
This made her feel extremely guilty. Seeing that Lin Shiu didn't say anything, Lu Shiqing urged again, "Boss Lin, didn't you hear what I said?
Why don't you kneel down quickly and crawl in front of me like a bitch?"
Forget it, you don't have to crawl.
I'll come here myself and make you kneel on the ground and serve me.
Lu Shiqing was a little overwhelmed by desire. He didn't care about anything else.
He strode to Lin Shiu and even reached out his hand to touch Lin Shiu's chest. Now he has 8 people and guns. He is in control of everything and has nothing to worry about.
Playing with a woman who can do anything to her.
Lin Shiu's face was filled with rage, and she subconsciously wanted to take action, but a strong wind had already blew up around her. A big hand reached out from nowhere and directly grabbed Lu Shiqing's wrist. The next second, there was a crack sound, and Lu Shiqing's arm was broken. The cold white bones broke through the arm and were revealed.
So thrilling. Ah!
Lu Shiqing's face became extremely ferocious, and he screamed in pain, his voice echoing throughout the office.
So miserable. You should feel lucky. I didn't want to kill anyone in front of Mr. Lin. Otherwise, it would have been your neck that was broken. A voice as cold as ice just fell.
Then, Yi Xian raised his foot and kicked Lu Shiqing directly.
Bang!
Even though he didn't use his true energy, Lu Shiqing's body still flew out and hit the wall heavily.
Puff!
He spat out a mouthful of blood and felt as if all the bones in his body were falling apart.
Yi Xian's sudden action left everyone stunned.
Everyone looked at Yi Xian as if they had seen a ghost. No one expected that Yi Xian would dare to take action when facing 8 guns.
The means were brutal. He directly disabled one of Lu Shiqing's hands and kicked him out like trash. How dare this boy? Is he really not afraid of death? Yi Xian.
Lin Shiu looked at Yi Xian, who was standing beside her, protecting her like a mountain, and a complex look flashed across her beautiful eyes. How could she not have expected that at this critical moment, Yi Xian would protect her behind him without hesitation? At this moment, she couldn't help but feel a warm feeling flash through her heart. A feeling of being protected came over me at this moment. But soon, Lin Shiu's heart skipped a beat again.
Oh no! Big trouble.
Yi Xian had just offended Lu Shiqing, and now he had crippled one of Lu Shiqing's hands. It would be strange if the other party let Yi Xian go. If Yi Xian stays here, he will die.
No! We can't just sit there and wait for death.
Thinking of this, Lin Shiu came back to her senses, pushed Yi Xian hard, and said urgently, "Yi Xian, hurry up, I will stop them. You rush out quickly, don't take the elevator, go to the left, there is a staircase. After you go out, hurry up and call the police, quickly." As she spoke, Lin Shiu rushed towards the 8 men without waiting for Yi Xian to speak. She is not a traditional Chinese warrior, but she has learned some martial arts, so she should be able to delay some time. As long as Yi Xian can rush out of the room, relying on Yi Xian's strength, these people may not be able to do anything to him. At that time, as long as he calls the police, there may be a glimmer of hope. Even if not, Yi Xian could survive, and she would have repaid Yi Xian for saving her and her grandfather. Yi Xian was completely stunned. How could he not have thought that Lin Shiu would choose to do this, asking him to run quickly while she chose to stay and hold back this group of people?
Doesn't she know what will happen if she stays?
But despite this, Lin Shiu still chose to let him run away. This woman is a little silly, but her silliness is cute and makes people feel sorry for her. He took a sudden step forward, stretched out his hand, and grabbed Lin Shiu's arm, preventing her from taking another step forward. Lin Shiu turned around, and when she saw Yi Xian holding her arm, she immediately became anxious and said, "Yi Xian, why are you holding me?"
Run away. Don't worry about me. If you don't leave, none of us will be able to leave. What will you do if I leave?
Yi Xian stared at Lin Shiu closely.
I am the eldest daughter of the Lin family. He may not dare to do anything to me. If you don't leave, they will not let you go.
At this moment, a ferocious voice rang out.
Leave? You dare to break one of my hands and kick me out? You still want to leave? You are dreaming.
Lu Shiqing, who was kicked out by Yi Xian, stood up with the help of 2 men.
He looked at Yi Xian with ferocious eyes and roared, "You little bastard, you dare to break my hand? I will make your life worse than death." As he spoke, he roared at the burly men around him, "What are you still standing there for? Come on, everyone. Don't shoot. Catch this guy. I'm going to break his limbs with my own hands. I'm going to make him wish he were dead, but he can't die."
Lu Shicheng now hates Yi Xian to the core. Hearing this, the 8 burly men put away their weapons without any hesitation and rushed towards Yi Xian with their fists waving. They were all desperate criminals hired by Lu Shicheng at great expense, and they had some strength. A punch was thrown, hitting Yi Xian's head directly. With one punch, Yi Xian would completely lose his fighting ability. Yi Xian, be careful! Lin Shiu screamed. Yi Xian gave Lin Shiu a reassuring smile, then suddenly turned around, opened his 5 fingers, grabbed the arm of a burly man, and exerted force suddenly. The burly man immediately moved uncontrollably towards Yi Xian. At the same time, Yi Xian leaned forward slightly and pushed his shoulder forward. Chapter 53, All Destroyed. Crack! A horrifying sound of bones breaking suddenly rang out. The burly man's chest collapsed as if he was hit by a speeding truck, and his ribs were instantly broken. He flew backwards instantly, and with a bang, he hit the wall behind him heavily. Crack! Crack! A series of crisp bone-breaking sounds came from his body, and his entire body slid down the wall as if he had no bones. Like a puddle of mud. Afterwards, Yi Xian took a step forward without any hesitation, grabbed the arm of another burly man, and exerted force with his 5 fingers. Crack! With a crisp sound, the man's arm bones were crushed. He screamed miserably in pain and looked at Yi Xian as if he had seen a ghost. Bang! Yi Xian flicked his hand and the man flew out instantly. The ending was the same as the previous burly man. His body hit the wall heavily, all his bones were broken, and he became a complete cripple. This brutal scene completely shocked everyone. The remaining 6 burly men were frozen in place. Although they were desperate criminals and had seen blood and even lost lives on their hands, they had never seen such brutal methods as Yi Xian. With their eyes, they could clearly see that these 2 people were completely useless. Even if I am cured, I will probably just lie in bed like a vegetable for the rest of my life. Can they really deal with such a terrifying person? What a joke! When Lu Shicheng saw this scene, his face turned pale and his legs trembled. How come he didn't expect Yi Xian to be so good at fighting? The desperate criminals that he had hired at a huge expense didn't even last 3 seconds before 2 of them were killed by Yi Xian. It looks like it's completely useless. What kind of strength does it take to do this? Could this kid be the legendary ancient warrior? Such a thought flashed through Lu Shicheng's mind, and his expression became more and more frightened. He had never seen an ancient warrior, but he had heard rumors about them. According to rumors, ancient warriors can fly over eaves and walls, pick leaves and flowers, and kill people without being seen. To ordinary people, they are simply superhuman. The key point is that if a traditional Chinese warrior kills you, the police may not pursue the matter. He actually offended an ancient warrior now? What's the difference between this and an old man hanging himself? It's just seeking death. Lu Shicheng's body trembled slightly. He glanced at Yi Xian, gritted his teeth, and suddenly shouted, "Take the gun! Use the gun to deal with this guy. Whoever kills this guy will be rewarded with 1 million. He saw the coldness in Yi Xian's eyes, and he knew very well that even if he begged for mercy today, Yi Xian would not let him go. In that case, let us fight him. He still has 6 men and 6 guns, and he doesn't believe that he can't do anything to a young boy. Brush! Hearing this, the 6 people who were frightened by Yi Xian came to their senses and immediately drew out their weapons and aimed at Yi Xian. However, before they could fire a shot, they were horrified to find that Yi Xian in front of them suddenly disappeared. Before everyone could come to their senses. Crack! Crack! The sharp sound of bones breaking rang out one after another. It was clearly visible that Yi Xian's figure was like a ghost, moving among the remaining 6 burly men. Every time his figure flashed by, the burly man's hands became strangely twisted and broken. 2 or 3 breaths later, when Yi Xian returned to the original place again, the remaining 6 burly men all had their hands broken. They were rolling on the ground in pain, and some had fainted from the pain. The whole process took Yi Xian only 2 breaths, and it was almost terrifying. After doing all this, Yi Xian walked towards Lu Shicheng. Day. Yi Xian's footsteps were very light, but to Lu Shicheng's ears, they sounded like the death knell of the god of death, which frightened him to the extreme. Seeing Yi Xian getting closer and closer to him, Lu Shicheng felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his whole body was cold. How could he not have thought that Yi Xian was so terrifying that even thermal weapons could not do anything to him? Even in an instant, all his men were killed. The sudden blow was like a sledgehammer hitting his heart, smashing it into pieces. He even saw the undisguised coldness in Yi Xian's eyes, which seemed to have frozen his soul. He subconsciously took a step back, raised his finger and pointed at Yi Xian, and said sternly, "You, what do you want to do? I'm telling you, this is a society ruled by law. If you dare to kill me, the police will not let you go. You will be buried with me. You'd better not do anything rash." Although he threatened, Lu Xiqing's trembling voice told everyone how scared he was inside. "The police won't let me go?" Yi Xian laughed. He suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed Lu Xiqing's only remaining arm, and then pressed it hard. With a loud crack sound, Lu Xiqing's arm was broken by Yi Xian. Almost a 360-degree twist. Lu Xiqing never expected that the other party would suddenly break his hand. The intense pain made him howl. But the next second, the howling stopped abruptly. Because Yi Xian suddenly raised his right foot and kicked Lu Xiqing directly. Bang! Lu Xiqing's body fell to the ground, his brain was dizzy and his face was covered in blood. "How dare you do this to me, you little bastard!" Lu Xiqing roared angrily, but Yi Xian would not give him the right to speak. "You're being too loud. Shut up." The cold voice sounded like the judgment of the god of death. Yi Xian grabbed Lu Xiqing's head and slammed it hard onto the marble coffee table. Under the powerful pressure, Lu Xiqing's head came into direct contact with the marble coffee table. Bang! A huge gap was instantly created on the marble coffee table. "Ah!" Lu Xiqing screamed again, and the broken marble fragments tore open gashes on his face. At this moment, Lu Xiqing only felt dizzy and his head was about to explode. "How is it? How does it taste? Didn't you want to kill me just now? Tell me whether I should do as you said and send you on your way." Yi Xian's indifferent voice rang out in the office. At this moment, he wanted to kill. He now completely understood the source of the blood disaster between Lin Shiu's eyebrows. It comes from Lu Xiqing in front of us. If Lu Xiqing was allowed to continue living, Lin Shiu's bloody disaster would never be resolved. The best way is to completely wipe Lu Xiqing out of this world and eliminate future troubles. In this world, the only people who won't bother you are the dead. Chapter 54, the end. What? Lu Xiqing was frightened by Yi Xian's words. This kid actually planned to kill him. How dare he? But when he saw Yi Xian's cold eyes, he knew that the other party was not lying and that the other party really dared to kill him. And killed him in public. Suddenly, he saw something out of the corner of his eye, as if he had grasped the last straw, and hurriedly said, "Boss Lin, save me. Save me. I know I was wrong. I am willing to pay off the balance owed to the Lin Group. Please, save me. This guy wants to kill me." Hearing Lu Zhilong's roar, the shocked Lin Shiu finally came to her senses. Seeing Lu Xiqing's miserable state and hearing what the other party said, Lin Shiu was shocked and hurried to Yi Xian's side and said, "Yi Xian, don't mess around." In her heart, she wished that scum like Lu Xiqing would disappear from this world forever. But she knew even more clearly that if Yi Xian killed Lu Xiqing, his life would be over. In Kyushu, if ancient warriors kill people, the police can't do anything about it, but that doesn't mean Kyushu doesn't have an official organization specifically targeting ancient warriors. Once the news gets out, Yi Xian will have no place to stand in the entire Jojo, and the only thing waiting for him is death. It's totally not worth it to sacrifice your life for a scumbag. Don't worry, I won't kill him. Yi Xian glanced at Lin Shiu and shook his head slightly. In his eyes, Lu Xiqing was just an ant, and he could kill him with ease. But he didn't want to kill anyone in front of Lin Shiu, otherwise, Lu Xiqing would have been a corpse just now. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Lu Xiqing was like a drowning man who had grabbed the last straw. He struggled to get up from the ground, came to Lin Shiu, and knelt on the ground with a plop. "Boss Lin. Yi. Master Yi. I'm sorry. I was blinded by my own greed just now. I hope Boss Lin and Master Yi will forgive me." As Lu Xiqing spoke, he knocked his head heavily to the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. He no longer cares about his face. He just wants to survive now. As long as he survives, he can find a chance to take revenge and make this kid live a life worse than death. So, he must now survive at all costs. Lin Shiu was still a little frightened. Seeing Lu Xiqing, who had been so arrogant just now, kneeling and kowtow in front of her, she really didn't know what to say for a moment. A minute later, she said, You can stop now." Hearing this, Lu Xiqing was overjoyed. "Boss Lin, thank you for forgiving me. I will pay off the outstanding balance owed to the Lin Group right now. Not only that, I am also willing to pay the interest for a whole year."
This time Lin Shiu didn't say anything, but looked at Yi Xian.
Yi Xian glanced at Lu Zhiqing and said coldly, "I'll give you 3 minutes to complete the transfer, otherwise, I'll destroy you."
Yes, I'll transfer the money right away.
Lu Zhiqing felt as if he had been pardoned.
He struggled to get up from the ground and walked to the desk. Just as he was about to operate the computer to transfer money, he was stunned.
Both of his hands were crippled by Yi Xian, so it was impossible for him to operate a computer. He could only look at Yi Xian with embarrassment and said, "Yi.
Young Master Yi, can you do me a favor and help me operate the computer?"
Yi Xian glanced at Lu Zhiqing, his eyes flashed slightly, and then he walked towards the computer.
Under Lu Zhiqing's instructions, the transfer was completed quickly.
Lu Zhiqing looked at Yi Xian with a flattering look on his face and said, "Mr. Yi, I have completed the transfer and it should be credited to my account soon." Yi Xian ignored Lu Zhiqing and looked at Lin Shiu.
"I'll make a phone call and ask."
Lin Shiu took out her cell phone and called the finance department of the Lin Group. Soon, Lin Shiu hung up the phone, nodded at Yi Xian, and said, "The finance department just told me that the money has been credited."
Yi Xian nodded. "In that case, let's go." "Good." Lin Shiu didn't say much and followed Yi Xian out of the office.
Lu Zhiqing breathed a sigh of relief, he finally survived. Looking at the backs of Yi Xian and Lin Shiu, a gleam of extremely resentful light flashed deep in his eyes.
Shame. What a shame. He was beaten like this by a young boy today.
He swore that he must take revenge and make Yi Xian pay.
He knew that Yi Xian was an ancient warrior, but so what even if he was an ancient warrior? There are plenty of ancient warriors in this world. As long as he has money, he doesn't believe that he can't kill a young boy.
However, no one noticed at this moment that when Yi Xian was about to walk out of the office, he suddenly snapped his fingers, and a stream of true energy silently hit Lu Zhiqing's body.
Finally, it lurked in Lu Zhiqing's heart. He promised Lin Shiu that he would not kill Lu Zhiqing now, but that did not mean he would let Lu Zhiqing go. It's not like he didn't notice the murderous intent in the other person's eyes.
If he allowed the other person to continue living, it would be like a time bomb that could bring danger at any time. The true qi just now was the true qi seed he planted in Lu Zhiqing's heart. One day later, this qi seed will explode, causing Lu Zhiqing to die of heart failure. Even if someone investigates by then, they won't be able to trace it back to him.
Leave Jinhai trading.
Lin Shiu suddenly stopped, her beautiful eyes fell on Yi Xian, and said, "Yi Xian, thank you for saving me again."
Yi Xian glanced at Lin Shiu and said, "Don't you think I was ruthless? I killed Lu Zhiqing just because of a disagreement?"
Lin Shiu gently stroked her wind-blown temples and whispered, "Why do I feel this way?
There must be something hateful about a pitiful person.
If you were not stronger than Lu Zhiqing today, our fate today would be even more miserable than his." Fighting violence with violence may not be the best solution, but it is undeniable that fighting violence with violence is sometimes the fastest way to solve problems. Yi Xian was stunned and didn't come back to his senses for a while.
How come he didn't expect Lin Shiu to say that?
You know, when he crippled Lu Zhiqing, he could clearly feel Lin Shiu's fear. Obviously, Lin Shiu had never been exposed to such a violent side. If it were any other woman, she might have accused him of various things long ago, but she would never say such things like Lin Shiu did. Lin Shiu seemed to know what Yi Xian was thinking, and said calmly, "You forgot that I am the president of Lin Group. The confrontation in the business world is sometimes more cruel than the battlefield, and killing people is bloodless. The scene just now was indeed very violent, but I can still adapt to it." At this point, Lin Shiu paused, looked at Yi Xian with her beautiful eyes, and said, "Why did you stay to help me just now?
Do you know that if you take a wrong step, you might even lose your life?"
Chapter 55. It seems that the Blood Alliance did not take my words to heart. Hearing Lin Shiu's words, Yi Xian was slightly stunned, as if he did not expect Lin Shiu to ask him this question. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke, "Because I know I won't go wrong, they can't do anything to me.
Besides, you are my fiancé.
Even if you may not admit this identity, at least you are my fiancé now. I also promised Grandpa that I would protect you, so I will naturally do what I say."
The calm words contained unimaginable tyranny.
Lin Shiu's body trembled slightly. She didn't expect that Yi Xian would give her such an answer.
She felt a little uncomfortable.
Even though she finally chose to get engaged to Yi Xian, in her heart she actually just regarded the engagement as a task, and she had never fallen in love with Yi Xian. She had never even thought of admitting that Yi Xian was her fiancé, otherwise, she would not have asked Yi Xian not to reveal their identities in the Lin Group. But now Yi Xian's words made her heart tremble suddenly. She thought of a possibility. What if she was not engaged to Yi Xian, but instead found a man she loved to get engaged to?
Will the other party protect her at all costs at the most critical moment? In just a moment, Lin Shiu had the answer. Won't. Husband and wife are birds of the same forest, but they fly away separately when disaster strikes. This is a selfish world. There are so few people who can do this.
In just a moment, a trace of bitterness emerged in Lin Shiu's heart again. She thought of what Yi Xian had just said. I promised Grandpa that I would protect you.
She really wanted to ask Yi Xian, did you save me just because you promised Grandpa?
But she didn't dare to speak, for she was afraid that after asking this question, she would not get the answer she wanted. Just when Lin Shiu was feeling a little anxious, Yi Xian's voice rang in her ears.
What's wrong with you? Are you okay?
Lin Shiu came back to her senses, took a deep breath, suppressed her thoughts, and said, I'm fine.
I was just lost in thought. Now that the matter has been resolved, let's go back to the company. Because the car was parked in an open-air parking lot next to the office building, the two had to walk there.
Just like when he came, Lin Shiu still sat in the driver's seat, and Yi Xian opened the passenger door. Just as he was about to get in, he seemed to have discovered something, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes.
Yi Xian, what are you standing there for? Why don't you get in the car?
Lin Shiu saw that Yi Xian didn't move, and asked with confusion in her beautiful eyes. Yi Xian came back to his senses, the murderous intent in his eyes disappeared, and he smiled. I suddenly feel a little urgent to pee, I plan to go to the toilet first, how about you wait for me in the car first? Lin Shiu's face was filled with black lines. She thought something was wrong with Yi Xian, but it turned out that this guy was in a hurry to pee.
Okay, go quickly, I'll wait for you in the car.
Before Lin Shiu could finish her words, Yi Xian had already turned and left.
Hey, Yi Xian, where are you going? There's a toilet on the first floor of Jinhai Commercial? Where are you going?
Her words were blown away by the wind. Yi Xian's figure had long disappeared. After turning a corner, Yi Xian's eyes had become extremely cold. Like the god of death from the nine nether hell descending upon the earth. His appearance will inevitably bring about a storm. His indifferent gaze shot in one direction.
It seems that you didn't take my warning seriously. In that case, don't blame me.
Yi Xian lit a cigarette and headed northeast. Before he came, he observed the surrounding environment from the car.
In the northeast direction, there was an unfinished building.
The outside was tightly covered with iron sheets, and it was estimated that there was no one inside. It can be used to deal with those people who don't know how to live or die.
Another direction. 3 figures were standing there. One of the men, who was a little thin, looked at the direction where Yi Xian disappeared and said, it seems that the boy has discovered us. So what if he finds us? He's just a young boy.
Without Huang Dexing's support, he's just an ant and can be destroyed with a flick of the hand. As soon as he finished speaking, another man sneered. That's right, don't take this kid to heart, just follow him, suppress him, and bring him back to the leader for disposal. Another middle-aged man with a burly build and a rough face sneered and followed Yi Xian without any hesitation. The other two looked at each other and followed without hesitation. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the unfinished building and saw a young man leaning against a pillar with a cigarette in his mouth. When he saw them coming, he slowly exhaled a smoke ring. It seems that the Blood Alliance didn't take my words to heart and even dared to send people to cause trouble for me.
Who gave you the courage? Yi Xian's indifferent voice sounded.
He felt an aura similar to that of Zhang Heihu from these 3 people. If nothing unexpected happened, these 3 people must be the ones sent by the Blood Alliance to cause trouble for him.
The fact was exactly as Yi Xian thought.
These 3 people were the ones sent by the Blood Alliance leader Hu Feng Yuan to cause trouble for him.
Duan Hu. Qian Qingzhong. Ho Ming.
Hearing Yi Xian's words, Duan Hu and the other 2 all looked serious, with a hint of fear flashing across their faces.
This guy not only discovered their traces, but also knew their identities? Could it be that this boy is a master?
For some reason, when Yi Xian spoke, they always felt that the air around them became colder. It was as if they had entered the gates of hell and could die at any time. The 3 of them shook their heads vigorously to get rid of the ridiculous thoughts in their minds. The 3 of them are much stronger than Zhang Heihu. Now that the 3 of them join forces, it will be no problem to deal with a young boy.
They must be overthinking it.
The burly Duan Hu took a step forward, his eyes fell on Yi Xian, and said coldly, Boy, you are much braver than we thought. You know that we are from the Blood Alliance, but you still dare to face us alone.
You have some courage.
What a pity. Courage must be backed up by strength, but you don't have it.
Now I'm giving you a chance. Just surrender and come with us. We can save you from suffering.
Yi Xian did not answer, but just blew out a smoke ring, then flicked his finger and flicked the cigarette butt in his hand at the feet of Duan Hu and the other two. Looking at the cigarette butts at their feet, Duan Hu and the other two instantly became extremely ugly. They are the leaders of the Blood Alliance. In Tianhai, they are top-notch figures. Now they are ignored by a country bumpkin.
This is simply a humiliation. Boy, are you planning to refuse my toast and drink the wine instead?
Xian Xingzhong said in a grim tone. A cold murderous intent spread from him.
Chapter 56. Why don't you kneel down and accept death?
Yi Xian seemed not to sense Xian Xingzhong's murderous intention, and said in a light tone, You don't want to drink a toast?
You are not worthy of saying such words in front of me. My time is limited. I don't want to waste it with you. My fiancé is waiting for me in the car. Now, I'll give you two choices.
First, kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistakes, then get out of here, and I'll spare your lives.
Second, die.
The air suddenly became quiet.
Duan Hu and the other two were completely stunned. Is this kid sure he isn't mentally ill? How dare you threaten the three of them? Who does he think he is? A martial arts master?
A few seconds later, the three of them reacted, their faces filled with anger.
Boy, you want us to kneel down and kowtow to admit our mistakes?
I want to see what qualifications you have to say such things. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Hu took action. He turned into a shadow on the spot, pounced towards Yi Xian, and punched Yi Xian in the chest. The violent fist force suddenly spread out. The swirling energy caused the tiny pieces of gravel on the ground to fly up.
The momentum is overwhelming.
Xian Xingzhong and Ho Ming, the two leaders of the Blood Alliance, did not take action, but instead folded their arms across their chests and watched coldly. It was indeed shocking that Yi Xian defeated Zhang Heihu. But in their hearts, Yi Xian was able to do this entirely because of the martial arts master of the Lin family. Now that this martial arts master is not around, Yi Xian is like a turtle in a jar, unable to cause any trouble at all. It was estimated that in the next second, the boy in front of him would kneel on the ground and beg Duan Hu to spare him.
There is no need for them to take any action at all.
Yi Xian stood there, looking coldly at Duan Hu punching him, and said, It seems that you are not going to do what I say.
In that case, I will send you off.
After he finished speaking, Yi Xian raised his hand and punched out directly.
This punch is simple and unpretentious, but with a light airflow. Ha, kid, who gave you the courage to confront me head-on? You are simply courting death. Well, I will cripple your hand first. Seeing Yi Xian's actions, Duan Hu was stunned and burst into laughter.
In his opinion, Yi Xian was just trying to stop a chariot with his bare hands and was overestimating his own abilities. He didn't dodge at all, but mobilized his true energy and punched forward at a faster speed.
Bang! The two fists collided. A dull sound suddenly rang out. A burst of energy burst out from the collision of the two fists. At this moment, the smile on Duan Hu's face froze, and then his whole face became distorted. It's painful and twisted. It even turned into a horror. He felt an extremely terrifying force crashing into his arm. All his fists shattered. The whole arm was covered in blood and flesh, and was directly broken off. How come you are so powerful? You are a martial arts master. Before he could finish his words, Yi Xian's fist, still with unabated force, had already hit him in the chest. Bang! The huge force directly smashed through his chest. Blood spurts out. Duan Hu didn't even have time to react, his body flew out, blood splattered, and he died on the spot. One punch. Just one punch. Cripple one of my hands? It seems you are not qualified. At this moment, the whole place was dead silent. Xian Xingzhong and Ho Ming, who were standing nearby and ready to watch the show, were both a little stunned. Their pupils dilated. It was as if they had seen a ghost. They thought Duan Hu could easily suppress this kid. Unexpectedly, the result was just the opposite. This kid beat Duan Hu to death with one violent punch. How is that possible? What kind of strength does it take to do this? Or did they all guess wrong? Zhang Heihu was not crippled by the martial arts master behind the Lin family, but by this kid in front of him? Is this guy a genuine martial arts master? You must be kidding. How old is this kid?
How could he be a martial arts master?
But if not, how to explain this scene? The two men's bodies were trembling, staring at Yi Xian, and subconsciously took a few steps back.
They knew very well that the other party's strength was beyond their control. Using their strength to fight against a martial arts master would be tantamount to seeking death. At this moment, Yi Xian raised his head, his eyes like a sharp sword, shooting out. What are you still standing there for?
Why don't you kneel down and accept your death?
Upon hearing this, their faces instantly turned red.
An invisible anger continues to burn in my heart.
They are the leaders of the Blood Alliance.
The status is extremely noble.
Many big shots in Tianhai had to bow and nod when they saw them, but now, a young boy asked them to kneel down and accept death?
This is an insult to them.
This is a stain on their martial arts. They knew that Yi Xian was dangerous, but even if he was in danger, he had no right to threaten them.
Xian Xingzhong looked at Yi Xian with grim eyes and said in a deep voice, "Boy, we underestimated you.
Unexpectedly, your strength is beyond our expectations, but the strength of both of us is not to be underestimated. You can kill Duanhu, but you may not be able to kill both of us. You are not qualified to ask us to kneel down and accept death." As he spoke, he looked at Ho Ming beside him and said, "Ho Ming, let's attack together and kill this guy."
"Okay, kill."
There was also a ferocious gleam in Ho Ming's eyes, and his figure turned into a stream of light and pounced towards Yi Xian. At the same time, he reached for his waist, and a sharp dagger instantly appeared in his hand. The dagger turned, drew a deadly arc in the air, and slashed towards Yi Xian's neck.
This knife was extremely accurate. Extremely cruel. When the knife falls, it will be bloodthirsty.
Xian Xingzhong didn't hesitate at all, and rushed out like an arrow. When there was only 3 meters left between him and Yi Xian, he took a step, his body flew into the air, and suddenly stepped on a load-bearing column. Relying on inertia, he jumped 5 meters high, then turned around, and as if a mountain was pressing down on his head, he punched Yi Xian hard. The power of this punch has reached the level of a half-step grandmaster. It has a force of several thousand pounds.
The wind is blowing hard.
Once it falls on the head, Yi Xian's brain will burst and he will die in an instant.
"Boy, I wanted to spare your life, but you will die today."
There was murderous intent in the eyes of both of them.
The power is pushed to the extreme. They have no choice.
Ever since Yi Xian killed Duanhu with one punch, they knew that Yi Xian had murderous intentions towards them and would never allow them to leave here alive. There's no use begging for mercy.
Now they had no choice but to give it a try.
Yi Xian had not yet reached the realm of martial arts master, so he was able to kill Duanhu. It was Duanhu who underestimated him. Perhaps this way, they have a glimmer of hope, otherwise, they will die. The two men's attacks became more and more fierce, blocking all of Yi Xian's retreat routes.
Chapter 57. Answer me some questions.
Yi Xian stood where he was, watching the incoming attack, and began to laugh.
With such lousy strength, he wouldn't even be considered as a mediocre person in the place the old man took him to.
He slowly stretched out a hand and said calmly, "To kill you, I only need one hand." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's hand stretched out like lightning and directly clasped Ho Ming's wrist. With a click, Ho Ming only felt an invisible air locking him. His wrist twisted, rotating almost 360 degrees. But the knife was held tightly.
The next second, a devastating force seemed to control his hands and knife.
With an extremely strange posture, he chopped towards Qian Xingzhong's outstretched arm.
"Old Qian, be careful."
Ho Ming wanted to remind loudly. But it was too late. Ho Ming tried desperately to withdraw his hand, but found it was of no use. He didn't even have the qualifications to let go of the dagger. Everything about him seemed to be controlled by the young man in front of him, and he became a puppet in the other's hands.
"Call out."
A cold light flashed and blood splattered. Xian Xingzhong only felt his arm suddenly become cold, followed by a tearing pain. He subconsciously lowered his head and found that only half of his arm was left, and the other half had fallen to the ground. A large amount of blood gushed out from the wound.
My hand was cut off."
Xian Xingzhong's face suddenly changed and he retreated instantly. There was a deep look of fear in his eyes. He never dreamed that the two of them working together would not be able to do anything to Yi Xian. In an instant, Yi Xian easily resolved the attacks of the two men, and even one of them lost one hand on the spot.
How on earth did this guy do it? Why is the strength so terrifying? He can't figure it out.
Yi Xian had no idea how shocking his actions were. He crippled Xian Xingzhong's arm without stopping for the slightest. As his true energy moved, a powerful force locked Ho Ming's wrist. Crack! A sound of bone breaking suddenly rang out. His arm holding the knife twisted uncontrollably, and the tip of the knife turned towards his heart and stabbed down fiercely.
No! Ho Ming let out a heart-wrenching roar.
He tried desperately to mobilize his true energy, trying to break free from Yi Xian's control. But the gap in strength between the two is too big, there is no comparability at all. Even if he used all his strength to mobilize his true energy, it was of no avail. He could only watch helplessly as the dagger, carrying the breath of death, tore through the air and pierced into his heart. Puff! Blood spurted out and Ho Ming fell straight down.
Completely lost his life.
Yi Xian acted as if he had done something insignificant, and his eyes, as cold as knives, shot directly at Qian Xingzhong, whose arm he had cut off.
You are the only one left now. Do you want to do it yourself, or should I send you off personally?
Yi Xian's cold words fell just like that.
Plain, yet with a hint of death.
Everything around seemed to be under Yi Xian's control. Qian Xingzhong covered his broken arm and subconsciously took a step back, with a hint of fear trembling in his eyes. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. From the time they attacked Yi Xian, to the time Duan Hu and Ho Ming died one after another. The whole process, excluding the speaking time, took less than 10 seconds. In such a short period of time, two people who were as powerful as him were killed.
The key is to kill instantly.
The two men died without any chance to fight back. Even the leader of the Blood Alliance, Hu Fengyuan, couldn't be so nonchalant. A cold sense of death surged into my heart. The way he looked at Yi Xian was as if he saw the devil. I regret it so much that my intestines are turning green. If he had known that Yi Xian was so terrifying, he would definitely turn around and leave at the first moment instead of staying.
Now he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. He even didn't dare to do it again. Because Yi Xian's strength is too strong. So powerful that he didn't even have the courage to take action. Seeing the murderous intent flashing in Yi Xian's eyes, Qian Xingzhong was completely panicked. He had no doubt that Yi Xian would really kill him. The next second, he made a resolute decision, bent his knees, and with a thump, he knelt directly on the ground, supported himself with one hand, and called out heavily, "Please spare my life, Master Yi, I am willing to submit to you and be your slave." Yi Xian walked towards Qian Xingzhong step by step, looked down at him, and said lightly, "Answer me a few questions." Qian Xingzhong was soaked through, and he nodded vigorously, No problem, Master Yi, if you want to know anything, just ask. As long as I know, I will tell you everything I know. Yi Xian's eyes were calm as he said, "You came to trouble me this time. Did you act on your own, or was someone sent to do so?" Qian Jianzhong blurted out, "We didn't act on our own. It was the Blood Alliance leader Hu Fengyuan who sent us here. Because you crippled Zhang Heihu and forced him to kneel on the ground to apologize, bringing shame to the Blood Alliance, he asked us to capture you and make you kneel at the entrance of the Blood Alliance to warn everyone of the consequences of provoking the Blood Alliance." Capture me? Just you? Yi Xian sneered, his tone full of disdain. Qian Xingzhong didn't dare to say a word. If he had heard these words before taking action, he would have thought that Yi Xian was just a toad yawning and having a big mouth. But now, he has understood that Yi Xian's strength is definitely the same as that of the leader of the Blood Alliance, and he has already entered the realm of martial arts master. It would be easier for the other party to crush him to death than to crush an ant. Where is your Blood Alliance headquarters? Yi Xian asked again. Qian Xingzhong immediately responded, "The headquarters of the Blood Alliance is in the Northern Club on Tianhai Yuanshan Avenue." That is the headquarters of the Blood Alliance. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, Hu Fengyuan is there too. Qian Xingzhong was stunned and subconsciously glanced at Yi Xian. Why is this kid asking these questions? Is he planning to kill Hu Fengyuan and destroy the Blood Alliance? Why, is my question difficult for you to answer? There was no emotion in Yi Xian's voice. No. Qian Xingzhong came back to his senses, with a hint of fear in his eyes, and shook his head and said, No, the leader usually doesn't stay in the Northern Club. Then do you know where he is now? Yi Xian said. Qian Xingzhong shook his head like a rattle, I don't know. Just this morning, the leader left Tianhai and went to the provincial capital Jiangcheng. It is said that he went to meet a big shot who came from afar. Exactly. When will he come back? I don't know. I understand. Now, do you want to commit suicide, or do you want me to send you off personally? Yi Xian looked at the other party coldly, and his tone was extremely cold. Qian Xingzhong was stunned.
He thought that as long as he answered the questions honestly, the other party would give him a way out, so that he could go and inform the alliance leader. Let the leader of the alliance take action personally and kill this boy to avenge his broken arm. But he never expected that Yi Xian was so cruel and ruthless. From the very beginning, he had no intention of letting him leave here alive.
Chapter 58 Ling Shanha's shock. A strong will to survive burst out from his mind.
Without hesitation, he pulled out a dagger from his waist, jumped up, and rushed towards Yi Xian like a cheetah. The dagger in his hand carried the breath of death as it stabbed towards Yi Xian's chest. Yi Xian sneered. Without dodging or evading, he just stretched out a hand and grabbed in mid-air. Crack! The dagger that was rushing towards me stopped. Yi Xian's 5 fingers directly grabbed the sharpest part of the dagger.
But the strange thing was that no blood flowed out. Shen Xingzhong was completely dumbfounded. Is he still a human being if he can grab his dagger with just his bare hands?
Before he could react, Yi Xian's arm shook, his wrist broke, and the dagger fell down. Then, Yi Xian took a step, and an invisible force wrapped around the dagger, which drew an arc in the air and directly penetrated Shen Xingzhong's neck.
Puff! Blood gushed out like a fountain.
Shen Xingzhong fell in a pool of blood with a terrified and distorted look on his face.
Completely dead.
Looking at the corpse in front of him, Yi Xian's expression remained calm. When he was practicing with the old man, he almost killed himself because of his kindness. From that moment on, he understood a truth. In this world, there is no such thing as love between men and women, nor is there any so-called good deeds being rewarded.
There is only the law of the jungle. You are strong. 10,000 people surrender. You are weak. Even a dog dares to stand on your head and pee. Besides, the other party is planning to kill him. It would be really stupid to show mercy to your enemy at this time. If you are kind to your enemy today, your enemy will be cruel to you tomorrow.
Yi Xian glanced around again, and without stopping, he walked out of the unfinished building. However, the moment he walked out, a stream of true energy rushed up into the sky and landed on the bodies of Duan Hu and the other two.
Ho-hoo!
The moment the true energy fell, the bodies of Duan Hu and the other two instantly burst into flames. When Yi Xian's figure disappeared, the 3 bodies completely turned into a pile of ashes and drifted away with the wind. It's as if it has never appeared in this world.
The other side. Open-air parking lot.
Lin Shiu sat in the car feeling extremely bored. When she saw Yi Xian appear, she heaved a sigh of relief. For some reason, after Yi Xian left, a trace of worry suddenly emerged in her heart, fearing that something might happen to Yi Xian. When Yi Xian appeared in front of her, all her worries disappeared. When Yi Xian got in the car, Lin Shiu said in a slightly angry tone, "Yi Xian, where did you go just now?
Why does it take so long to go to the toilet? Do you know that I have been waiting for you for a long time?"
"I'm sorry, I was gone a little too long just now."
"I apologize."
Yi Xian smiled, very warmly, which was completely different from the murderous intent he had when facing the 3 members of the Blood Alliance.
Hearing Yi Xian's apology, Lin Shiu knew when to stop and nodded. "Next time you come back so late, send me a message in advance, understand?" "Okay, I got it." Yi Xian nodded with a smile. Lin Shiu didn't say much, started the car, left the open-air parking lot, and headed towards the Lin Group. Yi Xian opened the car window, looked at the scenery passing by outside the window, and fell into deep thought. He was not in a hurry to cause trouble for the Blood Alliance because there was no need. Hit the snake at its most vulnerable part, cut the grass at its roots. Now the leader of the Blood Alliance, Hu Fengyuan, is not in Tianhai. Even if he destroys the Blood Alliance now, it will be useless. As long as Hu Fengyuan is not dead, the Blood Alliance will still exist. Besides, by doing so, he would only alert the enemy and make Hu Fengyuan hide. At that time, it would be like keeping a poisonous snake next to you, which may jump out and bite you at any time. He is not afraid of the other party causing trouble, but that doesn't mean Lin Shiu is not afraid. Therefore, he had to wait for Hu Fengyuan to come back before he could take action. Either don't do it, or once you do it, you must never give the other party any chance to breathe. Kill with one hit. This is a truth the old man taught him. Half an hour later, the two returned to the Lin Group. In the elevator, Lin Shiu thought of something and turned to Yi Xian and said, "Yi Xian, you don't have to go back to the office with me. Go to the Human Resources Department first and complete the entry procedures before coming back to see me. I will notify the Human Resources Department." Good. Yi Xian did not refuse. He just happened to have some things to deal with and wanted to find an excuse to leave,
but he didn't expect Lin Shiu to take the initiative to say it. When the elevator reached the floor where the Human Resources Department was located, Yi Xian walked out of the elevator and walked towards the Human Resources Department. Perhaps because Lin Shiu had given Yi Xian a heads up, he did not behave in a contemptuous manner when he was going through the employment procedures. On the contrary, the HR manager was extremely polite to him, with a hint of fawning in his manner. This made him quite uncomfortable. However, Yi Xian also knew that this was the effect of his identity. It is estimated that the entire Lin group now knows that he is Lin Shiu's assistant and has a special relationship with Lin Shiu. But he was too lazy to explain, so at least this could avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. After completing the employment procedures, Yi Xian did not go to find Lin Shiu immediately. Instead, he found a place where no one was, took out his mobile phone, and called Ling Shanha.
Nephew Yi, what do you want to talk to me about?
Ling Shanha's voice came from the other end of the phone.
Uncle Ling, I need you to do me a favor. Yi Xian said. Ling Shanha's eyes narrowed, and he spoke solemnly, Nephew Yi, what do you need me to do for you? Just ask. Uncle Ling, I need you to help me keep an eye on the Blood Alliance's every move. Once the Blood Alliance leader Hu Fengyuan comes back, tell me his whereabouts immediately. Yi Xian said straight to the point. Ling Shanha on the other end of the phone was startled and asked quickly, Nephew Yi, are the people from the Blood Alliance causing trouble for you? A few minions came, but I dealt with them. Yi Xian said it lightly, but when Ling Shanha heard it, a bone-chilling chill ran through his heart. Yi Xian defeated Zhang Heihu. Even if the Blood Alliance sent people to cause trouble for Yi Xian, those people would definitely not be small fry. If nothing unexpected happens, the person sent will definitely be one of the 5 remaining helmsmen of the Blood Alliance. Moreover, it is impossible for the other party to send only one person. After all, the 6 helmsmen of the Blood Alliance are all equally strong. The fact that Yi Xian was able to cripple Zhang Heihu is enough to show how strong he is. To deal with Yi Xian, there must be at least 2 helmsmen, or even more. But now all these people are dead. The key point is Yi Xian's tone, calm, as if killing a few people did not cause any waves in his heart. To be able to remain so calm, Yi Xian's hands must be stained with a lot of blood. What is the concept? Yi Xian is only in his early 20s. Thinking of this, Ling Shanha couldn't help but feel a chill in his hair. In his impression, Yi Xian was a top-notch doctor and a true martial arts master, but now it seems that Yi Xian was even more terrifying and scary than he had imagined. Because human life, in Yi Xian's eyes, is no longer worth anything. If you provoke other people, you may still have a chance of survival, but if you provoke Yi Xian, you will only have a dead end. He will never show mercy to you. Either don't do it, or if you do, kill them all. This is Yi Xian. Chapter 59 Kyushu Martial Arts System. Call. Ling Shanha exhaled, forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart, and said to Yi Xian, Nephew Yi, you asked about Hu Fengyuan's whereabouts, do you want to take action against Hu Fengyuan? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and said calmly, it is impolite not to reciprocate. They sent people to cause trouble for me, so naturally I have to give them a big gift. Besides, I am a person who is afraid of trouble, and I don't want trouble to come to me again and again. Ling Shanha felt even colder in his heart. He heard another meaning in Yi Xian's words. I don't want trouble to come to me again and again, so the best way is to eliminate the people who create trouble. This way there will be no more trouble. Ling Shanha took a deep breath and said solemnly, Nephew Yi, you should think twice. Hu Fengyuan is very powerful. He had already entered the realm of martial arts master 10 years ago. He is extremely powerful. If you act rashly, you might suffer a loss. He knew that Yi Xian was very powerful and had already reached the level of a martial arts master. But martial arts masters are also divided into different levels. Even if Yi Xian has entered the realm of martial arts grandmaster, he can only be considered a beginner in martial arts. However, Hu Fengyuan is already a veteran martial arts master, with a level of qi condensed far beyond that of ordinary martial arts masters. Not to mention that Hu Fengyuan is the leader of the Blood Alliance and has many masters under his command. If Yi Xian rashly goes to cause trouble for Hu Fengyuan, he will definitely not get any benefit. Maybe even your life will be in danger. After all, martial arts masters are indeed very powerful, but there are also many things in this world that can kill martial arts masters. Listening to Ling Shanha's persuasion, Yi Xian's expression did not show the slightest ripple. A glimpse of the whole picture. From the strength of Duan Hu and Xian Xinzhong, it can be clearly seen that the overall strength of the Blood Alliance is definitely not strong.
Otherwise, with the strength of Duan Hu and Xian Xingzhong alone, how could they be qualified to sit on the position of helmsman second only to the leader of the Blood Alliance? It was easy for him to destroy the Blood Alliance. However, it was the realm of the martial arts master at the mouth of Lingshan River that aroused his curiosity. Since he embarked on the path of martial arts, he had never heard of such a realm.
He couldn't help but ask, Uncle Ling, what realm do you mean by martial arts master? Is a martial arts master very powerful?
Hearing Yi Xian's words, Ling Shanha on the other end of the phone was stunned.
I almost doubted what I heard. What is the realm of martial arts grandmaster? Is Yi Xian sure he is not making fun of him?
You must know that the realm of martial arts is the first thing that any ancient martial artist comes into contact with when he embarks on the path of cultivation.
Even a 3-year-old knows this.
Now Yi Xian is a martial arts master, but he doesn't even know what realm the martial arts master is at.
Then how did Yi Xian cultivate to this realm?
If it weren't for Yi Xian's identity, he would have already called the other person a psychopath. Yi Xian heard silence on the other end of the phone and knew that Ling Shanha had misunderstood, so he quickly explained, Uncle Ling, when I was learning from my master, he didn't tell me about the division of martial arts realms, so I didn't know. Yi Xian said this on purpose. Because the old man told him that there was no such thing as a martial arts master in the realm of martial arts. He is not an ancient martial artist, but a cultivator. However, he had been down the mountain for so many days and had never met another cultivator. In order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble, this was the only explanation he could give. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Ling Shanha suddenly realized. He had already learned some information about Yi Xian from Old Man Lin, and he also knew that Yi Xian had just come out of the mountains not long ago, so it was reasonable that he did not know the current Kyushu martial arts system.
He immediately said without hesitation, Nephew Yi, the martial arts system of Jojo is like this.
It is divided into the realms of Ming Jin and Jin, Hua Jin, Half-Step Grandmaster, and Martial Arts Grandmaster. When you first enter the martial arts world, you master the use of strength.
This is Ming Jin.
When you cultivate true qi in your body, you have entered the stage of internal strength. When you can use the true qi to attack the enemy, it is called transformation strength.
After transforming the energy, you will be at the level of a half-step grandmaster. You can use your true energy to break through your body and injure people from a distance. The next level is the martial arts master that countless martial arts masters look up to. When you reach this level, the most obvious feature is that you can gather your body's protective qi, and it is difficult to be injured by ordinary fire weapons. This is the realm that the Blood Alliance leader Hu Fengyuan is in.
In order to prevent Yi Xian from not understanding, Ling Shanha explained every realm of the ancient warriors in great detail. After hearing what Ling Shanha said, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly.
Sure enough, this realm was completely different from the martial arts realm that the old man told him about.
The old man told him that the realms of martial arts are divided into Qi Training Realm, True Qi Realm, True Yuan Realm, Hun Yuan Realm, Heaven and Man Realm, and Dan Ning Realm.
These 6 realms are further divided into 9 levels.
As for the realm beyond the condensation pill realm, there is naturally an even more terrifying realm, but the old man did not tell him. He just told him that he would naturally know when he reached that level of strength.
Yi Xian's current realm is the 6th level of the True Qi realm.
According to Ling Shanha's explanation, the martial arts master of Jojo should be in the True Qi realm. Because according to the realm division mentioned by the old man, when one cultivates to the Qi realm, one can easily turn the Qi into a protective shield to cover oneself. Of course, what he cultivated was not the protective True Qi, but the protective Gang Qi. In terms of defensive power, it was at least several times that of the protective True Qi, or even higher.
This is the power of practitioners.
Suddenly, Yi Xian thought of something and asked in confusion, Uncle Ling, you just told me about the martial arts master, what about the realm above the martial arts master?
Ling Shanha shook his head and said, no more. The most powerful ancient martial artist is the martial arts master. There is no other realm above that. Once you step into the martial arts master realm, everyone is called a master. There are no other realms? Yi Xian frowned and couldn't help asking, if there is no realm division, how can we distinguish the strength?
Ling Shanha explained, someone has thought about this a long time ago. In order to distinguish the strengths of martial arts masters, a Kyushu Grandmaster ranking was established to distinguish the strengths. The Jojo Grandmaster ranking includes a total of 500 top martial arts grandmasters. Once you enter it, it means that you are already above the vast majority of martial arts grandmasters.
Looking across Jojo, there are only 499 people who are stronger than you. Of course, these are only the 499 people in the open. There are many people who are stronger than you in secret, because not everyone likes to be exposed to the eyes of others.
In addition, there are also some top families who, in order to prevent their family background from being exposed, generally do not allow their family's masters to be on the JoJo Grandmaster list. However, no matter what, the JoJo Grandmaster ranking is still a measure of the strength of a martial arts Grandmaster, and the higher the ranking, the more terrifying the strength.
Chapter 60. Qin Longhu was about to die.
Listening to Ling Shanha's words, Yi Xian shook his head slightly. How could he not have expected that the Kyushu martial arts circle had actually given up using realms to divide the levels of martial arts, and instead chose to use a list to distinguish the levels of strength? Although this division can distinguish between people of different strengths, it also restricts the development of the Kyushu martial arts circle and causes its strength to stagnate.
After all, when you see that there is no way forward, how can you have the motivation to move forward? This kind of strength division is totally incomparable to the realm of one's own cultivation. There are Qi Training Realm, True Qi Realm, True Yuan Realm, Han Yuan Realm, Heaven and Man Realm, Dan Ning Realm, etc. Each realm is divided into 9 levels.
Very clear.
He is now at the 6th level of the True Qi Realm and is about to enter the 7th level. I wonder where he would rank in the Kyushu Grandmaster list with his current strength, but I guess he could be in the top 500. If we talk about real combat effectiveness, I'm afraid the ranking would be even higher. Uncle Ling, has Hu Fengyuan's strength entered the JoJo Grandmaster list?
Yi Xian suddenly asked.
No.
Ling Shanha decisively gave an answer. Hu Fengyuan can only be regarded as a veteran master among martial arts masters, and he is still some distance away from the Kyushu Grandmaster list.
This answer made Yi Xian a little disappointed. He originally wanted to find trouble with Hu Fengyuan and use Hu Fengyuan's help to see what position he could rank on the JoJo Grandmaster list. Now it seems that he was thinking too much.
Seeing that Yi Xian was silent, Ling Shanha spoke again. Nephew Yi, don't underestimate Hu Fengyuan just because he didn't make it to the Kyushu Grandmaster list. After an ancient martial artist enters the realm of martial arts master, all he needs to do next is to constantly hone his true qi and improve the quality of his true qi. Hu Fengyuan had already entered the realm of martial arts master 10 years ago. The quality of his true qi has reached a very terrifying level. The true qi of an ordinary martial arts master would probably collapse as soon as it came into contact with the other party's true qi.
So, Nephew Yi, if you want to deal with Hu Fengyuan, you must think twice.
Of course, if you, Nephew Yi, insist on dealing with Hu Fengyuan, my Ling family is willing to lend a helping hand. Although my Ling family cannot deal with Hu Fengyuan, we can at least defeat the remnant blood alliance and prevent others from supporting Hu Fengyuan. If you, Nephew Yi, ask Elder Lin to help again, it will definitely not be difficult for our two families to join forces to destroy the Blood Alliance and kill Hu Fengyuan. Hearing Ling Shanha's words, Yi Xian came back to his senses, shook his head and refused. Uncle Ling, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't care about a small Blood Alliance.
They can't do anything to me.
The Blood Alliance was looking for trouble with him, so naturally it was up to him to solve it. Moreover, he had heard from others before that there was a giant standing behind the Blood Alliance, the King of Jiangnan. He didn't know who the King of Jiangnan was, but from the reactions of others he knew that he was someone important and must be a top figure in Jiangnan province. If he acted alone, even if he destroyed the Blood Alliance, it would not be easy for the other party to investigate him. But if the Lin and Ling families intervene, it will be easy for the other party to investigate. At that time, if the other party wants to stand up for the Blood Alliance, the Lin family and the Ling family will be the first to bear the brunt, which is a result he does not want to see.
Nephew Yi.
Ling Shanha wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Yi Xian, who said, Uncle Ling, I know you are doing this for my own good.
I know my limits. Besides, if I can't beat him, won't I just run away? Hearing this, Ling Shanha fell into silence.
Indeed, Yi Xian is a martial arts master. If a martial arts master intends to escape, it would be almost impossible to stop him. Thinking of this, he didn't say much, but just said, Nephew Yi, be careful, I will have someone keep an eye on the Blood Alliance's every move, and once Hu Fengyuan comes back, I will notify you as soon as possible.
Okay, then I'll trouble Uncle Ling.
Yi Xian hung up the phone, took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. He has never been an unforgivable villain, but for the sake of the people around him, he has no regrets even if he turns into a demon and his hands are stained with blood.
Blood Alliance. I hope you know what's good for you. Otherwise, I don't mind uprooting you.
After finishing a cigarette, Yi Xian threw the cigarette butt into the trash can, turned around and walked towards the elevator. At the same time, Tianhai First Hospital.
In a VIP ward.
Qin Longhu, the old man of the Qin family, was lying on the hospital bed. Compared with attending Yi Xian's engagement party yesterday, Qin Longhu has become even thinner, with high protruding cheekbones, and it seems that he only has one breath left.
Once he exhales this breath, he will die immediately.
Around the bed, all the Qin family members were crying. Because just now, they invited Zhao Zhenghe, the leader of the 4 great doctors in Jiangnan, to diagnose Qin Longhu.
But the diagnosis was that there was no hope of recovery and he would die. How could the Qin family not cry loudly over this?
You must know that the Qin family's current status in Tianhai is all due to Qin Longhu, the stabilizing force. Once Qin Longhu falls, the entire Qin family will collapse. It may be impossible for them to enjoy a life of luxury in the future.
Dr. Zhao, is it true that my father is beyond help?
Qin Kunyang suddenly raised his head and looked at an old man in a white coat beside him, with a hint of despair in his eyes.
Qin Yanran wiped her tears and said, "Yes, Dr. Zhao, how could my grandfather not be saved?
Half a month ago, my grandfather went to the hospital for a checkup, and the doctor said that my grandfather was in good health and could live another 10 or 20 years.
How could he become like this? Yes, Dr. Zhao, please give the old man another careful check. Dr. Zhao, maybe you are seeing things wrong."
The Qin family members also started talking one after another.
They couldn't accept such an outcome.
Zhao Zhenghe listened to the Qin family questioning him.
He had seen this kind of thing before and it was just human nature.
He shook his head and said, "Everyone, I know what you think, but unfortunately, Mr. Qin's body is already full of holes and there is no cure.
To put it bluntly, I'm afraid Mr. Qin won't live until noon today." What? There is no cure? You won't live to see noon today?
The Qin family members' faces changed drastically. These words were equivalent to announcing Qin Longhu's death sentence.
No. Impossible, my grandpa won't die.
Qin Yanran screamed, looked at Zhao Zhenghe, and said, "Divine Dr. Zhao, you are the leader of the 4 great divine doctors in Jiangnan province, and you are a master of medicine.
You must have a way to save my grandfather, right? Please save my grandfather."
Qin Longhu, who was lying on the hospital bed, spoke weakly, "Dr. Zhao.
Divine Dr. Zhao, please save me.
As long as you can save me, my Qin family is willing to pay any price."
He doesn't want to die. He is still young.
He is only in his 70s and he wants to live a few more years.
You all, hurry up and kneel down, beg Divine Dr. Zhao.
Qin Longhu looked at the Qin family members next to him.
Thump. Thump. Thump.
As soon as Qin Longhu finished speaking, the Qin family, led by Qin Kunyang and Qin Yanran, knelt in front of Zhao Zhenghe without hesitation.
Without any hesitation.
Chapter 61 Zhao Qingdong's visit.
Qin Longhu's voice rang out again, "Dr. Zhao. Divine Dr. Zhao, I know you are an excellent doctor.
Now that you can save me, my Qin family is willing to give you half of our family property." Looking at the people kneeling in front of him, Zhao Zhenghe sighed helplessly and said, "You guys get up."
"Mr. Qin, it's not that I don't want to save you, but my medical skills are powerless. Don't even mention me. Even if my master took action, it would be useless.
Mr. Qin's body is beyond cure. The world's medical skills can no longer save him, but..." Having said that, Zhao Zhenghe seemed to have thought of something, his lips moved, and he seemed to be hesitant to speak.
"But what, Dr. Zhao, please tell me, can my father still be saved?
If so, I am willing to bear any price, no matter how high it costs." Qin Kunyang spoke the first time he saw Zhao Zhenghe's appearance. Zhao Zhenghe did not answer, but fell into silence. After a long while, he finally spoke, "However, Mr. Qin is not hopeless. Last time, I saw with my own eyes a miracle doctor rescue a dying man from the gates of hell. If we can ask him to help, maybe Mr. Qin can be saved."
"Dr. Zhao, where is this miracle doctor? Tell me and I will go and ask him now."
Qin Kunyang said excitedly. The other members of the Qin family did not speak, but their eyes were all on Zhao Zhenghe, with a look of hope on their faces. Zhao Zhenghe shook his head and said, "This miracle doctor doesn't like to show up in public, and he doesn't like others looking for him. If I tell you his information, it might just backfire."
Qin Kunyang said unwillingly, "Dr. Zhao, is there no other way?"
Zhao Zhenghe pondered for a moment and said, "I once got the phone number of this miracle doctor. I can give him a try, but I can't guarantee that it will succeed." Qin Kunyang said solemnly, "Divine Dr. Zhao, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, my Qin family will not give up. Please help me, Divine Dr. Zhao."
Whether it succeeds or not, my Qin family will be grateful.
Zhao Zhenghao was silent for a moment, then nodded, okay.
Then I'll give it a try.
As he spoke, he took out his cell phone and made a call.
Lin Group, President's Office.
Lin Shiu sat at her desk, holding a document in her hand, looking at it carefully. A ray of sunlight outside the window fell on Lin Shiu, showing her beautiful charm to the fullest.
Boom boom boom.
At this time, there was a knock on the door. Lin Shiu thought Yi Xian had returned, and said without even raising her head, "Come in." The door was pushed open. A tall, handsome young man wearing a designer suit walked in from outside. It was Zhao Chengdong, the eldest son of the Zhao family, who had just returned to Tianhai yesterday.
Leave.
Lin Shiu subconsciously wanted to speak, but when she saw Zhao Chengdong, her face suddenly turned cold. "Zhao Chengdong, what are you doing here? The Lin Group does not welcome you, please leave immediately." Lin Shiu naturally knew Zhao Chengdong, her die-hard pursuer, but she never spoke well to him. Because she knew very well what kind of person Zhao Chengdong was.
Zhao Chengdong didn't care about Lin Shiu's attitude at all. He closed the office door and even locked it.
He looked at Lin Shiu with a smile, took out a bunch of roses from his back, and said, "Shiu, these are 99 roses, representing my true love for you.
I hope you will accept them."
Lin Shiu didn't even look at the rose in Zhao Chengdong's hand.
She said in a cold tone, "Zhao Chengdong, don't waste your time. I won't agree to your pursuit.
Now please take your flowers and leave my office, otherwise I will call security."
Hearing Lin Shiu's words, Zhao Chengdong couldn't help but flash a fierce look in the depths of his eyes.
Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be too upset by these words. But thinking about what Wang Zihao said yesterday, he couldn't help but feel a little violent.
So, you would rather marry a country bumpkin than accept his pursuit?
Today, he must take down Lin Shiu. Zhao Chengdong forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart. With a warm smile on his face, "Shiu, I know you have misunderstood me, but I will always wait for you."
Lin Shiu's expression remained unmoved. "Really? Then you'll wait forever."
Zhao Chengdong smiled slightly and sat down on the sofa. His eyes kept scanning Lin Shiu's proud figure with some greed.
"Shiu, do you really want me to leave? If I leave, aren't you afraid that the Lin Group will go bankrupt completely?" Lin Shiu's eyes narrowed, and she asked coldly, "What do you mean by that?"
Zhao Chengdong crossed his legs and said with a smile, "I heard that the Lin Group has been having a hard time recently.
Its flagship beauty oral liquid has been crushed by someone.
Not only has the stock price of the Lin Group fallen, but even its products are almost unsaleable.
If this continues, the Lin Group will not last long. Does this have anything to do with you?"
Besides, the Lin Group will not collapse,"
Lin Shiu said heavily. "Yeah."
Zhao Chengdong lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said with a smile, "What if I tell you that Duozi Beauty Group's new product will be on the market in a month?"
"What did you say? It will be released in a month? How is this possible?"
Lin Shiu couldn't help but stand up from the chair with a look of shock on her face. This is what she has been most worried about in the past few days. Before the new products of Duozi Beauty Group were launched on the market, they had already had an unimaginable impact on the Lin Group. Once the other party actually goes public, the impact on the Lin Group will be like a tsunami. This is why she agreed with Mr. Yang to purchase the remaining beauty recipe from Su Maolin, one of the 4 great doctors in Jiangnan province.
She did this to fight against Duozi Beauty Group.
However, in her opinion, the new products of Duozi Beauty Group posed a major threat to the Lin Group. However, the other party has not announced the launch time yet. Perhaps it is because they are temporarily unable to mass produce this new product.
This is the Lin Group's opportunity.
As long as the Lin Group can get the remaining cosmetic formula from Su Maolin within this period of time, it will have a chance to turn defeat into victory. But she never expected that Duozi Beauty Group's new product would be launched in the market just 1 month later. This time goes by too fast. It caught her completely off guard. However, she found it hard to believe what Zhao Chengdong said. Lin Shiu took a deep breath, tried to suppress her emotions, and said, "Zhao Chengdong, even the Lin family can't find out the specific launch time of Duozi Beauty Group's new product."
"Can you find out? Do you think you can shake the Lin Group with a lie? I'm telling you, don't be so delusional."
Chapter 62 Lin Group Crisis Comes Early.
Yeah. Zhao Chengdong didn't care about Lin Shiu's attitude at all.
He chuckled and said, "What if I were the general manager of Duozi Beauty Group?"
Lin Shiu was stunned and immediately retorted, "Impossible? You absolutely cannot be the general manager of Duozi Beauty Group?
After learning that Duozi Beauty Group's new products would impact the Lin Group, she investigated the group's information. From the chairman to the grassroots employees, there was no trace of Zhao Chengdong.
Zhao Chengdong smiled and said, "Nothing is impossible. Duozi Beauty Group is originally owned by my Zhao family. My Zhao family holds the majority stake. If I want to become the general manager, isn't it just a matter of saying a word? If you don't believe me, you can go to the official website of Duozi Beauty Group to see if I am lying to you." Lin Shiu clenched her fists, and a pale look flashed across her pretty face. She didn't take out her cell phone to see whether what Zhao Chengdong said was true or not. Because there is no need. Zhao Chengdong is a playboy, but he is not a fool. It is impossible for him to deceive her with such a clumsy lie. Looking at Lin Shiu's appearance, the smile on Zhao Chengdong's face became more and more intense. He simply stood up and walked to Lin Shiu's desk, resting his hands on the desk and leaning forward slightly. "Shiu, as long as Duozi Beauty Group's new products are on the market, do you think Lin's group still has a way out? Do you want to watch the Lin Group go bankrupt?" Lin Shiu didn't say anything and clenched her fists. If she had a few months, she might not be afraid of Duozi Beauty Group. But there is only 1 month left. The time is too short. The key point is that although Mr. Yang called Su Malin last time, the other party agreed to sell the remaining beauty formula in his hand to the Lin Group. She contacted Su Malin several times afterwards, but each time he said he was out and had no time to come back. This delay lasted for several days. There is no definite news till today. God knows whether the other party will suddenly go back on his word. Even if he doesn't, if they delay for a few more days, it will be useless for the Lin Group to get this beauty prescription. Even without counting the time spent repairing cosmetic defects, the entire process of product approval alone will take at least 1 or 2 months. This is still the best result. If any accident occurs, this time will be extended indefinitely. It is still unknown whether the Lin Group can survive until the product approval is completed. Zhao Chengdong looked at Lin Shiu's expression and knew that his words had worked. He spoke again. "Shiu, do you understand now? The Lin Group is already at its twilight, but it's not without opportunities. As long as you are willing to marry me and become my wife, I can share the new product formula of Duozi Beauty Group with you. Then you only need to follow the production. Not only will the Lin Group not go bankrupt, it will even move to a higher level. Leading the Lin Group to rise, isn't this your dream? Don't you want your dream to come true one day?" As he spoke, Zhao Chengdong's eyes swept back and forth over Lin Shiu's body. The best. It's really the best. Zhao Chengdong has played with many top-notch women in his life, but none of them can compare to Lin Shiu. This time, he must have some fun with this woman. Listening to Zhao Chengdong's words, Lin Shiu fell into silence. When she took over the Lin Group, she told her grandfather that she would definitely develop the Lin Group and make it a big group in the eyes of countless people. But now the Lin Group is facing a major crisis and it will go bankrupt if it is not careful. She knew that even if the Lin Group went bankrupt, her grandfather would not blame her, but she didn't want to see his disappointed eyes. But she had no idea of marrying Zhao Chengdong for the Lin Group. In the eyes of outsiders, Zhao Chengdong may be a handsome man, but also her die-hard pursuer. But all this is just Zhao Chengdong's disguise. In fact, Zhao Chengdong is a complete playboy. Relying on the Zhao family's status, he did whatever he wanted in Tianhai, bullying men and women and committing all kinds of evil. Any woman that Zhao Chengdong likes, he will do everything he can to get her. She once heard from her grandfather that Zhao Chengdong fell in love with a married man and wanted to tease him, but was stopped by his husband. If it were an ordinary person, he would have turned around and left long ago. But Zhao Chengdong did not do so at all. Instead, he asked someone to find out the other party's home address. That day, he led his men to break in and had the other woman's husband's limbs broken. He even insulted the woman severely in front of the other woman's husband. In the end, the woman couldn't bear the humiliation and jumped off the building to her death. Zhao Chengdong also ordered his men to throw her husband down from the building. But in the end, the Zhao family found a scapegoat and took the blame, while the culprit Zhao Chengdong is still at large. From that moment on, her impression of Zhao Chengdong became extremely bad. Even though Zhao Chengdong had pursued her fiercely, she had never been moved. She really didn't want to see her grandfather's disappointed eyes, but if she married a playboy like Zhao Chengdong for the rise of the Lin Group, her grandfather would not be disappointed in her, but would be pissed to death by her. Zhao Chengdong looked at Lin Shiu without saying anything, with a smile on his face. In his opinion, Lin Shiu should have been convinced by him. He had even imagined the scene of Lin Shiu enjoying herself under his crotch tonight.
However, he had never thought about sharing the product formula of Duozi Beauty Group with Lin Shiu. The reason why he said that just now was just to play a trick on Lin Shiu. After he played with Lin Shiu and took some photos and videos, Lin Shiu let him do whatever he wanted and he didn't have to pay anything at all. Maybe he could use Lin Shiu to completely swallow up the Lin family and make the Zhao family the #1 family in Tianhai. However, as he thought this in his heart, he sighed and said, "Shiu, think about it carefully.
Do you really want to see the Lin Group go bankrupt? Do you want to see your grandfather's disappointed eyes? Besides, I really like you. As long as you are willing to marry me, I promise to treat you well for the rest of my life."
As he spoke, Zhao Qingdong simply stretched out his hand and touched Lin Shiu's fair face. Lin Shiu came back to her senses, a look of disgust appeared on her face, she reached out her hand, and slapped Zhao Qingdong's hand, pushing his hand away.
"Zhao Qingdong, stay away from me."
Lin Shiu's beautiful eyes were filled with anger as she said, "I'm telling you, I'm already engaged.
My fiancé is Yi Xian. It won't be long before I marry him. Just give up on this idea."
When Zhao Qingdong heard this, his face turned icy cold. "How can that bumpkin compare to me?" Lin Shiu said heavily, "He is better than you in every way. I know he is poor now, but things change over time. Don't despise a young man who is poor. I believe that sooner or later he will be able to soar to the sky." Once upon a time, her grandfather told her that Yi Xian was a rare talent and would soon soar to great heights, but she did not take it seriously at the time. But after what happened in the past 2 days, she knew that her grandfather might not have lied. Yi Xian is really doing as his grandfather said. It won't be long before he will soar into the sky and become a real dragon soaring in the sky.
Chapter 63, Zhao Qingdong's Broken Face. Ha ha ha. Zhao Qingdong laughed as if he had heard a great joke. "Don't despise the poor young man? Is there anyone who believes such a stupid thing? I admit that this boy has good medical skills and can save your grandfather, but so what? This world values background and power. Even if he is a country bumpkin with some medical skills, he is nothing more than a slave serving us, the upper class. This kid still dreams of soaring into the sky? This is absolutely ridiculous."
Lin Shiyu's eyes narrowed, staring at Zhao Qingdong intently, and she said in a cold voice, "Zhao Qingdong, even if he can't soar to the sky, I have no regrets. In my eyes, he is 1,000 times, 10,000 times better than you. Now, I'll count to 3 and leave my office immediately, otherwise, I'm calling security right now." As she spoke, Lin Shiu picked up the phone on the desk with an extremely cold expression. When Zhao Qingdong saw that Lin Shiu actually defended a country bumpkin, his anger grew even stronger. He simply stopped hiding it and said bluntly, "Lin Shiu, I'm speaking to you in a nice way, but you King don't take me seriously. If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Anyway, you should have been played by that bumpkin. In that case, I'm going to taste you today and see if you, the most beautiful girl in Jiangnan province, are moist." Zhao Qingdong looked at Lin Shiu's perfect figure and was somewhat overwhelmed by desire. He simply reached out and touched Lin Shiu's chest. Today, he came to the Lin Group with the determination to get Lin Shiu. Originally, he wanted Lin Shiu to climb onto his bed by herself. Since Lin Shiu didn't want to, he didn't mind forcing her. Anyway, he had already arranged his men to guard outside, so there was no need to worry about anyone breaking in. When the time comes, he will shoot some videos. I don't think the Lin family will dare to break up with him unless they want to see Lin Shiu ruined. A trace of disgust appeared on Lin Shiu's face, and she stretched out her hand and slapped him.
"Zhao Qingdong, get out of here." A slap landed hard on Zhao Qingdong's face. The latter was stunned. He had a look of disbelief. He was the eldest son of the Zhao family. Who in Tianhai dared to slap him in the face? Now he was beaten by a woman. If this gets out, how will he survive in the circle of rich second generations in Tianhai? Fuck you. Lin Shiu, you bitch. You are so shameless. If that's the case, don't blame me. Today I will let you know what it means to conquer. I will also let you compare who is better, me or that bumpkin." As he spoke, Zhao Qingdong's eyes fell on Lin Shiu's proud figure. The primitive desire in his body was stirring, and he couldn't help it, and was about to pounce on Lin Shiu. Just at this moment, a scolding voice came from outside through the door. "Who are you, kid? Our young master Zhao is discussing something with General Manager Lin. No one is allowed to approach. Get out of here, ah!" Bang! Before he could finish his words, a shrill scream rang out. Before anyone could react, the office door was kicked open by a big foot. Zhao Chengdong was furious. Without even looking at them, he yelled, "Who the hell is that? You bunch of good-for-nothings. Didn't I tell you to stay outside and not let anyone disturb me? You."
Before he could finish his words, his voice suddenly stopped. Because he saw that at the door, his two bodyguards had all fallen down. The two men fell heavily to the ground, their hands were twisted strangely and were actually broken by someone. His chest collapsed even further, and blood oozed from the corners of his mouth.
I don't know whether he is dead or alive. There was an inexplicable horror in his eyes.
In order to get Lin Shiu today, he specially brought his two most powerful bodyguards. These two people are ancient martial artists who have already entered the realm of dark energy. It might not be a big deal in Jiangnan province, but in Tianhai he is already considered a master.
Dealing with a dozen or 20 ordinary people is no problem at all. But now, they were actually destroyed. How is that possible?
His eyes slowly moved upwards and he saw a cold and arrogant young man walking in from outside. It was none other than Yi Xian, who had just returned from a phone call.
Are you okay?
Yi Xian looked at Lin Shiu.
Lin Shiu quickly took advantage of Zhao Chengdong's inattention and ran to Yi Xian's side.
For some reason, when she stood next to Yi Xian, she suddenly found that the fear in her heart had disappeared all of a sudden. It was as if as long as this man was around, she would never be in any danger. Then, Lin Shiu shook her head and said, "I'm fine."
You're back just in time.
Yi Xian nodded, took a long breath, and said, "You go stand aside first, and leave the rest to me."
Yi Xian.
Lin Shiu opened her mouth to say something, but Yi Xian didn't give her a chance to speak and walked towards Zhao Chengdong step by step. With every step he took, his eyes grew colder, and an extremely cold murderous intent emanated from him.
Lin Shiu was his fiancée.
Even though they were not really married, she was still his woman after all. But now, someone actually dared to touch Lin Shiu.
Court death.
At this moment, the temperature of the entire space seemed to be affected by Yi Xian's murderous intent, and it seemed as if it had entered the coldest time of winter in an instant.
Water turns to ice.
Zhao Chengdong sensed something was wrong, swallowed his saliva, and said in a somewhat timid tone, "Boy, what do you want to do?" "I tell you, I am Zhao Chengdong, the eldest son of the Zhao family."
"If you dare to touch my Zhao family, we will not."
Before he could finish his words, Yi Xian let out an angry roar.
"Kneel down." Thump.
Zhao Chengdong found that his legs were completely out of control, his knees bent, and then he knelt directly on the ground. Then, Yi Xian took a step forward, kicked up, and kicked directly on Zhao Chengdong's chest.
Bang!
Even though he held back his strength, Zhao Chengdong's body still flew out and hit the wall heavily.
Puff!
Zhao Chengdong spurted out blood, with an extremely ferocious look on his face. How could he not have thought that a bumpkin from the mountains would dare to treat him like this? Before he could say anything, he found that the bumpkin appeared in front of him at some point and stepped on his chest. "I am Zhao Chengdong. If you dare to touch a hair on my head again, the Zhao family will never let you go and will make sure you die a miserable death," Zhao Chengdong said, gritting his teeth.
"Let me die miserably?"
A cold arc appeared at the corner of Yi Xian's mouth, and the leg that was on Zhao Chengdong's chest suddenly moved away. Seeing this scene, a sinister smile appeared on Zhao Chengdong's face.
A bumpkin is a bumpkin. When he meets a real giant, he can only give in. However, even if this bumpkin stopped now, he would never let him go. He was determined to make this country bumpkin's life a living hell. He was about to speak when suddenly there was a crack sound and a strong pain swept through his body. His eyes widened as he discovered that his right leg had been stepped on and broken. Ah!
Zhao Chengdong's face was distorted to the extreme, and he screamed in pain, his voice echoing throughout the office.
So miserable.
A cold voice slowly fell at this moment. "Not only have I touched a hair of yours, I've also crippled one of your legs.
What can you do about it?" Chapter 64 Yi Xian, you must leave Tianhai now.
Zhao Chengdong came back to his senses, looked at Yi Xian with a ferocious face, and roared loudly, "Ah! You little beast, you dared to break my legs, I will kill you.
I will kill your whole family." Ah!
Before he could finish his words, they turned into a sharp scream. Because Yi Xian raised his right foot again and stepped directly on his left leg. The huge force directly crushed his left leg bones.
A bloody mess. The only remaining leg was crippled again.
This time, before Zhao Chengdong could react, Yi Xian stretched out 5 fingers, directly strangled Zhao Chengdong's neck, and lifted him up.
Bang! He even slammed Zhao Chengdong's body hard against the wall.
Under the terrifying force, Zhao Qingdong's bones were almost twisted. My whole body was filled with heart-wrenching pain.
This moment.
Zhao Qingdong felt like he was living a life worse than death. His face was twisted and hideous. He found himself encountering a devil. This devil wanted to drag him into the abyss and torture him. The key point is that the other party doesn't even take the Zhao family seriously. His whole body was cold, and from the corner of his eye he saw Yi Xian's extremely cold eyes, which did not contain any human emotions. In the eyes of the other party, he seemed like a dead man.
Zhao Qingdong was completely terrified.
Scared. He was really scared. This country bumpkin in front of him really wants to kill him.
He hasn't enjoyed this colorful world enough, he doesn't want to die.
Zhao Qingdong felt like his heart was about to explode. He no longer had the arrogance he had before, and begged for mercy. No, don't kill me, I
know I was wrong. Please, spare me. If you kill me, it will not do you any good.
The Zhao family will not let you go, and no, they will not let the Lin family go. But as long as you don't kill me, the Zhao family won't bother you.
I can also promise that I will never appear in front of you again.
Lin Shiu had also recovered from her shock by now. Seeing Zhao Qingdong's miserable state, she rushed forward, grabbed Yi Xian's arm, and shouted, "Yi Xian, stop.
Don't kill him.
He is the only son of Zhao Yuanli, the head of the Zhao family. If you kill him, the Zhao family will definitely fight you to the death." Seeing Lin Shiu's panic look, Yi Xian's murderous intent gradually subsided. It only took a snap of a finger for him to kill Zhao Qingdong. But doing so would inevitably implicate Lin Shiu and the Lin family.
The loss outweighs the gain. Okay, I'll listen to you.
Yi Xian smiled gently at Lin Shiu, then grabbed Zhao Qingdong's collar with 5 fingers, walked to the office door, and threw Zhao Qingdong out as if throwing away garbage. "For Shiyu's sake, I will spare your life this time, but only this once. If there is a next time, I guarantee that no one, not even God, can save you. By then, not only will you die, but your Zhao family will also be completely wiped out." The cold voice, along with Zhao Qingdong's screams, resounded in the corridor outside. At this time, the commotion in the president's office also attracted many employees of the Lin Group. One by one, they looked towards the office. When everyone saw Yi Xian throwing Zhao Qingdong out of the office, they were stunned. Everyone opened their eyes wide and looked at Zhao Qingdong lying on the ground wailing in disbelief. They were naturally familiar with Zhao Qingdong, the eldest son of the Zhao family, one of the 5 top families in Tianhai.
One of Tianhai's famous playboys.
Lin Shiu's die-hard pursuer.
He once even declared that he would not marry anyone other than Lin Shiu in this life. But now, what do they see?
Zhao Qingdong's legs were actually crippled.
Oh shit. You must know that Zhao Qingdong is the only son of Zhao Yuanli, the head of the Zhao family, and the future successor of the Zhao family. When beating a dog, you have to look at its owner.
Now that you have eliminated the Zhao family's successor, it would be strange if the Zhao family did not retaliate wildly. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Yi Xian, who threw Zhao Qingdong out of the office. They found that they were completely unfamiliar with Yi Xian. The only thing they knew was that Yi Xian came to Lin Group this morning and was personally appointed by the president to be her assistant.
Other than that, there is no useful information. Could it be that this guy is the gigolo hired by Boss Lin? Otherwise, how could he have the guts to destroy Zhao Qingdong?
The employees of the Lin Group couldn't help but have a thought flash through their minds, and their eyes were fixed on Yi Xian, as if they wanted to imprint Yi Xian's appearance in their hearts. They knew that no matter what the reason was, they had one more person they couldn't afford to offend in the Lin Group. At this time, Lin Shiu appeared at the door.
She glanced around and frowned slightly. "What are you all doing here?
Why don't you go to work?
Are you guys free? Also call 120 and send Zhao Qingdong and his bodyguard to the hospital. Also, what happened today must not be spread outside, understand?"
"Yes, Mr. Lin." After hearing Lin Shiu's words, the employees of Lin Group scattered like mice seeing a cat, leaving only one slow runner who took out his cell phone and dialed 120. "Yi Xian, come in with me, I have something to tell you." After saying this, Lin Shiu turned around and went back to the office. Yi Xian shrugged, closed the door and returned to the office. As soon as he returned to the office, Yi Xian found Lin Shiu already sitting on the sofa. His eyes would occasionally fall on him.
"Am I more handsome today?"
Yi Xian touched his chin narcissistically. At this moment, Lin Shiu bit her red lips and finally spoke with a solemn tone. "Yi Xian, you are in big trouble this time, do you know that?
Yi Xian shrugged and said nonchalantly, "Are you talking about Zhao Chengdong?" "Good." Lin Shiu nodded and said, "Zhao Chengdong is a complete playboy. He acts lawless and never gives up. You beat him up like this time. He will definitely not let it go and will definitely come to trouble you. You can't stay in Tianhai now. You must leave Tianhai now while the Zhao family hasn't reacted yet. Otherwise, once the Zhao family reacts, you won't be able to leave even if you want to." As she spoke, Lin Shiu walked quickly to the desk and took out a bank card and a car key from the bag next to her. Then, she came to Yi Xian and stuffed the bank card and car keys into his hand. "Here, there is 1 million in this bank card, you take it first, and I will deposit another 10 million into it later, which should be enough for you. Also, here are my car keys. You can drive my car, and no one will check you even if you don't have a driver's license. Go now, get on the nearest highway, leave Tianhai, no, leave Jiangnan province, and don't come back. Otherwise, once the Zhao family knows your location, they will definitely not let you go." Chapter 65. They can't do anything to me. Lin Shiu looked at Yi Xian with an unprecedented solemn tone. This time is different from the last time when Yi Xian defeated Zhang Heihu and dealt with Lu Shicheng. Zhang Heihu was in the wrong for being deposed. As long as the Lin family stepped in, the blood alliance might not necessarily fall out with the Ling family over Zhang Heihu. At most, they would just apologize and be done with it. Lu Shicheng had no power or influence and dared not do anything to the Lin family. But Zhao Chengdong is different. Zhao Chengdong is the only son of Zhao Yuanli, the head of the Zhao family, and the future successor of the Zhao family. Zhao Chengdong is vindictive. Now that Zhao Chengdong has been deposed, how could the Zhao family let it go so easily? They will definitely cause trouble for Yi Xian. Even if the Lin family stepped in, it would be of no avail. The Zhao family has always been at odds with the Lin family. When her grandfather was seriously ill, the Zhao family even wanted to take action against the Lin family. How could they let it go at this time? Once the Zhao family takes action, Yi Xian will only end up dead. Just as Zhao Chengdong said, although Yi Xian has amazing medical skills and good martial arts strength, this world is about background and power. If a family wants to deal with a martial arts master, there are plenty of ways to do it, and they don't even need to do it themselves. Yi Xian, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and leave. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Seeing Yi Xian standing there motionless, Lin Shiu couldn't help but urge him. Yi Xian looked at the bank card and car keys in his hand and shook his head slightly. Although he didn't know how powerful the Zhao family was, he could tell from the Lin family that it was impossible for the other party to kill him. However, it's not your fault that Lin Shiu said this. After all, Lin Shiu didn't know how strong he was, but the strength of the Zhao family was deeply rooted in the hearts of everyone in Tianhai. It is understandable that Lin Shiu does not believe that he is a match for the Zhao family. If it were him, if one day he saw someone challenging a powerful person who he thought was almost invincible, he would also think that the other party was overestimating his own abilities and seeking death. This is human nature. But even if he told Lin Shiu that the Zhao family was not worth mentioning in his eyes, Lin Shiu probably wouldn't believe it. He could only sigh and said, "Do you believe me? If you believe me, then you don't have to worry about anything. I don't take the Zhao family seriously, they can't do anything to me." Lin Shiu was stunned and frowned. Just when she was about to say something else, she saw Yi Xian's calm eyes. She fell silent, and an inexplicable feeling of trust in Yi Xian emerged in her heart. This feeling is inexplicable, but it gives people an illusion that they can believe it without a doubt. Moreover, from Yi Xian's expression, Lin Shiu knew that no matter how much she tried to persuade him, Yi Xian would probably not leave Tianhai. During this period of time together, she knew very well how stubborn Yi Xian was. Once he made a decision, no one could change it. For now we can only take one step at a time. If the Zhao family really wanted to take action against Yi Xian, she would ask her grandfather to come forward and try to save Yi Xian's life. Without thinking anymore, Lin Shiu looked at Yi Xian and said, "Yi Xian, since you don't want to leave, I won't force you. But you must not be careless during this period of time. If you find something wrong, run away immediately and call me or call Grandpa, understand?" "Okay, I'll listen to you." Yi Xian nodded. He knew that no matter how much he said now, Lin Shiu would probably think he was just bragging and would not believe him at all. "In that case, let's just speak with facts. I hope you don't forget what I said." After taking a look at Yi Xian, Lin Shiu sighed and shook her head. Just as she was about to say something else, her cell phone next to her suddenly rang. Picking up the phone and looking at the caller ID, Lin Shiu answered the call immediately.
Before Lin Shiu could speak, an old voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Lin, this is Su Maolin. I was planning to come to the Lin group today, but I suddenly had something urgent to do, so I'm afraid I can't come. But don't worry, I've asked my son Su Fulu to come over, and he's already in Tianhai. It will probably not be long before he comes to the Lin group. When the time comes, you can talk to him about the beauty secret recipe. He can represent me with full authority. Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Lin Shiu quickly said, Mr. Su, just go and do what you have to do. Don't worry about me. I will be at the gate of Lin's group, waiting for Mr. Su to come. Lin Shiu has never met Su Fulu, the son of Su Maolin, but she knows his identity, the chairman of Su Pharmaceutical Group. That's good, Mr. Lin. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. The phone was hung up. Lin Shiu clenched her fists, with a hint of excitement on her face. Here we come. The Su family is finally here. Although the person who came was not Su Maolin but his son Su Fulu, it was not important at all. Anyway, what she wanted was the beauty secret recipe in the Su family's hands. As long as she could reach a cooperation, it didn't matter who came. The key point is that she thought the Su family would not arrive in Tianhai for at least a few days, but she didn't expect them to come early. This is simply great news. There is only 1 month left before Duozi Beauty Group's new product is launched. If the other party comes a few days earlier, it means that Lin's group has a few more days of chances of winning. Next, as long as the Lin group can successfully get the beauty recipe in the hands of the Su family, the Lin group will have a chance to turn defeat into victory. This time, I won't fail. I will definitely be able to turn defeat into victory. Lin Shiu swore secretly in her heart. Then, she put down her phone, picked up the landline next to her, and pressed a button, saying, secretarially, notify the top management of the Lin group to gather in the lobby. I'll be down right away. After saying that, Lin Shiu stood up from her chair, walked to a floor-to-ceiling mirror in the office, and tidied her appearance. Yi Xian looked at Lin Shiu's appearance and couldn't help but said, isn't it just a cosmetic prescription? Why are you so excited? And you asked everyone in the company to go down to greet her. Lin Shiu rolled her eyes at Yi Xian and said unhappily, what do you know? Even if it's just a remnant, it's still a chance to save the Lin group. By the way, don't be idle either. Come with me to greet Mr. Su later. Hearing this, Yi Xian subconsciously wanted to refuse. He has no time to greet others. A descendant of one of the 4 great doctors in Jiangnan province is not qualified to be greeted by him actively. However, before he could finish his words, his cell phone suddenly rang. It's an unfamiliar phone number. Yi Xian frowned slightly and subconsciously wanted to hang up the phone. But after thinking about it, he finally answered the phone. Dr. Yi, do you still remember me? I'm Zhao Zhenghe, I hope I didn't disturb you. As soon as the call was connected, a very respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Chapter 66 Beauty Lotion. Zhao Zhenghe? A thoughtful look flashed across Yi Xian's face, and he suddenly remembered that the person who treated Mr. Lin in the hospital last time seemed to be called Zhao Zhenghe, who was the leader of the 4 great doctors in Jiangnan province. At that time, when he treated Mr. Lin, he also made a bet with the other party that if he won, the other party would have to treat him as a disciple whenever he saw him in the future. But after he cured Mr. Lin, he had no more contact with the other party, so how did the other party know his phone number? This doubt flashed through his mind, and Yi Xian quickly thought of the key. The other party has a good relationship with Mr. Lin and probably got his phone number from Mr. Lin. But why did the other party suddenly call him? Yi Xian suppressed his thoughts and said, Dr. Zhao, do you have something to ask me? Zhao Zhenghe was relieved to see that Yi Xian did not hang up the phone, and said, Dr. Yi, I called you this time to ask you to save someone. The other party has agreed that as long as you save him, they are willing to pay any price. At this point, Zhao Zhenghe paused and added, by the way, Dr. Yi, the other party is from the Qin family of Tianhai. Although they are not as powerful as the Lin family, they will definitely be able to give you a considerable amount of medical fees. Zhao Zhenghe didn't know about the conflict between Yi Xian and the Qin family. When the engagement party was held, Zhao Zhenghe happened to be out practicing medicine, so he naturally knew nothing about what happened at the party. After hearing the first half of Zhao Zhenghe's words, Yi Xian subconsciously wanted to refuse. For him, learning medicine is just to save those he wants to save, not to save the dying and the wounded. He is not that noble. For him, as long as his relatives and friends are safe, even if there is a flood outside, it has nothing to do with him. But when he heard the second half of Zhao Zhenghe's words, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Tianhai Qin family. It seems that Qin Longhu was no longer able to make it. The corners of his mouth drew a cold arc, and he immediately said, "Okay, no problem. I'll come over now, give me an address."
Dr. Yi, do you agree?
Zhao Jinghe's incredible voice came. He called Yi Xian just to give it a try, but he never expected that Yi Xian actually agreed.
It was totally unexpected for him. What? Dr. Zhao, do you want me to disagree? Yi Xian said. No.
Zhao Zhenghe quickly shook his head and said, "Dr. Yi, I'm in VIP Ward 8 on the 6th floor of Tianhai First Hospital."
Yi Xian nodded, I understand, I'll come over now. Dr. Yi, do you need me to greet you?
No need, I'll just come to you when the time comes. The phone was hung up. The coldness at the corners of Yi Xian's mouth became more and more intense. The reason why he agreed to Zhao Zhenghe to go to Tianhai First Hospital was not because he wanted to save Qin Longhu, but because he wanted to vent his anger for his master. 20 years ago, his master helped extend Qin Longhu's life by 20 years. Unexpectedly, 20 years later, he became a liar in the other party's eyes. Now, as a disciple, he naturally has to vent his master's anger. He wanted to let the Qin family understand how stupid they had been and how incredible an opportunity they had given up. He wanted to let the Qin family know whether what he, a country bumpkin, said in the Qin family was bullshit or not. He wanted to know what expression the Qin family would have when they saw that the person Zhao Zhenghe was looking for was him. It will surely be very exciting. Then, Yi Xian looked at Lin Shiu and said, "I'm afraid I can't go down with you.
I need to go out for a while." Going out? Where to? Lin Shiu asked.
Yi Xian replied, "I'm going to Tianhai First Hospital.
Someone asked me to treat an illness.
I'll go and take a look." Hearing Yi Xian say this, Lin Shiu thought for a moment and said, "Okay, then go ahead.
Be careful on the road." "Don't worry, I will."
Yi Xian nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something. He turned and walked to Lin Shiu's desk, found a piece of paper, and wrote a few lines on it with a pen. Lin Shiu looked at Yi Xian's actions with a confused look on her face.
What was this guy doing? After Yi Xian finished writing, he stuffed the paper into Lin Shiu's hand and said, "Do you remember the bet between us? This is the beauty secret recipe I gave you. It's called beauty liquid. The effect should be very good for you. With this secret recipe for beauty serum, you don't need to buy any other useless beauty products. The effect of beauty serum is far better than that."
Hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Shiu subconsciously lowered her head and her eyes fell on the paper.
The first thing you see is an introduction to this beauty secret. Beauty serum.
It can remove scars and beautify the face, eliminate skin diseases on women's faces, maintain skin elasticity, and restore skin's luster. Long-term use can make facial skin at least 10 years younger.
Below this line of product introductions, there are dozens of medicinal herbs. At first glance, there is nothing wrong at all. But Lin Shiu couldn't help but frown. She believed that Yi Xian would not deceive her with a fake beauty recipe, but the effect of this beauty recipe was too outrageous. The effects of removing scars, beautifying the face, and eliminating skin diseases on women's faces are completely reasonable, and many beauty secrets can achieve this. But long-term use can make your facial skin 10 years younger. No matter how you look at it, it's fake. You know, even the world's top beauty groups can't do this. Lin Shiu exhaled and said, "Yi Xian, I know you are doing this for my own good, but the effect of your beauty secret recipe is too outrageous." Is this outrageous?
Hearing Lin Shiu's words, Yi Xian couldn't help but say, "If it weren't for the fact that the Lin Group couldn't produce more advanced beauty products, I wouldn't be giving you this rubbish formula, but a real beauty pill that can keep people young forever."
Puff. Lin Shiu almost choked to death on her own saliva. Is beauty serum a junk formula? This guy really dares to say that.
If the effect of the beauty liquid is real, it is no exaggeration to say that the Lin Group will become the world's top beauty group within 3 years.
No doubt about it.
If formulas like this are rubbish, then what about the beauty products that beauty groups around the world spend hundreds of millions, even billions, on developing?
Worse than garbage?
She stared at the young man in front of her with wide eyes, trying to see if he was joking with her. But the other party was extremely serious.
Yi Xian.
Lin Shiu wanted to say something else, but Yi Xian interrupted her. "If you don't believe it, you can show this formula to the people in the R&D department.
I think they should know what it is.
However, in order to prevent the formula from being leaked, I changed the ratio of several herbs. If taken for a long time, it can only make a person 5 years younger.
When you are ready to give birth, I will change the ratio back. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian disappeared in the office.
Lin Shiu looked at Yi Xian's figure and subconsciously wanted to throw away the beauty secret recipe in her hand. She was now increasingly suspicious that Yi Xian was just making fun of her.
Not to mention being 10 years younger, even if it was 5 years younger, the effect would be outrageous.
If you take this out casually, I'm afraid it can be sold at a sky-high price.
How could it be possible that Yi Xian just gave it to her like that?
Although she and Yi Xian were engaged, the relationship between them had eased a lot and they could be considered friends.
But we are just friends. Which friend would easily give you a beauty secret worth billions or even tens of billions?
However, just as her hand was halfway in the air, Lin Shiu hesitated again, and finally shook her head and put the paper into her pocket.
Then, she didn't stay in the office for long and went straight downstairs.
Because she had received a call from Secretary Li, the Su family would be here soon.
Chapter 67 Negotiation. Lin Group, Lobby. The company's top executives have all gathered at the door. Mr. Lin.
When they saw Lin Shiu coming out of the elevator, all the top executives of the Lin Group called out.
Lin Shiu nodded and said, "Have the Su family arrived?"
A senior executive of the Lin Group said, "We are almost there.
We have reached the intersection. A car is coming."
At this time, a senior executive of the Lin Group suddenly shouted. At the intersection, a convoy of cars with Jianghe license plates was seen approaching slowly from a distance. Leading the way was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, followed by 2 Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedans. Soon, the convoy stopped at the gate of Lin Group. The car door opened. A middle-aged man in a suit and with an extraordinary aura walked down from the Rolls-Royce Phantom.
He is Su Fulu, the son of Su Maolin, one of the 4 great doctors in Jiangnan province, and the chairman of Su Pharmaceutical Group.
Behind him, another 7 or 8 people walked down, all young men and women. They should be the younger generation of the Su family. It's just that these 7 or 8 young men and women all had arrogance on their faces, and their eyes swept over the Lin Group with a hint of disdain. When Lin Shiu saw Su Fulu, she took a deep breath and immediately led the senior executives of the Lin Group to greet him. "Mr. Su, welcome to the Lin Group.
Please come in. I have asked someone to prepare tea. Let's sit inside."
Facing Lin Shiu's enthusiasm, Su Fulu hadn't spoken yet when a gorgeously dressed woman standing behind him pouted and said, "Why are you sitting?
You're a small company, what's there to sit for? Let's talk about cooperation quickly. We have other things to do, don't waste our time."
Hearing this, Lin Shiu couldn't help but frown, feeling a little uncomfortable. Although the Lin Group is not as good as the Su Pharmaceutical Group, it was founded by her grandfather after all.
How could she be happy now that someone said this to her? "Shawan, don't talk nonsense."
Su Fulu opened his mouth and scolded. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was just a mild rebuke and had absolutely no deterrent effect.
"Got it, uncle."
The woman from the Su family curled her lips and didn't care at all.
Su Fulu looked at Lin Shiu and said, "Boss Lin, my niece is right.
I have more important things to do when I come to Tianhai this time.
I don't have time to delay. Let's hurry up and talk about cooperation."
Lin Shiu suppressed the discomfort in her heart.
The situation is stronger than people.
Now even if she was angry, she had to endure it. Because she only has 1 month left. If she fails to come up with products to compete with Duozi Beauty Group within a month, the only fate that awaits the Lin Group is bankruptcy. For the sake of the Lin Group, she had to endure it no matter what. "Mr. Su, let's go directly to the conference room to talk, please." Lin Shiu made an inviting gesture. Soon, the group arrived at the meeting room of the Lin Group.
Everyone sat down one after another.
Lin Shiu and the senior executives of the Lin Group sat on one side, while Su Fulu led the Su family to sit on the other side.
Sit opposite each other. The employees of Lin Group brought up the prepared tea as soon as possible. The atmosphere in the entire conference room immediately became solemn. Su Fulu tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair and said straight to the point, "Boss Lin, the Lin Group wants to buy the beauty secret recipe in my father's hand." "My father has already told me. However, you should know what a beauty secret recipe actually represents. So, I wonder what price your Lin Group is going to offer for it. If it's suitable, I don't mind parting with it."
When Lin Shiu heard this, she knew that being polite was useless at this time, so she spoke directly. "I have learned about the beauty secret recipe in Mr. Su's hand. Although it is a residual recipe, it is still valuable. In order to express the sincerity of the Lin Group is willing to pay 100 million to buy it.
100 million? Su Fulu paused and said calmly, Boss Lin, don't you think this price is too low?
Although the beauty secret recipe in my father's hand is a broken one, once it is restored, it can bring at least 1 billion in revenue to the Lin Group every year. Now you want to get it for 100 million, it's a bit too ridiculous. Lin Shiu was not angry at all because of Su Fulu's words. She came here to negotiate with Su Fulu, so it was impossible for her to reveal her bottom price all at once.
She glanced at Su Fulu and said, Mr. Su, what is your target price?
If it is suitable, my Lin Group can accept it.
Su Fulu raised 5 fingers. 500 million?
Lin Shiu's eyebrows slightly frowned. The budget price in her mind was 300 million.
If it is any higher, this beauty secret recipe will be tasteless and a pity to throw away. It is undeniable that the beauty secret recipe in the Su family's hands is indeed as Su Fulu said.
Once it is repaired, it can bring huge profits to the Lin Group.
But this premise is based on being able to repair this beauty secret.
If it cannot be repaired, then this beauty secret is no different from garbage. The key point is that this cosmetic prescription is in the hands of the Su family, and she doesn't believe that the Su family didn't try to repair it.
But now the Su family chose to sell this beauty secret recipe.
Obviously, the Su family failed to repair this beauty secret recipe and even saw no possibility of repair, so they put it up for sale in order to stop the loss in time. She knew all this, but still chose to buy this beauty secret recipe, just to give it a try.
There are 1,000 Hamlets in the eyes of 1,000 people. The same is true for product research and development.
A flash of inspiration may lead to the creation of a perfect product.
The Su family cannot repair this beauty secret, but maybe the Lin Group can. Try your best to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Take a chance and buy a house right away. Now the Lin Group has no other way to go.
If they give it a try, there may still be a glimmer of hope. But she never expected that Su Fulu's offer would be so outrageous.
500 million.
The Lin Group can certainly take it out, but once it does, the Lin Group will also suffer serious damage. If any problems arise in the Lin Group at this time, it will easily lead to a break in the capital chain. By then, not to mention waiting for Duozi Beauty Group's new products to be launched, the Lin Group itself will not be able to hold on.
This was a result she didn't want to see at all. Mr. Su, 500 million is too high a price.
My Lin Group is willing to pay 150 million to purchase it.
Lin Shiu said. Boss Lin, I think you misunderstood me.
Su Fulu picked up the teacup in front of him, took a sip, and said, I don't just want 500 million. In addition to the 500 million, if the Lin Group repairs this cosmetic defect, I also need 50% of the profit after this product goes on the market.
Chapter 68 Believe in Miracles. What?
As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Lin Group's top management was in an uproar.
Not only do you want to sell it for 500 million, but you also want to take 50% of the profit? Are you kidding me? This price is too outrageous. That's right.
If you take 50% of the profits, then the remaining 50% of the profits, excluding the repair secret formula, production, transportation, sales and other expenses, the Lin Group will not make any money at all.
Yes.
They clearly want us to work for nothing at the Lin Group. Boss Lin, we cannot accept this condition. Listening to the messy sounds around her ears, Lin Shiu frowned. She thought that 500 million was the limit for the Su family, but she didn't expect that the Su family's appetite was so big.
Not only did they want 500 million, but they also wanted to take 50% of the profits. What's the difference between this and getting something for nothing? Mr. Su, your price is too outrageous?
Lin Shiu said in a deep voice.
Outrageous?
Su Fulu's expression remained unchanged. He smiled faintly and said, Boss Lin, compared to the bankruptcy of the Lin Group, I think my price should be very fair. If you, Mr. Lin, feel that it is inappropriate, we will not force you. After all, even if the deal fails, there is still righteousness.
Lin Shiu didn't say anything and fell into silence.
She knew that the Su family was just raising the price, but she could do nothing about it. During this period, she had thought of other solutions, but she had not heard of any other beauty secrets. Otherwise, she wouldn't want to buy the Su family's beauty secret recipe even though she knew it was only a broken one. It can be said that the cosmetic formula in the Su family's hands is the only chance for the Lin Group to turn things around.
But the price offered by the Su family now is far beyond her ability to afford.
Once the Lin group agrees, it will be equivalent to her lifeline being controlled by the Su family. If the other party wants the Lin group to survive, then let the Lin group survive. If they want the Lin group to perish, then the Lin group will perish.
Seeing that Lin Shiu remained silent, Su Fulu asked again, Boss Lin, what do you think?
If you haven't thought it through, I can give you some time to think about it, but I can't guarantee that the price will be the same next time.
Master, why are you nagging her?
I've already told you that such a small company can't afford it.
That's right. If you can't afford it, then you can't afford it.
And you even asked us to come here with such a shameless attitude, making us make a wasted trip.
Let's go. She's not the only one who wants this beauty secret recipe anyway. If she doesn't want it, there are plenty of people who do. You don't know what you can do.
You don't even want to spend money, but you still want to fight against other companies.
It's ridiculous.
The other members of the Su family also spoke up at this time, sneering at Lin Shiu with their tone full of contempt and disdain. Lin Shiu felt extremely aggrieved.
She clenched her fists, suppressed her anger, and said, Boss Su, is there no room for negotiation?
Su Fulu put down the teacup in his hand and said, Boss Lin, I told you this is my bottom price. If your Lin group agrees, we can have a pleasant cooperation.
If you don't agree, then this is the end of our conversation.
Also, let me remind you, Mr. Lin, that I came to Tianhai to do something, and I will leave after I finish my work.
If you don't think it through before I leave, then the next time you want to talk to me will be a few months later.
I hope that by that time, the Lin group has not collapsed. After he finished speaking, Su Fulu didn't wait for Lin Shiu to speak again. He stood up from the chair and turned to walk outside. When the other members of the Su family saw this scene, they also stood up, glanced at Lin Shiu with a sneer in their eyes, and followed Su Fulu, preparing to leave. Seeing this scene, Lin Shiu's face changed, and she hurriedly said, Mr. Su, wait, we can talk more. However, Su Fulu and other members of the Su family seemed not to have heard these words and turned around and walked outside.
Lin Shiu's face was full of bitterness. How could she not have expected such an outcome? Is this the only outrageous condition she can agree to? The senior executives of Lin Group also looked dejected. Finished. It's really over now. If the Lin Group can't get the beauty secret recipe, it's really going to be the end.
Seeing that the Su family was about to leave, Lin Shiu was about to open her mouth to say something, but suddenly, she thought of something, bit her red lips, took out a piece of paper from her pocket, and handed it to an old man next to her.
Mr. Yang, this is a beauty secret recipe I got by chance. Take a look at it. How effective is it? This piece of paper is the secret recipe for the beauty liquid that Yi Xian gave her. Originally, Lin Shiu didn't plan to take it out, because she knew very well that even if this secret recipe was real, its effect would definitely be average. But now she couldn't care less. Agreeing to the Su family's request, let's not talk about whether this cosmetic defect can be repaired. Even if it can be repaired, the Lin Group will be controlled by others in the future. She would never allow this to happen. Even if it was embarrassing now, she still wanted to give it a try. Moreover, Yi Xian had indeed boasted a lot during this period of time, but all his boasts had come true. This time, she also wanted to take a gamble. Bet Yi Xian one lie to her. She believed a miracle would happen. The Su family members who had not yet walked out of the meeting room naturally heard what Lin Shiu said and burst into laughter. The woman from the Su family who had looked down on the Lin Group before even mocked Lin Shiu, saying, "A small company is a small company. Do you think that you can use such a clumsy trick to make my Su family lower the price? I advise you not to daydream. Beauty secrets. Do you think beauty secrets are cabbages on the street? Can you just take them out casually? Clown. You Lin Group are such a clown. I'm dying of laughter. I think we should not sell our secret recipe. If the news of cooperating with such a rubbish company gets out, our Su family can't afford to lose this person." The Su family continued to make sarcastic noises. Su Fulu also sneered repeatedly, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone, and said, "Boss Lin, don't show off such clumsy tricks in front of me, it will only make people laugh." He simply didn't believe that Lin Shiu had any beauty secrets. If there really was a beauty secret, Lin Shiu would not have asked Mr. Yang to find his father and want to buy the beauty secret from his father. In his opinion, Lin Shiu simply wanted to use this method to tell the Su family that she had a beauty secret recipe, and if the Su family didn't sell it, it would not be sold at all. Not only the Su family, but all the senior executives of the Lin Group also had bitter smiles on their faces. They didn't believe Lin Shiu's words either.
If there really was a secret beauty recipe, the Lin Group wouldn't have been in so much trouble during this period. Elder Yang gave a bitter smile and said, "Boss Lin, I know you are worried about the Lin Group, but doing this will only make people laugh." Lin Shiu bit her red lips tightly and said with a firm tone, "Mr. Yang, you should help take a look."
Okay. Let me take a look. Old Yang glanced at Lin Shiu, finally nodded, and reached out to take the beauty secret recipe. Chapter 69 It's all garbage.
At this moment, all the members of the Su family simply stopped, stood there with their arms folded across their chests, watching the scene with a sneer.
In their view, the Lin Group is just acting. Who would write a priceless beauty secret on a piece of torn paper? Do you really think I'm a fool?
You should know that in the Su family, even the beauty recipe that Lin Shiu wanted was kept in the top-level safe.
What Lin Shiu is doing now is clearly just his show. They wanted to see what Lin Shiu's expression would be after her performance failed.
Some family members even took out their cell phones and pointed them at Lin Shiu, intending to film the scene and then post the news on the internet.
They have already thought of the title, How a Clown is Made.
Not only the Su family, but all the top executives of the Lin Group also smiled bitterly.
Now, the Lin Group is going to be in big trouble this time. Some are even considering leaving their jobs.
Otherwise, when the Lin Group collapses, they might not even get their wages. Old Yang ignored the people around him, took the secret recipe and started reading it. At first, he was indeed a little skeptical. But after looking at a few medicines, his expression suddenly became serious, and he even took out his reading glasses and put them on to look at them carefully. The more he looked, the redder his face became. At the end, his whole body seemed to be shaking, and his wrinkled face was filled with excitement. After a few seconds, Elder Yang roared without caring about his image, "It's incredible!
This is truly incredible! It's amazing!
It's obviously the simplest medicinal ingredient, but it can be combined to produce such a terrifying effect.
It's so scary! So powerful! I never thought that I would be able to see such a miraculous secret recipe in my lifetime. I will die without regrets." Because he was too excited, Mr. Yang's breathing became rapid and he almost fainted.
Hearing what Elder Yang said, Lin Shiu subconsciously clenched her fists and asked with a hint of anticipation in her eyes, "Elder Yang, are you saying that the beauty serum recorded on this beauty secret recipe is real?"
Elder Yang nodded heavily and said, "Boss Lin, that's right, the secret recipe for the beauty serum is indeed real.
It can even be said that apart from the product filing review, this product has completely met the requirements for listing, and there is no need to repeatedly test whether the product has other problems."
Hiss. After hearing Mr. Yang's answer again, all the top executives of Lin Group took a deep breath. Is this beauty secret actually real? And it meets the requirements for listing?
It turns out that a blessing in disguise may come from a misfortune. I don't know how effective this beauty secret is, but even if it's on par with Duozi Beauty Group's new product, our Lin Group won't be afraid of them at all.
Yeah.
The faces of the top executives of the Lin Group all had a look of ecstasy. They were just worrying about the future of the Lin Group, but unexpectedly a beauty secret recipe was delivered to their door. The key is that this is not a partial recipe, but a complete beauty secret recipe. With this secret recipe, they no longer have to worry about the Su family's feelings.
Mr. Yang would never lie. No one here has ever thought of that.
Dr. Yang is a professor at the top medical university in the capital, a leading figure in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, and has many students all over the world. Even his worst students are now working in municipal tertiary hospitals, and the vast majority are working in provincial or even national tertiary hospitals. It is impossible for such a person to talk nonsense.
That is to say, all of this is true.
Lin Shiu was also extremely excited, but she still held back, fearing that it would be in vain, and asked again, "Mr. Yang, how is the effect of this beauty serum?
How does it compare to the new product of Duozi Beauty Group?" "Boss Lin, please don't slander the beauty serum."
Mr. Yang's expression straightened up, and he said righteously, "The products of Duozi Beauty Group are completely rubbish in front of the beauty serum. They are not even qualified to carry shoes for the beauty serum." He paused for a second and continued, "Don't even mention Duozi Beauty Group. Even if the remaining beauty formula in the Su family is repaired, it is still garbage compared to the beauty serum.
It's all garbage. With the beauty serum, we don't need to buy the remaining prescriptions from the Su family." He was also very angry about the Su family's attitude just now. Now that the Lin Group has a better beauty secret, his tone is no longer polite. "Old man, what did you say? How dare you look down on my Su family?"
Hearing what Mr. Yang said, the Su family members glared at him. Old Yang didn't care about it at all and didn't take it to heart at all. Relying on his status, he didn't worry about what the Su family would do to him.
Lin Shiu naturally didn't care about Mr. Yang's tone. She just confirmed again, Mr. Yang, is what you said true?
Mr. Yang nodded without hesitation and said, Boss Lin, I can guarantee with my lifelong honor that everything I said is true. Not only that, with the beauty serum, the Lin Group will not only become the top beauty group in JoJo, but also the top beauty group in the world. At this moment, there seemed to be an explosion in the brains of the top management of the Lin Group.
Then, they were stunned. Completely confused.
They thought in their hearts that the effect of the beauty liquid should not be too bad, otherwise, Mr. Yang would not be so excited. But they never imagined that the effect of the beauty liquid would be so terrifying.
It can even make the Lin Group the world's top beauty group. Oh shit. What is this concept?
This means that the secret recipe of beauty liquid in Mr. Yang's hand is worth at least tens of billions.
Incredible.
Lin Shiu's expression became extremely complicated at this moment. How come she didn't expect that Yi Xian actually didn't lie to her?
She never expected that Yi Xian would give her such a precious secret recipe. It is no exaggeration to say that this secret recipe is priceless. But Yi Xian gave her this secret recipe. Doesn't he know the value of this secret recipe? Or does he like me and this is a token of love for me?
Lin Shiu felt her head was in a mess at the moment, so much so that she was about to go crazy.
Pa.
Just then, a burst of applause suddenly broke out. The woman from the Su family who had mocked Lin Shiu sneered and said, You acted really well. Unfortunately, we have already seen through your clumsy tricks. A formula that can make a beauty group the world's top beauty group is written on a piece of paper. Can you please act more professionally? Who would believe such a stupid thing? As soon as she finished speaking, other members of the Su family also spoke up.
This performance is so funny. It's so clown-like.
I have filmed the entire scene and will post it online later to let everyone see how ridiculous this is.
Ha ha ha.
The sound of ridicule continued.
Chapter 70 Su Fulu is shocked. What are you laughing at? Is it funny? Shut up, everyone.
Suddenly, a deep voice rang out.
It was Su Fulu who spoke.
The Su family members' voices stopped abruptly, and their eyes fell on Su Fulu with some confusion, somewhat unsure of what was going on.
Didn't the head of the family stop them from mocking the Lin Group before? Why did he stop them now? Could it be that the head of the family believes that all this is true? Uncle, please don't lie.
This is just a show.
How can it be real? The woman from the Su family looked at Su Fulu and subconsciously wanted to speak, but before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Su Fulu. I told you to shut up, didn't you hear me? The woman from the Su family's expression changed, and she immediately dared not say a word. Su Fulu's eyes were extremely solemn. Before, he thought that Lin Shiu was just acting and trying to lower the price in this way. Now, this idea of his was completely extinguished. Old Yang knew his father, so he was naturally not unfamiliar with Old Yang and knew who Old Yang was. It was impossible for the other party to talk nonsense for money. Not to mention using lies that are easily exposed. In other words, the beauty serum is indeed real. Once the Lin Group launches the beauty serum, even the Su family will be nothing in front of the Lin Group. This is also the reason why he scolded the Su family. If they provoke the Lin Group at this time, it would be equivalent to provoking a powerful enemy for the Su family. It's not worth it. Call. After a while, Su Fulu exhaled, suppressed his inner thoughts, looked at Lin Shiu, and said very politely, Boss Lin, can you show me this beauty secret recipe? At this moment Su Fulu's attitude was very humble, completely devoid of his previous arrogance. He knew very well that making enemies with the Lin Group at this moment was the stupidest thing to do. Old Yang didn't say anything, but looked at Lin Shiu. Lin Shiu thought of what Yi Xian said before he left, nodded, and said, It's okay, Mr. Yang, the recipe for the beauty serum has a few different ratios of medicines, so it can't fully exert its efficacy. Let Mr. Su take a look, it's no big deal. Lin Shiu would never have said this before. Now that she has the beauty serum, she has enough confidence and naturally does not need to kowtow to the Su family anymore. Besides, the Su family has been high and mighty from the beginning, as if they were controlling the Lin Group. Why should she be polite? I see. I was wondering if the secret recipe for the beauty serum looked a little strange. It turns out that the ratio of a few herbs has been changed. That's not strange at all.
Old Yang showed a look of sudden enlightenment. Just now he was reading the introduction of the beauty liquid, which clearly stated that long-term use can make people 10 years younger. But the combination of herbs in the secret recipe of the beauty liquid can at most make people 5 years younger, which is completely different from the description. At that time, he thought the other party had made a typo. But now it seems that the other party did it on purpose and modified the ratio of several herbs just to prevent the secret recipe from being stolen by someone with ulterior motives. After all, even if you steal the secret recipe, it can at most make people 5 years younger, which is a world of difference compared to the real secret recipe. If the Lin group wants to crush you, it will be easier than crushing an ant. Thinking of this, Mr. Yang no longer hesitated and handed the secret recipe of the beauty liquid to Su Fulu. Su Fulu took the secret recipe of the beauty liquid and looked at it carefully. His father was one of the 4 great doctors in Jiangnan province, so naturally his medical skills were also good. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that the secret recipe of this beauty liquid was mysterious. Obviously, the dozens of herbs mentioned above are all very common and not particularly precious, but when combined together, they reach a superb level. It even fully exerted the efficacy of the medicine to the extreme. There was no loss at all. He understood even more clearly that Mr. Yang had not lied and that the ratio of several ingredients in this secret recipe for beauty liquid had indeed been modified, causing the medicinal effects to not be fully exerted. Once the ratio of medicinal materials is modified, the efficacy of the medicine can definitely reach its extreme. Just as described above, it can make people 10 years younger without any problem. However, no matter how he looked, he could not find out which herbs had their ratios modified. But no matter what, he knew that the formula of this beauty liquid was definitely created by a top master. In terms of medical attainments, even his father might not be able to compare with the other party in the slightest. Before he knew it, several minutes had passed and Su Fulu's eyes were still fixed on the secret recipe of the beauty liquid, without saying a word. When the woman from the Su family saw the scene, she immediately jumped out. She had just been scolded by Su Fulu and had been holding back her anger. Now seeing Su Fulu not saying anything, she immediately thought that Su Fulu had seen through the secret recipe and it was fake. Her chance has come. Immediately, she laughed at Lin Shiu and said, "You are finished. My uncle's medical skills are amazing. He has seen through your tricks now. You clowns dare to jump up and down in front of my Su family. Let me tell you." Before she finished her words, Lin Shiu said coldly, "Shut up, this is the Lin group, and I am talking to Mr. Su. Who are you, and when is it your turn to interrupt? If you dare to humiliate the Lin group again, believe it or not, I will have the security guards kick you out right now." Before she had the secret recipe for the beauty serum, she could only swallow her anger in the face of the ridicule from the woman from the Su family. Now that Yi Xian has taken out the secret recipe of the beauty liquid, it has brought enough confidence to the Lin group. In this case, why should she endure a clown jumping up and down in front of her? When the woman from the Su family saw that Lin Shiu dared to refute her, her face instantly became ferocious. She is a member of the Su family, and now she is the president of a small company. How dare she talk to her like this? Who gave her the courage? Just as she was about to speak, Su Fulu beside her came back to his senses. "Just shut up." Su Fulu glared at the woman from the Su family, then returned the secret recipe of the beauty liquid in his hand to Elder Yang, and then said, "This beauty liquid is real." What Elder Yang said is also true. Even if the remaining beauty recipe of our Su family is repaired, it is indeed no different from garbage in front of the beauty serum. What? The Su family, who had originally looked like they were laughing at the joke, were completely stunned. Is this beauty secret true? How is it possible? Yeah, how could a small company have such a wonderful secret recipe? It must be fake. Uncle, you are kidding us. The Su family simply couldn't believe that the small company they looked down upon could come up with such a horrific beauty secret. You know, even Su Pharmaceutical Group can't come up with that much, so how can a small company do that? Chapter 71 excited Su Fulu. Su Fulu ignored the Su family's reaction, but instead set his eyes on Lin Shiu, and couldn't help but said, "Boss Lin, I have a question, I hope you can help me solve it?" "Mr. Su, what do you want to ask?" Lin Shiu asked. Su Fulu said directly, "Boss Lin, since you have such a wonderful beauty secret recipe in your hands, why do you still want to buy a residual recipe from the Su family?" This is the biggest doubt in Su Fulu's mind. Although the beauty secret recipe in the Su family's hands is good, it is far inferior to the beauty liquid, not to mention that the beauty secret recipe is only a residual recipe.
Lin Shiu chose to give up the beauty liquid and buy a beauty recipe. He really couldn't imagine what this meant.
Hearing this, Lin Shiyu's eyes flashed, and she slowly said, "Mr. Su, I said I got this before you came, do you believe it?"
Su Fulu frowned slightly.
In his opinion, Lin Shiu clearly didn't want to tell him. It is no exaggeration to say that any company that obtains this exquisite beauty secret can become the world's top beauty group within 3 years. It still depends on whether your company is too small. If your company is a little bigger, it will be no problem to become the world's top beauty group within a year. Now Lin Shiu says that she got it before they came.
How is this possible?
But he couldn't see any flaws in Lin Shiyu's expression, as if she had just received it. That being said, there are only 2 explanations. First, Lin Shiyu's acting skills were so good that even he couldn't see any flaws.
Second, Lin Shiu had indeed just obtained it. However, he did not dwell on this matter. Instead, he took a deep breath and said, "Boss Lin, may I ask how you got this secret recipe for beauty serum?"
At this point, Su Fulu paused, as if he was worried that Lin Shiu might misunderstand him, and explained, "Boss Lin, please don't misunderstand me.
I'm just a little curious. If you don't want to answer, you don't have to."
After hearing what Su Fulu said, Lin Shiu was silent for a moment and said, "My assistant gave it to me." As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and the entire conference room exploded.
Assistant? You must be kidding. How can a mere assistant come up with such an exquisite formula?
Yes, with this secret recipe, it's no problem to start your own company, so why would you still want to be an assistant? Be it the Su family members or the top management of the Lin Group, they all looked suspicious.
Of course, they knew about Lin Shiyu's assistant.
He just joined the Lin Group this morning and directly became Lin Shiyu's assistant. Before that, he even crippled the legs of Zhao Chengdong, the eldest son of the Zhao family.
But can such a person come up with a priceless secret recipe for beauty liquid? How is that possible? With this kind of beauty formula, who needs an assistant? Wouldn't it be nice to be your own boss?
Su Fulu also frowned, feeling a little uncomfortable. In his opinion, he could accept it even if Lin Shiu didn't want to say it, but he never expected that Lin Shiu would actually come up with such a sentence.
Isn't this clearly treating him as a fool?
He suppressed his anger and said, "Boss Lin, even if you don't want to tell me, you don't have to use such words to evade me." Lin Shiu looked at Su Fulu, shook her head and said, "Mr. Su, I know this answer is ridiculous, but it is indeed true.
There is no need for me to lie to you." Hearing Lin Shiyu's words again, Su Fulu frowned even deeper.
His first thought was that Lin Shiu was fooling him, but when he saw Lin Shiyu's serious expression, he denied this idea. Lin Shiu is not a fool. Even if she lied to him, she shouldn't have told such a clumsy lie. But in order to write such an exquisite recipe for beauty liquid, one's medical skills must be beyond imagination, in order to write such a perfect recipe.
Etc. Su Fulu's eyes suddenly narrowed.
The medical skills are so advanced that it is beyond imagination.
Could it be? The next second, Su Fulu took a few steps forward and came to Lin Shiu, saying in a hurried tone, "Boss Lin, can you tell me what your assistant's name is? Is his last name Yi Xian?"
Lin Shiu was startled by Su Fulu's action, but soon, she looked at Su Fulu with a puzzled look and said, "Yes, my assistant is indeed called Yi Xian."
"Mr. Su, how did you know that?" Su Fulu did not answer, but continued to ask, "Boss Lin, is your assistant an amazing medical practitioner who can bring the dead back to life and is also proficient in the golden needle of fortune?" Lin Shiu didn't understand why Su Fulu asked this, but she nodded and said, "Yes, his medical skills are amazing.
He can bring the dead back to life, and he is also proficient in the magic needle."
She wasn't hiding anything.
Many people saw Yi Xian rescue her grandfather. Although her grandfather issued a gag order, it only prevented ordinary people from knowing.
Anyone with a little power would know the answer through simple investigation. Not to mention the Su family.
Besides, when Su Fulu asked this question, it was obvious that he already had the answer, so there was no need to hide it.
Okay, that's really great."
Hearing Lin Shiu's affirmative answer again, Su Fulu was so excited that his whole body even trembled. In fact, his visit to Lin Group this time was just a side trip. His real purpose of coming to Tianhai was to find Yi Xian, who was proficient in the golden needle of creation.
"Mr. Lin, do you know where your assistant is? Can you take me to see him?" Su Fulu said. Looking at Su Fulu's appearance, Lin Shiu became more and more confused. "Mr. Su, can you tell me the reason? Why do you want to see Yi Xian?"
Su Fulu took a deep breath and said, Boss Lin, actually, the main purpose of my coming to Tianhai this time is to meet Mr. Yi. At this moment Su Fulu's attitude completely changed and became extremely polite.
Meet Yi Xian?
Lin Shiu became more and more confused.
What was going on? Is Yi Xian still friends with the Su family? Su Fulu did not hide anything and said directly, Boss Lin, you should know that my Su family is a family of traditional Chinese medicine.
The real unique skill is the 9 needles to restore life. But in fact, only the first 6 needles of the 9 needles for restoring life in my Su family are left.
The last 3 needles were lost 100 years ago.
For hundreds of years, my Su family has always hoped to repair the last 3 needles of the 9 needles of restoring life one day. However, in these hundreds of years, the Su family has never been able to do this. Now, we finally have hope, and this hope is Mr. Yi.
Hearing Su Fulu's words, Lin Shiu asked in confusion, Boss Su, how do you know Yi Xian can repair the 9 needles of rejuvenation?
Su Fulu said directly, because the 9 needles of resurrection were learned by the ancestors of the Su family from the fragments of the golden needles of creation that had been lost for thousands of years. Mr. Yi is proficient in the golden needles of creation, so he must be able to repair the last 3 needles of the 9 needles of resurrection. So, I hope that you can put aside the past grudges, forgive my arrogance just now, and take me to see Mr. Yi. On behalf of the entire Su family, I, Su Fulu, would like to thank you for your great kindness, Mr. Lin. Hearing Su Fulu speaking to Lin Shiu in such a humble manner, the Su family members widened their eyes with disbelief on their faces. But at this moment, no one dared to say a word.
Even the arrogant woman from the Su family stood there obediently.
They are members of the Su family, so they naturally know why Su Fulu came to Tianhai this time, and they also know how important Huan Yangjiu is to the Su family. If they dared to cause trouble, the lightest punishment would be expulsion from the Su family.
They can't afford this price. Chapter 72 I still dare to kill you, do you believe it?
Lin Shiu was shocked by Su Fulu's attitude and waved her hand quickly, Mr. Su, you are too polite. You get up first.
I promise you, I will take you to see Yi Xian.
In fact, Lin Shiu said this after careful consideration. Yi Xian has now offended the Blood Alliance and today he has crippled Zhao Chengdong.
Among the top forces in Tianhai, Yi Xian has offended too.
With the support of the Lin family, perhaps these 2 forces might not dare to take action against Yi Xian easily. But there is a saying that goes, it is easy to dodge a spear but hard to guard against an arrow from the dark.
There's no guarantee that these people won't do something in secret. But if she took Su Fulu to see Yi Xian, and Yi Xian helped the Su family repair the 9 needles of resurrection, it would be equivalent to having a friendship with the Su family and having a talisman. At that time, if the Zhao family and the Blood Alliance wanted to take action against Yi Xian, they would also have to consider whether they could withstand the revenge of the Su family. Although the Su family is only a family of traditional Chinese medicine in Jiangnan province, its status is in no way inferior to some top families.
With the support of the Su family, Yi Xian can rest assured. When Su Fulu heard Lin Shiu's words, he showed a look of ecstasy on his face and said, Thank you, Mr. Lin.
Please take me there now.
Of course, this time, I won't let you help me for nothing, Mr. Lin. With the beauty serum, the Lin group will surely expand wildly, and my Su family may not be able to help much. But if you, Mr. Lin, want to expand the market in Jiangnan province in the future, my Su family will definitely help you. Hearing Su Fulu's words, Lin Shiu's beautiful eyes couldn't help but light up. She originally said this just because she wanted to find a talisman for Yi Xian, but she didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. With the beauty liquid, the Lin group will inevitably expand outward. If it wants to expand smoothly at that time, it can only give profits to others, so that it can develop smoothly.
This is an unspoken rule that everyone in the business world accepts. A strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. Whenever some rapidly developing companies open up a new local market, they will look for the children of officials or local big families to act as their protective umbrella. To put it nicely, this is to provide the company with a talisman. To put it bluntly, it makes it impossible to offend. If you are somewhere else, you are like a rootless duckweed, and a word from the other party can make your company unable to move forward. The Su pharmaceutical group behind the Su family has long been rooted in Jiangnan province and has connections at the official level. With the support of Su pharmaceutical group, Lin Group's development in Jiangnan province will definitely be smooth sailing without any trouble.
Thinking of this, Lin Shiu nodded and said, Boss Su, Yi Xian is not in the company now, but has gone to the hospital.
Are you going to wait here or go to the hospital to find him? Go to the hospital to find Mr. Yi.
Su Fulu said without thinking.
Good. Lin Shiu nodded and said, Mr. Su, let's set off now. Good.
Su Fulu nodded heavily. Not long after, Lin Shiu left the Lin Group in a mighty procession, along with a group of Lin Group executives and Su family members who wanted to watch the fun. Yi Xian had no idea what kind of commotion the beauty serum he left behind had caused in the Lin Group.
However, even if he knew, there probably wouldn't be much change in his heart.
To him, beauty serum is really no different from garbage. At this moment, Yi Xian had already taken a taxi to Tianhai First Hospital. After getting out of the car, Yi Xian raised his head slightly and looked at Tianhai First Hospital. Thinking back to the Qin family's sarcasm towards him, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Old man, 20 years ago, you saved the wrong person and were slandered. This time, as your apprentice, I will let these blind guys see whether you are a liar or not, and let them understand how stupid they are.
Yi Xian walked towards Tianhai First Hospital.
Taking the elevator, Yi Xian came all the way to the 6th floor and walked towards VIP ward number 8. Before he had taken a few steps, Yi Xian saw a figure appear in front of him, and it was someone he knew.
Qin Yanran. Qin Yanran also saw Yi Xian, and was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. What are you doing here, you country bumpkin? Get out! Get out! Yi Xian glanced at Qin Yanran and said expressionlessly, What am I doing here? Of course I came to see how Qin Longhu died. I also asked him if he has prepared a coffin for me, so that I won't be left exposed in the wilderness. He and the Qin family had been at loggerheads for a long time, so naturally he was not being polite at all when he spoke. You son of a bitch, what did you say? If you dare to curse my grandfather, I will beat you to death. Qin Yanran was already unhappy because her grandfather was about to die, and after hearing Yi Xian's words, her anger reached its peak. She couldn't bear it any longer, so she rushed forward and slapped Yi Xian hard. However, before her hand could fall on Yi Xian's face, a black shadow flashed before her eyes. Bang! A loud slap echoed in the hospital corridor. So harsh. Yi Xian's slap landed on her face at an even faster speed. He slapped her to the ground. Even knocked out a tooth. Qin Yanran was stunned, covering her face, staring at Yi Xian, and screamed, How dare you hit me? You country bumpkin, how dare you hit me? Yi Xian stared down at Qin Yanran, and his cold voice rang out, Hit you? I dare to kill you, do you believe it? The cold words carried an endless chill. Qin Yanran didn't dare to speak at all. Her whole body seemed to be shrouded in those eyes. Extremely cold. Like the eyes of death. Yanran, what's wrong with you? Who are you talking to? Dr. Zhao said that Dr. Yu will be here soon, you should go down and greet him. Just then, a low voice was heard. Qin Kunyang walked out of a ward. Qin Yanran heard her father's voice and quickly got up from the ground, rushed to her father, and said loudly, Dad, you are here, call the bodyguards to come and beat this bumpkin to death. He just slapped me and cursed that Grandpa was going to die. What? Qin Kunyang then noticed Yi Xian standing not far away. His expression instantly became extremely ugly and he angrily said, Country bumpkin, did you really say that? Yi Xian flicked his fingers and said, Of course, not only that, Qin Longhu should not live for more than 10 minutes. He had already sensed a thick aura of death filling the ward where Qin Kunyang had walked out of. It was obviously Qin Longhu. With such a strong deathly aura, if he didn't take action, Qin Longhu would surely die. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Qin Longhu was furious and roared, Little bastard, you dare to curse my father, you are looking for death. As he spoke, he even shouted to the back, Come on, everyone, come out. Chapter 73, Disciple Zhao Zhenghe met Dr. Yi. Tap, tap, tap. Following Qin Kunyang's voice, footsteps were heard and 7 or 8 bodyguards in black suits rushed out from the side. These people's eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. Very strong. Qin Yanran said with a ferocious face, You country bumpkin, you dare to hit me, today I will make you pay for it, I want you to kneel on the ground and crawl out of here. Qin Kunyang waved his hand at the bodyguard behind him and said, Go ahead, teach this guy a lesson. Although Yi Xian defeated Zheng Heihu at the engagement party last time, making everyone in the Qin family mistakenly believe that he was a martial arts master. But in the end, the Qin family thought about it and felt that this was simply impossible. Maybe all this was done secretly by Huang Dexing, the pillar of the Lin family, to cripple Zheng Heihu, but he just used Yi Xian's hand. The purpose is also simple. It is just to build momentum for Yi Xian. In fact, apart from his good medical skills, Yi Xian has no other real strength. In that case, what do they have to fear? After hearing Qin Kunyang's words, the Qin family's bodyguards immediately went towards Yi Xian. To be honest, Yi Xian really didn't want to do it.
These bodyguards are ancient martial artists, but at best they are at the level of Ming Jin, weaker than Brother Dao who is crippled by him. Fighting with this group of people is no different from an adult beating a child. But one of the bodyguards had already punched him hard, so Yi Xian could only fight back and grab the other person's arm with his 5 fingers.
With a loud crack sound, the bodyguard's arm was broken.
The next second, Yi Xian raised his right leg high and swept it forward suddenly. Suddenly, 3 bodyguards flew out and fell heavily to the ground, losing their ability to fight. Just as the remaining bodyguards were about to attack Yi Xian shot them an extremely cold look.
In an instant, the bodyguards subconsciously took a few steps back.
They had never seen such a fierce look before. Even when they were facing the most ferocious tiger in the arena, they were not afraid. But the young man in front of them made them feel cold all over with just one look, and a sense of death spread throughout their bodies.
They didn't dare to move at all. Once you move, you will lose your life.
Yi Xian walked towards Qin Yanran and Qin Kunyang step by step, with a playful smile on his face, which made people extremely scared.
Qin Yanran quickly retreated behind her father and said in panic, "Dad, this bumpkin is coming towards us, what should we do?"
Qin Kunyang, as the second most important person in the Qin family after Qin Longhu, was naturally not frightened.
He looked at Yi Xian and said coldly, "Bumpkin, what do you want to do?"
"If you dare to touch me, there will be no place for you in Tianhai, and the Lin family will not be able to protect you." Yi Xian sneered, not taking the Qin family's threat seriously at all. Just as he was about to say something, suddenly, he seemed to sense something and looked in one direction. An old voice sounded at this time.
"Why are you still here? Didn't I tell you that Divine Dr. Yi would be at the hospital soon and asked you to go down to greet him? Why haven't you gone down yet?"
Along with the sound, an old man in a white coat walked over with a frown on his brow. Behind him, there were several members of the Qin family who were attracted by the noise. Hearing this, Qin Kunyang's face turned pale, and he hurried over and said, "Divine Dr. Zhao, I'm sorry, I met a piece of trash blocking the way.
I'll have someone drive him away now." As he spoke, Qin Kunyang turned to the frightened bodyguards and said, "What are you still standing there for? Come on, drive this guy away. If you can drive him away, each of you will get 1 million.
When there is a big reward, there will always be brave men." After hearing Qin Kunyang's words, the bodyguards who were originally frightened all came to their senses, with a hint of greed in their eyes.
1 million.
They don't make that much money in 2 years. Moreover, this kid is very powerful, but if they attack together, they may have a chance of winning.
Several bodyguards immediately walked towards Yi Xian.
Zhao Zhenhe also looked forward at this time. When he saw Yi Xian standing there, his expression suddenly changed. Qin Kunyang saw Zhao Zhenghe's face change, and thought Zhao Zhenghe was angry, so he hurriedly said, "Dr. Zhao, don't be angry, calm down, I will tell them to hurry up and drive this kid away." Before he could finish his words, he was shocked to find that Zhao Zhenghe was actually walking towards Yi Xian with an extremely excited look on his face. Zhao Zhenghe took 2 steps at a time and came to Yi Xian, bowed deeply, and said a few words respectfully, "Disciple Zhao Zhenghe, meet Divine Dr. Yi." Zhao Zhenghe didn't care about his own face at all, and greeted Yi Xian as a disciple in public.
Because he knew very well how terrifying Yi Xian's medical skills were.
The golden needle of creation can seize yin and yang, and save life and death. Even if you are at the gates of hell, it can rescue you from there. If you want to master the golden needle of creation, you must not only be proficient in pharmacology, but also reach the level of perfection. Only then will you be qualified to practice the golden needle of creation. Yi Xian was able to master the golden needle of creation. One could imagine how profound his mastery of pharmacology was. It is no exaggeration to say that even if Yi Xian did not have the golden needle of fortune, he would definitely be a miracle doctor. He was no less capable than the 10 great masters of medicine, and it would not be a problem for him to even surpass them. That's why today, he tried to call Yi Xian. It's not just because of the Qin family, but also because he wants to make friends with Yi Xian. He is already over 60 years old, and his medical skills have long reached a bottleneck. Even his master is unable to help him improve his medical skills any further. If he waits a few more years, his mind will become confused and his medical skills will not improve anymore. But now he has met Yi Xian. If he could get some advice from Yi Xian, he might be able to break through the bottleneck of medical skills and enter a whole new realm. He didn't want to give up such a great opportunity. Even if he had to meet Yi Xian with the courtesy of a disciple, he had no regrets. Moreover, in the medical field, the most accomplished ones are the teachers. Yi Xian's medical skills are better than his.
Being his disciple is not a shame but an unprecedented honor.
In fact, if his master knew about this, he might do the same. For top doctors, honor and status mean nothing at all.
Improvement in medical skills is their lifelong pursuit. Zhao Zheng has stunned Qin Kunyang and other members of the Qin family. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. What is Zhao Zhengha's identity? He is the direct disciple of Zhang Lingyuan, the leader of the 4 great doctors in Jiangnan province and one of the 10 great medical masters.
With such a status, even when facing the other 10 masters of Xinglin, he only needs to salute them as a junior.
But now, what do they see?
Zhao Zhengha actually performed the disciple's salute to a bumpkin.
This is the salute that a disciple performs to his master. This country bumpkin is Zhao Zhengha's master? Is this a fucking joke?
This country bumpkin does have some medical skills, but they are limited.
Could it be that his medical skills can surpass those of the 10 great masters of medicine? Chapter 74. Do you regret it now?
Thinking of this, the Qin family's expression suddenly changed again. They thought of what Zhao Zhengha had said before. He said he wanted to find a miracle doctor to cure Qin Longhu. At that time, they were extremely happy and felt that Qin Longhu could be saved.
They did not ask who this miracle doctor was.
They only knew that Dr. Zhao called the other party Dr. Yi. They also did not doubt that the identity of this Dr. Yi was Yi Xian. After all, there are too many people with the surname Yi in Zhozhou, so there is no way such a coincidence can happen. But now, judging from Zhao Zhengha's attitude, this divine Dr. Yi is definitely Yi Xian. Otherwise, why would Zhao Zhengha be so respectful to a country bumpkin?
Finished. It's over now.
They had offended Yi Xian so badly, how could he possibly help Qin Longhu?
No. Impossible, it's fake. It must be fake. This is all a coincidence, I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Qin Yanran's face was pale, her fists were clenched, her nails dug into the flesh, but she seemed not to notice. She couldn't accept that the country bumpkin she looked down upon had risen to fame and become the person that the entire Qin family wanted to curry favor with.
This must be fake. Qin Yanran looked at Zhao Zhengha with the last glimmer of hope and said, Zhao. Divine Dr. Zhao, the divine doctor you invited over the phone to treat my grandfather, could it be him? Certainly.
Zhao Zhengha nodded heavily, and with a hint of flattery, he said, I tell you, divine Dr. Ye's medical skills have reached a superb level.
Even my master may be inferior to him.
The only one who can save Mr. Qin now is divine Dr. Yi.
If divine Dr. Yi doesn't take action, Mr. Qin will surely die.
As soon as these words were spoken, all members of the Qin family froze in place.
If Yi Xian didn't take action, the old man would definitely die.
These words were tantamount to sentencing Qin Longhu to death on the spot.
Zhao Zhengha didn't notice the change in the Qin family's expressions at all.
After he finished speaking, he set his eyes on Yi Xian and said apologetically, Dr. Yi, I'm sorry. I didn't tell them before you came, so they bumped into you.
I'll ask them to apologize to you now.
As Zhao Zhengha was speaking, he turned his head and looked at the Qin family. Just as he was about to ask the Qin family to apologize, Yi Xian's calm voice rang out, No need to apologize. I am a country bumpkin, how can I bear the apology of these high-ranking bigwigs? Hearing this, Zhao Zhengha's face froze. No matter how stupid he was, he realized at this moment that something was wrong. Logically, even if Yi Xian appeared here, the Qin family would not react to Yi Xian like this.
Not to mention that he even let the bodyguards attack Yi Xian.
The key point is that Yi Xian is the grandson-in-law of the Lin family.
Compared with the Lin family, the Qin family is not worth mentioning at all.
But now the Qin family is treating Yi Xian coldly and even sending bodyguards to teach Yi Xian a lesson. The meaning contained in this is naturally self-evident.
It is very likely that there has been a conflict between the two before.
It is not an exaggeration to say that the Qin family most likely asked Yi Xian for help, but was rejected by Yi Xian.
The two sides became enemies. Could it be that the rumor I heard last time was true?
Something suddenly occurred to Zhao Zhengha. He returned from practicing medicine in Tianhai and heard several doctors in the hospital talking about how the Qin family seemed to want to invite a miracle doctor to treat old man Qin. In the end, he was rejected by this miracle doctor. Moreover, this miracle doctor was the grandson-in-law of the Qin family at that time. He came to fulfill the marriage contract, but the Qin family disliked him because he came from the mountains, so they looked down on him completely. Not only did he break the contract, but he also drove the person away. His relationship with the Qin family was average, so he didn't take it too seriously and just smiled it off. Looking back now, he suddenly realized that this miracle doctor was most likely Yi Xian. Because he asked Mr. Lin, Yi Xian also happened to come out of the mountains. If this is the case, it can also explain why the Qin family started cursing and even wanted to attack Yi Xian when they saw him. But he actually spoke for the Qin family just now. If Yi Xian thought that he was in cahoots with the Qin family, then he would never be able to clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Without thinking anymore, Zhao Jinghe looked at Yi Xian and apologized. Dr. Yi, I'm sorry, I didn't know what happened between the Qin family and you. If I knew, I would definitely not call you. Dr. Yi, I'm sorry, I was wrong. As he spoke, Zhao Jinghe bowed to Yi Xian again. Yi Xian waved his hand casually and said, Dr. Zhao, ignorance is not a crime. On the contrary, I have to thank you. Thank me? Zhao Zhenghe's face was full of confusion. Thank you for calling me. Otherwise, how could I have seen this ungrateful bastard report to the Yama Palace with my own eyes? Yi Xian's voice was like a cold wind blowing from the 9 netherworld purgatory, making Zhao Zhenghe feel cold all over. He felt a bone-chilling chill from Yi Xian's words. He had no doubt that if Qin Longhu had not died, Yi Xian would have been able to kill Qin Longhu on the spot. What hatred, what resentment! How did the Qin family offend divine Dr. Yi to make him so angry and say such words? When the Qin family members nearby heard the conversation between Yi Xian and Zhao Zhenghe, their faces became extremely gloomy. But he didn't dare to make any move. Yi Xian alone is not someone they can afford to offend. If they offend Zhao Zhenghe, the Qin family will be finished. You have to know that although Zhao Zhenghe is a doctor, he has saved many dignitaries, and these people all owe Zhao Zhenghe a huge favor. As long as Zhao Zhenghe said a word, countless big shots would take action and uproot the Qin family from Tianhai. Seeing the gloomy faces of the Qin family, Yi Xian's mouth drew a hint of teasing, and he said in a faint tone, Qin Longhu is dying, he won't live for more than a few minutes. Do you still think that my master is talking nonsense, and that my master is a liar who covets your Qin family's property? No one in the Qin family spoke. All of them fell into silence. They discovered something even more terrifying. Today. It seems to be the last day after 20 years. Back then, Yi Xian's master said that he would extend Qin Longhu's life by 20 years. 20 years later, he would let his disciple extend Qin Longhu's life by another 20 years. Now is the last day after 20 years, and Qin Longhu is also terminally ill and will not live long. Could it be that the other party really didn't lie back then? How is that possible? He's just a doctor, how could he possibly predict what would happen 20 years later? But if I can't predict it, how can I explain what happened today? Are there such coincidences in this world? Yi Xian took in the Qin family's reactions, and the teasing on his face became more and more intense. It seems that you already have the answer. I told you at the beginning that you should not regret it. Now tell me, do you regret it? If you regret it, you can kneel down and beg me. Maybe I will be in a good mood and let Qin Longhu live one more day. You. The Qin family members were angered by Yi Xian's words, and their faces looked extremely ugly. Regret? Of course they regretted it. But what is the use of regret? Do they really have to kneel down and beg this country bumpkin? They can't afford to lose this person. Chapter 75 The Qin Family's Faces. You country bumpkin, don't be so proud too soon. Do you think you are the only one in the world who knows medical skills? At this moment, Qin Yanran's voice suddenly rang out. She stared at Yi Xian with her eyes fixed, and said through gritted teeth, I tell you, there are so many people in this world who know medical skills. Let's process the discharge procedures for my grandfather now, and we will go to Jiangnan province to find the other 3 miracle doctors. He will definitely be able to cure my grandfather. Even if the other 3 great doctors can't cure him, we can still go to the capital and ask the 10 great masters of Xinglin for help. I don't believe that we can't save my grandfather. As soon as Qin Yanran finished speaking, other members of the Qin family also started shouting loudly. That's right, you country bumpkin, do you think you're the only one in this world who knows medical skills? Ugh. My Qin family has plenty of money. As long as my Qin family is willing to spend money, there are plenty of people willing to save the old man. You are not the only one needed. Get out of here. You are not welcome here. Don't waste time talking to this bumpkin. Let's hurry up and transfer Grandpa to another hospital. Let's go directly to the capital to seek help from the 10 great masters of medicine. Listening to the Qin family's words, Yi Xian didn't even want to pay attention. He didn't know how strong the medical skills of the 10 great masters of medicine were. but he knew that it would take at least several hours to get from Tianhai to the capital. Now Qin Longhu's whole body is shrouded in death energy and he will not live for more than 10 minutes.
This is a mortal man. Moreover, if you want to bring someone back from the brink of death, you cannot save him with just the medical skills in the world. Unless you use the golden needle of creation to open a path, build the yang meridian, stimulate vitality, and then combine it with magic, you can truly bring the dead back to life. It is no exaggeration to say that throughout the Jojo, there may be many people who are proficient in magic, but he is definitely the only one who is proficient in magic and also masters the golden needle of creation. Yi Xian didn't speak, but that didn't mean Zhao Zhenghe next to him wouldn't speak. He was just worried that the Qin family might have left a bad impression on Yi Xian. Now that the Qin family dared to make trouble, how could he be polite? He glanced at the Qin family coldly and said in a cold tone, "It's too early for you to be happy. Qin Longhu's body is already riddled with holes. He can't stand any torture at all. If he's not careful, he will definitely die. You still want to take Qin Longhu to the capital for treatment, but I'm afraid Qin Longhu will die before he even gets to the capital. Instead of wasting time here, you might as well prepare a coffin for Qin Longhu." "Shut up, old man."
Qin Yanran glanced at Zhao Zhenghe viciously, and said without giving him any face, "If you hadn't said anything, I would have almost forgotten about you, an old thing.
From the beginning, I felt that there was something wrong with you.
You just checked my grandfather's body and concluded that he was beyond saving. You even deliberately made us kneel down and beg you to call this bumpkin.
I see that you are clearly in cahoots with this bumpkin.
You deliberately watched my grandfather die without rescuing him, just to curry favor with this bumpkin.
I'm telling you, I've exposed your lies.
We're going to get my grandpa discharged from the hospital right now and take him to the capital for treatment.
When he's cured and comes back, I'm going to expose you. A quack like you who takes human life lightly, you are not worthy of being a doctor at all. I will make sure everyone knows your true face and make you infamous forever."
Qin Yanran's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and all the Qin family members' eyes fell on Zhao Zhenghe. Thinking of the series of events that happened in the ward, the Qin family's eyes became unfriendly. This is all a bit too coincidental.
The coincidence is a little unbelievable.
Moreover, they also heard that Zhao Zhenghe had a good relationship with the Lin family and had once rescued old man Lin. Yi Xian is the son-in-law of the Lin family.
How could Zhao Zhenghe not know about the conflict between the Qin family and Yi Xian?
Zhao Zhenghe knew clearly about the conflict between them and Yi Xian, but he still called Yi Xian. It was obvious that he wanted Yi Xian to come and add insult to injury and make fun of the Qin family.
Hateful. It's so abominable.
Old man, you dare to team up with this bumpkin, watch someone die without helping, and make fun of my Qin family.
You are not worthy of being a doctor at all. Expose him. We must expose him.
People like him are simply a disgrace to the traditional Chinese medicine community in Jiangnan province.
You are not qualified to be a doctor. Bah!
Old bastard. The Qin family members criticized Zhao Zhenghe verbally, and their words became more and more unpleasant.
You.
Zhao Zhenghe's face turned pale, and he was completely infuriated by the Qin family's words. He was the leader of the 4 great doctors in Jiangnan.
When had he ever been pointed at on the nose and scolded like this? And they said he was unworthy of being a doctor? He was a disgrace to the traditional Chinese medicine community in Jiangnan province?
How dare these people talk nonsense?
Who gave them the courage?
He now finally understood why Yi Xian did not save Qin Longhu.
Even with his temperament, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood.
If he really saved Qin Longhu today, he would probably slap himself in the face when he woke up in the middle of the night and said, "You fucking saved someone recklessly." He now finally understood that given the quality of this group of people, they fully deserved any suffering they were now enduring. Some people are worth saving, but there are some people you can watch die in front of you, and you won't feel the slightest bit of guilt.
On the contrary, you will just feel happy.
He simply snorted heavily, not bothering to explain, and said, "Since you think that I did it on purpose, then just assume that I did it on purpose."
Don't you want to take Qin Longhu away? You can leave now.
However, if Qin Longhu dies on the way, just stop barking like a dog in Tianhai First Hospital. You old man, you still want to exaggerate.
Do you think we will still believe you?
Qin Yanran sneered and looked at Yi Xian, as if she had seen through the truth of the matter.
She said with a proud face, "Country bumpkin, and you, do you think that you can defeat my Qin family by colluding with this old man? I'm telling you, stop dreaming.
Wait until my grandfather gets better, and I'll make sure you're in trouble."
Yi Xian was completely speechless. He didn't even have the heart to be angry with the Qin family now. It would be too embarrassing to be angry with this group of people. Zhao Zhenhe was also amused by Qin Yanran's words.
She was just a crazy woman.
It was the most stupid thing to do to argue with such a person. He simply turned his head to Yi Xian and said, Dr. Yi, let's go first. Let's go to my office and have a cup of tea. Don't bother with these stupid guys. Your office? Are you a doctor at Tianhai First Hospital?
Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Speaking of which, he met Zhao Zhenhe twice, apparently both times at Tianhai First Hospital. But he really didn't know that Zhao Zhenhe was a doctor at Tianhai First Hospital, and he thought it was Fei Dao who came here.
Chapter 76, One Shot Worth 10 Billion.
Hearing Yi Xian's words, Zhao Zhenhe explained, Dr. Yi, I am actually the honorary dean of Tianhai First Hospital, and Tang Qingde, the dean of Tianhai First Hospital, is my disciple. Yi Xian nodded thoughtfully, that's right, I'm a little thirsty too, let's go to your office and have a cup of tea.
He knew that what Zhao Zhenhe said must be more than just for a cup of tea. There must be something I need his help with.
Just now, Zhao Zhenhe stood on his side, which was considered to be giving him face, so he naturally had to give Zhao Zhenhe face as well.
If someone respects me 1 foot, I will respect him 1 yard. This is his principle.
Hearing Yi Xian's agreement, Zhao Zhenhe showed joy on his face. Dr. Yi, please follow me.
As he spoke, Zhao Zhenhe made an inviting gesture, happily led the way, and prepared to leave. Tap, tap, tap.
At this moment, suddenly, a burst of messy footsteps came from the end of the corridor. Everyone subconsciously raised their heads and looked forward, and immediately saw a large group of people running towards them. Yi Xian saw Lin Shiu in the crowd at first sight. Behind her were a group of senior executives of the Lin Group and some strangers. This made Yi Xian frown. Before he left, he gave Lin Shiu the secret recipe for beauty serum.
Why did Lin Shiu come to the hospital again? Yi Xian.
When Lin Shiu saw Yi Xian, she immediately walked over quickly.
The top executives of the Lin Group and the Su family also followed in big strides. Boss Lin, why are you here?
A warm smile appeared on Yi Xian's face, without any of the indifference he showed towards the Qin family. Lin Shiu explained, someone wants to see you, I brought him here. As she spoke, Lin Shiu said to Su Fulu next to her, Boss Su, this is my assistant, Yi Xian. Su Fulu's eyes fell on Yi Xian, without any contempt for Yi Xian because of his young age. Instead, he politely bowed to Yi Xian and said, Hello, Mr. Yi. Yi Xian glanced at Su Fulu and ignored him.
Instead, he looked at Lin Shiu. What is going on? Yi Xian, this is what happened.
Lin Shiu knew that Yi Xian didn't know what happened in the Lin Group, so she lowered her voice and told him what happened in the Lin Group. Including Su Fulu's promise to the Lin Group and the reason why Su Fulu looked for him, there was nothing concealed. After finishing speaking, Lin Shiu paused for a moment and continued, Yi Xian, whether to help Mr. Su or not is up to you.
You don't need to care about my opinion.
For some reason, she didn't want Yi Xian to think that she was a materialistic woman, and only brought him to see him because of Su Fulu's promise.
I see.
Yi Xian nodded slightly, and looked at Su Fulu, saying calmly, You want me to help your Su family complete the last 3 needles of the 9 needles of resurrection? Yi Xian was not unfamiliar with the 9 needles of restoring life. This is an acupuncture technique derived from the golden needle of creation. He had seen the complete version of the 9 needles of restoration in the old man's library, but he just glanced at it and gave up. Compared with the golden needle of creation, the 9 needles of restoring life are basically garbage. But he didn't expect that a skill of 9 needles for restoring life that lacked the key last 3 needles could actually make a person one of the 4 great doctors in Jiangnan province. It seems that Zhou's medical skills are far inferior to those taught to him by the old man. Otherwise, how could he become one of the 4 great doctors in Jiangnan province with just the first 6 of the 9 needles of restoring life? You should know that the real beauty of the 9 needles for restoring life lies precisely in the last 3 needles. To put it bluntly, the first 6 needles are just paving the way for the last 3 needles. After hearing Yi Xian's words and seeing his calm eyes, Su Fulu felt happy, knowing that he had definitely found the right person this time. He immediately said, Mr. Yi, as long as you can complete the last 3 needles of the 9 needles of restoration for our Su family is willing to pay you 500 million yuan. The 9 needles for restoring life is an acupuncture technique passed down from generation to generation by the Su family, which had been lost for hundreds of years. Generations of the Su family have spent countless efforts to complete the last 3 needles of the 9 needles for restoring life, but to no avail. Now that Yi Xian has mastered the golden needle of fortune, he can completely complete the last 3 of the 9 needles of restoring life. Naturally, he would not miss this opportunity. So, he took out 500 million as soon as he opened his mouth. It is very cost-effective to use this money to exchange for the last 3 needles of the 9 needles for restoring yang.
500 million?
Yi Xian's expression did not fluctuate at all, and he said calmly, "Boss Su, I just heard from Boss Lin that you wanted 500 million from the Lin Group with an incomplete beauty secret recipe, and you also wanted 50% of the profit share. And now, you want me to complete the last 3 needles of the 9 needles of rejuvenation for you, but you are only willing to pay 500 million.
Don't you think this price is too low?"
This. Su Fulu didn't expect Yi Xian to say that. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Mr. Yi, as long as you can complete the last 3 needles of the 9 needles of restoring life, my Su family is willing to pay you 1 billion. The price doubled. The Su family can afford to pay 1 billion for the last 3 injections.
Not enough,
Yi Xian said in a calm tone. Su Fulu had never expected that 1 billion yuan would not be able to impress Yi Xian.
He frowned and said, "Mr. Yi, how much do you want?"
3 billion, I'll help you complete the last 3 needles. Yi Xian slowly uttered 3 words.
What? 3 billion?
Su Fulu widened his eyes and almost doubted what he heard. It was just 3 stitches for repair, but the other party asked for 3 billion, which is equivalent to 1 billion per stitch.
This price is simply outrageous. Boy, you are asking for too much. You are asking too much.
The other members of the Su family glared at Yi Xian.
A lion's mouth is so big? Do you have the nerve to say that to me?
Yi Xian took out a cigarette from his pocket and prepared to light it, but thinking that this was a hospital, he finally put the cigarette back into his pocket.
He sneered and said, "I tell you, if you want me to take action, this is the price. Besides, let me tell you, my patience is intentional. After today, if you beg me to sell it again, it won't be this price. You better think carefully about it."
Yi Xian returned the Su family's words to the Lin Group exactly as they were said.
Lin Shiu is his fiancé, and now that his fiancé is being bullied, how can he, as her fiancé, just stand by and watch? Since the Su family thinks they are superior, then he can also be superior. No.
He is even more superior than the Su family. Lin Shiu and other senior executives of the Lin Group were dumbfounded when they saw this scene.
I almost doubted what I heard.
They knew that even if Yi Xian was willing to help, the price he offered would definitely not be low. But they never expected that Yi Xian would ask for 3 billion.
OMG.
Even if we sell the Lin Group, we probably won't be able to raise 3 billion. Now Yi Xian actually spoke lightly, which was indeed no different from raising the price. But when they thought about the Su family's attitude towards the Lin Group, everyone felt relieved.
Weren't you arrogant before? Try being even more arrogant now. Fuck you. You deserve it. The top executives of Lin Group all cursed in their hearts. Chapter 77, Repairing the 9 Needles of Restoration.
Not only the Su family, but also the Lin Group was shocked by this scene. The Qin family members who were planning to take old man Qin to the capital also stopped, their mouths wide open, their faces looking as if they had seen a ghost. What did they hear? The Su family gave 1 billion, but it was not enough. This country bumpkin actually asked for 3 billion.
Are you sure this isn't a joke?
You have to know that all the assets of their Qin family added up to only 1 billion.
Now this country bumpkin has surpassed the Qin family's assets 3 times with just one move?
How dare this guy ask for such a high price?
Look at this country bumpkin, he is completely confident that he can take advantage of the Su family. This country bumpkin isn't really going to make 3 billion, is he?
Thinking of this, the Qin family's eyes turned red. Qin Longhu in the ward had actually been listening to the noise outside. When he heard the conversation between Yi Xian and Su Fulu, his chest heaved and he almost vomited blood.
Regret. He regrets it.
I regret it so much that my intestines turned green. If the Qin family had not driven Yi Xian away a few days ago, but had fulfilled the engagement with Yi Xian, then all this money would now belong to the Qin family. Even if the Su family is unwilling to give 3 billion, at least getting 1 billion will be no problem at all. With these 1 billion, the Qin family's status in Tianhai will definitely be able to reach a higher level. But now, these 10 billion have been rejected by the Qin family, and even his life is coming to an end. He is unwilling to accept this. His lips kept moving as if he wanted to say something, but he found that he couldn't utter a word.
Qin Yanran's heart was also extremely complicated.
She looked at Yi Xian's figure and felt extremely regretful. If she had chosen to accept Yi Xian and not driven him away, perhaps things would not have developed to this point. With Yi Xian's support, the Qin family will surely rise to the top. One day, it will not be a problem for them to become the 6th largest family in Tianhai.
Her grandfather wouldn't be seriously ill and dying.
The funny thing is that she judged people by their appearance and drove Yi Xian away. He gave away such a wealthy son-in-law to the Lin family for nothing. If time could go back, she would never drive Yi Xian away, even if he was a bumpkin. As long as she waits for this country bumpkin to rise, she will be the noble lady of Tianhai and will no longer have to look at anyone's face. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world.
The screen rotates.
After hearing Yi Xian's words, Su Fulu stood in place, his expression changing from gloomy to bright.
How come he didn't expect that Yi Xian would be so disrespectful to the Su family and would actually say such a thing?
He knew very well that Yi Xian was not joking with him at all. As long as he dared to refuse, the other party would definitely offer an even more terrifying price next time he asked for help.
6 billion. 10 billion.
He believes that the price can only be higher, not lower. The key point is that even if the price is so outrageous, he has no room to refuse, unless he does not want to repair the 9 needles of resurrection, or he can find a second person who was proficient in the golden needle of creation.
But this is almost impossible.
If it were really that easy to find, then several generations of the Su family would not have died with regrets and depression. The Yi Xian in front of him is the only chance to repair the 9 needles of restoring life. If you miss it, you may never have another chance. Without thinking anymore, Su Fulu suppressed his thoughts, stared at Yi Xian, and said word by word, "Mr. Yi, can you really repair the last 3 needles of the 9 needles of rejuvenation?" Yi Xian said calmly, "As long as you can afford the money, repairing the last 3 needles of the 9 needles of restoring life will not be a problem for me." Hearing this, Su Fulu was silent for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, as long as Mr. Yi can repair the last 3 needles of the 9 needles of restoring life, my Su family is willing to pay 3 billion.
Is 3 billion a lot?
A lot of. Even if the Su family could take it out, it would be a huge loss. But if 3 billion can be used to make up for the regrets of several generations of the Su family and allow the Su family to have the face to meet their ancestors in the future, then it will be totally worth it. Moreover, as long as the last 3 needles of the 9 needles of restoring life are repaired, it may not be a problem for his father to become one of the 10 sacred beasts of the medical world. By then, it will only be a matter of time for him to earn back the 3 billion. The Su family will be able to move to a higher level because of this, and there may be no problem for them to become a big family in the south in the future.
Master Su, have you really agreed?
Hearing Su Fulu's words, everyone around them widened their eyes, suspecting what they heard. They thought Su Fulu would bargain with Yi Xian, but they didn't expect that Su Fulu just asked the other party a question and then agreed without hesitation.
This is 3 billion, not $3.
Yi Xian's eyes flashed slightly. He thought Su Fulu would bargain with him, but he didn't expect the other party to agree without hesitation. It seems that he underestimated Su Fulu's courage. He looked at Su Fulu and ordered directly, "Give me a piece of paper and a pen."
"Yes, Mr. Yi."
Su Fulu didn't care about Yi Xian's attitude at all. For him, the most urgent task was to repair the last 3 needles of the 9 needles of restoring life.
Nothing else mattered. He looked directly at a member of the Su family and said, "Su Qing, don't you always carry paper and pen with you? Give them to me."
"Yes, Patriarch." The Su family member immediately took out a notebook and a pen from his pocket and handed them to Su Fulu. Su Fulu took it and handed it to Yi Xian. "Mr. Yi, thank you for your help." Yi Xian took the paper and pen, opened his notebook without any nonsense, and started writing directly on the blank page.
Soon, several lines of densely packed words appeared on the notebook.
Then, Yi Xian turned to a new page, drew a simple diagram of the human body on it, and marked several acupuncture points on it. After finishing all this, Yi Xian handed the notebook in his hand to Su Fulu.
"Take a look. These are the last 3 needles of the 9 needles for restoring life.
Your father is a Chinese medicine doctor, so you should know some medical skills.
You should be able to understand them, right?"
"Yes,
Mr. Yi, I can understand."
Su Fulu nodded, took the notebook and opened it, staring at the words and patterns on it. His brows were sometimes furrowed, sometimes relaxed. In the end, the expression on his face became more and more excited.
1 minute later. "Ha ha ha ha."
Su Fulu suddenly burst into laughter, with an expression of excitement that he could not conceal on his face. That's right. These are the last 3 needles of the 9 needles for restoring life, absolutely true. Absolutely true. I didn't expect that the last 3 needles of the 9 needles of restoring life, which had been missing for hundreds of years, were finally restored in my hands, Su Fulu.
Ancestors of the Su family, did you see this? The 9 needles of restoring life are completely complete.
You can rest in peace now.
At this moment, there seemed to be an explosion in everyone's brain. Then, they were stunned. Completely confused. The top management of Lin Group were in turmoil and couldn't calm down at all.
Before coming here, they had secretly asked Lin Shiu about the 9 needles for restoring life. I learned from Lin Shiu that several generations of the Su family have been trying to find a way to repair the last 3 needles of the 9 needles of restoring life.
However, the Su family has never been successful. Even if we invite the 10 great masters of Xinglian to take action, the result will be the same. Chapter 78: The Su family's fawning. But what do they see now?
Yi Xian actually repaired the last 3 of the 9 needles of restoring life.
The whole process even took less than a few minutes. What is this concept? Could it be that Yi Xian's medical skills have surpassed the top 10 medical masters?
Or was it that Yi Xian had seen the complete version of the 9 needles of restoring life before, so he was able to repair the last 3 needles of the 9 needles of restoring life for the Su family in such a short time?
While being shocked, a hint of doubt involuntarily emerged on everyone's face.
Being able to produce a miraculous beauty serum and now making another 3 billion with just a wave of his hand, it stands to reason that as long as Yi Xian is willing, he can become a top figure in Tianhai, or even in Jiangnan province, at any time.
Why did Yi Xian give up all these and instead join the Lin Group as a small assistant? This is totally against common sense. Could it be that the recent rumors circulating in Tianhai are true? Not only is Boss Lin engaged to someone, but the person he is engaged to is Yi Xian?
An idea suddenly emerged in the minds of the top executives of the Lin Group.
This is a rumor that has been circulating in Tianhai recently.
According to rumors, Lin Shiu is engaged to a man and is ready to get married. At that time, they completely scoffed at the rumor and thought it was a joke.
As members of the Lin Group, they knew Lin Shiu's character too well.
She is vigorous, decisive, and arrogant in her work. She never speaks politely to any man. Apart from work, she has never had any close contact with any opposite sex, and she rejects her suitors without any hesitation.
But now it seems that maybe the rumor is true. And this person is 100% Yi Xian. If it wasn't true, why would Yi Xian give the beauty secret recipe worth tens of billions to Lin Shiu? Wouldn't it be better for him to start his own company to make money, or sell it to a top beauty group?
The key point is that Yi Xian is very likely to possess powerful medical skills, which are enough to make him a guest of honor for countless powerful people in Jiangnan province and enjoy wealth and glory. But the other party gave up all these and joined the Lin Group as a small assistant. What was his goal? If you say there is no problem, they will never believe it. At this moment, the way the top executives of the Lin Group looked at Yi Xian completely changed and became respectful. This is their future boss, they must not offend him. Lin Shiu looked at Yi Xian with her beautiful eyes full of complexity.
3 billion. In just a few simple minutes, Yi Xian actually made 3 billion. This speed is too fast. Some people are destined to be outstanding and to shine brightly.
Lin Shiu's mind flashed back to what her grandfather had said to her when they got engaged. She suddenly felt that what her grandfather said was absolutely right. The light of some people, even if it is hidden in the sand, will shine brightly and illuminate the sky sooner or later.
Yi Xian is such a person.
In fact, at this moment, standing in front of Yi Xian, she suddenly felt a little humble. At least, in the past few years that she was in charge of the Lin Group, the money she earned was far less than what Yi Xian earned in just a few minutes. Yi Xian stood there, watching Su Fulu's changes, his eyes calm, as if he had known this would be the result. He said directly, "I have already repaired the last 3 needles of the 9 needles of restoring life for you.
Isn't it time for you to do what you should do?"
Su Fulu suppressed his excitement and nodded. "Mr. Yi, please give me your bank account number and I will transfer the money to you now." Yi Xian did not hesitate and directly gave Su Fulu a bank account number.
He didn't have a bank card.
The card he had was the one Lin Shiu gave him last time to buy medicinal herbs and clothes. He could use it today. Su Fulu nodded, immediately took out his cell phone and made a call.
"Second brother, I, in my name, transferred 3 billion from the family into this bank account. Don't ask why. I will tell you the reason after I return." "Okay, the sooner the better." After hanging up the phone, Su Fulu looked at Yi Xian and said, "Mr. Yi, I have arranged everything. The 3 billion should be deposited into your bank account soon. Ding dong.
Less than a minute after Su Fulu finished speaking, Yi Xian's phone rang with a text message alert.
3 billion has arrived. This moment made everyone jealous.
The Qin family, in particular, were like drowning fish, with their mouths wide open and faces filled with shock.
3 billion. This is a solid 3 billion. Just like that. The key is that Yi Xian only spent a few minutes. Making 3 billion in just a few minutes, even the richest man in the world can't do it. Xin Yanran's breathing was rapid. She couldn't believe it.
Her whole face was almost distorted, and she kept muttering, "Impossible.
Absolutely impossible. How could this country bumpkin make 3 billion in one go?"
She couldn't accept what she saw, and she couldn't accept that a country bumpkin had turned into a real dragon, while she had turned into a chicken on the ground. This huge gap made her go crazy. Hearing the text message alert, Su Fulu took a step forward, bowed to Yi Xian and said, "Mr. Yi, thank you for repairing the 9 needles of resurrection for my Su family. This great favor will be unforgettable to my Su family. If Mr. Yi needs help from my Su family in the future, please feel free to ask.
If my Su family can do it, we will never refuse." At this moment, Su Fulu lowered his posture very low. A glimpse of the whole picture. From the moment Yi Xian took out the beauty serum and handed it over to the Lin group, to the moment he casually performed the last 3 needles of the 9 needles for restoring life, it was enough to show that Yi Xian's background was beyond imagination. They are definitely much stronger than the Su family. At least the Su family can't come up with a miraculous prescription like the beauty liquid. Making friends with such a person would definitely be beneficial to the Su family. Yi Xian glanced at Su Fulu and said calmly, "You don't have to thank me. You give me money and I will help you repair the last 3 needles of the 9 needles of rejuvenation. This is just a deal. Now the deal is done, please do as you please." To others, the Su family in Jiangnan province might be a behemoth, but in his eyes, the Su family is not worth mentioning. Hearing Yi Xian's merciless words, Su Fulu couldn't help but let a bitter smile appear on his face. He knew that his previous performance in the Lin group had made Yi Xian very unhappy with him. Yi Xian's attitude now is completely understandable. But soon, Su Fulu saw Lin Shiu next to him, and a light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He didn't know what the relationship between Yi Xian and Lin Shiu was, but he believed that the relationship between Lin Shiu and Yi Xian was definitely not simple. Otherwise, how could Yi Xian hand over the priceless formula of beauty liquid to Lin group, and how could he become Lin Shiu's assistant? If he makes friends with Lin Shiu and the Lin group, wouldn't that be equivalent to making friends with Yi Xian in disguise? Chapter 79. What is there in your Qin family that I would like to see? Thinking of this, Su Fulu's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he immediately turned to Lin Shiu and said, "Boss Lin, thank you for bringing me to see Mr. Yi today. This has allowed my Su family to restore the 9 needles of resurrection that had been lost for hundreds of years. On behalf of the entire Su family, I, Su Fulu, would like to thank Boss Lin." As he spoke, Su Fulu completely disregarded his status and bowed to Lin Shiu. "Mr. Su, you are too polite. This is just a small matter." "It doesn't matter." Lin Shiu was shocked. She didn't expect Su Fulu to bow to her. The senior executives of the Lin group and the Su family members around were also petrified. I was completely stunned by this scene. What is Su Fulu's identity? The head of the Su family in Jiangnan province and the chairman of the Su pharmaceutical group in Jiangnan province. In Tianhai, that is an existence that all the celebrities in Tianhai are vying to curry favor with. Now he was actually treating the president of a small company with such an attitude and even bowed slightly, just because the other party led the way. This is totally unbelievable. Zhao Zheng has stood nearby and didn't say a word. Whether it was Yi Xian repairing the 9 needles of restoring life or Su Fulu paying respect to Lin Shiu, he felt no emotion in his heart. In his opinion, this was completely Yi Xian's routine operation. The 9 needles of resurrection were originally derived from the fragments of the golden needle of creation. Yi Xian even knew the complete version of the golden needle of creation, so how could he not know the 9 needles of resurrection? After the repair, 3 stitches are needed, and this can be done with just hands. What's so surprising? As for Su Fulu's salute to Lin Shiu, how could he not know what was going on? He just wanted to use Lin Shiu to make friends with Yi Xian. A top doctor who is proficient in the golden needle technique knows what to do, unless he is a fool. Didn't he do the same thing before? What's so strange about Su Fulu doing this now? As for the Qin family, they were completely frightened at this moment and didn't even dare to breathe.
They all shrank back like quails, not daring to say a single word.
Su Fulu didn't know how much of an impact his actions had on others. He bowed, stood up, and spoke again. Boss Lin, it's a small matter for you, but it's a great favor to the Su family.
However, Huan Yangjiu is very important to the Su family.
I must hurry back to the Su family. I can't thank Mr. Lin properly. If you come to Jiangnan province in the future, I will definitely welcome you.
Lin Shiu shook her head and said, Mr. Su, I understand.
Just go and do what you need to do. You don't need to worry about us. Lin Shiu knew very well that the reason why Su Fulu was so polite to her was not because she led the way, but because of Yi Xian, or in other words, Su Fulu guessed the relationship between her and Yi Xian. Otherwise, even if she led the way, Su Fulu would not be so polite to her. She is very self-aware of this. Su Fulu didn't say much, but turned around and bowed to Yi Xian, saying, Mr. Yi, I will take my leave first. If you encounter any trouble in the future, feel free to come to the Su family in Jiangnan province to find me. My Su family will definitely help you.
Yi Xian glanced at Su Fulu, said nothing, and just waved his hand casually. He knew very well that this was just the effect of his strength. Whether it was Kyushu or the place the old man took him to. What we always adhere to is the law of the jungle and the rule of the strong. If you are strong, others will give you face. They are even willing to sacrifice everything to please you. You are weak, and you are destined to be pinned to the ground, never being able to stand up. If he fails to repair the last 3 of the 9 needles today, the other party will not treat him like this. Su Fulu didn't care about Yi Xian's attitude at all. Yi Xian has the right to be proud of his mastery of the golden needle of creation. His eyes fell on the Su family and said, Go back to the Su family.
Yes, Patriarch. The Su family members nodded and prepared to leave. Wait, Mr. Su, wait a minute.
At this moment, Qin Kunyang on the side suddenly called out to Su Fulu. Su Fulu stopped and glanced at Qin Kunyang. Who are you?
Hello, Mr. Su, I am Qin Kunyang from the Qin family.
Qin Kunyang introduced himself and said, Mr. Su, I heard that you have amazing medical skills and have learned a lot from Mr. Su Maolin, so I want you to help treat my father. He originally planned to take Qin Longhu away from Tianhai First Hospital and go to Beijing for treatment, but when he saw Su Fulu, he changed his mind. Although Su Fulu was the chairman of Su Pharmaceutical Group, his medical skills are truly passed down from his father Su Maolin. If he could ask Su Fulu for help, perhaps the old man could be saved. At that time, he could openly humiliate Yi Xian and Zhao Zhenghe, bring disgrace to these 2 people, and vent the Qin family's anger.
Save your father?
Su Fulu glanced at Qin Kunyang with a strange expression and said, Mr. Qin, Dr. Zhao and Mr. Yi are here, you can definitely ask them to help.
Pooh.
This time, before Qin Kunyang could speak, Qin Yanran on the side spoke up, Mr. Su, you don't know that my grandfather could still be saved, but these 2 guys just watched him die without saving him.
They even said that my grandfather was going to die.
These 2 guys clearly wanted to take his life lightly.
They are complete quacks. Quack. Su Fulu was stunned.
Yi Xian and Zhao Zhenghe were actually regarded as quack doctors.
This was really funny.
He glanced at Yi Xian from the corner of his eye and found that he was looking at him with interest. His heart skipped a beat and he said to Qin Yanran in a cold voice, You have found the wrong person. My medical skills are worse than those of Mr. Yi and Dr. Zhao.
Even they are mediocre doctors. I am afraid I am not even as good as a mediocre doctor.
You should seek help from someone else. He didn't know what had happened between Yi Xian and the Qin family. But he knew that he absolutely could not take action, otherwise, his relationship with Yi Xian would only get worse. It is not worth it to offend Yi Xian for an unknown person.
What?
Qin Kunyang and other members of the Qin family were stunned. They never expected that Su Fulu would refuse without hesitation.
Qin Kunyang said urgently, Boss Su, please help me. As long as you help me, my Qin family is willing to pay any price.
Whatever the price?
Su Fulu sneered and said, What is there in your Qin family that is worthy of my Su family's attention?
Besides, you have offended Mr. Yi.
Do you think I will help you?
As he spoke, Su Fulu turned around and said to Yi Xian, Mr. Yi, I'll take my leave first. This time, Yi Xian did not ignore Su Fulu and nodded slightly. But just this one action made Su Fulu show a hint of joy on his face. It seemed that what he did just now was right, otherwise, Yi Xian would probably have ignored him directly.
He bowed to Yi Xian again and led the Su family outside. Chapter 80 I never thought of this.
After Su Fulu left, Yi Xian was too lazy to stay here any longer, and said to Zhao Zhenghe, Divine Dr. Zhao, I'm sorry, my general manager Lin is here to see me, I have to go back to the company with her, and I'll have to wait until next time to have tea in your office. Zhao Zhenghe shook his head, Dr. Yi, it's okay, you can come over any time, I will make a bed for you. Yi Xian nodded, looked at Lin Shiu beside him, and said, Boss Lin, let's go. Good. Lin Shiu nodded, and she and Yi Xian led a group of Lin Group executives towards the elevator. Zhao Zhenghe did not leave, but stood there, looking at the Qin family with cold eyes, and said in a cold tone, Don't you want to transfer Qin Longhu to another hospital? I will find someone to handle the discharge procedures for you later, and you can leave at any time. Dr. Zhao, we. Qin Kunyang wanted to say something else, but Zhao Zhenghe didn't even bother to pay attention to him and just turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, the originally bustling corridor was empty except for the Qin family. The entire Qin family stood there in a daze, none of them coming to their senses. How come they didn't expect that things would turn out like this? Dad, what should we do now? Qin Yanran looked at Qin Kunyang cautiously and said. Qin Kunyang took a deep breath and said, Take the old man out of the hospital. Zhao Zhenghe, Su Fulu, and the others don't care if they don't save him. I don't believe that we can't find someone to save the old man. As he spoke, Qin Kunyang looked at Qin Yanran and said, Yanran, call Tianhai Airlines and ask them to prepare a charter flight directly to Beijing. We will go to Beijing today. Yes. Qin Yanran nodded, took out her cell phone and prepared to make a call. Qin Kunyang looked at the others and said, Go back and pack some things. We will meet at Tianhai Airport. Yes. The Qin family members all nodded. Qin Kunyang wanted to say something else, but at this moment, a member of the Qin family ran out of the ward. There was a look of horror on his face. Oh no, the old man passed away. What? Qin Kunyang and others' faces changed drastically, and the next second, they rushed into the ward one by one. Qin Longhu, who was originally lying on the hospital bed, had stopped breathing and the electrocardiogram beside him had turned into a straight line. However, even before he died, Qin Longhu glared with anger, and his face showed a strong look of unwillingness. As if he didn't believe he was going to die. All the members of the Qin family were stunned. Mr. Qin is dead. The Qin family's sky has collapsed. Dad. Grandfather. Old man. I don't know how long it took, but all the Qin family members rushed over and burst into tears. I just don't know if she was crying because of Qin Longhu's death, or because the Qin family was about to collapse and she would never be able to enjoy a life of luxury again. However, all this has nothing to do with Yi Xian anymore. Outside Tianhai First Hospital, Su Fulu said goodbye to Yi Xian and Lin Shiu again, then hurriedly left with the Su family. After 9 needles to restore life and 3 needles to repair it, it is definitely a great joy for the Su family. He must hurry back and there must not be any delay. The top executives of Lin Group also tactfully said goodbye and left. They now fully understood that the relationship between Yi Xian and Lin Shiu must be unusual. If they stayed any longer, they would be like light bulbs. If the boss or the boss's wife holds a grudge against them and expel them from the Lin Group, they will suffer a huge loss. After all, with the beauty liquid, the rise of Lin Group is almost a foregone conclusion, and it is only a matter of time before it becomes the world's top beauty group. By then, the status of these people in the Lin Group will naturally rise. If they are fired because of such a small matter, they will have no place to cry. Soon, Yi Xian and Lin Shiu were the only ones left at the hospital gate. Yi Xian glanced at Lin Shiu, who had remained silent, and said, Why don't you say anything? Do you think I'm too cold-blooded to watch someone die without helping him? Hearing this, Lin Shiu came back to her senses, knowing that Yi Xian had misunderstood, and quickly shook her head and said, I haven't thought about it that way. There must be something hateful about pitiful people. The Qin family treated you so well in the past, so it's understandable that you didn't save Qin Longhu. If it were me, I wouldn't save him either. Besides, the Qin family didn't really beg you. Even if you saved Qin Longhu, they wouldn't remember you for being so good. They would only remember that you were so aggressive and forced them to kneel down and admit their mistakes to you. Once they find the opportunity, they will only use more extreme means to deal with you. In this case, why do you still want to save people, just to let them retaliate against you in the future? Yi Xian was stunned and didn't come back to his senses for a while. How come he didn't expect Lin Shiu to say such a thing? Seeing Yi Xian's expression, Lin Shiu rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, Do you really think I'm that kind of naive person? I'm the president of the Lin Group. Sometimes the competition in the business world is more cruel than war, and killing people is bloodless. You may be kind to others today, but they may be cruel to you tomorrow.
Good intentions are not rewarded. This is too common in the business world.
At this point, Lin Shiu paused and reminded, however, if you do this today, the Qin family may bear a grudge against you. It is easy to dodge an open spear, but it is difficult to guard against a hidden arrow. The Qin family may not dare to deal with you openly, but they will definitely cause trouble for you secretly. You have to be careful.
Don't worry, they can't do anything to me.
Yi Xian looked nonchalant. He didn't care at all about the Qin family's revenge.
Nothing ever happens more than 3 times.
He had given the Qin family a chance. If the Qin family didn't know how to cherish it, he wouldn't mind wiping the Qin family out of this world completely.
Chapter 81 Just Kiss Me.
Lin Shiu knew that Yi Xian should be sensible, so she didn't say much, but changed the subject and said, Yi Xian, thank you so much today. If it weren't for your beauty secrets, the Lin group might have really been controlled by the Su family.
However, the beauty secret you gave me is so valuable that I feel unworthy of it. I'd better return it to you.
As she spoke, Lin Shiu took out the folded secret recipe of beauty liquid from her bag and handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't reach out to take it, but waved his hand and said, Why are you giving it to me?
Since I asked Secretary Li to give it to you, it's yours. You can do whatever you want with it, but you don't have to give it back to me.
But Lin Shiu was about to speak when Yi Xian interrupted her and said, No buts, what I give you is just the lowest level thing I have.
If you don't want it, just throw it away.
He hated this kind of procrastination the most, otherwise he would not have asked Secretary Li to pass it on. In addition, the beauty liquid may be priceless to outsiders, but to him, it is really worthless. If he wasn't worried that Lin Shiu couldn't control it, what he took out would not be the secret recipe for beauty liquid, but a real beauty pill recipe.
Taking one pill is enough to make people rejuvenate and stay young forever.
When Lin Shiu heard Yi Xian's words, she couldn't help but widen her eyes and looked at Yi Xian in disbelief.
I almost doubted what I heard. If you don't want it, just throw it away. Doesn't this guy know the value of beauty serum? If it falls into the hands of any company, it will be enough to make it the leader in the world's beauty industry. The key is, what did she hear?
Such a secret recipe of inestimable value is actually the lowest grade garbage in Yi Xian's eyes.
How powerful would that truly terrifying secret recipe be? Could it be that it can keep people young forever? Incredible!
At this moment, Lin Shiu suddenly realized that apart from knowing that Yi Xian was from the mountains and was an orphan, she knew nothing else about Yi Xian.
The man in front of you seemed to be hidden in a fog.
Every time you thought you could see him clearly, he would quietly walk into the fog again. It makes you unable to see clearly and unable to grasp it. Lin Shiu suddenly became a little expectant. She really wanted to see how many surprises Yi Xian could bring her next. Yi Xian naturally didn't know how much association his words had caused in Lin Shiu's mind. He was most afraid of this kind of procrastination. He didn't intend to dwell on the matter of the beauty lotion and said directly, If you really want to thank me, then consider the bet between us and just kiss me. Lin Shiu's body trembled, and she wanted to scold Yi Xian, but when the words came to her lips, she found that she couldn't say a word.
No matter what, this was a bet between her and Yi Xian.
Now that Yi Xian has taken out the beauty secret recipe, it is natural that Yi Xian has won the bet. It is completely reasonable for the other party to ask her to fulfill the bet.
Moreover, this time Yi Xian really helped the Lin group a lot. With the beauty liquid, the threat from Duozi Beauty Group is not worth mentioning at all.
The Lin group can take advantage of this opportunity to soar to new heights.
Not to mention becoming a world-class beauty group, there will be absolutely no problem in becoming the leader in the beauty industry in Kyushu. It can be said that all this is thanks to Yi Xian.
Thinking about it this way, it seems that kissing Yi Xian is no big deal. Not to mention the last time in the hotel, the two of them had sex in a daze. They had done everything they should and shouldn't have done, so this time wouldn't matter. Seeing that Lin Shiu didn't say anything, Yi Xian thought that she didn't want to, so he said nonchalantly, Don't be nervous, I was just joking with you.
Just consider this beauty serum as an engagement gift from me.
Before he could finish his words, Lin Shiu moved closer, her fragrance filling the air, and her sexy, moist red lips kissed Yi Xian's cheek directly. I, Lin Shiu, am willing to admit defeat.
Isn't it just a kiss? I mean what I say. The sound is soft and sexy.
Yi Xian was a little confused.
He was actually just joking with Lin Shiu just now.
After all, although he and Lin Shiu were engaged, they were at most familiar strangers, and he didn't expect Lin Shiu to kiss him at all. He said that just now because he didn't want Lin Shiu to continue to bother about the beauty liquid. But he never expected that Lin Shiu actually kissed him. Those red lips have a hint of coolness and softness, which is simply too refreshing. The kiss came and went quickly. Before Yi Xian could feel it, it was gone. Lin Shiu touched her cheek and found it was very hot. She tried to regain some composure and said, "Okay, I have fulfilled our bet. I'll go to the car first." As he spoke, he turned quickly and walked towards his car. At this moment, Yi Xian didn't notice at all that the moment he turned around, Lin Shiu's pretty face had turned as red as blood, and his heart was beating like a deer, almost jumping out of his throat. She didn't know why, but she kissed Yi Xian as if possessed by a ghost. Thinking back to how bold she had just been, she was completely shocked. She never thought that one day she would take the initiative to kiss a man.
Could it be that I have fallen in love with Yi Xian?
An incredible idea popped up in Lin Shiu's mind.
No. Impossible. Yi Xian and I have only known each other for a few days. How could I fall in love with him? I just did this just to thank him.
Yes, that's right, that's definitely the case. I
really just want to thank him.
But the more she said this, the more the scene just now appeared in her mind.
She's going crazy.
Even though she had once had the most intimate contact with Yi Xian, she was drugged and had no consciousness. Strictly speaking, this was the first time she took the initiative to kiss a man. It was unknown how long it took before Lin Shiu came to her senses, opened the car door, and got in.
She found Yi Xian still standing there, and couldn't help but said, "What are you still doing there? Get in the car, aren't you going to go back to the company with me?"
When Yi Xian heard Lin Shiu's words, he was slightly startled, then he smiled and nodded, "Okay." After Yi Xian got in the car, Lin Shiu stepped on the accelerator and the car drove away from Tianhai First Hospital.
Maybe it's not rush hour, so there isn't a lot of traffic on the road.
The atmosphere in the car was a little quiet, with only a hint of sound from the music in the car. Suddenly, Lin Shiu turned off the music in the car, and while controlling the steering wheel, she said, "Yi Xian, I just thought about it.
The beauty serum is too expensive.
I can't take advantage of you for nothing. I will accept the beauty serum, but I will draw up a contract for you. After the beauty serum is launched on the market, I will give you 70% of the profits, and the Lin Group will take the remaining 30%.
Give me 70% of the profits?
Yi Xian retracted his gaze from the window and refused, "Forget it.
I just said that the secret recipe of the beauty serum is for you. How you deal with it is your business. It has nothing to do with me. Besides, you are my fiancé. My things are also your things.
There is no need to distinguish them so clearly."
Chapter 82 Zhao Yuanli, Patriarch of the Zhao family. No.
Hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Shiu refused without a second thought. "The secret recipe of the beauty serum you provided is priceless, enough to make the Lin Group take off, so I must pay you accordingly. Moreover, I have carefully considered this 70% of the profits. Although you took the lion's share, the remaining 30% of the profits will be available to the Lin Group. You don't have to worry about working for the Lin Group for nothing. Besides, if you don't agree, I won't feel at ease if I use your secret recipe." This was an idea that came to her mind after she calmed down.
Since Yi Xian doesn't want to take back the secret recipe of the beauty liquid, she can't use Yi Xian's secret recipe for nothing.
In any case, she and Yi Xian are only engaged now.
They are not married yet, let alone have a marriage certificate. They are not a real couple at all.
Whether the two can be together in the future is still an unknown. She couldn't take advantage of Yi Xian for nothing. She definitely couldn't afford the price for the beauty secret recipe, so she can only use this method to make it up to Yi Xian. After hearing Lin Shiu's words and looking at that stubborn face, Yi Xian nodded helplessly. "Okay, then I'll do as you say."
After spending some time together, he had a fairly good understanding of Lin Shiu's personality.
Since Lin Shiu said so, no matter what he said, it would be of no use. In that case, just agree to it first, and then find a chance to return the money to Lin Shiu. Seeing Yi Xian agreed, Lin Shiu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Yi Xian, since you agree, when we return to the company later, I will ask Secretary Li to prepare the contract and you just need to sign it. After the product is launched, I will deposit my share of the profits into your card every month."
Yi Xian didn't say anything and nodded.
Just as the car passed a traffic light, Yi Xian's cell phone suddenly rang. He took out his cell phone, took a look, and found that it was Yi Zhizhong calling.
"Answer the phone."
He Zhizhang's voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Yi, I have prepared the herbs you asked me to prepare last time.
Do you need to come over and take a look, or do you want me to tell you the address and I will send it to you? No need, I'll go directly to your place. Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll wait for you at Baikeatang. Okay. Yi Xian hung up the phone, looked at Lin Shiu, and said, Shiu, I still have something to deal with. I won't go back to the company yet. Just drop me off on the side of the road. Something to take care of? Lin Shiu glanced at Yi Xian and said, What's the matter? Is it important? Do you need me to drive you there?
Yi Xian shook his head and refused. No, it's just that some of the medicinal herbs I bought have arrived. I'll go get them, but I may not be able to go to the company this afternoon. He went to Baikeatang to buy medicinal materials in order to make pills. Now that he has the medicinal materials in hand, he will naturally try to make pills and improve his strength. When Lin Shiu heard Yi Xian's words, she didn't think much about it, but just nodded and said, It's okay, if you don't want to go, then don't go.
Anyway, there's nothing to do in the company. However, be careful on the road, and remember to call me if there is anything. Don't worry, I will.
Yi Xian smiled. When Lin Shiu parked the car on the side of the road, Yi Xian opened the door and got out. However, before getting off the car, Yi Xian thought of something, asked Lin Shiu for paper and pen, wrote down the key medicinal ingredients missing from the beauty liquid to Lin Shiu, and then got off the car. Yi Xian, I'll leave first. Lin Shiu started the car and left.
After Lin Shiu left, Yi Xian stopped a taxi on the side of the road and headed towards Baikeatang. At the same time, Tianhai Kansheng Hospital. This is a private hospital invested by the Zhao family of Tianhai. Both the medical conditions and medical staff are the best in Tianhai and can be compared with Tianhai First Hospital. At this time, in an intensive care unit,
Zhao Chengdong was lying on the hospital bed with an 4 drip, his legs in plaster, his eyes full of pain and anger.
Just now, the hospital's examination results came out.
The bones in his legs were completely shattered, and there was basically no way to cure them with modern medical technology. In other words, he will have to sit in a wheelchair like a disabled person for the rest of his life. For a playboy like him, this was like the sky falling. He is the future heir to the Zhao family, a big shot who will stir up the situation in Tianhai in the future. He should be full of vigor and vitality, and be able to do whatever he wants in Tianhai. Now he is like a disabled person, lying on a hospital bed, and he may even have to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. This is like throwing him from heaven to hell, and stepping on him hard. This drastic gap was simply unacceptable to him. Crunch! The door of the ward was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A middle-aged man with a slicked back hair, an imposing manner, a slightly overweight figure, and a gloomy expression pushed open the door and walked in. This middle-aged man was Zhao Chengdong's father, the head of the Tianhai Zhao family Zhao Yuanli. Seeing his father coming in, Zhao Chengdong's eyes moved, and he asked with a hint of hope, Dad, how is it?
What did Dean Xian say? Can my leg recover?
Zhao Yuanli didn't say anything, but his face became increasingly gloomy, as if water could almost drip out of it. Zhao Chengdong's heart sank to the bottom when he saw this scene.
He screamed, No. No. No, I don't want to become a useless person. I want to be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of my life. Dad, you must have a way, right? You must have a way to restore my legs, right? Dad, I don't want to be a cripple.
Zhao Yuanli took a deep breath and said, Xiaodong, don't worry, you won't become a disabled person. I have asked Dean Xian to go abroad to customize the best prosthesis for you.
When it is installed, you will become the same as a normal person. Prosthetic limbs. Prosthetic limbs. What's the difference between that and a cripple?
Zhao Chengdong couldn't accept this result. Then, he thought of something and his eyes became extremely resentful.
He even yelled, Yi Xian.
It's all because of this country bumpkin.
He ruined me. He made me a useless person. Dad, you have to avenge me. Kill this bumpkin for me.
No, don't kill him. Catch him and torture him myself.
I will break all the bones in his body one by one.
I will make him wish he were dead, but unable to live.
Yi Xian. Zhao Yuanli's expression became extremely grim at this moment.
He was injured when he was young and no longer has the ability to have children. Zhao Chengdong is not only his only child, but also his only son. But now his son had been crippled by someone. How could he accept this? If this gets out that the future successor of the Zhao family is a waste, then the Zhao family will really become a joke. He will avenge this grudge no matter what. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuanli's eyes flashed with coldness, and he said, Xiaodong, don't worry, Dad will definitely avenge you. However, this guy is the grandson-in-law of that old man Lin Yinping. If we rashly touch him, it will be extremely disadvantageous for our Zhao family. Therefore, our Zhao family will not take any action.
Chapter 83: The Zhao Family's Conspiracy. Not taking action?
Hearing his father's words, Zhao Chengdong asked in confusion, Dad, if the Zhao family doesn't take action, who will deal with this kid? Zhao Yuanli sneered and said, in this world, money makes the world go round. Sometimes, we don't need to do it ourselves to kill people. I will ask the Jinxian sect to help and have them deal with this little bastard. Zhao Chengdong's eyes lit up when he heard this.
He knew how powerful the Jinxian sect was.
He gritted his teeth and said, Dad, then do as you say. I will make sure that this kid is dead without a burial place. As he spoke, Zhao Chengdong thought of something and continued, Dad, there's also that bitch Lin Shiu.
Maybe that bitch ordered that kid to cripple me. We must not let her go.
Zhao Yuanli narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, Don't worry, you will have a chance to take revenge, because it won't be long before the Lin family will no longer exist in Tianhai.
Zhao Chengdong was stunned, a little confused. Dad, what do you mean by this? Why don't I understand?
Zhao Yuanli's eyes flashed with a grim look. Originally, I planned to unite with the Yi family and the Chen family, two of the 5 major families, to destroy the Lin family after Lin Yinping died.
After completely annexing the Lin family, we will join forces to destroy the Lin family.
I didn't expect that old man Lin Yinping was actually saved and even found a grandson-in-law with amazing medical skills. If this continues, the Lin family might ride on our heads, and then it will be impossible to destroy the Lin family. So, I decided to take the initiative and completely wipe out the Lin family from this world before the Lin family rises, and nip the danger in the bud.
Dad, are you telling the truth? Zhao Chengdong looked excited. You are my son, do you think I would lie to you? Zhao Yuanli said.
Okay, that's great. Zhao Chengdong was so happy that he wanted to jump up and shouted, Dad, after we destroy the Lin family, you must catch that bitch Lin Shiu and never let her get away. Then we will play with this woman together. Her figure and face are unmatched in Jiangnan province.
It will definitely be very enjoyable to have sex with her. Zhao Yuanli also narrowed his eyes.
Of course, he was familiar with Lin Shiu, the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan province. Both her figure and face are first class.
It's definitely fun to play.
Okay, Dad, I'll listen to you. I'll save this woman's life when the time comes. Zhao Yuanli agreed without thinking, and then he thought of something and said, however, before dealing with the Lin family, there is one more thing you need to do.
Dad, what's the matter? Tell me. Zhao Chengdong said.
Suppress the Lin group. Zhao Yuanli said, although the Lin group is not the top priority of the Lin family, the loss of the Lin group is enough to make the Lin family anxious and in chaos. As long as the Lin family is in chaos, it will be much easier to destroy the Lin family, so you must do this well. Zhao Chengdong's eyes flashed with deep resentment, and he said heavily, Dad, no problem, leave it to me, I'm ready. I have already secretly contacted all the major partners of the Lin group and asked them to side with us. I originally planned to wait until the new products of the Duozi Beauty Group were launched, and then give the Lin Group a fatal blow.
However, it's not too late now.
I will contact this group of people and ask them to work together to terminate the cooperation with the Lin Group.
By then, the only thing waiting for the Lin Group is bankruptcy.
That's good. Zhao Yuanli nodded, and then said, Xiaodong, you should have a good rest first. I will go to discuss with the head of the Chen family and the head of the He family. Once the Lin group falls into a state of panic, we will take action to destroy the Lin family.
Good. Zhao Chengdong nodded. Soon, Zhao Yuanli left the ward.
After Zhao Yuanli left, the ferocity and madness in Zhao Chengdong's eyes became more and more intense. Yi Xian, you country bumpkin, I want to see how you die this time. And Lin Shiu, you stinky bitch, just wait for me. It won't be long before I make you lie on the ground like a bitch and let me play with you.
By Kea Tang.
A taxi stopped at the gate. Yi Xian had just stepped out of the car when he heard an old voice ringing in his ears.
Mr. Yi, you are here.
Yi Xian looked over in the direction of the sound and immediately saw He Zhizhang walking quickly out of Baichao Hall. Apparently, He Zhizhang had been waiting at the door.
He Zhizhang walked up quickly and found that Yi Xian actually got out of the taxi.
A look of doubt flashed across his face. According to Yi Xian's ability, he can definitely own a luxury car, but now he has to take a taxi when going out.
This is really unbelievable.
However, this was the other party's private matter, so there was no need for him to ask more questions. Yi Xian glanced at Yi Zhizhang, nodded and said, "Boss He, take me to see the medicinal materials first."
Mr. Yi, please follow me.
He Zhizhang nodded and took Yi Xian directly through the hall to the backyard.
The backyard is densely packed with medicinal herbs. If calculated by weight alone, there are at least 300 kilograms. Mr. Yi, these are the herbs you need. This is all we can collect in a short period of time. You can check and see if it works.
He Zhizhang said. Yi Xian nodded and checked the quality of the medicinal materials. Both the age and freshness were far beyond what he had expected. It seems that He Zhizhang really put in a lot of effort to collect the medicinal herbs he wanted.
The quality of the medicinal materials is fine.
Yi Xian retracted his gaze and handed over a card. "Bossy, please help me calculate the price, including the 10 prescriptions I took away last time."
Just calculated according to the market price.
Originally, when Yi Xian went to Baikeatang to pick up the tonic medicine he bought for Grandpa Lin, he was planning to pay the bill, but Yi Zhizhang refused to take it.
He had no choice but to take the medicine and leave. This time we just settled it together.
This time, Yi Zhizhang still did not take the bank card.
Instead, he shook his head and said, "Mr. Yi, aren't you slapping me in the face by saying this? If it weren't for you last time, my Baikeatang might have suffered a catastrophic disaster. You have been very kind to Baikeatang. If I take your money again and this gets out, people will think that my Baikeatang is ungrateful and an ungrateful person."
He Zhizhang's words were sincere and heartfelt, as if they came from the heart. But in fact, he had other plans in mind. Although Baikeatang spent tens of millions to purchase medicinal materials for Yi Xian, in his opinion, this amount of money was nothing big. If this little money could be used to buy a chance to make friends with Yi Xian, then Baikeatang would make a huge profit. In recent years, Baikeatang has not been as good as before, and he has grown old.
If he dies one day, his son and granddaughter will definitely not be able to support the entire Baikeatang. He must find a backer for Baikeatang. And this backer is Yi Xian. At the age of just over 20, Yi Xian has entered the realm of martial arts master. His future achievements are absolutely limitless.
If they could make friends with Yi Xian at this time, with Yi Xian's care in the future, Baikeatang wouldn't be able to grow much, but at least they could rest assured in Tianhai. It is totally worthwhile to use 10 million to exchange for the future safety of Baikeatang. It's a pity that Yi Xian has a bad impression of his granddaughter, otherwise, he really wants to introduce his granddaughter to Yi Xian and become a family.
Only then will Baikeatang be able to rest assured that there will never be any more disturbances.
Thinking of this, He Zhizhang couldn't help but sigh in his heart, feeling like he was guarding a treasure mountain without being able to enter.
What a pity. Chapter 84, for me, it's just not mainstream.
Hearing He Zhizhang's words, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly.
How could he not know what He Zhizhang was thinking? He just wanted him to owe Baikeatang a favor. What he hates most is owing favors to others. After all, since ancient times, debts of favor are the hardest to repay. Suddenly, Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something and said, "Bossy, I don't like to owe favors to others. Since you don't want money, how about I exchange these herbs with you for something else?" Something else?
He Zhizhang was stunned, not quite understanding what Yi Xian was up to. Yi Xian did not explain, but just said, "Bossy, please bring me some paper and pen."
"Okay, Mr. Yi, please wait a moment." He Zhizhang didn't ask any more questions and turned around and walked towards a room.
Soon, He Zhizhang came out with paper and pen and handed them to Yi Xian. He became more and more confused and couldn't figure out what Yi Xian was trying to do by doing this.
However, he did not ask more questions.
Yi Xian naturally had his reasons for doing this, and the truth would be revealed later anyway. There's no need to rush. Yi Xian took the paper and pen and began to write on the paper. Then, he drew a simple diagram of the human body and some inexplicable lines next to it. After finishing all this, Yi Xian handed the paper in his hand to Yi Zhizhang.
"Bossy, I don't like to owe favors to others. I gave you money but you didn't want it.
In that case, I will use this to exchange for the herbs in your hand.
It should be more than enough."
He Zhizhang took the paper and subconsciously lowered his head to take a look.
You won't know until you see it. It's really shocking. When he saw the contents on the paper, He Zhizhang's pupils suddenly shrank and a look of extreme horror appeared on his face.
This
This is actually a martial arts technique? Mr. Yi actually gave me a martial arts technique? There were huge waves in Yi Zhizhang's heart and he couldn't calm down no matter what. He is the boss of Bai Keatang and is also a warrior. However, due to his qualifications, his strength is limited to dark energy and he has not made any further progress. In desperation, he chose to go into business. However, even though he is in business, it doesn't mean his vision has disappeared. Almost at first glance, he was quite sure that what was recorded on the piece of paper was a martial arts technique. Moreover, the level of this martial arts technique is very high, because after just a glance at it, he found himself feeling dizzy, and the only true energy in his body seemed to be running wildly out of control. He had seen many martial arts techniques before, but none of them had ever given him this feeling. He had no doubt that if this martial art was spread out, it would definitely cause a bloody storm in Jiangnan province and drive countless warriors crazy. He Zhizhang suddenly thought of Yi Xian's look when he handed the martial arts technique to him just now. It was so calm and composed, as if he was not handing him a top-level martial arts technique, but a piece of waste paper. What is this concept?
This means that Yi Xian has even more powerful skills, otherwise, how could he be so indifferent? Thinking of this, He Zhizhang really became a little uneasy. The reason why he made friends with Yi Xian was that he hoped Yi Xian could protect Bai Keatang, but now it seems that Yi Xian's terror is far beyond his imagination. Such an action is unmatched by even the top families in the south, let alone Jiangnan province. At least these families would not just give away a top-level martial arts technique to other people.
This scene is truly shocking. It's so shocking. I was so shocked that I couldn't breathe.
After a while, He Zhizhang finally came to his senses from the shock and said respectfully, "Mr. Yi, your technique is too valuable. It is far more valuable than these herbs.
So, please take it back, Mr. Yi."
As he spoke, He Zhizhang handed the paper in his hand to Yi Xian. Although he longed to obtain this martial art in his heart, he knew more clearly that the best way was to make friends with Yi Xian. This value is far beyond the reach of a single technique. If he accepted this technique now, it would be equivalent to completing a transaction with Yi Xian at most, and the relationship between the two would be nothing more than that of a boss and a customer. It would be almost impossible to have any contact with Yi Xian again in the future.
He naturally didn't want this to happen.
Yi Xian glanced at He Zhizhang and said calmly, "I never think of taking back anything I give away.
Besides, the thing in your hand is just inferior to me. Just take it. Not up to standard." He Zhizhang took a breath of cold air.
Such a top-level martial art is still not up to par in Yi Xian's eyes.
How terrifying must that mainstream martial art be? Incredible.
Ignoring He Zhizhang's shock, Yi Xian's voice sounded again, "As for the value of this technique, if you feel that it exceeds the value of the herbs, the remaining value will be used as storage fees. Please keep these herbs for me for a while." Only then did Yi Xian remember that he was now living with Lin Shiu. Although the two of them lived in a detached villa with plenty of space, it was Lin Shiu's villa after all, and it was obviously not suitable for storing medicinal materials. What's more, if so many medicinal herbs are put together, the whole villa might be filled with the smell of Chinese medicine. He had long been accustomed to the smell of Chinese medicine, so it didn't matter to him, but there was no guarantee that Lin Shiu would be accustomed to it. Besides, once he got the herbs, he would have to refine pills.
During the whole process he had to remain calm and not be disturbed by outsiders.
It was obviously inappropriate to refine pills in Lin Shiu's villa. Therefore, he could only let He Zhizhang keep it for a while, and it would not be too late to take it away when he found a place to store the medicinal materials. After all, He Zhizhang was a prescriber, so he naturally knew how to preserve medicinal materials. He Zhizhang was originally a little depressed that the relationship between Bai Keatang and Yi Xian had come to an end, but he did not expect that Yi Xian would actually ask Bai Keatang to help him preserve the medicinal materials. This took their relationship to a new level. Immediately, he said without any hesitation, "Mr. Yi, no problem, leave it to me, I promise to keep these herbs well for you."
"Then I'll trouble you, Boss Yi. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now."
Yi Xian bowed to Yi Zhizhang, did not stay in Bai Keatang for long, picked some medicinal herbs from the collection, and left. Anyway, he had nothing to do this afternoon and didn't need to go to the Lin group. He might as well go home and try to refine some pills to see if he could improve his strength. He Zhizhang sent Yi Xian to the taxi and watched him leave.
He clenched his fists tightly with an inexplicable look of excitement on his face. He knew that from today on, Bai Keatang was completely connected to Yi Xian.
He didn't know how solid this relationship was, but he knew that this relationship could definitely allow Bai Keatang to survive safely when facing a life and death crisis. After 100 years of my life, Baichao Hall can finally be safe and sound. He Zhizhang breathed a sigh of relief, then he thought of something, took out his cell phone, and made a call immediately.
Brother Sun, where are you now? Don't worry about Qianshan's cultivation. Come back quickly. Yes. I have something important to talk to you about. It's a big deal. Come back quickly, I'll be waiting for you at Baichao Hall. Chapter 85 Top Level Kung Fu. 10 minutes later.
An old man in a gray tang suit with white hair and a youthful face walked into Darantang from outside with a young girl who exuded youthfulness. The girl was none other than He Qianshan, who had had a conflict with Yi Xian. The old man in tang suit is He Qianshan's master, a powerful man at the peak of half-step grandmaster level.
Grandpa, Master, and I are back. He Qianshan walked into the backyard and immediately called out. He Zhizhang walked out of the room and nodded at He Qianshan.
Then, he immediately set his eyes on the old man in tang suit. Brother Sun, you are finally back, come with me. As he was speaking, He Zhizhang pulled the old man in tang suit into the room without saying anything. He glanced around with a vigilant look on his face. After confirming that there was no one there, he closed the door and even locked it. The old man in tang suit looked at He Zhizhang, who looked like he was facing a great enemy, and became more and more puzzled. He couldn't help but ask, Brother He, what big thing happened that made you call me in a hurry to come back? He Qianshan heard what her master said and said unhappily, Yes, Grandpa, do you know that I was just about to ask the master to teach me how to practice? I was about to break through, but you interrupted me. He Zhizhang glared at He Qianshan unhappily and said, Practice, practice, all you do every day is practice. The most important thing for you now is to temper your character. The last time you acted rashly, if it weren't for Mr. Ye's generosity and not arguing with you, you would have already caused a terrible disaster.
Do you know that? He Qianshan was overwhelmed after hearing this and looked unhappy.
Ever since the last incident, Grandpa always brings it up to criticize her, as if she had done something unforgivable. The key point is that after scolding her, he praised Yi Xian in various ways. With that look and tone, she had no doubt that if possible, her grandfather would definitely kick her, his granddaughter, out and make Yi Xian his grandson. She really couldn't figure out what was so great about this boy that he deserved such high praise from her grandfather.
Isn't it just that this guy knows some medical skills?
There are so many people in this world who know medical skills, and Yi Xian is not the only one who knows it.
It's no big deal at all. As for Grandpa saying that Yi Xian is a martial arts master, she didn't believe a word of it. She had asked her master, and found out that among the young martial arts masters in Zhozhou, there was no one like Yi Xian. Her grandfather must have seen it wrong.
But her grandfather firmly believed this, which made her extremely unhappy, but she could do nothing about it. If she dared to retort, she would definitely be scolded. She didn't want to be scolded by her grandfather because of a man.
The old man in tang suit stroked his beard, looked at the scene with a smile, shook his head and said, Brother, calm down, Qianshan is still young. When she grows up, her character will naturally mature. Besides, I heard from Qianshan that Mr. Yi you mentioned may have some strength, but he may not be a martial arts master. You are overthinking it. Hearing her master speaking up for her, He Qianshan couldn't help but nod her head. Grandpa, did you hear that? My master is right. You were deceived. Just shut up. He Zhizhang glared at He Qianshan. He was almost forgetting the important matter of today because of this interruption. Brother Sun, I asked you to come back this time to let you see if this technique is top level.
You know, I'm not very familiar with martial arts techniques.
As he spoke, He Zhizhang carefully took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to the old man in tang suit.
The old man in tang suit took the paper but did not open it immediately.
Instead, he asked curiously, Brother He, who gave you this technique? Could it be Mr. Yi you mentioned?
He remembered that this morning, there were a large number of medicinal herbs placed in the backyard, which were said to be prepared for Mr. Yi. Now that the medicinal herbs in the backyard are gone, He Zhizhang has taken out a new technique, which is obviously related to Mr. Yi. He Zhizhang did not hide anything and briefly explained the whole story. After listening, He Qianshan rolled her eyes and said with disdain, Grandpa, I think you have been deceived by this guy.
What top-level skills? What skills can a young boy like him come up with? It's probably just some common stuff that can only fool people like you who don't know martial arts.
Her impression of Yi Xian was extremely poor, so naturally she didn't think that Yi Xian could come up with any top-level skills. The old man in tang suit also shook his head slightly and said, Brother He, Qianshan has a point. Top-level skills are treasures of all the top forces.
Don't even mention giving it to others. If you take a peek without permission, you could be killed. How could the other party possibly give you a top-level technique? He Zhizhang fell into silence. Could it be that he was really cheated? Impossible. He was not particularly proficient in martial arts, but Yi Xian's calm and composed appearance did not seem fake at all, and there was no reason for the other party to lie to him. After all the medicinal herbs purchased by Yi Xian are still kept in by Kaitang. He Zhizhang took a deep breath and said heavily, "Brother Sun, I believe Mr. Yi will not lie to me, please help me take a look." "Grandpa, you won't give up until you reach the Yellow River." "Master, please help me to make my grandfather give up, so that he won't always be obsessed with a liar in the future." He Chanxian said to the old man in tang suit. "Okay, brother He, I'll take a look at this technique." The old man in tang suit nodded slightly and opened the paper in his hand. Scorching Sun Heart Sutra. What caught my eye was the name of this technique. The old man in tang suit sneered. It was similar to the Fiery Heart Sutra he was practicing, with only one word difference between the two. But this technique is probably far inferior to his Fiery Heart Sutra. The old man in tang suit casually cast his eyes on the paper. After all, this was something his old friend had asked him to read, so he had to give him some face. He Chanxian couldn't help but say, "Master, don't look at this rubbish technique, it's a waste of time. You should teach me how to practice it. I feel like I'm about to break through." Under normal circumstances, the old man in tang suit would have replied to Yi Chanxian with a smile, but at this moment, he seemed as if he didn't hear it. A pair of eyes were almost glued to the paper and could not be moved away at all. He had indeed intended to give up after just taking a quick look at it, but when he saw the contents on the paper, his expression changed instantly. He was shocked to find that the skills recorded on the paper were actually very similar to the Fiery Heart Sutra he was practicing. The two methods led to the same goal but were different paths. But this technique was many times more advanced than the Fiery Heart Sutra he practiced. Just by taking a look, he found that his inner energy was almost uncontrollably flowing along the route above. But this kind of practice not only did not bring him any discomfort, but instead made him feel like a fish in water. In fact, every time he circulated the technique, his true energy seemed to grow stronger. OMG. This is actually a top-level martial art. Compared to this technique, the Fiery Heart Sutra he practiced was simply garbage. No, it was worse than garbage. He was not even qualified to carry the other party's shoes. Chapter 86 Shocking Beyond Description. The old man in the tang suit felt a storm in his heart and could no longer calm down. His expression kept changing at this moment, sometimes horrified, sometimes frowning, sometimes shocked. Seeing the reaction of the old man in tang suit, He Zhizhang and He Chanxian beside him had strange expressions on their faces. "Master, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Even if this technique is rubbish, there's no need for you to be so angry. Brother Sun, don't scare me, or you'd better not watch it." The old man in tang suit ignored the reactions of the two people. He memorized the skills by heart, and then, without any hesitation, he sat cross-legged on the ground. With his eyes tightly closed, the chi in his body surged through his body, as if he was practicing. "Master, what are you doing sitting on the ground? Are you practicing? There is a practice room right next to it. Why don't you just go there directly?" He Chanxian reminded. The old man in tang suit didn't seem to hear what He Chanxian said, and his aura became stronger and stronger. The surging true energy became extremely hot at this moment. The whole space seemed to have turned into a furnace in an instant. Extremely hot. "Chanxian, follow me and retreat quickly." He Zhizhang was startled and quickly pulled He Chanxian back more than 10 meters with a look of horror on his face. What kind of martial arts did Mr. Yi leave for him? Why is it so terrifying? It's not like he had never seen an old man in tang suits practicing before, but he had never been as terrifying as he was now. The aura emanating from his body alone is enough to make people's hair stand on end. He had no doubt that if he had walked a few seconds later, he would have been ignited. He Chanxian also widened her beautiful eyes, her face full of shock. She just remembered that her master only took a look at the skills left by the boy and then started practicing. Could it be that the martial arts that boy gave me are really top-notch martial arts? You must be kidding. Since when did top-level skills become like cabbages on the street, given away to anyone at will? Time passes by every second. 10 minutes later. The old man in tang suit suddenly opened his eyes, raised his hand, and slapped the air towards a stone table not far away. "Call out.
A stream of blazing true energy roared out and landed on the stone table 10 steps away.
Boom! A deafening roar rang out.
The stone table instantly exploded into countless pieces, flying all around and even embedded deeply into the walls and the ground.
Shocking. This scene directly frightened both He Zhizhang and He Qianqian.
This stone table is made of the hardest marble, but it was smashed to pieces in mid-air. If this palm landed on a person, it would tear the person into pieces. Suddenly, He Zhizhang thought of something and took a few steps forward, coming in front of the old man in tang suit, and said excitedly, "Brother son, your strength has broken through?
Have you entered the realm of martial arts, master?" He Qianqian also walked up quickly and exclaimed, "Master, you have become a martial arts master? Doesn't that mean I will have a martial arts master as my master in the future? That's good." He Qianqian's face was full of excitement. This is a martial arts master.
The one who stands at the top of Kyushu's martial arts circle. With a martial arts master as your backer, you can act recklessly and ordinary people will never dare to offend you easily. Thinking about how people would be extremely respectful to her when she went out in the future, He Qianqian wanted to rush out and tell everyone that she was now a disciple of a martial arts master.
The old man in tang suit stood up and exhaled. The next second, he felt the changes in his body and had an expression of disbelief on his face. This is too horrible. I have only practiced for 10 minutes and the quality of my chi has increased by 30%. What kind of concept is this? Incredible. Incredible. He muttered to himself, took a step forward, grabbed He Zhizhang's hand, and said, "Brother He, you tell me, where is this Mr. Yi? Take me to see him quickly, I want to thank him, he is my great benefactor, Sun Yuanshan." Because he was so excited, his whole body began to tremble. He Zhizhang stared at the old man in tang suit in front of him with his eyes wide open, and said in a trembling voice, "Brother Sun, you mean to say that this technique is really a top-level technique?" Sun Yuanshan couldn't suppress his excitement. He took a few deep breaths and said, "Of course it's true. Compared to this technique, the technique I practice is simply garbage. No, it's even worse than garbage. With this technique, I can not only enter the realm of martial arts master, but maybe in time, it will not be a problem for me to enter the Kyushu Grandmaster list." Boom! These words were earth-shattering. It was like a bolt of thunder, striking He Zhizhang and his grandson hard on the heads. Their minds went blank. I was completely stunned. This sentence had a huge impact on them. There is a saying that has been circulating in the JoJo martial arts circle: if you are not on the JoJo Grandmaster list, you are not worthy of being called a martial arts Grandmaster. The JoJo Grandmaster list is a benchmark for measuring the strength of martial arts masters. Although it is not absolute, only if you enter the JoJo Grandmaster list, you are qualified to be called a martial arts master. Otherwise, you are at most a Grandmaster. Only by entering the Kyushu Grandmaster list will you be eligible to participate in the formulation of the rules of the Kyushu martial arts circle. Back then, a martial arts master who entered the Kyushu Grandmaster list appeared in Jiangnan province, and he pushed his small family to the forefront. Originally a second-rate family, it soared to the top in a short period of time and became the top family in Jiangnan province. And now, this humble family has become a giant in the capital. No one can shake it. This is the value of the JoJo Grandmaster list. But entering the Kyushu Grandmaster list is harder than ascending to heaven. There are countless powerful martial arts masters who were just one step away from achieving their goal, but never succeeded and eventually died in depression. But now, what did they hear? As long as you practice according to this technique, there will be no problem at all to enter the Kyushu Grandmaster list. Oh shit. If they didn't know Sun Yuanshan and knew that he would not talk nonsense, they would probably have treated him as a lunatic and kicked him out the first moment. Of course, this is not the scariest thing. What is the scariest thing? This martial art was given casually by Yi Xian, and it can actually allow one to enter the JoJo Grandmaster list. How terrifying is Yi Xian's background? The most shocking person was He Zhizhang. He had heard Yi Xian say before that, to him, this kind of martial arts was just an inferior martial arts. Such martial arts can only be said to be inferior. How powerful should the truly mainstream martial arts be? I wonder if Yi Xian is talking nonsense. He Zhizhang had never thought about it this way, because there was no need for the other party to brag in front of him. After all, whether it was Bai Keitang, or He Zhizhang, or Sun Yuanshan, in Yi Xian's eyes, they were not worth mentioning at all. In other words, would you brag to an ant about how great you are? At this moment, He Zhizhang felt extremely excited.
He suddenly realized that making friends with Yi Xian was definitely the wisest choice he had ever made in his life. In the future, as long as Yi Xian does not die, this favor alone will be enough to protect Bai Keatang from worries.
Chapter 87, Refining Pills. Master, are you telling the truth? Is this technique really that powerful?
He Qianqian widened her eyes, totally disbelieving it.
It's more than amazing, it's amazing beyond imagination.
Sun Yuanshan tried his best to suppress his excitement and said, Qianqian, when Master masters this technique, I will pass it on to you. By then, with your talent, it will be just a matter of time before you become a martial arts master.
Maybe one day, it won't be a problem for you to enter the 9 provinces prodigy ranking.
If it were in the past, He Qianqian would have jumped up excitedly upon hearing this. The JoJo prodigy list includes a total of 500 top talents in JoJo who are no older than 30 years old. This list is even known as the reserve of the JoJo Grandmaster list. This means that as long as you can enter the JoJo prodigy list, then as long as you don't die young, you will be qualified to enter the JoJo Grandmaster list in the future. Once upon a time, He Qianqian's greatest wish was to enter the Kyushu prodigy list, become a true genius, and bring honor to the He family. But at this moment, she couldn't be happy at all. The reason she was able to step onto this list was not because of her talent, but because of Yi Xian, whom she had always looked down upon, and because of a martial art that she considered to be rubbish.
How could this make her happy? Sun Yuanshan thought He Qianqian was shocked and didn't bother to care.
Instead, he looked at Yi Zhizhang and said, Brother He, you haven't told me where Mr. Yi is.
Go see him soon.
I must thank him for his kindness. Hearing this, He Zhizhang came back to his senses, exhaled, and said, Brother Sun, calm down first.
Mr. Yi left this technique behind and left.
Obviously, he doesn't like to be disturbed.
If we disturb Mr. Yi rashly, it will only make him unhappy.
At this point, He Zhizhang paused and said, however, Mr. Yi still has a lot of medicinal herbs left here. Next time he asks me to give him the herbs, I will ask him. If Mr. Yi agrees, I will take you to see him.
What do you think?
Okay, Brother He, you must say a few good words for me when the time comes and let me meet Mr. Yi.
Don't worry, Brother Sun, leave it to me.
He Qianqian stood nearby, listening to the conversation between her grandfather and her master, and she was stunned where she was. She had never thought that her master would have such a flattering side.
He looked exactly like a lackey. The key point is that the person her master was trying to curry favor with was actually the bastard she had always looked down upon. How is that possible? How could this bastard be so powerful? But even if she didn't want to admit it, the facts were before her and she had no choice but to admit it. At this moment, He Qianqian was horrified to find that the tall image of her master in her mind seemed to be shattered at this moment, and was replaced by a cold and arrogant figure.
Yi Xian. She shook her head vigorously, trying to get rid of Yi Xian's figure, but this figure seemed to be imprinted in her heart and could no longer be shaken in the slightest. Yi Xian naturally had no idea what kind of commotion the martial arts he left behind had caused in Baichao Tang. For him now, he just wants to hurry home, then refine some pills and improve his strength. So, after leaving Bai Keatang, Yi Xian took a taxi back to Lin Jiangwan Villa as soon as possible. As Yi Xian walked into the villa carrying the medicinal herbs, he suddenly felt a headache. In order to refine pills, an alchemy furnace, alchemy fire, and alchemy formula are all indispensable. He had the latter too, except for an alchemy furnace. Originally, he had an alchemy furnace, but when he was driven down the mountain by the old man, he did not bring the furnace out. Otherwise, it would be easy for him to refine the elixir.
Now, even a good cook cannot cook without rice. Is that the end of it?
Yi Xian suddenly thought of something and walked towards the kitchen with big strides. His eyes first fell on the pots and pans in the kitchen.
Why don't we give this a try?
Anyway, the quality of the pills we refine this time is not very high.
Just treat it as a test. If it fails, we can think of other ways. Do what you say.
Yi Xian turned on the gas stove directly, turned the flame to the maximum, then picked up the frying pan next to it and placed it on the gas stove. When the wok was hot, he put the herbs in according to the order. Afterwards, Yi Xian pinched his fingers together, and streams of true energy condensed at his fingertips and sank into the frying pan. The gas stove is only an auxiliary heating device.
If one really wants to refine the energy, he also needs the true energy in Yi Xian's dantian.
Soon, as the true energy was absorbed, the medicinal materials in the pot began to melt slowly. But Yi Xian knew very well that this was just the beginning. If he wanted to refine them into pills, he had to refine these herbs into a viscous state and remove the impurities in the herbs before he could be successful. Otherwise, even if the pill is refined, the quality of the pill will be very poor, and it will be tasteless to eat and a pity to throw away.
An hour passed.
All the herbs in the pot have melted, forming a pool of sticky liquid. The rich aroma of medicine filled the entire kitchen.
Beads of sweat the size of beans also appeared on Yi Xian's forehead.
Without the assistance of the alchemy furnace, even the alchemy fire cannot be used, and the consumption of true energy is beyond imagination. If he had not been practicing the Hongmeng's secret book, which allowed his true energy capacity to far exceed that of any warrior at the same level, he would have probably run out of true energy long ago.
We are almost there. We can't give up halfway. Keep going.
Another hour passed, the iron pot was about to be burned through, and the medicinal materials finally condensed from a sticky state into irregular round pills the size of broad beans.
Finally, the refining was successful.
Yi Xian let out a long breath, and without caring about the extremely high temperature of the pill, he took it out directly. There are 6 pills in total.
A faint medicinal fragrance wafted from the pill. Let's see how effective the medicine is first.
Yi Xian picked up a pill and threw it into his mouth, and his true energy began to circulate. In just a moment, the medicinal power of the elixir was refined by the true qi, turning into a ball of pure energy that flowed through his limbs and bones, enhancing his strength.
It's just as I imagined. Even if it can be refined successfully, the quality of the pill is pitifully low.
It can barely be considered a first-grade pill.
If it's any worse, it will probably become a waste pill. It seems that I must find a way to find an alchemy furnace.
Otherwise, even if all the herbs collected by Bai Keatang are refined into pills, it will not have much effect on improving strength. Yi Xian sensed the situation inside his body and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. The elixir was indeed successfully refined, but the quality was too low.
It's tasteless to eat. It's a pity to throw it away.
Taking these pills to practice, the effect would at most be slightly faster than his own practice.
Oh, forget it. The faster the better.
While there's still time, I might as well refine all the remaining herbs into pills. Yi Xian picked up the pills again and swallowed 2 of them to restore his consumed true energy. He casually threw the remaining 3 pills aside. If this scene was seen by other ancient warriors in Zhouzhou, they would definitely point at Yi Xian's nose and curse him. You should know that although alchemists have not disappeared in Zhouzhou, many alchemy recipes have been lost.
Refining elixirs is extremely difficult. Any pill that can improve one's cultivation level is extremely valuable and is regarded as a treasure by countless people.
No one would be like Yi Xian, who would throw away the pills at random. This is not a waste of natural resources.
Chapter 88 Can this pill be eaten?
Yi Xian had no idea what was so big about this. To him, the quality of this pill was even worse than the first one he made. If the current situation in Zhouzhou did not allow it, pills of this quality would have been thrown into the trash long ago. Picking up the herbs again and throwing them into the pot, Yi Xian devoted himself to refining the elixir again. This time, Yi Xian did not bring back many medicinal herbs from Bai Keatang, and could only refine 3 pills at most. However, without the assistance of the alchemy furnace, it took several hours to refine the remaining 2 medicinal materials. It was not until 5:30 in the afternoon that Yi Xian finally refined the last batch of medicinal herbs into a pill.
Ha! I finally finished refining it. From now on, I will never refine pills again before I find the alchemy furnace. It's just a waste of effort and I won't gain anything. Yi Xian let out a long breath. He would rather fight with a top-level expert than to refine pills anymore. He now finally understood why the old man had told him that a good alchemy furnace was essential if he wanted to refine pills. If he had an alchemy furnace, he would be able to successfully refine all these pills in less than an hour, and the quality of the pills would be very high. It's nothing like now, where it takes several times more time to refine the pills, and the quality of the pills is pitifully low. If this was placed in the place where the old man took him, it would probably be thrown on the ground and no one would want it. Forget it, it's good enough that it can be refined successfully. Why do I need a bicycle? Yi Xian stood up, walked around the kitchen, found a small bottle, and put all the dozen or so pills he had refined into the bottle. Putting the bottle into his pocket, Yi Xian tidied up the kitchen, then went out with the completely broken cooking pot. It's already 5:30 in the afternoon, so he must hurry to buy a frying pan. Otherwise, he and Lin Shiu will probably have to order takeout tonight. Fortunately, the villa where Lin Shiu lives is not too far from a large shopping supermarket. By the time Yi Xian came back from buying the pot, only half an hour had passed.
Holding the frying pan, Yi Xian pushed open the door and walked into the living room. He immediately saw a graceful figure leaning on the sofa, watching an idol drama on TV with relish. It was Lin Shiu, who was returning home from get off work. Today, Lin Shiu was wearing an OL uniform suit, with black stockings wrapped around her straight and slender legs, which revealed a fatal temptation. Although Yi Xian didn't want to watch it, as a man, he really couldn't help it. He felt that he could play with this pair of beautiful legs for a year.
At this moment, Lin Shiu was completely immersed in the idol drama.
The expression on her pretty face changed with the plot, and she didn't notice Yi Xian, who walked in, at all. Yi Xian couldn't help but reveal a strange look on his face. He had never realized that Lin Shiu actually liked watching idol dramas.
If this gets out, I'm afraid the whole Tianhai will be in an uproar.
After all, Lin Shiu's external image is always cool, icy, and keeps people at a distance.
This contrast is really too shocking.
Just as Yi Xian was about to walk over, Lin Shiu, who was immersed in the idol drama, seemed to sense something and turned her head suddenly. When she saw Yi Xian standing at the door, she was startled.
How come you walk without making any sound? You were so absorbed in watching TV that you didn't hear my footsteps.
When Lin Shiu heard this, she quickly picked up the remote control and turned off the TV. Thinking that Yi Xian knew her little secret that she liked watching idol dramas, she couldn't help but blush on her pretty face and glared at Yi Xian fiercely. If she had known that this bastard would be back soon, she would have gone back to her room to watch TV.
Where did you go before? Why didn't I see you when I came back? And why are you holding a frying pan in your hand?
Yi Xian knew that Lin Shiu was thin-skinned, so he did not expose Lin Shiu's little secret.
He followed her words and said, I was refining some pills in the kitchen before, and broke the cooking pot, so I just went out and bought a cooking pot.
Lin Shiu felt slightly relieved when she found that Yi Xian did not mention the idol drama. Then, she thought of something, her eyes widened, and she looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. What did you just say?
You were refining pills in the kitchen, you are not kidding me, right? Lin Shiu was naturally familiar with alchemy, but wasn't this something that only appeared in novels?
Besides, even if people were making alchemy in novels, they would have alchemy furnaces. She had never seen any novel that talked about making alchemy in the kitchen.
Can this be used to make pills? It's all outrageous. Of course, this is the pill I made. If you want, I can give you a few.
Yi Xian took out a small bottle from his pocket, poured a few pills into it and handed it to Lin Shiu. These pills were of no use to him at all, so giving a few to Lin Shiu was no big deal. Lin Shiu didn't take more, just picked up a pill, sniffed it, and a faint medicinal fragrance came over, which really looked a bit like the pills in the novels.
But the shape of this pill is completely weird. This will definitely not kill you if you eat it. Yi Xian, are you sure this is an elixir that can be eaten?
Lin Shiu had 1,000 doubts in her heart. She knew that Yi Xian was an excellent doctor and could even come up with some exquisite beauty secrets. But after all, these are treasures left by our ancestors, and there are still traces to follow.
But refining the elixir is a bit exaggerated.
Throughout history, countless emperors wanted to find an alchemist to make the elixir of immortality, but all of them ended up dying suddenly after taking the elixir.
Even the emperor who rules the world couldn't do it, so how could Yi Xian possibly do it? Not to mention refining pills in the kitchen.
Yi Xian glanced at Lin Shiu, nodded and said, although the shape is not good looking, it is indeed a pill and can be eaten.
However, it cannot cure diseases. This pill is used to improve martial arts cultivation.
After taking it, it can only increase your cultivation a little bit.
The effect is too poor. If you don't like it, you can wait for me for a few days. When I find the alchemy furnace, I can refine a few more pills for you.
When the time comes, taking one pill will allow you to leap from an ordinary person to a martial arts master.
Lin Shiu was completely speechless.
She was now 100% sure that Yi Xian didn't know how to make pills and was talking complete nonsense. She is not a traditional Chinese warrior and has never practiced martial arts. But Mr. Huang Dexing, who is beside Mr. Lin, is a genuine martial arts master. When she was a child, she liked listening to Mr. Huang talk about martial arts the most. She still has some understanding of martial arts. If ordinary people want to practice, they must take one step at a time to improve their cultivation. Moreover, Mr. Huang also told her that becoming a martial arts master is an important threshold in martial arts practice. This threshold is like a single plank bridge that thousands of troops have to cross. There are countless people who may never be qualified to enter the realm of martial arts masters throughout their entire lives, and eventually die in depression.
But now, what did she hear?
Yi Xian actually told her that when he found the alchemy furnace and made a pill for her, she would be able to leap from an ordinary person to a martial arts master.
If this isn't a joke, then what is this? If a pill can have such a great effect, then why would other people need to go to so much trouble to practice? Wouldn't it be enough to just take a pill? Chapter 89, Signing a Contract. Without thinking anymore, Lin Shiu's beautiful eyes fell on Yi Xian, and she said with a hint of worry, "Yi Xian, are you really okay? Otherwise, I will accompany you to see a psychologist tomorrow. If you continue like this, it will be very dangerous." She once heard that when some people reach the pinnacle of their professional fields, they would pursue something extremely crazy and fall into obsession. In her opinion, Yi Xian might be like this. Having achieved great success in the field of medicine, he decided to delve into the legendary alchemy and try to make pills to make himself immortal. But this could cost lives. If you accidentally make a poisonous pill, you might even lose your life. Yi Xian saved her grandfather and now he has helped the Lin group a lot. She can't just watch Yi Xian get into trouble. Yi Xian shook his head and was too lazy to explain anything to Lin Shiu. No one would believe this.
He took the cooking pot and walked towards the kitchen.
I'm a doctor. I know whether I have any problems or not. I don't need to see a psychiatrist. As for this pill, if you want to keep it, keep it. If not, throw it away.
Looking at Yi Xian's back, Lin Shiu looked at the so-called pill in her hand again. She was about to throw it into the trash can, but for some reason, she took her hand back.
It seems that Yi Xian is really crazy. He must think that the elixir he made is really useful. It's useless for me to say anything now.
We must use facts to speak for ourselves.
I'll have someone test this pill when I go to the company tomorrow. Then I'll use facts to speak for myself. That way, I'll be able to be convincing.
Lin Shiu took the pill in her hand, found something to wrap it up, and put it in her bag. She had to convince Yi Xian to stop fantasizing about refining pills. If Yi Xian really continues to be obsessed like this, his life will be ruined. By the time Yi Xian came out of the kitchen, Lin Shiu had already sat back on the sofa. She was holding a cell phone in her hand and chatting, with an unconcealable look of joy on her face.
What's wrong? What are you so happy about? Yi Xian asked curiously.
Lin Shiu raised her head, glanced at Yi Xian, and said excitedly, "Mr. Yang from the company just sent me a message. He told me that all the herbs needed for the beauty serum have been gathered, and samples can be produced soon."
So soon? A hint of surprise appeared on Yi Xian's face. There are at least dozens of medicinal herbs in the beauty liquid.
Although they are not too precious, it is not easy to collect them all in a short period of time. Lin Shiu actually gathered all the medicinal herbs in less than half a day, which was completely beyond his expectations. It seems that he underestimated Lin Shiu a little. The Lin family was able to let Lin Shiu take charge of the Lin group, and Lin Shiu is indeed outstanding.
It has to be quick.
Lin Shiu said, Duozi Beauty Group's new product will be launched in a month. This time you hit Zhao Chengdong again, so the launch time of this new product may be advanced.
There is not much time left for the Lin group. If we want to suppress Duozi Beauty Group, we must hurry up and launch new products.
And if we want to launch new products, we must get the new products approved.
Only then can we promote them openly.
Therefore, we must produce samples in advance and submit them to the Food and Drug Administration for approval and filing. Once they are approved, we can promote them openly. Even if we can't go public in the short term, we can still completely curb the attack of Duozi Beauty Group, and even make a great comeback. Lin Shiu knew that Yi Xian knew nothing about business matters, so she explained it to him in detail. There was a hint of excitement in her eyes. After meeting Su Fulu today, the other party made a huge request, and she was actually planning to compromise. Although 500 million and 50% of the profit are high, compared with the Lin Group, it is far behind. Even if she works for free, she must get it. This is the only chance for the Lin Group to turn the tables. But she didn't expect that Yi Xian took out the beauty liquid, which completely put the Lin Group in a crisis of collapse. They could completely ignore the threat from the Duozi Beauty Group, and it would not be a problem for them to become a world beauty giant in the future.
Hearing Lin Shiu's words, Yi Xian nodded thoughtfully and said, "Is there anything I can help you with?" "Not for now, I can handle it."
Lin Shiu shook her head, and then she thought of something and said, "Yi Xian, wait for me, I'll get something for you." Having said that, without waiting for Yi Xian to speak, Lin Shiu picked up the bag next to her, took out a contract and a pen from it, and handed them to Yi Xian.
"This is the contract I asked the company to prepare this afternoon. You can take a look at it. If you confirm that there is no problem, you can sign it. When the new product is launched, you can get the money every month.
Yi Xian took the contract and knew that Lin Shiu had made up her mind. He didn't say anything, but turned directly to the signature section and signed his name. Moreover, he had already thought of a way to deal with it, so that the money would not fall into his hands, and he would not have to go through the trouble of returning the money to Lin Shiu when he left Tianhai in the future.
Seeing Yi Xian sign the contract readily, Lin Shiu couldn't help but said, "Yi Xian, don't you want to take a look at the contract?" Yi Xian smiled faintly and said nonchalantly, "You are my fiancé, are you still trying to harm me?" Hearing this, Lin Shiu's heart trembled inexplicably. How come she didn't expect Yi Xian to say such a thing? She and Yi Xian had only known each other for a few days, but Yi Xian trusted her so much. You know, as long as she tampered with the contract a little bit, it would be enough to make Yi Xian work for her for free. An inexplicable emotion suddenly surged into Lin Shiu's heart at this moment, making her feel at a loss. She had never felt this way before. This is the first time. She took a deep breath and pretended to be calm as she put the contract into her bag. She said, "Yi Xian, the contract has been signed. Tell me your bank card and I'll give it to the finance department tomorrow. Then the monthly profit will be transferred to your bank card." "No." Yi Xian waved his hand and refused. "Let's keep these shares in Lin's group for now. Once the beauty serum is launched, Lin's group will need a large amount of funds to develop the company. Let's keep them in Lin's group for now. Anyway, I'm not short of money for the time being." This is how he copes. But Lin Shiu opened her mouth to say something, but was interrupted by Yi Xian, who said, "No buts. You said you would give me 70% of the profits, which means that the bigger the Lin group grows, the more money I will make. If you really feel guilty, you can return the money to me with interest when the Lin group develops in the future." Hearing this, Lin Shiu bit her red lips and said, "Okay, Yi Xian, then I will consider this money as a loan from you. When the Lin group develops, I will return the money to you at the highest interest rate. Once the beauty liquid is on the market, the Lin group will inevitably expand wildly, seizing the opportunity to gain a foothold in Jiangnan province and then spread across the country with Jiangnan province as the center. This process does require strong financial support. Although the Lin group could ask banks for loans or get investments from others, once it did so, the Lin group might be taken over by others, which was a result she did not want to see at all. Whatever. Yi Xian didn't care. To him, money is just a number. Not only will he not stay in Tianhai for long, he won't even stay in Kyushu for too long. Once he finds the whereabouts of his 5 senior sisters and his parents, he will leave Jojo and go back to find the old man. By then, Jojo's money would be no different from waste paper to him. Any more is garbage. Lin Shiu glanced at Yi Xian and opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end no words came out. She knew that she owed Yi Xian another favor this time. Chapter 90. I have an additional request. Perhaps to thank Yi Xian, Lin Shiu did not stay in the living room for long. After chatting with Yi Xian for a few more words, she stood up and walked into the kitchen, where she personally cooked a meal for Yi Xian. 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish and 1 soup. Yi Xian ate 6 bowls of rice before he stopped, which scared Lin Shiu. She knew Yi Xian was a big eater, but this was too much. "Yi Xian, eat slowly. Don't eat like a starving ghost. If others see this, they will think I am abusing you." Lin Shiu couldn't help but joked. She found that when she was with Yi Xian, she seemed to feel relaxed all of a sudden. It seemed that as long as this man was by her side, the storm outside could not hurt her, and she did not need to disguise herself with a mask every day. Because this man will carry the world for her. Yi Xian devoured the last bite of food in the bowl in a flash, and then said, "You can't blame me for this. It's because your cooking tastes so good. Besides, I suddenly find that I seem to be a little addicted to the taste of your cooking. What if you don't cook for me one day? What should I do? If you want to eat it, I will cook it for you every day." As soon as the words came out of her mouth, Lin Shiu covered her mouth with her hand, and a blush flashed across her pretty face. These words were really too ambiguous, as if a wife was saying it to her husband. When Yi Xian heard this, he chuckled, moved closer to Lin Shiu, and said with a sly smile, "Boss Lin, you don't have any ideas about me, do you? Let me tell you, I'm a hot commodity right now. I don't know how many beautiful girls are eyeing me. If you want to pursue me, you'll have to wait in line." Lin Shiu rolled her eyes at Yi Xian and pretended to be disgusted. "Don't flatter yourself. I don't even look down on people like you." Yi Xian was silent. He didn't say anything,
but just stared at Lin Shiu. Yi Xian, why are you looking at me like that? Lin Shiu felt uneasy at Yi Xian's look. She thought that what she said just now was too harsh and hurt Yi Xian's self-esteem. She quickly explained, Yi Xian, my words were a bit harsh. I apologize to you. Very good. Before Lin Shiu finished speaking, Yi Xian suddenly jumped up with an excited look on his face. You look down on me, that's great. I have requirements for my future wife. If I get stuck with you, how can I find a wife? Lin Shiu was stunned, her pretty face immediately darkened, and her pink fists were clenched tightly together.
What does this bastard mean? Does he look down on himself so much? Does he know who he is? Lin Shiu,
the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan province. The people chasing her can be sent from Tianhai to Jiangcheng. This bastard actually dared to look down on me.
Hateful. How abominable.
Resisting the urge to punch Yi Xian in the face, Lin Shiu gritted her teeth and said, Tell me clearly, what do you mean by this?
Don't I meet your requirements?
She wanted to see what this guy could say today.
Ahem.
Yi Xian cleared his throat, looked Lin Shiu up and down, and said seriously, Of course you meet all the requirements of a man looking for a wife, but I am a picky person, so I have an additional requirement.
Lin Shiu showed some interest. What's the request?
Very fierce, and still very fierce. After I measured your fierceness at the hotel that day, although it is not small, it is still a little short of my requirement.
So unfortunately, you are eliminated. Lin Shiu's pretty face turned completely dark. Is her fierceness too small? Is this bastard blind? She is a genuine 36D. I don't know how many women would envy this.
This bastard actually dared to look down on me. For the first time, she had the urge to kill. She wanted to kill the bastard. As if Yi Xian didn't see Lin Shiu's eyes that were almost spitting fire, he said again, I heard that the best friends of fierce beauties are all fierce, why don't you introduce one to me? I don't ask for a very large size, just a little bit bigger than you, F will be fine. This way, I won't have to worry about my children being hungry in the future.
Tolerate. Lin Shiu held back and couldn't get angry. No. I can't stand it anymore. This bastard deserves a beating. It's fine that he's her fiancé now, and it's fine that he looks down on her, but he actually wants to hit on her best friend.
How outrageous. Yi Xian, you bastard, go to hell. Lin Shiu swung her pink fist and hit Yi Xian on the head. She must teach Yi Xian a lesson he will never forget today and let him know how many eyes the Horse King has. How could Yi Xian be hit by Lin Shiu? He took a step back and nimbly dodged Lin Shiu's pink fist.
Hey, I can't hit it. As he spoke, Yi Xian's gaze couldn't help but fall on Lin Shiu's proud breasts.
Perhaps it was because Lin Shiu's movements were relatively large, the proud thing on her chest rose and fell, as if it was about to jump out, giving Yi Xian a feast for the eyes.
Stop right there, you bastard. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Lin Shiu didn't notice Yi Xian's gaze at all.
She chased after Yi Xian waving her fists. She just wanted to teach this guy a lesson. Suddenly, the entire villa seemed to have turned into a battlefield between the two people.
Asshole. Stop right there, don't run. I'm not stupid. If I don't run, then I'll be beaten by you. I just want to beat you up, you bastard. You are my fiancé now, and you dare to covet my best friend. I will kill you today.
Ouch, you hit me, but the force was too weak, it's not enough to massage me, try harder. Lin Shiu chased Yi Xian for several laps and hit him several times before she stopped with satisfaction. Of course, Yi Xian did this on purpose. Otherwise, relying on Yi Xian's strength, Lin Shiu might not even be able to see his shadow, let alone beat him. Yi Xian stood not far away with his arms folded across his chest, a smile on his face. His eyes were uncontrollably fixed on Lin Shiu, unwilling to look away. Lin Shiu was wearing an OL uniform skirt suit before, but just now she took off the outer blazer in order to eat, leaving only a white shirt inside. It wasn't a big deal. But after the chase just now, Lin Shiu was already sweating all over, which also caused the white shirt to be soaked with sweat, sticking to Lin Shiu's skin and becoming somewhat transparent. Faintly, a clearly visible cleavage was revealed, which gave Yi Xian a strong shock. Big. Fierce. Although Yi Xian didn't want to watch it, as a normal man, he really couldn't help it. He suddenly felt that he needed to find someone to learn the heart purification mantra. If we continue living together like this, something bad could easily happen. A beautiful woman is in front of you, tempting you invisibly, and no normal man can resist her. Lin Shiu sat on the sofa, took a few breaths, thought of something, and said, Yi Xian, I received a call from my grandfather this afternoon. He asked me to tell you that he will go to Hufengyuan tomorrow to solve Zheng Heihu's problem for you, so you don't have to worry.
Chapter 91, Wanhai Pavilion Hilltop Villa. Quiet. Dead silence. No one answered.
Lin Shiu frowned slightly.
Why didn't Yi Xian say anything? Was he unhappy after being punched by her? A grown man shouldn't be so petty.
She raised her head and looked at Yi Xian, and found that his eyes were on her, as if he was looking at something.
Is there something dirty on me?
Lin Shiu lowered her head in confusion and followed Yi Xian's gaze. Suddenly, a snow-white ravine came into view.
Brush.
Lin Shiu's pretty face suddenly turned as red as blood, even her ears turned blood red. She knew that this bastard was no good. She quickly picked up a pillow and hugged it to her chest, blocking the scenery in front of her chest, and angrily said, You bastard, what are you looking at? Although she said this, Lin Shiu inexplicably did not feel angry in her heart, but instead felt a sense of pride. As if he was proud of himself for attracting Yi Xian's attention. But even Lin Shiu herself didn't know this feeling.
Of course it depends on you.
Yi Xian subconsciously wanted to blurt out something, but he quickly reacted. Looking at the murderous look in Lin Shiu's beautiful eyes, he immediately shut his mouth tactfully. The reason why he teased Lin Shiu just now was that he felt that Lin Shiu was under too much pressure because of the Lin Group's affairs, so he used this method to let Lin Shiu relax. If he continued talking at this moment, Lin Shiu might really turn against him.
He didn't want to provoke an angry woman for no reason.
Seeing Lin Shiu's angry eyes, Yi Xian decisively changed the subject and said, I have never worried about the Blood Alliance.
They are just a group of rats hiding in the sewers. If they dare to provoke me, I will just beat them to death. You guy, can you die if you don't brag?
Lin Shiu rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. She didn't believe what Yi Xian said at all.
You are not from Tianhai, so you will never know how powerful the Blood Alliance is.
It is no exaggeration to say that Tianhai belongs to everyone during the day, but after midnight, the Blood Alliance has the final say in Tianhai.
Once upon a time, there was a family in Tianhai that accidentally offended the Blood Alliance. As a result, this family was wiped out from Tianhai overnight, and no one in the family was left alive. Although it was not finally discovered who wiped out the family, everyone else knew that the person who did it was the Blood Alliance. It is undeniable that Yi Xian is quite powerful. But the Blood Alliance is stronger and has more people. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Kill the master with random punches.
If Yi Xian goes against the Blood Alliance, the only end that awaits him is death.
There is no other way. Not to mention that there is a huge monster standing behind the Blood Alliance. King of Jiangnan. The real underground overlord of Jiangnan province.
Just one word from the other party could shake the entire Jiangnan province 3 times.
If you provoke this kind of person, you will probably be dead if he blows on you.
Yi Xian, I know you are quite capable, but you still have to bow your head when you need to. Besides, bowing your head is not your dark history, but your path to the top.
Do you understand?
Lin Shiu looked at Yi Xian and said seriously. Afterwards, Lin Shiu stood up from the sofa and stretched, revealing her proud figure. No, I was cooking just now and I smell like cooking fumes. I need to go back to my room to take a shower. Yi Xian, I'll leave the cleaning of the kitchen to you. After saying that, without waiting for Yi Xian to speak, Lin Shiu twisted her sexy waist and turned to go upstairs. Yi Xian watched Lin Shiu go upstairs, then took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. It's full of smoke. In the haze, a pair of cold eyes appeared. Bone-chilling cold. Like the god of death from the 9 nether hell descending upon the earth. His appearance will inevitably trigger endless killing. Blood Alliance, hee hee. After finishing a cigarette, Yi Xian turned and walked towards the restaurant, cleaned it up and put the dishes into the dishwasher. After doing all this, Yi Xian didn't stay for long, went straight upstairs and returned to the room. Close the door and lock it. Yi Xian took out his cell phone and planned to call Ling Shanha.
Judging from the time, Hufengyuan should be back. It's time to solve this hidden danger. Although Lin Shiu had just said that Mr. Lin would help him solve the problem, he knew what the solution was without having to guess. It is nothing more than bowing your head and apologizing, paying a large sum of money to the Blood Alliance, or even being humiliated by the Blood Alliance, before everything will be over. This was a result he didn't want to see.
This matter was caused by him, so naturally it should be resolved by him. Besides, he would leave Tianhai sooner or later, and keeping the blood alliance would be a huge hidden danger. In this case, it is better to cut the weeds and root them out to prevent future troubles.
The call was connected quickly.
Ling Shanha's voice came from the other end of the phone. Nephew Yi, I was just about to call you, but I didn't expect you to call me.
Yi Xian didn't waste any words and said directly, Uncle Ling, have you found out the whereabouts of Hu Fengyuan?
Ling Shanha spoke up immediately. We have already found out that Hu Fengyuan is currently staying in the villa on the top of Wanghai Pavilion. However, according to the information we have found, Hu Fengyuan seems to be meeting some distinguished guests in the villa on the top of Wanghai Pavilion, so the entire villa is under very tight security. At this point, Ling Shanha paused for a moment and continued, Nephew Yi, if you don't mind, my Ling family can help you lead these people away.
Then, when you take action, you won't have so much trouble. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and refused without thinking, no need, Uncle Ling, a blood alliance can't do anything to me, just send me the address and some information about the blood alliance. Okay, Nephew Yi, I'll send it to you right away. Ling Shanha didn't say anything more and hung up the phone. Soon, an address and information about the blood alliance were sent over.
Yi Xian glanced at the address, then clicked on the blood alliance's information and glanced at it, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then, he turned around and walked to the balcony. He glanced around and jumped down from the second floor of the villa.
In a few flashes, he disappeared into the night. Wanghai Villa area. This is Tianhai's famous top-level villa area.
Those who can live here are all powerful figures. The magnificent decorations at the door speak of its identity and status. Soon, a young man appeared at the gate of the Wanghai Pavilion villa area. The young man slowly raised his head and looked at the villa at the highest point of the Wanghai Pavilion villa area, with an extremely cold smile on the corner of his mouth. Under the light, the young man's face was clearly visible. It was Yi Xian. After leaving the Linhai Bay villa, he went straight to the Wanghai Pavilion villa district according to the address. This time, Yi Xian was wearing the casual clothes he bought at the Zegna men's clothing store last time. With his straight figure and elegant temperament, he looked like a business elite, and his whole body exuded an air of nobility and extraordinary.
It attracted the attention of many people around. Handsome guy, you're alone. Are you free? Do you want to go to my villa for a drink?
A woman with heavy makeup and a revealing figure came up to Yi Xian and greeted him. Her eyes were wandering around Yi Xian like a hunter finding her prey.
Chapter 92. Take me to see Hu Fengyuan, and I will leave you with an intact body.
Looking at the woman walking towards him, Yi Xian frowned slightly, not even wanting to pay attention to her.
This woman has a good appearance and a hot body.
In the eyes of ordinary people, she is definitely a goddess. But compared with Lin Shiu and Ling Ruoshui, she is really far inferior.
How could he be interested in such vulgar makeup? Roll.
Yi Xian spat out a word coldly.
Boy, you.
The woman had never been treated so harshly before. Just as she was about to curse, her eyes met Yi Xian's and she suddenly felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar and her whole body went cold. Although Yi Xian did not use any true energy, he crawled out from a pile of dead bodies, and a look was enough to shock everyone. At this moment, the woman felt as if she was being locked by the god of death, and a look of deep fear appeared on her face. She couldn't help but take a step back, but she didn't realize she was wearing high heels. She lost her balance and sat down on the ground. The short skirt she was wearing was lifted up, revealing a bright view of her body, which attracted the attention of many people around. There was no ripple in Yi Xian's heart. He raised his head again and glanced at the mountaintop villa at the highest point. He sneered, turned around and walked in another direction. This is Tianhai's top villa. If you want to enter, you must have the owner's ID card. He was not the owner of this place, so naturally he could not enter through the gate. But according to the information Ling Shanhai gave him, there was a very small surveillance blind spot at a corner, which he could enter without being discovered by anyone. Of course, he did this not because he was worried about provoking the king of Jiangnan who was behind the Blood Alliance after destroying it, but because he did not want to bring trouble to the Lin family. After all, his current identity is the Lin family's grandson-in-law. Just because he is not afraid of the king of Jiangnan does not mean that the Lin family is not afraid. Soon, Yi Xian's figure appeared in a blind spot of surveillance. He glanced around and after confirming that there was no one around, he bent his knees slightly and gathered a stream of true energy under his feet before bursting out. Boom! His body soared into the air, directly crossed the several-meter-high wall, and his figure appeared in the villa area. Then, his figure turned into a stream of light and headed towards the villa on the top of the mountain. Yi Xian moved very quickly, like a ghost. He did not attract anyone's attention at all, and was not captured by any surveillance camera. Before coming, Ling Shanha had marked the locations of various surveillance cameras in the Wanghai Pavilion Villa area in the Blood Alliance information he gave him. With his strength, it would be easy for him to avoid these surveillance. Soon, Yi Xian's figure appeared at the gate of the villa on the top of the mountain. After taking a look at the tightly closed door not far away, Yi Xian was not in a hurry to go in. He took out a box of cigarettes from his pocket, tapped the bottom of the box with his fingers, and a cigarette flew out and was held in his mouth. Lighter lit. Yi Xian took a puff and then walked towards the villa. Crack! Before Yi Xian got closer, the door of the villa suddenly opened. Two men in black suits, exuding a martial arts aura, walked out of the villa. When they saw Yi Xian, they were both stunned. Who is it? With a shout, two men in suits surrounded Yi Xian with vigilance in their eyes. Yi Xian flicked the ash from his fingertips and said calmly, "Where is Hu Fengyuan? Take me to see Hu Fengyuan." The air suddenly became quiet. The two men in suits were completely stunned. Is this kid looking for death? How dare you call the leader by his name? Are you tired of living? After a few seconds, the two reacted, their faces filled with anger. Boy, you dare to call our leader by his name. I think you are tired of living, kneel down for me. One of the men in suits had a fierce light in his eyes and rushed towards Yi Xian, waving his fists. He wants to show it to the leader. Now the leader is discussing something with the distinguished guest. If he can capture Yi Xian, it might be a great achievement. If the leader is happy, he might reward him with something. Act recklessly. Looking at the man in a suit rushing towards him, Yi Xian uttered a few words. The voice was cold as ice. The next second, he took a step forward and at the same time, he raised his arm. Like lightning and as fast as the wind, his 5 fingers directly clasped the neck of the man in the suit. With a crack sound, it broke directly. The other man in a suit's face changed drastically. He never dreamed that Yi Xian's methods would be so cruel. He actually killed one of his brothers just because of a disagreement. Without any hesitation, he immediately reached into his arms, pulled out a pistol, and pointed it at Yi Xian. But before he could fire, an arrow condensed from true energy shot towards him. Puff! Blood was gushing out. Before the man in the suit could react, he was shot in the throat. He fell to the ground, blood splattering the entire ground. Yi Xian's eyes were calm as he stepped over the 2 corpses and walked towards the villa. Originally, he had no intention of killing people. After all, these people had no grudge against him. However, the information Ling Shanhai gave him showed that these people in the Blood Alliance were simply bandits who committed all kinds of evil. Because of their status as a Blood Alliance, these people wander in a gray area, relying on ancient martial arts to act tyrannically, and secretly dealing in drugs, hired murders, malicious debt collection, and even human trafficking. It is like a cancer in Tianhai. So, he changed his mind. He is not a good person, nor does he want to be a hero, but he will not let go of anyone who makes him unhappy. This is his principle. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the gate of the villa, which was now closed. Didn't you send someone to cause trouble for me? Do you want me to kneel down at the gate of the Blood Alliance and admit my mistakes? Now I'm telling you, now that I'm here, what can you do to me? Yi Xian muttered to himself. The next second, he raised his right foot and stepped hard. Boom! The ground shook, and a powerful force rushed up into the sky, slamming hard into the door of the villa. Bang! Almost without any suspense, the door of the villa exploded with a loud bang. Exploded into countless pieces. This sound was too loud. Almost instantly, the whole villa was filled with the sound of hurried footsteps. By the time Yi Xian walked into the gate of the villa, more than 20 armed masters had appeared in front of him. These people are not only ancient warriors, but they are also equipped with hot weapons. The black muzzles of their guns are pointed at Yi Xian, with bullets loaded. If Yi Xian makes the slightest movement, he will become a hornet's nest. Who are you, kid? I let you in, so put your hands up and surrender. One of the middle-aged men who seemed to be the leader stared at Yi Xian and shouted loudly. Yi Xian seemed not to have heard his words. He slowly blew out a smoke ring, looked at everyone, and said lightly, "Take me to see Hu Fengyuan, and I will leave you a whole body." Chapter 93: Picking Leaves and Killing People. The space is quiet. Both the leading man and the others behind him were stunned.
He looked at Yi Xian as if he was a fool. Is this guy mentally ill? Can't he see the situation clearly?
There are more than 20 people on their side, and if everyone spits at him, they can probably drown him. Not to mention they have guns. With more than 20 guns pointed at him, this kid still had the guts to say such arrogant words, leave them with a whole body.
Who gave him the courage?
But when their eyes swept behind Yi Xian and saw 2 corpses lying in a pool of blood outside the gate, all the armed masters' faces changed drastically. The leading man's face instantly turned murderous, and he shouted, "Boy, I'll count to 3, kneel down immediately and surrender, otherwise, I'll kill you without mercy." Other armed masters also put their fingers on the trigger at the first moment, ready to shoot at any time.
Yi Xian was not at all flustered, and his expression did not even fluctuate. "So, you are not willing to do as I say?"
Cold words, without any human emotion in them.
It makes people's heart palpitate.
The temperature of the entire space suddenly dropped to the extreme, and water turned into ice.
The next second, Yi Xian moved.
The figure rushed straight towards the armed master in front like a ghost.
Not good.
Seeing this scene, the leading man's pupils shrank, and an unimaginable fear rose in his heart.
He immediately shouted, "Shoot! Shoot quickly! Kill him!"
The group of armed masters also realized that the other party was not an ordinary person.
They no longer hesitated and immediately pulled the trigger. The gunshots immediately rang out like a torrential rain. Dozens of bullets, carrying the breath of death, instantly pierced through the air and penetrated Yi Xian's body.
However, the expressions of all the armed masters changed at this moment.
Because there was no scream. Not even a drop of blood was spilled. Yi Xian's figure was torn into pieces by the bullets and dissipated like foam. This is an afterimage.
All the armed masters were shocked as if they had seen a ghost. They were less than 10 meters away from Yi Xian.
In just less than 10 meters, the other party was able to dodge the bullet? Are you fucking kidding me? Even the leader of the alliance may not be able to do this.
At this moment, an extremely indifferent voice slowly fell. "Since you are stubborn, I will send you off." The sound was very soft, but to the ears of those armed masters, it sounded like the death knell, making them shudder. The leading man pointed in a direction and yelled, "Where is it? Shoot!" Swish! This time, before anyone could take action, the air was suddenly torn apart. A spark appeared out of nowhere, at an extremely fast speed, and shot out like a bullet. If someone could observe, they would definitely find that this spark is actually a cigarette butt.
Call out.
The cigarette butt penetrated the void and landed directly on the forehead of an armed master, without any hindrance, and penetrated on the spot.
Then it hit a wall and got stuck in it. Bang!
The armed master also fell to the ground with his back to the sky.
There is no hope.
Gurgle. Everyone took a look at the corpse with a pierced forehead, swallowed hard, and then turned their heads one by one, wanting to see what had killed the other person. When they saw clearly what was embedded in the wall, everyone's faces changed drastically.
Cigarette butts. It was just a cigarette butt. You must be kidding.
Who the hell doesn't know that cigarette butts are made of nothing but cellulose? They have about the same resistance as cotton. But now, a cigarette butt has become a murder weapon.
Picking leaves to kill people. What is this concept? Even their leader probably can't reach this level. When did the Blood Alliance provoke such a devil? Ah! Before everyone could come to their senses, another shrill scream rang in everyone's ears.
Yi Xian's figure appeared in front of an armed master like a ghost, and his 5 fingers were directly on his neck. Burst of power. With a crack, the armed master's neck was broken.
What? Everyone was shocked.
They never expected that Yi Xian would appear in front of them. Before they could react, Yi Xian took a step forward and punched another armed master. The armed master was instantly hit by a speeding truck, and his entire body flew backwards.
It hit the wall hard.
The huge impact force broke all the bones in his body. Blood gushed out of his mouth.
There is absolutely no breath. Another one died.
The remaining armed master's eyes widened, filled with unspeakable fear.
It's only been a short time. 3 people have died on their side. Flash sale. Everyone is killed instantly.
The action was so casual, as if he had just killed a chicken, not a person.
I'm afraid this isn't a murderer. Shoot. Shoot quickly. Kill him.
The leading man was frightened by this scene and let out a roaring sound.
Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't give them any chance to shoot.
He rushed into the crowd like a killing machine. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and powerful energy tore through the entire arena. The armed master of the Blood Alliance didn't even have the chance to react before he fell in a pool of blood. A minute later, Yi Xian's figure returned to the original place. In front of him, there were corpses lying. The ground was stained red with blood. What is strange is that after killing so many people, Yi Xian's hands were not stained with a trace of blood. What kind of devil is this? Kill without blood. Then, Yi Xian walked step by step towards the only middle-aged man standing in the audience. He was the leading man who spoke earlier. He is still alive. Of course, it's not that Yi Xian didn't want to kill him, but he wanted to leave him alive and find out where Hu Fengyuan was. Yi Xian's footsteps are very light. But it seemed that the only sound left in the whole world was Yi Xian's footsteps. The leading man stood there, trembling. He was completely frightened and his heart was filled with fear. Dead. All his people died. These are more than 20 people, not more than 20 pigs. In just 1 minute, they all died. Is this still a human being? This guy must be a devil. Seeing Yi Xian getting closer and closer to him, the leading man's fear reached its peak. He could no longer bear it, and suddenly raised his hand and pointed the gun at Yi Xian. Just as he was about to shoot, a pair of big hands grabbed the Desert Eagle in his hand. With a click, the muzzle of the Desert Eagle was flattened. The leading man was completely crazy. This is a steel muzzle, and it was flattened just like that. How strong is this young man in front of me? Could it be that he is also a martial arts master like the leader? Such a young martial arts master? The leading man felt a surge of fear in his heart. He knew very well that he could not escape now. The next second, his knees bent, and he knelt in front of Yi Xian with a thump. "Sir, spare my life. I will tell you everything you want to know." He is not a fool. Yi Xian killed so many people and only left him alone. It is obvious that he wants to know something from him. If you continue to fight to the death with the other party at this moment, you will really lose your life. Chapter 94. Can you stop me? Yi Xian stopped and looked down at the leading man, saying calmly, "You are much smarter than I thought. Tell me, where is Hu Fengyuan now?" The leading man blurted out, "The leader of the alliance is discussing business with the distinguished guests in the villa." "So Hu Fengyuan knows I'm here?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. The leading man shook his head and explained, "I don't know. The leader and the distinguished guest are discussing business in a secret meeting room, which is isolated from the outside world. Unless someone reports it, he won't know what's going on outside." Yi Xian nodded thoughtfully. No wonder Hu Fengyuan did not show up despite the big commotion outside. "Do you know where this secret room is?" The leading man nodded without hesitation. "I know, I can take you there." Yi Xian didn't say anything, but just glanced at the leading man indifferently. The leading man immediately understood what Yi Xian meant, and quickly got up from the ground, carefully leading the way. The more than 20 people who died at Yi Xian's hands before were already all the defensive forces of the villa. Therefore, when the leading man took Yi Xian into the villa, they were not stopped at all. Soon, the leading man came to a corridor inside the villa. He stopped and pointed to a big door at the end of the corridor and said, "Sir, the leader is in the meeting room behind the door." Yi Xian ignored the man, put his hands in his pockets, and walked towards the door at the end of the corridor. Seeing that Yi Xian ignored him and even dared to turn his back to him, a fierce light flashed in the leading man's eyes. He led Yi Xian, and once the leader of the alliance found out, he would surely die. But if he could kill this guy, it would be a great achievement. This kid is indeed very powerful, but now with his back to him, he doesn't believe that he can still react. Without any hesitation, the leading man took out a small pistol from his body and pointed it at Yi Xian's back. Just as he was about to shoot, a stream of true energy roared out of Yi Xian's body. The true energy condensed and came through the air like an arrow. Puff! The leading man didn't even have the chance to react before his chest was pierced by the air arrow. Before he died, his eyes were still wide open and his face was full of disbelief, as if he couldn't understand why Yi Xian had noticed his actions. Unfortunately, no one gave him an answer. Because he is dead. Yi Xian's footsteps did not stop at all, as if he had done something insignificant, and his figure had already reached the end of the corridor. A big door in front of him blocked his way. This door is made entirely of steel. The only way to enter is through triple verification of iris, fingerprint, and password. You want to stop me with just a door? How ridiculous. Anyway, I'll show you what a cultivator is.
A disdainful smile appeared on Yi Xian's lips.
He took a step back, then raised his hand. The true energy in his dantian surged violently, like the power of rivers, lakes, and seas roaring in his body and condensing on his arms. When the power accumulates to the extreme. As soon as Yi Xian took a step, a clearly visible footprint instantly appeared on the ground. The power starts from the feet. Boom! Yi Xian punched out with violent force, carrying a tremendous force, and slammed hard into the steel gate.
At the same time,
the closed meeting room behind the door.
Hu Fengyuan was sitting on the sofa.
Behind him stood the remaining two helmsmen of the Blood Alliance, Hong Tao and Feng Chao. Opposite him sat a man wearing an island country kimono, and behind him stood two island country warriors. These people are all from the Miyamoto family of the island country.
The Miyamoto family has always been very interested in Kyushu.
But the Miyamoto family knew that Kyushu had a blood feud with the island country. If the Miyamoto family dared to enter Kyushu with fanfare, it would most likely attract the attention of Kyushu's official forces, and then the entire Miyamoto family would be in crisis.
However, if Tianhai is taken as the center and an underground force in Tianhai is controlled first, it can radiate to the entire Jiangnan province and then control the entire Jojo martial arts circle.
As long as you control the entire Kyushu martial arts circle, it means you have controlled the key points of Kyushu, and other rebels will be insignificant. At that time, the Miyamoto family will be able to carry out the real plan of changing the world, use someone else's power to take control of the entire Kyushu. The Blood Alliance is the target chosen by the Miyamoto family this time. Because on the surface, the Blood Alliance is just an underground force of Tianhai, but in fact, the Blood Alliance is secretly engaged in the business of human smuggling. Every month, the Blood Alliance would smuggle dozens of children to the island country and sell them to the major martial arts families in the island country to be trained as assassins or spies.
This is enough to show that the Blood Alliance does not have much sense of belonging to Kyushu.
Hu Fengyuan is an ambitious person. Having desires is the best, and it will be very easy for the Miyamoto family to control them.
In addition, the Blood Alliance is also the top force in Tianhai. Once the Blood Alliance is under control, it means controlling the entire Tianhai.
At that time, the strong men of the Miyamoto family can be secretly dispatched to enter Tianhai.
The time has come to sweep across Jiangnan province.
The man from the island country held a cigar in his mouth and slowly blew out a smoke ring.
He said, "Hu Sang, what do you think? This time, my Miyamoto family came with great sincerity.
As long as you are willing to lead the Blood Alliance to join my Miyamoto family, I promise that the Miyamoto family will not treat you unfairly.
When the time comes, my Miyamoto family will help you unify Tianhai and make you the underground overlord of the entire Tianhai. What do you think?"
Hu Fengyuan didn't say anything, his eyes were serious. He knew that this was a very risky matter. After all, it was a betrayal of his own country. If he was not careful, he would most likely die without a burial place. But the benefits given by the Miyamoto family were so great that he was really tempted. Becoming the underground overlord of Tianhai has always been his dream. Unfortunately, the power of the 5 major families in Tianhai is no weaker than that of the Blood Alliance, otherwise, he would not have taken the risk to engage in human smuggling. The man from the island country saw Hu Fengyuan's appearance, with a smile on his face, and said again, "Hu Sang, don't forget, if you are caught smuggling and trafficking people, what will happen to you?
You should know very well. Do you think the king of Jiangnan will let you go?" Hu Fengyuan's eyes narrowed.
The king of Jiangnan was the king of the underground world of Jiangnan province and controlled the order of the underground world of Jiangnan province. He was naturally very clear about the character of King Jiangnan, and he would not tolerate any grain of sand in his eyes. If King Jiangnan knew what he had done in Tianhai, he would never let him live. "Hu Sang, as long as you join my Miyamoto family, the king of Jiangnan will not be a threat. Once the masters of my Miyamoto family arrive, the king of Jiangnan can be destroyed with a flip of a hand. At that time, my Miyamoto family will not mind supporting you to become the next king of Jiangnan." The voice of the island man sounded, once again throwing out a temptation that Hu Fengyuan could not refuse.
Chapter 95. It seems that I don't need to feel any psychological burden after destroying you.
Hearing this, Hu Fengyuan's heart skipped a beat and a fiery look flashed in his eyes.
King of Jiangnan. The true overlord of Jiangnan province's underground world. With just one word from him, the underground world of Jiangnan would be completely changed. With just one word from him, the top families in Jiangnan province would give up.
For the Blood Alliance, the king of Jiangnan is an insurmountable mountain. They don't even have the qualifications to look up to him.
But now, he actually has the opportunity to replace him. How can Hu Fengyuan remain calm? Isn't everything he does just to reach the pinnacle of power and control everything one day?
Anyway, he is now submitting to the king of Jiangnan, so it wouldn't be a big deal if someone else surrendered instead. Besides, the Miyamoto family offered so much that he couldn't refuse. Hu Fengyuan didn't think anymore. He stood up, stretched out his hand, and said with a smile, "Mr. Yoshino, the conditions you proposed are very tempting. I really can't think of any reason to refuse. It's a pleasure to cooperate. I am willing to lead the Blood Alliance to join the Miyamoto family."
Hearing Hu Fengyuan's words, Miyamoto Yoshino's eyes were filled with surprise.
How come he didn't expect that the matter arranged by the head of the family would be accomplished so quickly? As long as they control the Blood Alliance, the Miyamoto family can continuously send experts to control the entire Tianhai. Once they control the entire Tianhai, they will be able to spread like a spider web until they control the entire Kyushu martial arts circle and make the Miyamoto family the king of Kyushu.
Hu sang, "No, the future king of Jiangnan, let's have a pleasant cooperation."
Miyamoto Yoshino raised his hand and shook hands with Hu Fengyuan. Hu Fengyuan burst into laughter, picked up the red wine on the coffee table, poured 2 glasses, and handed one to Miyamoto Yoshino.
"Mr. Yoshino, let's have a drink to celebrate our happy cooperation." "Cheers, Huzang."
The 2 men clinked their glasses and were about to drink when something strange happened.
Bang! A loud bang exploded in everyone's ears.
Under everyone's incredulous gaze, the iron door of the conference room was actually pierced through by a pair of fists. A powerful force was released.
Swish! The next second, the iron gate was torn apart by the strong energy. But it's not over yet.
The powerful energy exploded, tearing the door in 2, and carrying a rolling airflow, it smashed directly into the conference room and became embedded in the wall. Raised a cloud of dust. At this moment, the entire conference room was silent.
No one expected that the Blood Alliance would be attacked one day. Even to such an extent. Break in. This shows that they totally disregard the Blood Alliance.
At the same time as they were shocked, Hu Fengyuan and the 2 Blood Alliance leaders, Hong Tao and Feng Chao, were filled with turmoil in their hearts. This conference room belongs to the Blood Alliance, and they are very clear about the conference room's defenses. This iron door in particular was a custom-made TDE 769 heavy-duty explosion-proof door from Country M at a huge expense.
The material is the same as that of Swiss Bank SSS grade safes. Solid as a rock.
Even if it is hit head-on by a rocket, it can remain intact. But now, such an awesome gate was torn into pieces like paper.
What kind of terrifying power is needed to achieve this? Incredible! But soon, flames flashed in the eyes of Hu Fengyuan and the other 2. This is the Blood Alliance. Now someone has come to my door and beat me up. It's such a shame and humiliation. Not to mention that they had just agreed on a cooperation with the Miyamoto family. Isn't it a slap in their face for the other party to do this?
If the Miyamoto family feels that the Blood Alliance is too bad and gives up cooperation, then their chance of soaring to the sky will be completely gone.
Whoever dares to break in will be killed without mercy.
A bone-chilling murderous intent flashed through the minds of Hu Fengyuan and the other 2.
At the same time,
a cold voice resounded in the conference room at this moment. "You don't want to be a good Kyushu citizen, but you actually serve as a dog for a bunch of devils. It seems that if I kill you, I won't have to worry about anything."
"Who? Get out!" Ba-ga. Hu Fengyuan and Miyamoto Yoshino were both angry and looked towards the door. Tramp!
There was a sound of footsteps. A cold and arrogant young man slowly walked in from outside.
Yi Xian? The Lin family's grandson-in-law. It's actually him. Hu Fengyuan stared at the figure of the cold and arrogant young man with his eyes fixed.
There was a look of confusion on his face at first, and then his pupils suddenly contracted. He has recognized Yi Xian's identity. But he never expected that the person who broke in here was Yi Xian.
Didn't he send Duan Hu, Homing, and Xian Xingzhong to deal with this kid? Why did this guy appear here tonight? Did these 3 people fail? Did they die at the hands of this kid? Hu Fengyuan shook his head.
Although Duan Hu and the other 2 had not reached the level of martial arts masters, they were quite powerful.
How could they be killed so easily? Even if the Lin family took action, it would be impossible.
Anyone who is not a fool should know what the price will be for killing someone from the Blood Alliance.
But if this is not the case, how could this kid appear here? Could it be that the Lin family is planning to break off relations with the Blood Alliance?
Hu Fengyuan frowned, but soon he suppressed his thoughts, stared at Yi Xian with his eyes, and his voice rang out with a hint of chill.
This is the first time. This is the first time that someone has come to attack my blood alliance.
Yi Xian, the grandson-in-law of the Lin family, it seems that I underestimated you.
I didn't expect that you would have the courage to come here. Do you know what the price will be for breaking in? As he spoke, a powerful pressure burst out from Hu Fengyuan's body and enveloped Yi Xian. The two Blood Alliance leaders standing behind him were also ready to go. As long as the leaders said a word, they would immediately take action to suppress Yi Xian. Miyamoto Yoshino sat on the sofa, watching the scene with a smile on his face, without saying a word. In his opinion, it was just a small Chinese pig. Hu Fengyuan would deal with it and there was no need to take it to heart. If Hu Fengyuan can't solve it, it won't be too late for him to take action. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he didn't feel the momentum, and said indifferently, "Why can't I run over? Besides, you all come to cause trouble for me, do you want me to surrender? As for the price? You are not qualified to make me pay." Hu Fengyuan shook his head helplessly.
In his opinion, Yi Xian was just like a newborn calf who was not afraid of a tiger, otherwise, he would never have said such a thing.
"Boy, I have to admire your courage.
You dare to break into the Blood Alliance and act wildly."
Unfortunately, courage is proportional to strength. Even the Lin family dare not be the enemy of my blood alliance. I am very curious, who gave you this courage? However, I have a habit, which is that I don't like talented people to be buried. The fact that you can break in here is enough to prove that you are quite strong. I will give you one chance.
As long as you are willing to join the Blood Alliance, I will forgive you for breaking into the Blood Alliance today, including the matter of you crippling Zhang Heihu.
Not only that, I can also make you the 7th helmsman of the Blood Alliance. Chapter 96, You are not worthy of asking me to join the Blood Alliance. What?
After hearing these words, Hong Tao and Feng Chao, who were standing next to Hu Fengyuan, became nervous. Not only did the leader intend to recruit this kid, he even planned to let this kid become the helmsman of the Blood Alliance as soon as he came in.
What a joke!
They were able to sit on the helmsman's seat because they had shed blood and fought for the Blood Alliance.
What virtue does this kid have? Why should he be on equal footing with them? The key point is that the Blood Alliance is only this big.
If there is one more helmsman, it will mean that they will have to distribute the profits in their hands to others, which is absolutely impossible. Immediately, the two of them started to persuade without any hesitation. "Alliance leader, this guy broke in here, which is a slap in the face of our Blood Alliance. If we don't kill him, and the news gets out, our Blood Alliance will become a joke. Yes, leader, this kid is born with a rebellious nature. Keeping him is like raising a tiger to cause trouble.
We must cut off the roots."
They tried their best to discredit Yi Xian in an attempt to change Hu Fengyuan's mind. Hearing this, Hu Fengyuan's face turned cold, he glanced at the two of them, and said in a low voice, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Hong Tao and Feng Chao's faces changed drastically, and they said hurriedly, "Master, I dare not."
"If you don't dare, shut up." Hu Fengyuan snorted heavily, looked at Yi Xian again, and said, "What do you think?
Join my Blood Alliance, and I won't treat you unfairly. Also, you should have heard what Mr. Yoshino said just now. As long as I become the king of Jiangnan in the future, I don't mind having you become my right-hand man, second only to the emperor. At that time, you can take all the money, beauties, status, and power in the entire Jiangnan province.
No one will stop you from doing anything you want."
Hu Fengyuan described the future to Yi Xian and tried to win him over. He felt a powerful aura from Yi Xian. The other party's strength was most likely at the level of a martial arts master. Even if not, he is not far from becoming a martial arts master. If he can win over Yi Xian, the strength of the Blood Alliance will be greatly enhanced. The key is that he can also get the Lin family, one of the 5 major families in Tianhai, to join the Blood Alliance.
Then it will be much easier for him to unify Tianhai.
As for the position of helmsman, he didn't care at all.
The strong will naturally be treated as the strong.
Yi Xian's strength is worthy of this status.
At this moment everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Xian, waiting for his reply.
But in fact, everyone felt that this result was not surprising. After all, the conditions proposed by Hu Fengyuan were too tempting and no one could refuse. But what Yi Xian said next made everyone open their eyes wide in disbelief. Yi Xian put his hands behind his back, swept his eyes across the entire conference room, and said calmly, "First, you are not worthy of me joining the Blood Alliance? Second, I am not interested in being a dog for a bunch of little devils. Also, after today, there will be no more blood alliance in Tianhai.
Extremely arrogant. Extremely arrogant.
Hu Fengyuan's face became extremely ugly at this moment, and there was a hint of ferocity in his eyes as he looked at Yi Xian.
There was also a flash of anger in Miyamoto Yoshino's eyes. He was fluent in Chinese and naturally knew what the word little devil meant.
A lowly Chinese pig actually dared to humiliate him like this and was seeking death.
Hu sang, the cooperation between the Miyamoto family and the Blood Alliance is confidential and must not be disclosed to others. I hope you understand.
Otherwise, our cooperation will end here.
Miyamoto Yoshino's faint voice rang out. Hu Fenyuan's face changed. How could he not understand what Miyamoto Yoshino meant? He immediately said, Mr. Yoshino, leave it to me. I will never let anyone destroy our cooperation. As he spoke, Hu Fenyuan signaled Hong Tao and Fong Chao standing beside him with his eyes, and said in a cold voice, you two come together and kill him. If it was not necessary, he really wanted to recruit Yi Xian as his subordinate. But now it is obviously impossible. In this case, he will not show any mercy. Anyone who dares to block his rise is an enemy and will be killed without mercy. Yi Xian's strength is good, but Hong Tao and Fong Chao are also at the level of half-step grandmaster. Even if they cannot suppress Yi Xian, they can test Yi Xian's strength. At that time, it will not be too late for him to take action. Yes, leader. When Hong Tao and Fong Chao, the two Blood Alliance leaders, heard this, a ferocious murderous intent immediately flashed in their eyes. Without any hesitation, the two men rushed towards Yi Xian, one on the left and one on the right, and launched an attack on Yi Xian. So imposing and terrifying. Neither of them showed any mercy and their attacks were fatal. They didn't want to give Yi Xian a chance to breathe. Otherwise, if this kid sees that he can't beat them and kneels down to beg for mercy, and the leader is soft-hearted and spares this kid, then the interests that originally belonged to them will be taken away. They would never allow this to happen. Yi Xian stood there without moving. With just one glance, he saw through the strength of the two men. He is much stronger than Duan Hu and the other two who died at his hands, and should have reached the peak of half-step grandmaster level. Unfortunately, he didn't even take the martial arts masters seriously. He could kill two guys who hadn't even reached the level of martial arts masters with just a snap of his fingers. You don't want to be a good person, but choose to be a dog for the devils. Then I'll send you two off first. Yi Xian stretched out his hands calmly, and like lightning, he directly clasped the wrists of the two men. What? How is that possible? Hong Tao and Fong Chao's faces changed drastically. How could they not have expected that their attack would be easily stopped by someone? They wanted to pull their hands back, but found that a terrifying force descended from the sky and landed on their bodies, locking them firmly in place. I couldn't move at all. The next second, Yi Xian suddenly exerted force, and his 10 fingers were like steel needles, directly buckling into the wrists of the two people. Blood spurted out instantly. Hong Tao and Fong Chao gasped, but before they could scream, Yi Xian's 5 fingers had already clasped their necks and then broke them suddenly. With a crack, the two felt a terrifying force spreading from their necks. Extremely painful. They found themselves unable to breathe. Even vitality is fading away quickly. They opened their eyes wide and wanted to fight back, but they found that all the strength in their bodies had disappeared by half at this moment, and they were not even qualified to raise their hands. Their pupils gradually became dilated, and after a few seconds, they were completely lifeless. They never dreamed that they would die today, and even die at the hands of a young boy. He was killed instantly by the opponent. Vulnerable. Yi Xian's eyes were extremely cold, and he suddenly threw the two people in his hands away, just like throwing away garbage. His voice was very soft, but it sounded like thunder in Hu Fengyuan's ears. He knew that Yi Xian was very strong, but he never expected that Yi Xian's strength would be so strong. In the blink of an eye, 2 of his men were killed. The key is that the whole process is smooth. Almost reaching the limit. Before he could even react, he died. Could it be that he guessed wrong, and this kid has already reached the level of martial arts master? Zhang Heihu was not what they had guessed, but was crippled by the boy in front of them? Did they even say that Duan Hu and the other 2 were also dead? Died at the hands of this kid? Hu Fengyuan stared at Yi Xian with his eyes fixed, his face filled with horror and even a hint of fear. Fear of the unknown. Chapter 97, Hu Fengyuan was defeated with one punch. After killing Hong Tao and Fong Chao, Yi Xian's expression remained unchanged. He looked at Hu Fengyuan and said, "It seems that your people can't kill me? How do you want to die next?
I'll give you a chance to choose how you want to die.
Hearing this, Hu Fengyuan's face turned extremely cold.
He stopped thinking and forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart. He said coldly, "Boy, no wonder you have the courage to break in here.
You really have some skills.
If we let you go on, it will be a huge threat to the Blood Alliance.
However, you have no chance. Even if the Lin family shows up today, you will definitely die." The next second, Hu Fengyuan took action.
He suddenly stood up from the sofa, took a step forward, and a deep footprint appeared on the ground. His figure appeared in front of Yi Xian like a tiger. He raised his arm and punched Yi Xian in the head. Powerful force was concentrated in the fist, as if it carried 1,000 pounds of force. As long as it falls, Yi Xian's head will be blown up in an instant.
"Boy, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it.
Then you should report to the King of Hell." Yi Xian's eyes were cold. He did not dodge or evade. With streams of true energy flowing through his arms, he punched out. Seeing that Yi Xian dared to confront him head-on, Hu Fengyuan sneered, "Boy, who gave you the courage to confront me head-on?
Do you think that being a martial arts master means you are invincible?
Today I will make you understand that there are different levels of martial arts masters."
Yi Xian said calmly, "Oh, really? I'll wait." Bang!
The two fists collided fiercely in the air. A devastating force suddenly erupted.
Hu Fengyuan's face changed.
He felt a violent force burst out from Yi Xian's fist. His arm even felt a tearing pain. His whole body shook violently, and he stepped back 7 or 8 steps. He stood firmly, his face filled with horror, staring at Yi Xian, who was as steady as a rock. He felt waves of tearing pain throughout his arm. If he hadn't learned a method to release force, the punch just now would probably have crippled his entire arm. With just one move, he was actually at a disadvantage. It is almost unimaginable how strong Yi Xian is.
Is this still the strength that a young man in his 20s possesses?
He stared at Yi Xian with a look of deep fear in his eyes, and asked, Who are you?" He didn't believe that the young boy in front of him was just a bumpkin who had just come down from the mountains.
How could a country bumpkin have such terrifying strength?
You have to know that it took him 30 years to cultivate to this level, and he suffered countless hardships before he finally had the strength he has today. Now a young man in his early 20s is much stronger than him. He really couldn't accept this result. He would rather believe that the other party was a genius cultivated by the top family in Zhouzhou than believe that the other party was a bumpkin from the mountains. Yi Xian slowly retracted his fist. He had just knocked Hu Fengyuan away with one punch, not because he couldn't kill Hu Fengyuan, but because he wanted to see how strong the martial arts master mentioned by the ancient martial artists was. But after one move, he was greatly disappointed. Such strength, among the realms of cultivators, can at most be considered as the first level of the true Qi realm. In terms of the quality of true Qi, it is far inferior to the first level of true Qi realm. It seems that if he wants to feel the true power of a martial arts master, he has no choice but to find a strong man on the Zhouzhou Grandmaster list. I heard that the Blood Alliance is backed by King Jiangnan, so I guess the other party should be a strong man on the Zhouzhou Grandmaster list. If the other party showed up, he might be able to find out where his strength ranks on the Kyushu Grandmaster list. When Hu Fengyuan saw that Yi Xian ignored him and even fell into deep thought, a cold light suddenly flashed in his eyes.
"Boy, you were just lucky just now. Now you dare to lose your mind in front of me? Die."
There was a grim look in Hu Fengyuan's eyes. He took a step and his figure turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Yi Xian. A storm was surging around his body, and the clothes on his right arm were torn by the strong wind, revealing a steel wristband on his right arm. He clenched his 5 fingers into the air, and with a crackling sound, the steel wristband instantly turned into a steel glove. His 5 fingers were wrapped in cold steel gloves.
"Kid, die."
Hu Fengyuan roared angrily, his body filled with energy, and his fist smashed towards Yi Xian with unparalleled force. Yi Xian glanced at him calmly and said, "It seems that you still don't understand the gap between us.
Then I will let you feel it."
After he finished speaking, Yi Xian threw a punch again. There was no false move in this punch. With the circulation of true Qi, he reached a strength of 10,000 pounds. His arms even rolled up gusts of air, which was extremely terrifying.
Hu Fengyuan's eyes flickered.
For some reason, he felt a bone-chilling coldness after being hit by this punch. This cold feeling was like a poisonous snake biting his body. He subconsciously wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The two fists collided. There was no deafening roar.
But something even stranger happened.
Hu Fingyuan's iron glove exploded on the spot, and the next second, his entire arm exploded into a bloody mist.
Blood splattered on Hu Fingyuan's face.
Hu Fingyuan's face was grim and he screamed.
The intense pain even made him want to go crazy.
But the pain had just begun. Yi Xian's fist did not stop at all.
It hit Hu Fingyuan's body hard.
There was a sound of bone cracking in Hu Fingyuan's chest instantly. The whole person was like being hit by a speeding car and flew backwards. It hit the wall heavily, and then fell heavily to the ground. In an instant, Hu Fengyuan fell to the ground, spitting out mouthfuls of blood.
Extremely weak. Hu Fengyuan, defeated. The defeat was extremely miserable.
No one could have imagined that the leader of the Blood Alliance, who was the king of Tianhai, would be so vulnerable in Yi Xian's hands and didn't even have the qualifications to fight back. He was defeated with just one punch. Yi Xian seemed to have done something insignificant. He put his hands in his pockets and walked towards Hu Fengyuan step by step. However, after taking 2 steps, Yi Xian stopped. Because 2 figures appeared in front of him, blocking his way.
They were the 2 masters of the Miyamoto family behind Miyamoto Yoshino.
At this moment, Miyamoto Yoshino stood up from the sofa and said in a deep voice, "Chinese, you want to kill my partner in front of me? You don't take my Miyamoto family seriously." Miyamoto Yoshino didn't want to intervene at first, but seeing Hu Fengyuan defeated, he had to take action. After all, the Miyamoto family still needs the power of the Blood Alliance to control Tianhai, so they naturally cannot just watch Hu Fengyuan get into trouble. Yi Xian glanced at Miyamoto Yoshino, his tone full of disdain. "You are just a bunch of beasts.
Why should I take you seriously? Chapter 98 Killing you really dirties my shoes." 8. Gei Alu. Hearing Yi Xian's humiliating words, Miyamoto Yoshino's face instantly became extremely ugly. He directly ordered the 2 Miyamoto family masters, "Go ahead, kill this pig."
Yes. The 2 masters of the Miyamoto family nodded, drew off the samurai swords at their waists, took a step forward, and chopped directly towards Yi Xian's head. This force seemed to tear the air apart, causing waves of whistling.
The speed is extremely fast.
Yi Xian had no intention of dodging at all. He had long seen through the strength of these 2 Miyamoto family masters. Their strength was the same as Hu Fengyuan's, at the level of martial arts masters. But he is much weaker than Hu Fengyuan. He didn't even take Hu Fengyuan seriously, so how could he care about 2 little devils? The 2 samurai swords flashed with cold light, and almost in an instant, they appeared above Yi Xian's head. Faced with this scene, ordinary martial arts masters have no way to avoid it and can only watch their lives being taken away by the samurai sword.
Unfortunately, they were facing Yi Xian.
Just as the samurai sword was about to fall on his head, an invisible aura condensed around Yi Xian, and a sharp murderous intent burst out. With a puff sound, a cloud of blood mist exploded in the air.
"Is this kid dead?"
A hint of surprise flashed in Hu Fengyuan's eyes.
Miyamoto Yoshino laughed even louder. "I thought you, a Chinese pig, were so strong. It turns out you were just like this."
But before he could finish his words, the blood in the air had already dissipated. The scene before them shocked everyone. I saw that the arms of the 2 Miyamoto family masters who had just attacked had completely disappeared from the shoulders below. The samurai swords in their hands fell to the ground. The key point is that Yi Xian was completely unharmed, without a drop of blood on his body. 2 martial arts masters teamed up to deal with a young boy, but not only did they fail to gain any advantage, their arms were also crippled.
What a horror scene! It's unbelievable.
It's rude not to reciprocate. Little devil, take my punch. Yi Xian raised his hands and without any fancy moves, he punched out into the air twice. The fierce energy carries a strong breath of death.
Life under the fist. Death under the fist. Ba-ga. The faces of the 2 Miyamoto family masters changed drastically.
They naturally knew the horror of this punch and wanted to retreat without any hesitation. But it was too late. Yi Xian's fist force was like a mountain crushing down on him.
Bang! Bang!
2 dull sounds were heard, and Yi Xian's fists had already hit their chests.
Crack!
The crisp sound of bones breaking, like firecrackers, echoed in the air. The chests of the 2 men exploded on the spot, leaving a bloody hole.
Fell into a pool of blood.
Yi Xian slowly withdrew his hand, and was not in a hurry to find trouble with Hu Fengyuan.
Instead, his eyes fell directly on Miyamoto Yoshino. "Get down on your knees, little devil." A bone-chilling voice suddenly fell. Ba! Ga!
Miyamoto Yoshino was furious. He looked at Yi Xian and roared, "Chinese pig, I am from the Miyamoto family, you dare to make me kneel down, you are looking for death."
Yi Xian's face was calm. "Don't kneel? Then die."
As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's figure flashed and appeared directly in front of Miyamoto Yoshino. He raised his right foot and then kicked out.
The kick landed directly on Miyamoto Yoshino's chest. Miyamoto Yoshino looked horrified.
He never expected that Yi Xian would attack him just because of a disagreement.
How dare he? Isn't he afraid of revenge from the Miyamoto family?
At this moment, he felt a violent force hitting his chest, his heart was shattered instantly, and a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organ fragments spurted out. The whole person flew out on the spot, and was dead before he landed on the ground.
Killing you really dirty my shoes.
Yi Xian uttered a word, his eyes showing no emotion at all. He had no grudge against Miyamoto Yoshino, so logically, he didn't have to kill Miyamoto Yoshino directly.
But as descendants of Yin and Huang, do we need a reason to kill the people of the island and our country?
When faced with such a person, the only thing to do is to kill him on sight. After doing all this, Yi Xian walked towards Hu Fengyuan. At this moment, there was no arrogance in Hu Fengyuan's eyes anymore, only endless horror and shock.
Powerful. So strong.
So powerful that it's breathtaking.
Miyamoto Yoshino naturally knew the strength of the two masters around him.
Although they were slightly weaker than him, they were also at the level of martial arts masters. But now these two martial arts masters were killed in an instant.
No way to fight back.
Yi Xian's nonchalant movements made it seem as if he was not killing a martial arts master, but two chickens.
When did the martial arts master become so weak? No.
It's not that the martial arts master is weak, but that Yi Xian is too strong. At this moment, Hu Fengyuan suddenly realized how ridiculous and ignorant his previous idea of dealing with Yi Xian was. At this moment, he realized that there was no one supporting Yi Xian behind him.
Because he himself is a strong man.
It was Yi Xian who caused Zhang Heihu to be crippled, and the Lin family did not help at all. He even had no doubt that Duan Hu and the other two were probably in great danger. It was impossible for these three people to disobey his orders and not cause trouble for Yi Xian. But now that Yi Xian appears here, it is enough to show that these three people might have died long ago, otherwise, Yi Xian would not appear here. Who could have thought that a young boy in his 20s could master such mysterious martial arts skills? Hu Fengyuan's heart was filled with turmoil, but the pain in his arm made him extremely sober. When Yi Xian was 1 meter away from Hu Fengyuan, he stopped. He put his hands behind his back and looked down at Hu Fengyuan, who was lying in a pool of blood.
You are the only one left now. How do you want to die?
I'll give you a chance to choose how you want to die. Hu Fengyuan clenched his fists, his eyes filled with rage, and said, Yi Xian, I know you are very powerful, but do you really want to kill us all?
Don't forget, I am the leader of the Blood Alliance, and King Jiangnan is behind me.
If you dare to kill me, King Jiangnan will not let you go.
This is Hu Fengyuan's last struggle. It is also his biggest trump card. Most people would never dare to touch King Jiangnan when they heard his name. King of Jiangnan.
Yi Xian was slightly stunned and shook his head helplessly. How come he found out that these people liked to say such things before they died?
I'm about to kill you, would I still be afraid of the person behind you? If I were afraid, would I still come to trouble you?
Seeing Yi Xian was silent, Hu Fengyuan thought that he was afraid, and continued, Yi Xian, I think you should know how powerful King Jiangnan is. If you kill me, King Jiangnan will not let you go.
Moreover, you also killed Miyamoto Yoshino. Let me tell you, Miyamoto Yoshino is from the Miyamoto family, the first family in the island country.
Once the news of Miyamoto Yoshino's death spreads back to the island country, the Miyamoto family will definitely send people to cause trouble for you. As long as you don't kill me, I can help you suppress this matter.
Miyamoto Yoshino's death can't be traced back to you. You can rest assured and don't have to worry about the other party causing trouble.
Hu Fengyuan spoke quickly. In his opinion, as long as he said this, Yi Xian would not kill him. After all, the Miyamoto family is the #1 family in the island country. Anyone who is not stupid knows how valuable it is. If you offend others, you may die without knowing how you died.
Chapter 99, There is no more blood alliance in Tianhai. Are you done?
Just when Hu Fengyuan thought Yi Xian would not kill him, a cold voice slowly sounded. Hu Fengyuan was stunned. Before he could react, a faint voice rang out, I have no grudge against you in the Blood Alliance. You were the one who came to cause trouble for me.
After I crippled you, you actually came to cause trouble again at my engagement party. I will still forgive you this time.
But you guys are so ignorant that you dare to cause trouble for me.
If that's the case, why should I let you go? Am I waiting for you to cause trouble for me again and again?
Hu Fengyuan's face was pale. He really didn't expect that Yi Xian would be so terrifying. If he had known this earlier, he would never have caused trouble for Yi Xian for the sake of the Blood Alliance's reputation. After all, face is nothing compared to one's life.
As for whether the king of Jiangnan or the Miyamoto family will come to trouble me after I kill you, do you think I care?
If they dare to come, I don't mind making Tianhai their burial place. Yi Xian's voice seemed to come from the Nine Nether Hell, carrying with it endless chill.
Hu Fenyuan's eyes widened, and a chill surged into his heart. What did he hear? This kid doesn't even take King Jiangnan and the Miyamoto family seriously. Even want to kill them? Who gave him the courage?
Whether you are the king of Jiangnan or the Miyamoto family, I am afraid they can crush you to death with just one hand. But when he saw Yi Xian's cold eyes, he suddenly had an inexplicable feeling, as if Yi Xian could do what he said. He was even more clear that Yi Xian's words had already shown his murderous intention towards him, and no matter what he said today, he would not escape death.
No. I can't just sit there and wait for death. I have to fight, otherwise, I will die today. Hu Fengyuan knew that he had no choice. He was going to die anyway. He had no choice but to give it a try. There might still be a glimmer of hope for his survival. Without any hesitation, Hu Fengyuan grabbed a piece of cement that had fallen from the wall with his only remaining hand and threw it at Yi Xian. At the same time, he quickly retracted his hand and wiped it directly towards his waist. The next second, a black pistol appeared in his hand. He pointed it at Yi Xian's forehead and without any hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The bullet, carrying the breath of death, shot towards Yi Xian's forehead. The whole process went smoothly, leaving Yi Xian no chance to interrupt. Kid, die. There was a ferocious look in Hu Fengyuan's eyes. He didn't believe that Yi Xian could dodge the bullet at such a close distance. He seemed to have already seen the scene of Yi Xian's head exploding in front of him. Yi Xian stood where he was, with no intention of moving at all. He just took a slight step and a wall of air condensed in front of him. The bullet hit the air wall and something strange happened. The bullet that was whistling rapidly suddenly stopped and floated in mid-air. There is no way forward any further. It's blocked. This is impossible? Hu Fengyuan was completely stunned by this scene, he even yelled out loud. Because his pistol is not a conventional weapon, but a weapon designed by a special department of Jojo specifically for ancient martial artists. The bullets are also specially made to break the true chi of martial arts. Even a martial arts master will die on the spot. But now, he saw something. The bullet was actually blocked by Yi Xian. How is that possible? No, what is that? Hu Fengyuan suddenly discovered that a barrier vaguely appeared around Yi Xian, and it was this barrier that blocked the bullet. What is this? This is not the protective chi, this is the protective chi. This is the protective chi. You are not a traditional Chinese warrior. You are a cultivator. Hu Fengyuan almost shouted this sentence, his voice was extremely shocked and his tone was trembling. Fear. Stunned. Incredible. No one could understand what kind of huge waves were rising in Hu Fengyuan's heart at this moment. Once upon a time, the king of Jiangnan summoned the controllers of the major underground worlds in Jiangnan province. At that time, King Jiangnan said a shocking news. In fact, in Jojo, in addition to ancient warriors, there are also some real practitioners hidden. These people are the real martial arts practitioners. Because for ancient martial artists, the pinnacle is the martial arts master, and there is almost no realm above that. Therefore, the strengths and weaknesses among martial arts masters are very obvious and the gap is huge, so we have to use the Jojo master list to divide the strengths and weaknesses of martial arts masters. But practitioners are completely different. The realm of martial arts masters of ancient warriors is just the beginning for practitioners. There are many realms above the martial arts master. It allows you to clearly understand your own strengths without having to divide them into a list. The skills of the key practitioners are much more advanced than those of the ancient martial artists. It is no exaggeration to say that practitioners of the same level can almost crush the martial arts masters. If you want to distinguish practitioners, the best way is to distinguish their true chi. When ancient martial artists reach the level of martial arts masters, they will be able to condense the true chi to protect their bodies.
When a practitioner's strength reaches this level, he will be able to condense protective chi, and his defense will far exceed that of protective chi. He had never seen a cultivator before, and with his status he was not qualified to touch such a heaven-defying existence. But he was very clear that Yi Xian was definitely a cultivator. Otherwise, it would be impossible to block the bullet with just the protective chi. Only the protective gang chi can do it. He never dreamed that the young man in front of him not only had strength beyond his imagination, but was also the cultivator mentioned by King Jiangnan.
When did such a terrifying existence appear in Tianhai?
Yi Xian was slightly surprised when he heard Hu Fengyuan's words. "I didn't expect you to know so much."
It seems that cultivators are no longer a secret in Zhuzhou.
With a thump, Hu Fengyuan suddenly dropped the gun in his hand, bent his knees, and knelt in front of Yi Xian.
"Mr. Yi, please spare my life. I am willing to be your slave and a dog under your feet. As long as you nod, I can give you the position of leader of the Blood Alliance. From now on, Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, you are the leader of the Blood Alliance. I will follow your lead,"
Hu Fengyuan said loudly. There was an extremely fanatical look in his eyes. Even the king of Jiangnan is not a cultivator, but Yi Xian is a cultivator.
One can imagine how terrifying Yi Xian's background is. Maybe Yi Xian is the eldest son of a top family in Beijing.
If he surrendered to Yi Xian and followed the young man in front of him, Jiangnan province would just be the starting point. One day, this young man might stand at the top of the pyramid of Kyushu martial arts. If he surrenders now, he will be a loyal subject to the dragon. In the future, the king of Jiangnan will be nothing more than a dog under his feet, who will come when he calls and go away when he dismisses him.
No need.
The cold voice sounded like a bolt from the blue in Hu Fengyuan's mind. The next second, Yi Xian raised his hand and flicked his finger at the bullet floating in the air.
Call out.
A sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, giving Hu Fengyuan almost no chance to react. It directly pierced through his chest, shot out from his back, and embedded deeply into the wall. There was even a streak of bright red blood on the wall.
Like a plum blossom blooming.
Hu Fengyuan subconsciously covered his chest, stared at Yi Xian, and said, Why do you want to kill me?" Yi Xian put his hands in his pockets and walked outside.
The back is profound.
Soon, his figure disappeared in the conference room, leaving only a shadow lingering in the conference room.
"Because I don't trust you, a piece of trash who can betray his own country, why wouldn't he betray me next time?
So, you must die." Hearing this, Hu Fengyuan spat out a mouthful of blood. He tried hard to open his mouth and wanted to say something, but found that he couldn't utter a word.
Thump!
His figure fell heavily to the ground, blood flowed from his brow, staining the ground red. The leader of the Blood Alliance, Hu Fengyuan, is dead. The Blood Alliance was destroyed. From now on, there will be no more Blood Alliance in Tianhai.
Chapter 100 Yi Qingyan.
Not long after Yi Xian left, the security guards of Wanghai Bay Villa District began their routine patrols, chatting while patrolling. Suddenly, a security guard stopped, looked ahead with fear on his face, and then collapsed to the ground uncontrollably.
"Third brother, why are your legs so weak? Have you been squeezed dry by your wife?" "Yeah, third brother, you can't do that either. Third brother, you should take some Luwei Dihuang pills. As a man, you have to be hard in front of your wife."
When the other security guards saw this scene, they burst into laughter. The security guard seemed not to hear the laughter. He stared straight ahead and shouted, "Boss, someone is dead."
"Someone's dead? What do you mean someone's dead?"
"Third brother, you are confused. This is where the leader of the Blood Alliance lives."
"Who dares to act wildly?"
Several security guards were all disdainful, but when they saw that the third brother's expression did not seem fake, they all turned their heads to look forward.
The next second, everyone's faces turned into fear. 2 bodies were seen lying in a pool of blood at the door of the villa, and the blood had dyed the ground red.
Through the broken gate of the villa, they saw corpses lying on the ground in all directions. The strong smell of blood filled the air.
Thump! Thump!
This time, all the security guards collapsed to the ground, trembling. The next second, he even rolled and crawled away, screaming, "Kill!
Murder, hurry! Call the police!"
15 minutes later, the entire Wanghai Pavilion mountaintop villa was blocked off. Figures in special uniforms shuttled through the villa, looking for clues around. At the door of the villa, a woman in black uniform looked around with a serious expression.
The woman was tall and beautiful.
She was wearing a neat uniform that perfectly highlighted her curvy figure, making her look heroic and inviolable like a goddess. But even though the woman was very beautiful, no one around dared to look at her, and there was even a hint of awe in their eyes. Because this woman is called Yi Qingyan, the director of the Dragon Soul Tianhai branch.
Dragon Soul is a martial arts organization officially established by JoJo.
It is responsible for managing the JoJo martial arts circle and maintaining the stability of the JoJo martial arts circle.
For the ancient martial artists of JoJo, Dragon Soul has the right to punish, arrest, judge, and execute them.
It is precisely because of the existence of the Dragon Soul that ancient warriors dare not kill innocent people easily and dare not attack ordinary people. The Dragon Soul is like a magic needle that stabilizes the situation in the Kyushu martial arts circle. Yi Qingyan was able to become the director of the Dragon Soul Tianhai branch, so one can imagine how high her status is. Of course, if you think Yi Qingyan is just a vase and sits in this position relying on her background, you are totally wrong. Yi Qingyan was parachuted into the Tianhai branch 3 years ago. At that time, everyone thought that Yi Qingyan was just a vase that was used to gild her reputation and had no real ability at all. But in the past 3 years, Yi Qingyan has used facts to tell everyone that she is not a vase.
During the 3 years that Yi Qingyan was in office, the crime rate of Tianhai ancient warriors was almost the lowest in history, and even ranked in the top 3 of the Dragon Soul's lowest crime rate list. In the Tianhai branch, Yi Qingyan has become an idol in the hearts of countless people, and has made everyone understand what it means that women are just as good as men. But at this moment, Yi Qingyan's expression was extremely cold.
It's not just because an extremely cruel murder occurred here, but also because the person who died this time was actually a member of the Blood Alliance. Even the leader of the alliance, Hu Fengyuan, died. This made her heart sink to the bottom. In fact, she has been secretly investigating Hu Fengyuan during this period. She suspected that Hu Fengyuan and the Blood Alliance under his name were involved in many crimes including human trafficking. But she never expected that just when she found some clues, the Blood Alliance was destroyed and the leader Hu Fengyuan and 2 helmsmen were dead. The means were extremely brutal.
Who did it? Could it be that there is another mastermind behind Hu Fengyuan?
The other party knew that Hu Fengyuan was being investigated by Long Hun.
In order to avoid being implicated, he took the initiative to kill Hu Fengyuan and cut the root of the problem?
Yi Qingyan couldn't figure it out, but she knew that the person who took action this time was very powerful and terrifying. After she came here, she had already checked the wounds of these people.
Kill with 1 hit.
All of these people were dealt with in 1 move.
No bells and whistles.
Even before they died, these people's expressions were filled with fear. Obviously, the person who made the move was extremely powerful, which was why these people were so frightened.
Who did it? Was it the king of Jiangnan?
If it was the king of Jiangnan, he wouldn't have left so many bodies behind, let alone called the police.
But if it wasn't the king of Jiangnan, then who was it? When did such a powerful person come to Tianhai? Thoughts flashed through Yi Qingyan's mind, but no results were obtained. Minister.
At this time, a young man in uniform walked over. Yi Qingyan came back to her senses, glanced at the young man, and said in a deep voice, "How is it?
Did you find any clues?"
The young man shook his head and said, "We have searched the entire villa, but we don't have any clues. There are no surveillance cameras installed in the villa, so we can't use the surveillance to capture any traces of intrusion. The only clue is the cigarette butt we saw embedded in the wall earlier, but the cigarette butt has been broken into pieces and there is no way to extract fingerprints from it."
What about the DNA on the cigarette butt? Yi Qingyan asked.
The young man shook his head and said, "There is no way to extract it either. The cigarette butt is covered in blood and various dust.
It is completely contaminated. There is almost no possibility of extracting DNA. The clue ends here."
Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyan frowned and was silent for a moment before saying, "Have you checked the surveillance cameras in the Wanghai Pavilion Villa area?
Did you capture any suspicious people?" "No."
The young man shook his head and said, "We have retrieved all the surveillance cameras in the Wanghai Pavilion Villa area, but we have not found anything."
However,
Yi Qingyan hated this kind of turn of phrase the most.
She raised her eyebrows and said, "But what? Tell me."
The young man continued, "However, the surveillance camera outside the villa captured a suspicious figure. Before the Blood Alliance was destroyed, the other party appeared at the gate of the Wanghai Pavilion Villa area. But soon, the other party disappeared into the blind spot of the surveillance, and then disappeared for more than 10 minutes before the other party's figure reappeared in the surveillance range. It's just a pity that the surveillance blind spot is very remote. No one passed by there during the 10 minutes when the person disappeared, so we can't confirm whether the person is related to this murder case. Yi Qingyan narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, and then asked, "Do you have a photo of this person?" "Have." The young man nodded, took out a photo, handed it to Yi Qingyan, and said, "Minister, this is the photo taken by the surveillance camera at that time. You can take a look." Chapter 101 Unable to find identity. Yi Qingyan reached out to take the photo, and her eyes fell on it at the first moment. The photo shows a young man. The young man had sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a stern appearance, and a mysterious aura. If Yi Xian were here, he would definitely find out that the young man in the photo was himself. Yi Qingyan stared at Yi Xian in the photo with her beautiful eyes and asked, "Have you found out his identity?" The young man shook his head and said, "I have already used the internal information network, but I can't find any information. It's as if the other party appeared out of thin air, with no origin or past." Yi Qingyan frowned. Dragon Soul is the official force of JoJo, established specifically to maintain the stability of JoJo's martial arts circle. It can be said that anyone who knows the Kyushu martial arts circle is basically registered with Dragon Soul. But now we can't even find out a person's identity. How is that possible? The key point is that when she looked at Yi Xian in the photo and met his calm eyes, she actually felt a hint of danger. This is not facing a real person, it's just through a photo. Yi Qingyan was somewhat incredulous. She started learning martial arts from her father at the age of 3, and received instruction from many famous teachers. She is so powerful that there are very few people who can compare with her among the younger generation. But now, a young man of similar age to her had given her a sense of crisis based on just a photo. It was hard to imagine how powerful the other party was. The key point is that among the younger generation she knows, there is absolutely no person like the one in the photo. Who is the other party? Why did you appear in Tianhai? Yi Qingyan couldn't figure it out, but she knew that the young man in the photo was definitely related to Hu Fingyuan's death, and he was an extremely dangerous person. This can be seen from the way those people died in the villa. The attack was ruthless. There was no hesitation at all. Every move is a kill. In order to do it so cleanly and neatly, the other party's hands must be stained with blood. In his heart, human life is no longer valuable, and killing people will not cause any psychological fluctuations for him. The presence of such a brutal person in Tianhai is definitely an unimaginable threat to Tianhai. Without further hesitation, Yi Qingyan said to the young man, "Expand the scope of your investigation. In addition, secretly send someone to Tianhai to search for the owner of this photo. Make sure you find out where the other person is hiding. If you have any news, notify me immediately. Also, no one can act without my order, understand?" In the last sentence, Yi Qingyan's tone suddenly became much heavier. If the young man in the photo is the one who broke into the villa, then the other party's strength can be seen. The key point is that the other party dares to be so unscrupulous, he is definitely a lawless person. If her people meet the other party will definitely not show any mercy because of Long Hun's identity. Any rash action will only result in more casualties. This was a result she absolutely did not want to see. Upon hearing this, the young man immediately said in a serious tone, "Yes, Minister." Yi Qingyan didn't say anything else and got into a car parked outside. After closing the car door, Yi Qingyan took out her mobile phone, pointed it at the photo in her hand, took a photo, and then sent it. After doing all this, she took out her cell phone and made a call. "Brother, are you free now?" "Yes. I have something I want to ask you for help. It's not a big deal. I want to check the identity of a person who was related to a murder case, but Tianhai branch does not have the authority." "Okay, brother, I'll trouble you. I've sent the photos to your email. I'll wait for your call." After the call was hung up, Yi Qingyan fell into deep thought again. At this moment, in a mysterious mountain in Kyushu, the entire mountain was almost hollowed out and built into a huge base. This is a base of Dragon Soul. At this moment, in one of the rooms, a burly man in a military green vest hung up the phone and shook his head helplessly. "This little junior sister, I really can't understand it. A good daughter of a rich family must learn to charge into battle. What do you think will happen to you? How can I explain it to the master?" Although he was complaining, the burly man did not stop his hands. With a light grab of his 5 fingers, the laptop computer placed 2 meters away actually defied the law of gravity, flew up into the air, and landed in his hand. After opening his laptop and logging into his email, the burly man downloaded the photos sent by Yi Qingyan. When he saw Yi Xian's photo, the burly man curled his lips in disdain and said, "He looks pretty good, but unfortunately, he's weak. I can kill 10 of them with one punch." As he spoke, the burly man did not slow down at all. He opened a mysterious website and entered Yi Xian's photo into it. Before the message came out, the burly man walked to the refrigerator, took out a can of Coke and opened it. He took a casual sip and glanced at his laptop. It didn't matter that he took a look. His pupils shrank and he walked quickly to the computer. His eyes were fixed on a red pop-up window on the computer, with a look of disbelief on his face. "Check, there is no such person. How is this possible?" The burly man closed the pop-up window and re-entered Yi Xian's photo several times, but every time he repeated it, more terrifying waves of shock rose in his heart. Before he knew it, the Coke in his hand had fallen to the ground. But he seemed not to feel it. His eyes were fixed on the photos on the computer, and he couldn't calm down at all. He is the leader of the Dragon Soul White Tiger Group, and his master is the Dragon Lord of Dragon Soul. This also means that he has very high authority in Dragon Soul. Except for some SSS level information that he cannot find, he can find almost everything else. Now he used his authority, but he couldn't find out the identity of a young boy. It's unbelievable. There are only two possibilities when this happens. First, the other party's identity was listed as SSS level, so he was not qualified to find out. But this is almost impossible. If this were the case, the computer would show that he did not have sufficient permissions, rather than that the person did not exist. Second, the other party's identity was so powerful that even the Dragon Soul was unwilling to provoke him, so naturally the other party's information was not entered into the Dragon Soul system. This is the most terrifying thing. Dragon Soul is one of the top forces in JoJo. It is surrounded by masters and strong men. Even Dragon Soul does not dare to provoke it easily. The opponent's terror is terrifying when you think about it carefully. The next second, the burly man took out his cell phone and called Yi Qingyan. "Junior sister, you must stop investigating the Tianhai murder case right now. Don't ask me why. The Dragon Soul headquarters will take over this murder case. You have no right to refuse. Otherwise, I will tell Master about this and transfer you back to the Dragon Soul headquarters." As soon as he finished speaking, the burly man hung up the phone without giving Yi Qingyan a chance to speak. Yi Qingyan held the phone in her hand, her face full of reluctance. The reason she came to Tianhai was to prove herself, to prove that she was not inferior to any man. But now, what the senior brother said seemed to deny everything she had done. She couldn't accept it. "You all think that I am a woman and should take care of my husband and children, but I will definitely prove with facts that I, Yi Qingyan, will not lose to anyone. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly and bring the murderer to justice." Chapter 102. I can let you check it again. At the same time, Tianhai Ling family. Ling Shanhai hadn't slept yet. He stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the study with his hands behind his back, quietly looking at the scenery outside the window. His brows were furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. Boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Ling Shanhai's eyes narrowed, and he immediately turned around and said, "Come in." A thin man walked in from outside. "Master, there is news from the mountaintop villa of Wanghai Pavilion." Ling Shanhai's eyes narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, "Tell me, what's the situation?" This thin man was the one he arranged to stay in the Wanghai Pavilion villa area. Although Yi Xian did not let the Ling family intervene, he still arranged for someone to go there just in case. After all, Yi Xian is his daughter's only chance to recover. He can't just watch Yi Xian get into trouble. If Yi Xian is defeated, the Ling family can also help. Hearing Ling Shanhai's words, the thin man took a deep breath and said, "Master, the leader of the Blood Alliance, Hu Fengyuan, is dead. The other two leaders of the Blood Alliance are also dead. Not only that, the more than 20 bodyguards that the Blood Alliance arranged in the villa on the top of the mountain of Wanghai Pavilion are all dead. Nephew Yi, you actually killed Hu Fengyuan." Ling Shanhai's heart was in turmoil. He knew that Yi Xian was very powerful, but in his heart, he didn't think that Yi Xian could kill Hu Fengyuan. No matter what, Hu Fengyuan is a veteran martial arts master after all. Even if he can't win, can't he just run away? But now, what did he hear? Hu Fengyuan is dead. Killed by Yi Xian. What kind of strength does it take to achieve this? Could it be that nephew Ye's strength has already entered the 9 provinces grandmaster ranking? An idea arose in Ling Shanhai's mind that even he himself could not believe. Because since the establishment of the JoJo Grandmaster list, the youngest martial arts grandmaster successfully stepped onto the JoJo Grandmaster list at the age of 30.
This has been considered by countless ancient martial artists to be an unbreakable record.
It has also become an unspoken rule among everyone that no one can enter the Kyushu Grandmaster list before the age of 30.
But now, what did he see?
However, Yi Xian, who is in his early 20s, is very likely to step into the JoJo Grandmaster list.
What is this concept?
Not only was this record moved forward 7 or 8 years, it also meant that Yi Xian would have the opportunity to rank first on the Kyushu Grandmaster list in the future and become the #1 martial artist in Kyushu. Because the person who holds this record was once the #1 martial artist in Kyushu.
Ling Shanha suppressed his inner shock and asked again, "How is Yi Xian? Is he injured?"
The thin man shook his head and said, "No, the brothers who were watching the Wanghai Pavilion Villa area sent me news that Mr. Yu is unharmed."
What? Unharmed? Ling Shanha was no longer calm.
Single-handedly, he broke into the heavily guarded villa and killed dozens of people, including a veteran martial arts master, without any harm himself.
It's simply unbelievable.
After a long while, Ling Shanha finally let out a long breath and said, "I understand.
This matter ends here. No one is allowed to spread it. Do you understand?"
"Yes, Patriarch." The thin man nodded and was about to turn around and leave, but then he thought of something and said, "By the way, Patriarch, there is a piece of news from the brother who was watching the villa on the top of Wanghai Pavilion."
After Hu Fengyuan's death, the scene was sealed off by the Dragon Soul Tianhai branch.
The person leading the team was the director of the Tianhai branch, Yi Qingyan.
Dragon Soul? Yi Qingyan?
Ling Shanha frowned deeply. He was naturally familiar with Dragon Soul, an official force specifically targeting ancient warriors. Once you are targeted by the Dragon Soul, you will have no place to stand in the entire JoJo. But he knew that he couldn't intervene at all.
The Ling family is just a family in Tianhai. Compared with Dragon Soul, the gap is no less than that between an elephant and an ant. Even if he wanted to intervene, he was powerless. After a while, Ling Shanhai exhaled and said, "I know about this matter. You can go down first." "Yes." The thin man left quickly.
Ling Shanha put his hands behind his back, turned around, looked out the window, and was lost in thought, not knowing what he was thinking about.
No words were spoken that night. 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yi Xian woke up early from his practice. He wanted to practice for a while longer, but the spiritual energy in JoJo was too thin. Even though he took a few pills last night, his practice structure was far inferior to the place where the old man took him.
"It seems that we must hurry up and find an alchemy furnace."
Yi Xian got up from the bed and was about to wash up when there was a knock on the door. Lin Shiu's voice came from outside the door. "Yi Xian, are you up yet?
Hurry up and get ready for breakfast."
Hearing this familiar voice, Yi Xian felt a little warm in his heart. He remembered that his 5 senior sisters used to wake him up for breakfast in the same way, but unfortunately, he didn't even know where his 5 senior sisters were now. He turned and walked to the door, opened it, and saw Lin Shiu in a business suit. Maybe because of what happened last night, Lin Shiu's eyes were a little evasive and her face was a little red, which was very cute.
"Shiu, I didn't expect you to be so nice to me. You actually came to call me for breakfast so early in the morning. How can I thank you? How about I dedicate myself to you and be your bed warmer? How about that?"
Yi Xian said with a smile. After spending some time together, Lin Shiu had already understood Yi Xian's character. He liked to talk a lot of nonsense when he had nothing to do, but he was still very principled and not annoying. She looked Yi Xian up and down, and said with disdain, "I have certain requirements for the man who warms my bed. You, who don't have any meat on your body, are not qualified to warm my bed.
Go back and practice more."
If it were anyone else, they would have been squeezed out by Lin Shiu and couldn't even say a word. But Yi Xian didn't care at all. Instead, he came up to Lin Shiu and said with a sly smile, "Don't you know clearly whether I have any flesh on my body?" Lin Shiu was startled, and her pretty face instantly flushed. The scene of her being frank with Yi Xian in the hotel that day subconsciously emerged in her mind. She had to admit that Yi Xian had a very good figure. He was the type that looked thin when dressed, but had muscular body when undressed, and even had 8-pack abdominal muscles.
This is exactly what is referred to online as the standard little wolf dog.
The key point is that this guy's physical strength is so strong that she felt a little weak in her legs during those days.
This guy is not a human being, but a beast.
Just when Lin Shiu was daydreaming, Yi Xian's voice rang out again. How is it, do you remember? If not, I can take off my clothes now and let you check it carefully again. Chapter 103 There will be no more blood alliance in Tianhai. Hearing Yi Xian's shameless words, Lin Shiu wanted to ignore Yi Xian and turn away. But when she thought about how she had been teased by this guy several times in the past few days, she felt a little embarrassed, so she simply took a step forward and came in front of Yi Xian. She stretched out a hand and placed it on Yi Xian's shoulder, biting her red lips lightly, which was extremely seductive. Slowly, she slid her hand from Yi Xian's shoulder to his chest, drawing circles there with her slender fingers. Then, a numb voice sounded in Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian, are you serious? Let me check your body? But I'm a little scared. What if I follow you into the room and you do something to me? Yi Xian is a man full of vigor and vitality. Facing an extremely beautiful woman who speaks to you in such a seductive voice, it really makes people unable to control themselves. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Shiyu's expression changed immediately. She pushed Yi Xian away and said, "Humph. I knew you were a pervert. I'm telling you, put away your dirty thoughts, otherwise, I'll kill you." While speaking, Lin Shiu stretched out two fingers and changed the scissors in front of Yi Xian, as if she was cutting something. Yi Xian looked at Lin Shiu with a dark face. He had never thought that Lin Shiu, who appeared to be so cool and elegant outside, actually had such a side to her. Perhaps this is Lin Shiu's true character. Seeing Yi Xian was silent, Lin Shiu immediately revealed a smug smile on her pretty face. "Hurry up and brush your teeth and wash your face, then come down to have breakfast, otherwise I will eat it all by myself." After saying that, without waiting for Yi Xian to speak, Lin Shiu turned around and went downstairs. Looking at Lin Shiu's back, Yi Xian showed a faint smile on his face. He found that he seemed to have gotten used to the noisy life with Lin Shiu. After a quick wash, Yi Xian went downstairs. At this moment, Lin Shiu saw Yi Xian and snorted cutely. She ignored Yi Xian and ate breakfast while watching the news playing in the elevator in the living room. Yi Xian chuckled, not caring about Lin Shiu's attitude, walked into the restaurant, poured himself a bowl of porridge, and began to eat it. "Yi Xian." Lin Shiu suddenly called out, "After you finish your meal, don't go to the Ling family yet. I'll take you to see Grandpa first." "Meet Grandpa?" Yi Xian took a sip of porridge and asked in confusion, "Why do you suddenly want to see Grandpa?" Lin Shiu explained, "You forgot what I told you last night. Grandpa plans to go to the Blood Alliance today to meet the leader of the Blood Alliance and help you resolve the conflict between you and the Blood Alliance. Naturally, you have to go." As she spoke, Lin Shiu was afraid of bringing some pressure to Yi Xian, so she said again, "But you don't have to worry about anything. With Grandpa here, the Blood Alliance won't dare to do anything to you. You just need to go through the motions." When Yi Xian heard this, he said nonchalantly, "No need to go, there will be no more Blood Alliance in Tianhai in the future." "There will be no more blood alliances in Tianhai?" Hearing this, a hint of doubt flashed across Lin Shiu's pretty face. She didn't understand what this meant. She was about to say something when the host on the living room TV interrupted with an important news. At 9 o'clock last night, a major murder case occurred in our city. It has been confirmed that Hu Fengyuan, chairman of the Northern Group, 2 senior executives of the Northern Group, and many bodyguards were killed by the suspect. Currently, the authorities are collecting clues. If anyone has information, please call 135. In addition, we hope that the citizens of Tianhai will pay attention to travel safety in the next few days and do not stay outside for too long at night. When Lin Shiu saw this news, she subconsciously covered her mouth. Her pretty face was full of disbelief. The Blood Alliance's official identity is the Northern Group. Its leader Hu Fengyuan is the chairman of the Northern Group, and the other leaders are senior executives of the Northern Group. These 2 days, she has been worried that the Blood Alliance will cause trouble for Yi Xian. Her grandfather was also trying to resolve the conflict with the Blood Alliance. But what she saw now was that the leader of the Blood Alliance, Hu Fengyuan, was dead, and the top leaders of the Blood Alliance were also killed. This is a Blood Alliance. The overlord of Tianhai's underground world, even the Lin family dare not offend him easily. Now the Blood Alliance has been destroyed. Who did it? Who is actually eliminating harm for the people? Lin Shiu quickly took a sip of water to calm herself down, and subconsciously glanced at Yi Xian out of the corner of her eye. She found that the other party's eyes were slightly narrowed, with a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. Yi Xian's words just now emerged in her mind: there will be no more Blood Alliance in Tianhai in the future. Could it be that Yi Xian had already known that the Blood Alliance had been destroyed? Or, it was Yi Xian who destroyed the Blood Alliance? After all, Yi Xian was very powerful, and he had told her several times that he did not take the Blood Alliance seriously and that he had the ability and motivation to destroy the Blood Alliance.
Yi Xian, this couldn't be you who did it. Lin Shiu finally couldn't help but speak.
Yi Xian was slightly startled, then he smiled, pretending to be ferocious, and said in a sinister tone, "Yes, I killed them."
I didn't expect that you would discover my secret. It seems that I can't keep you alive today. However, you are so beautiful, it would be a pity to kill you. How about you become my bed warmer in the future, and I will spare you. Go to hell, you wish.
Lin Shiu glared at Yi Xian unhappily, and she breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. In her opinion, Yi Xian should not have done this. Because there is no murderer in this world who would be stupid enough to casually tell others about his murder. Moreover, she heard from her grandfather that Hu Fengyuan was a veteran martial arts master, and even Mr. Huan might not be able to do anything to him.
Not to mention that there are many martial arts masters and hot weapons in the Blood Alliance.
Yi Xian's strength is good, but it is simply impossible to kill Hu Fengyuan under such heavy protection.
Yi Xian looked at Lin Shiu's expression and didn't explain anything. There are some things he doesn't want Lin Shiu to know.
For Lin Shiu, his world is still too bloody. Lin Shiu may not be able to accept it. Besides, he will leave sooner or later, so there is no need to drag Lin Shiu into this bloody world. Lin Shiu shook her head, suppressed her thoughts, looked at Yi Xian and warned, "Yi Xian, I know you have nothing to do with this matter, but you must never say such things again in the future, especially not outside, understand? Hu Fengyuan and the top leaders of the Blood Alliance are dead. But the rest of the Blood Alliance is still alive. They might want to avenge Hu Fengyuan. If you go out and talk nonsense, you might get yourself killed.
And the king of Jiangnan. The Blood Alliance is under his control.
Now that something has happened, he can't just sit there and watch.
He might investigate.
If he finds out that you are responsible, even if you have nothing to do with it, you will be in big trouble. Not only that, so many people died this time, the impact is definitely not good, the police will also investigate. You are just talking nonsense, but if the police hear about it, you will also have to go to the police station.
Lin Shiu's tone was more serious than ever before.
Looking at Lin Shiu's appearance, Yi Xian knew that she was worried about him, so he nodded and said, "Don't worry, I know my limits."
Chapter 104 Treating Ling Ruoshui again.
After breakfast, Lin Shiu left the villa and drove to the Lin group. Originally, Lin Shiu planned to drive Yi Xian to the Ling family, and then the two of them would return to the Lin group together. However, Yi Xian refused. In addition to going to the Ling family to treat Ling Ruoshui today, he also asked Ling Shanha to help with two things. The first thing is to find a place to store medicinal materials and refine pills.
The second is to ask Ling Shanha if he can find an alchemy furnace for him.
Yi Xian also thought about asking He Zhizhang, but after thinking about it, he finally gave up.
Don't bother two people with one matter.
He was going to look for Ling Shanha anyway, so he might as well go look for him together. After Lin Shiu left, Yi Xian walked out of the villa, came to the side of the road, stopped a taxi, and headed towards the Ling family.
Half an hour later, at Ling's house.
When Yi Xian got out of the car, he found Ling Shanha and Ling Ruoshui were already standing at the door waiting for him. After yesterday's treatment, Ling Ruoshui's legs have recovered a lot. At least she doesn't have to worry about her legs suffering from unbearable pain when exposed to the wind. When Ling Shanha saw Yi Xian getting off the car, he hurriedly went up to him and said, "Nephew Yi, you are here." Unconsciously, Ling Shanha's way of addressing Yi Xian had begun to become a respectful title. Today, Yi Xian is not only a master of medicine, but also extremely powerful in martial arts. Ling Shanha has no doubt that if it were not for the relationship with the Lin family, he would not even be qualified to stand in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at Ling Shanha, not understanding why Ling Shanha's attitude had changed. He shook his head and said, "Uncle Ling, you don't have to be so polite.
Actually, I should thank you.
If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't be able to solve such a big problem."
I should be thanking you.
Ling Shanha naturally knew what trouble Yi Xian was talking about, and waved his hand and said, "Nephew Yi, you are too polite.
This is just a small favor from me, it's nothing."
Ling Ruoshui sat in a wheelchair, listening to the conversation between her father and Yi Xian, with a hint of confusion on her pretty face.
What trouble? What help? She didn't quite understand.
However, she did not ask anything, but just stayed quietly by the side. Yi Xian didn't dwell on this topic, but said, "Uncle Ling, let's go in and treat Miss Ling first."
Okay, no problem.
Ling Shanha nodded, pushed Ling Ruoshui, and walked into the villa. As soon as he entered the villa, Ling Shanha was about to push Ling Ruoshui to the room for treatment, but his cell phone rang. After taking a look at the caller ID, Ling Shanha's expression froze slightly. Then, he looked at Yi Xian and said, "Nephew Yi, I have an important call to answer. I can't push Ruoshui to the room. Please push Ruoshui over." "Uncle Ling, leave it to me," Yi Xian said. Ling Shanha nodded, took his phone, and quickly left the living room. Yi Xian pushed Ling Ruoshui into the room. However, as soon as he entered the room, Yi Xian was a little troubled. If he wanted to treat Ling Ruoshui, then Ling Ruoshui had to lie in bed. During yesterday's treatment, it was Lin Shiu who helped Ling Ruoshui lie on the hospital bed. Now that Lin Shiu is not here and Ling Shanha has also left, he can't just pick up Ling Ruoshui and put her on the bed. Even if he was willing, Ling Ruoshui probably wouldn't be willing. No matter what, it is not appropriate for men and women to touch each other. Ling Ruoshui looked at Yi Xian standing there motionless. The smart girl immediately thought of the key to the matter, and a slight blush flashed across her pretty face. However, she did not say anything. Instead, she rolled her wheelchair to the bed, tried hard to prop herself up, and wanted to lie down on the bed. But after all the efforts, I still couldn't do it. Although the toxins in her legs had been eliminated, she still couldn't use much strength, and it was too difficult for her to climb onto the bed alone. Before, she had been paralyzed for 3 months and had someone to take care of her. However, ever since Yi Xian said yesterday that she was poisoned and it was very likely that someone around her had poisoned her, her father dismissed all the servants. She can only rely on herself now. Yi Xian stood by and watched Ling Ruoshui's actions. He hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "Miss Ling, how about I help you?" Ling Ruoshui was startled and subconsciously wanted to refuse, but thinking of her actions just now, she bit her red lips and said softly, "Mr. Yi, then I'll trouble you." Anyway, Yi Xian had already checked her body when he treated her yesterday, so it didn't seem like a big deal to let Yi Xian hold her now. Hearing Ling Ruoshui's words, Yi Xian took a deep breath, took a step forward, stretched out his hand, and picked Ling Ruoshui up from the wheelchair. Ling Ruoshui's whole body tensed up instantly, and her face turned red. It was the first time for her to have such close contact with the opposite sex, and the key point was that the other party was her best friend's fiancé, which made her extremely nervous. In order to facilitate treatment, Ling Ruoshui wore a nightgown today. When Yi Xian picked up Ling Ruoshui, he immediately felt a soft touch, which made his heart beat a little. He quickly suppressed the throbbing in his heart, hugged Ling Ruoshui, and put her on the bed. The blush on Ling Ruoshui's pretty face still did not dissipate. She did not dare to look at Yi Xian and whispered, "Mr. Yi, thank you." "You're welcome. It's nothing." Yi Xian smiled and said, "The treatment method will be the same as yesterday. Pull up your skirt and I will give you acupuncture." "Good." Ling Ruoshui nodded, slowly stretched out her hand, and slowly pulled up her nightgown. A pair of slender, white and jade-like legs immediately caught Yi Xian's eyes, giving people a strong visual impact. Yi Xian had no doubt that if Ling Ruoshui's legs were healed and she wore black stockings, there would be few men in the world who could resist just looking at these legs. "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry to bother you next." Ling Ruoshui's shy voice sounded in Yi Xian's ears. "Good." Yi Xian came back to his senses, exhaled, flipped his palm, and took out a few golden needles. Just a snap of the fingers. One by one, golden needles fell on Ling Ruoshui's legs. The golden needle kept trembling, and Ling Ruoshui only felt as if there was an electric current running through her body. At the same time, a warm current flowed out from the silver needles, and her entire leg seemed to be soaked in a hot spring. "It's extremely comfortable." "This." Ling Ruoshui widened her beautiful eyes, with a look of disbelief on her face. Yi Xian treated her yesterday, but yesterday he didn't give her the same feeling as today. She could clearly feel that after the heat flow appeared, her legs, which had been unable to move, seemed to be revived and full of vitality. As the golden needle trembled more and more violently, the warm current became stronger and stronger. Like the tide, surging. Because the acupuncture point was quite sensitive, Ling Ruoshui subconsciously clamped her legs together. As a virgin, she felt a sensation she had never experienced before. So comfortable. She even screamed out subconsciously. The moment she made the sound, she quickly covered her mouth. A blush crept up on her fair face, and even her neck and ears were red. Chapter 105 Choice. Yi Xian turned a deaf ear to Ling Ruoshui's voice, as if he didn't hear it, and concentrated on giving acupuncture. Ling Ruoshui breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yi Xian didn't hear it. Otherwise, she really didn't know how to face Yi Xian in the future.
Time passes by every second.
10 minutes later, Yi Xian moved his fingers, and golden needles flew out of thin air and landed steadily in his hands. Putting away the golden needle, Yi Xian looked at Ling Ruoshui and said, "Miss Ling, you can try to stand up and see if you can walk." Ling Ruoshui thought that it would take a long time for her to stand up and walk, but when she heard Yi Xian's words, she was stunned. She looked at Yi Xian in disbelief and said in a trembling voice, "Yi.
Mr. Yi, what did you say? I can stand up now?"
While speaking, Ling Ruoshui stared at Yi Xian with her beautiful eyes, her pink fists clenched tightly together, and her pretty face showed an undisguised look of nervousness. She was afraid that she had heard it wrongly. Yi Xian naturally knew what Ling Ruoshui was feeling. He smiled faintly and said, "Of course you can. However, your legs have not fully recovered yet, so you can't walk for a long time every day. You still need to sit in a wheelchair. It will take half a month for you to recover like a normal person." Hearing Yi Xian's affirmative answer again, Ling Ruoshui covered her mouth, trying hard not to cry out. She nodded heavily. "Okay, Mr. Yi,
I will stand up and try."
As she spoke, Ling Ruoshui sat up from the bed, moved her legs and stood on the ground. Then, she used both hands to slowly prop herself up. At first, she was a little uncomfortable, her body went limp, and she almost fell to the ground. Yi Xian subconsciously walked over and wanted to support Ling Ruoshui, but was rejected by Ling Ruoshui. "Mr. Yi, you don't have to help me, I want to try it myself." Yi Xian nodded and stopped. Ling Ruoshui tried hard to support her body, exerting a little force with her legs, and tried to stand up. Then, holding the edge of the bed, she carefully moved forward a step. Although she was staggering a little, Ling Ruoshui couldn't help revealing excitement on her pretty face. She carefully moved forward a few steps. Although it was very slow, it was an unprecedented feeling for Ling Ruoshui. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably at this moment. She was so excited that she could no longer hold back. Tears flowed down her cheeks like beads from a broken string.
No one knows what Ling Ruoshui is feeling right now.
Once upon a time, she was a lively girl who loved to go out and enjoy the feeling of the sun on her body, but since she became paralyzed, she has hardly ever left home. It's not that she doesn't want to go out, nor is it because her legs can't see the wind, but she doesn't want to go out and see other people as strange looks. Once, she even thought in her heart that if she died, she would not have to endure the strange looks from others. Her father no longer had to run around every day and beg others for help for her. But now, she stood up, she could finally stand up. Her father no longer has to worry about her, and she no longer has to endure the strange looks from others outside. Ling Ruoshui cried with joy. The next second, she thought of something, raised her head abruptly, looked at Yi Xian and said, "Mr. Yi, thank you for curing my leg." Ling Ruoshui opened her mouth hard to say something, but found that she didn't know how to say it at all. No matter how many words she said, she couldn't express her gratitude to Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at Ling Ruoshui and shook his head, saying, "Ms. Ling, you don't have to thank me. Your father gave me the medical fee, so it's reasonable for me to treat you. It's no big deal. Also, you have to remember that your legs have just recovered, so you can't walk around freely for the time being. You still need to sit in a wheelchair normally. Wait until I give you 2 more acupuncture treatments, and then you won't need it anymore." "Well, Mr. Yi, I understand." Ling Ruoshui nodded gently and was about to sit back in the wheelchair when suddenly, an excited voice came from the side. "Ruoshui, can you stand up now?" Ling Shanha's figure appeared at the door at some point. When he saw Ling Ruoshui standing up, he couldn't hide his excitement on his face and rushed forward. Ling Ruoshui knew how much his father had done for him, so he nodded heavily and said, "Dad, yes, I can stand up now. Not only that, Mr. Yi also said that in 2 days, I will be able to walk like a normal person." Okay, that's really great." Ling Shanha's eyes were red. Men don't shed tears easily, but they do when their love is deep. Ling Ruoshui is the only treasure his wife left him in this world. Ever since Ling Ruoshui's legs became paralyzed, he has been feeling deeply guilty every day, always thinking that he had not taken good care of Ling Ruoshui. Now Ling Ruoshui can finally stand up. The next second, Ling Shanha turned around, bowed deeply to Yi Xian, and said, "Nephew Yi, I am grateful for your kindness. If you need me, Ling Shanha, in the future, just ask. Even if it means going through fire and water, I, Ling Shanha, will never refuse." Yi Xian reached out his hand and helped Ling Shanha up, saying, "Uncle Ling, you are too polite. You did me a favor, so I should return the favor. Besides, you have already paid me for the consultation, so I should cure Miss Ling.
You don't need to thank me.
But
Ling Shanha opened his mouth and wanted to do something.
Yi Xian hated this kind of dithering the most, so he simply interrupted Ling Shanha and said, Uncle Ling, no need to say buts.
If you really want to thank me, then help me find a secluded house. It's best to be a single-family villa. Money is not a problem.
Yi Xian had originally planned to find a secluded house, but after thinking about it, he finally gave up this plan.
When refining the elixir, one cannot be disturbed at all.
Once disturbed, the refining will inevitably fail and may even damage the martial arts state of mind.
Ordinary commercial housing obviously cannot meet his requirements. Then the only option is a villa. Townhouses are definitely not suitable, so the only option is single-family villas.
It's a private house, very quiet, he can do whatever he wants without being disturbed. As for the money, he had just received 3 billion from the Su family, which was more than enough to buy a villa.
Villa? Ling Shanha was stunned and looked at Yi Xian with some confusion. He knew that Yi Xian lived with Lin Shiu, so why did Yi Xian want to buy a villa now? However, Ling Shanha did not ask more questions.
This was Yi Xian's private matter, and his relationship with Yi Xian was not good enough to ask about private matters.
It would be bad to ask too much. Nephew Yi, leave it to me. I will find it for you and guarantee to give you news in the shortest possible time.
Ling Ruoshui, who was sitting back in the wheelchair, heard the conversation between her father and Yi Xian, and suddenly thought of something. She said to Ling Shanha, Dad, why bother looking for him? I remember that on your 40th birthday, someone gave you a single-family villa.
You can just give it to Mr. Yi now. Chapter 106, Terrifying Thoughts.
Hearing Ling Ruoshui's words, Ling Shanha slapped his head suddenly and suddenly remembered. On his 40th birthday, the owner of Tianhai Dingsheng Real Estate did give him a detached villa. It is said that this single-family villa is a single-family lakefront villa located in Yengui Lake Leisure Resort.
Elegant environment. Surrounded by mountains and water. Standing on the balcony of the villa, you can enjoy the beauty of mountains, rivers, and lakes.
However, there were too many people giving gifts at that time, and he had no interest in moving, so he just asked the housekeeper to close down the house.
I didn't take it to heart.
If Ling Ruoshui hadn't reminded him this time, he would have really forgotten it. Without thinking anymore, Ling Shanhai came back to his senses immediately. Nephew Yi, I have a single-family villa in my hand.
The environment and location are very suitable for your requirements. Wait here for a moment, I'll get you the key. Yi Xian nodded. Uncle Ling, thank you for your help. It's just a small matter.
Ling Shanha walked outside quickly. In less than a minute, Ling Shanha walked in again with a bunch of keys in his hand.
Nephew Yi, this is the single-family villa that someone gave me.
It is located in the Yengui Lake Leisure Resort in Tianhai.
The environment is very beautiful. I am now offering it to Nephew Yi.
Uncle Ling, I will be disrespectful to refuse then. Yi Xian did not refuse, he took the key and said, however, I can't take this villa for free. Uncle Ling, please take a look at the current market price of villas here, and I will buy it with my own money. Although Ling Shanha wanted to give this villa to Yi Xian, he knew that Yi Xian would definitely not agree, so he directly offered a price. Nephew Yi, this villa was given to me by someone else.
It is useless to me. Just give me 5 million. Yengui Lake Villa is actually one of Tianhai's famous top villa areas.
Coupled with the beautiful environment and the deep love of the Tianhai dignitaries, each villa is worth at least tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Yi Xian naturally guessed that Ling Shanha would not tell the real price, so he did not say much. He would naturally repay Ling Shanha's favor when the time came. Uncle Ling, tell me your bank account number and I'll transfer the money to you.
Okay, my bank account number is 6,227. Ling Shanha reported a bank account. Yi Xian nodded, took out his mobile phone, logged into the mobile banking, and transferred 5 million to Ling Shanha's bank account.
Ever since Su Fulu transferred 3 billion to Yi Xian last time, Yi Xian's bank card was directly upgraded to the highest level by the bank, and all restrictions were lifted. As long as Yi Xian is willing, transferring 3 billion at one time is not a problem. After doing all this, Yi Xian looked at Ling Shanha and said, Uncle Ling, I have transferred the money.
You can take a look. Ling Shanha said nonchalantly, Nephew Yi, I believe you.
Yi Xian nodded and spoke again, By the way, Uncle Ling, I have one more thing I want to consult you about. Ling Shanha said, Nephew Yi, if you want to ask anything, just open your mouth and I will tell you everything I know.
Yi Xian did not beat around the bush and said straight to the point, Uncle Ling, do you know where to buy an alchemy furnace in Tianhai?
Now that he has the medicinal herbs and the villa, he must hurry to find the alchemy furnace. What happened to Hu Fengyuan made him realize what he would face next.
King of Jiangnan. Miyamoto family.
Sooner or later, the other party will come to cause trouble for him. Although he is very powerful now, he knows from Hu Fengyuan that there are very likely cultivators like him hidden in Zhouzhou. He doesn't understand the opponent now, nor does he know how strong the opponent is, so the best way is to improve his strength. As long as his strength improves, he will not be afraid of the strong ones on the Zhouzhou Grandmaster list or the cultivators.
Alchemy furnace?
Hearing Yi Xian's words, Ling Shanhe was stunned, and then as if he thought of something, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked at Yi Xian with shock on his face.
Yi. Nephew Yi, what do you want the alchemy furnace for? Could it be that you can make alchemy? Ling Shanhe's voice began to tremble, revealing his inner unrest. Ling Shanhe couldn't help but be shocked. In Kyushu, although alchemists have not disappeared, they are extremely rare. Every alchemist is a guest of honor of all major forces and is a being that countless forces are scrambling to get. Because once your family has an alchemist in charge, within 3 years, your family will definitely become the top family in Zhouzhou. But at the same time, the strength of alchemists is generally not high, and even those who have stepped into the realm of martial arts masters can be counted on one hand. It's not because of anything else, but because people's energy is limited. If you want to achieve success in alchemy, you must devote yourself to research. The same is true for martial arts. But now, what did he hear? Yi Xian actually wants to buy an alchemy furnace. This is something that only alchemists can use. For other people, it is just a waste and completely useless. Even if someone wants to buy it, it is only to please a certain alchemist. But will Yi Xian please other alchemists? The answer is no. He and Yi Xian have not known each other for long, but he can feel the confidence that Yi Xian exudes from the bottom of his heart. This kind of self-confidence is not arrogance, but a kind of strength that looks down on the world. Such a person is definitely a proud person and will never buy something just to curry favor with someone. Right now, Yi Xian wants to find an alchemy furnace. There is only one explanation: Yi Xian himself is an alchemist, otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to say this. As soon as he thought of this, Ling Shanhe couldn't help but take a breath and felt his scalp tingling. You should know that Yi Xian is not only an expert in medicine, but also has great martial arts skills and is likely to be included in the Kyushu Grandmaster list. Now he is an alchemist again. What is even more terrifying is that Yi Xian is only in his early 20s. Medicine, martial arts, and alchemy are 3 arts that are practiced together, but the first 2 have reached a superb level. I'm afraid that Yi Xian has definitely reached a very advanced level in the art of alchemy. What is this concept? It's terrifying when you think about it. Even if one has been practicing since the womb, it is probably impossible to achieve something so terrifying. What kind of power could cultivate such a terrifying genius? I'm afraid even the top families in Beijing can't do this. As for Yi Xian's self-taughtness, Ling Shanhe had never thought about it at all. Martial arts maybe. However, the art of medicine and alchemy is not something that can be achieved simply by self-study. Without the guidance of a famous teacher, it is simply impossible to achieve anything. Ling Shanhe's heart was filled with huge waves, and he suddenly realized that he seemed to know a shocking secret. Once the secret is exposed, perhaps the entire Kyushu will be in turmoil. When Yi Xian heard Ling Shanhe's words and looked at Ling Shanhe's expression, his eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't know why Ling Shanhe reacted so strongly when he heard that he wanted to find an alchemy furnace. But he knew that the fact that he could make elixirs must not be leaked, otherwise it would bring him a lot of trouble. He is not afraid of trouble, but he also doesn't want to be troubled. Chapter 107 Auction. After a few seconds, Yi Xian smiled and said, Uncle Ling, you are joking. How can I make pills? I just heard that medicine and alchemy have something in common, so I want to make an alchemy furnace to see if I can make pills. Ling Shanhe looked at Yi Xian deeply, but did not ask any more questions. Instead, he said, Nephew Yi, alchemists are extremely rare in Zhouzhou, but it happens that an alchemist can make your family's power rise to a higher level, and it is not surprising that it can even become the top family in Zhouzhou. In order to recruit alchemists, many forces will collect alchemy furnaces, which also leads to alchemy furnaces being extremely rare in Zhouzhou. However, if you want to buy an alchemy furnace, there is a way. Uncle Ling, please tell me. Yi Xian bowed. There are 3 ways to buy an alchemy furnace.
Ling Shanha said, first, we can buy an alchemy furnace from other families, but they may not sell it to us, and it will bring us trouble.
I don't think you will choose this, nephew Yi. Good.
Yi Xian nodded. He just asked about the alchemy furnace, but Ling Shanha's face changed. If he bought an alchemy furnace from another family, God knows what kind of trouble would happen.
The first method is not good, so the only other options are the next two. The second way is to try your luck at the antique market.
Alchemists are indeed rare in Zhouzhou, but thousands of years ago, alchemists were not rare.
Some alchemists would take their alchemy furnaces into the grave after their death. Naturally, some alchemy furnaces will be dug out. If someone doesn't know the value of the furnace, it will be sold on the antique market.
At this point, Ling Shanha paused and said, of course, it is precisely because alchemy furnaces are extremely rare that fakes are rampant. There are even some ancient martial arts families who specialize in making fake alchemy furnaces, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. If you, nephew Yi, are proficient in the art of appraisal, you can try your luck at the antique market. The prices won't be too expensive. Yi Xian did not speak, but fell into deep thought.
He has a secret method to identify alchemy furnaces, but the antique market is full of mixed goods and there are too many fakes.
Trying to find a real alchemy furnace is like looking for a needle in a haystack, which is a waste of energy and time. He has so much energy and time to waste.
Uncle Ling, what is the third method?
Yi Xian asked again.
Ling Shanha didn't say anything more and immediately said, the third way is to participate in the auction. All the items at the auction have been authenticated by the auction house, so there is basically no possibility of fakes. Even if the auction house cannot authenticate them, it will inform the auctioneer to prevent transaction disputes.
Of course, if we participate in the auction, the price of the alchemy furnace will also increase. A year ago, an alchemy furnace was auctioned at an auction in Beijing. At that time, the furnace was sold for billions of dollars and was bought by a Beijing family.
Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He didn't expect that an alchemy furnace would be auctioned for such a terrifying price. On second thought, it does make sense.
After all, Uncle Ling just said that if your family has an alchemist, the family's influence will be able to reach a higher level, and even become the top family in Zhouzhou.
No one can resist such temptation.
The alchemy furnace is the key item to attract alchemists, so it is reasonable that it can be auctioned at a sky-high price.
However, he had to admit that this was the fastest way to get the alchemy furnace. As long as he has enough money. Thinking of this, Yi Xian looked at Ling Shanha and said, Uncle Ling, do you know if there is any auction being held in Jiangnan province or Zhouzhou? Will there be an alchemy furnace auction at the auction?
Ling Shanha seemed to have known that Yi Xian would ask this question, and he immediately said, yes. In 2 days, the Peninsula Hotel in Tianhai will hold an auction.
In this auction, there will be an alchemy furnace for auction, but...
Ling Shanha seemed to want to say something but stopped himself.
But what, Uncle Ling, please tell me.
Ling Shanha took a deep breath and said, however, according to the information released by the auction, they can't tell whether this alchemy furnace is real or fake.
So, if you want to auction this alchemy furnace, you need to rely on your eyesight.
Yi Xian's eyes sank slightly. Even the auction couldn't tell whether it was real or fake. Either the alchemy furnace was indeed fake, but the counterfeiter was so powerful that he was able to hide the truth. Either this alchemy furnace is of very high quality, but the pearl is covered with dust, causing the alchemy furnace to pollute itself and conceal its own brilliance, making it impossible to judge whether it is real or fake.
However, no matter what, he had to go to this auction.
Otherwise, if this alchemy furnace is fake, it would be fine, but if it is real, then he would miss out on a top-quality alchemy furnace.
Yi Xian immediately said, Uncle Ling, do you know what time this auction will start in 2 days?
Ling Shanha shook his head, I don't know. They usually announce the time of the auction a few hours before it starts.
However, once they announce the time, I can notify nephew Yi as soon as possible. Okay, then I'll trouble Uncle Ling. Nephew Yi, you are joking.
Compared to saving Ruoshui, this is just a piece of cake. Yi Xian didn't say much. He would naturally remember the Ling family's kindness in his heart. Before he left Tianhai in the future, he would repay the Ling family for this favor. Ling Ruoshui's legs have been treated, and the issues with the villa and the alchemy furnace have been temporarily resolved. Yi Xian does not plan to stay in the Ling family any longer.
He said goodbye to Ling Shanha and Ling Ruoshui and prepared to leave. Nephew Yi, wait a minute.
Ling Shanha suddenly thought of something and quickly called Yi Xian again.
Yi Xian stopped and said, Uncle Ling, do you have anything else to do? Ling Shanha didn't say anything, but looked at Ling Ruoshui and said, Ruoshui, sit in the wheelchair and take a rest. I'm going to go out and talk to nephew Yi. Good.
Ling Ruoshui didn't ask what was going on, but just nodded obediently.
Nephew Yi, let's go out and talk. Okay.
Yi Xian nodded, followed Ling Shanha and walked out of the room.
Soon, the two arrived outside the Ling family. Yi Xian paused and said, Uncle Ling, do you have anything to say to me? Ling Shanha took a deep breath and said solemnly, Nephew Yi, do you know Dragon Soul? Dragon Soul? Yi Xian frowned. What kind of department is this? Could it be the power of King Jiangnan?
When Ling Shanha saw Yi Xian's expression, he suddenly remembered that Yi Xian didn't even know some basic information about the JoJo martial arts circle, so how could he know about Dragon Soul? He immediately started to explain, Dragon Soul is a force established by the JoJo government to maintain the stability of the JoJo martial arts circle.
Dragon Soul is responsible for managing the crimes, punishments, filings, and special cases of the powerful people in the entire JoJo martial arts circle. They even have the right to execute first and report later when it comes to the ancient martial artists of JoJo. Yi Xian immediately understood the meaning of Ling Shanha's words and said, You mean that Dragon Soul will investigate me because of Hu Fingyuan's death? Chapter 108 They can't do anything to me. Good.
Hearing Yi Xian's words, Ling Shanha nodded. Hu Fingyuan's death has been taken over by the Dragon Soul Tian High branch.
The person in charge of the investigation is most likely Yi Qingyan, the director of the Dragon Soul Tian High branch.
She is the third highest prodigy on the JoJo prodigy ranking. It is said that there is a powerful force hidden behind her, but no one knows what this force is. However, the fact that she was parachuted into the position of director of the Tian High branch 3 years ago is enough to prove that she has a powerful background. If Yi Qingyan intervenes in this matter now, she will definitely investigate you, nephew Yi, so the best way now is for you, nephew Yi, to leave Tian High temporarily. I have already arranged a private plane. As long as you nod your head, I will immediately arrange for you to go to Sanya, just as a trip to relax. I will discuss with Elder Lin and find a scapegoat for you, nephew Yi, so that we can conceal the truth. When the Dragon Soul Tian High branch closes the case, you can come back, and no one will investigate Hu Fingyuan's death.
Ling Shanha's tone was solemn.
It is undeniable that Yi Xian's strength is indeed very strong, but the Dragon Soul is even more terrifying. Once Yi Xian and Long Hun fall out, not only will his life be in danger, but Yi Xian will have no place to stand in the entire JoJo. Listening to Ling Shan's words, Yi Xian's eyes were calm, without the slightest fluctuation, and he said calmly, Uncle Ling, I appreciate your kindness, but I won't leave.
Yi Qingyan can't do anything to me.
When Ling Shanha heard Yi Xian's words, his face changed instantly.
How could he not have thought that Yi Xian actually intended to face the Dragon Soul directly? If this went wrong, the consequences would be disastrous. Nephew Yi, this is not a joke.
Before Ling Shanha could finish his words, Yi Xian interrupted him and said, Uncle Ling, since I dare to do this, I am not afraid of anyone causing trouble.
Don't worry about this matter, I will take care of it.
He knew that Ling Shanha was doing this for his own good, but even though the Dragon Soul was powerful, he was no pushover. Besides, the Blood Alliance are a group of people who deserve to die, so what's the harm in killing them? If the Dragon Soul wanted to stand up for a bunch of trash, he wouldn't mind having a fight with the Dragon Soul to see whether the Dragon Soul would suppress him or he would destroy the Dragon Soul. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Ling Shanha opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything else. He just said, Nephew Yi, since you have made up your mind, I won't persuade you anymore. If you need the Ling family's place, just ask. After saying this, Ling Shanha suddenly thought of something and said again, by the way, Nephew Yi, there is one more thing.
Do you still remember Zhang Heihu who was crippled by you? He is missing.
I suspect that he is very likely to go to find Wang Lo from Jiangnan.
Do you need me to arrange for someone to go to Jiangcheng to find Zhang Heihu and kill him to eliminate his future troubles?
Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he waved his hand and said, No need, it's just Zhang Heihu. He can't cause any trouble, don't worry about him.
Ling Shanha nodded and said again, Nephew Yi, it's not wrong to be careful.
After all, it's easy to dodge an open attack, but it's hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. Maybe the king of Jiangnan doesn't know that you destroyed the Blood Alliance, but you did have a conflict with the Blood Alliance after all, so there's no guarantee that they won't come looking for trouble.
Uncle Ling, I will remember this. If there is nothing else, I will leave first.
Okay, Nephew Yi, take care. After Yi Xian left, Ling Shanha stood there, silent for a moment, and waved to the side.
Master. A warrior from the Ling family walked over from the side.
Ling Shanha ordered, "Go, secretly send the information we collected about the crimes of the Blood Alliance to Dragon Soul.
Don't let anyone know that this is what we did." "Yes, master, I'll do it right away." The Ling family warrior nodded, then immediately turned and left.
Watching the Ling family warriors leave, Ling Shanha sighed softly.
The Ling family is too weak to change Dragon Soul's mind.
Now we can only hope that Dragon Soul will give up investigating the destruction of the other party because of the damnation of the Blood Alliance.
This was the only thing he could do.
Yi Xian naturally didn't know what Ling Shanha did after he left. After leaving the Ling family, he hailed a taxi directly on the side of the road and headed towards the Lin group. He did not go to the villa that Ling Shanha gave him. Although he now has a place to store medicinal materials, he does not have an alchemy furnace. It will be of no use if he goes to the villa. It would be better to go to the Lin group first.
It won't be too late to go to the villa after getting the alchemy furnace.
You can also refine a batch of pills to improve your strength. At the same time, Tianhai Kongsheng Hospital. VIP ward. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire ward was a little weird.
Zhao Yuanli walked back and forth in the ward with a serious expression and extremely irritable mood.
Zhao Chengdong, who was lying on the bed, couldn't bear to watch it anymore and said, "Dad, what are you doing walking around? I have already contacted the partners of the Lin group, and they have agreed to join forces with us. Now we are just waiting for you to say a word, and then we can encircle and destroy the Lin group. I can't wait to see that bitch Lin Shiu kneeling in front of me like a bitch." Zhao Yuanli seemed not to have heard what Zhao Chengdong said. He walked around a few times and sat down on the sofa. Afterwards, he completely ignored whether he was in the ward or not, picked up a cigar from the side and lit it, then said quietly, "The matter of dealing with the Lin group will be postponed for the time being."
"Why, Dad? Isn't it just a small Lin group?"
"The people I have united are enough to crush the Lin group," Zhao Chengdong said with an unwilling look on his face. Zhao Yuanli blew out a smoke ring and said in a deep voice, "I just got a piece of news.
The Lin group has obtained a brand new beauty secret recipe.
It is said that after using it, it can not only remove scars and beautify the face, but also make people 10 years younger.
If this news is true, it will be useless for us to target the Lin group now.
Even if the Lin group gets desperate and offers this beauty secret recipe as a reward to deal with us, it will be enough to make us the target of public criticism in the entire Jiangnan province.
When the time comes, the only thing that awaits us is destruction.
Therefore, we need to take a long-term view when it comes to the Lin group and not act rashly."
Zhao Chengdong sneered when he heard his father's words and said, "You believe this kind of news that makes people laugh out loud? Make people 10 years younger? Even the world's top beauty groups can't do it. How can a small Lin group do it? If they can really do this, does the Lin group still need to go to great lengths to find other beauty secrets?"
At this point, the mockery on Zhao Chengdong's face became more intense. Besides, even if the Lin group can do it, so what?
Right now, the Lin group's products have not even been developed yet.
As long as we destroy the Lin family in the shortest possible time, they won't be able to cause any trouble.
By then, as long as we take over the Lin group, won't the secret recipe belong to us? Chapter 109, Zhao Family Conspiracy.
After hearing what Zhao Chengdong said, Zhao Yuanli fell into deep thought with a frown on his face.
He also didn't believe that the Lin group had such an exquisite secret recipe.
Making people 10 years younger is really nonsense no matter how you look at it.
Even a world-class beauty group can't do it, so how can a Lin group do it? It's a joke.
But the news was so convincing that he couldn't help but believe it. Don't be afraid of 10,000 things, just be prepared for the worst. If this news is true, if the Zhao family takes action against the Lin group, they will be courting death.
Money can move people as hearts.
As long as Lin Shiu says the word, whoever destroys the Zhao family will own this beauty secret recipe.
He believed that the entire Jiangnan province would go crazy, and those people would spare no effort to destroy the Zhao family.
Even if the Yi family was added, it would be of no use to the Chen family. It can be said that the Zhao family has now reached a crossroads. If they choose the right direction, destroy the Lin family and the Ling family, and let the Zhao family rise, it will not be a problem for them to become the #1 family in Tianhai one day. But if they make the wrong choice, the only fate that awaits the Zhao family is destruction.
There will be no second outcome. If you don't kill the snake, there will be endless trouble. He understands this, and the Lin family understands this too.
Zhao Chengdong saw that his father was silent, and a light flashed in his eyes.
He decided to add fuel to the fire and said, "Dad, take advantage of his illness to kill him.
Now that the Lin family is half dead, this is the best time for us to take action.
If we miss it, there will be no chance again.
Besides, Dad, don't forget that we have already torn our faces with the Lin family.
Once the Lin family has a chance to catch their breath, do you think they will let us go?
When Zhao Yuanli heard Zhao Chengdong's words again, a cold light flashed in his eyes. In order to deal with the Lin family, the Zhao family has actually been preparing for a long time.
If they give up just like that, they would be unwilling to do so.
The key point is that his son teased Lin Shiu, although he was eventually defeated by Yi Xian. But the feud has already been formed. He didn't believe that the Lin family would let the Zhao family go, and the Lin family also didn't believe that the Zhao family would suffer in silence.
What's more, he also joined forces with the Chun family and the He family, and wanted to take action against the Lin family after the death of Mr. Lin. He didn't believe that the Lin family didn't notice it. Now the Lin family has not taken action against these three families because the Lin family is not sure of dealing with them. But once the Lin family rises, he believes that the Lin family will absolutely uproot the Zhao family without hesitation. Instead of waiting for death, it is better to give it a try.
Besides, what his son said was right. As long as the Lin family was not given a chance to breathe and was destroyed, no matter whether the Lin group had beauty liquid or not, it would all be paving the way for the Zhao family. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Yuanli made up his mind and said, "Okay, let's proceed according to our previous plan."
Zhao Chengdong was overjoyed.
He grabbed the phone beside the bed and said, "Dad, I'll call the Lin group's partners right now and ask them to cut off their cooperation with the Lin group."
Etc.
Zhao Yuanli spoke up to stop Zhao Chengdong's actions and said in a deep voice, "There is no rush to deal with the Lin group. To be on the safe side, I will call Deputy Director Gao of the Food and Drug Administration. If the Lin group has beauty products submitted for approval, I will ask him to call back directly, and then you can take action. This time, either don't do it, or don't give the Lin group any chance to breathe. I will destroy it completely with one strike." A ferocious look flashed across Zhao Chengdong's eyes, and he said, "Dad, then do as you say."
Lin Group. Yi Xian got out of the taxi and walked into the lobby of Lin Group.
At this moment, it is already 10 o'clock in the morning. Yi Xian was already an hour late for work at the Lin Group.
But no one dared to say anything.
Since yesterday, everyone knows that Yi Xian is not only Lin Shiu's assistant, but also very likely the future boss of the Lin Group. If you offend your boss, you may become tired of living.
Not to mention that the rise of the Lin Group is just around the corner.
If you are fired now, you will have no place to cry.
Assistant Yi. Hello, Assistant Yi. Good morning, Assistant Yi.
When they saw Yi Xian walking in from outside, the employees of Lin Group started to greet him. Yi Xian was not at all arrogant and nodded slightly in response.
His principle is that if someone respects me 1 foot, I will respect him 1 yard.
Since the other party was polite to him, he would naturally greet them with a smile. Even so, when he walked into the elevator, Yi Xian still couldn't help rubbing his cheeks. This kind of social response was really uncomfortable. It seems that he has to find time to talk to Lin Shiu. If there is nothing else, he will not come to the Lin Group. Anyway, he has already solved Lin Shiu's bloody disaster, and nothing will happen to Lin Shiu in the short term. With the beauty serum, you don't have to worry about the crisis of the Lin Group. Instead of wasting time, you might as well stay at home and practice. Taking the elevator all the way to the top floor, Yi Xian walked into the president's office and found Lin Shiu sitting at the desk with an unconcealable smile on her face. When she saw Yi Xian coming in, Lin Shiu stood up from her chair. "Yi Xian, you're back." Yi Xian nodded, looked at Lin Shiu, and said with a smile, "You are smiling so happily, something good must be happening."
You guessed it right.
Lin Shiu smiled and said, "I just got the news that the samples of the beauty serum have been produced.
Also, some people have tested the effect.
After applying the beauty lotion for half an hour, the face has changed significantly, and even some pigmentation on the skin has disappeared.
The effect is really amazing. With the beauty serum, Duozi Beauty Group will be vulnerable.
This time, the Lin Group will not only make a great comeback, but will also become the top beauty group in Jiangnan province. It is only a matter of time before it becomes the leader of Zhozhou and even the world-class beauty group." Having said this, the excitement in Lin Shiu's beautiful eyes became more and more intense. For her, the biggest dream is to develop and expand the Lin Group, because this is not only her dream, but also the dream of her grandfather and her father. She never had the chance to do this before, but now, she can finally realize this dream.
How could she not be excited about this?
Yi Xian looked at Lin Shiu's excitement, chuckled, and said, "Congratulations, it won't be long before you become the president of a world-class beauty group.
Don't forget me, your fiancé, when the time comes." "Fuck you, am I that ungrateful?"
Lin Shiu rolled her eyes at Yi Xian in annoyance, then thought of something and said, "Yi Xian, can I ask you for a favor?"
Yi Xian glanced at Lin Shiu in confusion. "What's the matter?"
Lin Shiu took a deep breath and said, "I would like to ask you to modify the secret recipe of the beauty liquid so that its efficacy is not so amazing. It only needs to make a slight change in the face after applying it. If applied for a long time, it can achieve whitening, anti-aging, skin tightening, and scar reduction. It does not need to make people 10 years younger."
Chapter 110. I will solve these two problems.
Yi Xian was confused by Lin Shiu's words. Although he was not well versed in business, he knew that the more powerful the company's products were, the better. Only in this way could they seize the market and have strong competitiveness.
But now Lin Shiu behaved completely the opposite.
She actually complained that the effect of the beauty liquid was too good and asked him to lower the effect of the beauty liquid.
What's going on? He really couldn't understand it.
Seeing the confusion on Yi Xian's face, Lin Shiu explained, "The reason I did this is because I'm worried that if a tree stands out in the forest, the wind will destroy it. For top groups, the stronger the product effect, the better. But for small companies, the stronger the product effect, the more disastrous it is."
The same is true for the Lin Group. The effect of the beauty serum is so amazing. Once it is released, the impact on the beauty industry will be absolutely fatal. I don't know how many eyes will be staring at the Lin Group by then. In Tianhai, the Lin Group may be considered good, but in Jiangnan Province, or in the entire Zhozhou, it is not worth mentioning. By then, there will be only one outcome for the Lin Group: the Lin Group will go bankrupt, and the secret formula of the beauty serum will be stolen. There will be no other possibility.
At this point, Lin Shiu took a deep breath and said, "That's why I hope you can modify the secret recipe of the beauty serum to reduce its effect. This way, the Lin Group can develop slowly without attracting too much attention. After the Lin Group grows stronger, it won't be too late to slowly improve the effect of the beauty serum." Originally, Lin Shiu did plan to take the beauty liquid directly for approval and then produce it for market. But after seeing the effect of the beauty serum, she finally changed her mind. For the Lin Group, beauty liquid is the hope for rise, but also the source of destruction.
Because the Lin Group is too weak.
Once the beauty serum is released, it will be an unprecedented impact on the entire beauty industry.
It is no exaggeration to say that it was a tsunami.
No one wants to see their products impacted, and even less does anyone want to see their own interests taken away by others.
There are only two ways to avoid this from happening. First, take away the secret recipe of the beauty liquid. Second, eliminate the culprit at the root.
But no matter which one it is, it would be a disaster for the Lin Group. The Lin Group has the support of the Lin family in Tianhai and may be considered a behemoth, but in Jiangnan Province, or even Zhozhou, it is no different from an ant. The other party can destroy the Lin Group in the blink of an eye. Even if the Lin Group asked the Su family for help, it would not work.
Money can move people as hearts. How can you be sure that the Su family won't be jealous of the beauty liquid? If you are not jealous, won't the other people in the Su family be jealous? Compared with the Su family, the Lin Group is at most an outsider. How many people can really help others and not their relatives? She could almost imagine that once the beauty liquid was really released, the Lin Group would be close to destruction. This was a result she didn't want to see. After hearing Lin Shiu's explanation, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "You mean, as long as this problem is solved, the secret recipe of the beauty liquid does not need to be modified, and the Lin Group can develop smoothly, right?" That's right.
Lin Shiu didn't know why Yi Xian asked this, but she nodded, then smiled bitterly and said, "But it's not easy to solve this problem. We not only need the government to back us up to resist the threats that come overtly, but we also need a powerful force to resist the murderous intentions in the dark. After all, the Lin Group's release of the beauty serum affects everyone's interests. Once they cannot deal with the Lin Group openly, these people will inevitably resort to shady means to deal with the Lin Group.
If we want to prevent this from happening, we must have a strong force. Furthermore, this force cannot be too weak. It must at least be ranked among the top forces in Jiangnan Province, or even in Kyushu. But it is not easy to find these forces to protect you. Even if you can find them, the conditions they offer may not be decided by the Lin Group. In fact, the Lin Group will no longer be the Lin Group, but a puppet." Having said this, the bitter smile on Lin Shiu's face became more intense. Her words were not alarmist. The mall is like a battlefield. Sometimes it is even more cruel than a battlefield.
She had heard that a unicorn company in Jiangnan province was being targeted by someone who wanted to get involved in the company. 2 days after being rejected, the president of the company was driving with his wife and children when they were rear-ended by a dump truck and the family of 3 died on the spot. Less than the next day, the unicorn company changed hands. Even if the official investigation ultimately says that it was the dump truck driver who was driving while fatigued, anyone who is not a fool can understand what exactly happened. If the Lin Group dares to release the beauty liquid, the outcome will definitely not be much better than this. Even the Lin family might disappear from this world. In the face of absolute interests, human life is worthless. Yi Xian listened to Lin Shiu's words, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "Neither of these two is a problem, I can solve it."
Can you solve it?
Lin Shiu widened her beautiful eyes, doubting what she heard. She knew that Yi Xian was very powerful, but Yi Xian had just come down from the mountains.
How could he know any official forces, let alone have a force that ranked top in Jiangnan province or even Zhozhou?
If Yi Xian was really that powerful, when she and Yi Xian got engaged, there would have been people coming to congratulate them, not just Yi Xian himself. Yi Xian nodded and said, "I can handle it."
You don't have to worry about it.
You just need to follow the procedures and take the product to the approval office and get the license for production and sales.
I will help you with the rest.
When he came down the mountain this time, his greatest reliance was not his cultivation, but his medical skills that dared to compete with the King of Hell for lives. He not only has beauty serum in his hand, but also the secret recipe of longevity pill that can extend a person's life by 100 years. He doesn't know anyone at the official level, but that doesn't mean Zhao Zhenghe and Su Fulu don't know them. At that time, he only needs to find these two people to act as a go-between and it will be very easy for him to find an official backer for the Lin Group. After all, he would soon be able to find the alchemy furnace and then refine a few longevity pills.
Who can resist the temptation to live a few more years?
As for the forces hidden in the dark, he does not have any for the time being. But it doesn't mean others don't have it. After he killed Hu Fengyuan, the king of Jiangnan would definitely come to cause trouble for him. At that time, he would simply suppress the king of Jiangnan and make him submit to him.
There is absolutely no problem in relying on the power of King Jiangnan and temporarily acting as the umbrella for the Lin Group.
In time, when his strength increases, he alone will represent a powerful force.
With his protection, who would dare to target the Lin Group? Chapter 111. I'll treat you to a meal.
After hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Shiu did not speak and fell into silence. In the past, she might have thought Yi Xian was bragging. But now, she no longer has this idea. Yi Xian did like to talk nonsense, but when it came to serious matters, she knew that he would never joke. But now, if she did what Yi Xian said, it would be like taking a gamble.
If the bet is lost, it will be a disaster for the Lin Group. She can't afford to lose.
Seeing that Lin Shiu didn't say anything, Yi Xian shook his head slightly, knowing that Lin Shiu didn't believe him. However, it was not Lin Shiu's fault.
Who would believe what a man they had only known for a few days said? He sighed and did not explain any further.
He just said, "To me, modifying the secret formula of the beauty serum is just a piece of cake. I will modify the beauty liquid into several secret recipes. When the Lin Group develops to that stage, you can use it again." For some reason, when Lin Shiu heard these words, she suddenly felt an inexplicable heartache. It seemed as if she and Yi Xian were drifting further and further apart.
This feeling was something she had never experienced before.
She even felt that if she agreed with Yi Xian's choice today, perhaps she and Yi Xian would completely become two balanced lines and would never intersect again. Without thinking anymore, Lin Shiu looked at Yi Xian and refused, "No need to modify it.
I trust you. I will do as you say and directly use the current beauty serum for approval."
Yi Xian was stunned, as if he didn't expect Lin Shiu to say this. "Aren't you afraid that I'm bragging and will lead the Lin Group into trouble?"
"I trust you,"
Lin Shiu said sternly. "Besides, without your beauty serum, the Lin Group might not be able to go very far and would go bankrupt. Instead of shrinking back, it is better to ride the wind and waves and let everyone see how the Lin Group rises." Yi Xian looked at Lin Shiu deeply. He did feel that Lin Shiu did not believe him before, but he did not expect that Lin Shiu suddenly changed her mind. This was a little beyond his expectations.
"Don't worry, the Lin Group will definitely rise. Not only that, it will also become the world's top beauty group, admired by countless people," Yi Xian promised.
Lin Shiu tidied her hair, glanced at the time on the wall, stretched, and said, "Yi Xian, thank you for everything you have done for the Lin Group.
I have nothing to thank you for. How about I treat you to a meal at noon later? What do you think? Are you treating me to a meal?
Yi Xian was stunned and didn't come back to his senses for a while.
Lin Shiu looked at Yi Xian's expression and said unhappily, "Why? You don't want to."
This was the first time she invited a man to dinner alone, and Yi Xian actually showed this expression.
What did this guy mean?
Yi Xian came back to his senses and said with a smile, "Yes, of course I am willing.
How can I refuse a beautiful woman's invitation to dinner? You're smart."
Lin Shiu nodded with satisfaction. "It's still early now, you can take a rest in my office first. I will hold a meeting to discuss the future development of the Lin Group, and by the way, arrange for someone to send the beauty liquid samples for approval.
I will come to you at noon."
Okay, I'll wait for you." Yi Xian nodded in response. Afterwards, Lin Shiu picked up the desk phone and asked Secretary Li to notify the senior management of the Lin Group for a meeting, then left the office. Yi Xian sat on the sofa, cross-legged. There was still more than an hour before the Lin Group got off work at noon, so he might as well practice for a while. He wanted to find a backer for the Lin Group, but without strength he couldn't do it. Taking out a few pills from his pocket and putting them into his mouth, Yi Xian started to practice the Hongmeng secret book.
Streams of extremely pure true energy overflowed from his dantian and surrounded his body.
With the help of the elixir, his true energy became purer and purer, and gradually turned into a golden light, like a giant dragon coiled around him. More than an hour later, Lin Shiu returned to the office after the meeting. When she saw Yi Xian sitting cross-legged on the sofa, a hint of curiosity couldn't help but flash across her beautiful eyes.
"Yi Xian, are you practicing?"
Yi Xian opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Then, he looked at Lin Shiu and said with a smile, "Why, do you also want to practice martial arts?"
"I can teach you."
Lin Shiu shook her head and said, "I am too busy managing the company right now, so how can I have time to practice?
Besides, I don't like practicing."
Yi Xian didn't force it, he just said it casually. If Lin Shiu wants to practice, he doesn't mind teaching her martial arts. If she doesn't like it, he doesn't care either. Anyway, before he leaves Tianhai, he will give Lin Shiu a layer of protection and will not let anyone bully Lin Shiu.
He stood up from the sofa and said, "Are we ready to go now?" "Okay. Wait for me for a moment, I'll go change my clothes and then we'll go." "Good." Lin Shiu turned and walked into the lounge in the office.
Yi Xian thought that it would take a long time for Lin Shiu to change clothes, but unexpectedly, only a few minutes later, Lin Shiu changed her clothes and came out.
At this moment, Lin Shiu changed into casual clothes. But even in casual clothes, it still couldn't hide Lin Shiu's proud figure.
The ordinary casual clothes exude a different kind of charm when worn by Lin Shiu. If Lin Shiu is a businesswoman in a professional suit, then now she is a sports goddess.
One look at it makes you unable to look away.
Lin Shiu naturally noticed Yi Xian's gaze on her. Under normal circumstances, she would have scolded him long ago, but now, instead of scolding him, the corners of her mouth slightly curled up with a hint of smile. It seemed like being looked at like this by Yi Xian was a very proud thing.
"Let's go."
Lin Shiu walked to the desk, picked up the bag next to her, and left the office with Yi Xian. Taking the elevator to the underground parking lot, Lin Shiu drove the car and took Yi Xian away from the Lin Group.
After driving for more than half an hour, we arrived at a bustling food street. Even in the hot summer, the entire food street is still bustling. After stopping the car, Lin Shiu glanced at Yi Xian and said, "We're here, get out." Yi Xian glanced out the window, wondering if he had seen it wrong, and couldn't help but ask, "Are you planning to treat me to a meal here?" "What? Don't you like it?"
Lin Shiu glanced at Yi Xian and said,
"No."
Yi Xian shook his head and said, "I'm just wondering why you came here to eat. I thought you would take me to some high-end and elegant restaurant to eat Western food, French food, or something like that, which would be worthy of your status." Lin Shiu looked out the window at the bustling food street and said, "My parents were busy with work before, so whenever I felt hungry, my grandfather would bring me here to eat.
This is the best memory of my childhood. Also, don't underestimate this place. The environment may not be good, but the taste will definitely not disappoint you.
For me, the taste here is far better than the so-called Western food and French food. If I were to choose, I would definitely choose this place."
"Yeah?"
Yi Xian smiled and said, "So, I'm in for a treat today."
"Of course. I promise I won't let you down. Just follow me."
As she spoke, Lin Shiu unbuckled her seatbelt, opened the car door and got out. Yi Xian followed closely behind.
"Let's go."
Lin Shiu spoke and took Yi Xian towards the food street.
Chapter 112 I'll tell you later.
When Yi Xian and Lin Shiu walked into the food street, countless eyes were cast over them almost instantly. Of course, this gaze was entirely directed at Lin Shiu. Even if she is wearing casual clothes, Lin Shiu's proud figure cannot be completely concealed. Coupled with her exquisite and beautiful face and cool temperament, she is definitely a goddess.
It's hard not to attract people's attention.
As for Yi Xian, what he was greeted with was naked envy, jealousy, and hatred.
After all, who could accept that a top goddess was walking together with a man?
If looks could kill, Yi Xian would have been pierced by thousands of arrows long ago.
Well.
Yi Xian suddenly sighed. Lin Shiu looked at Yi Xian strangely and said, "Why are you sighing?" Yi Xian sighed again and said, "I don't think I can go out with you anymore.
Look at the looks around here. They want to kill me.
If I go out with you a few more times, I might get hit by a club one day."
You deserve it. You really deserve a beating.
Lin Shiu rolled her eyes at Yi Xian, but the corners of her mouth curled up slightly.
She was very pleased with Yi Xian's flattery. After walking for a few minutes, the two passed through most of the food street.
Under the guidance of Lin Shiu, Yi Xian walked to a store called Sichuan and Hunan Food Stall. You don't need to ask to know that this is a food stall with Sichuan and Hunan flavors. A middle-aged woman with slightly gray hair and a plump figure in the store saw Lin Shiu and immediately showed a hint of joy on her face. She walked forward and said, "Shiu, I haven't been here for a long time.
I missed you so much."
Lin Shiu also showed a gentle smile, walked up to the middle-aged woman and hugged her, not caring at all about the oil stains that might be on her body.
"Aunt Zhang, I've been busy recently, so I haven't come yet.
I'll come today when I have time, and bring my friend to taste Uncle Zheng's cooking." Lin Shiu took Aunt Zhang's hand and smiled.
"Friend?"
Aunt Zhang glanced at Yi Xian beside Lin Shiu and said with a strange look on her face, "This is your boyfriend, right?"
"What do you mean by inviting friends to dinner? I don't know you well enough. If it wasn't your boyfriend, would you bring him here to eat?" "Aunt Zhang, hello, my name is Yi Xian, and I'm Shiyu's fiancé."
Yi Xian suddenly said from the side.
"What, fiancé?"
Aunt Zhang was completely stunned. It took her a long time to come back to her senses and said, "Shiyu, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a while, you even have a fiancé."
"But, what's there to hide? Isn't it natural for a girl to get married?
Besides, look at Yi Xian, he's a handsome man, and you and he are a perfect match." Lin Shiyu's pretty face was flushed. She wanted to explain herself, but Yi Xian was telling the truth and she didn't know how to explain herself. He could only glare at Yi Xian unhappily. Yi Xian shrugged, completely ignoring Lin Shiyu's gaze.
"This bastard." Lin Shiu clenched her fists. This guy dared to act as if nothing had happened. He really deserved a beating.
But seeing that Aunt Zhang was still around, she could only suppress her thoughts and said, "Aunt Zhang, don't listen to his nonsense.
Just prepare a few dishes for me. I haven't eaten Uncle Zhang's cooking for a long time. I'm craving it just thinking about it now."
Aunt Zhang glanced at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "Girl, just tell me what you want to eat, and I'll ask your Uncle Zhang to make it for you." "I want a mapo tofu, kung pao chicken, and mao su wang." Lin Shiu ordered 3 dishes, looked at Yi Xian, and said, "Yi Xian, do you want to eat anything?" "I don't care, just order the food, I'm fine with it." Yi Xian shook his head. He didn't care too much about food. At the beginning, in order to pass the old man's devilish training, he ate raw meat and drank blood in the 10,000 mountains. For him, as long as it is edible and can fill his stomach, the rest is just a matter of taste. Lin Shiu didn't say much and ordered another vegetable and a bowl of soup. After Aunt Zhang wrote it down, she said, "Shiu, you and Xiaoxian should sit down for a while. I'll go make you a pot of tea." "No need, Aunt Zhang, just do your thing, I can do it myself." As she spoke, Lin Shiu pulled Yi Xian towards a seat by the window.
The two sat down.
Lin Shiu glared at Yi Xian and said, "You guy, who told you to tell me about our relationship?
Have you forgotten what you promised me?"
Yi Xian shrugged and said, "You just said that our relationship cannot be exposed in the company, but you didn't say that it cannot be exposed outside."
"You."
Lin Shiu felt helpless.
She wanted to refute but didn't know how. After all, she did say that.
Lin Shiu simply stopped entangled in this topic, and her beautiful eyes fell on Yi Xian, and she couldn't help asking, "Yi Xian, can I ask you a question?"
"What's the problem?" Yi Xian asked curiously.
Lin Shiu said directly, Yi Xian, I am confused. You obviously have such superb medical skills, and you have a priceless secret recipe in your hand.
You are also so powerful. With your skills, you can have any woman you want. Why do you want to get engaged to me?
Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said, If I say that I fell in love with you at first sight, that's why I agreed to get engaged to you, would you believe it?
I don't believe it.
Lin Shiu shook her head and said, After you have seen more beautiful women, you may not say that anymore.
Yi Xian said half jokingly and half seriously, Maybe I will meet many beauties in the future, but I can assure you that you will always have a place in my heart. You will always be my queen and the master of the 6 palaces.
Even though she knew Yi Xian was joking, Lin Shiu still felt her heart beating faster and her face getting hot. She picked up the kettle beside her, poured herself a glass of water, and took a sip, as if trying to cool herself down in this way.
She said, You think you are the emperor and the queen. If you don't want to tell me, forget it. I'm too lazy to know.
Yi Xian smiled and said, There is indeed a reason why I am engaged to you, but I can't tell you now.
You will know it later. All right.
Lin Shiu knew Yi Xian's character. If he didn't want to say anything, he wouldn't say anything even if she asked him further.
But I hope you can remember what I said today. If you want to say something in the future, you must tell me. I don't like being deceived.
Rest assured. Yi Xian smiled, he already had an idea in his mind. Before he leaves Tianhai, he will choose to confront Lin Shiu and tell her the reason why he is engaged to her. Perhaps after hearing this reason, Lin Shiu will not be angry about his leaving and will be able to pursue the happiness she wants with peace of mind.
This is all he can do. Moreover, he didn't want Lin Shiu to interfere in his life.
Because his life is destined to be full of blood and killing, his world is devoid of humanity and only the law of the jungle. All this was too cruel for Lin Shiu.
Chapter 113 Food Stall Conflict.
Perhaps Aunt Zhang had greeted Uncle Zhang, and soon, a table full of sumptuous dishes was served.
Lin Shiu glanced at Yi Xian and said, Do you want to drink?
I don't care, but you've been drinking, how are you going to drive later?
Yi Xian shrugged. It's okay, I can find a designated driver.
Lin Shiu waved her hand and shouted to Aunt Zhang, Aunt Zhang, give me a bottle of peach wine.
Aunt Zhang was checking out other customers.
When she heard this, she said, Okay, I'll be right there. After paying the bill, Aunt Zhang placed a bottle of peach blossom wine on the table. Lin Shiu opened the peach blossom wine, picked up the cup next to her, poured 2 cups, and handed one to Yi Xian.
Try it. This is brewed by Aunt Zhang herself.
If you are not an acquaintance, Aunt Zhang will not give it to you to drink.
Really? Then I'd like to taste it.
Yi Xian picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and his eyes suddenly lit up.
I have to say that this wine is really very good. The alcohol content is not too high and it has a light peach blossom scent. It tastes better than any other wine sold on the market.
Lin Shiu noticed the change in Yi Xian's expression and said with a smile, Well, I didn't lie to you. Yi Xian took another sip, tasted it carefully, and agreed, saying, It is indeed very good.
It tastes better than any mutai. Of course, don't you see who brought you here?
Lin Shiu looked proud. She now finds that she likes being with Yi Xian more and more. At least she doesn't have to pretend to be herself in front of other people. Only when she is with Yi Xian can she truly be herself.
Yes, to thank you for letting me taste such delicious wine, I'll toast you a glass.
Yi Xian echoed and raised his glass towards Lin Shiu.
Cheers.
Lin Shiu raised her glass and clinked it with Yi Xian's. They both drank the wine in their glasses in one gulp.
Lin Shiu poured 2 more glasses of wine. This time she did not drink them all at once, but whispered, Yi Xian, do you know?
During this period of time, I always thought that the Lin Group was powerless and was about to go bankrupt.
But your appearance saved the Lin Group. I have no way to repay you, so I toast you a glass.
As she spoke, Lin Shiu picked up the wine glass and drank it all again. Even though the alcohol content of the peach blossom wine was not high, after 2 glasses of wine, a hint of drunkenness slowly crept up Lin Shiu's pretty face, and a layer of blush covered her delicate and fair skin, just like a red apple, making people want to take a bite. Yi Xian shook his head. He knew that Lin Shiu was under a lot of pressure because of the Lin Group, but if she continued drinking like this, it would be strange if Lin Shiu didn't get drunk.
I received your thanks, let's eat first and talk while we eat. Okay, I'll listen to you.
Lin Shiu rarely refuted Yi Xian, but nodded slightly. In the following time, Yi Xian and Lin Shiu ate, drank and chatted.
In the business world, Lin Shiu is a high-ranking president and a strong woman. But after returning to the ordinary life, Lin Shiu is very down to earth. At least no one could have imagined that the president of the Lin Group and the eldest daughter of the Lin family, one of the 5 major families in Tianhai, would actually go to a food stall to eat. If no one hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid no one would believe it. Bang! Just as Yi Xian and Lin Shiu were talking and laughing, suddenly, a loud noise came from outside. A sign at the door of Aunt Zhang's shop was suddenly kicked over by someone. At the same time, an extremely arrogant voice came from outside. Where is the person? Where did he go? Get out here! Some customers in the food stall raised their heads and looked outside. Yi Xian also frowned and looked up, only to see 7 or 8 men walking in from outside. The leader, a bald man wearing a gold necklace, walked into the food stall arrogantly, glanced around, and shouted, "What are you looking at? Get out of here! Do you want to get beaten?" Seeing the ferocious look of the bald man, many customers were so scared that they stood up, paid the bill and left. Brother Long, how come you have time to come here today? Come and sit down. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Aunt Zhang's face was full of smiles and she hurried to greet him. The bald man found a stool and sat down. He glanced at Aunt Zhang and said, "Old man, when are you going to pay the garbage disposal fee? I tell you, if you don't pay, don't blame me and my brothers for smashing your store." Aunt Zhang's expression was changing. She glanced at the bald man and said hesitantly, "Brother Long, of course we pay the garbage fee, but it's too expensive, 10,000 a month, we really can't afford it." Bang! Before Aunt Zhang finished her words, the bald man slapped the table heavily and said, "Old man, so you don't want to hand it over? It seems that you won't cry until you see the coffin. Brother, smash it for me. Smash this shabby store for me." "Yes, brother." The bald man's younger brothers yelled, rolled up their sleeves and prepared to smash the store. "No. Don't. Don't smash it. I'll give you the money." Aunt Zhang had never seen such a scene before. She was so frightened that she was shaking all over. She hurried to the counter, took out all the money in the cabinet, and handed it over carefully. "Brother Long, this is the money I earned today. I'll give it all to you. Please, have mercy on us. I'm just running a small business." Bang! The bald man glanced at the money and slapped it. "You're going to give this little money to a beggar? Old man, I'm telling you again, pay my garbage fee now. 10,000 yuan, I don't want a cent more, and I won't take a cent less. I'll give you 1 minute to think about it. If you can't figure it out, wait until I smash your store, and then you can think about it slowly." After these words came out, Aunt Zhang's face turned completely pale, and she begged, "Brother Long, this 10,000 yuan is too expensive. I really can't afford it. How about 5,000 yuan? How about I give you 5,000 yuan? Old man, didn't you fucking hear what I said? If I say 10,000, it's 10,000. Hurry up and prepare the money for me, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." The bald man roared, raised his foot and kicked Aunt Zhang out. Aunt Zhang covered her stomach and sat down on the ground, looking a little uncomfortable. "You son of a bitch, you dared to hit my wife, I'll fight you." At this time, a middle-aged man rushed out of the kitchen and pounced on the bald man. "Get out of here, old man." The bald man shouted coldly and kicked the middle-aged man away. 10,000 yuan in garbage fees every month, this is going to drive Zhang Tai and his wife to death. Isn't it? But what can you do? I heard that this guy is from the Blood Alliance. We ordinary people can't afford to offend him. Zhang Tai and his wife are kind people. How did they end up offending this group of people? How else can we provoke them? I heard that some time ago this group of people came to Zhang Tai's restaurant to eat a free meal, and Zhang Tai and his wife called the police. The group of people reluctantly gave them money. Since then, he has been causing trouble every now and then, and I don't know where he got the identity of a food court manager. Every time he comes, he asks for various fees, and if you don't pay, he will smash things. Oh, no wonder. Zhang Tai and his wife are really in trouble now. The noise at the food stall attracted the attention of many people around. Faced with this scene, they were all filled with indignation, but there was nothing they could do. They didn't even dare to call the police. Blood Alliance. They are the underground overlords of Tianhai. If you offend them, you might not even see the sunrise the next day. Chapter 114. Yi Xian takes action. Listening to the discussions coming from around him, the bald man did not feel ashamed, but became more proud.
He glanced at An Zhang and her husband and sneered, "Old things, you dare to fight with me, you must be tired of living. Now I'm telling you, prepare 100,000 for me. 10,000 is for garbage disposal, and the remaining 90,000 is for compensation for my mental damage.
My patience is limited. I'll give you 1 minute to think about it. Otherwise, I'll have you two crippled. The countdown starts now."
An Zhang and her husband collapsed on the ground, their faces filled with despair.
What is going on in this world?
They were clearly defending their own rights and called the police to arrest a few people who were eating and drinking free.
Why are they the ones who are bullied in the end? Why is this happening? They can't figure it out.
They wanted to call the police, but they didn't dare.
Once the police are called, it's not just about the money anymore. Their lives might even be in danger.
They knew all too well how powerful the Blood Alliance was. At this moment, a lazy voice suddenly sounded, "I just want to have a quiet meal, why am I always disturbed by a bunch of rubbish?" As soon as these words came out, the faces of everyone around changed.
No one expected that at this time, someone would stand up and speak out. How dare he? This is a blood alliance. If you offend them, you might die without knowing how. When the bald man heard this, his face instantly turned gloomy. Someone actually dared to provoke him. He was simply courting death. His eyes looked fiercely in the direction of the sound, and then he noticed Yi Xian and Lin Shiu sitting in the corner. When he saw Lin Shiu, his eyes suddenly lit up and flashed with a fiery look. He had never seen such a perfect girl, both in figure and face. She was absolutely perfect. If I could play with such a top-notch woman, it would be no problem to shorten my life by 10 years. Immediately, he stood up from the chair, looked at Yi Xian with grim eyes, and said, "Boy, were you the one who was talking just now? You want to stand up for these two old guys? I think you are tired of living. However, if you give me this woman next to you to play with, I will spare you this time today. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." As he spoke, the bald man glanced at Lin Shiu and puffed out his chest proudly, as if he felt that he was particularly handsome and could impress Lin Shiu. "You."
Lin Shiu's beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent, and there was a hint of anger on her pretty face.
"Don't be angry. It's not worth it for a piece of trash. Just leave it to me from now on."
Yi Xian comforted Lin Shiu softly.
Then, he turned to look at the bald man and said, "I'll give you one chance too.
Break the leg you kicked An Zhang with, then kneel on the ground, kowtow and admit your mistake, and compensate An Zhang for her loss.
I can forgive what happened today." After these words came out, not only the bald man was stunned.
His younger brothers and the people watching around were all stunned. Even An Zhang and her husband were so frightened that their faces turned pale.
This kid is so bold. Can't he see the situation clearly?
Brother Long is a member of the Blood Alliance, and the Blood Alliance is all-powerful in Tianhai. In front of the big shots, Brother Long may not be worth mentioning, but for ordinary people, he is someone who cannot be offended. But this kid not only ignored Brother Long, but also dared to threaten Brother Long.
How dare he? Doesn't he know what the consequences will be?
Everyone looked at Yi Xian with pity, and some even imagined the scene of this young man being beaten and covered in blood begging for mercy on the ground.
Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a loud laugh rang out. The bald man stared at Yi Xian intently, and laughed in anger. "Boy, your courage is commendable, but it's a pity that you are not good enough in front of me. Since you want to stand out, I will teach you a lesson first, and then talk to the beauty next to you slowly." As he spoke, the bald man didn't waste any words and walked straight towards Yi Xian. "Brother Long, stop it, this matter has nothing to do with them." Seeing the scene, Aunt Zhang, who was originally in shock, suddenly came to her senses, quickly stood up, rushed to the bald man and stopped him. Aunt Zhang looked at the bald man with a flattering face and said, "Brother Long, don't you want 10,000 yuan for garbage fees? I'll give it to you. I'm willing to give it to you. Please, let Yi Xian go, he is innocent." When the bald man heard this, his eyes widened and he said angrily, "Old man, are you fucking deaf? I want you to pay 100,000 yuan in compensation." 10,000 yuan? Do you look down on me? Is it still about money now? Get out of my way, or I'll take care of you too. As he spoke, the bald man raised his foot and wanted to kick Aunt Zhang, who was blocking his way, away. Call out. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in, and a black shadow flashed by. Bang! The bald man, who had a very arrogant look on his face, was kicked away and hit a table heavily. The soup on the table spilled all over him. So embarrassing. Brother!
Seeing this, the bald man's younger brothers hurried over.
Who the hell dares to kick me? Are you tired of living? Stand up to me.
The bald man climbed up with the help of several of his younger brothers and looked around the entire food stall with anger on his face.
I kicked it, so what? What about standing up? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Yixian slowly sitting back in his chair, as if he had not moved. He didn't want to meddle in other people's business.
But thinking about the relationship between Lin Shiu and Aunt Zhang, and the fact that the bald man had dared to tease Lin Shiu just now, he naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. If he hadn't considered there were so many people around, he would have kicked the bald man to death. When the bald man heard Yixian's words, his eyes became extremely ferocious.
He is a member of the Blood Alliance.
Even if he does not have a rank in the Blood Alliance, his eldest brother's eldest brother is one of the leaders of the Blood Alliance. With this identity, he is not afraid of anything when facing this group of ordinary people. But now, a young boy who came out of nowhere kicked him away.
What a shame. If this gets out, how will he survive in this area?
The bald man threw away the younger brother who was supporting him and looked at Yixian fiercely. Boy, you dare to kick me?
Do you know who I am? I am from the Blood Alliance, how dare you touch me? Kneel down now, or I will kill you.
Yixian flicked his fingers and said indifferently, the leader of the Blood Alliance is dead, and several helmsmen have also passed away. You dogs of the Blood Alliance still dare to jump up and down. Who gave you the courage?
Chapter 115 I don't like loud sounds. Who are you, kid? How do you know all this?
Hearing these words, the bald man's pupils shrank and he stared at Yixian with an undisguised look of fear.
Blood Alliance leader Hu Fengyuan is dead. 2 helmsmen were killed. 3 helmsmen mysteriously disappeared. It is very likely that they have also died. His eldest brother's eldest brother, the only remaining leader of the Blood Alliance, left Tianhai overnight. It is said that he went to seek the protection of King Jiangnan. However, very few people knew about this matter. At most, only the powerful people in Tianhai knew about it. Ordinary people didn't know this news at all.
All we know is that the dead were the chairman and senior executives of the Northern Group. I have no idea about the relationship between the Northern Group and the Blood Alliance.
How did this kid know this? Could it be that this kid has an extraordinary status in Tianhai?
The bald man's face changed slightly. He was very arrogant, but he was not a fool.
He was just a small follower of the Blood Alliance.
Compared with the powerful people in Tianhai, he was not worth mentioning at all. Not to mention that if the other party kicked him, even if he was crippled, probably no one would say anything.
There are at least 8,000 minions like him in the Blood Alliance.
The Blood Alliance would never fall out with a powerful person just for a small fry like him. Seeing the bald man lost in thought, Aunt Zhang moved carefully and came over. With a look of worry on her face, she said, Xiaoxian, thank you for standing up for me, but these people are not easy to deal with.
Take Shiyu away quickly and don't worry about us.
Go quickly, or you won't be able to leave if you're late.
Yixian smiled and said, Aunt Zhang, don't worry, they can't do anything to me.
But Aunt Zhang wanted to say something, but Lin Shiu beside her also said, Aunt Zhang, you are being bullied now.
We will stand up for you and make them compensate for your losses. Don't worry.
In the past, she was indeed worried about the power of the Blood Alliance, and she felt that it would be more troublesome to provoke them rashly. But now that the leader of the Blood Alliance and several helmsmen are dead, the Blood Alliance is like a toothless tiger and is not worth mentioning at all. What's more, Aunt Zhang has always taken care of her like a family member. Now that Aunt Zhang is being bullied, how could she just stand by and watch?
Don't say that the Blood Alliance is a toothless tiger.
Even if it is a tiger, she will stand up. She would never allow anyone to bully her relatives. Aunt Zhang glanced at Lin Shiu, then at Yixian, opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. However, she had made up her mind that if Lin Shiu and Yixian got into any trouble, she would ensure their safety even at the risk of her life.
Lin Shiu walked to Aunt Zhang, helped her sit down, looked at Yixian, and said, Yixian, I'll trouble you next. Leave it to me.
Yixian nodded slightly, looked at the bald man next to him who had not yet come to his senses, and his voice rang out.
Who am I? You are not qualified to know.
Now you just need to know, kneel down, kowtow, admit your mistake, and compensate Aunt Zhang for the loss.
I can forgive you this time today. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the consequences. My patience is limited. I'll give you 1 minute to think about it.
If you don't do it, I don't mind crippling you with my own hands and making you kneel on the ground to apologize. Yi Xian repeated to the bald man what he had said before. The bald man came to his senses after hearing this, and stared at Yi Xian with a ferocious look in his eyes. Relying on his status as a member of the Blood Alliance, he has long been accustomed to being domineering and has never been looked down upon like this before. He has now figured it out. The boy in front of him definitely has no status, nor is he some powerful person in Tianhai. This is called a food street, but in fact it is a gathering place for food stalls and roadside stalls. He had been here for so long and had never seen any Tianhai dignitaries come here to eat. This kid might have heard some news about the Blood Alliance from somewhere. In fact, he is just a bluffing ant with no background and you don't need to take him seriously at all. The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed to the bald man, and the look in his eyes as he looked at Yi Xian became increasingly ferocious. Kid, who do you think you are? Are you worthy of asking me to kneel down and kowtow? I'll let you know today that if you dare to stand out without the ability, you will be beaten into a fool. As he spoke, the bald man walked directly towards Yi Xian, with a ferocious light flashing in his eyes. In his opinion, he was just careless just now and was kicked away by Yi Xian. Now that he is fully alert, it will be easy to deal with this kid. He looked at Yi Xian. In his opinion, this kid must have been scared to death by him. Unfortunately, the result was completely different from what he expected. Yi Xian sat on a chair, holding a glass of wine, and took a sip gently, as if he was just a piece of air and was not worthy of being taken seriously. The bald man was a little angry. He has never been ignored like this before in all these years. Boy, you are a fucking idiot. The bald man cursed loudly, raised his hand and slapped Yi Xian hard in the face. He wanted to use this slap to tell this kid in front of him what it meant to be high and what it meant to overestimate one's own abilities. Xiao Xian, get out of the way. Aunt Shang's face was full of worry. Lin Shiu didn't say anything. She knew how powerful Yi Xian was. This bald man couldn't do anything to Yi Xian at all, so there was no need to say anything more. Just as the palm was about to hit Yi Xian moved. He slapped the table and a chopstick flew into the air. He stretched out his head like lightning, grabbed the chopsticks in his hand, and turned it around. The chopstick stabbed directly into the bald man's palm. Pierced instantly. Blood spurted out. Without waiting for the bald man to react, Yi Xian pressed his arm down, and with a click, the chopsticks went straight through the table, nailing the bald man's palm to the table. Ah! The bald man's face was twisted in pain and he screamed. He wanted to struggle, but found that his hands were nailed to the table. The slightest movement caused a tearing pain. It's so uncomfortable. Boy, I'm gonna fucking kill you. The intense pain stimulated the bald man's nerves crazily, making his face extremely ferocious. He roared, raised his other hand, and smashed Yi Xian's head hard. Yi Xian's expression remained unchanged. He did not dodge or evade, but just rushed forward with a punch. With a crack, the two fists collided. The bald man's arm was twisted and deformed. All the bones were broken. He wanted to scream out in pain, but just as he was about to shout, Yi Xian raised his hand slightly and shut his mouth. Then, snap it hard. Bang! The bald man's cheek slammed heavily on the table. The whole process was smooth and flowing, like a work of art. I don't like loud noises. Yi Xian's indifferent voice sounded. Chapter 116. Call the person behind you. Hearing this, the bald man trembled slightly and a look of deep fear flashed across his face. He knew that he had hit a wall this time. Ancient warrior. The boy in front of me is definitely the ancient warrior that Brother Dao mentioned. For ordinary people, ancient warriors are like gods who are high above them. Even if there are 7 or 8 of them added together, they probably won't be enough to defeat Yi Xian alone. He actually planned to attack an ancient warrior just now, which was no different from seeking death. Yi Xian's method frightened everyone present. Although they didn't know who the ancient warrior was, they guessed from the posture that Yi Xian was someone who should not be provoked. So cruel. He pierced someone's hand as soon as they had a disagreement. How painful must this be? Some people even grimaced, as if they felt the same way. Aunt Zhang and her husband widened their eyes with expressions of disbelief. They were all prepared. If Yi Xian was defeated, they would rush up to help immediately. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian was so powerful that he defeated the bald man with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. While they were shocked, they couldn't help but feel a little worried. The bald man is a member of the Blood Alliance. Now that Yi Xian has beaten him, can he really deal with the Blood Alliance? Xiao Xian, can you really handle it? The other party is a member of the Blood Alliance.
An Zhang looked at Lin Shiu and asked cautiously.
Lin Shiu gently patted An Zhang's hand and said, An Zhang, the Blood Alliance is no longer the same as it used to be.
They can't do anything to Yi Xian, so don't worry.
An Zhang didn't say anything, but just watched the changes on the field with a nervous face. She didn't know when a long spoon appeared in her hand. She held it tightly with a look of fearlessness on her face. I don't know how long it took, but the men brought by the bald man were the first to come to their senses.
Seeing the miserable state of the bald man, one of the men yelled, "Boy, how dare you do this to Brother Long? Are you tired of living? Come with me and rescue Brother Long."
When the other men heard this, they pulled out batons from their bodies and prepared to rush up and punch and kick Yi Xian. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out, "Whoever dares to take a step forward will die." Yi Xian's tone was very calm, so calm that there was not even the slightest emotional fluctuation. But after hearing these words, the men didn't dare to move at all. Although these words were extremely plain, they made these men feel as if they were facing a great enemy, and their whole bodies became cold, as if they had fallen into an icy cave. There was a voice in their hearts telling them that the other party was not joking and that they should not move forward or they would die. The bald man was so furious when he saw his men standing there motionless in fear because of a single sentence. He knew that Yi Xian was most likely an ancient warrior and very powerful. Even if they joined together, they would not be his match.
But these guys don't know.
But these guys were actually frightened by the other party's words.
This guy is so fucking cowardly. Yi Xian didn't even look at the men. His gaze fell on the bald man again. He said calmly, "Are you willing to kneel down and kowtow to apologize and compensate for the loss? If you don't make a choice, I don't mind making one for you."
Hearing this, the bald man suddenly came to his senses and said through gritted teeth, "Boy, don't think I don't know that you took action just to save the couple.
I'm telling you, if you have the guts, kill me now. Otherwise, as long as I'm still alive, I will make sure this couple suffer. You can protect them for a while, but you can't protect them forever."
The bald man at this moment revealed a sense of arrogance. In the past few years, he has been living on the edge of a knife, so naturally he would not be scared by a kid who hasn't even grown all his hair. He turned his head and said to An Zhang and her husband, "Old man, I didn't expect someone would stand up for you.
Today I admit defeat.
But I'm telling you, we're not done with this matter. After this guy leaves, you'd better open your eyes and sleep, otherwise I'll buy your store sooner or later." When An Zhang and her husband heard this, their faces turned pale.
How come they didn't expect the bald man to be so cruel? Was he going to kill them? Lin Shiu couldn't help but frown slightly. It was easy to see the king of hell, but it was hard to deal with the little devil. If she let the bald man leave like this, once Yi Xian left, the other party would definitely come to trouble An Zhang. She didn't want to reveal her identity, but now it seems she has to. As long as she reveals her identity as a member of the Lin family, the other party will definitely stop. Yi Xian.
She was about to speak when Yi Xian glanced at her, signaling her not to speak and to let him handle the rest. The bald man saw Yi Xian didn't say anything and thought that Yi Xian was frightened by him. He said with a ferocious face, "Boy, you dare to touch me, don't you see what you are? Now kneel down, kowtow to me, compensate me 1 million for mental damages, and then give me the woman next to you to play with." Ah! Before the bald man could finish his words, his voice suddenly stopped and turned into an extremely shrill scream. At some point, Yi Xian's 5 fingers had stretched out, grabbed the chopstick that pierced his palm, and pulled it out directly, bringing out a pool of blood. The bald man grimaced in pain and yelled, "Boy, how dare you do this to me? I am a blood ally." Before he could finish his words, Yi Xian raised his foot and kicked the bald man directly.
Bang!
Even without using any true qi, the power is not something that ordinary people can resist. The bald man flew out of the food stall and fell heavily on the road.
Puff!
He spat out a mouthful of blood and felt like all the bones in his body were falling apart. Before he could react, he found that Yi Xian's figure appeared in front of him at some point and stepped on his chest.
"Boy, you are dead.
I tell you, you are dead. The Blood Alliance will never let you go."
The bald man roared loudly. He has never suffered such a big loss since he joined the Blood Alliance. Blood Alliance?
Yi Xian looked down at the bald man and said, "It seems that the Blood Alliance gave you the courage and made you feel that you are invincible.
Okay, I'll give you a chance. Call the person behind you and ask him to come over. I want to see if he can protect you."
As he spoke, Yi Xian raised his foot, turned around and walked into the food stall. According to his personality, the best way is to completely get rid of the bald man and prevent future troubles. But this is after all in public, and killing the bald man will inevitably bring unnecessary trouble to Aunt Zhang. Even if the bald man was killed afterwards, it would be of no avail.
If there was a bald man, there would be a second one.
If you want to eliminate the trouble once and for all, you must make him feel fear, extreme fear, and completely destroy his backers, then he will hide away obediently.
Chapter 117 Old Acquaintance. What?
When the people around heard the conversation between Yi Xian and the bald man, their eyes widened and they almost suspected that they had heard it wrong. Why didn't they think that beating the bald man wasn't enough for Yi Xian? He actually asked the bald man to call the person behind him. This is too bold.
This is a blood alliance.
One of the most powerful forces in Tianhai. Even the top families in Tianhai are unwilling to offend them easily. It's bad enough that you, a young boy, beat up the other side, but you even plan to deal with the blood alliance.
Where does the courage come from? At first, everyone just thought that this young man was crazy.
But they didn't expect that this young man would be so crazy. The bald man was also stunned. He had been thinking of finding someone to deal with Yi Xian and Aunt Zhang and her husband afterwards. He never expected that this guy would actually ask him to call someone directly.
What is the difference between this and seeking death? Brain dead? Are you sure? The bald man asked tentatively.
Yi Xian did not answer, but sat back in his seat calmly, picked up the wineglass, and drank slowly. Finally, the bald man got up, and with the help of his younger brother, he took out his cell phone and made a call. When the call was connected, the bald man began to speak with exaggeration.
Brother Dao, it's me. I was beaten up. I told you your name, but it was useless. He said that even if you came, he would beat you up too and make you kneel on the ground to apologize to him.
Okay, Brother Dao, I'll wait for you at the Sichuan and Hunan food stalls in the food court. The bald man hung up the phone and glanced in Yi Xian's direction with a grim look. He swore that when Brother Dao came, he would let this kid know what the consequences would be for going against him. Yi Xian naturally noticed the bald man's gaze, but he didn't take it to heart at all. He even dared to kill Hu Fengyuan, so how could he care about a small follower?
If you offend him, just erase it.
He picked up the wineglass, sat on the chair, crossed his legs, and drank and ate leisurely.
Like nothing happened. Everyone present was stunned at this moment.
They originally thought that Yi Xian asked the bald man to call the people of the Blood Alliance, and he should also find a backer. However, they did not expect that Yi Xian did nothing and just sat there drinking and eating.
Damn it! Doesn't this kid really know the horror of the Blood Alliance? Or is this kid just being fearless?
Shiu, is Xiaoxian really okay? When Aunt Zhang saw the scene, she asked the same question again.
Uncle Zhang didn't say anything, but his expression was extremely solemn.
To them, the minions of the Blood Alliance are already high and mighty beings who cannot be offended.
How high must the status of a minion's big brother be?
If they can't deal with it, Yi Xian and Lin Shiu will be in big trouble.
When Lin Shiu heard this, she patiently comforted Aunt Zhang and said, Aunt Zhang, don't worry. They can't do anything to Yi Xian. Not only that, after this time, they won't bother you again.
Shiu, are you telling the truth?
Aunt Zhang still couldn't believe it. Of course, Aunt Zhang, just put your heart back in your stomach.
Lin Shiu was not worried that Yi Xian could not solve this problem.
Even if Yi Xian can't solve it, she can always reveal her identity. The current blood alliance is not worth mentioning in the eyes of the Lin family. For a moment, the entire food stall fell into an eerie silence. No one spoke, and everyone was waiting for the final moment to come. They all wanted to know whether this arrogant boy in front of them could do anything to the bald man. If they can win, the food street will have gotten rid of a pest. If they lose, today's scene will become a topic of conversation after they drink. Not long after, there was a sudden commotion among the crowd, and an extremely arrogant voice came from outside. Who on earth is so bold as to dare to touch my little knife? Are you so impatient to live?
Along with this sound, the crowd was forcibly pushed aside, and a dozen sloppy hooligans pushed the crowd aside roughly and broke in from outside. Behind them, a burly man with a crew cut and wearing a black vest, a scar on his face and one hand in a plaster cast came over.
Here it comes.
When they saw the man with a crew cut appear, the people around became extremely nervous. They knew that the man with the crew cut was definitely the big brother that the bald man was talking about.
His status in the Blood Alliance must be very high. This kid is probably doomed now.
Although Yi Xian looked very powerful when he dealt with the bald man just now, the bald man now has more than 20 people on his side.
If everyone spitted at him, he would probably be drowned. This kid is dead.
The same thought flashed through everyone's mind. Their eyes also turned to Yi Xian at the first moment, with pity in their eyes. You said you hit someone, so you hit him, and then you still wanted to pretend to be cool. Now look what happens, the big brother is here, and you are finished.
Aunt Zhang and her husband also looked extremely nervous.
My palms tightly grasped the things in my hands, as if only in this way can I find a sense of security. On the other hand, Lin Shiu and Yi Xian's expressions did not show any fluctuations, and Yi Xian even had a playful smile on his face. Because he found out that the person the bald man called was actually an old acquaintance of his.
Brother Dao.
He remembered that the last time Wang Zihao and Qin Yanran wanted to cause trouble for him, they asked this guy to teach him a lesson, but he ended up crippling one of his hands. Later, the other party brought his cousin Zhang Heihu to his engagement party to cause trouble, but was beaten up by him again. I didn't expect to meet him again here for the third time.
This is really a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road.
Lin Shiu naturally recognized Brother Dao's identity. Her beautiful eyes flashed slightly. She didn't say anything, but just stood quietly by his side. When the bald man saw Brother Dao appear, he immediately showed a look of ecstasy on his face. He immediately rushed up and said, "Brother Dao, you are finally here.
My hand was broken by someone. You must avenge me and teach that guy a lesson."
Brother Dao took a look at the bald man and found that one of his arms was twisted and the palm of the other arm was covered in blood.
His face instantly became ugly.
In this Tianhai, everyone knows that the bald man in front of him is his younger brother.
Now he is beaten like this, isn't this a slap in his face? If this gets out, how will he survive in this area?
Don't worry, I will avenge you. He who dares to touch my people, I think he is tired of living.
Tell me, where is that guy?
Brother Dao said angrily. When the bald man heard this, his face lit up with joy, and he quickly pointed in Yi Xian's direction and said, "Brother Dao, that guy is over there."
Chapter 118 Dao Ji's Fear.
Brother Dao followed the direction of the bald man's finger and looked inside the food stall. Since Yi Xian was facing the door of the food stall, he could only barely see Yi Xian's side. For some reason, he always felt that this face looked familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a moment. But soon, he suppressed the thoughts in his mind. This is just a food stall.
Can anyone who can eat here be a big shot?
It's impossible. Brother Dao retracted his gaze and snorted at the bald man, "You useless bastard. You can't even do anything to a kid who hasn't even grown all his hair yet.
You've made the Blood Alliance lose face."
Yes, Brother Dao, you taught me a lesson." The bald man didn't dare to say another word. Brother Dao ignored the bald man and walked straight into the food stall. There was a grim smile on his face. He wanted to see who dared to ignore him and touch him. He was tired of living. The bald man seemed to have found a backer, pointing at Yi Xian and laughing, "Boy, you are finished. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you are an ancient warrior. I'm telling you, my eldest brother is also an ancient warrior. If you dare to hit me, I will break your limbs with my own hands and make you crawl out of here like a dead dog." In the bald man's opinion, now that Brother Dao has appeared, this kid will immediately kneel down and beg for mercy, and he can also take revenge. Brother Dao quickly came in front of Yi Xian and said coldly, "Boy, look at me, you dare to." Before he could finish his words, Brother Dao's voice suddenly stopped. It was as if someone had mercilessly pinched his throat. He subconsciously took a step back, his eyes filled with fear. It was as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. This is indeed the case. The young man in front of him was his lifelong nightmare and he would never forget it.
At this moment, no one understood the extent of Dao Ji's fear.
He stared at Yi Xian who was sitting there, his legs went weak and he almost collapsed to the ground. How could he not have thought that he just ran over to support his younger brother, but he actually encountered such a killer?
That's right.
In Brother Dao's eyes, Yi Xian is a god of death. At the beginning, he had one of his hands crippled by this evil spirit. He thought that if he found his cousin Zhang Heihu, he would be able to help him and give this guy a good beating. Unexpectedly, the ending was so tragic. In his mind, his invincible cousin Zhang Heihu was not only crippled, but also knelt on the ground and kowtowed 10 times. This is not the scariest thing. The most terrifying thing was that he went to the hospital to see his cousin Zhang Heihu and heard some horrifying news from his cousin. That is, the Blood Alliance was extremely dissatisfied with Yi Xian's actions, so they sent 3 helmsmen to cause trouble for Yi Xian. I want to teach Yi Xian a lesson he will never forget. As a result, Yi Xian is still alive and well, but the 3 helmsmen who caused trouble have mysteriously disappeared, and even the leader and the remaining 2 helmsmen are dead. It was just too much of a coincidence that all this happened. The Blood Alliance attacked Yi Xian, and as a result, the Alliance leader and the helmsman died. He would never believe it even if he was beaten to death if someone said it had nothing to do with Yi Xian. The key point is that the leader of the Blood Alliance, Hu Fengyuan, is a genuine martial arts master, and the 2 helmsmen are even half-step masters. There are more than 20 bodyguards in the villa. These are not more than 20 pigs, but more than 20 living people. As a result, they were all killed. Such a person is simply a murderous devil. And now he is actually looking for trouble with this murderous devil again.
Isn't this like an old man hanging himself because he is tired of living? Brother Dao breathed hard.
For the first time, he felt the threat of death. Gradually, he saw the young man sitting there slowly turned his head, and the other party's indifferent gaze fell on him. Although there was no fluctuation in the other person's eyes, he felt as if he was being locked by the god of death.
He panicked. Completely panicked. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He had no doubt that if he didn't give a reasonable explanation today, he might not be able to walk out of here alive. The bald man saw that Brother Dao hadn't made a move yet, so he quickly walked over and reminded him, "Brother Dao, why are you daydreaming? Hurry up and deal with this guy. I can't wait to destroy him." Bang! Brother Dao came to his senses and slapped the bald man in the face with his backhand. The bald man was knocked to the ground on the spot, and a bloody tooth was spewed out of his mouth. At this moment, everyone was petrified like sculptures. What the hell is this? Wasn't Brother Dao the one the bald man called to back him up? Why did he slap the bald man in the face? Did you hit the wrong person? The bald man's mind went blank. He finally came to his senses, covered his face, and said blankly, "Brother Dao, why did you hit me? Aren't you going to teach that kid a lesson? I'm beating up on you, you blind bastard. Do you want to kill me? How dare you lay a hand on Mr. Yi? Are you tired of living?" Brother Dao was still not satisfied, so he roared, raised his hand and slapped him again. Not yet satisfied, he kicked the bald man out. He looked at his younger brother behind him and said, "Catch this bastard and I'll deal with him later." After he finished speaking, before anyone could react, he put on a flattering smile, half bowed, came in front of Yi Xian, and said respectfully, "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, I was blind and didn't see you sitting here just now, please forgive me." Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned and their breathing seemed to stop. Although they don't know Brother Dao. But from the bald man's flattering look, they also knew that Brother Dao must have a very high status in the Blood Alliance. But now Brother Dao was extremely humble in front of this young man. They even had no doubt that with just one word from Yi Xian, Brother Dao would probably kneel on the ground and pee his pants in fear. Everyone's eyes fell on Yi Xian, who was sitting on the stool. They didn't know Yi Xian's background, but they knew that Yi Xian's background was definitely very powerful. It is so powerful that even the Blood Alliance dare not offend it easily. Otherwise, Brother Dao wouldn't be so respectful. The bald man who was caught by the 2 younger brothers was also trembling all over, his face was pale, and sweat was dripping on his forehead. Others don't know Brother Dao's identity, but he knows it very well. But now, Brother Dao was so respectful when facing Yi Xian that he didn't even dare to breathe. What is this concept? This means that the other party's identity is no longer just a powerful person in Tianhai, but an existence standing at the pinnacle of the powerful in Tianhai. He definitely couldn't afford to offend this kind of person. It would be easier for the other party to crush him to death than to crush an ant. He had just offended such a person. He was finished. He was really finished. If someone hadn't grabbed him, the bald man would probably have collapsed to the ground. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Yi Xian. They wanted to see how Yi Xian would deal with this matter. Chapter 119 The Dust Settles. Feeling the gazes from all around him, Yi Xian's expression remained calm. He picked up the wineglass, took a sip, and glanced at Brother Dao with a dull look, not even bothering to speak. The latter felt Yi Xian's gaze and broke out in a cold sweat. Not speaking is the scariest thing. He took a deep breath and suddenly thought of something. He turned around and rushed to the bald man, dragged him in front of Yi Xian, kicked him on the leg, and yelled, "You blind thing, who told you to offend Mr. Yi? Why don't you kneel down and kowtow to admit your fault? Otherwise, I will break your legs right now."
The bald man understood very well that Yi Xian was someone he must not offend, and without any hesitation, he knelt down in front of Yi Xian with a plop. Mr. Yi, I was blind and didn't recognize the great man. I offended you. Please forgive me. Please forgive me this time. I won't dare to do it again. Brother Dao's face was full of flattery, and he said to Yi Xian, Mr. Yi, this time it is my fault. I did not discipline my younger brother well. I apologize to you, Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian finally spoke, and said in a cold tone, You don't need to apologize. Just now, your little brother beat up Aunt Zhang and her husband, and said he wanted to destroy me and wanted my fiancée to accompany him. Do you know what to do? He didn't want to kill the bald man in front of Lin Shiu and Aunt Zhang, but he also didn't want to let him go so easily. I don't know how many people this kind of person has bullied in this way in the past. He is not a saint, and he doesn't want to seek justice for these people, but he will not let go of anyone who makes him unhappy. That's his principle. What? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Brother Dao was almost scared out of his wits. He knew Yi Xian, so he naturally knew who Yi Xian's fiancée was. That was the eldest daughter of the Lin family. Not to mention him, even his cousin didn't dare to tease Lin Shiu. This bastard actually dared to tease Lin Shiu and even asked Lin Shiu to accompany him. Where did he get the courage from? If this gets to the ears of the old man of the Lin family, he probably won't see the sun tomorrow. Brother Dao quickly said to Yi Xian, Mr. Yi, don't worry, leave it to me. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. As he spoke, Brother Dao turned his head and looked at his younger brother behind him, pointed at the bald man, and said, Drag this bastard out, cripple his 5 limbs, and throw him out of Tianhai. Don't let me see him in Tianhai. Yes, Brother Dao. A few thugs grabbed the bald man and dragged him outside. The bald man's face changed drastically, he struggled madly, and roared, Brother Dao, please ask Mr. Yi to spare me. I know I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again. He shouted at the top of his lungs, but still could not change any result. He was dragged out like a dead dog. Ah! Soon, a shrill scream was heard. But soon, the sound stopped. Everyone knew that the bald man was probably really disabled. From now on, I will no longer be a man. But no one sympathized with the bald man. There must be something hateful about a pitiful person. Since the bald man became the manager of this food street, he has been eating and freeloading, but the other party happens to be a member of the Blood Alliance, so everyone can only be angry but not say anything. Now that the pest has finally been eradicated, they are so happy. How can they feel sympathy? If the timing hadn't been wrong, they would have started setting off firecrackers long ago. Brother Dao took a deep breath, looked at Yi Xian again, and said respectfully, Mr. Yi, I have done what you said. I promise that you will not see this guy in Tianhai in the future. Yi Xian looked at Aunt Zhang, who was still in shock, and the blood-stained table, and said in a calm tone, Just now, your people beat up Aunt Zhang and her husband, and also made Aunt Zhang's store dirty and drove away the customers. Do you know what to do? I know. Brother Dao didn't even dare to breathe. He quickly took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Aunt Zhang next to him, saying, Sister, I'm sorry. I didn't discipline my subordinates well and offended you. There is 500,000 yuan in this card. The password is 6 ones. Please accept it as my compensation for your loss. Aunt Zhang stared at the bank card blankly, not daring to reach out to take it. 500,000. She can't earn that much even after running a food stall for several years. Not to mention, she only damaged a table and left a little blood on the floor. Lin Shiu naturally knew Aunt Zhang's concerns, and she also said, Aunt Zhang, please accept it. This is the compensation you deserve. Aunt Zhang shook her head and said, Shiu, I know this is compensation, but this is too much. I'm not injured. Just compensate me for the table. Forget about the rest. I don't dare to take it. When Yi Xian heard what Aunt Zhang said, he knew that Aunt Zhang didn't want to cause trouble, so he didn't force it. He just glanced at Brother Dao. The latter was startled, then immediately understood. He turned his head and looked at the younger brother behind him, saying, Who among you has money? Take out all the money for me, quickly. The younger brothers were startled and took out the cash they had on them. Soon, Brother Dao collected 10,000 yuan and handed it to Aunt Zhang again. Sister, this is 10,000 yuan. It is our compensation for your loss and your mental damage. Please accept it. This time Aunt Zhang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not refuse and chose to accept it. Brother Dao heaved a sigh of relief, looked at Yi Xian, and said, Mr. Yi, I have done what you said, can I leave now? Roll. Yi Xian spat out a word coldly. Just this one word makes people feel as if the young man sitting on the stool is above everything and looking down on all living beings. Yi Xian didn't take Brother Dao seriously. To him, the blood alliance had already been destroyed, and Brother Dao was just a small follower who could never amount to anything, so there was no need to take him seriously. Keeping this guy around can at least deter other people and ensure the safety of Aunt Zhang and her husband. Yes, Mr. Yi, let's go now. Hearing this, Brother Dao felt as if he had been pardoned. He led his little brothers and ran out crawling. Scared. He was really scared. When he was with Yi Xian, he felt like he was at the gates of hell and could be in danger of falling into it at any time. This feeling is so scary. After everyone left, Yi Xian retracted the murderous aura on his body, smiled at Aunt Zhang and her husband, and said, Aunt Zhang, you don't have to worry about it anymore. This group of people won't bother you again. Aunt Zhang's eyes were red, and she looked at Yi Xian and choked up, Xiao Xian, thank you. Thank you, I kneel down for you. As she spoke, Aunt Zhang bent her knees and prepared to kneel in front of Yi Xian. Chapter 120 The Crisis of Lin's Group. Yi Xian was startled, and quickly reached out to support Aunt Zhang, saying, Aunt Zhang, this is just a small matter, it's not worth your kneeling. If you really want to thank me, next time I come to eat, you can give me a free meal. When Aunt Zhang heard this, she quickly shook her head and said, Xiao Xian, you helped me so much, why is it that you only give me a free meal this time? From now on, you don't need to pay when you eat at Aunt Zhang's place. Then I would like to thank Aunt Zhang. Yi Xian smiled and did not refuse. Of course, he didn't say this to take advantage, but to tell the people around him that he might come to eat at any time, and anyone who dared to bully Aunt Zhang would bear the consequences. This is the amulet he gave to Aunt Zhang and her husband. Aunt Zhang was also smiling, and the more she looked at Yi Xian, the more satisfied she became. Suddenly, her eyes fell on Lin Shiu, and she said with emotion, Shiu, congratulations on finding a perfect husband. Xiao Xian, I think he is a good choice. If you marry him, you will definitely be happy in this life. Lin Shiu next to her didn't expect Aunt Zhang to say such a thing. Her pretty face turned red and she said, Aunt Zhang, what are you talking about? Aunt Zhang chuckled and said nothing more, Shiu, Xiao Xian, we were interrupted just now. The food is cold. I'll ask your Uncle Zhang to make you a new table. Aunt Zhang, Yi Xian and I are full, so there's no need to bother you. Before Lin Shiu finished her words, her cell phone suddenly rang. Yi Xian glanced at it and found that it was Secretary Li calling. I'm going to answer a phone call. Lin Shiu said something to Yi Xian and walked to the side with her cell phone. A minute later, Lin Shiu came back with a solemn look on her face. She said to Aunt Zhang, I'm sorry, something happened in my company. I need to go back and deal with it. I won't stay here for now. Aunt Zhang nodded and said, Shiu, you don't have to worry about us, just go and do your work. Lin Shiu nodded, looked at Yi Xian, and said, Yi Xian, let's go back to the company. As she spoke, without waiting for Yi Xian to speak, Lin Shiu hurriedly walked outside. When Yi Xian saw this scene, he frowned slightly. Something happened to the Lin group? Judging from Lin Shiu's expression, this seems to be a serious matter. Thinking this in his heart, Yi Xian did not stop. He said goodbye to Aunt Zhang and followed Lin Shiu closely. Since both of them were drunk and could not drive, they had to call a designated driver. Fortunately, this is a food street with a parking lot outside. There were many designated drivers waiting. Soon, Lin Shiu found one. After Yi Xian got in the car, Lin Shiu asked the driver to drive towards the Lin group. Sitting in the back row, Yi Xian glanced at Lin Shiu who was looking serious beside him, and couldn't help but ask, what happened to the company? Why did you rush back in such a hurry? Lin Shiu took a deep breath, suppressed her inner emotions, and said in a deep voice, Secretary Li called me just now and said that several partners have terminated their cooperation with the Lin group. Moreover, Secretary Li also said that the other party would rather pay liquidated damages than terminate the cooperation. This is obviously not in line with common sense. Even if the sales of Lin's group's beauty serum dropped, this kind of thing would not happen. So I have to go back. Yi Xian frowned, do you know the reason? Lin Shiu shook her head, I don't know. I have asked Secretary Li to arrange for someone to investigate. There should be results soon. Yi Xian didn't say anything, his brows were furrowed. For some reason, he smelled the scent of conspiracy. It would have taken at least half an hour to get back, but with Lin Shiu's urging, the car had stopped under the Lin Group building in less than 20 minutes. Before the car stopped, Lin Shiu had already opened the door, got out, and walked towards the elevator with big strides.
Yi Xian also opened the car door and walked down. The two walked into the elevator and pressed the button directly to the top floor.
When we reached the top floor, the elevator door opened and Secretary Li was already waiting there.
Secretary Li, what's the situation now?
When she saw Secretary Li, Lin Shiu asked immediately.
Secretary Li replied solemnly, Boss Lin, the situation is very bad. During the time you were back, several partners wanted to terminate their cooperation with us. Tell me which ones they are. Lin Shiu asked solemnly.
Secretary Li opened the folder in his hand and said quickly, Tianhai Mixi, Yifangchang, Jiamei Department Store, Sunda Department Store, Meili Beauty Agency, Juanjiai Commerce.
Secretary Li listed the names of 7 or 8 companies in one breath.
Every time she heard a name, Lin Shiyu's face became uglier. In the end, her face was completely cold to the extreme.
If only a few small companies terminated their cooperation, she wouldn't care.
But among the companies reported by Secretary Li now, most of them are Tianhai's top companies, occupying 80% of Tianhai's beauty industry. If all these companies terminated their cooperation with the Lin Group, it would be absolutely fatal for the Lin Group. After all, no matter how good the Lin Group's beauty products are, they will be useless without sufficient sales platforms.
Secretary Li looked at Lin Shiyu's appearance and spoke again, Boss Lin, in addition to these companies, the supplier of raw materials for beauty serum to Lin Group also called and wanted to terminate the cooperation with us.
They also demanded that the Lin Group pay the balance of the raw materials within 3 days, otherwise they would take the Lin Group to court. In addition, the bank also began to urge repayment of the loan, and the bank only gave the Lin Group 7 days. If the Lin Group does not repay the loan within 7 days, they will seal up the Lin Group and start auctioning off the Lin Group's assets to pay off the debt.
It never rains but it pours.
Secretary Li's words made Lin Shiyu's face turn pale instantly. How could she not have thought that even banks and raw material suppliers would get involved, and the key point was that they completely ignored the contract signed by both parties. Because according to the contract signed by both parties at the time, the Lin Group only needed to pay a balance and loan every 2 months. Now suppliers and banks require the Lin Group to repay the balance and loans within a few days.
This is clearly an attempt to put the Lin Group to death. The key is not the most important thing.
Relying on the existing funds of the Lin Group to repay the balance and loans, although it will be painful, it is still within an acceptable range. The most important thing is the supply of raw materials. Without the supply of raw materials, Lin Group's products cannot continue to be produced. Even if they find new raw materials, it will take at least several months. After a few months, when the Lin Group continues to produce products, there will be no place for the Lin Group in the entire Tianhai beauty market.
Ruthless. Too cruel.
Lin Shiu understood that there must be a force behind this, otherwise, this situation would not have been possible. Moreover, by doing this, the other party intends not to give the Lin Group any chance to breathe, and every move will be a fatal blow.
Boss Lin, are you okay?
Looking at Lin Shiyu's appearance, Secretary Li asked with concern.
Chapter 121, the third choice. I'm fine.
Lin Shiu came back to her senses, shook her head slightly, pushed open the door and walked into the office, sat on the chair, and said, Secretary Li, did they tell us why they terminated their cooperation with the Lin Group?
Who instructed them to target the Lin Group?
With so many contract terminations happening so frequently and banks and suppliers demanding payment, Lin Shiu would never believe that there was no one behind this. Hearing Lin Shiyu's words, Secretary Li said without hesitation, I have already inquired about it. All of this is directed by Duozi Beauty Group behind the scenes.
Just this afternoon, Duozi Beauty Group held a press conference.
In half a month, its newly developed beauty oral liquid will be on the market, and they will select cooperative distributors in the near future.
However, there is a condition, that is, you must choose between Duozi Beauty Group and Lin's Group.
If you choose to continue cooperating with the Lin Group, you will be blacklisted by the Duozi Beauty Group and will never cooperate again. So in order to curry favor with Duozi Beauty Group, these people chose to terminate their cooperation with Lin Group, even if it meant paying liquidated damages. As for the banks and suppliers, I heard that they felt that the Lin Group was about to go bankrupt. If they continued to cooperate with the Lin Group, they might not even be able to get their money back, so they plan to ask the Lin Group to pay them back.
Duozi Beauty Group.
Hearing Secretary Li's words, Lin Shiu clenched her fists. Ever since Yi Xian eliminated Zhao Chengdong, she knew that Zhao Chengdong would not give up and would definitely retaliate against the Lin Group. But she didn't expect the other party's revenge to be so fierce.
This was definitely not something a small Duozi beauty group could do.
Even with the support of the Zhao family, it would be impossible to do this. After all, the Zhao family is one of the 5 major families in Tianhai, and so is the Lin family, and they are even more powerful than the Zhao family.
But the Lin group was unexpectedly overwhelmed by the other party.
Obviously, there was definitely more than just the Zhao family behind this. But she didn't know who else, besides the Zhao family, wanted to target the Lin group and the Lin family.
However, no matter what, she must get through this crisis no matter what. She wants everyone to know that she, Lin Shiu, will not be easily defeated. Mr. Lin, what should we do next? Secretary Li asked Lin Shiu.
Lin Shiu let out a long breath and said, please sort out all the information about the companies that have cancelled their cooperation with the Lin group and give it to me.
I will call them myself. Boss Lin, I'm ready, you can take a look.
Secretary Li handed the folder to Lin Shiu, and then hesitated for a moment and said, Boss Lin, I think it would be useless even if we call now. In the minds of these people, the Lin group simply cannot withstand the impact of the Duozi beauty group.
The Lin group is about to go bankrupt. They will not give up the Duozi beauty group for the Lin group.
After all, everyone knows that Duozi beauty group's new product can completely beat Lin's group's beauty oral liquid. Lin's group has no chance of turning around. Hearing this, Lin Shiu's face was heavy. She took a deep breath and adjusted herself.
She said, no matter what, we have to fight for it.
If there is a chance, we can get 1 or 2 companies not to cancel the cooperation with us.
This is also a gain.
As she spoke, Lin Shiu picked up her cell phone and prepared to make a call. At this moment, Yi Xian, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up, since they want to cancel the cooperation, let them cancel it.
Why should we force them to cooperate with us? Lin Shiu was about to dial the phone, but when she heard this, she frowned and said, Yi Xian, what do you mean by this?
Yi Xian said calmly, Boss Lin, these people are determined to leave. Even if you try to keep them, what can you do? They are still a group of traitors after all.
They can stay this time, but what about next time?
In the face of absolute interests, they will still betray the Lin group, and may even cause more serious losses.
Instead of doing this, it's better to just let them go.
Hearing this, Secretary Li couldn't help but say, Assistant Yi, you don't know that these are all Lin Group salesmen.
Without them, Lin Group's products would not be able to be sold at all. Lin Shiu nodded in agreement and said, Secretary Li is right.
If there is no company to sell our products, the Lin Group will completely lose the entire Tianhai beauty market.
By then, there will be only 2 outcomes for the Lin Group, either it declares bankruptcy or it is acquired by someone else.
There will be no third option. Yi Xian smiled faintly and said, Boss Lin, for others, there may not be any, but for us, there is definitely a third option.
What's the meaning? Lin Shiu didn't understand for a moment.
Yi Xian said in a light tone, Beauty liquid, this is our third choice. You have experienced the effects of the beauty serum yourself. There is no need to explain how horrible the effect is.
Now, as long as the beauty serum passes the approval, we will announce its effects. By then, there will be many people who want to cooperate with us. Are we still worried about not being able to find distributors and expand sales channels?
I'm afraid that by then what we really have to worry about is the production problem, not the sales problem.
Hearing Yi Xian say this, Lin Shiu's beautiful eyes couldn't help but light up.
She was a little dizzy because of all these things just now, and almost forgot that the Lin Group still had a trump card in its hands.
That is the beauty serum. Compared with beauty serums, the products of Duozi Beauty Group are almost garbage. As long as the beauty liquid can pass the approval, it will be very easy for the Lin Group to find someone to cooperate with. Even if you just look for some smaller sales partners, there is absolutely no problem. Driven by profits, these sales partners will probably expand the sales industry chain frantically, and it will be easy for them to occupy the entire beauty market of Tianhai.
Yi Xian, you are right.
As long as the beauty serum passes the approval, the problems that the Lin Group is facing now will no longer be a problem.
Lin Shiu exhaled slowly, looked at Secretary Li, and said, I asked you to send the beauty serum for approval today.
Has it been sent yet?
Secretary Li nodded, it has been sent, but...
Having said this, Secretary Li paused, seeming to want to say more.
Lin Shiu hated this kind of turn of phrase the most, and said in a deep voice, but what?
Say it.
Secretary Li continued, however, the product approval has been rejected.
What? You called back?
Lin Shiu's face changed drastically.
She looked at Secretary Li and said, how is this possible? Wasn't it just sent over? Why was it sent back? What happened?
Yi Xian also frowned. At the beginning, he asked Lin Shiu some questions about product approval. If he remembered correctly, Lin Shiu told her that if the approval was rejected, there was basically only one possibility, that is, the product had major defects, which led to the failure of the approval. But when it comes to the beauty serum, he is very clear and there is absolutely no problem with it. Even compared to other beauty products, beauty serum is suitable for all skin types and will not cause allergic reactions at all.
But now the beauty liquid has been beaten back. What is going on? However, although he was confused, Yi Xian did not say anything.
Instead, he looked at Secretary Li, waiting for Secretary Li's answer.
Chapter 122 Looking for Help.
Feeling the gazes of Yi Xian and Lin Shiu, Secretary Li said rather aggrievely, "Boss Lin, the other party did not review the beauty serum at all. After I sent the beauty serum over, the other party just saw the introduction of the beauty serum and directly sent it back, saying that the Lin group can do nothing but brag."
What? Lin Shiu clenched her fists and said, "Didn't you tell them that this is the new beauty product developed by the Lin group?"
Secretary Li replied, "I have already said it, but the other party didn't listen at all and even kicked us out. I also heard that this is an order from Deputy Director Gao of the Food and Drug Administration. From now on, any beauty serum sent by the Lin group for approval will not be reviewed and will be directly rejected."
Hateful.
Lin Shiu slapped the desk hard, her pretty face as cold as frost. She didn't even need to think to guess that it was definitely the Duozi Beauty Group that was behind all this. But she didn't expect the other party to react so quickly. Because after Yi Xian took out the beauty liquid, she immediately asked people to collect medicinal materials, even if it cost a huge price, she was willing to do it, for the purpose of creating a time difference. Before anyone could react, the beauty serum was sent for approval. Even if someone knew the effects of the beauty liquid at this time, no one would believe it. After all, the effect of the beauty liquid is so amazing that no one would believe it is true unless they see it with their own eyes. By then, with the help of the relationship between Lin Group and the authorities, it would not be a problem for her to get the beauty liquid approved in a short period of time. As long as it is approved, even if others know that the beauty liquid is real, they will be unable to do anything to the Lin Group. With the beauty serum in hand, the Lin Group is not afraid of any challenge. But she never expected that her plan would be intercepted by the other party before it even began.
What is going on? Could it be that there is a traitor in the Lin group who passed the information about the true effect of the beauty serum to the Duozi Beauty Group?
A thought flashed through Lin Shiyu's mind, but she quickly shook her head and denied the idea. Many people did know about the beauty serum, but no one knew its true effects except her and a few people in the RD department.
Not even Secretary Li knew.
Just in case, she asked these people to stay in the Lin group and prohibited them from contacting the outside world.
There is no way the other party could have spread the news. If this is not the reason, then what is it?
Lin Shiu couldn't figure it out, but she knew that this matter had to be resolved no matter what, otherwise, the Lin group would really go bankrupt. Without thinking anymore, Lin Shiu looked at Secretary Li and said, "I know about this matter.
I will solve it.
Also, Secretary Li, you need to calm down the company in my name.
Don't mess up and make a fool of yourself.
If someone wants to terminate the cooperation, don't worry about it. Just handle it according to the contract and don't need to notify me." Lin Shiu issued several orders in one breath.
"Boss Lin, I'll do it right away." Secretary Li nodded, turned, and left the office.
After Secretary Li left, Lin Shiu picked up her cell phone and made a call.
The call was connected quickly. "Boss Lin, what's the matter with calling me?"
A strong male voice came from the other end of the phone.
Lin Shiu said, "Director Liu, are you free today? I want to talk to you." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, then he said, "Okay, Mr. Lin, I'm free at 2:30 in the afternoon." "Okay, Director Liu, I'll meet you in your office at 2:30. "Good." The phone was hung up. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Lin Shiu clenched the phone tightly.
The Zhao family would find someone, and she could also find someone to help. The next second, she stood up from the chair, picked up the bag next to her, and prepared to leave. After taking 2 steps, Lin Shiu saw Yi Xian beside her, thought for a moment, and said, "Yi Xian, do you want to go with me?" Yi Xian pointed at himself.
He didn't expect Lin Shiu to ask him to go with them.
Lin Shiu nodded, "You gave me the beauty serum, so you should go with me so that I can explain the information about it."
Hearing Lin Shiu say this, Yi Xian did not refuse and said, "Okay, I'll go with you." "Then let's go now." Lin Shiu didn't waste any time and led Yi Xian out of the office, took the elevator, and came to the underground parking lot.
After the two got in the car, Lin Shiu started the car and left the Lin group.
In the car, Yi Xian retracted his gaze toward the window and asked curiously, "Are we going to meet someone from the Food and Drug Administration?"
Lin Shiu nodded and said, "The person who tied the bell should be the one who untied it. Since Deputy Director Gao of the Food and Drug Administration wants to block the approval of the beauty serum, we can just find someone with a higher rank than him to help. So, I just called Director Liu of the Food and Drug Administration and asked him to meet, hoping to convince him to help."
As long as Director Liu is willing to help, the Zhao family's conspiracy will be broken, and even Deputy Director Gao won't be able to stop it.
Yi Xian was silent for a moment after hearing this, and said, "Are you sure the other party will help?" Lin Shiu shook her head and said, "I don't know either, but no matter what, we still have to give it a try. If it doesn't work, it won't be too late to think of other ways." At this point, Lin Shiu thought of something, looked at Yi Xian and said, "By the way, just sit next to me later.
You can speak only when I ask you to. Otherwise, don't speak, understand?"
After spending some time together, she knew Yi Xian's temper. This guy has a bad temper and is fearless.
He doesn't even know how to tolerate. The person she was going to meet this time was an official from Tianhai. If Yi Xian hit him, the consequences would be unimaginable.
Although ancient warriors are very powerful, even the most powerful ones are constrained by the state apparatus. If Yi Xian dares to take action, he will have no place to stand in the entire Zhou, and even the Lin family will not be able to protect him.
Good. Yi Xian didn't say much, just nodded slightly. Half an hour later, the Food and Drug Administration.
Lin Shiu and Yi Xian appeared outside the gate.
"Let's go in."
Lin Shiu took a deep breath, adjusted her mentality, and walked inside with Yi Xian.
"Boss Lin, you're here."
As soon as I walked into the hall, a man in a suit came to greet me. Lin Shiu seemed to be very familiar with this man. When she heard his words, she immediately said, "Secretary Liu, I have an appointment with Director Liu to meet in his office at 2:30 this afternoon."
Chapter 123 Liu Wangyan.
Hearing Lin Shiu's words, Secretary Liu nodded and said, "Boss Lin, Director Liu has already told me about this, but he has something to do for the time being, so he's out first.
I can take you to the office and wait there."
"Okay, then I'll trouble Secretary Liu."
Lin Shiu nodded and followed Secretary Liu to the director's office. "Boss Lin, please take a seat." Secretary Liu poured 2 glasses of water for Lin Shiu and Yi Xian and said, "Boss Lin, Director Liu will be back soon.
You just wait here. I'll go get busy first."
As he spoke, Secretary Liu left the director's office. Lin Shiu didn't say anything.
She stared blankly at the glass of water in front of her, not knowing what she was thinking. Yi Xian didn't care.
He looked at the director's office with boredom.
I have to say that this director's office must have been decorated by professionals, and it gathers the best feng shui and official aura.
If you stay here for a long time, even if you don't have a successful career, at least you will be stable. Time passes by every second while we wait.
Soon, it was 2:30 as agreed.
No one showed up.
Yi Xian frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. After all, few people can show up on time. Another 20 minutes passed.
Yi Xian finally couldn't help it, and looked at Lin Shiu and said, "Didn't we agree to meet at 2:30? It's been 20 minutes, why hasn't Director Liu come yet? Isn't he deliberately avoiding you?" "No."
Lin Shiu shook her head and said, "Director Liu has a good relationship with the Lin Group.
He will either not meet me or he will definitely not hide from me if he agrees."
Yi Xian was speechless.
Why did he sometimes feel that Lin Shiu was quite naive? What's the point of having a good relationship?
If they really had a good relationship, your beauty serum wouldn't have been rejected by a deputy director, and you wouldn't have been kept waiting here for almost half an hour.
This doesn't look like a good relationship.
Hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Shiu bit her red lips and did not answer. In fact, Yi Xian was not wrong. The other party had a good relationship with the Lin Group, which was based on mutual benefit. Now that the Lin Group is in crisis, this relationship has long become unreliable. But she knew that she had to wait no matter what today.
Now the only person who can get the beauty liquid approved is Director Liu.
Even if the other party doesn't show up, she has to wait. Only by asking the other party to take action and allow the beauty liquid to pass the approval, can the Lin Group break the impasse and completely destroy the Zhao family's conspiracy.
Otherwise, the only fate that awaits the Lin Group is bankruptcy or acquisition.
Of course, in her heart, Lin Shiu also thought about asking the Su family for help, but after thinking about it, she finally gave up this plan.
Although in name the Su family did say that if the Lin group ran into trouble, the Su family would provide assistance.
But these words may just be polite.
After all, there is not much connection between the two.
At most, Yi Xian helped the Su family complete the last 3 needles of the 9 needles of restoring life, but strictly speaking, all this is just a transaction. Even if she asked for help, the other party might not offend Tianhai's official power for her. Instead of wasting time, she might as well solve the problem herself. If she really can't solve it, it won't be too late to think of other solutions. Lin Shiu suppressed her thoughts and said, Yi Xian, don't worry, just stay here with me and wait.
I beg you.
Lin Shiu had said so Yi Xian naturally had no choice but to nod and say, it's up to you, but judging from this attitude, you'd better not hold out too much hope.
More than half an hour passed.
At 3:30 in the afternoon, the door of the director's office was finally pushed open, and a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s, wearing an executive jacket and exuding an air of authority, walked in.
When she saw the middle-aged man, Lin Shiu immediately stood up and greeted him, Director Liu, you're back.
This middle-aged man was none other than Lin Shiu and the director of the drug administration, Lu Wangyan.
Lu Wangyan nodded indifferently, looked at Lin Shiu and said, Boss Lin, you can go back now. Go back? Lin Shiu was startled and couldn't help asking, Director Liu, what do you mean? Why don't I understand?
Lu Wangyan glanced at Lin Shiu and said, Boss Lin, I have other things to do and need to go out, so there is no point for you to stay here.
You can go back now. Next time, when I'm free, come see me again. As he spoke, Lu Wangyan walked outside without waiting for Lin Shiu to speak. Seeing Lu Wangyan's attitude, Yi Xian frowned and couldn't help but said, Director Liu, aren't you going too far?
It was you who asked us to wait for you in your office at 2:30.
We arrived on time and waited for you for almost an hour.
Now you come back and chase us away without saying a word.
Is this the way to treat guests? Lu Wangyan paused and looked at Yi Xian. Boy, are you teaching me a lesson?
Yi Xian said calmly, I'm just telling you one thing, respect is mutual, and you are not much higher than Mr. Lin.
Ha ha ha.
When Lu Wangyan heard this, he laughed out of anger, looked directly at Lin Shiu, and said, Boss Lin, your Lin group is indeed a big family with a lot of wealth.
You even dared to teach me a lesson. Boss Lin, you taught me well.
Although he said that Lin Shiu was a good teacher, everyone could hear the anger in Lu Wangyan's tone. Lin Shiu's face changed slightly, and she said hurriedly, Director Liu, it's a misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding, he didn't mean it, I want him to apologize to you.
As she spoke, Lin Shiu glanced at Yi Xian and said, Yi Xian, quickly apologize to Director Liu. Yi Xian didn't say anything. Is this kind of person worthy of being apologized to? So ridiculous.
Seeing Yi Xian's expression, Lin Shiu gave a bitter smile and did not force him.
Instead, she looked at Lu Wangyan and said, Director Liu, I'm sorry. I apologize to you on his behalf.
I hope you can be magnanimous and not argue with him.
Lu Wangyan snorted heavily, thought for a while, and finally walked to the desk and sat down, saying, Boss Lin, for the sake of Mr. Lin, I will give you 5 minutes. Tell me, what do you want to see me for? Thank you, Director Liu.
Lin Shiu showed a hint of joy on her face, and hurriedly said, Director Liu, actually I came to you today to ask you for a favor.
Our Lin Group's new product. You want me to help you pass the approval of Lin's Group's beauty serum? Before Lin Shiu could finish her words, Lu Wangyan interrupted her. Chapter 124 You live long. Hearing Lu Wangyan's words, Lin Shiu was startled. Director Liu, you know? Lu Wangyan said expressionlessly, Deputy Director Gao told me about this matter. Boss Lin, if you're here to talk about this, you don't have to say anything now.
I won't submit a junk product for approval, and the Food and Drug Administration won't approve a junk product either.
Hearing Lu Wangyan's blunt words, Lin Shiu's face changed, and she hurriedly explained, Director Liu, don't listen to Deputy Director Gao's nonsense. The effect of our Lin Group's beauty serum is absolutely true. If you don't believe me, you can take it back and have someone test it, and then you'll know if what I said is true or not.
As she spoke, Lin Shiu took out a small bottle from her bag and handed it to Lu Wangyan.
This is one of the samples of beauty liquid. Lin Shiu has kept it in her bag.
Originally, Lin Shiu planned to use it herself. After all, no woman can resist the temptation of becoming more beautiful. Lin Shiu is no exception.
Lu Wangyan sat on the chair, not even looking at the beauty serum Lin Shiu handed over, and said coldly, Boss Lin, do you think I'm a fool? The effect of the beauty serum makes people 10 years younger. Don't you think this is ridiculous? Even the world's top beauty groups can't do this. Do you think a small Lin group like you can do it? Do you think it's possible? Hearing Lu Wangnian's doubts, Lin Shiu immediately explained, Director Lu, please believe me. You can have someone test the beauty liquid. If I say even a single word that is false, I am willing to take full responsibility. I'm sorry for using a living person for experimentation. I'm not as shameless as your Lin group, and you can't bear any responsibility. Lu Wangnian looked at Lin Shiu coldly and said in a cold tone, Boss Lin, I know your Lin group is facing a crisis, but I advise you to avoid taking crooked paths, otherwise you will only make people laugh at you. For Mr. Lin's sake, I will issue a gag order in the bureau later to suppress the matter of the beauty serum and prevent anyone from spreading it, lest the Lin group become a joke. But Mr. Lin, I also hope that you remember that to develop a company, you need to be down to earth and rely on the quality of your products. Otherwise, the Lin group will not last long. Hearing these didactic words, Lin Shiu did not say anything, but Yi Xian, who was sitting next to her, could not help it. He looked at Lu Wangnian and sneered, just because others can't do it doesn't mean the Lin group can't do it. Don't just say it's a beauty serum that makes people 10 years younger. Even if it's a beauty serum that can keep people young forever, the Lin group can also come up with it. Director Lu, sometimes you need to go out more often. Don't sit in the well and watch the world like a toad. This will only make you look ignorant. Lu Wangnian's face darkened, and he stared at Yi Xian and said, Boy, what did you say? Yi Xian said with an unchanged expression, I am just telling you a fact. Don't challenge the world with your knowledge. The world is much bigger than you think. There are so many things you don't know. Also, I can tell you one more fact. You won't live long. I advise you to go home and prepare for your funeral. Otherwise, it would be bad to die on the way. Bang! Hearing this, Lu Wangnian flew into a rage, slapped the table hard, and said angrily, Boy, you dare to curse me? Lin Shiu was startled and quickly pulled Yi Xian back, saying, Yi Xian, stop talking. Yi Xian shrugged, looked at Lu Wangnian expressionlessly, and said, Curse you? You are not worthy, I am just telling you a fact. After saying that, Yi Xian stood up and said to Lin Shiu, Boss Lin, let's go. Good. Lin Shiu glanced at Lu Wangnian and knew that it was impossible to persuade Lu Wangnian to help today. Staying here would only make things more embarrassing. Director Lu, we'll leave first. Roll. Lu Wangnian spat out a word coldly. Yi Xian glanced at Lu Wangnian and sneered. Without saying anything, he just walked outside with Lin Shiu. What the hell dares to curse me? Lu Wangnian snorted coldly. He has indeed been in poor health recently. He can't sleep at night, feels dizzy, and sometimes has nosebleeds. But in his opinion, it is all because he has been working too hard recently, so this happened and he just needs to rest for a while. But he couldn't persuade his wife, who insisted on taking him to the hospital for a physical examination today. That's why he let Lin Shiu leave. He didn't expect that the people Lin Shiu brought with her would dare to curse him. Act recklessly. Ding-ling-ling. Just then, his cell phone rang. Lu Wangnian took out his cell phone and saw the caller ID. A smile appeared on his face and he said, Ching, I understand. I'll listen to you. I'll come to the hospital for a checkup right away. As he spoke, Lu Wangnian shouted to the outside of the door, Secretary Lu, prepare a car for me and take me to the hospital. Outside the Food and Drug Administration. Lin Shiu took 2 steps forward and suddenly stopped. Her eyes were slightly red and she murmured in a low voice, Yi Xian, do you think I am useless? It was obviously a very simple matter. All I had to do was get the beauty serum approved, and the Lin Group's crisis could be easily overcome. But I ended up messing it up like this. Yi Xian had never seen Lin Shiu show such an expression before, so he consoled her, it's not your fault, they are just blind. Don't worry. They won't be arrogant for long. Leave the product approval to me. I will get the production and sales qualification certificate for you. Then we will slap them in the face and let them know how stupid and ignorant they are. Lin Shiu raised her head slightly, looked at Yi Xian, nodded heavily, and said, You are right. It's not that our products have problems, but they are blind. Besides, the Lin Group will rise sooner or later and become the world's top beauty group. The troubles we will encounter by then will definitely be much greater than they are now. If we can't even get through this, how can the Lin Group become the world's top beauty group? Lin Shiu is worthy of being the president of the Lin Group, and she quickly adjusted her mood.
Looking at Lin Shiu's appearance, Yixian smiled slightly and said, "Actually, you don't have to worry too much. I promise you that it won't be long before Director Lu will come to you crying and begging to help you approve the beauty serum."
What nonsense are you talking about? How is it possible that you are begging for help?
Lin Shiu gave Yixian a displeased look. Since ancient times, people have been asking others for help, but there is no such thing as others asking for help from you. Yixian didn't explain much, but looked at Lin Shiu and said, "What are your plans next?" Lin Shiu pondered for a moment and said, "I have thought of other solutions."
Let's go back to the company and discuss it. Good. Chapter 125. Lu Wangyan is dying.
At the same time, Tianhai First Hospital.
Lu Wangyan got out of an Audi S6L. "Secretary Lu, wait for me downstairs." Lu Wangyan said something to Secretary Lu and walked towards Tianhai First Hospital. "Old Lu, you're finally here. Why are you so slow? Do you know that Dean Tang and I have been waiting for you for a long time?"
Along with the voice, a beautiful woman wearing a cheongsam, with a graceful figure and still charming appearance, walked over from the side.
This beautiful woman was Lu Wangyan's wife, Sunshine. Next to her was an old man in a white coat. This old man is the director of Tianhai First Hospital, Tang Qingde, Zhao Zhenghai's eldest disciple. When Lu Wangyan heard what his wife said, he said unhappily, "You can't blame me for this. I was going to come a long time ago, but I met an idiot who cursed me that I wouldn't live long. This only delayed me a little bit. Don't be angry. Just ignore him, why waste your time?"
Sun Qing said unhappily, "Come with me to get a physical checkup." Then, Sun Qing said to Tang Qingde beside her, "Dean Tang, I'll trouble you from now on.
It's just a small matter." Tang Qingde waved his hand slightly, then looked at Lu Wangyan and said, "Director Lu, please follow me." "Good." Lu Wangyan nodded and was about to follow Tang Qingde to get checked, but just as he took a step, he suddenly felt dizzy and then his vision went dark. Puff.
Lu Wangyan even opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning extremely pale.
"Old Lu, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me."
Sun Chang was shocked and rushed forward to support Lu Wangyan.
Tang Qingde also walked up quickly, put his fingers on Lu Wangyan's pulse, and began to diagnose carefully.
A few seconds later, Tang Qingde's face changed. "Not good, Director Lu's life force is fading quickly. Someone, come quickly, bring the stretcher over, and someone else go to my office and get my silver needle."
While talking, Tang Qingde said to Sun Qing, "Miss Sun, Director Lu's condition is very bad now. I have to give him acupuncture."
At this time, other doctors in the lobby of Tianhai First Hospital also noticed this scene. After hearing Tang Qingde's words, they hurriedly pushed a stretcher and ran over. Several doctors hurriedly lifted Lu Wangyan onto a stretcher and pushed it towards the elevator. Soon, the group arrived at a ward. Lu Wangyan was carried to the hospital bed. At this moment, Lu Wangyan had fallen into a coma, his face was extremely pale. "Take off his clothes." Tang Qingde didn't care about anything else and started giving orders directly. "Yes." Several doctors deftly took off Lu Wangyan's clothes. "Dean, the silver needle is here." A doctor rushed in and handed a cloth bag to Tang Qingde. Tang Qingde took the silver needle and ordered, "Wait aside, don't let anyone disturb me." As he spoke, Tang Qingde opened the cloth bag, and a bunch of silver needles immediately came into view. The next second, Tang Qingde picked up the silver needle and stabbed it into Lu Wangyan's body. The first one. The second one. The third one. In the blink of an eye, densely packed silver needles appeared on Lu Wangyan's body. The entire ward fell silent. Sun Qing stood by with tears in her eyes. How could she not have thought that her husband, who was fine this morning, would suddenly become seriously ill and dying? Moreover, looking at Tang Qingde's serious expression, she knew how serious her husband's illness was. But she couldn't do anything and could only watch. Time passes by every second. 20 minutes later. Tang Qingde let out a breath and began to slowly pull out the silver needle from Lu Wangyan's body again. When the last silver needle was pulled out, Tang Qingde finally breathed a sigh of relief. Without caring about anything else, he picked up his sleeve and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Dean Tang, how is it? How is my husband?" Sun Qing walked up to him immediately and asked. Tang Qingde exhaled and said, "Director Lu's condition has stabilized and he will wake up soon." As soon as the words fell. Ahem. There was a sudden cough from the hospital bed, and Lu Wangyan, who had been in a coma, suddenly opened his eyes. "Old Lu, are you awake? You scared me to death." Sun Cheng rushed over immediately, with an undisguised look of worry on her face.
I'm fine, don't worry. Lu Wangyan touched his wife, looked at Tang Qingda and said, President Tang, thank you for saving me.
Hearing this, Tang Qingda smiled bitterly and said, Director Lu, you don't have to thank me. I just temporarily stabilized your condition, but unfortunately, I can't save you.
Can't save me? Lu Wangyan and Sun Chang were both stunned for a moment, and asked in confusion, Dean Tang, what do you mean by this? I don't quite understand. Tang Qingda sighed and said, Director Lu, the vitality in your body is rapidly draining away.
I can only suppress it with silver needles and wake you up, but I still cannot stop the loss of vitality in your body. In other words, if we can't stop the loss of vitality in your body, Director Lu may not survive for more than 3 hours.
What? Hearing Tang Qingda's words, Lu Wangyan and Sun Chang were both stunned.
They thought everything would be fine once he woke up, but they never expected to hear such bad news.
Dean Tang, are you kidding me? Lu Wangyan said, forcing a smile on his face. Sun Cheng didn't say anything, just waiting for Tang Qingda's answer. Tang Qingda sighed and said, Director Lu, I wish I was joking with you, but this is the fact. Boom.
As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a bolt from the blue, hitting Lu Wangyan and his wife on the heads. It made their whole bodies shake.
Lu Wangyan's face was extremely pale. He was clearly just feeling a little unwell, so why was there less than 3 hours left? He really couldn't accept it. How could this happen?
Sun Chang grabbed Lu Wangyan's hand tightly, and was so anxious that she was about to cry.
The next second, she thought of something and looked at Tang Qingda and said, Dean Tang, isn't your master in Tianhai? How about you go to your master for help? If your master, Divine Dr. Zhao, helps, can old Lu be saved? Lu Wangyan also set his gaze on Tang Qingda, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes.
He was less than 40 years old, had a gentle and virtuous wife and a lovely daughter.
He didn't want to die. But Tang Qingda's next words shattered their hopes. Director Lu, if you had come more than half an hour earlier, my master might still be in Tianhai, but now my master has already boarded a plane and left Tianhai to go to Beijing to attend a Chinese medicine symposium. Even if I call now, I won't be able to notify my master. If I wait for my master to land in the capital, even if I rush back, it will take at least several hours. With Director Lu's body, we won't be able to hold out until then. Despair. The little hope that had been ignited was shattered again. Chapter 126. Call Lin Shiu. Old Lu. Sun Cheng looked at her husband and could no longer control the tears that flowed down her face. Lu Wangyan didn't say anything at this moment. He suddenly thought of a sentence Yixian had said before leaving his office. They told him to go back and prepare a coffin, and also asserted that he would not live long. At that time, he thought it was that boy who cursed him. But now, aren't Tang Qingda's words consistent with what Yixian said? Yixian can see the problem with his body at a glance, doesn't that mean Yixian has a way to save him? Thinking of this, Lu Wangyan looked at Sun Chang and said, Qingqing, quickly take my phone and call Lin Shiu. Call Lin Shiu quickly. Sun Chang was puzzled when she heard this and asked, Old Lu, why did you call Lin Shiu? She is the president of the Lin Group, not a doctor. Lu Wangyan said loudly, Qingqing, do you remember that I told you before that there was a guy who cursed me that I would not live long? This person was brought by Lin Shiu. Since this guy knows that I won't live long, he must know medical skills and might be able to save me. Call Lin Shiu right away and ask her to bring this guy to Tianhai First Hospital. Lin Shiu? Before Sun Cheng could speak, Tang Qingda beside her suddenly said, Director Lu, is the boy you are talking about called Yixian? Lu Wangyan thought about it and remembered that Lin Shiu did call him Yixian. He said immediately, yes, that's his name. Dean Tang, do you know him? Tang Qingda shook his head and said, I don't know Mr. Yi, but my master knows Mr. Yi. Dean Tang, how good is the other party's medical skills? Can he save my husband? Sun Cheng asked impatiently. Tang Qingda said, the other party's medical skills are very strong, even my master is ashamed of himself. If it is really the other party who took action, Director Lu may be able to turn the danger into safety. Really? Sun Cheng asked excitedly. Lu Wangyan also looked at Tang Qingda, waiting for his answer. Real. Tang Qingda nodded, and as if to increase the persuasiveness of his words, he said again, Director Lu, you should have heard about Mr. Lin. A few days ago, Mr. Lin was seriously ill and dying. Even my master was helpless and said that Mr. Lin would not survive for more than a few days. As a result, Mr. Yi took action and saved Mr. Lin from the brink of death. Mr. Lin is now full of energy. He came to the hospital for a checkup a day ago. His health is completely fine.
He can live another 30 years without any problem.
Hearing Tang Qingda's words, Lu Wangyan and his wife widened their eyes and couldn't calm down for a long time.
Of course, they had heard about Mr. Lin's affairs. At that time, news circulated that Mr. Lin would not live for more than a few days. Later, they knew that Mr. Lin had recovered, but they were just a little surprised. After all, they had some friendship with Mr. Lin, but it was not deep, so they did not delve into it. But now Tang Qingda told them that Mr. Lin, who was originally expected to live only a few days, could live another 30 years.
What is the concept of this? Incredible. If they didn't know that Tang Qingda couldn't possibly be joking with them here, they would have called Tang Qingda a psycho. How could such an outrageous thing happen?
Sun Qing came back to her senses immediately and said, "Thank you, Dean Tang.
I understand.
I'll call Lin Shiu now." As they were talking, Sun Qing took Lu Wangyan's cell phone and called Lin Shiu.
At this time, Lin Group.
Yi Xian was sitting in front of Lin Shiu's desk, holding a ballpoint pen in his hand and writing something in a notebook. Lin Shiu sat next to him, looking at Yi Xian quietly, her beautiful fists clenched, a hint of uneasiness in her eyes. The whole office was silent, with only the rustling sound of ballpoint pens hitting paper. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian stopped moving his hands.
Lin Shiu immediately asked, "Yi Xian, how is it going? Did you successfully modify the secret recipe of the beauty serum?"
"I took action, and there were no accidents." Yi Xian smiled faintly, handed the notebook in his hand to Lin Shiu, and said, "I have modified 3 secret recipes for you: the primary beauty liquid, the intermediate beauty liquid, and the advanced beauty liquid. Apart from these, the best effect is the original one in your hand." Hearing this, Lin Shiu showed a look of surprise on her face and said, "Great, that's great.
With these 3 secret recipes, the Lin Group can break through."
Yi Xian looked at Lin Shiu's appearance and finally couldn't help but said, "Now you can tell me why you asked me to modify the secret recipe of the beauty serum." After the two returned to the company from the Food and Drug Administration, Lin Shiu brought up the matter of modifying the beauty liquid again and asked him if the secret recipe of the beauty liquid could be modified into different levels. After getting his affirmative answer, Lin Shiu asked him to help modify the formula of the beauty liquid. He wanted to ask Lin Shiu the reason at that time, but Lin Shiu told him that she would tell him the reason after he finished the revision. Now that the revisions were complete, he could no longer suppress his curiosity. Although he was confident that he could help Lin Shiu resolve the crisis, he wanted to know more about how Lin Shiu would resolve this crisis. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Shiu did not hide it and said, "I plan to use the primary beauty liquid to re-examine it."
Reapproval? Yi Xian showed a puzzled look on his face and said, "But doesn't Director Lu not believe in the effect of the beauty serum?"
And with that Deputy Director Gao's words, it may be difficult to approve the beauty serum.
"Isn't it a waste of effort for you to do this?"
"Of course I know, so I plan to change my strategy,"
Lin Shiu said. "Change of strategy?"
Yi Xian was stunned, a little confused.
Lin Shiu nodded and said, "Since Tianhai won't approve the beauty serum, I won't approve it in Tianhai City.
I will open a new subsidiary company when the time comes. In the name of a subsidiary, we will go to the provincial capital Jiangcheng Drug Administration for approval. I don't believe that the Zhao family can reach Jiangcheng. As long as the Jiangcheng Drug Administration approves it, we can openly promote the beauty serum without worrying about the threat from Duozi Beauty Group. It's just that the beauty serum you gave me is too effective.
If it's approved in Jiangcheng, it's hard to guarantee that it won't be targeted by someone with ulterior motives. That's why I asked you to modify the secret recipe of the beauty serum.
As long as the effect of the primary beauty serum can be stronger than that of Duozi Beauty Group, we can make a great comeback. Next, we just need to wait for you to solve the 2 problems encountered by the Lin Group, and then we can submit other grades of beauty serum for approval. By then, even if people know the true effect of the beauty serum, we will be able to deal with it calmly." At this point, Lin Shiu paused for a moment and continued, "The most important thing is that with the foundation of the primary beauty serum, even if we come up with a higher level beauty serum, we won't be questioned, and we can promote the beauty serum faster, achieving twice the result with half the effort.
Of course, this is one of them. The second is to occupy the low, medium and high markets in the beauty industry. As long as we succeed, the Lin Group's position in the beauty industry will be unshakable."
Chapter 127. I will ask him to come to your house and beg to help you. After listening to Lin Shiu's words, Yixian finally understood why the people from the Lin group were so respectful to Lin Shiu. This was the confidence that came from strength. Faced with the crisis that the Lin group is facing now, if it were someone else, they would have probably already fallen into panic. Unexpectedly, Lin Shiu not only remained calm, but also came up with a solution so quickly. This was completely unexpected for him. Lin Shiu glanced at Yixian, suddenly sighed, and said, however, if we go to Jiangcheng, the Lin group may not have a good time in the next few months.
Not having a good time? What does this mean?
Yixian asked puzzledly. Lin Shiu explained, in Tianhai, this is the territory of the Lin group, and approval matters can be handled on a special basis. It will take at least 1 month to pass the approval and obtain the production and sales license.
But if we go to Jiangcheng for approval, we won't be able to make special arrangements. If we're lucky, we might get it in a few months. If we're unlucky, it might take a year. During this period of time, the Lin group will probably continue to be in a loss-making state. Hearing this, Yixian shook his head and said, actually, you don't have to do this at all. If you believe me, it won't be long before the beauty serum can be approved again in Tianhai. You don't want to tell me that Director Lu will really come to beg for help. Lin Shiu thought of what Yixian had said before. Yixian nodded and said, if you believe me, you can wait a little longer. Lin Shiu shook her head and was about to say that this was impossible when her cell phone suddenly rang. I picked up the phone and looked at the caller ID. Lu Wangyan. Did the other party really call her? How is that possible?
You have to know that they had offended Lu Wangyan so much before. How could the other party take the initiative to come to her?
But this is indeed Lu Wangyan's mobile phone number, it cannot be faked.
Lin Shiu subconsciously looked at Yixian.
Could it be that Yixian was not lying, and Lu Wangyan really asked her for help?
Yixian felt Lin Shiu's gaze and immediately understood what was going on.
He asked, did Lu Wangyan call?
Lin Shiu nodded mechanically, she hadn't come back to her senses yet.
Answer it. Don't keep the other party waiting too long. Lin Shiu nodded and answered the phone, Director Lu.
Before he finished speaking, a voice came from the other end of the phone, Boss Lin, it's me, Sun Cheng, Lu Wangyan's wife.
My husband is in trouble and his condition is very serious. Now only Mr. Yi beside you can save him.
Please, bring him to the hospital to save my husband.
I will be grateful. Is there really something wrong?
Lin Shiu widened her beautiful eyes and was about to speak when suddenly she found that her cell phone had been snatched away by Yixian. Yixian held the phone and sneered, sorry, your husband's accident has nothing to do with us.
Why should we go to the hospital to save your husband? What does his life or death have to do with me? We have other things to do, so please stop calling us to harass us. We can't afford Director Lu's authority. After he finished speaking, Yixian waited for the person on the other end of the phone to speak, then he hung up the call and turned off Lin Shiu's phone. Yixian, what are you doing? Aren't you going to save Director Lu?
Lin Shiu couldn't help but ask when she saw Yixian's actions.
Yixian smiled faintly and said, do you remember what I said? I said that I would let him come to your door and beg to help you. Now let's go find them. How can it be so easy? But, what if they don't come?
Lin Shiu said subconsciously.
Not coming? Yixian said nonchalantly, if you don't want to come, then don't come. We don't have anything to lose.
Maybe if we change the director, the beauty serum will be approved.
If it doesn't work out, just tighten your belt and live a frugal life. Besides, I still have 3 billion.
I can easily survive for a few months or a year.
It won't be a problem at all.
Hearing Yixian's words of wealth and power, Lin Shiu opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing and chose to agree with Yixian's actions.
Tianhai First Hospital.
Sun Qing was stunned when she heard the busy tone on the phone and it took her a long time to come back to her senses. She thought that if she called, Lin Shiu would agree without hesitation.
After all, saving Lu Wangyan would bring many benefits to the Lin group.
But she never expected that the other party not only disagreed, but also hung up the phone directly. Moreover, from what the other party said, it seemed that he didn't want to save her at all.
What's going on? Xingqing, what's going on? When will Lin Shiu bring that kid over? Lu Wangyan asked.
Sun Shang did not answer, but took out her cell phone and called Lin Shiu again.
Unfortunately, what greeted me was a cold electronic voice. Sorry, the number you dialed is powered off.
She called again several times, with the same result.
Seeing this scene, Lu Wangyan couldn't help but ask, Xingqing, what happened?
When she called for the last time and heard that cold voice again, Sun Qing finally gave up and said with a hint of despair on her face, "Lin Shiu's phone is turned off." Besides, a male voice said on the phone earlier that your life or death has nothing to do with them.
What?
When Lu Wangyan heard this, he couldn't help but show a trace of anger on his face, and said, "How dare Lin Shiu say that?
She is too arrogant." Sun Cheng ignored Lu Wangyan's words and said in a deep voice, "Old Lu, tell me the truth. What happened after you met with Mr. Lin today? Why did Mr. Lin treat you like this? Tell me the truth." She is Lu Wangyan's wife.
She has met Lin Shiu several times and has some understanding of Lin Shiu's character. It is impossible for the other party to hang up the phone for no reason, let alone turn off the phone. Lu Wangyan was silent for a moment and recounted what had happened at the Food and Drug Administration not long ago.
Hearing Lu Wangyan's words, Sun Chang was furious and said, "Old Lu, you are confused. It's not like you don't know about the Lin Group.
It's not the first day you've known Lin Shiu.
Do you think Lin Shiu would take a fake beauty serum for approval? Do you think it's possible?"
The Lin Group was founded by Mr. Lin.
Even if Lin Shiu wanted to resolve the crisis in this way, do you think Mr. Lin would not stop her?
Besides, they've been waiting for you for almost an hour, so it's natural that they'd feel a little resentful.
But you're showing off your authority to them.
Also, they've given you the product, you should at least take a look at it to confirm whether what they say is true or not. But you not only don't take a look, but you also make sarcastic remarks to them.
Do you think they will give you face now? Just because you're the director? Do you think it's useful?
Mr. Ye's medical skills are so good that even Dr. Zhao would be ashamed of himself. If this gets out, not to mention you as a director, even the top leader of Jiangnan province would have to be polite in front of him.
But you have completely offended Mr. Yi. Chapter 128. Go to Lin Group to apologize. Hearing what his wife said, Lu Wangyan couldn't help but defend himself. "You can't blame me for this.
It's really that the Lin Group's beauty serum is too outrageous. It can remove scars, beautify the face, and improve skin quality. If used for a long time, it can make people 10 years younger.
This amazing effect, even the world's top beauty groups can't achieve it. Now a company in Tianhai says it can do it. If it were you, would you believe it?"
Sun Chang was speechless for a moment. If it were her, she wouldn't believe it either.
This effect is indeed a bit too outrageous.
At this time, Tang Qingde, who had been silent on the side, suddenly spoke up, "Director Lu, if it was someone else, the effect of the beauty liquid might be fake, but if this beauty liquid came from Mr. Yi, then it is definitely real." He had never seen Yi Xian, nor had he seen Yi Xian treat illnesses. But after his master told him that Yi Xian was proficient in the golden needle of creation and could even repair the 9 needles of resurrection, he knew that Yi Xian's background was definitely beyond his imagination. For such a person, it is completely easy to come up with such a top-grade beauty serum as the beauty serum.
Hearing this, Lu Wangyan was startled and couldn't help but say, "Did I really misunderstand Mr. Lin?" Tang Qingde nodded and said, "Director Lu, I'm afraid that's indeed the case.
However, there is still room for maneuver in this matter."
"Dean Tang, what is this spinning spot?" Sun Cheng asked immediately. Tang Qingde said, "If Mr. Yi really didn't want to save Director Lu, then he wouldn't have said in Director Lu's office that Director Lu was about to die. If he says it, it means he can help Director Lu.
But looking at Mr. Ye's attitude now, if we want to ask Mr. Yi to help, there is only one way.
Come and apologize.
Only in this way, maybe Mr. Yi will help Director Lu."
"What? You want me to come and apologize?" Lu Wangyan opened his eyes wide, a look of disbelief on his face.
He had always looked down on Yi Xian before, and now he was asked to apologize to Yi Xian. Where would he put his face?
Tang Qingde nodded and said, "Director Lu, this is the only way. If you don't apologize, I'm afraid Mr. Yi won't take action." At this point, Tang Qingde glanced at Lu Wangyan's face and said again, "Director Lu, don't think I'm exaggerating.
I think you should have heard about the death of Qin Longhu, the old man of the Qin family."
"I've heard of it." Lu Wangyan nodded, "But does this have anything to do with whether I go to apologize or not?"
Tang Qingde continued, "At that time, my master called Mr. Yi and asked him to help Mr. Qin, but the Qin family insulted Mr. Yi and even wanted to beat him up. In the end, Mr. Yi chose to stand by and watch Mr. Qin die." Hearing this, Lu Wangyan's expression finally changed, and he looked a little creepy.
Qin Longhu was dead.
Of course he knew that the Qin family had been holding a funeral for Qin Longhu these 2 days. But in his opinion, Mr. Qin died because of a serious illness that could not be cured. But he never expected that there was such a secret. If that were the case, if he didn't apologize, I'm afraid Yi Xian would really just watch him die. Lu Wangyan's wife Sun Qing immediately said, President Tang, I understand. I will go to the Lin Group and apologize to President Lin. As she spoke, Sun Cheng walked outside.
Etc.
Tang Qingde called Sun Cheng and shook his head, saying, Ms. Sun, there is a saying that goes, the person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it.
Even if you go now, it may be useless.
If you want Mr. Yi to take action, Director Lu must go and apologize to Mr. Yi in person.
Sun Cheng hesitated and said, but Dean Tang, my husband's health. Tang Qingde said, Ms. Sun, don't worry.
Although Director Lu's vitality is fading, there won't be any major problems in the short term. I will go with you then, and this will ensure that Director Lu will not get into trouble along the way.
However, whether you can convince Mr. Yi to take action depends on you. I can't do anything about it. Okay, then I'll trouble Dean Tang. Ms. Sun, you're welcome. This is what I should do. Tang Qingde waved his hand casually. The reason why he said this just now was not because he wanted to curry favor with Lu Wangyan, but because he wanted to use Lu Wangyan's hand to curry favor with Yi Xian. After learning that Yi Xian had amazing medical skills and could bring the dead back to life, he actually wanted to find Yi Xian as soon as possible, hoping to recruit Yi Xian to work at Tianhai First Hospital. After all, if there is a top-notch doctor in charge of Tianhai First Hospital, it would be like having a stabilizing force for Tianhai First Hospital. But later, this idea of his was stopped by his master Zhao Zhenghe, who said that Yi Xian did not like to be disturbed, and going there rashly would only make Yi Xian unhappy. For this reason, he had to give up. The last time Yi Xian came to Tianhai First Hospital, he happened to be away from the hospital due to something, and unfortunately missed it again. Now that Lu Wangyan is seriously ill, this is a natural excuse that allows him to go find Yi Xian without making Yi Xian unhappy. If Yi Xian could be brought into Tianhai First Hospital, it wouldn't take long before Tianhai First Hospital could become Jiangnan Province's first hospital. He absolutely cannot let go of such a good opportunity. Sun Cheng didn't know what Tang Qingde was thinking.
After hearing what Tang Qingde said, she immediately looked at Lu Wangyan and said, Old Lu, come with me to the Lin Group now and apologize to Mr. Yi and President Lin.
Lu Wangyan did not answer but fell into silence. Seeing Lu Wangyan's actions, Sun Qing couldn't understand why her husband was afraid of losing face. She suddenly said in a heavier tone, Old Lu, which is more important, your face or your life? Don't forget, you are not alone now, you still have me and Xiaoling. Do you want to watch Xiaoling lose her father since she was a child? Hearing his daughter's name, Lu Wangyan trembled suddenly, and suddenly came to his senses. He gritted his teeth and said, Okay, Qingqing, I will go with you to the Lin Group to apologize to Mr. Yi. Sun Cheng looked at Tang Qingde, Dean Tang, shall we set off now? No problem, I'll arrange a car to take us there. Tang Qingde nodded, then gave a few instructions to a doctor next to him. Soon, everything was arranged. An ambulance left Tianhai First Hospital and rushed towards the Lin Group. At the same time, Lin Group President's office. Lin Shiu walked back and forth in the office, occasionally looking through the floor-to-ceiling windows towards the downstairs of the Lin Group. Yi Xian, who was sitting on the sofa, couldn't help but said, Boss Lin, can't you just sit down for a while? What's the rush? If he doesn't come, then he doesn't come. What's the big deal? Lin Shiu glanced at Yi Xian and said, What do you know? Director Lu is a pretty good person and has done a lot of practical things for Tianhai. It would be a pity if he were to die. The key is that if something happens to Director Lu, it is possible that Deputy Director Gao will take over. He was instigated by the Zhao family to target the Lin Group. If he takes over, the Lin Group will be in even greater trouble. Yi Xian said disapprovingly, Don't worry, he won't be able to get the position. Lin Shiu's face changed slightly when she heard this, and she hurriedly said, Yi Xian, don't mess around. He is an official. If you dare to touch him, the consequences will be disastrous. She was really a little afraid of Yi Xian's temper. Chapter 129 Bow your head and apologize. Looking at Lin Shiu's expression, Yi Xian said with a dark face, Do you think I am a person who only knows how to solve problems with violence? Lin Shiu remained silent. She really couldn't remember when Yi Xian had ever explained reason to anyone. Yi Xian looked at Lin Shiu in silence, opened his mouth and wanted to explain, but found that he didn't know how to explain at all. If you think about it carefully, it seems that he has never used any other means. Whether it was Wang Zihao causing trouble, the matter of the Blood Alliance, or the matters of Lu Zhiqing and Zhao Qingdong, it seemed that he really used violence to solve them.
As for the matter between Qin Longhu and Su Fulu, although he did not take action, strictly speaking, it could be considered an alternative form of violence.
However, he didn't think there was anything wrong with it.
When he embarked on the path of martial arts, his senior sister taught him a truth. In this world, if a problem can be solved with fists, never waste your breath. You will never solve the problem by trying to reason with others in your lifetime. Since you know you can't give up, just punch him directly and don't give him any chances until he is killed.
Perhaps this sentence is simple and crude.
But it turned out that during the time he had been down the mountain, using this method to solve problems was indeed very effective. Yi Xian was too lazy to explain this and said directly, "What I mean is that Lu Wangnian will not die, because everyone is afraid of death, not to mention that he has a happy family and a daughter. He is even more afraid of death, so he will definitely come to us."
How do you know he has a happy family and a daughter?
Lin Shiu looked at Yi Xian with great curiosity. She remembered that she had clearly not told Yi Xian about Lu Wangnian.
Yi Xian shrugged and said, "Is this difficult to find? Let's not talk about the woman who called just now. She is his wife. There is a Barbie doll on the bookshelf in his office. Do you think a man like Lu Wangnian would put a stranger's doll on the bookshelf? Or would his wife play with the doll?"
Lin Shiu was stunned. She didn't expect Yi Xian to be so observant.
To be honest, she really didn't notice it. Boom boom.
Just then, suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Lin Shiu sat back at her desk and said, "Come in." Secretary Li pushed open the door and walked in.
"Secretary Li, is there anything I can do for you?" Lin Shiu asked.
Secretary Li said, "Boss Lin, Director Lu from the Drug Administration and his wife, as well as the president of Tianhai First Hospital, Tang Qingde, are downstairs.
They want to see Assistant Yi." "Really coming?"
Lin Shiu didn't expect that the other party would actually come and immediately said, "I know, let them come up."
"Good." Secretary Li nodded, turned, and left. Less than 2 minutes. Boom boom boom.
There was another knock on the door. Lin Shiu glanced at Yi Xian and said, "Come in."
The door opens. 3 figures walked in from outside. "Director Lu?" Lin Shiu's gaze fell on Lu Wangnian at the first moment, and a look of surprise couldn't help but flash across her pretty face.
She clearly remembered that when she and Yi Xian left the Food and Drug Administration, Lu Wangnian looked full of energy and in good spirits.
How long has it been? All in all, it only took less than an hour.
But now Lu Wangnian looks pale, his steps are weak, and he has to gasp for breath after taking 2 steps. It is no exaggeration to say that he has been seriously ill for a long time. She couldn't help but look at Yi Xian again. She had seen Yi Xian's medical skills last time, but this time it was too outrageous. Yi Xian just spoke a few words to Lu Wangnian and looked at him a few times. It was actually concluded that Lu Wangnian would not live long, and the key point was that all of this was true. The 4 methods of observation, smelling, questioning and palpation can't be so outrageous. Yi Xian sat on the sofa, glanced at Lu Wangnian, and then looked away. Since he asserted that Lu Wangnian was about to die, his current state of mind was completely understandable. After Tang Qingde walked into the office, his eyes immediately fell on Yi Xian, who was sitting on the sofa. When he saw Yi Xian's extremely young face, he couldn't help but feel shocked. He had never seen Yi Xian, but from his master Zhao Zhenghe and the hospital surveillance, he had seen Yi Xian and knew that Yi Xian was very young. But that was just through the screen. Now, seeing it with his own eyes, he realized how young Yi Xian was, even too young. What is more important is that although he is so young, Yi Xian's medical skills are already so strong that it is beyond imagination. It is hard to imagine how terrifying the person who cultivated such a terrifying genius must be. It's terrifying when you think about it. Tang Qingde took a deep breath and suppressed his inner shock. He walked up quickly and saluted respectfully to Yi Xian. He said, "Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Tang Qingde, the dean of Tianhai First Hospital. My master is Zhao Zhenghe. I am very happy to meet you." He clearly remembered that his master Zhao Zhenghe always treated Yi Xian as a disciple in front of him, which meant that Yi Xian was his master's master and could be regarded as his master's master. It was completely reasonable for him to bow to Yi Xian now. Is this Tang Qingde? When Lin Shiu saw Tang Qingde's actions, her beautiful eyes widened with a look of surprise on her face. When Mr. Lin went to Tianhai First Hospital for treatment, she had met Tang Qingde. He was at most polite to her, not like he is now. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was fawning on her. However, when she thought of Yi Xian's medical skills, Lin Shiu felt relieved. This scene also became a matter of course. Sun Qing, who was following behind Tang Qingde, was also stunned when she saw this scene.
She was also shocked by Tang Qingde's attitude. It is no exaggeration to say that this attitude is respectful.
But the next second, she suppressed her thoughts, walked quickly towards Yi Xian, and said, "Mr. Yi, it was my husband's fault before. I'm bringing him here to apologize to you. I hope you can be magnanimous and not argue with him." As she spoke, Sun Qing turned her head to look at Lu Wangyan, who was still standing there, and said, "Old Lu, why are you still standing there?
Come over here and apologize to Mr. Yi. Don't forget, Xiaoling is still waiting for you to come back home." Lu Wangyan was startled, then suddenly came to his senses.
He quickly walked towards Yi Xian, bowed to him, and said, "Mr. Yi, I was in a bad attitude in my office before. I apologize to you for my previous attitude.
I hope you won't take it personally." At this moment, Lu Wangyan no longer had the arrogance he had before. Because he didn't want to die.
His daughter was only 5 years old and absolutely couldn't live without her father. For the sake of his daughter, he had to bow his head.
Chapter 130, Medical and Martial Arts Dual Cultivation. Yi Xian glanced at Lu Wangyan and said expressionlessly, "Do you think I need your apology?" Lu Wangyan was startled, and immediately understood what Yi Xian meant.
He quickly turned to look at Lin Shiu and said, "Boss Lin, it was my fault at the Food and Drug Administration before. I apologize to you, and I hope you won't take it personally." Lin Shiu looked at Lu Wangyan, who had been so high and mighty before, and actually apologized to her. She felt mixed emotions, sighed, and said to Yi Xian, "Director Lu has already apologized, and I have nothing to lose.
Just help him out this time."
Yi Xian did not move, but glanced at Lu Wangyan calmly and said, "You seem to have forgotten one thing."
"Is there one thing I forgot?"
Lu Wangyan was startled, then he thought of something and said quickly, "Mr. Yi, don't worry about this. I will take care of the approval of the beauty serum.
I promise that no one will stop me." Yi Xian looked at Lu Wangyan deeply and said, "Remember what you said. Don't go against your words. Otherwise, if I can save you, I can also kill you."
Then, Yi Xian looked at Lin Shiu and said, "Boss Lin, prepare an empty room for me.
Just one bed will do." Lin Shiu was startled and asked subconsciously, "Yi Xian, don't you want to go to the hospital?"
"No need, it's just a little poison, there's no need to make so much trouble," Yi Xian said in a light tone.
"Poisoned?"
After hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Shiu, Lu Wangyan and his wife, and Tang Qingde were all stunned.
In their hearts, they always thought that Lu Wangyan was suffering from some serious illness, but they never thought that Lu Wangyan was actually poisoned. Lu Wangyan couldn't help but say, "Mr. Yi, you said I'm not sick, but poisoned? Do you think I need to lie to you?"
Yi Xian said in a calm tone, "Also, I can tell you that this poison of yours is a chronic poison. It will take at least 30 days for it to take effect.
And once it takes effect, it will be like a sudden illness in the body. It cannot be detected with current medical instruments." "I see.
No wonder I always felt something was strange when I was treating Director Lu, but I couldn't explain it."
Tang Qingde suddenly realized.
When he was treating Lu Wangyan before, he clearly felt that Lu Wangyan had a sudden illness, but he also felt that it was a little strange.
"I just can't put it into words at the moment." Now, after hearing Yi Xian's explanation, he finally understood where this strangeness came from. Lu Wangyan frowned, and pictures after pictures emerged in his mind. Could it be him? Lu Wangyan's eyes suddenly narrowed. He thought of something.
In recent months, he has been competing with another person for a position. His winning rate is relatively high and the opponent has always been suppressed by him. If nothing unexpected happens, this position will definitely belong to him. The key point is that a month ago, the other party used the excuse that the air conditioner in his office was broken, so he arranged for someone to replace it for him. You have to know that at that time, the two of them had almost reached the point of tearing each other apart for this position. The other party just replaced his air conditioner with one. At that time, he felt it was a little strange, but he couldn't explain why. But now, after hearing Yi Xian's words, he suddenly had a feeling that his poisoning was definitely related to this matter. When he thought of this, Lu Wangyan's eyes flashed with anger that he couldn't hide, but he still tried to hold it back and said, "Mr. Yi, thank you for reminding me.
I understand. I'll trouble you to take action next."
Yi Xian didn't say anything, but just looked at Lin Shiu, who immediately said, "Yi Xian, leave it to me.
I'll ask Secretary Li to prepare a room."
As she spoke, Lin Shiu walked to the desk, picked up the internal phone and called Secretary Li. Soon, Secretary Li called and said the room had been arranged. Yi Xian and his group came to this room.
Mr. Yi, what do you need me to do next? Lu Wangyan said to Yi Xian.
Yi Xian said, just lie on the bed, and leave the rest to me.
Lu Wangyan nodded, without saying any more nonsense, and lay down on the bed. Mr. Yi, do you need us to leave? Tang Qingde said at this time.
He knew that some doctors would usually clear the area and forbid anyone to approach or disturb them in order to prevent their medical skills from being stolen.
No, just don't bother me.
Yi Xian replied. His eyes fell on Lu Wangyan. He raised his hand, condensed a stream of true energy, and pointed a finger at the center of Lu Wangyan's eyebrows.
The true energy penetrated into Lu Wangyan, blocking his 8 extraordinary meridians and preventing the poison from spreading. Lu Wangyan also felt a wave of sleepiness coming over him, and he fell into a deep sleep.
Seeing this scene, Yi Xian did not hesitate, took out a cloth bag from his pocket and shook it slightly.
Swish! The cloth bag unfolded out of thin air. A row of golden needles appeared in everyone's sight. Swish!
Yi Xian's wrist was shaking, and several golden needles seemed to be controlled by an invisible force. They bounced up from the cloth bag and floated in front of Yi Xian.
Shenting acupoint.
Yi Xian flicked his finger, and a golden needle as fast as lightning flashed and pierced the Shenting acupoint.
Buzz!
The golden needle emitted a dazzling light and trembled slightly.
This is a needle that uses qi to move.
Mr. Yi, it turns out that he is a dual practitioner of medicine and martial arts.
When Tang Qingde saw this scene, he couldn't help but exclaim.
Hearing this voice, Lin Shiu
and Sun Cheng's eyes fell on Tang Qingde. Dean Tang, what is the dual cultivation of medicine and martial arts? Lin Shiu asked curiously.
Hearing Lin Shiu's words, Tang Qingde lowered his voice and explained, Ms. Lin, you should all know that in this world, there are always some people with extraordinary abilities. These people can fly over eaves and walls, walk on water, draw a sword to cut water, pick leaves to kill people, and other things that are beyond the comprehension of ordinary people.
This kind of people are ancient warriors.
But you should also know that in medicine, there are no shortcuts. Anyone who has excellent medical skills must have accumulated a lot of experience over a long period of time. So generally speaking, people who study medicine will not achieve much even if they step into martial arts.
But there are exceptions to everything.
Some people with extraordinary talents are not only proficient in medicine, but also in martial arts. However, even if you achieve this, if you want to achieve the level of practicing both medicine and martial arts, you must meet 2 requirements. First, his medical skills have reached perfection, and he can be called a famous doctor of his generation. Second, he has entered the realm of a martial arts master. If you can do both at the same time, you will have achieved the dual cultivation of medicine and martial arts. When you are curing illnesses and saving lives, you can use your martial arts energy to perform medical skills, and you can do things that ordinary doctors cannot do. To heal a dead person and turn his flesh into bones, for an ordinary doctor, it may be as difficult as ascending to heaven, but for a medical master who practices both medicine and martial arts, it is a very simple task. However, from ancient times to the present, there are only a handful of people who can reach this level.
But one thing is certain, anyone who can do this must be a medical master who will be remembered in history. Chapter 131 Lin Shiu's Thoughts.
After hearing Tang Qingde's explanation, the way Lin Shiu and Sun Cheng looked at Yi Xian changed. Throughout the 5,000 years of history of Zhozhou, there have been countless medical masters, like fish swimming across the river, but only a handful of them can leave their names in history. It is shocking that this young man, who was only in his early 20s, could actually leave his name in history.
I'm afraid no one will believe it if I tell them. Lin Shiu's heart was in turmoil and she couldn't calm down no matter what.
She only knew that Yi Xian was a strong medical practitioner and was also an ancient martial artist, but she had no specific idea. But now Tang Qingde's words gave her a concrete understanding of Yi Xian's strength.
Leave your name in history.
This evaluation is almost beyond imagination. At this moment, Lin Shiu looked at Yi Xian with a complicated look. Once upon a time, she felt that she married Yi Xian just to avoid making her grandfather angry, and just wanted to marry someone she didn't hate. Although in her heart, she didn't think Yi Xian was not worthy of her, she also didn't put Yi Xian on the same level. But now she suddenly realized that their identities were indeed not equal. It's not that Yi Xian's status is lower than hers, but that Yi Xian's status is too high, so high that she can't reach him.
Compared with Yi Xian's identity, she is no different from an ugly duckling. Don't worry about me causing you trouble.
I will leave Tianhai after I finish my work. Lin Shiu suddenly recalled what Yi Xian said after he saved her grandfather last time. In the past, she didn't think there was anything wrong with these words and didn't take them to heart. But when she recalled these words now, for some reason, she felt an inexplicable pain in her heart, as if something extremely important was lost.
Have I really fallen in love with Yi Xian?
Lin Shiu didn't know if she was a little in love with Yi Xian, but she knew that if Yi Xian left one day, she would probably be very sad. At least during this period of time, she found that she seemed to have gotten used to Yi Xian being around. With this man by her side, she no longer needs to pretend to be strong, because this man will protect her. Even if there is a storm outside, this man will not let her get hurt at all. Yi Xian had no idea what kind of commotion his actions would cause. A golden needle fell, and Yi Xian flicked his finger again.
Zhongfu Acupoint. Call out. A golden light flashed and pierced the Zhongfu Acupoint. Tanzhong Point. Call out. Another golden needle was inserted into the Tanzhong Point. Jiuwei Point. Central Point.
Yi Xian kept bending his fingers, and golden needles kept falling and piercing the acupuncture points on Lu Wangyan's body.
3/10 of the muscle. No more, no less. A slight tremor.
When the last golden needle fell, Yi Xian raised his hand, condensed a stream of true energy in his palm, and drew an ancient rune on Lu Wangyan's body.
The next second, a brilliant golden light burst out from Lu Wangyan's chest.
The light gradually dissipated, and the trembling golden needles actually emitted wisps of black air. It was as if the toxins in Lu Wangyan's body were constantly evaporating along the golden needles.
5 minutes later, the black gas gradually disappeared. Lu Wangyan's originally weak breathing gradually became stronger, and his pale face became rosy. At first glance, no one believed that Lu Wangyan was about to die a few minutes ago. Is this Mr. Ye's medical skills? This is too powerful. Even the 10 great masters of the medical field may not be able to compare to it. Tang Xingde stared at Lu Wangyan, who was lying on the bed.
His heart was filled with turmoil and he couldn't calm down for a long time. He knew that Yi Xian's medical skills were very advanced. As long as Yi Xian took action, he might be able to rescue Lu Wangyan from the brink of death. But he knew Lu Wangyan's health better, and it was no exaggeration to say that it was full of holes. In his imagination, even if Yi Xian could rescue Lu Wangyan, he would have to put in a lot of effort to do so. After all, this is not about curing a disease, but about actually snatching a person away from the hands of the king of hell. But now, what did he see?
5 minutes. From the time Yi Xian took action to the time Lu Wangyan's body functions recovered, the entire process took less than 5 minutes.
In just 5 minutes, a dying man was brought back from the brink of death.
What kind of medical skill is this?
The doctor killed people and left them with only bones and flesh. I'm afraid that is not enough to describe it. Now he finally understood why his master praised Yi Xian so highly. Anyone who has a little knowledge of medicine will know what this kind of medical skills means.
So horrible. So powerful.
After seeing this scene, Sun Qing was also extremely excited. Even though she was not proficient in medicine, she could see at this moment that her husband had completely recovered. She covered her mouth, trying hard not to cry out loud, but tears still rolled down her eyes. But these were tears of joy.
After another 2 minutes, the black gas above the golden needle completely disappeared.
Yi Xian moved his arm, and the golden needles instantly flew up into the air as if they were summoned, and landed steadily on the cloth bag. Then he put the cloth bag away.
Mr. Yi, how is it? How is my husband?
Seeing this scene, Sun Qing couldn't help but walked up, staring at Yi Xian with a hint of nervousness. Yi Xian glanced at Sun Chang and said, "The poison in Director Lu's body has been resolved. If nothing unexpected happens, he will wake up soon."
As soon as the words fell, Lu Wangyan, who was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. "Old Lu, you're awake." Sun Chang rushed over, feeling inexplicably excited. "Qing, I'm sorry for making you worry." Lu Wangyan looked at his wife and shook his head.
"You don't have to say sorry to me, as long as you are okay." Sun Chang shook her head vigorously.
Lu Wangyan nodded slightly, his eyes fell on Yi Xian with an extremely complicated expression. No one knew what was going on in Lu Wangyan's heart at this moment. On the way to Lin's group, he had actually prepared for the worst in his mind. He even left a will.
But he never expected that Yi Xian actually rescued him from the brink of death. Not only that, he found that the feeling as if he was being pressed down by a mountain had completely disappeared, and he felt an indescribable comfort all over his body, as if he was reborn. The next second, Lu Wangyan actually got up from the bed, and then with a plop, he knelt in front of Yi Xian.
Mr. Yi, please accept my greetings. From today on, you are my second parents.
Lu Wangyan's arrogance and majesty were all shattered in front of Yi Xian at this moment. If he had apologized to Yi Xian before only for his wife and daughter, now he was convinced by Yi Xian.
Chapter 132 Tang Qingda's Olive Branch. This scene struck everyone's attention. Tang Qingda was stunned.
Sun Qing was also stunned. Lin Shiu subconsciously covered her mouth to prevent herself from screaming.
Who is Lu Wangyan? This is the director of the Food and Drug Administration. There are even rumors that it won't be long before Lu Wangyan will most likely make further progress. You can imagine how high that status is.
But now, such a person actually knelt in front of Yi Xian.
It's unbelievable.
Yi Xian looked down at Lu Wangyan and said calmly, "Get up. I saved your life, and you helped the Lin Group to approve the beauty serum.
It's just a deal between us, and we both get what we need. You don't need to thank me."
Lu Wangyan realized that he had lost his composure, so he stood up and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Yi. I will take care of the Lin Group.
I promise that no one will stop me this time." That's good. If there's nothing else, I'll be out first.
Yi Xian left a word and disappeared in the room.
Director Lu, the poison in your body has been eliminated. You are safe now. I will leave now. Ms. Lin, goodbye.
As he spoke, Tang Qingda said something to Lin Shiu again, then hurried outside. The main reason he came here today was to win over Yi Xian. Now that Yi Xian was leaving, he naturally had to follow him as soon as possible.
After Tang Qingda left, Lu Wangyan took a deep breath and said to Lin Shiu, "Boss Lin, the matter of the beauty serum was my fault. I was blind and mistook gold for gravel. But it's getting late now, and the drug administration has already gone off work. There's nothing I can do. However, I promise you that when I go to work tomorrow, I will personally handle the approval of the beauty serum and ensure that it is approved in the shortest possible time. Not only that, I heard that many people cancelled their cooperation with the Lin Group today. I happen to know some of them. I will persuade them not to cancel their cooperation with the Lin Group when the time comes." When Lin Shiu heard this, a hint of joy appeared on her face, and she said, "Director Lu, thank you for your help. Boss Lin, compared to Mr. Yi saving my life, this is a trivial matter and not worth mentioning." Lu Wangyan took a deep breath and said, "Boss Lin, my illness has healed. I won't stay in the Lin Group any longer. I'm leaving first." Since experiencing a life and death experience, he now only wants to go home to see his daughter and be with her. Lin Shiu nodded and said, "Director Lu, I'll take you there." The other side. After Yi Xian left, he walked straight towards Lin Shiu's office. Just as I was about to open the door, a voice came from behind me. "Mr. Yi, wait a minute." Yi Xian stopped and turned around to see Tang Qingda running towards him in a hurry. "Dean Tang, is there anything wrong?" Tang Qingda ran to Yi Xian, took a deep breath, and said, "Mr. Yi, your medical skills are really superb. I really admire you very much. No wonder my master admires you so much, Mr. Yi. Now I finally understand." Yi Xian didn't say anything, just looked at Tang Qingda, waiting for the other party's next words. He didn't believe that Tang Qingda caught up with him just to say these words. Tang Qingda saw Yi Xian's expression and knew that Yi Xian was waiting for his next words. He did not hesitate and said straight to the point, "Mr. Yi, I actually want to invite you to join Tianhai First Hospital and become the honorary dean of our hospital with an annual salary of 10 million. Tang Qingda invited Yi Xian and offered him a sky-high salary. Yi Xian didn't expect that Tang Qingda actually planned to invite him to become the honorary dean of Tianhai First Hospital. He was silent for a moment, then refused, "Dean Tang, I appreciate your kindness, but I have never thought about becoming a doctor in the hospital." Tang Qingda was stunned. He didn't expect Yi Xian to refuse. He quickly said, "Mr. Yi, don't be in a hurry to refuse. If you are not satisfied with the salary, we can talk about it." Yi Xian interrupted him before he finished speaking and said, "Dean Tang, this is not about salary. I am used to freedom and don't like being bound, so I'm sorry." Hearing Yi Xian say this, Tang Qingda sighed in his heart. He knew from Yi Xian's expression that no matter what he said, Yi Xian probably would not go to Tianhai First Hospital to take up the position. He could only give up this plan helplessly and said, "Mr. Yi, since you don't want to, I won't force you. However, Mr. Yi, if you change your mind one day, you can consider the position of honorary dean of Tianhai First Hospital. I will keep it for you forever." Also, Mr. Yi, this is my business card. If you run into any trouble in Tianhai in the future, you can call me. Although I'm only the dean of a hospital, I still have some connections in Tianhai. As he spoke, Tang Qingde took out a business card and handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at the business card and took it without refusing. To him, Tang Qingde was insignificant, but to Lin Shiu, he was a good connection. If he can leave some connections for Lin Shiu when he leaves Tianhai in the future, then Lin Shiu's future will be smoother. Seeing Yi Xian take the business card, Tang Qingde immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This time, although Yi Xian did not agree to let him join Tianhai First Hospital, he has at least made friends with Yi Xian. His goal was achieved. Not a loss at all. Tang Qingde suppressed his thoughts and said again, Mr. Yi, I won't bother you anymore. I'll take my leave first. Having said that, Tang Qingde bowed to Yi Xian, turned around and left. After Tang Qingde left, Yi Xian also walked into the president's office. I had just sat down on the sofa and but wasn't even warm when the office door was pushed open. Lin Shiu walked in from outside. When she saw Yi Xian sitting on the sofa, Lin Shiu walked over quickly and said, Yi Xian, thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, the issue of the beauty serum wouldn't have been resolved so easily. Yi Xian chuckled and said, so, I want to congratulate you in advance. It won't be long before you become the president of the world's top beauty group and a well-known female billionaire on the Forbes list. Chapter 133 Lin Shiu's Kiss. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Shiu rolled her eyes at him and said, Yi Xian, stop burying me. All this is your credit. I am just taking advantage of you at most. Yi Xian smiled, looking at Lin Shiu's delicate face and rosy cherry lips. He suddenly said, Shiu, you said I helped you so much, shouldn't you thank me specially? Special thanks? Lin Shiu was stunned, but when she thought about it, it made sense. Yi Xian had helped her so much, so she really had to thank Yi Xian. How do you want me to thank you? Yi Xian joked, it's very simple, just kiss me. Come to think of it, I really miss the last kiss. Before he could finish his words, Lin Shiu moved closer, her fragrance filled the air, and her sexy, moist red lips kissed him directly. The four lips were pressed tightly together. Yi Xian was totally unprepared. What was this beautiful female CEO going to do? He was just joking. He also thought that Lin Shiu might kiss him, but at most on the cheek. Now Lin Shiu actually kissed him on the lips. What was going on? Yi Xian had no time to think about it. The coolness coming from Lin Shiu's lips made him swallow softly uncontrollably. The subtle movement seemed as if he was sucking the tip of Lin Shiu's tongue. He could clearly feel that Lin Shiu's breathing seemed to become heavier. He subconsciously reached out and hugged Lin Shiu's slender waist, holding her tightly so that her whole body pressed against him. Start sieging the city. Lin Shiu widened her eyes and wanted to push Yi Xian away, but she found that her legs were weak from Yi Xian's kiss, and all the strength in her body seemed to be drained at this moment. An unprecedented electric current flowed through her body, causing her breathing to become rapid. After a long time, there was a slight noise outside the office. Lin Shiu didn't know where the strength came from, and she quickly broke free from Yi Xian's arms. His eyes were extremely panicked. She didn't know why, but after hearing Yi Xian's words, she kissed Yi Xian as if possessed by a ghost. More importantly, she found that she didn't seem to resist Yi Xian's kiss as much as she had imagined, and she even felt reluctant to leave. How so? She and Yi Xian have only known each other for a few days. Could it be possible that she fell in love with the man in front of her in just a few days? You must be kidding. It must be Tang Qingde's words just now that made her a little anxious and worried, so she did such an incredible thing. She touched her cheek and found it was very hot. She tried to regain some composure and said to Yi Xian, I just wanted to thank you for helping the Lin Group survive a crisis. I didn't mean anything else. Don't let your imagination run wild. As she spoke, Lin Shiu rushed to the desk, picked up her bag, and walked out of the office. Just as she reached the door, Lin Shiu suddenly said, now that the company is off work, don't you plan to go home with me? When Yi Xian heard Lin Shiu's words, he was stunned. This was the first time that Lin Shiu invited him to go home with her since they got engaged. Although we went back together before, it was just a ride at most. Good. When seeing Lin Shiu's stunningly beautiful face, Yi Xian nodded with a smile. 6 p.m. Yi Xian and Lin Shiu returned to Villa number 6 in Linjiang Bay. The two got out of the car, and Yi Xian was about to walk into the villa, when suddenly, he paused and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Someone was secretly monitoring him. Court death.
At this time, Lin Shiu walked forward a few steps and found that Yi Xian was still standing there without moving.
She couldn't help but said, Yi Xian, what are you doing standing there? Why don't you come in?
The coldness in Yi Xian's eyes disappeared, and he looked at Lin Shiu and said, you go in first.
I seem to have seen an acquaintance just now. I'll go meet him and come back later. Acquaintance?
Lin Shiu looked quite strange.
Yi Xian had acquaintances in the Linjiangwan Villa district? How come she didn't know?
Although she was puzzled, Lin Shiu didn't say much, but said, okay, I'll go back and cook first.
Don't chat for too long. Come back later for dinner. Don't worry, I'll be back soon.
Yi Xian waved his hands, put his hands in his pockets, turned around and walked out of the villa. As soon as he walked out of the villa, the harmless smile on Yi Xian's face completely disappeared. Instead, there was a touch of icy chill.
His indifferent eyes swept in one direction.
I don't care who you are, there's a price to pay for spying on me. After saying this, Yi Xian walked to the right side of the villa. He knew there was a large park there with green trees, which could be used to get rid of some unnecessary troubles. Soon, Yi Xian came to a path. The sun had already set and the sky gradually darkened. The dim light sprinkled on the tree-lined path, giving people a strange beauty.
The evening breeze blew gently, dispelling the heat brought by the scorching sun during the day.
Yi Xian stopped, took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. The air was filled with smoke. His voice also rang out at this moment, there is no one else here, come out.
Quiet. It was quiet all around. No figure appeared, as if Yi Xian was talking to the air. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, flicked the ash off his cigarette, and said, What? You have the guts to spy on me in secret, but you don't have the guts to come out?
This time, after Yi Xian's voice fell, there was finally a response.
A cold voice suddenly rang out, It seems that I underestimated you. Your perception is much sharper than I thought.
I have tried my best to hide my aura, but I didn't expect that you still found it. Along with the sound, a tall and graceful figure walked out from behind a big tree. Yi Xian's gaze fell on the figure that walked out. When he saw the woman in front of him, even though Yi Xian had seen quite a few women during this period, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, what a modern Mulan. The woman was very beautiful and tall, about 1.7 meters tall. She was wearing simple casual clothes, but it still couldn't hide her curvy figure. She exudes a heroic spirit all over her body, giving people the feeling that women are just as capable as men. This woman was none other than the director of the Dragon Soul Tianhai branch, Yi Qingyan.
Chapter 134 Do you have evidence?
Yi Xian was looking at Yi Qingyan, and Yi Qingyan was also looking at Yi Xian, with her slender eyebrows slightly furrowed. Ever since Hu Fengyuan was killed last time, her senior brother forbade her to investigate the matter, so she secretly arranged for people to investigate information about Yi Xian. However, no matter how she investigated, the information she obtained was very limited. The only thing that could be investigated was that Yi Xian had just appeared in Tianhai some time ago. He first broke off his engagement with the Qin family, and then saved Grandpa Lin and became the grandson-in-law of the Lin family. His medical skills were so advanced that even Zhao Zhenghe, the leader of the 4 great doctors in Jiangnan province, felt inferior to him and was even willing to meet him as his disciple. In addition, Yi Xian possesses a powerful martial arts skill and is very likely to have already entered the realm of martial arts master. This is a top genius who is both a doctor and a martial artist. Logically speaking, such a genius should have been famous all over the world long ago, but apart from the information that Yi Xian appeared in Tianhai, there was no other news about him. She couldn't even find out where this man came from or what he was going to do in Tianhai. You know, in Kyushu, even if you are a beggar, it is impossible for your information to be completely blank. But Yi Xian did it. No origin. No past. This is also the reason why she suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian today. She wanted to see who could make all her information blank. After seeing Yi Xian, she discovered that the man in front of her was much more terrifying than she had imagined. He is just standing there casually, but he gives people a feeling of extreme danger, just like a calm sea. If you don't provoke him, everything will be calm. But once you provoke him, you will be greeted by huge waves. Yi Xian is definitely not an ordinary person, as he can give her this feeling. Moreover, she has always been very confident in her charm. Ordinary men would be more or less distracted when they saw her, but when Yi Xian saw her, he was only stunned for a second, and the next second, his eyes returned to normal, as if she were just a common powder. Who are you? Why are you spying on me secretly? What do you want to do? Yi Xian retracted his gaze and said in a flat tone. Yi Qingyan, director of the Tianhai Dragon Soul Branch.
Yi Qingyan did not hide anything and directly introduced herself, saying, Yi Xian, you killed Hu Fengyuan, right? Dragon Soul?
Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he immediately thought of what Ling Shanha reminded him of last time.
He said in a light tone, Minister Yi, can I sue you for defamation for what you said? You said that I killed Hu Fengyuan, do you have any evidence? Yi Xian, do you think I would randomly suspect someone without any evidence?
Yi Qingyan stared at Yi Xian intently, with a hint of pressure in her tone, and said, I'm very curious. You are obviously a genius in both medicine and martial arts.
Why is your identity information blank before you appeared in Tianhai? Where are you from? What is your purpose in coming to Tianhai?
Listening to Yi Qingyan's questioning, Yi Xian's face remained calm. Where I come from and what I come to Tianhai for, it seems there is no need to tell you. As for your claim that I killed Hu Fengyuan, if you have evidence, feel free to come and arrest me. I'll be waiting for you anytime.
If you don't have evidence, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. After saying that, Yi Xian prepared to turn around and leave.
Just as Yi Xian turned around, Yi Qingyan's cold voice rang out again, Yi Xian, I have something to tell you.
If you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself. What do you think the man's fiancée would think if one day her fiancé found out that her husband was a murderer?
Yi Xian paused and stopped. Seeing Yi Xian stop, Yi Qingyan smiled and continued, if I were the murderer, I would definitely turn myself in and confess.
After all, the Blood Alliance led by Hu Fengyuan has committed many evil deeds in Tianhai. Killing them can be regarded as eliminating harm for the people. Maybe I can get leniency.
Before Yi Qingyan finished her words, she suddenly found that Yi Xian in front of her had disappeared. Before she could come to her senses, a big hand reached out from nowhere, with 5 fingers forming claws, directly clasping her snow-white neck and lifting her whole body into the air. A pair of eyes filled with the breath of death stared at her, as if he was looking at a dead person. She had never seen such a terrifying look. Being stared at by these eyes, Yi Qingyan felt as if she had stepped into the gates of hell, and a strong sense of death spread throughout her body.
Like falling into an ice cellar. Minister Yi, you are right.
I was the one who killed Hu Fengyuan, and also the 5 leaders of the Blood Alliance.
But, do you have any evidence?
Besides, since you know that I have killed someone, you still dare to come and threaten me.
Do you think I should kill you too?
After all, only the dead can keep secrets in this world.
Calm words came out of Yi Xian's mouth.
Yi Qingyan's expression suddenly changed, and she subconsciously wanted to say something. Without waiting for Yi Qingyan to speak, Yi Xian moved his arm and threw Yi Qingyan out. Yi Qingyan did a beautiful backflip, steadied her body, and looked at Yi Xian with horror in her eyes. Ever since she found out that Yi Xian was the murderer of Hu Fengyuan, she knew that Yi Xian's strength was definitely not weak, but she never expected that Yi Xian's strength would be so terrifying. She was able to become the director of the Tianhai Dragon Soul Branch. Her strength had already reached the level of a martial arts master. Among her peers, there were only a handful of people who could compare to her. But when Yi Xian made his move, she didn't even notice how Yi Xian came to her side. She just felt her neck tighten, and the other person's 5 fingers were already clasped on her neck. There was no time to react. The true energy in her body was covered by an extremely terrifying pressure and she couldn't use it at all. She subconsciously took a step back, staring at Yi Xian with her beautiful eyes, and gritted her teeth and said, Who are you?
Who I am, does it matter? Minister Yi, I just want to tell you one thing.
I don't want to cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. I know your dragon souls are very strong, but I'm not a pushover either.
This is the first time, and the last time. If you dare to trouble me again, I promise that the consequences will not be what you want to see.
After saying that, Yi Xian turned around and left without waiting for Yi Qingyan's reaction. It is undeniable that Yi Qingyan is very beautiful, and with her temperament that is as good as any man, she is very attractive to any man. But for Yi Xian, as long as they are enemies, no matter if they are men or women, they are enemies. When it comes to his enemies, he always has only one approach: kill them without mercy. Looking at Yi Xian's back and listening to what he said, Yi Qingyan froze in place, her fists clenched, and a burst of anger could not help but emerge on her pretty face.
Who is she? The top 3 geniuses on the Kyushu prodigy list.
The director of Tianhai Dragon Soul Branch.
She is extremely beautiful and has countless suitors.
No matter where she is in Kyushu, she has always been the center of attention. But now, she was actually ignored, and the other party even dared to threaten her. This was simply a humiliation for Yi Qingyan, who had always been arrogant and eager to prove herself.
Naked humiliation. Yi Xian, don't be too happy too soon. I will remember what happened today. Just wait. Sooner or later, I will let you know how powerful I am.
Yi Qingyan's beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent as she stared at the direction where Yi Xian disappeared. She secretly swore in her heart that one day, she would make Yi Xian kneel on the ground, crying and begging her to let him go.
Chapter 135. I didn't mean it, do you believe it?
Yi Xian had no idea what Yi Qingyan was thinking after he left. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't take it to heart. Just as he said to Yi Qingyan, he doesn't cause trouble, but he is not afraid of it either. If the other party is relentless, he doesn't mind letting the other party know what thunderous wrath is.
Dragon Soul. The top force in Kyushu, so what?
If the other party dares to provoke him, he doesn't mind wiping the other party out of this world completely.
If someone doesn't offend me, I will kill him if he does. It's the same no matter who it is. After leaving the tree-lined path, Yi Xian went straight back to the villa. As soon as he walked into the living room, Yi Xian smelled the fragrance of food. Soon, he found Lin Shiu busy in the kitchen, preparing today's dinner. She seemed to be in a good mood and was humming a tune. What more could a husband ask for than to have a wife like this?
Yi Xian suddenly sighed. Who would have thought that Mr. Lin, who was so decisive and efficient in the Lin group, would have such a homely side when he returns home? She can be both a lady in the parlor and a housewife in the kitchen. The key is that she is beautiful and has a perfect figure. This is probably the most perfect wife candidate in every man's mind. No wonder Lin Shiu could become the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan province. Without some real strength, she would not be able to be just a vase. Yi Xian walked towards the dining room and found a bowl of cold cucumber salad on the table. Unable to resist, he simply reached out, grabbed a piece of cucumber and put it in his mouth, but was soon discovered by Lin Shiu, who noticed the noise outside.
You steal food as soon as you come back. You don't even know how to use chopsticks. You are a doctor, don't you know that diseases come from the mouth?
Yi Xian chuckled and said, You can't blame me for this. Your cooking skills are so good that I just couldn't help it.
Stop flattering me. I don't want it.
Lin Shiu spoke with feigned disdain, but the slightly upturned corners of her mouth told others that she was very much sold on this. Yi Xian didn't care about Lin Shiu's words. He grabbed another piece of cucumber and put it in his mouth, saying, Shiu, you said you were such a good cook.
What if I leave you in the future and have nothing to eat? You tell me, should I tell Grandpa that we should just have a wedding? That way, you can cook for me for the rest of your life.
Hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Shiu's heart skipped a beat. She suppressed her inner throbbing, rolled her eyes at Yi Xian, and said, You want me to be your chef for the rest of my life?
You're dreaming. Let me tell you, I have very high requirements for my husband. If you want to marry me, you have to pick the stars from the sky for me.
Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said seriously, Not cheating? He once heard from the old man that the highest level of cultivation can completely shatter the void and control the sun and the moon.
What does it matter if you pick a star?
Lin Shiu naturally didn't believe that Yi Xian could do it, and nodded frequently.
Yes, Lin Shiu, keep my word. Okay, stop talking to you. You stink. Go to your room and take a shower. I'm going to the kitchen to prepare dinner. I won't talk to you anymore. As she spoke, Lin Shiu turned and walked into the kitchen.
Yi Xian grabbed another piece of cucumber and put it into his mouth, then turned and walked towards the second floor. Although as a practitioner, it is impossible to sweat just by walking a few steps, taking a bath can always make people feel refreshed. Since there were only him and Lin Shiu in the villa, Yi Xian walked into the room, closed the door, took off his clothes, took a bath towel, and walked towards the bathroom. As soon as Yi Xian pushed the door open and before he walked in, he was stunned.
Like petrified.
Because he found someone in the bathroom.
A woman.
At this time, the woman was facing away from the bathroom door, and seemed to be preparing to take a shower. She had taken off all her clothes except for her underwear.
Shiu, why are you here?
Didn't you say you were cooking downstairs and taking a shower later? At this moment, the woman who was about to take off the last restraints on her body seemed to hear the door opening. She subconsciously turned her head and looked towards the door. When the woman saw Yi Xian wearing shorts at the door, she was stunned, as if she didn't expect someone to break in. When Yi Xian saw the woman turning around, he was completely dumbfounded. Because he discovered that this woman was none other than the eldest daughter of the Ling family, Ling Ruoshui.
How is that possible? Wasn't Ling Ruoshui at the Ling family? Why did she come to Lin Shiu's villa and even went to his bathroom to take a shower? What the hell is going on?
Yi Xian couldn't help but think about it. His gaze at this moment couldn't help but fall on Ling Ruoshui. The proud peaks, the slender waist and the long and straight beautiful legs seemed to exude endless charm, attracting people's attention and making people unable to look away after just one look. He hugged Ling Ruoshui and knew that Ling Ruoshui had a very good figure. But at the time he was wearing clothes and he just felt good about it. But now that he had taken off his clothes, he realized just how good Ling Ruoshui's body was. This figure is so hot that it's explosive. Yi Xian subconsciously compared Ling Ruoshui's figure with Lin Shiu. However, after a comparison, Yi Xian felt that Lin Shiu was slightly better. Her figure was even more popular than Ling Ruoshui's. However, Ling Ruoshui's figure is also very perfect. If she were to be put out there, she could definitely beat 99% of the women. I don't know how long it took, but Ling Ruoshui finally came to her senses and subconsciously wanted to open her mouth to scream. Not good. Yi Xian's face changed, and he rushed forward and covered Ling Ruoshui's red lips. Ms. Ling, don't scream, I didn't mean it, do you believe it? I didn't know you were in the bathroom. Although he didn't know why Ling Ruoshui appeared in his room, Yi Xian knew that he must not let Ling Ruoshui shout out now. Lin Shiu is downstairs now. If Lin Shiu hears it, it would be like yellow mud falling into his crotch, which would be shit at best. He didn't want to be labeled a gangster for no reason. Ling Ruoshui widened her beautiful eyes, stared at Yi Xian, and nodded with a pale face. Yi Xian saw Ling Ruoshui nod, and he breathed a sigh of relief, and slowly let go of her hand. Ms. Ling, this is a misunderstanding, this is a complete misunderstanding, I really didn't know you were here. Yi Xian felt that he needed to explain. Ling Ruoshui didn't say anything, but quickly picked up the bath towel next to her and wrapped her body. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian inexplicably felt a trace of regret in his heart. Ling Ruoshui took a deep breath and said, Mr. Yi, it's okay, I don't blame you, I'll leave first. After saying that, Ling Ruoshui grabbed the clothes beside her and ran outside without waiting for Yi Xian to speak. Because her legs had just been able to walk, she almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Before Yi Xian could step forward to support her, Ling Ruoshui stumbled out. It seems like there is some ferocious beast behind. Looking at this scene, Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. He estimated that in Ling Ruoshui's eyes, he would become a complete pervert in the future. What is this? Chapter 136. Then I'll call you Brother Yi. The other side. Downstairs. Lin Shiu was cooking in the kitchen. Suddenly, she thought of something, her face changed drastically, she immediately turned off the fire and ran upstairs. She just forgot to tell Yi Xian that there were more than just the two of them in the villa today. Ling Ruoshui also came to the villa. If that were all, she wouldn't be so anxious. The key point is that the room Yi Xian lives in now was the room that Ling Ruoshui liked before. You can see the back garden when you open the door. More importantly, Ling Ruoshui has a minor obsession with cleanliness and must take a shower every time she comes back from going out. What if Ling Ruoshui didn't know and went back to her original room to take a shower, and now Yi Xian went upstairs again? Doesn't that mean Yi Xian will see Ling Ruoshui taking a shower? Just thinking about this, Lin Shiu became more and more anxious. She rushed to Yi Xian's door in 2 steps and knocked hard. In the bathroom, Yi Xian calmed himself down and was just about to take a shower when he heard a knock on the door. He frowned, but put on his pants anyway, walked out of the bathroom shirtless and opened the door. Before Yi Xian could speak, a scream rang in his ears. Yi Xian, you stinky hooligan, why are you not wearing clothes? Yi Xian looked at Lin Shiu, who was covering her eyes, speechlessly and said, can you please stop yelling? Why am I not wearing any clothes? Am I not wearing pants? I mean, why are you not wearing any clothes on the upper body? Hurry up and put them on. You are not the only one in this villa. Lin Shiu covered her eyes and urged Yi Xian. However, if you look closely, you can see that Lin Shiu's fingers are slightly open and are circling Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian was speechless as he couldn't notice Lin Shiu's little action. You say you are shy, so you are shy, but what does it mean that you insist on peeking through your fingers? Shaking his head, Yi Xian simply turned back to his room, put on his clothes, and then walked out. Lin Shiu then put down her hand, her pretty face still with a blush that could not be erased. Yi Xian looked at Lin Shiu's appearance, and a mischievous smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. He suddenly asked, how is my figure? Very good. Lin Shiu replied subconsciously, and halfway through her words, she immediately reacted and hurriedly explained, I didn't mean that, don't think too much. I wanted to ask, did you encounter any problems when you went back to your room to take a shower just now? After hearing Lin Shiu's words, how could Yi Xian not understand what it meant? However, he certainly couldn't be so foolish as to admit it, and instead said with a puzzled look on his face, nothing happened to me, but you, I was just about to take a shower. Why did you rush up here? Why do you want to take a bath with me? Go to hell, you wish. After spending some time together, Lin Shiu had become somewhat immune to Yi Xian's jokes. She rolled her eyes at him and said, I just want to tell you that Ruoshui is coming home, so don't run around without clothes. What if Ruoshui sees you? She didn't dare tell Yi Xian the truth. Otherwise, who knows what Yi Xian would think. Yi Xian nodded, then thought of something and said, by the way, why did Ruoshui come here suddenly? What happened? No. Lin Shiu shook her head and explained, Uncle Ling felt that it was too troublesome for you to go to the Ling group every time you went to the Ling family, so he simply asked Ruoshui to come over. This way, you don't have to go through so much trouble every day. Yi Xian nodded thoughtfully after hearing this explanation. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a clear voice from the side, Shiu, why are you upstairs? Aren't you cooking downstairs? Hearing the voice, Lin Shiu turned her head and saw Ling Ruoshui sitting in a wheelchair, coming out of another room. She didn't bother to pay attention to Yi Xian, and walked up quickly, lowering her voice and asking, Ruoshui, which room did you take a shower in just now? Nothing happened, right? How could Ling Ruoshui not understand what Lin Shiu meant by this? She glanced at Yi Xian, who was not far away, and a blush flashed across her pretty face. She said, I haven't taken a shower yet. I was just looking at my phone in the room and forgot to take a shower. Hearing Ling Ruoshui's words, Yi Xian felt slightly relieved. Lin Shiu glanced at Ling Ruoshui, really? Of course it's true. Ling Ruoshui nodded and said, Shiu, why do you ask this suddenly? What happened? Lin Shiu shook her head and said, nothing, I just wanted to tell you that the room you used to stay in is occupied by Yi Xian, and you can stay in another room. I forgot to tell you before. When Ling Ruoshui heard this, her beautiful eyes subconsciously glanced at Yi Xian. In fact, she was really angry after she left just now. She felt that Yi Xian was a hypocritical guy and a pervert. She even planned to find an opportunity to remind Lin Shiu. But now, after hearing Lin Shiu's explanation, she realized that she had misunderstood Yi Xian this time. No wonder when she walked into the room and saw the bedding and other things already laid out, she thought it was prepared by Lin Shiu for her and didn't pay much attention to it. Now it seems that Yi Xian has lived in this room for a long time. Ruoshui, what's wrong with you? I'm fine. Ling Ruoshui came back to her senses, shook her head and said, Shiu, you haven't told me why you went upstairs. Nothing, I'll just go upstairs to take a look. If there's nothing else, I'll go down first. You and Yi Xian can come down for dinner later. As she spoke, Lin Shiu turned and walked downstairs. After Lin Shiu left, Yi Xian let out a breath, looked at Ling Ruoshui and said, Miss Ling, thank you for what you did just now. Ling Ruoshui naturally knew what Yi Xian was talking about, and shook her head and said, Mr. Yi, this is not your fault. I walked into the wrong room myself. You don't have to thank me. Yi Xian nodded, then thought of something and said, by the way, Miss Ling, don't be so polite to me in the future. You are Shiyu's friend, so you are also my friend. From now on, you can just call me Yi Xian like Shiyu does. But Ling Ruoshui subconsciously wanted to say something, but before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Yi Xian, who said, Why, in your heart, Miss Ling, am I not worthy of being your friend? No. No, I didn't mean that. Ling Ruoshui shook her head vigorously, hesitated for a moment, and said, Okay, I'll listen to you, but I'll call you Brother Yi from now on. Mr. Yi. Brother Yi, don't call me Miss Ling from now on, just call me Ruoshui like Shiyu. Okay, I'll call you Ruoshui from now on. Yi Xian nodded. Hearing Yi Xian's agreement, Ling Ruoshui's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a sweet smile. Seeing this smile, Yi Xian was distracted for a moment. Different from Lin Shiyu's charming smile, Ling Ruoshui's smile gives people the illusion of dreaming of returning to the water town in the south of the Yangtze River. When you see this smile, the irritability in your heart seems to disappear all at once. My mood seemed to become calm all of a sudden. I don't know who will marry Ling Ruoshui in the future. I'm afraid their ancestors will be very sad. She is a typical good wife and good mother. Such a thought suddenly flashed through Yi Xian's mind.
Chapter 137 Killing Intent.
Feeling Yi Xian's direct gaze, Ling Ruoshui's pretty face flushed and her heart began beating wildly. For some reason, she did not feel angry at Yi Xian's gaze. Instead, she felt a faint joy in her heart. As if he felt proud of himself for being able to attract Yi Xian's attention.
Could it be that I'm in love with Brother Yi?
When this thought came to her mind, Ling Ruoshui was completely shocked.
Impossible. This is fake. How could I fall in love with Brother Yi? Brother Yi is Shiyu's fiancé. How could I possibly like my best friend's fiancé? Besides, Brother Yi and I have only met a few times. How could I possibly like him? That's definitely not possible. I must be thinking too much. That must be the case.
Ling Ruoshui kept shaking her head, constantly refuting herself in her heart. Yi Xian looked at Ling Ruoshui's changing expression and shaking head, with a look of confusion on his face.
What's wrong with this girl? Ruoshui, are you okay? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask.
Ling Ruoshui came back to her senses, looked at Yi Xian, shook her head and said, Brother Yi, I'm fine, I'll go back to my room first. As she spoke, without waiting for Yi Xian to speak, Ling Ruoshui quickly pushed the wheelchair back to the room and closed the door with a bang. Looking at the tightly closed door, Yi Xian touched his nose.
Did he look that scary?
Soon, Yi Xian calmed down and went back to his room to take a shower.
More than half an hour later,
Yi Xian, Lin Shiu and Ling Ruoshui were already sitting at the dining table and eating dinner.
Because today Yi Xian solved a big problem for the Lin group.
The dishes prepared by Lin Shiu were all Yi Xian's favorites. Yi Xian was naturally not polite. He picked up the chopsticks and started to eat voraciously.
Yi Xian, can you eat slower and pay attention to your image? Ruoshui is still here. Lin Shiu couldn't help but say something.
It was clearly a blame, but there was no blame in Lin Shiu's tone. Instead, there was a hint of something that was hard to describe. Yi Xian picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and put it in his mouth, saying vaguely, Isn't it the highest praise for your cooking skills that I eat like this? Besides, Ruoshui is not an outsider. If she saw it, it's no big deal.
Aha!
Ling Ruoshui nodded her head and said, Shiu, I think what Brother Yi said is right. Your cooking skills are so good. Eating slowly is an insult to your cooking skills. You little girl, you have only known Yi Xian for a short time, and you are already speaking for him. Be careful not to be sold out by him and help him count money. Lin Shiu said in annoyance. She really couldn't understand why Ling Ruoshui and Yi Xian were so familiar with each other when they had only met a few times. You have to know that Ling Ruoshui is her best friend, and she knows Ling Ruoshui's character very well. Although Ling Ruoshui looks weak and gentle, she has never been polite to any member of the opposite sex. But now he was so close to Yi Xian and even spoke for Yi Xian, which was completely beyond her expectations. As for whether Ling Ruoshui will fall in love with Yi Xian, Lin Shiu had never thought about this, or didn't care about it. Because she knew very well that a powerful man would always have countless female confidants around him. To the strong, women are nothing more than appendages. Even her father, as the head of the Lin family, actually has several female confidants outside besides her mother. It's just that it was never brought back to the Lin family and was never recognized by the Lin family. People like Yi Xian are destined to stand at the top of the pyramid one day. By then, beautiful women will surely gather around him one after another.
Faced with such temptation, how many men can resist?
Rather than letting Yi Xian go out and find a woman of questionable character, it would be better to keep the benefits within the family. At least she knew Ling Ruoshui inside and out, so she had nothing to worry about. Besides, if she and Yi Xian were really together one day, she would be Yi Xian's legal wife. The others are just concubines. In terms of position, identity, and status, she is the queen, and everyone else has to stand aside. Of course, in addition to this, there is another reason why Lin Shiu doesn't care. That is because Yi Xian's fighting ability is too strong. After that time in the hotel, she felt a little weak all over for 3 days. In the future, if she really wanted to be with Yi Xian, she might have to go out in a wheelchair every day. If she had someone to share the burden with her, she would feel more relaxed. Fortunately, Yi Xian had not learned any mind-reading skills, otherwise he would have spit out his food if he knew what Lin Shiu was thinking. Sometimes you have to admit that once a woman becomes dirty, men will feel inferior to her. At least Yi Xian now feels that he has no feelings towards Ling Ruoshui.
By the way, Yi Xian, are you free tomorrow? Can you accompany me out for a while?
Lin Shiu suddenly thought of something and spoke while looking at Yi Xian.
Yi Xian stopped eating, thought for a moment, and said, "Nothing, what happened?"
Lin Shiu said, "With Director Luo's help, there will be almost no problems in the approval of the beauty serum, but we can't sit idle during this period. I plan to go to the largest supplier of medicinal materials in Jiangnan province tomorrow.
Its headquarters is in Tianhai.
I want to see if I can reach a cooperation with them and let them provide the medicinal materials needed for the beauty serum. But you also know that I may understand business matters, but I don't understand medicinal materials. If we discuss cooperation, I may need to check the quality of the other party's medicinal materials. So, I hope you can go with me." Yi Xian nodded and said, "No problem, I'll go with you tomorrow. It is easy to judge the quality of medicinal materials."
"Okay, Yi Xian, thank you for your help then. It's just a small matter."
After dinner, since Ling Ruoshui had just arrived today and didn't have any toiletries, Lin Shiu planned to go to the shopping mall outside with Ling Ruoshui to buy some toiletries. I originally planned to ask Yi Xian to go with me. However, Yi Xian has never had any interest in shopping, so he simply refused.
Moreover, he has a complete trauma when it comes to shopping.
In the past, when he practiced with the old man, sometimes when he had free time, the 5 senior sisters would come and sometimes take him down the mountain to go shopping. It turned out that the 5 senior sisters spent several hours walking around a street that was only 500 meters long. His legs were almost broken, but the 5 senior sisters were still full of energy. From then on, he made up his mind never to go shopping with any woman again.
Not only will you lose money, you will also lose your life. The 2 women didn't force anything. They said something to Yi Xian and left.
After the 2 women left, Yi Xian returned to his room. He had just finished his meal and didn't want to practice right away, so he went to the balcony, lit a cigarette for himself, and thought about what to do next. However, just after taking a puff, Yi Xian suddenly felt something. His pupils narrowed, and his cold gaze pierced the rooftop of a building 1,000 meters away.
Murderous intent. Someone actually wanted to kill him. Court death.
Yi Xian turned around, returned to the room, turned off the lights, and his figure disappeared into the darkness. It's a dark and windy night for murder.
It looks like we're going to kill again tonight. Chapter 138. Do you just want to leave like this? At the same time, the rooftop of Yonghe building, 1 kilometer away from Linjiangwan Villa.
A man in black put down the high-power infrared telescope in his hand, with a look of horror on his face.
The icy, sword-like look just now appeared in his mind.
There was a huge wave in my heart, and I couldn't calm down for a long time.
The other party actually discovered his existence? How is this possible?
You should know that he is now 1,000 meters away from Villa number 6 in Linjiang Bay. Normally, he had used this method to observe targets before. However, even if a master who was more powerful than the target person in front of him caught the murderous intent emanating from him at that moment, he would not be able to find his position accurately.
At the moment,
the target before him not only captured his murderous intent, but even locked onto his exact location in the darkness in an instant.
Is this a coincidence? But if it was a coincidence, then what about the other person's icy look just now? What kind of eyes are those? Cold. Murderous intent.
Bloodthirsty. With endless killing and murderous intent. He had never seen such a terrifying look.
One look bound everything about him.
One look seemed to decide his life or death. Recalling the cold look just now, the man suddenly felt a chill in his heart. A strong and uneasy sense of crisis came over me.
The intelligence is wrong. This kid is definitely not as terrifying as the intelligence describes.
His strength is definitely beyond imagination.
No, we must leave here. We must not stay here. Otherwise, we will most likely die here.
A strong sense of warning arose in the man's heart. The next second, without any hesitation, he turned around and prepared to leave.
A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. This has always been his principle.
However, before the man could turn around, a murderous intent suddenly appeared. I saw a hand appear on the edge of the rooftop. Grabbing the edge of the rooftop, a figure jumped directly up.
What? The man's pupils shrank and a horrified look appeared on his face.
The Yonghe building where he was located had 30 floors and was nearly 100 meters high. But what he saw now was that someone actually rushed directly to the top of the building from the downstairs. What the hell is this strength? Not to mention ordinary martial arts masters, even the top masters on the JoJo Grandmaster list can't do this. Before the man could understand what was going on, suddenly, a figure came roaring towards him with a violent force. The air around seemed to have changed. The man instantly felt an extremely cold, murderous intent sweeping over him. Without caring about anything else, he immediately threw a punch to meet the attack.
Bang! As soon as the punch was thrown, the man's face changed instantly. Because he found that the opponent's power was too strong and too terrifying. It was like a mountain crashing down on us. His strength in front of the opponent was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and he was completely powerless to resist. Not good, retreat quickly. The man felt a sense of crisis and tried to retract his fist and retreat. However, a cold voice slowly fell at this moment. You have murderous intentions towards me and you dare to attack me. Do you want to leave like this? Leave this hand to me first. When the man heard this, his heart trembled and he suddenly felt inexplicably frightened. Before he could react, a devastating force came roaring towards him. Bang! The dull sound suddenly exploded. Under the man's horrified gaze, his arm, which he had not yet had time to retract, exploded directly. That's right. It just explodes. The entire right arm exploded into a rain of blood. Ah! He screamed and his whole body flew backwards. It fell heavily to the ground. All the internal organs seemed to be shaken, and waves of tearing pain came. The man couldn't bear it any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. Shocking. But at this moment, the man didn't care about anything at all. He suddenly raised his head, staring at the black shadow in front of him, his pupils filled with extreme horror. He had already seen the other person's face. Yi Xian. His mission goal this time. But why is the other party so fast? The straight line distance from Linjiangwan Villa to his location is more than 1,000 meters, and he has to climb a building nearly 100 meters high. The whole process took Yi Xian only less than a few seconds. What is this concept? Could it be that the boy in front of him has already reached the Kyushu Grandmaster list? What a joke! This kid is only in his early 20s, how could he be so powerful? But if not, how could the other party appear in front of him in such a short time? Not to mention that one blow directly shattered one of his arms. At this moment, a cold voice sounded, "Tell me, who sent you to kill me? Answer my questions, and I can make your death more painful." The man came back to his senses, glanced at Yi Xian, gritted his teeth and said, "I don't know what you are talking about. I'm just looking at the scenery on the rooftop. Why, is it not okay?" Yi Xian looked indifferent and didn't say anything. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth and lit it. A smoke ring was blown out. You secretly observed me and showed murderous intent towards me. You said you were on the rooftop enjoying the scenery. Don't you think this is ridiculous? Besides, I don't need any evidence when I come to you. I just need you to give me an answer. If you don't want to tell me, I don't mind letting you know what it means to be unable to live or die. Yi Xian's indifferent voice fell, and murderous intent was released. Feeling Yi Xian's murderous intent, the man's expression changed completely, and a layer of murderous intent also covered his body. Yi Xian felt the breath of a fellow human being. Like him, his hands were definitely covered in blood. Many people had died at Yi Xian's hands. If this kind of person says he wants to kill you, he will definitely not show mercy. Boy, if you want to know something from me, it depends on whether you have the ability to do it. As soon as he finished speaking, the man suddenly reached for his waist with his only remaining hand, and a flying knife with a flashing cold light and an extremely sharp edge appeared in his hand. The next second, he swung his arms. Swish! The flying knife was wrapped in a faint airflow, tearing through the air, turning into a residual image, and going straight to Yi Xian's vitals. The air seemed to be torn apart by the flying knife. There is a sense of cold light coming first, and then the sword comes out like a dragon. Yi Xian's expression remained unchanged, and he had no intention of dodging. Looking at the whistling flying knife, he just casually raised his hand, took the cigarette out of his mouth, and flicked his finger. Call out. The cigarette butt with sparks hit the flying knife like a meteor. Yi Xian actually planned to use a cigarette but to fight against an extremely sharp flying knife. Audacious in the extreme. When the man saw this scene, an extremely cold smile appeared on his face. You are asking for your own death. In his opinion, Yi Xian was seeking his own death. Because his real strength lies in his superb knife flying skills. His flying knives were made of special materials and were extremely sharp. Even ordinary martial arts masters would find it difficult to resist them.
Cigarette butts are made of cellulose and have similar bearing capacity as cotton. It is simply ridiculous to try to counter his flying knives. He had even seen the scene of Yi Xian being covered in blood. However, just when the cigarette butt and the flying knife collided, an incredible scene happened.
Chapter 139 Golden Copper Coin Tattoo. Boom!
A deafening roar suddenly resounded throughout the night sky. A violent force instantly burst out from the center of the collision between the cigarette butt and the flying knife. The entire rooftop was instantly swept up by strong winds, like the roar of a tiger, with tremendous momentum. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, a series of creepy shattering sounds were heard. The next second, under the man's incredulous gaze, the flying knife he shot exploded. It exploded into pieces all over the sky,
flying in all directions. My flying knife is dead? How is this possible?
The man's expression was ferocious and his eyes almost popped out. His flying knife was actually smashed into pieces by a cigarette butt.
He must be dreaming. When did a cigarette butt have such terrifying power? No. It's not because of the cigarette butts. It's a human. Who is this kid in front of me? Why is the strength so terrifying? Could it be that this guy is an old monster who has regained his youth?
The man had no time to think about it. He found that the cigarette butt that shattered the flying knife did not stop at all, and still whistled towards him with a murderous aura. If he were hit by the cigarette butt, he would surely die. The man no longer cared about anything and quickly stepped back, avoiding the attack from the cigarette butt. Just then, a dark shadow appeared in front of him.
It's Yi Xian. Not good.
The man's face changed drastically, and he subconsciously punched out with all his strength, trying to force Yi Xian back.
It's too weak to withstand a single blow.
A cold voice sounded faintly, and in an instant, a hand reached out from nowhere, tearing through his energy, and 5 fingers as hard as steel directly clasped his wrist. With a sound of crack, his arm broke directly. Before he could scream, Yi Xian's other hand grabbed his neck, lifted it up suddenly, and then pressed down.
Bang!
With a loud bang, the man was smashed to the ground, and all the bones in his body seemed to be shattered. At this moment, the man's eyes were filled with fear. He never imagined that one day he would be beaten without any chance to fight back.
Complete crush.
Just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian's 5 fingers clasped his neck again and lifted him into the air. The man subconsciously wanted to struggle, but found that the other person's arm was like a stone and he couldn't get rid of it at all. Even the true energy in his body was enveloped by an extremely terrifying pressure at this moment, and he couldn't use it at all. Especially the chill emanating from Yi Xian made him feel as if he was on the edge of an abyss or falling into an icy cave. The man's face turned pale, then blue, and a strong feeling of suffocation came over him, making him feel extremely painful. He gradually lost his intuition and was only 1 step away from the gates of death. Just when the man thought he was going to die, Yi Xian let go of his hand and threw him out. Yi Xian stood where he was, slowly took out another cigarette from his pocket and put it in his mouth.
With a snap of his fingers, a faint flame appeared between his fingers.
A chilling voice sounded in the air, "I'll give you a cigarette.
Tell me who sent you. Give me the answer, and I'll kill you."
Hearing Yi Xian's words, the man took a deep breath, looked at Yi Xian with ferocious eyes, and laughed coldly. "Boy, I admit that you are very strong, but you are wishful thinking if you want to know anything from me.
I'm telling you, this is just the beginning. So what if you kill me? It won't be long before someone stronger comes looking for you. I'll be waiting for you on the road to the underworld, ha ha ha."
The man burst into laughter, but his face was covered with a layer of black air at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Puff!
He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. His body fell to the ground, twitching violently twice, and he completely lost his life.
Committing suicide by taking poison.
Seeing the man's face full of darkness, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the corpse in front of him with a serious expression. The reason why he didn't kill the other party was that he wanted to force him to tell who sent him. But he never expected that the other party would rather have the purple clay teapot than reveal any information. It seems that the person who is looking for trouble with me this time is from a prominent family.
King of Jiangnan? Miyamoto family? Also, the Zhao family? The Qin family?
The names of various forces emerged in Yi Xian's mind one after another.
Unfortunately, after some thought, there was no result. Yi Xian simply stopped thinking about it.
He could tell from the other party's words that it was impossible for the other party to cause trouble for him only once. Next time, if we catch someone alive and be careful, it won't be too late to interrogate the mastermind behind this. After taking another look at the man's body, Yi Xian was just about to turn around and leave when suddenly, his eyes narrowed, as if he had discovered something. He swung his arm and a blade of air whizzed out. Swish! The collar covering the man's neck was torn into pieces by the air blade. Yi Xian looked at the man's neck. He discovered that there was a tattoo on the man's neck, a golden copper coin. Yi Xian stared at the golden copper coin, then he thought of something, took out his cell phone from his pocket and took a picture of the tattoo. Then, he took out his cell phone and called Ling Shanha. "Nephew Yi, do you have something to ask me?" Ling Shanha's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Uncle Ling, I just saw a tattoo. Can you help me check if there is any force in Tianhai or Jiangnan province that would have such a tattoo on their body?" "No problem, Nephew Yi, just send it to me." "Good." Yi Xian hung up the phone and sent the photo of the tattoo to Ling Shanha. After doing all this, Yi Xian put his phone in his pocket and walked back to the edge of the rooftop, planning to return to the Lin Jiangwan villa first. As a result, just as he reached the edge of the rooftop, his cell phone rang again. Ling Shanha called. "You found it out so quickly?" Yi Xian frowned, but still answered the call immediately. Before Yi Xian could speak, Ling Shanha's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. "Nephew Yi, where did you see the tattoo of this golden copper coin?" Hearing Ling Shanha's words, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. It was just as he thought. This golden copper coin tattoo was related to a certain force. If nothing unexpected happens, this force is probably quite large, otherwise, Ling Shanha would not have asked him in such an anxious tone. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and did not hide anything, saying, "Just now, a guy who didn't know how to live or die came to trouble me, and died in my hands. This golden copper coin tattoo was on his body." Snap! As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, Ling Shanha's phone on the other end of the line seemed to fall to the ground. A few seconds later, Ling Shanha's frightened and anxious voice came again. "Nephew Yi, I'm going to ask you a question, and you must answer me honestly." "Uncle Ling, what do you want to ask?" Yi Xian replied. Ling Shanha took a deep breath and said word by word, "Nephew Yi, the other party came to trouble you. After failing, did he commit suicide by taking poison on the spot?" "Yes, that's true." Yi Xian nodded. Hearing Yi Xian's affirmative answer, Ling Shanha's face changed drastically, and he murmured to himself, "It's over. It's over. It's all over now. How could this happen?" Hearing Ling Shanha's voice on the other end of the phone, Yi Xian couldn't help but say, "Uncle Ling, do you know anything? What force does the other party come from?" Chapter 140, Moneygate. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Ling Shanha did not speak, as if he was considering how to start speaking. After a long while, he finally said, "Nephew Yi, do you know the Golden Money Gate? Gate of Money?" Yi Xian searched his memory and found that he had no memory of the Jinxian sex power. "Uncle Ling, is this Golden Money Gate very strong?" Hearing Yi Xian's words, Ling Shanha was stunned. Then he remembered that Yi Xian had just come out of the mountain and didn't even know the most basic martial arts system of Jojo. How could he know the existence of Jinqianmen? He immediately explained, "Very strong. Even stronger than you can imagine. The Jinxian sect is the #1 assassin organization in the martial arts world of Kyushu. They claim that as long as the money falls to the ground, the head will not be spared. As long as you can pay enough, all the strong men in Kyushu can be killed. Their organization is filled with experts and strong men. Anyone who can join is at least a martial arts master. The most important thing is that the leader of the Golden Money sect is a top 30 expert on the Jojo Grandmaster ranking. Even the top families in the capital are unwilling to provoke them easily." At this point, Ling Shanha's tone became more and more horrified, and his voice trembled a little. If that were the case, the Money Gate wouldn't be so scary. The scary thing is that the Money Gate has a rule that once you accept a mission, you will fight to the death. Even if the mission fails, Jinqianmen will send more powerful martial arts assassins to deal with you until you are completely killed. Hearing Ling Shanha's words, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and his voice was emotionless. "In other words, this attack on me is just the beginning?" "Good." Ling Shanha nodded solemnly and said, "Once the news of this killer's death spreads, Jinqianmen will immediately send a second killer, and his strength will be stronger than the first one." "Is there any way to make the other party cancel the assassination mission?" Yi Xian asked again. "There are 2 ways." Ling Shanhai immediately said, "First, find the employer who posted the reward. As long as the other party is killed, the assassination mission will be automatically cancelled. However, the Jinxian Gate keeps the employer's information completely confidential and uses a secret account, so it is extremely difficult to investigate.
At least since the establishment of the Money Gate, I have never heard of any news of the employer's identity being leaked.
At most, it was a coincidence that the employer was killed in a conflict and the bounty mission was cancelled.
The second is to destroy the money sect and solve this problem at its root. Naturally, no assassins will bother you anymore. After hearing Ling Shanha's words, Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then he asked directly, "Do you know where the Jinqianman is stationed?"
He has never been a man who would sit and wait for death. Since the other party dared to cause trouble for him, he didn't mind completely wiping out the Money Gate from this world. Perhaps the opponent is very strong, and he is no match for him in a head-on confrontation. However, if he relies on other means, it may not be impossible for him to kill a top-level strong man. Just as the old man said, the strong are not truly invincible.
In this world, there are too many ways to kill the strong. Formations, spells, poisons, etc. can all be done easily.
When Ling Shanha heard Yi Xian's words, his pupils shrank slightly.
Why did Yi Xian ask this? Could it be that Yi Xian wanted to uproot Jinxian Gate? Are you crazy?
However, even though he thought so in his heart, Ling Shanha immediately explained, "Nephew Yi, you don't know that the Jinxian sect is different from other forces.
They don't have a fixed base. All assassins receive missions on the dark web of Jinqianmen and then carry out assassination missions.
It can even be said that the assassins do not know each other's true identity." Hearing this, Yi Xian frowned slightly. He originally wanted to find out the location of Jinqianmen from the mouth of Lingshan River, and then use the secret method taught by the old man to uproot Jinqianmen. But he never expected that Jinqianmen didn't even have a base, so finding this group of people would be like looking for a needle in a haystack.
But, think about it, it makes sense.
The killer organization is notorious, and no force wants to see a killer organization hanging around them.
After all, if you can ask someone to kill someone, others can also ask a killer to kill you.
Once you are targeted by the killer, you will never be able to sleep or eat.
No one wants to see this.
If a killer organization does not hide itself well, it will be eradicated soon. When Ling Shanha heard that Yi Xian on the other end of the phone didn't speak, he suddenly thought of something and said, "But, Nephew Yi, you don't have to be too nervous.
At least we still have time.
There is a rule for Jinqianmen assassins to carry out missions, which is that the mission is limited to half a month. If the first person fails to complete the mission within half a month, the mission will be reissued.
Nephew Yi, this is our chance. Tell me, where is the body of this killer? Has anyone found it?"
"I will send someone over right now to dispose of the body secretly and keep the news under wraps for the time being."
"Not only that, Nephew Yi, while the Jinxian sect hasn't reacted yet, you should hurry up and leave Tianhai, hiding your identity.
In the near future, it's best not to return to Tianhai."
At this point, Ling Shanha was afraid that Yi Xian would not agree, so he immediately continued, "Of course, Nephew Yi, don't worry, I will also secretly send people to investigate in secret during this period of time. You haven't offended many people in Tianhai, so it won't be too difficult to find out who it is. As long as I find out the truth, I can just wipe the person out of this world, and everything will be over. Moneygate won't bother you anymore." Ling Shanha's tone was solemn. He knew that Yi Xian was very strong, but so what? It is easy to dodge a spear, but hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. If Yi Xian was even slightly careless, he might face destruction. The best way is to remain anonymous temporarily. Once you find the mastermind behind this and wipe him out from this world, you will be safe. This is not called giving in, this is called assessing the situation. Ling Shanha thought that Yi Xian would agree to what he said, but he didn't expect Yi Xian's calm voice to come from the phone. "Uncle Ling, I appreciate your kindness, but running away from the battlefield and hiding my identity is not my style. If they want to cause trouble for me, then go ahead. I want to see if this #1 assassin organization can kill me." Hearing this, Ling Shanha's face changed, and he hurriedly said, "Nephew Yi, I know you are upset, but this is not a joke. The Moneygate has been established for decades. During these decades, once they targeted someone, except for some lucky people who found the employer who offered the bounty, killed the employer, and thus escaped the assassination of the Moneygate, all the other bounties were killed. There was once a top 50 expert ranked in the top 50 of the Jojo Grandmaster ranking. He thought that the Golden Moneygate could not do anything to him. But that night, he was killed by a master of the Golden Moneygate, and his head was hung on the gate. Nephew Yi, please listen to my advice. If you take a step back, you will have a broader horizon. You only have one life, so there is no need to be brave for a moment. Chapter 141. It's still uncertain who will win. Ling Shanha persuaded earnestly.
In his heart, Yi Xian is very strong. Looking at the younger generation, those who can compare with Yi Xian are definitely rare.
But this is only true among the younger generation.
Compared with the older generation of strong men, Yi Xian's strength is definitely still far behind. Even though the other assassins from Jinshen Gate are no match for him, the leader of Jinshen Gate is a genuine top-level expert, ranked in the top 30 of the Jojo Grandmaster list. It is no exaggeration to say that such strength is enough to stand at the top of the pyramid of Kyushu martial arts world. It is undeniable that Yi Xian is able to master both medicine and martial arts, and there must be a powerful force behind him.
But it's no use at all.
There is always a thief who can steal for 1,000 days, but there is no such thing as a thief who can guard against thieves for 1,000 days. What's more, if you are worried and tense every day, it may be okay for a day or two, but over time, your whole spirit will collapse. Before the killer comes to you, you will probably go crazy. Yi Xian knew that Ling Shan has said this not to look down on him, but for his own good, but he really didn't take Jinqianmen seriously.
The opponent is very powerful.
With his current strength, he may be able to be listed on the Jojo Grandmaster list, but compared with the leader of Jinqianmen, there is definitely a big gap. He is self-aware of this.
At present, the money gate is indeed a big threat to him.
But as long as the auction at the mouth of Lingshan River begins and he gets the alchemy furnace, his strength will improve by leaps and bounds. As long as his strength can be further improved, he will be able to obtain the inheritance of an ancient powerful man from the Hongmeng secret book, and will be able to use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to further improve his strength.
What will happen to Jinqianmen by then?
If they dare to cause trouble for him, he will just destroy them. More importantly, the Hongmeng secret book has a function beyond imagination, that is, every time he awakens the Hongmeng secret book, he has a life-saving power.
This is a power left behind by the ancient powerful.
After activation, he can forcibly increase his strength in a short period of time and kill the enemy. The last time, when he obtained the first inheritance of an ancient strong man, he obtained this power of an ancient strong man. Later, relying on this power, he forcibly crossed several realms and killed a powerful enemy. Now his strength has reached the peak of the 6th level of the Qi realm.
He is only one step away from entering a new realm.
He can completely awaken the Hongmeng secret book and obtain the power of an ancient strongman. At that time, as long as Jinqianmen dares to come, he doesn't mind letting the other party understand what the power of the ancient strongman is. Thinking of this, Yi Xian slowly exhaled, "Uncle Ling, I understand what you mean, but I don't take the Jinqianmen seriously. If they dare to trouble me, I don't mind finding them all one by one and wiping out the Jinqianmen from this world. I wouldn't mind erasing the money gate from this world." Hearing Yi Xian's words, Ling Shanha's eyes revealed a look of deep shock. How come he didn't expect Yi Xian to be so crazy? Not only is he not afraid of being targeted by the money gate, he even plans to wipe out the money gate from this world.
This is too bold. This is too crazy.
You should know that there was once a noble family in the capital whose important family member was assassinated by the Jinshen Gate.
The family was so angry that they spread the word that they wanted to uproot the Jinshen Gate.
As a result, not long after, this noble family in the capital was wiped out by the Jinshen clan, and none of the hundreds of people in the family survived.
Even Dragon Soul, one of the top forces in Jojo, once thought about eradicating the Jinshen Gate, but ultimately failed.
It's not that the Dragon Soul is not strong, but that the Jinqianmen killers are spread all over Kyushu. Unless you gather them all together and catch them all in one fell swoop, once they hide, it will be extremely difficult to find them.
Nephew Yi.
Just as Ling Shanha was about to say something, Yi Xian interrupted him and said, "Uncle Ling, you don't have to say anything.
I know my limits. The money sect can't do anything to me. Besides, someone has put a bounty on me at Jinqianmen. If I leave, what will happen to the Lin family if Jinqianmen goes to find Shiu? If an enemy comes, I will fight him. If a flood comes, I will block it with earth. They are very strong, and I am not a pushover either. It is not certain who will win by then. Uncle Ling, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up first." After he finished speaking, Yi Xian hung up the phone without waiting for Ling Shanha to speak. In Ling Shanha's heart, Jinqianmen is an invincible existence that cannot be fought against by one person alone. No matter how much he said, the other party would think he was overestimating his own abilities. This is human nature. If that's the case, why should he waste his time explaining? Just let the facts speak for themselves. Ling family study. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Ling Shanha smiled bitterly.
He never expected Yi Xian to be so persistent.
He actually wanted to fight against the Jinshan Gate on his own. Well.
Ling Shanha sighed deeply, and suddenly, he shouted to the outside of the door, "Someone come."
Master. A warrior from the Ling family walked in from outside.
Ling Shanha's eyes flashed, and he said, "Send someone out to secretly monitor Tianhai's airport, trains, toll gates, and various stations. If any strange warriors appear in Tianhai. Also, send someone to secretly investigate the Zhao and Qin families to see if they have made any large-scale transfers recently.
If there is any news, notify me immediately."
Ling Shanha placed the suspicion of Yi Xian's bounty directly on the Zhao and Qin families. As he said before, Yi Xian had not been back to Tianhai for long and had not offended many people.
Blood Alliance. The Blood Alliance's backer, the king of Jiangnan. Zhao family. Qin family. But among these forces, the Zhao family and the Qin family are the most suspicious. The reason is simple.
The Blood Alliance is now in chaos because of the deaths of Hu Fengyuan and several captains.
The subordinates of the major captains are frantically fighting for territory and have no intention of avenging Hu Fengyuan and his men. Not to mention that no one in the Blood Alliance knew that Hu Fengyuan and others died at the hands of Yi Xian, so how could they possibly come to cause trouble for Yi Xian? As for the king of Jiangnan, the backer behind the Blood Alliance, he never thought about it that way. The king of Jiangnan is one of the top figures in Jiangnan province. The Jiangnan Alliance under its umbrella is one of the top forces in Jiangnan province.
If King Jiangnan wanted to deal with Yi Xian, he could just let the masters of the Jiangnan League take action. There was no need to find any killers.
If this gets out, Jiangnan League will really become a joke.
If these two forces are not it, then it can only be the Zhao family and the Qin family.
Zhao Chengdong, the eldest son of the Zhao family, had his legs crippled by Yi Xian, and the death of Qin Longhu, the old man of the Qin family, was also closely related to Yi Xian. These two forces have long hated Yi Xian, but they do not have the strength to deal with Yi Xian. If they want revenge, they can only rely on a third-party force. Therefore, the Zhao family and the Qin family are the most suspicious. But he didn't know which company the reward for Yi Xian came from. He could only find out by investigating. When the warrior of the Ling family heard Ling Shanha's words, he immediately said, "Master, I understand." "Go ahead." Ling Shanha waved his hand and asked the Ling family warrior to leave. He stood up, put his hands behind his back, walked to the French window, looked at the night outside, and sighed, "Nephew Yi, this is the only thing I can do for you. I hope you can hold on until I can investigate it clearly." Alas. Ling Shanha sighed again.
Yi Xian saved his daughter and did a great favor to the Ling family. But although the Ling family is one of the top 5 families in Tianhai, it is no different from an ant in Zhozhou. Even if they want to help, they are powerless.
I want to kill the enemy, but I am unable to do so. Chapter 142 Jiangnan Alliance. The screen rotates.
Yi Xian hung up the phone, with a hint of coldness in his eyes.
In the eyes of outsiders, the money gate may be extremely terrifying, but once you offend it, it will be your lifelong nightmare, and the only end waiting for you is death. But in his eyes, the money gate meant nothing. He is a genuine practitioner. What is a practitioner? Fight against heaven and earth. Kill ghosts and gods. Kill demons. Go against the will of heaven. Fight to support the war, and make breakthroughs in battle. Once when he started his cultivation, an old man told him divination, his life was destined to be full of killing and blood. If he wanted to live longer, better, and longer than others, he had to step to the peak of martial arts step by step. Only when he becomes powerful enough to be invincible can he enjoy a stable life. But the road ahead is bound to be full of thorns and difficulties. If he was frightened by a golden gate, how could he reach the pinnacle of martial arts? Compared to the place the old man had taken him to, Zhozhou was at most a place where spiritual energy was exhausted. There was no comparison at all. The golden money gate was not worth mentioning at all in the place where the old man took him. If he is frightened by Jinqianmen now, how will he have the courage to face real martial arts masters when he returns to that place in the future? Moreover, he also mastered the Hongmeng secret book, a heaven-defying martial art. It contains the inheritance of countless ancient powerful men. Every time he inherited the legacy of an ancient powerful being, his strength would advance by leaps and bounds, undergo earth-shaking changes, and his cultivation speed would directly increase. So what if Jinqianmen is the #1 killer organization in Kyushu? So what if Jinqianmen has so many masters and strong men under its banner? They are just mortals after all. It will eventually turn to dust.
100 years later, the world will inevitably forget it. As for him, Yi Xian, thousands or tens of thousands of years later, his legend will be known throughout the entire martial arts world.
Golden Money Gate. I hope you know what's good for you. Otherwise, I will definitely find all of you and send you to report to the Yellow Springs Road. I, Yi Xian, will keep my word. A strong sense of violence erupted from Yi Xian. After a few seconds, the hostility disappeared. Yi Xian glanced at the man's body again, snapped his fingers, and a stream of true energy whizzed out and landed on the man's body. Call. A flame appeared in the air, and in an instant, the man's body turned into ashes. After doing all this, Yi Xian walked to the edge of the roof and jumped down. When Yi Xian returned to the Lin Jiangwan villa from outside, he found that Lin Shiu and Ling Ruoshui had already returned. The two of them not only bought toiletries, but also a lot of snacks and ingredients. The two women were sitting on the sofa to rest. Their graceful figures made Yi Xian look at them sideways. He suddenly realized that Ling Ruoshui had come. It was actually quite good. Having two beauties with different temperaments walking around in front of you was really pleasing to the eyes. When they saw Yi Xian walking in from outside, the two girls were stunned. They thought Yi Xian was returning to the room. Yi Xian, why are you outside? Where did you go just now? Lin Shiu couldn't help but ask. I didn't go anywhere, just wandered around outside for a while. Yi Xian did not tell anyone about the Jinshan gate. He did not want Lin Shiu to worry about him. With a smile on his face, he glanced at the two girls and asked in surprise, didn't you go out to buy toiletries? Why did you buy so many snacks? Aren't you afraid of getting fat? Lin Shiu rolled her eyes at Yi Xian, then took Ling Ruoshui's hand intimately and said, what do you know? Ruoshui and I are the type that can never gain weight no matter how much we eat. Do you accept this? Do you envy me? Envy. Envy. Yi Xian nodded tactfully. Snort. Lin Shiu snorted complacently, then stood up from the sofa and stretched lazily. Okay, Yi Xian, I'm going upstairs to take a shower and get ready for bed. You should go to bed early too. Don't forget, we still have to go out tomorrow. As she spoke, Lin Shiu looked at Ling Ruoshui and said, Ruoshui, would you like to sit downstairs for a while, or come upstairs with me? Ling Ruoshui glanced at Yi Xian, her pretty face slightly flushed, and said, Shiu, I will go upstairs with you. Then let's go. Lin Shiu and Ling Ruoshui twisted their round and perky bodies and walked towards the second floor. After the two women left, Yi Xian smoked a cigarette downstairs and then returned to his room. Sit cross-legged. Yi Xian was not in a hurry to practice, but instead he moved his mind and flipped his palm, and a book appeared in his empty hand. This book exudes a mysterious aura. An ancient and vast atmosphere emanates from this book, giving people a sense of eternity. On the cover of the book, four flamboyantly written characters catch the eye. Secret Book of Hongmeng. This is the inheritance that Yi Xian received from the ancient powerful man. Yi Xian looked at the Hongmeng secret book in his hand, stretched out his hand, and wanted to open the book, but found that no matter how hard he tried, he could not open the book. After several attempts, Yi Xian gave up helplessly. It seems that if I want to open the second page of the Hongmeng secret book, I must improve my strength to a higher level again. It's a pity that the spiritual energy in Zhouzhou is too thin to support a breakthrough in cultivation. I can only wait for Uncle Ling to call me and then go to the auction to buy that alchemy furnace. Yi Xian sighed softly. Without an alchemy furnace, even though He Zhizhang had helped him collect enough medicinal materials, Yi Xian did not plan to start refining pills. This would be a waste of medicinal materials and would not be of much use to his cultivation. The quality of the pills made with the iron pot was so poor that they were completely useless to him and a sheer waste of time. Without thinking any more, Yi Xian's mind moved, and the Hongmeng secret book in his hand disappeared. He closed his eyes and began to practice. There was true energy lingering around his body, making him like an immortal. Very impressive. Just as Yi Xian started practicing, he came to a magnificent antique building in Jiangnan province. There are two stone lions at the door, looking majestic. On the top of the gate were written three large, vigorous, and powerful characters: Jiangnan Alliance. The person who wrote the inscription must be a top-level powerful person. When you look at these three words, it's as if you see a powerful pressure, overwhelming you and enveloping you. You lowered your head involuntarily. At this moment, in a hall inside the building, the six old men were divided into two sides, sitting on the armchairs. However, the top armchair was empty, as it belonged to the king of Jiangnan.
These 6 old men are the 6 elders of the Jiangnan alliance, and their status is second only to the king of Jiangnan. At this moment, the faces of the 6 old men were extremely cold. In front of them, a man with a crew cut and a broken arm and his head wrapped in white gauze was standing there respectfully, mumbling something. If Yi Xian was here, he would definitely recognize that this man with a crew cut is Zhang Heihu, one of the 6 helmsmen of the Blood Alliance who left Tianhai and fled to Jiangcheng.
Chapter 143 Rage.
When Zhang Heihu finished speaking, an old man with a goatee flew into a rage and slapped the armrest of the chair hard.
So arrogant.
So lawless.
An ant from the mountains actually dared to attack the forces under the Jiangnan League. Does he still take the Jiangnan League seriously? We absolutely cannot let this matter go.
I suggest that we immediately send someone to Tianhai to kill this guy and destroy the forces behind him. Let everyone see what the consequences are for provoking the Jiangnan alliance. As soon as the old man with the goat beard finished speaking, another old man nodded and agreed, that's right. No matter what the faults of the Blood Alliance are, you still have to look at the owner before you beat the dog. The other party dared to destroy the Blood Alliance, which means they did not take the king of Jiangnan seriously.
They are provoking the entire Jiangnan alliance.
We must kill the chicken to scare the monkeys and let everyone know what the consequences of provoking the king of Jiangnan are.
I agree. The Jiangnan alliance's majesty will not allow anyone to challenge it. We must make the other party pay a heavy price.
I agree. The other 2 old men spoke up and agreed with the suggestion of the old man with the goatee.
But soon, someone raised an objection. I disagree. We don't have any evidence to prove that the Blood Alliance was destroyed by a young boy.
If we act rashly and let the real culprit go unpunished, if this gets out, the Jiangnan alliance will really become a joke.
That's right.
As soon as the man finished speaking, another old man spoke up and said, from what Zhang Heihu said, this boy is only in his 20s. Although he has a good talent for martial arts, he can enter the realm of martial arts master.
But Hu Fengyuan is a veteran martial arts master anyway.
Moreover, according to the news sent back by Tianhai, Hu Fengyuan was killed in one blow and had no power to fight back. To be able to do this, one must be at least a veteran grandmaster or even a strong person on the Kyushu grandmaster ranking.
Do you think a young boy in his 20s can be so powerful?
As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell into an eerie silence.
Everyone was silent. Indeed.
It is not difficult to kill a martial arts master, but it is difficult to kill him instantly, which requires enough strength. The strong ones on the Jojo Grandmaster list can do it, but it is unbelievable for a young boy who is only in his early 20s to step onto the Jojo Grandmaster list.
Even the top genius ranked first on the Jojo Prodigy list cannot do this. Can a kid who came down from the mountains do this?
It seems outrageous no matter how you look at it. The old man who raised the objection glanced at Zhang Heihu and said in a deep voice, are you sure that the destruction of the Blood Alliance is related to this kid?
Tell us what you know.
If you dare to lie to us, you will bear the consequences yourself.
Zhang Heihu's face was pale and his body was trembling.
He knew the identities of these 6 old men, and he was even more clear about their strength. All of them are powerful people on the Jojo Grandmaster list.
Extremely powerful.
The other party could probably crush him to death with just one hand. Zhang Heihu took a deep breath and said to the old man who asked him, Elder Mu, what I said is absolutely true. There was a conflict between my Blood Alliance and this kid. My Blood Alliance sent 3 helmsmen to cause trouble for this kid and wanted to capture him and bring him to the Blood Alliance to be punished.
As a result, the 3 helmsmen disappeared.
That night, the leader of our Blood Alliance died in his own villa. It is absolutely impossible to say that this incident has nothing to do with this kid. Even if it wasn't this kid who did it, it must have been the Lin family behind that kid who did it. He is the grandson-in-law of the Tianhai Lin family. The Lin family also has a veteran martial arts master. It may not be impossible for them to do this.
Zhang Heihu didn't dare to hide anything and told everything he knew. The goateed old man who spoke first, upon hearing this, immediately glanced at Elder Mu and said, Elder Mu, you heard it. Do you think there are such coincidences in the world? Even if this kid didn't do it, he must have had something to do with it. So, I suggest sending someone to Tianhai to bring this kid back for trial. What do you think?
As soon as he finished speaking, an old man who agreed with him said, I agree.
This is a good way to test this kid.
If he has nothing to hide, he will definitely go with us obediently. If he dares to resist, it means that this kid has something to hide. The destruction of the Blood Alliance must be related to him. At that time, we only need to capture this kid and force him to tell us who destroyed the Blood Alliance. Then kill them and let everyone know what the consequences of provoking the Jiangnan Alliance are. I have no objection. I agree.
Several old men nodded in agreement. To them, Yi Xian is just an insignificant ant. If he dares to provoke the Jiangnan Alliance, he must pay the price. The old man with the goatee smiled and looked at Elder Mu, saying, "Brother Mu, do you have any other opinions?" "I agree." Elder Mu, who had refuted earlier, nodded. He just felt a little confused, so he objected. Now, as another old man said, if Yi Xian had nothing to hide, he would naturally come to Jiangnan Alliance to explain clearly. If someone has something to hide, he will definitely choose to refuse. At that time, it will be no big deal to kill someone who dares to challenge the authority of the Jiangnan Alliance. Seeing that everyone agreed, the old man with the goatee nodded and said, "Since everyone agrees, then it's settled. Send someone to Tianhai to bring this kid to Jiangnan League." As he spoke, he even shouted outside, "Someone come." Elder Qi. A middle-aged man with a strong martial arts aura walked in from outside. The old man with the goatee ordered, "Tomorrow you go to Tianhai and bring back Yi Xian, the grandson-in-law of the Lin family in Tianhai. If he dares to resist, kill him on the spot." The last sentence was filled with extremely cold murderous intent. When the other 5 old men heard this, their eyes remained calm. They have cultivated to this point now and sit in the position of elders of the Jiangnan Alliance, and their hands are already stained with blood. If Yi Xian dared to resist, it meant that the other party was hiding something. Killing an ant with a guilty conscience was no big deal. "Yes, Elder Qi." The middle-aged man nodded. The old man with a goatee fixed his eyes on Zhang Heihu and said, "You have dealt with that kid named Yi Xian before, so you know what he looks like. You will also go back to Tianhai with him tomorrow." "Yes, Elder Qi." Hearing this, a look of ecstasy flashed across Zhang Heihu's face, and he was inexplicably excited. There was a ferocious look in his eyes. He can finally get revenge. Being forced to kneel and kowtow by Yi Xian at Juanhao Hotel was the shame of his life. When he learned that the leader had sent people to cause trouble for Yi Xian, he thought that Yi Xian was dead and he could finally take revenge. Unexpectedly, he did not wait for the news that Yi Xian was dealt with, but instead waited for the news that the alliance leader Hu Fengyuan was killed. Chapter 144, Clouds Moving in All Directions. The moment he received the news, even though no one knew who the murderer was, Yi Xian's figure immediately appeared in his mind. He believed that Hu Fengyuan's murder was definitely related to Yi Xian. Otherwise, how could such a coincidence happen? The Blood Alliance just arranged people to cause trouble, and the Blood Alliance was destroyed in the evening. If someone said it had nothing to do with Yi Xian, he would never believe it. He even had no doubt that the 3 helmsmen who went to cause trouble for Yi Xian were not missing, but died at the hands of Yi Xian. He believed that Yi Xian could definitely do it. The last time at Juanhao Hotel, if it hadn't been in public, he would probably have been a corpse. So, after learning the news, he left Tianhai overnight. Who knows whether Yi Xian would wipe out the roots? Even Hu Fengyuan was dead. If he went to fight against Yi Xian, he would be courting death. Moreover, after arriving in Jiangchang, he immediately found the old man with goat beard. Because Hu Fengyuan once told him that although the Jiangnan Alliance has 6 elders, in fact each elder has his own family and power. Hu Fengyuan belongs to the power of the old man with goat beard. Now it seems that he did not choose the wrong person. While others were still refuting, the old man with the goatee wanted to kill Yi Xian immediately. But, think about it, it makes sense. To cut off someone's source of wealth is like killing his parents. Hu Fengyuan would give gifts to the old man with goat beard every year, but now Yi Xian has killed Hu Fengyuan. It would be strange if the old man with goat beard was furious. "Yi Xian! You country bumpkin, you dare to make me kneel down and kowtow in Juanhao Hotel. This time, I will make sure you die without a burial place." There was a gleam of extremely cold murderous intent in Zhang Heihu's eyes. This time, no matter whether Hu Fengyuan died at Yi Xian's hands or not, he would make sure Yi Xian died without a burial place. At the same time, a complex of buildings covering a large area in the island country. Everyone who passed by here had an expression of awe that was difficult to conceal on their faces. This is the residence of the Miyamoto family, the first family of the island country. At this moment, in the meeting hall inside the building, men wearing Japanese kimonos knelt on the tatami, not daring to even breathe. Right in front of them, an old man wearing a black island kimono, exuding a strong martial arts aura, was kneeling there. Even though he didn't say anything, A strong sense of anger was already emanating from him.
The entire meeting hall was silent.
No one dared to speak.
But everyone knew that something had happened to the Miyamoto family, and it was a big deal, otherwise, they would not have gathered here in the middle of the night. Suddenly, the old man in the black kimono spoke. His voice was as deep and powerful as the ringing of an ancient bell. A message just came from Kyushu that Miyamoto Yoshino and the people he brought with him to Kyushu are all dead. The old man who spoke was Miyamoto Muniki, the patriarch of the Miyamoto family.
The #1 martial artist on the island country. Extremely powerful. Miyamoto Muniki's words suddenly made the originally quiet meeting hall boil. What? Miyamoto Yoshino is dead? This is impossible. He was accompanied by experts from the Miyamoto family, so how could he die? Did the Kyushu authorities take action? What happened? Didn't Miyamoto Yoshino say 2 days ago that he had found a partner? It's just a matter of time before my Miyamoto family sets foot in Kyushu. Could it be that our Miyamoto family's plan to change the sky has been known by the Kyushu authorities?
As soon as this was said, the faces of everyone present changed. They are all important members of the Miyamoto family, and they know very well the purpose of the Miyamoto family sending Miyamoto Yoshino to Kyushu. This purpose is also related to whether the Miyamoto family can once again rule Kyushu one day. If the Miyamoto family's purpose was known to the Kyushu officials, this plan of the Miyamoto family would fail completely, and they might even face siege from the Kyushu martial arts circle.
This is a result they absolutely do not want to see. Miyamoto Munizen glanced at all the important members of the Miyamoto family, and his voice rang out again. Our plan to change the sky is not known to Jojo. The one who killed Miyamoto Yoshino was not from the Kyushu official forces. Otherwise, the people who would be welcoming us now would be the masters sent by the Dragon Soul, the official forces of Kyushu. After hearing what Miyamoto Muniki said, the members of the Miyamoto family, who had been worried, all felt relieved. The next second, everyone's faces turned grim. Bah! How dare that little Jina dare to touch someone from my Miyamoto family? Is he tired of living? Kill! 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 Whoever dares to kill someone from my Miyamoto family must pay the price and kill everyone related to him.
Chief, tell me who killed Yoshino, who killed my son. I will go to Kyushu myself and cut this little beast into pieces. I want him to die without a burial place. The members of the Miyamoto family spoke up one after another. There was murderous intent in his tone. They were afraid of the dragon soul created by the Jojo government because the dragon soul would never show mercy when facing foreign forces. But the Kyushu martial arts circle is completely different. Without a leader, the Kyushu martial arts circle will be a mess and there is nothing to be feared. As long as they offer enough benefits, some people in the Kyushu martial arts circle will speak for them.
Hu Fengyuan is a typical example.
Hearing the words coming from the surroundings, Miyamoto Munizen's eyes flashed with a cold look, and he said, I called you here this time for this.
Killing someone from my Miyamoto family and ruining my Miyamoto family's plan is a capital crime. He must pay the price for his stupidity. Who among you is willing to go to Kyushu now and investigate who killed Miyamoto Yoshino?
Kill him and use their blood to wash away the shame of the Miyamoto family. As soon as Miyamoto Munia finished speaking, an old man stood up and said, Chief, please let me go to Kyushu.
Yoshino is my son. He has been killed.
I want to avenge him personally and cut off the head of the murderer who killed my son to pay tribute to my son's spirit in heaven.
This old man was the last person to speak.
His name was Miyamoto Serrano, and he was one of the important members of the Miyamoto family.
At the same time, Miyamoto Yoshino is also his biological son.
Now that his son has died in Jojo, he naturally wants to avenge his son. The key is that if he can complete this plan to change the world, his status in the Miyamoto family will rise sharply and he will become the second most important person after Miyamoto Muniki. By that time, when he dominates the Kyushu martial arts circle, he will truly be second to none.
Miyamoto Munizen glanced at Miyamoto Sono and said in a deep voice, Okay, I will give you a force and let them follow you into Kyushu. Remember, I only have one request this time. It is better to kill the wrong person than to let him go. As long as we find out that the person is related to Miyamoto Yoshino's death, no matter who he is, he will be killed without mercy, including the forces behind him, his friends and relatives. Chapter 145 Shangyuan Medicinal Materials Company.
Hearing Miyamoto Muniki's words, the important members of the Miyamoto family were slightly stunned.
How come they didn't expect that Miyamoto Muniki's murderous intent was so strong? However, they didn't say much. In their opinion, it was no big deal to kill people from Kyushu.
The Miyamoto family had killed people before, so it was no big deal at all. When Miyamoto Sono heard what Yagyu Munino said, a hint of bloodlust flashed in his eyes, and he said, "Yes, clan leader." Miyamoto Munizan nodded, then thought of something and said, "After you go to Kyushu, just in case, once you find out who killed Miyamoto Yoshino, don't rush to act. Use Kyushu's forces to deal with the other party first. After confirming that there are no other forces behind the other party, then take action yourself."
Do you understand? Miyamoto Serrano nodded immediately. "I understand, Patriarch, I know what to do."
No words were spoken that night.
Early the next morning,
Yi Xian finished his practice early and was about to get up and wash up when he heard Lin Shiu's voice coming from outside.
"Yi Xian, are you up yet? Breakfast is ready. If you don't get up, it will get cold."
Hearing this voice, Yi Xian smiled and replied, "I know, I'll come right after I wash my face."
"Then hurry up, Ruwashue and I will eat first and won't wait for you."
Along with the sound, there was a sound of footsteps gradually fading away.
Obviously, Lin Shiu went downstairs.
Yi Xian walked to the bathroom, washed up briefly, and went downstairs. As soon as he went downstairs, he saw Lin Shiu and Ling Ruwashue sitting at the dining table, eating breakfast elegantly. Seeing Yi Xian coming down, Ling Ruwashue immediately called out, "Brother Yi." The gentle and soft voice makes people feel much more relaxed when they hear it. Lin Shiu said, "Yi Xian, come over and have breakfast quickly, we will leave later."
"Here it comes." Yi Xian walked over with a smile.
This morning's breakfast was the specially cooked century egg and lean meat porridge.
A rich aroma filled the air.
Even before eating it, one could tell that it tasted absolutely delicious. As a cultivator, it doesn't matter if he doesn't eat for a few days, but when he smelled the fragrance at the tip of his nose, Yi Xian still couldn't help feeling hungry. Without any hesitation, he sat down on the chair, poured himself a bowl of porridge, and started to eat it. The two girls had already seen how fast Yi Xian ate last night, so they were not surprised at all.
They chatted while eating breakfast.
After breakfast, Yi Xian did not rush out. Instead, he gave Ling Ruwashue acupuncture again. After confirming that her legs had recovered a lot, he told her not to walk for a long time during this period and to get enough rest. Then he went out with Lin Shiu. Yi Xian was just about to sit in the passenger seat as usual when Lin Shiu suddenly said, "Yi Xian, you drive this time."
"I drive?"
Yi Xian was stunned.
Doesn't this girl know that she doesn't have a driver's license? Isn't she afraid of driving without a license?
Lin Shiu seemed to know what Yi Xian was thinking.
She reached out her hand and took out a black ID from her bag and handed it to Yi Xian, saying, "Here you go. This is the driver's license I asked Uncle Zheng to get for you. From now on, you will no longer be driving without a license." "So soon?"
Yi Xian took the driver's license, opened it, and saw his own photo, with a slight surprise on his face.
However, this hint of surprise soon disappeared completely.
For a top family in Tianhai like the Lin family, getting a driver's license is a piece of cake.
"Yi Xian, since you have a driver's license, I'll leave the driving to you from now on."
Without waiting for Yi Xian to speak, Lin Shiu stuffed the car keys in her hand into Yi Xian's hand and sat down in the passenger seat. A look of satisfaction on his face.
As the boss, she finally doesn't have to be a driver anymore.
Yi Xian shrugged and did not refuse. He went straight to the driver's seat, adjusted the seat, started the car with ease, and left the Linjiangwan villa. This time, the place Lin Shiu took Yi Xian to was called Shangyuan Pharmaceutical Group. It is the largest medicinal material supply company in Jiangnan province, and its reputation is very good. This time, Lin Shiu plans to sign a cooperation agreement with the other party to let the other party provide medicinal materials for the beauty liquid.
With Lu Wangnian's help, it will be almost no problem for the beauty liquid to pass the approval.
Before the beauty liquid is approved, the Lin Group must obtain all the medicinal materials needed for the beauty liquid in the shortest time possible. After all, she has personally experienced the amazing effects of the beauty liquid. Once it is on the market, it will inevitably cause an unimaginable sensation and the sales volume will be beyond imagination. Therefore, she had to gather enough medicinal materials during this period of time to cope with the situation where the beauty liquid became popular and there was a shortage of raw materials. In addition, Yi Xian also modified the secret recipe of the beauty liquid for her, so that the beauty liquid can easily occupy the low, medium and high markets.
Naturally, she didn't want to waste it.
Since many people outside think that the Lin Group is going to collapse, she will use facts to prove that not only will the Lin Group not collapse, but it will soar to the sky, and no one can stop it.
Half an hour later, a Panamera stopped at the gate of Shangyuan Pharmaceutical Company.
After Yi Xian and Lin Shiu got out of the car, they walked directly into Shangyuan Pharmaceutical Company. As soon as I walked into the lobby, a receptionist came up to me and asked, "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" Lin Shiu said, "Hello, I am Lin Shiu, the president of Lin Group.
Could you please help me contact Mr. Gao? I want to talk to him about something." "Okay, Mr. Lin." The receptionist nodded and made a phone call. Soon, the receptionist hung up the phone and said, "Mr. Gao has agreed. Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. Someone will come down to pick you up." "Good." Lin Shiu nodded and took Yi Xian to the waiting area nearby. The two did not have to wait too long. Soon, a woman wearing an OL uniform and with a good figure and appearance walked out of the elevator. Lin Shiu seemed to know this woman and immediately stood up from the sofa. "Secretary Wang." Secretary Wang smiled and said, "Boss Lin, our CEO Gao is already waiting for you in the office. Please follow me." "Secretary Wang, thank you for your help." Lin Shiu took Yi Xian and, under the guidance of the woman, took the elevator to the chairman's office on the top floor. The woman stopped, stretched out her hand, knocked on the door, and said, "Boss Gao, Boss Lin is here. Let her in."
A strong male voice came from the office. When I pushed the door open and walked in, I saw a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, who was a little fat, sitting at the desk and looking through some documents.
This middle-aged man is the chairman of Shangyuan Pharmaceutical Company, Gao Shenghong. Chapter 146, talking about cooperation.
Seeing Lin Shiu walking in from outside, Gao Shenghong put down the documents in his hand and greeted her with a smile on his face.
"Boss Lin, I just had something to deal with. I hope you can forgive me for not coming to meet you in person."
Lin Shiu shook her head slightly and said, "Boss Gao, you are too polite. I am taking the liberty of coming here this time. I hope you can forgive me." "Boss Lin, everyone here is a guest, there is no need to forgive or not forgive." Gao Shenghong laughed, then glanced at Yi Xian and said, "Who is this?"
Lin Shiu replied, "This is my assistant, Yi Xian." Gao Shenghong glanced at Yi Xian in confusion. He always felt that the name was a little familiar. He seemed to have heard of it somewhere, but he couldn't remember it for a moment. He didn't think much about it and directly made an invitation gesture, saying, "Boss Lin, Assistant Yi, don't stand anymore, sit down." Then, Gao Shenghong said to the woman next to him, "Secretary Wang, make a pot of tea and send it over." "Yes." The woman nodded, quickly made a pot of tea, poured a cup for each of the three people, then turned and left the office. Gao Shenghong picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said, "Boss Lin, what's the matter with you coming to see me today?" When Lin Shiu heard this, she didn't hide anything and said directly, "Boss Gao, I don't come here for no reason. I came here this time to discuss a cooperation with your company." "Talk about cooperation?" Gao Shenghong narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Boss Lin, do you want Shangyuan Pharmaceutical Company to supply medicinal materials to the Lin Group?" Gao Shenghong had naturally heard about what happened in the Lin Group yesterday, so after hearing Lin Shiu's words, he immediately understood the purpose of Lin Shiu's visit. Hearing that Gao Shenghong had guessed the purpose of her coming, Lin Shiu did not feel strange and nodded and said, "Mr. Gao, I am here today for this purpose. I hope to reach an exclusive cooperation agreement with Shangyuan Pharmaceutical Company. I hope that in the future, Shangyuan Pharmaceutical Company will be able to exclusively supply us with the medicinal materials that our Lin Group needs. Of course, we will not let Shangyuan Medicinal Materials Company suffer any loss. I will sign a 10-year contract at once. During these 10 years, whether my Lin Group needs these medicinal materials or not, we will pay Shangyuan Medicinal Materials Company as usual. In addition, if the Lin Group's products are still produced and sold as usual 10 years later, Shangyuan Pharmaceutical Company can choose to renew the exclusive purchasing agreement, and the Lin Group will agree unconditionally. What do you think, Mr. Gao?" Lin Shiu directly offered a cooperation condition that was beyond imagination. This was also her idea after careful consideration. Once the beauty serum is launched on the market, it will inevitably have an unimaginable impact on the beauty industry. The crisis that the Lin Group will face by then may be far greater than the crisis that the Zhao family has brought to the Lin Group this time. If you want the beauty liquid to not be affected, you must have a stable supplier of medicinal materials. As long as the source of raw materials can be stabilized, the Lin Group will be able to face other crises calmly in the future. Gao Shenghong took a deep look at Lin Shiu and said faintly, "Boss Lin, your offer is indeed very tempting. Unfortunately, as far as I know, the Lin Group is now overwhelmed. It is unknown whether it can survive this time. Besides, Duozi Beauty Group's new product is about to be launched.
Relying on the existing products of Lin's group, I'm sorry to say that, but we have no power to fight back. Once the other company's products are launched, the fate of Lin's group will be either bankruptcy or acquisition.
There is no third possibility. If I cooperate with the Lin group, I'm afraid I won't even be able to get the money back in the end.
So, Mr. Lin, if you're just saying this for the sake of it, I'm sorry. Hearing this, Lin Shiu quickly said, Boss Gao, my Lin group has developed a new product.
As long as this new product is on the market, the new product of Duozi Beauty Group will be completely insignificant.
Our Lin group's new product can completely crush it.
Crush it?
Gao Shenghong shook his head slightly and said, Boss Lin, the new product you are talking about is not the beauty prescription in the hands of Su Maolin, one of the 4 great doctors in Jiangnan province. With all due respect, this beauty recipe is nothing more than garbage.
It is undeniable that if this cosmetic defect can be repaired, the Lin Group is indeed qualified to compete with the products of Duozi Beauty Group. But Mr. Lin, have you ever thought about this? Su Maolin's son Su Fulu is the president of Su's pharmaceutical group. The Su family has such a formula, why don't they make money themselves, but instead sell it to the Lin Group?
Before Lin Shiu could answer, Gao Shenghong's voice rang out again, the answer is very simple. Su's pharmaceutical group has tried to repair this cosmetic formula, but it has never been able to do anything. In order to stop the loss in time, it had to be auctioned off.
Even Su's pharmaceutical group can't be repaired. Mr. Lin, do you think the Lin Group can be repaired? Besides, even if it can be repaired, how long will it take? A month? A year? Or 10 years? Do you think the Lin Group will still be there by then?
In response to Gao Shenghong's question, Lin Shiyu's expression did not change at all, and she said calmly, Boss Gao, you are right. If it is the residual beauty formula in the hands of the Su family, my Lin Group will have absolutely no chance of winning. But my Lin Group has developed a brand new product, which has now been approved by the Food and Drug Administration. It will be approved in a month at the latest. By then, the threat from Duozi Beauty Group will not be a problem for the Lin Group at all.
Oh? Gao Shenghong looked at Lin Shiu curiously and said, Boss Lin, you seem very confident about the new product of the Lin Group? Lin Shiu took a deep breath and said, Mr. Gao, you are right. I am quite confident about the new products of the Lin Group. It is no exaggeration to say that once this new product is released, it will become a big hit across the country. Not to mention Tianhai, even in Jiangnan province, Zhuzhou, or even the entire world beauty industry, the Lin Group can occupy a place. By then, our demand for medicinal materials will be beyond imagination. As long as you can cooperate with the Lin Group, within 3 years, I believe that your Shangyuan pharmaceutical company will surely soar to the sky. Not to mention becoming a world-class pharmaceutical supply company, it will definitely not be a problem for us to become the top pharmaceutical supply company in Zhuzhou. Hearing Lin Shiyu's words, Gao Shenghong couldn't help but shook his head and said, Boss Lin, your pancake is indeed delicious, but don't you think your words are ridiculous? Can a new product help the Lin Group gain a firm foothold in the world's beauty industry? If your Lin Group is really that powerful, would it encounter such a crisis? Don't even mention your small Lin Group. Even the top beauty group in Zhuzhou doesn't dare to say such a thing. Do you think your Lin Group can do it? Chapter 147 U1T survive tonight. Gao Shenghong didn't believe a word of what Lin Shiu said. It is undeniable that Lin Shiu has good business talent. Since taking over the Lin Group, she has indeed taken the Lin Group to a higher level and made it the leader in the Tianhai beauty industry. But times are different now. Today, the Lin Group has been crushed by the Duozi Beauty Group, and it is harder than climbing to the sky to make a comeback. Besides, if the Lin Group really wanted such a heaven-defying product, they would have produced it long ago. How could it have fallen to such a state? Lin Shiu knew that her words were indeed unconvincing. Even if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that the beauty liquid would have such an effect. She took a deep breath, looked at Gao Shenghong, and said again, Mr. Gao, what I said is absolutely true. Before she finished speaking, Gao Shenghong interrupted Lin Shiu impatiently and said, Boss Lin, what's the point of me trusting you? We have to speak with facts. And, to tell you the truth. Just yesterday, Zhao Qingdong, the general manager of Duozi Beauty Group, called me and planned to let Shangyuan Pharmaceutical Company become the raw material partner of Duozi Beauty Group. If nothing unexpected happens, we will sign the contract this afternoon, so, Mr. Lin, I'm very sorry. As he spoke, before Lin Shiu could speak, Gao Shenghong shouted outside, Secretary Wang, show the guest out. Seeing that Gao Shenghong had issued an order to expel her, Lin Shiu suddenly became anxious. Shangyuan Pharmaceutical Company was one of her primary targets.
Although Shangyuan Pharmaceutical Company does not cooperate with the Lin Group can also look for other pharmaceutical companies. But in Jiangnan Province, Shangyuan Pharmaceutical Company occupies more than 70% of the pharmaceutical supply chain and has cooperated with many of Kyushu's top pharmaceutical companies. Once the Lin Group's new products are launched on the market, Shangyuan Pharmaceutical Company cuts off the pharmaceutical supply chain and then joins forces with other top pharmaceutical companies to deal with the Lin Group, then the Lin Group will be unable to move forward. This is also the reason why she wants to cooperate with Shangyuan Pharmaceutical Company and offers generous cooperation conditions. In the business world, there are no permanent friends, only permanent interests. As long as they cooperate with Shangyuan Pharmaceutical Company, Lin Group's new products, no matter how popular they are, will not be easily strangled by others. We can even use Shangyuan Pharmaceutical Company to reach cooperation with other top pharmaceutical companies in Kyushu. In this way, even if it is inevitable that someone will target the Lin Group in the future, at least in terms of the raw material supply chain, the Lin Group can be as solid as a rock and no one can shake it. After all, no one would go against their own interests. But she never expected that Shangyuan Pharmaceutical Company not only did not cooperate with the Lin Group, but instead wanted to cooperate with Duozi Beauty Group.
This is definitely bad news for the Lin Group.
After all, it goes without saying how amazing the effect of Lin Group's beauty liquid is. Once it is on the market, Duozi Beauty Group's products will be garbage and will definitely not be able to sell. By then, naturally no one would want the medicinal materials from Shangyuan Medicinal Materials Company. God knows whether the other party would vent their anger on the Lin Group.
Mr. Gao.
Lin Shiu was about to continue speaking when Yi Xian, who was sitting next to her, suddenly said, "Mr. Gao, are you sure you want us to leave? If we really leave, Mr. Gao, I'm afraid you won't live long." Hearing this, Gao Xinghong's eyes condensed, staring at Yi Xian, his voice a little cold. "Assistant Yi, what do you mean by this?"
Lin Shiu's expression also changed slightly, and she said, "Yi Xian, what are you talking about?"
Yi Xian smiled at Lin Shiu and said, "Don't worry, just let me handle it from now on." Lin Shiu was stunned, and subconsciously recalled what Yi Xian did in Lu Wangnian's office last time. At that time, she thought Yi Xian was fooling around, but later, she found out that Yi Xian was not doing it on purpose.
Today, Yi Xian said the same thing again. Could it be that Gao Shenghong really wanted to live much longer?
Without thinking anymore, Lin Shiu nodded and said, "Yi Xian, I'll leave it to you then." At this moment, Lin Shiu didn't notice at all that she had gradually come to regard Yi Xian as her backbone in her heart, without knowing when. If it were in the past, she would never let Yi Xian do such a thing. Yi Xian smiled lightly, looked at Gao Shenghong, shrugged and said, "Mr. Gao, aren't you very clear whether I am talking nonsense?
Have you been feeling uncomfortable all over recently? You are always drowsy and have nightmares at night. You even dreamed of a child with a ghost face who wanted to catch you and eat you." After hearing Yi Xian's first few words, Gao Shenghong still had a hint of anger, but when he heard Yi Xian's second few words, his expression suddenly changed. His eyes were fixed on Yi Xian, and he asked in disbelief, "How did you know?"
He did encounter such a thing recently. But when he went to the hospital for a checkup, the doctor couldn't find anything. He just said that he had been under too much pressure recently, which led to some mental problems, and that he just needed to rest for a while. He originally thought this was the case, so he went home to rest for a few days. However, not only did the condition not improve at all, it became even worse. Just yesterday on his way home, he almost had a car accident.
If he hadn't suddenly come to his senses, he might have been disabled if not dead.
But no one else knew about this except his wife and the doctor who treated him at the time.
How did this kid in front of me know this? Could it be that this guy is secretly investigating me?
Lin Shiu also widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Yi Xian in disbelief.
What's going on? Judging from Gao Shenghong's reaction, could it be that Yi Xian was right again? This is outrageous. Is this guy Yi Xian really using medical skills? Is this definitely something that medical skills can accomplish? Seeing the change in Gao Shenghong's expression, Yi Xian said calmly, "Of course I saw it with my own eyes. Not only that, if you don't take action, you won't survive tonight."
Gao Shenghong's face changed slightly when he heard this, and he subconsciously wanted to refute, but Yi Xian's voice rang out again, "Don't rush to refute. If I guess correctly, the situation should have become more and more serious in the past 2 days. Not only that, in your previous dream, the ghost-faced kid couldn't catch up with you, but now this ghost-faced kid should be able to catch you soon."
What?
After hearing Yi Xian's words, Gao Shenghong's tone became more and more horrified. If he had suspected Yi Xian was secretly investigating him before, now, his suspicion has completely disappeared. Because the dreams he had these 2 days were exactly the same as what Yi Xian said. But he never told anyone about this, not even his wife. This is not the most terrifying thing. The most horrifying thing was that last night, the ghost-faced child in his dream grabbed his arm, leaving a bloody mark on his arm. When he woke up, he found an identical bloody mark on his hand. When he asked his wife the reason, she told him that he had caught himself because of a nightmare. But hearing what Yi Xian said now, it really makes people shudder with fear. When Lin Shiu listened to Yi Xian's words, she felt a chill in her heart for no apparent reason. Her body subconsciously moved a little closer to Yi Xian, as if only in this way could she find a sense of security.
Chapter 148. I'm not interested in helping people I don't know.
Yi Xian noticed Lin Shiu's actions and patted her arm gently, signaling her not to worry. Then, his eyes fell on Gao Shenghong again, and he said lightly, "Have you been suspecting that you were sick during this period of time?" "Yes, I did suspect that, but I went to the hospital for a checkup and there was no result." Hearing Yi Xian's words, this time, Gao Shenghong no longer had his previous attitude.
Instead, he nodded solemnly and said, "Assistant Yi, do you know what's wrong with my health?" "Of course, not only that, I can help you resolve the crisis." Yi Xian nodded calmly, but after he finished speaking, he changed the subject again and said, "However, I have a habit of not being interested in helping people I don't know. I also believe that you, Mr. Gao, have great power and can definitely find someone to save you. So, if there is nothing else, I will say goodbye to Mr. Lin first." As he spoke, Yi Xian looked at Lin Shiu next to him and said, "Boss Lin, since Boss Gao is unwilling to cooperate with us, why are we still staying here? Let's go back to the company first." Lin Shiu subconsciously looked at Yi Xian, only to find that Yi Xian blinked his beautiful eyes at her. How could she not understand what Yi Xian meant? It was obvious that he was trying to play hard to get. However, she didn't say anything, she just stood up from the sofa and said to Gao Shenghong, "Mr. Gao, I won't bother you anymore, we'll leave first." As they were talking, without waiting for Gao Shenghong to speak, Yi Xian and Lin Shiu prepared to walk out of the office. Gao Shenghong sat on the sofa, his expression constantly changing. How could he not know what Yi Xian meant by this? He was simply using this incident to force Shangyuan Pharmaceutical Group to cooperate with Lin Group. But he has no other choice now. At least so far, Yi Xian is the only person who has pointed out the problem with him, and he is also the first person who has clearly told him and knows the cause of his physical condition. The key point is that he was almost caught by that ghost-faced kid last night. God knows if he can survive tonight. If what Yi Xian said was true, then he might really be dying soon. Seeing that Lin Shiu and Yi Xian were about to leave, Gao Shenghong could no longer bear it, and quickly stood up from the sofa and said, "Boss Lin, Assistant Yi, please wait." Lin Shiu stopped and said, "Mr. Gao, do you have anything else to say?" Gao Shenghong took a deep breath and said, "Boss Lin, I apologize for my attitude just now. I hope you won't take it personally. You can sit down first and we can talk about the cooperation between our two companies." A hint of joy flashed across Lin Shiu's pretty face, but she did not answer. Instead, she looked at Yi Xian, as if waiting for Yi Xian to make the decision. When Gao Shenghong saw this scene, he was slightly stunned. If he remembered correctly, Lin Shiu had just introduced Yi Xian as his assistant. But now what Lin Shiu is doing is actually asking an assistant what to do next. You must be kidding. Wrong. Etc. Gao Shenghong suddenly thought of a piece of news that had been circulating in Tianhai recently. Lin Shiu, who is known as the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan province, seems to be engaged. However, he did not have any close relationship with the Lin group, and he did not attend the Lin family's engagement party, so naturally he had never met Yi Xian. But now seeing Lin Shiu's attitude towards Yi Xian, he had no doubt that Yi Xian was definitely Lin Shiu's fiancée. Otherwise, why would Lin Shiu care about the expression of an assistant? What made him feel strange was that even though they were already engaged, why did Yi Xian still call Lin Shiu President Lin? Was this some weird habit? Before he could think too much, Yi Xian's voice had already sounded, and he said in a calm tone, "Just to talk about cooperation? It seems that your life is worthless, Mr. Gao. If that's the case, I think we have nothing to talk about. Jiangnan province doesn't need a supplier of medicinal materials like you, Mr. Gao. It's the same if we find other people to cooperate with. Boss Gao, we're leaving now." As he spoke, Yi Xian prepared to leave with Lin Shiu. Hearing this, Gao Shenghong felt uncomfortable. Since he became the boss of the largest medicinal material supply company in Jiangnan province, no one has ever dared to speak to him like this.
But thinking of Yi Xian's words, he could only suppress the discomfort in his heart and said, "Wait. Mr. Yi, if you can save me, I can agree to cooperate with the Lin Group and sign a 10-year exclusive cooperation agreement. Not only that, I am willing to sell the medicinal materials to the Lin Group at a price that is 10% lower than the market price." At this moment, Gao Shenghong has changed the way he addresses Yi Xian and no longer calls him Assistant Yi. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at Gao Shenghong, and said, "Mr. Gao, are you sure you want to do this?
You may not know my character. If someone dares to be two-faced with me, what will be the end? He will definitely not be able to bear it."
Gao Shenghong took a deep breath and said, "Mr. Yi, you can rest assured about this.
I, Gao Shenghong, will keep my word. If you violate my words, I will be struck by lightning."
Lin Shiu also spoke up and said, "Yi Xian, Mr. Gao's character is fine.
You can rest assured about that."
She had never dealt with Gao Shenghong, but she had heard that Gao Shenghong was a good person and the quality of the company's medicinal materials was also quite conscientious. Otherwise, she would not have chosen Shangyuan Pharmaceutical Company as her first partner.
Hearing this, Yi Xian nodded and said, "Boss Lin, shall we continue to sit for a while?"
"Good." Lin Shiu naturally did not refute Yi Xian's words. She followed Yi Xian back to the sofa and sat down again. When Gao Shenghong saw this scene, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He waved his hand to let Secretary Wang, who was about to come and leave, and then strode to the sofa.
His eyes fell on Yi Xian, and he immediately said, "Mr. Yi, may I ask how I became what I am now?"
Yi Xian glanced at Gao Shenghong and said calmly, "The reason you became like this is because you wore something you shouldn't wear."
"Something you shouldn't wear?" Gao Shenghong was startled for a moment. The next second, he reached out and took out a jade pendant from his neck. "Mr. Yi, is this what you are talking about? This jade pendant is different from the commonly worn Guanyin and Maitreya Buddha.
It is carved with the shape of a child. The key point is that the child clearly had a smile on his face, but when you looked at the jade pendant, you couldn't help but feel a chill in your heart.
It looks very weird."
"Good." Yi Xian glanced at the jade pendant in Gao Shenghong's hand, nodded slightly, and said, "The reason why you became like this is because of this jade pendant, or the vengeful spirit in this jade. You should have been attacked by the vengeful spirits a long time ago, but you did a lot of good things and relied on the blessings of others, so you were able to live a few more days.
But blessings will eventually run out, and once they run out, it will be time for you to die." Chapter 149: The Ghost in the Jade Pendant. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Gao Shenghong glanced at the jade pendant, frowned, and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Yi, are you mistaken? This is the jade pendant my wife gave me.
I asked for it from a high monk in Siam, hoping that it would bless me to have a child with her.
How could she possibly harm me?" Gao Shenghong's tone has become a little unfriendly.
If Gao Shenghong didn't know that Yi Xian really had some ability, he would have even planned to turn against Yi Xian. When he was young, he was busy with business and had never married or had children. Until 3 years ago, he met his wife who had just graduated from college. He fell in love with her at first sight, and after pursuing her for a year, the two got married. In the 2 years since they got married, he and his wife have always been in love and have never even had a quarrel. The only difference is that they have not been able to conceive a child in the past 2 years. So, when his wife went to Siam for a trip some time ago, she specially asked for such a jade pendant from a monk, saying that it could bless the couple to have a child smoothly. Now Yi Xian told him that his wife wanted to harm him and that this jade pendant was the reason for his nightmare. How could he bear this?
"Ha ha! It won't hurt you?"
Looking at Gao Shenghong's reaction, Yi Xian sneered and said, "Since I won't harm you, why would I specially ask for such a strange jade pendant for you?"
Gao Shenghong was startled, took a deep breath, and said, "Mr. Yi, this doesn't prove anything.
Maybe my wife was cheated. After all, she doesn't know much about this kind of thing." Yi Xian nodded without denying it and said, "You are right. If you don't understand these things, it is understandable that you were deceived.
But if I am not mistaken, you must have had a nightmare on the first night you wore this jade pendant.
Also, you probably suspected that there was something wrong with this jade pendant, and even thought about not wearing it, but your wife disagreed, right?" This. Gao Shenghong opened his mouth and wanted to refute, but found that he couldn't say a word.
Because what Yi Xian said was absolutely correct.
His first nightmare started when he put on the jade pendant. He didn't care about it the first time, but after having the same dream the second and third time, he began to suspect that there was something wrong with the jade pendant. At that time, he told his wife that he wanted to take off the jade pendant and not wear it anymore.
As a result, his wife reacted very strongly and even had a big fight with him.
This was the first fight they had since they got married. His wife even said that he didn't love her anymore and didn't want to have children with her. Finally, seeing his wife's heartbroken look, he had no choice but to put the jade pendant back on his neck. But soon, Gao Shenghong seemed to have thought of something and said, "Mr. Yi, you are wrong. My wife did try to stop me at the time, but I was still worried, so I secretly asked a master from the White Horse Temple to look at it. He said there was nothing wrong with the jade pendant." Yi Xian glanced at Gao Shenghong, too lazy to explain anything, and just said calmly, "Give me your jade pendant." Gao Shenghong hesitated for a moment, and finally took off the jade pendant from his neck and handed it to Yi Xian. He wanted to see whether what Yi Xian said was true or false. If it was false, he would definitely let Yi Xian know that slandering his wife would come at a heavy price. Yi Xian took the jade pendant, looked at it, then threw it into the air, stretched out a finger, and touched the jade pendant in mid-air. With just a crack sound, the extremely hard jade pendant was shattered by Yi Xian's finger. "Mr. Yi, you." When Gao Shenghong saw that the jade pendant his wife gave him was broken, a trace of anger suddenly appeared on his face, and he was about to question Yi Xian. But the next second, his voice stopped abruptly, and his face showed a look of having seen a ghost. What is this thing?" He was horrified to find that after the jade pendant was broken, a ball of black gas actually rushed out from the jade pendant in the void. This is the figure of a child. However, the child's face was ferocious, like a ghost, and an extremely sharp sound came out of his mouth. Gao Shenghong subconsciously looked at the ghost-faced child. The next second, he was struck by lightning and fell to the ground in fright, with unimaginable fear appearing on his face. Because he was horrified to find that the child with a ghost face was exactly the figure that appeared in his dream. Exactly the same. How is this possible? If he had doubted what Yi Xian said before, now he no longer had any doubt at all. Because he had never told anyone about the child with the ghost face, even if Yi Xian investigated himself, it would be impossible for him to simulate the appearance of the child with the ghost face. The wife whom I have loved for 2 years actually wants to harm me? Gao Shenghong stood on the ground in a daze for a while and couldn't recover for a long time. Ah! When Lin Shiu saw the child with a ghost face, she screamed and subconsciously moved closer to Yi Xian. She grabbed Yi Xian's arms tightly with both hands. She was trembling all over, her face was pale, and she could not hide her fear. No matter how you put it, Lin Shiu is a woman after all, and she has never seen such a scene. It completely overturned her understanding of the world. The other party's sharp whistle made her feel as if her soul was being torn apart. Very uncomfortable. Feeling Lin Shiu's slightly trembling body, Yi Xian reached out and patted Lin Shiu on the back, comforting her. "If you are scared, close your eyes first, I will deal with this guy." "Good." Lin Shiu nodded gently and closed her eyes. Yi Xian's eyes fell on the vengeful spirit, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Your voice is too loud, I like quietness, so you should disappear from this world." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian pinched his fingers and a golden rune appeared on his fingertips. "Go!" Yi Xian pointed in the air, and the golden rune instantly turned into a stream of light, whistling towards the vengeful spirit in the void. Boom! The golden rune fell on the body of the vengeful spirit and instantly turned into a blazing flame, enveloping the entire spirit. Ah! The vengeful spirit that was originally shrieking actually let out a shrill scream at this moment. His eyes opened and he stared at Yi Xian not far away, and an old voice came out of his mouth. "Who are you? How dare you hurt my baby? Just wait, I will kill you." As he spoke, a billowing black gas burst out from the vengeful spirit's body, trying to extinguish the flames, and his body rushed outside. Yi Xian sneered, "I'm waiting for you to come and kill me. However, it's rude not to reciprocate. Since you want to kill me, then your soul and this vengeful spirit will be shattered together." After he finished speaking, Yi Xian moved his fingers and condensed another rune, which he shot directly at the vengeful spirit. Ho-hoo! In an instant, the flame that was faintly suppressed by the black air instantly turned into a dazzling fireball, directly igniting the black air and burning fiercely. Ah! Ear-piercing screams continued to ring out at this moment. No matter how the black gas came out of the evil spirit, it could not resist the erosion of the flames. "Ah, my baby! You little bastard, just wait for me, my real self will definitely find you and tear you into pieces." The voice of the vengeful spirit was extremely sharp, but unfortunately it was of no use. After a few seconds, the vengeful spirit disappeared, completely reduced to ashes. Chapter 150. You can now fulfill your promise. At the same time, Siam. In an ancient temple. In the deepest part of the temple, an old man wrapped in a black robe was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, muttering to himself. There were 8 or 9 clay dolls placed in front of him. As he chanted, the 8 or 9 clay dolls seemed to come alive, and strange rays of light bloomed from them.
Sudden.
The old man suddenly opened his eyes, his face turned red, and blood spurted out of his mouth. The 7 or 8 clay dolls in front of him also had cracks on them, as if they could collapse at any time. The old man didn't care about anything else, and looked towards the east with a grim look. Who is it? Who is it? Who destroyed my treasure and my soul? Just wait for me. I, Panta, swear to heaven that I will find you in person, kill you, extract your soul, and refine your soul into a puppet, so that you will never be reborn. The murderous voice resounded through the sky, making people shudder.
The screen rotates.
Yi Xian looked at the direction where the vengeful spirit disappeared with an expressionless face.
His face showed no emotion.
From the moment he helped Gao Shenghong resolve the vengeful spirit, he knew that he would offend the person behind the scenes.
But he didn't care at all.
In order to condense a vengeful spirit, one must find a child, torture him severely, and let him die in endless hatred. Only then will it be possible to obtain a vengeful spirit. He doesn't want to be a hero, nor does he want to be a good guy, but he will not let go of anyone who makes him unhappy. If the other party dares to cause trouble for him, he doesn't mind wiping the other party out of this world.
Call.
Exhaling gently, Yi Xian looked at Lin Shiu, who still had her eyes closed, and said softly, "You can open your eyes now."
That guy has disappeared.
Hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Shiyu's eyelashes trembled slightly and she looked around cautiously. When he found that the vengeful spirit really had no support, he breathed a long sigh of relief.
The proud peaks undulated slightly, attracting Yi Xian's sidelong glance. She tried to calm herself down and said carefully, "Yi Xian, what happened just now? Was it really something dirty?"
Looking at Lin Shiyu's appearance, Yi Xian pondered for a moment and said, "No. There is no such thing as dirty stuff in this world.
It's just a trick used by ancient warriors. It's just to deceive some uninformed people."
Yi Xian did not tell Lin Shiu the truth of the matter. For Lin Shiu, it is enough to hide behind him and enjoy life. He will naturally take care of the rest.
Oh.
Lin Shiu nodded thoughtfully and felt a little relieved. But Yi Xian was a little uneasy at this moment. He found that his arms were wrapped in a soft layer on both sides.
The key point is that it is summer now, and he is only wearing a shirt, a very thin shirt.
Now that Lin Shiu is hugging my arms tightly, it feels so real. He is a very normal man, but now that he is being hugged by such a beautiful woman, he really can't control himself.
Then, "Mr. Lin, can you let me go first? Even if you want to hold me, how about I let you hold me when we get home?"
Yi Xian moved closer to Lin Shiu and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Lin Shiu was stunned and confused, but when she followed Yi Xian's gaze, she found that her breasts were deformed by an arm, and her pretty face suddenly turned red. She quickly let go of her hand like a frightened rabbit, and her pretty face turned red as blood.
"Yi Xian, you bad guy, why are you bullying me?"
At this moment, Yi Xian was stunned.
What does this have to do with anything? He didn't do anything well, so how could he become a bad guy? Slander. What a blatant slander.
Yi Xian felt wronged and wanted to explain, but looking at Lin Shiyu's expression, he thought it would be useless to explain. He simply cast his gaze on Gao Shenghong, who was lying on the ground and had not yet come to his senses, and said in a dark tone, "Boss Gao, do you still need me to prove something to you now?" After hearing Yi Xian's words, Gao Shenghong came back to his senses and a bitter smile appeared on his face.
Prove? The facts are right in front of him, how can he refute it?
Moreover, during this period of time, he had been feeling that his body was extremely heavy, as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. He felt listless and drowsy. But after the vengeful spirit dissipated, he found that this feeling had completely disappeared. He felt as if he had been reborn, and there was an indescribable sense of relief all over his body. At this moment, no matter how stupid he was, he understood that Yi Xian did not lie to him, otherwise, how could his body have undergone such a big change? Yi Xian looked at Gao Shenghong's reaction and spoke again, "It seems that you already have the answer in your heart.
In this case, can you now fulfill what you said before?" "No problem, Mr. Yi, you saved my life. There is no problem cooperating with the Lin Group."
Gao Shenghong nodded solemnly, and then he thought of something, hesitated for a moment, and said, "It's just, Mr. Yi, I just heard the other party say something about the deity. What if the other party comes to cause trouble?" Yi Xian glanced at Gao Shenghong and said, "You don't have to worry about this. I killed his vengeful spirit. Even if he comes to cause trouble, he will at most cause trouble to me, not you. Besides, I am not a pushover. If he dares to cause trouble for me, I will deal with him.
You don't have to worry about anything.
Hearing Yi Xian say this, Gao Shenghong felt slightly relieved. Relying on the methods Yi Xian had just demonstrated, it was indeed easy to deal with someone who came to cause trouble. Moreover, he had vaguely heard that at the engagement party with Lin Shiu a few days ago, Yi Xian suppressed the Blood Alliance leader Zhang Heihu with a single move, and it was very likely that his strength had already reached the level of a martial arts master. At such a young age, he not only has amazing medical skills, but also possesses powerful martial arts skills.
There must be a powerful force behind Yi Xian. Dealing with one person is no problem at all.
Without thinking anymore, Gao Shenghong took a deep breath and set his eyes on Lin Shiu. Boss Lin, I had a bad attitude just now.
I hope you can forgive me and don't take it personally.
As he spoke, Gao Shenghong bowed deeply to Lin Shiu.
Lin Shiu was shocked by Gao Shenghong's attitude.
She quickly stood up from the sofa and waved her hand, saying, Mr. Gao, I didn't do anything just now. This is all Yi Xian's credit.
You don't have to be so polite to me. Isn't Mr. Yi your fiancé? Aren't you two a gang?
Hearing this, Gao Shenghong secretly thought about it, but he didn't show it on his face.
Instead, he continued to speak, Boss Lin, I agree to cooperate with the Lin Group. However, I think the conditions you mentioned before need to be changed. Chapter 151 Signing a Cooperation Agreement. Change it?
When Lin Shiu heard this, her face changed. She thought Gao Shenghong was not satisfied with the conditions, so she hurriedly said, Mr. Gao, my conditions are very sincere. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Gao Shenghong, who said, Boss Lin, you misunderstood. I think this cooperation agreement is too unfair to the Lin Group, so I want to change the cooperation agreement. Shengyuan Pharmaceutical Company will cooperate with Lin's Group unconditionally, and if Lin's Group is not satisfied with Shengyuan Pharmaceutical Company, it can terminate the cooperation at any time without paying any penalty. In addition, Shengyuan Pharmaceutical Company does not charge any additional fees for the medicinal materials it provides to the Lin Group, except for the necessary procurement costs.
What? Mr. Gao, you are kidding me.
Lin Shiu widened her beautiful eyes with a look of disbelief. She originally thought that Gao Shenghong was dissatisfied with the cooperation agreement, but she never expected that Gao Shenghong was dissatisfied because of this. She never expected that Gao Shenghong would say such a thing. Not only can the Lin Group terminate its cooperation with Shengyuan Pharmaceutical Company at any time, but it also does not charge any fees other than the basic medicinal materials purchasing costs.
What's the difference between this and working for the Lin Group for free? With this contract signed, Shengyuan Pharmaceutical Company would be doing well if it didn't make any money, even if it didn't lose money. Seeing Lin Shiyu's expression, Gao Shenghong explained, Boss Lin, Mr. Yi saved my life. He is my great benefactor. His life-saving grace is greater than heaven.
If Shengyuan Medicinal Materials Company didn't have other shareholders, I wouldn't be able to explain to them. Otherwise, it would be fine even if all these medicinal materials were given to the Lin Group. Although Shengyuan Pharmaceutical Company signed the contract with Lin Group, it made basically no profit and even had to make a loss to gain publicity.
But Goldman Sachs didn't care. If I could use this little money to make friends with Yi Xian, it would be a great deal. After all, Yi Xian is very likely a martial arts master. He is a person standing at the top of the pyramid of Kyushu martial arts circle. If he makes friends with Yi Xian, it will definitely be beneficial to Shengyuan Pharmaceutical Company. After all, no one can guarantee that they won't offend some ancient warriors in the future. If you have a martial arts master backing you up, you can't say you can rest easy, but at least ordinary people won't dare to cause trouble for you. More importantly, if he has children in the future, maybe he can let the children worship Yi Xian as their master, and then you can jump from an ordinary family to a martial arts family. This is the top family that truly holds power. With such a huge return for just a small amount of money, this deal is a sure win. Lin Shiu was extremely smart and had experience in the business world, so how could she not understand what Goldman Sachs was doing? It is obvious that Gao Shenghong wants to take advantage of this opportunity to get close to Yi Xian. She didn't think there was anything wrong with this. It was just human nature to curry favor with the powerful. But the conditions Gao Shenghong mentioned were too generous. If she really agreed to them, it would be equivalent to Yi Xian owing Gao Shenghong a favor. In this world, the debt of favor is the hardest to repay. Lin Shiu immediately shook her head and said, Boss Gao, I know Yi Xian saved you, but saving your life is saving your life,
and business cooperation is business cooperation.
I can't let you work for nothing. I think we should just sign a cooperation agreement as I said before. No.
Gao Shenghong shook his head decisively. He did this to make friends with Yi Xian. If it was according to what Lin Shiu said before, it would really become a business cooperation.
Boss Lin, if I do what you said before, wouldn't it make me, Gao Shenghong, ungrateful? Well, Mr. Lin, let's both take a step back.
I will directly supply medicinal materials to the Lin Group at 60% of the market price. This way, Shengyuan Medicinal Materials Company will also make a profit, and you, Mr. Lin, will also get actual benefits.
What do you think?
Lin Shiu did not answer, but looked at Yi Xian, as if asking Yi Xian's opinion. Feeling Lin Shiu's gaze, Yi Xian smiled and said, since President Gao has said so, just do as he says. Naturally, he also knew what Gao Shenghong was doing, but he didn't take it to heart at all. At most, he would teach Gao Shenghong a technique in the future. He had followed the old man to practice, and he had seen countless martial arts techniques in the old man's library. There is no harm in giving a technique to others. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Shiu was silent for a while, and finally nodded and said, okay, Mr. Gao, let's do as you say.
However, if you are not satisfied with the price in the future, we can discuss it at any time.
Hearing Lin Shiu's answer, Gao Shenghong immediately felt relieved and said quickly, Boss Lin, don't worry, I, Gao Shenghong, will keep my word and will never go back on my word. As he spoke, Gao Shenghong seemed to be afraid that Lin Shiu would change her mind again, so he turned around and shouted outside, Secretary Wang.
Boss Gao.
The woman who had brought Lin Shiu and Yi Xian upstairs before walked in from outside. Gao Shenghong said, go and print out a contract for me.
The content of the contract is?
Gao Shenghong repeated all the requirements he had just discussed with Lin Shiu. When Gao Shenghong finished speaking, the woman was startled and said subconsciously, Mr. Gao, this contract is very important to our company. Before he finished speaking, Gao Shenghong interrupted and said, just do as I tell you.
Yes.
The woman opened her mouth, but in the end said nothing and turned to walk outside. It has to be said that big companies are big companies, and they are efficient. The contract was ready in a very short time. Gao Shenghong handed the contract to Lin Shiu and said, Boss Lin, you can take a look at the contract.
If there is anything you need to add, I will have someone continue to revise it. Lin Shiu nodded, took the contract and started reading it. After a while, Lin Shiu read the contract and said, Mr. Gao, there is nothing to add. Let's just sign it directly.
Okay. Gao Shenghong asked his secretary to bring 2 pens and handed one to Lin Shiu. The two signed the cooperation agreement and stamped it with the company seal.
The cooperation agreement was formally signed successfully.
After doing all this, Gao Shenghong handed one of the contracts to Lin Shiu and said, Boss Lin, I wish us a pleasant cooperation.
Mr. Gao, it's a pleasure to work with you.
Lin Shiu stretched out her hand and shook hands with Gao Shenghong, then stood up from the sofa and said, Mr. Gao, since the cooperation has been signed, I will go back to Lin Group first. I will have someone send all the medicinal materials needed by the Lin Group to President Gao later. As long as Shengyuan Medicinal Materials Company can purchase them, the more the better. My Lin Group will accept them all. Gao Shenghong nodded and said, Mr. Lin, no problem. As soon as your purchase list arrives, our Shengyuan Medicinal Materials Company will purchase these medicinal materials as soon as possible. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Gao. Lin Shiu exchanged a few more polite words with Gao Shenghong, then took Yi Xian out of the chairman's office.
Chapter 152 I'm helping myself.
However, before walking out of the office, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something, and his steps suddenly stopped. He turned his head to look at Gao Shenghong, and his voice slowly sounded.
I am very satisfied with your performance this time. I can tell you one more thing for free.
It's not that you can't have children, but someone put a contraceptive specifically for men in the food you ate. After taking it, you won't be able to have a baby no matter how hard you try, and even the most advanced medical equipment can't detect this drug. When he followed the old man to learn medicine, in addition to identifying the quality of herbs by their taste, he also judged what kind of herbs they were based on their taste. After meeting Gao Shenghong, he smelled a faint smell of medicine on him, which is one of the reasons why he said that there was something wrong with Gao Shenghong's wife. He originally didn't intend to say it, but after thinking about it, he finally changed his mind.
Gao Shenghong is now Lin Shiu's partner.
If something happens to Gao Shenghong, God knows whether this cooperation will be cancelled. Besides, Gao Shenghong holds a high status in Jiangnan province. If he leaves Tianhai one day, with Gao Shenghong's connections, there is no need to worry that Lin Shiu will encounter any trouble.
What?
Hearing Yi Xian's words, Gao Shenghong was stunned.
He looked at Yi Xian in disbelief and said, Mr. Yi, are you telling the truth?
Yi Xian glanced at Gao Shenghong and said in a light tone, do you think I have to lie to you? Gao Shenghong shook his head subconsciously. Yi Xian had just helped him get rid of a vengeful spirit, so there was really no need to deceive him with such lies again.
Moreover, with his power, he could tell whether this kind of lie was true or false with just a little investigation.
If Yi Xian was not a fool, he would not use such a clumsy lie to deceive him.
The loss outweighs the gain.
Yi Xian looked at Gao Shenghong's reaction and spoke again, but don't worry, this medicine won't make you childless.
Your body will return to normal after you stop taking it for a month. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can check whether what I said is true or not.
The medicine you take contains purple eggplant flowers, Chuanxion, Nidium manieri. When you find it, you can compare it with the medicine I mentioned to see if it is there. Of course, you can also ask an old Chinese doctor. I think relying on their medical skills, it shouldn't be difficult to recognize the effects of these medicines. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Gao Shenghong came back to his senses, bowed to Yi Xian, and said, Mr. Yi, thank you for your reminder, I know what to do. Yi Xian nodded, without saying anything more, and walked out of the office with Lin Shiu.
Bang!
The office door is closed. Gao Shenghong's face turned completely cold at this moment, and a huge rage burst out from his heart. He had thought that he and his wife loved each other very much and would live together forever, but now it seemed that this was all just his wishful thinking. If the jade pendant was just a coincidence, then the fact that he was drugged was not a coincidence. Because all his meals at home were prepared by his wife, he never hired a nanny, and he rarely went out for social events and meals. He thought that his wife's inability to get pregnant was due to his own fault, so he went to one hospital after another and took some medicine, but unfortunately, no cause was found. I didn't expect that all this was done by my wife. He even began to suspect that his meeting with his wife, their marriage, and even her gift of the jade pendant were all premeditated in order to kill him and seize his property. Because his parents had died in a car accident a long time ago and he didn't have any relatives, if he died, his wife would be the first heir. Thinking of this, Gao Shenghong's face became even uglier. The next second, he took out his cell phone and made a call.
It's me, Gao Shenghong. I have a task for you. Find out whether my wife has been to any Chinese medicine store and purchased any medicinal herbs since we got married. I want to know the list of herbs she purchased, the sooner the better. The other side. Yi Xian and Lin Shiu walked out of Shengyuan Pharmaceutical Company.
As I walked out of the hall, a breeze blew on my face, dispelling the heat brought by the scorching summer day.
Yi Xian, thank you so much today.
If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to sign a cooperation agreement with Shengyuan Pharmaceutical Company. Lin Shiu suddenly stopped, looked at Yi Xian and spoke.
Yi Xian smiled faintly and said, Why are you thanking me? Helping you is helping myself, isn't it?
Help yourself? Lin Shiu was startled, with a hint of doubt on her pretty face. Yi Xian did not speak immediately, but took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Just as he was about to take a puff, a fair jade hand reached out, took the cigarette from his hand, and whispered, Smoke less of this stuff, it's not good for your health. Yi Xian glanced at Lin Shiu, who looked serious, not knowing whether to laugh or cry.
When he was practicing with the old man often gave him medicinal baths.
He had long since become immune to all poisons. Not to mention nicotine, even the deadly poison that kills instantly would have no effect on him.
It was just a habit.
Anyway, he doesn't have a smoking addiction, so he doesn't smoke. Yi Xian shook his head, looked at Lin Shiu, and explained, Of course it's to help myself.
You forgot what I told you last time in the car. I like to earn more money and do less work. It would be best if I could get paid for nothing. If you develop the company, you will give me more pocket money in the future. Then I can be a gigolo and eat and wait for death every day.
Lin Shiu thought Yi Xian would say something so profound, and was listening with her ears pricked up, but she didn't expect Yi Xian to say such a thing.
Her face froze, and she rolled her eyes at Yi Xian in anger, saying, You guy, you obviously have great abilities, why do you have to just eat and wait for death?
Yi Xian shrugged and said, Of course it's to live longer.
Look at those who exercise regularly, how many of them live longer? And look at the turtle, it doesn't move at all, but it lives longer than anyone else. Also, I happened to see a sentence on the internet yesterday. Someone said that the best pet to keep is a turtle. Because if you keep other pets, you will be the one to see them off to the end, but if you keep a turtle, it can take care of you and your son and grandson. Just tell me if I can live long. I want to live 300 to 500 years. Go away, you are such a perverted person.
Lin Shiu straightened her wind-blown temples, her eyes suddenly fell on Yi Xian, and she said faintly, Yi Xian, I suddenly realized that Grandpa didn't seem to lie to me.
What's the meaning?
Yi Xian glanced at Lin Shiu in confusion. Lin Shiu exhaled lightly and said, on the day of our engagement, after you left the dressing room, Grandpa came to see me. He said that you are a rare talent and that sooner or later you will soar to the sky.
Chapter 153. Aren't you afraid that I'm a shameless person?
Yi Xian was stunned when he heard Lin Shiu's words. He didn't expect that after he left, Mr. Lin actually found Lin Shiu and praised him.
Could it be that Mr. Lin knew that he was pretending? In fact, he had nothing to do with Lin Shiu? But if that was the case, why did Mr. Lin still let him get engaged to Lin Shiu? What is going on?
Just as he was about to say something, Lin Shiu's voice rang out again. I used to think that Grandpa was lying to me. Although your medical skills are amazing, you are still a long way from being a top talent.
But now I believe that you are indeed a real dragon.
It won't be long before you can soar into the sky and fly above the 9 heavens. Once upon a time, Lin Shiu felt that although Yi Xian was powerful, there were many people in the world who were more powerful than him. But after going through a series of events, she realized how outstanding Yi Xian was. Looking at the entire Jojo, she believed that there were very few people who were better than Yi Xian, or even none at all. In front of Yi Xian, her so-called glory was completely insignificant. As long as Yi Xian is willing, he can become the person she looks up to in her life at any time. She even had no doubt that if it weren't for that incident in the hotel, she and Yi Xian might never have had any contact again. When she sees Yi Xian in the future, perhaps she can only look up to the man in front of her.
And she believes the day is not far away.
Yi Xian suddenly laughed when he heard what Lin Shiu said. Aren't you afraid that I'm a shady snake, pretending to be a real dragon to deceive you?
Will you lie to me?
Lin Shiu turned her head slightly, and her eyes as clear as autumn water fell on Yi Xian. Looking at Lin Shiu's beautiful eyes like autumn water, Yi Xian smiled gently and said, no.
Hearing Yi Xian's answer, Lin Shiu smiled.
Her smile was beautiful, like a blooming flower, so beautiful that it made people intoxicated. Yi Xian, the cooperation with Shengyuan Pharmaceutical Company has been secured.
I plan to go back to the company. Do you plan to go back with me, or do you want to go and do your own thing?
Lin Shiu looked at Yi Xian with her beautiful eyes. Yi Xian was about to speak when his cell phone suddenly rang.
Ling Shanha called.
Yi Xian glanced at Lin Shiu and answered the phone. Uncle Ling, what's the matter with you calling me?
Ling Shanha said, Nephew Yi, do you remember the auction I told you about before? I just received news from the auction. The auction will be held in Tianhai Peninsula Hotel in an hour. However, I have something urgent to do, so I'm afraid I can't go with you, Nephew Yi. But don't worry, Nephew Yi.
I have asked Ruoshui to wait for you at Tianhai Peninsula Hotel.
You can go directly to her.
She has participated in auctions and is very familiar with the auction process.
Yi Xian nodded and said, Uncle Ling, thank you very much. Nephew Yi, you're welcome. If there's nothing else, I won't bother you for now.
Good. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xian looked at Lin Shiu and said, Shiu, Uncle Ling just called me and asked me for something, so I won't be going back to the company. Also, I may have something to do tonight, so I won't be home until very late. You and Ruoshui don't have to wait for me. Just go to bed first.
I have the key. This time he went for the alchemy furnace.
Once he got the alchemy furnace, he must hurry up to refine pills and improve his strength. In this way, he will be confident enough to deal with any crisis that follows. Hearing this, Lin Shiu did not ask Ling Shanha what he wanted to do with Yi Xian.
She just nodded gently and said, Okay, Yi Xian, be careful. If you have any questions, call me. Don't worry, I will.
Yi Xian chuckled, waved at Lin Shiu, walked to the side of the road, hailed a taxi, and headed towards the Tianhai Peninsula Hotel. Lin Shiu watched Yi Xian leave, then returned to the car, started the car, and drove towards the Lin Group. Although the beauty liquid has been approved and the raw material cooperation has been secured, there are still many things to do and she must go back to the company to make arrangements. This time, she not only wants to help the Lin Group survive the crisis, but also wants to make the Lin Group soar to the sky and let everyone know that the Lin Group cannot be defeated.
Tianhai Peninsula Hotel.
Because an auction is to be held here today, the parking lot is already filled with luxury cars, which is very eye-catching. Suddenly, a taxi came from a distance and stopped in front of the Tianhai Peninsula Hotel. The car door opened and Yi Xian got out of the car. Just as he was about to check where Ling Ruoshui was, Yi Xian heard a clear and pleasant voice ringing in his ears. "Brother Yi." Yi Xian subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound and saw a figure sitting in a wheelchair, waving at him. It was Ling Ruoshui. Ling Ruoshui is not wearing the home clothes she wears at home during the day, but a white dress. Combined with her gentle temperament, it is very eye-catching. Ling Ruoshui couldn't help but blush when Yi Xian stared at her like this. She said angrily, "Brother Yi, why are you looking at me like this?" Yi Xian came back to his senses and said with a smile, "I didn't see anything, Ruoshui, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long." Ling Ruoshui shook her head and said, "Brother Yi, I just got here too. It's getting late now. Let's go in first." "Good." Yi Xian nodded, walked forward, pushed Ling Ruoshui's wheelchair, and walked into the hotel. When Ling Ruoshui saw Yi Xian's actions, she subconsciously wanted to tell Yi Xian that her wheelchair had electric function and did not need to be pushed. But when the words came to her lips, she ended up saying nothing and let Yi Xian push her. Because the Tianhai Peninsula Hotel was going to hold an auction, the entire hotel was booked. When they arrived at the door and Ling Ruoshui showed the invitation letter, the two of them successfully entered the hotel. The Peninsula Hotel is different from other high-end hotels. The entire hotel is more like a private club. The overall environment is Chinese-style architecture, with flowers and water, which creates a unique artistic conception. At this moment, there were already quite a few people in the hotel lobby, gathering in groups of 3 or 4, chatting with each other. When Yi Xian and Ling Ruoshui walked in, they attracted a lot of people's attention. After all, Ling Ruoshui's appearance is absolutely impeccable. This girl is so beautiful, especially her gentle temperament. She is just like a good wife and mother. What's the point of being a good wife and a loving mother? She's still a cripple sitting in a wheelchair. Do you really want to take care of a cripple for the rest of your life? Oh, God is so blind. Such a beautiful woman is actually a cripple. Otherwise, I would definitely pursue her and get her. Shiu, keep your voice down, you are risking your life, this is the eldest daughter of the Ling family, you are really not afraid of death. What can the Ling family do to me? I'm not from Tianhai, what can they do to me? The voices of discussion rose and fell one after another, echoing continuously. Chapter 154 Hotel Conflict. Ling Ruoshui's expression did not fluctuate in the slightest despite the waves of discussion and strange looks coming from the surroundings. In the past, she might have cared a lot about these discussions and looks, but since she met Yi Xian, she no longer takes them to heart. Besides, after a while, her legs will be fully recovered, so there is no need to waste time arguing with this group of people. They can say whatever they want, they will never have any intersection in the future anyway. Ling Ruoshui didn't care, but Yi Xian was a little unhappy. He glanced around and said in a cold voice, "Shut up, everyone. If anyone dares to say another word of nonsense, I will make him speechless for the rest of his life." Although Yi Xian did not use any true energy, he crawled out from a pile of dead bodies, and a look was enough to shock everyone. Everyone who came into contact with this gaze instantly felt as if they were being locked by the god of death. Their entire bodies became cold, and beads of sweat the size of beans appeared uncontrollably on their foreheads. Everyone turned pale and dared not say a word. Snort! Yi Xian snorted coldly and said, "What are you doing blocking the way? Get out of here!" Crash! As soon as these words were spoken, there was no longer any figure within a few meters around Yi Xian and Ling Ruoshui. Yi Xian retracted his gaze, lowered his head and said to Ling Ruoshui, "Ruoshui, don't worry about what these people say. In a few days, you won't need to sit in a wheelchair anymore. By then, they will know how stupid their words are." Ling Ruoshui nodded gently and said, "Brother Yi, thank you." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Why thank me? Aren't we friends? Now that you are being bullied, how can I just stand by and watch? Okay, let's not bother with these guys anymore. Tell me where the auction is. Let's go up first." Good. Ling Ruoshui also showed a smile on her face and said, "The auction will be held on the 5th floor. We can just take the elevator up." Okay. Yi Xian pushed Ling Ruoshui towards the elevator. Before I reached the elevator, suddenly, a shrill voice came from the side. Who was I thinking was so arrogant that he dared to threaten others? It turned out to be the disabled eldest daughter of the Ling family. Why didn't she hide at home and cry, but dared to run out? Hearing the voice, Ling Ruoshui was slightly startled, then she looked up and saw a fashionable woman wearing all branded clothes and a diamond necklace around her neck walking towards her. Behind her followed several young women dressed in luxury goods, jewels and with haughty looks. When she saw the leading woman, Ling Ruoshui couldn't help but frown her beautiful willow-shaped eyebrows. Because Ling Ruoshui knew this woman, the relationship between them was also very bad.
The woman's name is He Qian.
She is the daughter of the He family, one of the 5 major families in Tianhai, and was once Ling Ruoshui's high school classmate. As the eldest daughter of the He family, He Qian was always the center of attention wherever she went. However, ever since she and Ling Ruoshui entered the same class, all of He Qian's glory was snatched away by Ling Ruoshui. At school, Ling Ruoshui became the undisputed campus belle with countless suitors, while He Qian, the eldest daughter of the He family, did not even have a single suitor. In addition, Ling Ruoshui's grades were among the best in high school, which made He Qian hate Ling Ruoshui to the core. Even after graduating from high school, the two never met again. It remained the same. Whenever the two met, He Qian would mock and humiliate Ling Ruoshui. Especially after Ling Ruoshui's legs became paralyzed, He Qian sent people to keep an eye on Ling Ruoshui. Whenever Ling Ruoshui went out, they would follow her and humiliate her.
This also led to Ling Ruoshui simply not going out anymore.
Yi Xian naturally also noticed this woman. She had a pretty face and a good figure, but compared to Ling Ruoshui or Lin Shiu, she was completely inferior to her in many ways. Moreover, with his eyes, he could clearly see that the reason why the other person had such a good figure was entirely because he had had surgery.
It was completely artificial. Ling Ruoshui didn't even bother to pay attention to the other party. She said directly to Yi Xian, "Brother Yi, let's go upstairs." Yi Xian naturally wouldn't pay any attention to such a person, and pushed Ling Ruoshui upstairs. But just as they took a step, the leader He Qian and a few arrogant women behind them blocked their way. Ling Ruoshui frowned slightly and said, "He Qian, what do you want to do?"
He Qian crossed her arms and looked down at Ling Ruoshui with a sneer. "I don't want to do anything, I'm just a little curious."
"Don't you like to hide at home? Why did you suddenly run out again? Don't you like hiding at home like a turtle? It's a pity that it's useless for you to come out. You are a cripple now and no one wants you."
When Ling Ruoshui heard what He Qian said, her face flushed red and she said angrily, "Whether I have someone who wants me or not has nothing to do with you.
Please get out of the way now." "Why should I move out of the way? Is this your house? I can stand wherever I want. If you have the guts, stand up and kick me away." "Unfortunately, can you do that?" "Ha ha ha." He Qian looked at Ling Ruoshui with great arrogance and a very humiliating tone. When she was in high school, she was suppressed by Ling Ruoshui in every way. In the second-generation circle of Tianhai, she was compared with Ling Ruoshui in various ways, but she never won once. This made her hatred towards Ling Ruoshui even stronger. It's a pity that Ling Ruoshui is usually with Lin Shiu. Ling Ruoshui is weak and easy to bully, but Lin Shiu is different. She had wanted to humiliate Ling Ruoshui in front of Lin Shiu before, but was severely punished by Lin Shiu, and even her family had to apologize. Later, when Ling Ruoshui's legs became paralyzed, she found an opportunity and severely humiliated Ling Ruoshui for several days to vent her anger. As a result, Ling Ruoshui simply stayed at home and she had no way to take revenge. Now she finally saw Ling Ruoshui again, and there was no Lin Shiu or any member of the Lin family accompanying her. She naturally could not miss such a great opportunity and had to humiliate Ling Ruoshui severely. As soon as He Qian finished speaking, the arrogant women following her burst into laughter. "Qian, you are such a joker.
I really want to kick you, but unfortunately, I have no legs."
"Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. The eldest daughter of the Ling family is disabled. She won't be able to get married in the future. It doesn't matter if you can't get married, you can marry into the wife's family. As a man, as long as you are willing to pay, it's no big deal to marry a disabled person." "That's right. Besides, didn't you see there was a man standing behind her? Maybe he's the son-in-law of the Ling family."
These arrogant women were talking to each other, making all kinds of sarcastic remarks to Ling Ruoshui. They have no conflict with Ling Ruoshui, but He Qian does have a conflict with Ling Ruoshui. Although their status in Tianhai is not low, they are at most rich second generations or some family children. Compared with He Qian, the eldest daughter of a top family, they are far inferior. If they could curry favor with He Qian, it would be a great achievement in the family. You will enjoy endless wealth and glory in the future. Chapter 155 Yi Xian takes action. Listening to the noises coming from all around, Ling Ruoshui clenched her fists. No matter how indifferent she was, she couldn't help but feel a little angry when she was ridiculed one after another. Yi Xian's face also turned cold. He had never thought that a woman could be so disgusting. He was about to make the other party shut up, but Ling Ruoshui had already spoken, pointing at He Qian and the others and angrily said, "He Qian, don't go too far. It's not your turn to judge what kind of person I am." "Too much, so what if I am too much? So what if I judge you? What can you do to me?" He Qian laughed loudly, not caring about Ling Ruoshui's words at all. Her eyes fell on Yi Xian behind Ling Ruoshui. "Ling Ruoshui, is this the man the Ling family found for you? TSK, I see you are really hungry. You want this kind of stuff too? Apart from the pretty face, he is so thin. Do you think he can satisfy you? I've heard that the purer the appearance of a person like you, the more coquettish you are inside, even more like a chicken than a chicken. Are you sure he can make you feel the joy of being a woman? Would you like me to introduce you to some tough guys? They are all experienced. Let them serve you and I guarantee you will be in ecstasy and never want to leave. If you are not satisfied, several of them can play with you together. Anyway, you look no different from a chicken." He Qian's words became more and more outrageous. "Xian, how can you say that? Miss Ling does want to experience it, but does she have the ability to do so?" "Yes, Xian, I heard that our Miss Ling's lower body is paralyzed and she has no feeling. Even if we give her a few more strong men, she won't be able to feel it." "No feeling? Then lying in bed every day is like lying like a dead fish, isn't it? I think you are wrong. Miss Ling's lower body is paralyzed, but she has a mouth. It's the same, ha ha ha." Those arrogant women also spoke up one after another. Their words became more and more unpleasant, and they even started to spread obscene rumors. Ling Ruoshui clenched her fists tightly, bit her red lips, and her pretty face turned red with anger. Her personality was gentle as water and she didn't like arguing with others. Now, after hearing He Qian and the others insulting her, she wanted to fight back but didn't know how to say it. He Qian became more and more proud when she saw Ling Ruoshui's look. "Oh, you're angry. Are you angry now? Do you really want to hit me? Come. Come. I'll put my face here, come over and hit me." As she spoke, He Qian simply bent down, moved her face slightly closer to about 1 meter away from Ling Ruoshui, and looked at Ling Ruoshui provocatively. Ling Ruoshui's eyes were a little red, and she even wanted to stand up immediately, rush over and slap the other person. But she knew that if she slapped him, she would indeed vent her anger, but it would most likely bring unnecessary trouble to Yi Xian. Yi Xian has now offended the Blood Alliance and the Zhao family, one of the 5 major families in Tianhai. Although the Blood Alliance has been destroyed, the Blood Alliance still has the support of King Jiangnan. If King Jiangnan suspects that the Blood Alliance's demise is related to Yi Xian, then Yi Xian will be in big trouble. Even if King Jiangnan has no doubts, don't forget that Yi Xian has offended the Zhao family. The Zhao family is no less powerful than the Ling family. The same is true for the He family. Now in the minds of He Qian and others, Yi Xian is the son-in-law of the Ling family. If she hit He Qian, perhaps the other party would not dare to cause trouble for her, but would definitely vent her anger on Yi Xian. Even though Yi Xian is the grandson-in-law of the Lin family, and with the help of the Ling family, the other party dare not deal with Yi Xian openly, but they will definitely not let Yi Xian off in secret. It is easy to dodge a spear, but hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. Yi Xian has amazing medical skills and is also an ancient martial artist, but so what? In this world, if you want to kill a martial arts master, you don't have to do it yourself. As long as you have money and can offer something of sufficient value, there are people willing to help you. Therefore, no matter how angry she was, she had to swallow her anger today. Seeing Ling Ruoshui's appearance, He Qian became even more arrogant. "Ling Ruoshui, I didn't expect that not only your legs were disabled, but also your hands. I gave you a chance, but you are useless. However, I'm in a good mood today. If you kneel down on the ground, kowtow to me a few times, and shout that I was wrong, I will let you go today." As soon as she finished speaking, several arrogant women next to her started shouting loudly. "Xian, please don't embarrass me. How can a disabled person kneel on the ground? I think we should just let her kneel on the ground and crawl under us. You are really going too far. How can you insult people like this? I think we should let Miss Ling learn to bark like a dog. I have never seen such a beautiful bitch. Ha ha ha." Ling Ruoshui bit her red lips tightly, with an angry look on her pretty face. Her gentle and non-competitive personality made her not know how to start her mouth. Crystal clear tears were swirling on his face. She had never thought about why there was so much malice in the world. Why? She had clearly never had any conflict with anyone, So why did the other party use such vicious language to insult her?
He Qian saw the tears in Ling Ruoshui's eyes, and felt even happier. Hey, Miss Ling, are you going to cry? TSK, you really are so pitiful. No wonder you were voted the school beauty. You probably used this trick to win the sympathy of men. It seems that what I said was right. You are indeed a stinky bitch.
Before she could finish her words, a dark shadow suddenly flashed before her eyes. Before she could react, she heard a pop sound. There was a burning pain on her cheek. She had been slapped hard. Under the tremendous force, her whole body was blown like a top, spinning twice on the spot and then sitting on the ground. A bloody tooth was even spat out of his mouth.
A woman's mouth is so foul. Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. When you go out, keep your mouth clean. A bone-chilling voice rang out. It was Yi Xian who took action. He originally didn't want to intervene and let Ling Ruoshui handle it herself, but he didn't expect that Ling Ruoshui's character was so soft that she wouldn't even argue and even let the other party insult her, so he had to take action. But, think about it, it makes sense.
If Ling Ruoshui had a bad temper, she would not give people the feeling of being gentle, soft and weak. No one expected Yi Xian to suddenly take action. And in front of everyone, he slapped Yi Qian to the ground. Ling Ruoshui didn't expect that. Although she felt relieved when she saw Yi Qian being slapped away, her heart skipped a beat when she thought of the consequences.
Oh no! Brother Yi is in big trouble.
She and Yi Qian were high school classmates, and she knew Yi Qian's personality very well. Just like her older brother He Jianqi, she was arrogant and vindictive. Now that Yi Xian has slapped Yi Qian, it would be strange if Yi Qian let Yi Xian go.
Chapter 156, All Fly Away. Without thinking anymore, Ling Ruoshui quickly pulled Yi Xian and said, Brother Yi, why did you do that? Go away, don't worry about me, and leave the Peninsula Hotel as soon as possible.
Yi Xian was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Ling Ruoshui was still thinking about others at this time.
What about you? What will you do if I leave?
Yi Xian turned around and stared at Ling Ruoshui. Ling Ruoshui shook her head vigorously and said, Brother Yi, don't worry about me.
I'm the eldest daughter of the Ling family. They don't dare to do anything to me. You don't have to worry. Yi Xian's eyes did not change at all, and he said calmly, They dare not do anything to you? Then why did they dare to humiliate you just now?
Ling Ruoshui subconsciously opened her mouth to explain, but didn't know how to start. If these people were really afraid of her identity, such a thing would never have happened. Yi Xian looked at Ling Ruoshui, shook his head, and said, Just sit here peacefully.
I will handle this matter. A few rubbish can't do anything to me.
After saying that, Yi Xian turned around and looked at those arrogant women. His cold voice rang out.
Who gave you the courage to insult my friend? Now, I will count down to 3, kneel on the ground and apologize to Ruoshui. Today, I can forgive you this time. Otherwise, I don't mind beating you until you are willing to apologize. After hearing Yi Xian's words, the arrogant women who were originally frightened by the slap came to their senses. However, there was no fear on their faces, but instead they were filled with anger. They didn't know Yi Xian. In their hearts, Yi Xian was just a country bumpkin and the son-in-law of the Ling family. Now a son-in-law of the Ling family actually dared to beat Yi Qian and threaten them. Isn't this a rebellion against Tiangang? How could they bear this?
You son of a bitch, let us apologize to this cripple. You are a poor bastard, who gave you the courage?
Do you know who we are? We have the final say in Tianhai. Do you believe that we can make you unable to stay in Tianhai with just one word? That's right.
A mere son-in-law of the Ling family dares to act so arrogantly in front of us, courting death.
You're dead, you bumpkin. Do you know who Qianqian is? Qianqian is the eldest daughter of the He family, one of the 5 major families in Tianhai. You dare to hit Qianqian. Are you tired of living?
Kneel down quickly, take that crippled man with you, kneel down on the ground and kowtow to us and admit your mistakes, otherwise, be careful or we will break your legs.
These arrogant women roared at Yi Xian.
In their eyes, Yi Xian was just a country bumpkin, and he attacked just now because he was furious.
Now, if they reveal their identities, Yi Xian will definitely be scared to death. Yi Xian's expression did not fluctuate at all, and his tone did not carry any emotional fluctuations. So you don't want to apologize?
Hearing this, the arrogant women were slightly startled, and then they all burst into laughter as if they had heard a huge joke. An arrogant woman pointed at Yi Xian's nose and yelled, "You poor bastard, you asked us to apologize, I'll fuck your mother." Before he could finish his words, a strong wind suddenly blew up from nowhere.
Bang!
A slap landed directly on the face of this arrogant woman, and she was instantly knocked away. The man was in mid-air, and several bloody teeth spurted out of his mouth.
Shocking! Bang!
Her body fell heavily to the ground, and she screamed like a pig being slaughtered. However, this is far from over. Yi Xian's figure turned into a residual image and disappeared on the spot.
Pa, pa, pa.
A few more crisp slaps were heard.
Ah.
Those arrogant women who were shouting just now let out shrill screams and fell several meters away. Several people only felt a dizziness, half of their faces were swollen like pig heads, and blood was flowing from the corners of their mouths. Yi Xian doesn't hit women, but he will never be polite to this kind of bitch. If there weren't so many people here, he would definitely not mind blowing these people's heads off with those slaps just now. At this moment, the whole hall fell
into deathly silence. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Xian.
His eyes were filled with horror. They didn't attend Yi Xian and Lin Shiu's engagement party, so they didn't know Yi Xian, but they knew Yi Qian and the others.
This is the eldest daughter of the He family, one of the 5 major families in Tianhai.
The arrogant women around her were also children from some big families in Tianhai. In Tianhai, it is no exaggeration to say that these people are like local emperors. But they never expected that He Qian and these arrogant women would be slapped and sent flying.
Oh shit. This kid is a little too bold. Isn't he afraid of revenge from the Yi family and the Tianhai family? Madman. This is a madman.
If he wasn't a madman, how could he dare to do such an arrogant thing?
Some people were extremely grateful.
Fortunately, they were frightened by Yi Xian's eyes and did not continue talking, otherwise, they might be among the people who were beaten. By then they would have been beaten in vain. After all, they have some status in Tianhai or Jiangnan province, but compared with the Ling family, there is still a big gap.
Of course, not everyone doesn't know Yi Xian.
Some people who recognized Yi Xian's identity showed a strange look on their faces. If they remembered correctly, Yi Xian was Lin Shiu's fiancé. Now Yi Xian appeared at the Peninsula Hotel with Ling Ruoshui.
What is going on?
Even if they came to attend the auction, it was impossible for Yi Xian and Ling Ruoshui to show up alone.
No matter what, Ling Ruoshui is also a stunning beauty. Now that a man and a woman are alone in a room, isn't Lin Shiu really afraid of having a cuckold? Or are the 2 women planning to share one man?
Thinking of this, pairs of eyes filled with envy and jealousy couldn't help but fall on Yi Xian. Whether it is Lin Shiu or Ling Ruoshui, they are both first-class beauties. For an ordinary person to get one, it would be a great honor to have a happy family. Now Yi Xian actually monopolizes 2 of them.
They wouldn't even dare to think so in their dreams. As for Yi Xian beating He Qian, for those who know Yi Xian's identity, it means nothing at all.
At the engagement party, he even dared to hit Yi Xian, the leader of the Blood Alliance.
So what if he hit the eldest daughter of the He family? Besides, there is the eldest daughter of the Ling family. As one of the 5 top families in Tianhai, it is not afraid of the He family at all. Yi Xian completely ignored the various gazes coming from around him, pushed everyone away, and turned to walk towards Ling Ruoshui. Brother Yi, I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble again.
Ling Ruoshui looked at Yi Xian walking towards her, tugging at the corner of his clothes, with a hint of uneasiness on her pretty face. Yi Xian looked at Ling Ruoshui, took a deep breath, and said with a serious expression, "You really caused me trouble, a lot of trouble." Chapter 157 Ling Ruoshui's change. Seeing Yi Xian's stern face, Ling Ruoshui panicked and thought that Yi Xian was angry, so she quickly explained, "Brother Yi, I'm sorry, I
didn't know something like this would happen today."
Yi Xian interrupted Ling Ruoshui before she finished speaking and said, "You let me hear a lot of garbage, it polluted my ears, so I am very angry now."
Ah.
Ling Ruoshui was stunned, her red lips slightly parted, her face full of disbelief. She almost doubted what she heard. She thought Yi Xian was angry because of the trouble she had caused him. But she never expected that Yi Xian was angry because of this. This was totally unexpected for her.
Yi Xian looked at Ling Ruoshui's expression and spoke again, What? What? Do you have any objection to what I said?" No.
Ling Ruoshui shook her head subconsciously.
"I'm glad you don't have any objections."
Yi Xian glanced at Ling Ruoshui and said again, "Just think of it as a demonstration for you this time." If you encounter this kind of garbage next time, you will do as I said just now.
Do you understand?
Ling Ruoshui nodded subconsciously, and then she couldn't help but say, but, Brother Yi, her identity.
Does it matter what her identity is? What matters is that you are being bullied by her now.
Yi Xian interrupted Ling Ruoshui and said in a deep voice, do you think that even if you give in now, she will not bully you or cause trouble for you in the future?
Your concession will only make them think that you are easy to bully. They will only bully you more in the future, instead of not giving up.
In the future, when you encounter this kind of thing, what you need to do is not to give in, but to use tough means to tell her that you are not easy to bully. Only in this way, she will behave herself when she sees you next time and will not cause trouble for you.
After hearing Yi Xian's words, Ling Ruoshui fell into silence.
With her personality, even if she has a conflict with others, she will not choose to fight with others. But she had to admit that what Yi Xian said made sense. It's not like she and He Qian had never had conflicts before, but she always chose to give in and not argue with the other party.
Unfortunately, it didn't work.
Instead of lessening, the other party's humiliation of her became more and more severe. If she was brave once, perhaps just as Yi Xian said, the other party would not bother her again. Looking at Ling Ruoshui's appearance, Yi Xian took a deep breath and said again, women can be kind and gentle, but these are for those who are worthy, not for a bunch of trash.
They are not worthy and do not deserve it. Do you understand? So what if she's from a big family? Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. If you encounter this kind of thing in the future, don't be polite. If you can't solve it, you can call me.
I don't mind picking up some garbage and patching up this world.
In the last sentence, Yi Xian's tone was slightly cold.
He doesn't have many relatives and friends in this world. To him, relatives and friends are his Achilles heel. The dragon has a reverse scale, anyone who touches it will be killed. For the sake of his family and friends, he would not hesitate to transform himself into a demon and overturn the sky. Ling Ruoshui's delicate body trembled slightly as she looked at Yi Xian in front of her. For some reason, she suddenly felt as if her heart was filled with something. The whole world seemed to have become warmer. This was the first time she felt protected by someone other than her father. She now suddenly understood why her best friend Lin Shiu, who had never been in a relationship, chose to get engaged to Yi Xian without hesitation. It feels so safe to have such a man protecting me. Looking at Yi Xian, who was so close, Ling Ruoshui clenched her fists, nodded heavily, and said, Brother Yi, I understand.
I will listen to you. I will not let others bully me in the future. At this time,
after being slapped by Yi Xian, He Qian finally came to her senses. With her hair disheveled, she looked like a mad woman. She stood up, pointed her finger at Yi Xian, and roared. You bastard, you dare to hit me?
No one has ever dared to hit me since I was a child. No one.
No one, you poor bastard, actually dared to hit me. I will kill you, I must kill you. Yi Xian frowned, turned his head and looked at Yi Qian, and said in a cold tone, what if I hit you? Apologize to Ruoshui now, otherwise, I don't mind giving you a few more slaps.
You dare.
Yi Qian looked at Yi Xian with a ferocious face and roared, you bastard, you want me to apologize to this cripple?
Who do you think you are? So what if I don't apologize?
If you dare to touch a hair on my head again, do you believe that I can't leave this hotel?
Bang!
Before she could finish her words, Yi Xian became impatient, took a step forward, raised his hand and slapped Yi Qian in the face.
Ah!
Yi Qian screamed and took a step back, sitting on the ground. There was also a clearly visible slap mark on the other half of the face. This scene startled the people around again. How come they didn't expect that Yi Xian was not satisfied with just slapping the eldest lady of the He family, he actually slapped her again.
This is the pace of completely offending the He family. The arrogant women behind Yi Qian couldn't help but shrink their necks when they saw this scene.
They just saw Yi Qian wake up and were planning to go up and support her. Now it seems that it's a good thing that they didn't go up, otherwise this poor guy would definitely not mind slapping them again. They wanted to curry favor with Yi Qian, but they didn't want to be slapped in the face for no reason. Yi Qian shook her head vigorously, trying to wake herself up. She said in disbelief, you poor bastard, how dare you hit me? Yi Xian sneered and said, I told you, if you don't apologize, I don't mind beating you until you apologize.
If you don't believe me, you can try it. Ah!
You poor bastard, how dare you do this to me?
I'll kill you.
Yi Qian went completely crazy and pounced towards Yi Xian with her teeth and claws bared.
Bang!
Before Yi Qian could rush over, another loud slap was heard. This time it was not Yi Xian who took action, but Ling Ruoshui. When she saw the other party rushing towards Yi Xian, she couldn't bear it anymore. She stood up from the wheelchair, came to Yi Xian, raised her hand and slapped Yi Xian in the face. Yi Xian looked at Ling Ruoshui beside him and nodded. A woman can have a good temper, but that doesn't mean she has to be tolerant all the time.
Sometimes she has to take action when it's time to do so. Only when you let these trash know that you are not easy to bully, they will not continue to cause trouble for you.
Now it seems that Ling Ruoshui has taken his words to heart. Yi Xian was completely stunned. She covered her face and stood there in a daze. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Ling Ruoshui, who was standing next to Yi Xian in disbelief.
How did you, a cripple, stand up? How is this possible?
She would never believe that Ling Ruoshui could stand up.
Chapter 158, Calling for Help.
Not only Yi Xian, but also the group of arrogant women behind her and the people watching the fun around them all widened their eyes, all as if petrified. They were completely shocked by this scene. The news that Ling Ruoshui's legs were paralyzed had already spread throughout Tianhai. She had even been diagnosed with being confined to a wheelchair for the rest of her life, with no possibility of even standing up.
But what do they see now?
Ling Ruoshui actually stood up and slapped the eldest daughter of the He family.
What is going on? Crash. The next second, the whole hall was boiling. Am I seeing things? The eldest daughter of the Ling family actually stood up? It must be fake.
I remember that Chen Anping, the third of the top 10 masters of the medical field, said that Miss Ling would never be able to stand up again in her lifetime.
What's going on? Mr. Yi. It must have been Mr. Yi who took action. He must have cured Miss Ling. This can also explain why Miss Ling is with Mr. Yi.
Oh my god, Mr. Yi cured Mr. Lin, and I thought his medical skills were amazing. I didn't expect his medical skills to be so strong. This is a disease that even the acupuncture saint, who ranks third among the 10 great masters of medicine, can't cure.
Does this mean that Mr. Yi's medical skills are comparable to the 10 great masters of medicine? Damn it, why did I just stand there? Why didn't I stand up and say something for Mr. Yi?
There were bursts of discussions all around. Some people regretted it so much that they wanted to slap themselves.
Wasn't this scene just now a good opportunity to make friends with Yi Xian? If they had stood up and scolded Yi Xian just now, wouldn't that be equivalent to establishing a good relationship with Yi Xian? This person's medical skills are no less than those of the 10 great masters of medicine.
It is no exaggeration to say that if Yi Xian's medical skills were to be spread, he would be a guest of honor in the eyes of countless dignitaries in Zhozhou. At that time, with just one word from Yi Xian, they would be able to soar into the sky and rise straight to the top. It's a pity that they wasted such a great opportunity.
I regret it so much.
Ling Ruoshui completely ignored the various noises coming from the surroundings. Her eyes fell on Yi Xian and she said with a hint of coldness, "Nothing is impossible. Yi Xian, this slap is just to teach you a lesson.
If you dare to insult me again, I will slap you again until you dare not say anything again."
She was convinced by Yi Xian's words. If she continues to give in, not only will the other party become more aggressive, but it will also implicate the people around her. The best way is to use tough measures to tell the other party that if you dare to humiliate me, you must be prepared to be beaten.
Because only when the stick hits the body will the other person feel the pain and regret it.
Hearing Ling Ruoshui's words, Yi Xian screamed loudly and shouted angrily, "Impossible!
Impossible! You are a cripple, there is no way you can stand up, I don't believe it, this is fake. No! Even if this is true, I will break your legs. I want you to sit in a wheelchair like a cripple for the rest of your life."
For Yi Xian, Ling Ruoshui's paralysis of her legs was the happiest thing that had happened to her in recent times. But now Ling Ruoshui's legs have recovered and she can stand up again, which she cannot accept no matter what. What is more important is that when she humiliated Ling Ruoshui before, Ling Ruoshui didn't dare to fight back. But now, not only did she fight back, she even dared to slap her in the face. For her, it was a great humiliation. As she spoke, Yi Xian waved her arms, with her swollen face, and rushed towards Ling Ruoshui with her fangs and claws bared, like a devil from hell. Ling Ruoshui had never seen such a scene before.
She was suddenly terrified and took a step back uncontrollably.
Yi Xian frowned, took a step forward, raised his hand and slapped him. Yi Xian screamed and was thrown out, falling to the ground. 2 more teeth came out of her mouth. Yi Xian went completely crazy. As the eldest daughter of the Yi family, she had never been beaten like this before. She looked like a mad tigress, with disheveled hair and swollen cheeks, making her look like a demon from hell. She wanted to rush forward again, but was stopped by several arrogant women behind her. Shanshan, why are you fighting with a man?
We have many ways to kill him. Don't be impulsive.
Yi Chen forced herself to calm down. She knew that if she rushed forward now, she would only bring shame upon herself and get slapped a few more times in vain. Her eyes were fixed on Yi Xian and Ling Ruoshui, and the hatred in her heart almost reached its peak. Suddenly, she thought of something, and a ferocious look flashed in her eyes. She said, "You two bastards, you dare to hit me. You are dead. I will call my brother now and ask him to kill you too. I will make you pay for it." Having said that, Yi Qian took out her cell phone and made a call. When the arrogant women saw Yi Qian's actions, they immediately became more confident and shouted at Yi Xian, "You poor bastard, you are finished. You dare to hit me, I tell you, the Ling family can't protect you today, I will definitely beat your face to pieces later." Yi Xian looked at the group of arrogant women expressionlessly, sneered and said, "I'll wait.
However, when the time comes, the people you call can't do anything to me.
I don't mind breaking your legs and making you kneel on the ground to apologize."
You.
When those arrogant women heard this, they were about to shout something, but when they met Yi Xian's cold eyes, they were so scared that they dared not say a word.
This is a madman. It's not worth arguing with a madman.
At this time, Yi Qian had also made the call, and a male voice came from the other end of the phone. "Shanshan, what do you want to talk to me about?" When Yi Qian heard this voice, she burst into tears immediately and said with great grievance, "Brother, where are you?
Have you come to the Peninsula Hotel? I was beaten. I was slapped several times. He said he would break my legs and told me to kneel down and apologize. Brother, please come here quickly. If you don't come, my legs will be broken. If I become a cripple, I might as well die." The arrogant women also interrupted and said loudly, "Shanshan, don't be upset, don't do anything stupid." The person on the other end of the phone obviously sensed the seriousness of the situation, and an angry voice rang out, "Shanshan, wait there, I'm already in the parking lot, I'll be there soon. I want to see who is so bold as to touch Yi Jianqi's sister. He is courting death." The phone was hung up. Yi Chen changed her previous look, staring at Yi Xian and Ling Ruoshui with ferocious eyes, and shouted loudly, "You poor bastard, you dare to hit me. And you dare to make me kneel down and apologize. I think you are tired of living. I'm telling you, my brother is coming soon. I'm going to break all your limbs and make you leave here like a dead dog." Chapter 159. The eldest son of the Yi family has arrived. Yi Xian glanced at Yi Chen, not even bothering to pay attention to her. He turned to Ling Ruoshui and said, "Ruoshui, let's find a place to sit down first. Let's see what tricks this clown wants to play." Ling Ruoshui glanced at Yi Xian, nodded gently, and said, "Okay, brother Yi, I'll listen to you." She knew very well that now that Yi Xian had beaten Yi Chen, it was useless to say anything more. Even if she leaves with Yi Xian now, the other party probably won't let it go easily. Instead of doing this, it would be better to resolve this matter thoroughly first, and it would not be too late to attend the auction later. The two soon came to the lounge area in the hotel lobby and sat on the sofa. Ling Ruoshui glanced at Yi Xian and lowered her voice and said, "Brother Yi, I heard that Yi Jianqi, the eldest son of the Yi family, is the #1 martial arts genius in Tianhai and a half-step master. He is very powerful. How about I call my dad and ask him to send someone over? What do you think?" Yi Xian waved his hands nonchalantly and said, "Don't bother Uncle Ling. I don't even take a little young master of the Yi family seriously. Just sit here peacefully. I said I would make them kneel on the ground and apologize to you. I mean what I said." Hearing what Yi Xian said, and thinking about what her father once said about Yi Xian, Ling Ruoshui nodded slightly, but in the end said nothing and sat quietly on the sofa. However, she had made up her mind that if Yi Xian was no match for Yi Jianqi, she would try her best to ensure that Yi Xian was safe. She would never allow anyone to hurt Yi Xian in any way. Yi Xian naturally had no idea what Ling Ruoshui was thinking. He picked up an apple from the fruit plate on the coffee table, wiped it casually, opened his mouth and took a bite, feeling leisurely and contented. Just like nothing happened. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. They were completely confused by Yi Xian's actions. Even though the eldest lady of the Yi family had called for help, Yi Xian didn't even want to leave and just called for help. Now he actually has the mind to sit on the sofa and eat an apple. What does he want to do? Does he want to fight against the eldest son of the Yi family by himself? What a joke!
It is undeniable that Yi Xian's medical skills are very advanced. But without an absolute background, no matter how high your medical skills are, they can't save lives.
Wasn't Yi Tua an extremely skilled doctor? But what were the results?
Moreover, after reviewing the last incident at Juanhao Hotel, everyone felt that Yi Xian was able to defeat Zhang Heihu because it must have been the Lin family's pillar of support, martial arts master Huang Dexing, who was secretly helping him. Therefore, Yi Xian could easily defeat Zhang Heihu and make Zhang Heihu kneel on the ground and apologize. In fact, Yi Xian's strength is not strong. After all, Yi Xian is still very young, but his medical skills have already reached a superb level. To achieve this, he must spend a lot of time studying medicine in depth. In this case, how can he have the time to practice martial arts? But He Jianqi, the eldest son of the He family, is different. He is a genuine ancient martial artist, and it is said that his strength has reached the level of a half-step grandmaster. He is known as the #1 martial arts genius in Tianhai. There was even a martial arts master who said that as long as He Jianqi was alive, he would be able to reach the level of a martial arts master before the age of 35.
This is also the reason why He Qian called He Jianqi first.
Yi Xian wanted to fight He Jianqi alone, which was simply like hitting a rock with an egg and overestimating his own abilities.
Can Ling Ruoshui protect Yi Xian? No one has ever thought about this problem. Ling Ruoshui is too soft-hearted.
If she could really protect Yi Xian, then He Qian and those arrogant women would not be jumping around in front of her.
Once the eldest son of the He family arrives, Yi Xian will definitely face a miserable end.
Although everyone was thinking this, no one spoke. Although they want to curry favor with Yi Xian, it doesn't mean they want to die. Just now, it was only Yi Qian alone, and there was nothing wrong with them speaking out in support of Yi Xian. But now that the eldest son of the He family is coming, if they speak up to remind Yi Xian again, who knows if He Jianqi will hold a grudge against them. Although they have some power and status in Tianhai, they are still far behind the He family. It would be easier for the He family to crush them than to crush an ant.
You are playing tricks on me.
When my elder brother comes, I will make sure you understand what the consequences will be if you offend me. I will definitely break both of your hands with my own hands. When Yi Qian saw Yi Xian's actions, she became extremely furious. Not long after, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd, and 7 or 8 bodyguards in black suits suddenly rushed in from the door. These people's eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent.
A faint aura of martial arts emanated from his body. Very strong. Soon, an extremely arrogant young man walked in from outside.
This arrogant young man is none other than the eldest son of the He family, He Jianqi.
When Yi Qian saw her elder brother appear, she was extremely excited. She immediately rushed over, crying and complaining to He Jianqi, "Brother, you are here. I was beaten. He also threatened to make me kneel on the ground and apologize. If I don't kneel on the ground and apologize, he will break my legs. Make me kneel down and apologize. Brother, you must avenge me."
He Jianqi glanced at Yi Qian and found that the latter's whole face was swollen, with blood at the corners of her mouth, and her face instantly became extremely cold. Yi Qian is his sister and also a member of the He family. Now he was actually slapped in public.
If this were to get out, wouldn't his He family become the biggest joke in Tianhai?
He suppressed his inner anger, glanced across the hall, and said in an unquestionable tone, "Whoever hit my sister, stand up and kneel on the ground, and I will consider leaving his body intact."
This is the attitude of the He family.
Everyone's eyes fell on Yi Xian at the same time.
They thought Yi Xian would be trembling with fear.
Unexpectedly, Yi Xian, the person involved, looked calm and was eating a bunch of grapes. He didn't take He Jianqi's words to heart at all.
Fuck. He ignored me. Mr. Yi actually ignored He Jianqi. This is a serious matter. The He family's eldest son has a bad temper. Do you think Mr. Yi can stop the He family's eldest son? Who knows?
But it's better for us to stay away from them so as not to get hurt. There was a whisper around. A group of people subconsciously took a few steps back, wanting to stay away from this place of trouble. He Jianqi's gaze also fell on Yi Xian, and when he saw Yi Xian's face, his pupils shrank slightly. As a member of the He family, he also attended Yi Xian and Lin Shiu's engagement party, so he was naturally familiar with Yi Xian. But he didn't expect that the person who dared to hit his sister was Yi Xian, a son-in-law of the Lin family, a country bumpkin who came down from the mountains.
How dare he? Chapter 160, Conflict re-emerges.
Yi Qian noticed her eldest brother's gaze and immediately shouted, "Brother, it was that boy who beat me up.
You must avenge me.
I will break his hand myself and make him crawl out of here like a dead dog. He Jianqi retracted his gaze, snorted heavily, and said, "Don't worry, I will avenge you.
Anyone who dares to hit my sister must pay a painful price."
After saying this, He Jianqi put his hands in his pockets and walked towards Yi Xian. The bodyguards he brought with him also followed him and walked towards Yi Xian.
Very oppressive. You son of a bitch, you're dead. I'm going to torture you slowly later.
He Qian and those arrogant women followed closely, all with ferocious looks on their faces. They were determined to give Yi Xian a good beating later.
No.
Not only this poor guy, but also Ling Ruoshui.
If it weren't for this little bitch, how could they have been beaten?
They must make Ling Ruoshui pay for it.
Soon, He Jianqi came in front of Yi Xian, looked down at him, and said, "Who gave you, the son-in-law of the Lin family, the courage to hit my sister?
Kneel down immediately and apologize to my sister.
Then, use the hand you used to hit her to destroy it yourself.
I can show mercy and forgive you for what happened today. Otherwise, I don't mind breaking your limbs and making you crawl out of here." In one sentence, the tyranny of the Tianhai He family is displayed to the fullest. Yi Xian seemed not to have heard what He Jianqi said.
He just kept eating the grapes in his hand and completely ignored the other party.
Seeing this, Ling Ruoshui gritted her teeth and said, "Mr. He, it was your sister who insulted me first, so brother Yi took action."
"This is all your sister's fault, you can't blame anyone else."
He Jianqi glanced at Ling Ruoshui and said in a cold tone, "My sister humiliated you, that is a matter between you two, it is not the turn of outsiders to intervene, Miss Ling, this matter has nothing to do with you, I hope you don't stand up, otherwise, our two families will tear each other apart."
Threaten. A naked threat.
After saying this, before Ling Ruoshui could speak again, He Jianqi looked at Yi Xian, his tone becoming more sinister. "You dare to hit my sister, but you don't dare to stand up, and you only dare to hide behind a woman?
Quiet. It's so quiet."
After Yi Jianqi finished speaking, Yi Xian still did not speak, and ate the grapes in his hand with a calm expression. He Jianqi's face became increasingly uglier.
When had he ever been ignored like this? "You son of a bitch, didn't you hear my brother talking to you? Are you deaf?" He Qian yelled at Yi Xian.
Yi Xian ignored him and ate the last grape. Then he slowly picked up a piece of paper, wiped his hands, and said, "I originally thought that the Yi family is the top family in Tianhai and should have some family education.
Now it seems that I thought too much. It is normal that the upper beam is crooked and the lower beam is crooked."
Hearing this, He Jianqi's face instantly turned ugly, and he angrily said, "Boy, how dare you insult the Yi family?"
Yi Xian sneered and said, "It's an insult, so what?" "What? You are allowed to spew shit, but I am not allowed to clean up the garbage?
You should feel lucky that there are so many people here, otherwise, your sister will never be able to speak in her life."
Hiss.
When these words came out, everyone took a deep breath. Everyone looked at Yi Xian as if they had seen a ghost. They knew that Yi Xian was very arrogant, but they never expected that Yi Xian would be so arrogant.
Isn't the implication of this statement that if Yi Qian were to be in another place, she would already be a corpse? Oh shit. This shows that they don't take the Yi family seriously at all.
It would be strange if He Jianqi could endure this.
Everyone subconsciously turned their eyes to He Jianqi. Really?
After hearing what Yi Xian said, He Jianqi's face instantly turned extremely pale.
He laughed in anger and said, okay, very good, clean up the garbage, right? Then I want to see who is the garbage." As he spoke, he waved his hands at the 7 or 8 bodyguards around him and said, "Come on, capture this guy. I will personally break his arms and make him kneel on the ground and apologize to my sister. Kill him. Kill him."
He Qian and those arrogant women waved their fists behind them, with ferocious looks on their faces.
"Yes, master."
The bodyguards nodded, and then rushed towards Yi Xian without any hesitation. Without any nonsense, they raised their hands and punched Yi Xian on the head. Ling Ruoshui also felt the sound of wind coming from her ears, and quickly reminded Yi Xian, "Brother Yi, be careful." Just as the fist was about to strike, Yi Xian slightly tilted his body and directly grabbed the hand.
"You are not worthy enough to fight me."
His cold voice seemed to carry some kind of magic, echoing throughout the entire hotel lobby. The bodyguard whose hand was caught was stunned for a moment, then he regained consciousness, raised his other hand, and slammed towards Yi Xian again, while shouting, "This kid has some strength, let's go together."
In an instant, 7 or 8 fists flew towards Yi Xian. "Hey, do I really have to take action?"
Yi Xian shook his head slightly, released his hand of the bodyguard, and then took a step forward.
Boom!
A terrifying air wave burst out from under Yi Xian's feet and spread in all directions.
Bang! A dull sound suddenly rang out. The 7 or 8 bodyguards only felt a powerful force hitting their chests. They could no longer bear it, spit out blood, and flew out. Finally, his body hit heavily on an artificial rockery in the hall. Boom! The entire rockery broke into pieces and collapsed with a loud bang. There was a deafening noise. At this moment, the whole world was silent. Because this kind of battle has such a strong visual impact. In their minds, the He family's bodyguards might not be able to do anything to Yi Xian, but if Yi Xian wanted to deal with them, he would definitely have to put in some effort. But now, what do they see? Yi Xian didn't even make a move. He just took a step and the 7 or 8 people rushing towards him were all sent flying. Are you sure this isn't a joke? Could it be that they were all wrong, and Yi Xian not only had superb medical skills, but his martial arts strength was also powerful beyond imagination? He Jianqi's face also changed, as if he didn't expect that all of his men would be suppressed by Yi Xian in just one move. He stared at Yi Xian with his eyes fixed, and said coldly, "Boy, I underestimated you. I didn't expect your strength to be a little beyond my expectations. Unfortunately, there are always people who are better than you. Your strength is not good enough in my eyes. Now I give you a choice. Kneel before me and I can make you suffer less. Otherwise, I don't mind breaking your bones one by one with my own hands." He Jianqi's voice fell slowly, filled with arrogance. In his opinion, Yi Xian's performance just now was indeed very surprising, but that was all. His strength has already reached the level of half-step grandmaster, so it would be easy for him to deal with Yi Xian. Naturally, there is no need to take Yi Xian to heart. Moreover, he was also convinced that when he was at the Juanhao Hotel, Yi Xian must have relied on the power of Huang Dexing, the pillar of the Lin family, to suppress Zhang Heihu. Otherwise, if Yi Xian was really a martial arts master, how could the Qin family break off the engagement? This is totally against common sense. Chapter 161 Stepping On. Hearing what his eldest brother said, He Qian seemed to regain his confidence and said loudly, "Brother, don't waste your words on this poor guy. Just deal with him and let him know what the consequences of going against the He family are." He Jianqi nodded, and his voice rang out again, "Boy, did you hear what my sister said? My patience is limited. If you don't do as I say, you will bear the consequences, and the Lin family can't save you." His tone made it seem as if he had Yi Xian in his grasp. He absolutely did not believe that the Lin family would dare to fall out with the Yi family over a live-in son-in-law. In his opinion, the last engagement party at Juanhao Hotel was just an accident. After all, others have come knocking on your door. If you continue to be timid, the Lin family will never be able to gain a foothold in Tianhai in the future. Hearing this, Yi Xian was speechless and said in a cold voice, "How noisy! I will give you one more chance. Let your sister kneel on the ground and apologize. I can let bygones be bygones for what happened today. Otherwise, the He family can't save you." Yi Xian's words instantly reached the ears of everyone in the hall. At that moment, it was clearly visible that at least half of the people could not help but cover their mouths, for they were afraid that they would scream out loud. So crazy! Yi Xian actually dared to threaten the He family. Where did he get the confidence from? When He Jianqi heard Yi Xian's words, his eyes instantly turned extremely cold, and his voice was even colder than ice. "Boy, since you don't want to drink my toast, don't blame me for being rude. I will cripple both of your hands first." As soon as the words fell, murderous intent appeared. Murderous intent burst out from He Jianqi and enveloped Yi Xian. The next second, he took a step and his figure suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, his figure appeared in front of Yi Xian. He raised his palm to form a knife and fiercely chopped at Yi Xian's right hand. Court death. Yi Xian remained motionless, with a playful smile in his eyes. Just as the opponent's palm was about to fall, he said, "Too slow." After he finished speaking, Yi Xian also stretched out his palm, with 5 fingers spread out, like an eagle's claw, tearing through the air and grabbing forward. A breeze swept in out of nowhere and surrounded Yi Xian. With a click, without giving He Jianqi any chance to react, Yi Xian's 5 fingers had already clasped his wrist. Not good. He Jianqi's face changed drastically and his pupils shrank rapidly. He didn't expect that this move of his was easily blocked by Yi Xian. What is even more terrifying is that the power coming from the other party's 5 fingers made him feel creepy. He even felt a sense of insignificance in his heart. How is that possible? Isn't this guy the son-in-law of the Lin family? Why is he so powerful? He subconsciously wanted to pull his hand back,
But how could Yi Xian give him this opportunity? It's rude not to reciprocate.
Don't you want to cripple both of my hands?
I'll just cripple one of your hands first, reluctantly. After he finished speaking, without giving the people around him any chance to react, Yi Xian turned his right hand and then pressed down hard. Everyone only heard a crack sound, and He Jianqi's arm was actually broken.
Almost a 360-degree twist.
He Jianqi never expected that Yi Xian would suddenly break his hand.
The intense pain made him howl.
He Qian and those arrogant women turned pale instantly and subconsciously took a step back, obviously frightened by this scene. Ling Ruoshui also widened her beautiful eyes, as if she had not expected Yi Xian to directly break one of He Jianqi's hands. However, there was no fear in her eyes. Instead, she clenched her fists. She thought of what Yi Xian had just said to her.
You shouldn't be polite to such people.
It was clearly He Qian's fault, but in He Jianqi's words, it was their fault.
It's totally unreasonable to reason with them. If that's the case, then why bother talking about reason? We'll have to fight in the end anyway.
Besides, if Yi Xian bows his head this time, the person who will be crippled will be Yi Xian. People like this should be dealt with severely and taught a lesson they will never forget. This way, they will not cause trouble for you again. This can be clearly seen from the reactions of Yi Qian and those arrogant women. She believed that after this incident, these people would never dare to insult her again. Just when everyone was frightened by this scene, Yi Xian took action again, but this time he did not attack, but directly raised his right foot. The next second, he kicked out.
An extremely easy kick.
At the moment the kick was launched, one could even faintly hear the whistling sound of the right foot tearing through the air.
Extremely violent.
He Jianqi saw this scene, his eyes were red with anger, and he roared, "Boy, you dare."
Bang!
Before he could finish his words, the kick landed directly on He Jianqi's lower abdomen. He Jianqi flew out like a kite with a broken string.
It hit a wall heavily.
Under the huge force, the whole hotel seemed to shake.
Puff!
He Jianqi spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was almost distorted. He struggled to get up from the ground, but found that all the bones in his body seemed to have fallen apart.
It was extremely painful.
But he seemed not to feel any pain at this moment, and a deep look of shame appeared on his face. He is the eldest son of the He family and the future successor of the He family. Looking throughout Tianhai, he has never suffered such a big loss. But now, not only did he have his arm broken by a live-in son-in-law, but he was also kicked away by the other party in front of everyone.
Shame. What a shame. He wanted Yi Xian to die.
He wanted to use the blood of this live-in son-in-law to wash away his shame.
Boy, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to cut you into pieces.
He Jianqi roared angrily and struggled to stand up from the ground, but he didn't expect that his eyes would go dark and a figure appeared in front of him, with a foot stepping on his chest.
Kill me? You are not qualified to do that. Now I will ask you one last time, are you willing to apologize now?
If you don't apologize, I don't mind breaking your legs and making you kneel on the ground to apologize.
Yi Xian's extremely cold voice slowly fell. He came to attend the auction today and didn't want to cause any trouble.
But some people are destined to die, so there is no need for him to be patient.
He family. So what about the 5 major families of Tianhai? If he is angered, he doesn't mind turning the 5 major families of Tianhai into 4 major families.
He Jianqi's face was full of ferocious expressions. He had always been high and mighty in Tianhai.
He never thought that one day he would be stepped on by someone.
He wanted to die. With a roar, he tried to break free from Yi Xian's feet. But he found that this foot was like a mountain pressing on his chest. No matter how he struggled, he could not get free.
Even his true energy was suppressed and he couldn't move at all.
In the end, He Jianqi simply gave up his plan and stared at Yi Xian with bloodshot eyes, saying word by word, "Boy, if you dare to do this to me, the Yi family will not let you go. I will pay you back 100 times 1,000 times for the humiliation you inflicted on me today."
Chapter 162 What is the Yi family?
Hearing He Jianqi's words, Yi Xian said expressionlessly, "He family?"
That's right, the Yi family. Boy, I know you are the Lin family's son-in-law, but so what? I am the eldest son of the Yi family.
Compared with my status, you are nothing as a son-in-law. If you dare to touch me, the He family will never let you go. He Jianqi said grimly, his face grim. He didn't believe that Yi Xian dared to do anything to him, because the Yi family was in existence that Yi Xian could not afford to offend.
But the next second, Yi Xian's voice rang out, "What is the Yi family?
Even if the head of the He family comes and dares to fight with me, I don't mind making him kneel on the ground and apologize.
Oh shit. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience exploded.
Everyone around was scared into a cold sweat by Yi Xian's words.
Yi Xian is really too bold. Even if the head of the He family came, he would have to kneel on the ground and apologize. Is Yi Xian crazy? Even Mr. Lin wouldn't dare to say this.
And you still say that the He family is nothing?
The He family is certainly nothing.
They are one of the top 5 families in Tianhai, and they are powerful enough to cover the sky with one hand in Tianhai. If the head of the He family gets angry, the entire Tianhai will shake 3 times. He Jianqi originally wanted to use the He family to threaten Yi Xian, but he never expected that Yi Xian would be so rampant. Not only did he not take the Yi family seriously, he even dared to humiliate his father.
How dare he?
A surge of rage rushed straight to Yi Jianqi's head.
He pointed his finger at Yi Xian and said, "Boy, you dared to insult my He family, you are dead."
Dead? Yi Xian said coldly, "I'll wait.
But before that, I'll cripple your legs and make you kneel on the ground to apologize." Hearing this, He Jianqi's pupils shrank.
Just as he was about to speak, he met Yi Xian's extremely cold eyes, and a huge chill surged into his heart. He had no doubt that Yi Xian really wanted to destroy him.
This should not be the least bit surprising.
Zhao Changdong, who is lying in the hospital and has become a disabled person, is a bloody lesson.
This guy is a lawless being.
Ling Ruoshui was sitting nearby watching, and when she heard that Yi Xian was going to cripple He Jianqi, she was completely shocked. Now that Yi Xian has beaten He Jianqi, there may still be room for maneuver.
But if Yi Xian eliminated He Jianqi, things would be troublesome.
No matter what, He Jianqi is the future heir to the He family and represents the reputation of the He family. If you destroy He Jianqi, the He family will never be able to hold their heads up again in Tianhai. It would be strange if we don't kill you and use your blood to wash away the shame. Just as she was about to persuade Yi Xian, a powerful voice resounded in the hotel lobby, "Stop." Along with the sound, a strong wind swept through the entire hotel lobby.
The next second, a middle-aged man appeared not far away. A powerful aura emanated from him, and the air in the entire space seemed to become oppressive.
People around him also noticed the middle-aged man. When they saw the other person's face, their pupils shrank slightly and their expressions changed suddenly. It was obvious that they all knew this middle-aged man. The next second, everyone bowed and saluted to the middle-aged man. "Greetings, Master Yan." The middle-aged man nodded to the people around him, his eyes fell on Yi Xian, and he said, "Sir, this is the Peninsula Hotel.
Today, my Yin family will hold an auction here. No one is allowed to use force.
Please release Mr. He." Yi Xian glanced at the middle-aged man and narrowed his eyes slightly. He actually felt a hint of a cultivator's aura from this middle-aged man. Even though this trace of breath is very faint, it is enough to show that the other party's practice method is related to the practitioner. It seems that the old man did not lie to him. Zhozhou is a vast place with abundant resources, and there must be cultivators like him hiding in the dark. Moreover, this middle-aged man is very strong, at least stronger than anyone he has met since he came to Tianhai. According to the realm of practitioners, his strength is at least at the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi realm. However, in his eyes, this level of strength is not worth mentioning. Although thinking this in his heart, Yi Xian's expression did not fluctuate at all, and he said calmly, "No one is allowed to use force? Then do you know why I want to fight him?" Hearing this, everyone around took a breath of cold air. Yi Xian is so bold. Others may not know the identity of this middle-aged man in front of them, but they know it very clearly. The middle-aged man is called Yan Wu. He is the bodyguard of Yan Ruyu, the eldest daughter of the Yan family, one of the top families in Jiangnan province. He is also one of the top 500 masters on the Kyushu Grandmaster list. Extremely powerful. In Jiangnan province, even people from top families would politely call Yan Wu Master Yan when they see him. Not only did Yi Xian ignore Yan Wu's words, he even dared to ask Yan Wu back. This is simply too bold. It is no exaggeration to say that once Yan Wu gets angry, he can kill you without a burial place with just a flick of his finger, and even the Lin family may disappear completely from Tianhai. Ling Ruoshui was also startled, and quickly stood up, came to Yi Xian's side, and said, "Brother Yi, you should release He Jianqi quickly. Master Yan is from the Yan family, a top family in Jiangnan province, and he is very powerful. This auction is hosted by the Yan family. If we offend them, the consequences will be disastrous. The middle-aged man glanced at Ling Ruoshui, then looked at Yi Xian and said again, "Sir, I have understood the situation.
You just want an apology.
As long as you release Yi Xiao, I will naturally let him apologize to you."
You can rest assured about this.
Ling Ruoshui also persuaded again, "Brother Yi, I have calmed down, and they have also received the lesson they deserved.
Besides, you forgot that we are here to attend the auction.
If things get out of hand, it is very likely that the auction will not be held or will be postponed, and then our trip will be in vain." Hearing Ling Ruoshui's words, Yi Xian frowned slightly. To be honest, given his character, he would definitely teach He Jianqi a lesson he would never forget. Anyway, he has already torn his face with He Jianqi, so he doesn't care about the consequences.
However, Ling Ruoshui was right.
His main purpose of coming to the auction this time was to get the alchemy furnace. If he failed to buy the alchemy furnace because of a piece of junk, it would be a waste of time. Compared with the alchemy furnace, these two pieces of garbage are totally insignificant. As for whether He Jianqi would come back to cause trouble next time, Yi Xian didn't care. As he said, if it happens again, he will never let He Jianqi live in this world.
Thinking of this, Yi Xian looked down at He Jianqi at his feet and said indifferently, "I was originally planning to destroy you, but this time I have more important things to do, so I will spare you first. But this is just one time.
If you dare to jump around in front of me again, I promise you will die miserably." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian raised his foot and kicked He Jianqi out as if he was kicking garbage.
Bang!
Even though he held back his strength, He Jianqi's body still flew out and hit the wall heavily.
Puff!
He spat out a mouthful of blood and couldn't get up for a long time.
Chapter 163. Stop, did I let you go? Oh shit.
Seeing this scene, everyone around was shocked again.
Mad. Too crazy.
How come they didn't expect that after Yan Wu spoke, Yi Xianfang not only let He Jianqi go, but kicked He Jianqi away directly?
This is absolutely no different from provoking Yan Wu.
When Yan Wu saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he looked at Yi Xian with a hint of displeasure. Although Yi Xian finally listened to him and let He Jianqi go, he kicked He Jianqi away.
How arrogant was he? Even the top families in Jiangnan province did not dare to be so arrogant in front of the Yan family.
However, although Yi Xian was arrogant, he also knew that the Yi family had brought this upon themselves. If the Yi family had not insulted Ling Ruoshui, this conflict would not have happened, so he did not say much. Besides, the reason why he showed up was that he didn't want the Yan family's auction to be disrupted, so there was naturally no need for him to intervene in the conflict between the Tianhai families. Yan Wu didn't think anymore, his eyes fell directly on He Jianqi, and he said, "Mr. He, this incident was caused by your He family.
Please apologize to this gentleman, and this matter ends here."
He Jianqi was about to struggle to get up from the ground. When he heard this, he said in disbelief, "Master Yan, you want me to apologize to this live and son-in-law?" Yan Wu repeated calmly, "That's right, Mr. He, you apologize to this gentleman." He Jianqi clenched his fists, his face full of anger, and said angrily, "What if I don't apologize?" Yan Wu's expression did not change at all, and he said calmly, "If you don't apologize, Mr. He, then I can only cancel your He family's qualification to participate in the auction and expel you from the Peninsula Hotel."
Hiss. Hearing Yan Wu's words, everyone around took a deep breath. How come they didn't expect Yan Wu to say such a thing? Expel the Ho family from the Peninsula Hotel.
You have to know that the Yi family is one of the 5 major families in Tianhai. If they are expelled, it would be a real loss of face. But then again, all of this is just the Yi family's own fault. It was you who started the trouble in the first place. The eldest lady of the Ling family refused to argue with you, but you still went ahead and provoked her.
Don't you deserve to be beaten?
Later he called for reinforcements, and in the end, regardless of whether he was right or wrong, he just wanted to attack.
Who could endure this? You can't just passively take the beating.
Moreover, judging from Yi Xian's attitude just now, as long as He Jianqi continues to be stubborn, his legs will probably be crippled.
Now just saying sorry is totally a pardon. Hateful.
When He Jianqi heard Yan Wu's words, his face instantly became so gloomy that water almost dripped out of it. Today, one of his hands was crippled, he was stepped on and kicked out, but now, he is asked to apologize. When has he ever felt so aggrieved? But he had no choice. Because the person who said this was from the Yan family, one of the top families in Jiangnan province. In front of the Yan family, the He family is nothing.
The key point is that he came to the auction today for an item at the auction.
As long as he can get it, the He family may have a chance to become the #1 family in Tianhai.
Even if it breaks out of Tianhai, it can occupy a place in Jiangnan province. Once the Yi family is disqualified from participating in the auction, their chance to rise will be gone. But if he were to apologize to the son-in-law of the Lin family in public, if this were to get out, He Jianqi would really become a complete joke. Yan Wu frowned when he saw this and said, Mr. He, are you unwilling to apologize? He Jianqi clenched his fists, his heart was filled with anger. Finally, he took a long breath and said to Yi Xian, Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. I was wrong before. I apologize to you. He was very unhappy, but he knew that he had to bow his head now. The Yi family must get that thing no matter what. Han Xian was able to endure the humiliation of being kicked in the crotch, so Yi Jianqi could do the same. As long as they can get that thing and the He family rises, no one will think that this is Yi Jianqi's black history, but the path to his rise. After saying this, Yi Jianqi turned to Yan Wu without waiting for Yi Xian to speak, and said, Master Yan, can I leave now? Let's go. Yan Wu glanced at Yi Jianqi. He knew that Yi Jianqi was unwilling in his heart, but he didn't care. In the eyes of the Yan family, the He family was no different from ants. Not convinced? Just destroy it. Thank you, Master Yan. Let's go. Yi Jianqi nodded, glanced at Yi Xian with a sinister look, and was about to turn around and leave. Although Yi Qian really wanted to kill Yi Xian, but seeing that her elder brother was taught a lesson and kicked out, she dared not say anything and hurriedly followed her elder brother and planned to leave. Just as they were about to leave, an indifferent voice sounded. Stop, did I let you go? Yi Jianqi's body stiffened and he suddenly stopped. He turned his head suddenly, his cold eyes shooting towards the source of the sound. It's Yi Xian. Damn it! Who gave the son-in-law of the Lin family the courage to be so arrogant in front of me? Did he think I really couldn't do anything to him? Yan Wu also frowned and glanced at Yi Xian. He didn't expect that even after Yi Jianqi apologized, Yi Xian would still not give in. This gentleman. Before Yan Wu finished speaking, he was interrupted by Yi Xian, who said, Master Yan, Yi Jianqi did apologize, but the culprit of this incident has not apologized yet. It's not too much for me to ask them to apologize now. When Yan Wu heard Yi Xian's words, he couldn't help but frown, as if he didn't expect Yi Xian to dare to talk to him like that. However, he was silent for a while, and finally nodded and said, You are right, it is indeed not an exaggeration. He appeared in the hall, so naturally he knew what was happening in the hall. To be honest, even as a bystander, he felt that what Yi Qian and others said was too much. It is rare for a woman to have such a vicious mouth. Yi Jianqi heard the conversation between Yi Xian and Yan Wu. His face was extremely ugly, and he said to Yi Xian with endless murderous intent in his voice, Boy, I just apologized to you for Master Yan's sake, don't be too pushy. Yi Xian flicked his fingers and said in a cold tone, So what if I push you too far? Now I give you two choices. Make Yi Qian and the others kneel down and apologize. Or, I will cripple them and make them kneel down and apologize to me. Of course, you can try to stop me, but I promise that this time you can't just apologize and get away with it. If you don't believe me, just try it. The tone was cold, with no doubt in it. Yi Xian, don't go too far. Yi Jianqi's face was filled with anger. Yi Qian also looked at Yi Xian with anger on her face and shouted, You bastard, you still want me to kneel down and apologize? You are wishful thinking. Too much bullying? Yi Xian glanced at the two of them calmly, and said in a calm tone, So what if I went too far today? Since you are unwilling to kneel, then I will help you. As he spoke, Yi Xian had already lost his patience and walked towards Yi Qian. Chapter 164 Kneel down and apologize. Seeing Yi Xian walking towards her, and thinking of Yi Xian's previous brutality, Yi Qian was completely frightened. She didn't think Yi Xian was joking with her. She quickly stepped back a few steps and shouted, Brother, save me. Save me. This bastard, he really wants to destroy me. I don't want to be a waste. Yi Jianqi clenched his fists and looked at Yi Xian, who was getting closer and closer. He felt extremely aggrieved, but he finally turned his head to look at Yi Qian and said, Kneel down and apologize. What? Hearing this, Yi Qian was completely stunned and almost suspected that she had heard it wrongly. The eldest brother actually asked her to kneel down and apologize to a poor guy. What a joke! She is the eldest daughter of the He family. From childhood to adulthood, who dares to ask her to apologize? Brother, why do you want me to apologize to this poor guy? Before he could finish his words, Yi Jianqi interrupted him and said, Kneel down and apologize. These 4 words have a stronger tone. There was undisguised coldness in Yi Xian's eyes.
He had no doubt that if Yi Qian did not kneel, Yi Xian would definitely not mind breaking Yi Qian's legs.
Moreover, Yan Wu may not necessarily interfere in this matter.
This time, his sister obviously angered everyone. Yi Qian's face changed, she glanced at her elder brother's cold face, clenched her fists, and was extremely angry, but she still knelt down with a plop.
Sorry.
She had to kneel down.
Even her eldest brother bowed his head.
If she didn't, her legs would really be broken, and she might have to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of her life.
Kneel down. The eldest lady of the Yi family really knelt down and apologized. Oh my god.
Mr. Yi actually made Miss Yi kneel down and apologize.
Mr. Yi, what kind of status do you have? Even the Yi family has to bow down to you.
Seeing this scene, the people around felt their scalps tingling.
There were waves of turmoil in my heart and I couldn't calm down.
They thought that Yi Xian's previous statement about asking the eldest daughter of the Yi family to kneel down and apologize was just a joke. But they never expected that Yi Xian actually did this. The key point is that the eldest daughter of the Yi family actually knelt down. It's just that Yi Xian is relieved now, but this is a complete fight to the death with the Yi family. For these noble families, sometimes the most important thing is face. Yi Qian is the eldest daughter of the Yi family and represents the Yi family.
Now that Yi Qian is kneeling down, doesn't that mean that the Yi family is kneeling down? If this matter gets to the Yi family's ears, it would be strange if they are not completely furious.
If the situation is not handled properly, there will definitely be a big war between the He and Lin families.
The final outcome will inevitably be a lose-lose situation for both sides.
The world has changed.
Tianhai is about to change. Perhaps it won't be long before Tianhai's forces will be reshuffled. Who could have thought that the reshuffle of Tianhai's power was actually due to a son-in-law from the Lin family?
Yi Xian didn't care about the reactions of the people around him. His eyes fell on Yi Qian and he said indifferently, "This time I'm just teaching you a lesson.
If there's a next time, you won't have the right to live anymore."
As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's entire temperament changed. In everyone's eyes, Yi Xian was like a god descending from the mountain, looking down on thousands of ants with his imposing manner.
Noble. Inviolable.
Yan Wu, who was standing next to him, naturally noticed the change in Yi Xian's aura. His pupils couldn't help but shrink, and a hint of horror flashed in the depths of his eyes. For some reason, at this moment, he was shocked to find that Yi Xian in front of him was like an insurmountable mountain. He standing in front of Yi Xian was like an ant. An incredible thought even popped up in his mind: if he had chosen to take sides just now, he might have died here.
How is that possible? How old is Yi Xian?
At most, he is in his early 20s. He is one of the top 500 masters in the Kyushu Grandmaster list. To be frank, even the number 1 genius on the JoJo Prodigy list is nothing in front of him.
It would be effortless for him to suppress the other party. How could a Yi Xian pose a threat to him? Illusion. It must be an illusion.
He subconsciously looked at Yi Xian, wanting to see if he had seen it wrong.
Unfortunately, Yi Xian's aura had long disappeared without a trace.
Yi Xian ignored the reactions of the people around him and looked at the arrogant women. "Why don't you kneel down?
Do you want me to treat you?" Thump. Thump.
Hearing Yi Xian's words, the faces of those arrogant women changed, and they knelt on the ground without any hesitation. Even the He family has knelt. The forces behind them are not even as strong as the He family. If they don't kneel and their legs are broken, no one will avenge them.
"Ms. Ling, I know I was wrong. Please, forgive me. Ms. Ling, I was so mean, I won't dare to do it again. I'm sorry, Miss Ling."
These arrogant women loudly begged for mercy towards Ling Ruoshui. The chirping sound was like 100 ducks. Yi Xian couldn't help but frown. "Shut up, everyone." The voices of those arrogant women suddenly stopped, and they looked at Yi Xian with fear in their eyes.
Yi Xian ignored her and looked at Ling Ruoshui. "Ruoshui, are you relieved now? If not, I will cripple them for you and make them unable to speak."
Ling Ruoshui was startled. Looking at Yi Qian and those arrogant women kneeling on the ground, she shook her head and said, "Brother Yi, forget it.
I've calmed down. Let them go."
Yi Xian nodded, then looked at Yi Qian and her group, and said coldly, "Remember, this is the first and last time. If I see you insult Ruoshui again next time, you will never speak again in your life.
Get lost." Yes, thank you, Miss Ling, we will leave right away."
Several arrogant women quickly got up from the ground and crawled out of the Peninsula Hotel, making up their minds that they would never humiliate Ling Ruoshui again. Now Ling Ruoshui really dares to hit people, and the key is that there is an evil star around her, and they don't want to provoke this evil star again. After watching the arrogant women leave and glancing at He Jianqi and his sister, Yi Xian didn't even have the energy to speak. He turned to Yan Wu beside him and said, "Master Yan, my problem has been solved."
Thank you very much. His principle has always been that if someone respects me 1 foot, I will respect them 1 yard.
Yan Wu did not take sides just now, so he naturally would not act superior. Yan Wu took a deep look at Yi Xian and said calmly, "Sir, you are too polite.
This is an auction held by my Yin family.
I will handle the matter impartially regardless of right or wrong." Yi Xian nodded, without saying anything more, turned and walked towards Ling Ruoshui.
Brother Yi.
When Ling Ruoshui saw Yi Xian coming over, she immediately called out. Yi Xian smiled slightly and said, "Ruoshui, the garbage has been dealt with.
Let's go upstairs. Calculating the time, the auction will start soon."
Ling Ruoshui glanced at the He brothers and sisters not far away, then glanced at Yi Xian, nodded gently, and said, "Okay, Brother Yi." This time, Ling Ruoshui simply did not sit in a wheelchair. Anyway, after today's treatment, Yi Xian told her that she could walk properly with her legs and undergo some rehabilitation training. Now many people think that Ling Ruoshui's legs are paralyzed and she can only sit in a wheelchair for the rest of her life. This time she will slap them in the face and let these people know whether she, Ling Ruoshui, is paralyzed or not. After leaving the wheelchair at the front desk, Yi Xian and Ling Ruoshui walked into the elevator side by side.
Chapter 165 Aftermath.
After Yi Xian and Ling Ruoshui left, Yan Wu looked around and spoke again. "Everyone, I'm sorry for interrupting your fun. On behalf of the Yan family, I'd like to apologize to you all and hope you can forgive me."
Master Yan, you are too polite. Yes, we were not disturbed at all. Master Yan, you don't need to apologize. Yes, Master Yan, this is just a small matter.
After hearing Yan Wu's words, the people around him hurriedly shook their heads.
How could they afford an apology from the Yan family?
Yan Wu didn't say much, he just glanced around, told people to clean up the messy hall, then turned and left.
Let's go too. After Yan Wu left, everyone else also dispersed, not daring to stay in the hall.
They had witnessed He Jianqi's most embarrassing scene. If they stayed any longer, and He Jianqi held a grudge against them, they would be dead. In the blink of an eye, the entire hotel lobby became empty. He Chen got up from the ground, looked at the direction where Yi Xian and Ling Ruoshui disappeared with a ferocious face, and said with gritted teeth, "Brother, our He family has lost face this time, are we just going to let it go like this?" He Jianqi also stared at the direction where Yi Xian disappeared, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, and said, "Forget it?
Humph.
Dare to humiliate my He family like this, I must use this kid's blood to wash it away, I will make sure he dies without a burial place. Not only him, but also the Lin family and the Ling family behind him will all disappear from this world.
I will use his blood to wash away my shame today."
Hearing this, He Qian showed a look of ecstasy on her face and said, "Brother, when are you going to do it?" He Jianqi narrowed his eyes slightly, with a hint of grimness, and said, "Don't worry.
Let's talk about it after the auction is over. By then, I will let this kid know what regret is."
At the end of his speech, He Jianqi clenched his fists, and murderous intent was released from his body. The eldest master of the Yi family, the #1 martial arts genius in Tianhai, was actually stepped on by someone.
He could not swallow this.
Not only did he want Yi Xian to die, he also wanted to kill Yi Xian in front of everyone.
Let everyone know what the consequences will be if they offend He Jianqi.
He Chen clenched her fists when she heard what her elder brother said, and said with a face full of resentment, "Brother, if you deal with this kid, you must tell me. I will torture this poor guy myself, break his hands, and cut him into pieces. And those 2 little bitches, Lin Shiu and Ling Ruoshui, I will make them kneel in front of me like bitches." The last time she humiliated Ling Ruoshui, she was taught a lesson by Lin Shiu. This time, she was taught a lesson by Yi Xian again, and Ling Ruoshui even slapped her in the face. This is a blood feud, and she must take revenge. He Jianqi's eyes were extremely grim. "Don't worry, there will be this opportunity. If nothing unexpected happens, this kid won't survive for more than a few days."
"Mr. He, I'm here."
Just then, an old man in a gray robe walked in from outside. When he saw the old man, the murderous intent on He Jianqi's face instantly disappeared. He walked up to him quickly, saying with a hint of respect, "Old Wei, you're here." He Qian, who originally had a face full of resentment, did not dare to act presumptuously after seeing the old man. She stood there properly and called out, "Old Wei."
To the outside world, the gray-robed old man in front of them was just a steward of the He family, but as members of the He family, they knew very well that the gray-robed old man's status in the He family was beyond imagination. Even her father, He Rudong, the head of the He family, would respectfully call the old man in gray robe Mr. Wei when he saw him. Because Mr. Wei is a true martial arts master, and a veteran martial arts master at that. It was with the help of Mr. Wei that the He family was able to secure their position as one of the 5 major families in Tianhai, and no one could shake them. Elder Wei nodded, and then his eyes fell on He Jianqi's arm, wondering, Mr. He, what's wrong with your arm? A cold light flashed in He Jianqi's eyes, and he said, it was destroyed by a little bastard. But it's okay. The most urgent thing is to get the alchemy furnace at this auction. But, Mr. Wei, are you sure there will really be an alchemy furnace at this auction? Elder Wei glanced at He Jianqi and said nothing more. Mr. He, my information is correct. There will definitely be an alchemy furnace auction. However, whether it is a real alchemy furnace or not can only be confirmed after seeing the real thing. He Jianqi nodded and said, Mr. Wei, I'll trouble you later. Elder Wei shook his head and said, Mr. He, you are too polite. This is what I should do. Besides, helping the He family is helping myself. You don't need to thank me. He Jianqi didn't say much, and said directly, Mr. Wei, the auction is about to start, let's hurry up and go up. Good. Elder Wei nodded and said, Mr. He, I happen to be proficient in some medical skills. I will treat your arm when the time comes. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Wei. Soon, He Jianqi and his group also walked into the elevator, ready to participate in the next auction. The other side. Yi Xian knew nothing about the conversation between the He brothers and sisters after he left. However, even if they knew, they probably wouldn't take it to heart. To him, whether it was He Jianqi and his sister, or the He family, they were nothing more than ants. If they hadn't been worried that killing these 2 people would affect the auction, they would have been dead long ago. He has already given these 2 people a chance. If they don't cherish it, there is no need to show mercy. At this moment, he and Ling Ruoshui had arrived at the 5th floor and, under the guidance of an auction staff member, came to a private box. Mr. Yi, Ms. Ling, please take a seat. The auction staff motioned for Yi Xian and the other person to sit down, and then said, Mr. Yi, Ms. Ling, the auction will start in 5 minutes. If you too want to participate in the auction, just pick up the quotation machine next to you and enter the price. If you need anything else, you can press the button next to me. I won't bother you two for now. As he spoke, the auction employee bowed slightly, turned around and left. After the employee left, Yi Xian looked around with interest. The entire box is not big, only about 70 or 80 square meters. In front of them as they sat on the sofa was a huge one-way glass, from which they could look down at every move on the auction table. At this moment, as there were less than 5 minutes left before the auction began, the auction hall was already full of people. Looking at this group of people, Yi Xian suddenly discovered something and couldn't help but frown. He found that everyone who came to the auction was wrapped in a black robe and wore a mask on their face, completely hiding their true appearance. What is going on? Chapter 166, Peerless Grace Necklace. Ling Ruoshui had been paying attention to Yi Xian the whole time. When she saw Yi Xian's expression, she immediately explained, Brother Yi, this is specially prepared by the Yin family for those who are sitting in the hall and participating in the auction. The auction held by the Yin family is not a regular auction. In addition to auctioning some antique paintings, jewelry and other things, they will also auction some skills, martial arts, elixirs, magic weapons and other things related to martial arts. These things, whether for ancient warriors or ordinary people, once you get them, you may be able to soar to the sky. If an ancient warrior takes the photo, it's okay, but if an ordinary person takes the photo, once your appearance is discovered, you may be killed and robbed. After all, for ordinary people, ancient warriors are equivalent to superhuman beings. So, in order to be on the safe side, the Yin family specially used this method to cover everyone's faces, so that no one would know who the auctioneer is. In addition, the Yin family also provides door-to-door delivery service. As long as you pay the balance, the Yin family will deliver the goods to your door within 3 hours. This can also greatly avoid murder and robbery. After hearing Ling Ruoshui's explanation, Yi Xian nodded thoughtfully. He was not very familiar with the Kyushu martial arts circle, nor had he dealt with many ancient martial artists, but he had taught Yi Zhizhang a martial arts technique. From the other party's reaction, he also knew how important a top-level martial art was to an ancient martial artist. This person is innocent. He is guilty of possessing a treasure. Compared to the competition at the auction, the real competition always takes place after the auction. Murder and robbery. This kind of thing is not just talk. Suddenly, Yi Xian thought of something, looked at Ling Ruoshui, and said, Ruoshui, do you know when the alchemy furnace will be auctioned? Ling Ruoshui replied, the alchemy furnace will be auctioned in the second round. Round 2? A hint of doubt appeared on Yi Xian's face. Ling Ruoshui knew that Yi Xian didn't understand, so she continued, this auction will be divided into 2 rounds. The first round will be for antiques, calligraphy and paintings, jewelry, and antiques. The second round will be for the things of ancient warriors. The alchemy furnace will also be auctioned at this time. At this point, Ling Ruoshui paused for a moment before saying, Brother Yi, if you want to bid for the alchemy furnace, the competition this time will probably be very fierce, so you must be mentally prepared. Hearing this, Yi Xian smiled faintly and said, don't worry, I will definitely get the alchemy furnace this time, and no one can take it away. 5 minutes passed in a flash. Brother Yi, the auction has begun. Ling Ruoshui's voice rang out. Yi Xian raised his head and looked towards the auction table. A woman with a charming figure, wearing a cheongsam, slowly walked onto the stage, and her charming voice echoed throughout the auction venue. Welcome everyone to the auction. I now declare the auction officially open. Let us invite our first auction item today. This is a painting by Tang Bohu. The starting price is 5 million. 6 million. 7 million. 8 million. 10 million. As the cheongsam woman finished her words, the sounds of bidding rose and fell throughout the auction venue. Soon, the first auction item was bought by an old man with a scholarly air for 25 million yuan. Let us congratulate this old gentleman for winning our first lot. Now let's take the second lot. The starting price is 10 million. The voice of the cheongsam woman continued to be heard, and each auction item had its own owner. As each item came on stage, the atmosphere in the entire auction venue became more and more heated. Yi Xian sat on the sofa, feeling extremely bored, and didn't even have the mind to bid. He had no interest in these antique calligraphy and paintings. To him, it was nothing more than a painting and some bottles and jars. Seeing another auction item being brought up, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask, Ruoshui, how long is left before the second round of auction? Brother Yi, I don't know either. Ling Ruoshui shook her head and said, the auction held by the Yan family is different from other auctions. They will announce the auction items in advance to warm up the auction. They will choose to bid secretly. Everything depends on fate. In other words, unless you attend the auction, you have no idea what the auction items are. Except for the last auction item, no one knows what the other items are. When Yi Xian heard this, he couldn't help but frown. In his opinion, the Yan family held the auction simply to make money. But now the Yan family has come up with such a weird rule. What on earth do they want to do? Although he was confused, Yi Xian didn't think much about it. He came here for the alchemy furnace anyway. Nothing else mattered as long as it didn't affect his getting the alchemy furnace. Soon, several more lots were successfully auctioned off, and the cheongsam woman's voice rang out again, the 16th lot has been sold, and our first round of auctions is about to come to an end. Now let us welcome the last lot of the first round, the peerless elegant necklace, with the warmest applause. The peerless graceful necklace is made up of 6 imperial green jadeite cabochons and 204 diamonds. After appraisal, it was found that the peerless graceful necklace was personally made by the National Treasure level jewelry master Wan Baogua, and was given as a dowry to his daughter. This time it is contributed by an overseas collector. The starting price is 100 million, and each increase in price must not be less than 1 million. 101 million. 102 million. 100 and 300 million. As the cheongsam woman finished speaking, a fierce bidding sounded immediately. The dowry that National Treasure level jewelry master Wan Baogua gave to his daughter is worth more than imagination just from these few words. Not to mention that the National Treasure level master Wan Baogua passed away long ago, and his value is even higher than you can imagine. Yi Xian naturally had no interest in jewelry. He was just about to tell Ling Ruoshui about it, so he went out to smoke a cigarette and wait for the alchemy furnace to appear before telling him. However, as soon as he set his eyes on Ling Ruoshui, his brows furrowed. He found that Ling Ruoshui was staring at the peerless necklace on the auction table. Her fists were clenched tightly, her eyes were red, and crystal tears were dripping down her cheeks. What is going on? Yi Xian was a little confused by Ling Ruoshui's attitude. He did not deny that the necklace was indeed very beautiful and very tempting to women, but Ling Ruoshui would not show such an expression. Could it be that this National Treasure level jewelry master Wan Baogua has some relationship with Ling Ruoshui? Or is it that Ling Ruoshui's mother is the daughter of this national treasure level master, and this national treasure level master is Ling Ruoshui's grandfather? Chapter 167, Box Number 6 offers 500 million.
At this moment, Ling Ruoshui didn't notice Yi Xian's gaze at all. Her eyes were fixed on the peerless necklace on the auction table.
Excited to the extreme.
Others might just think that this is the dowry that the national treasure level jewelry master Wan Baogui gave to his daughter. But in her opinion, this was a wedding gift from her grandfather to her mother, and the only relic her mother left her. Because her mother is the daughter of Wan Baogui. Her mother had a difficult labor and died after giving birth to her. But before she died, her mother gave her father the peerless and beautiful necklace made by her grandfather, and asked her father to give the necklace to her when she turned 18. The mother also left a will that she would not be able to see her get married in person, so when she gets married, she can wear this necklace, which means that her mother will always be by her side. On her 18th birthday, her father gave her the necklace as her mother had instructed, and she has kept it as a treasure. However, when she was 20 years old, a thief appeared in the Ling family and stole many things from the family, including the necklace given to her by her mother. Although her father eventually caught the thief and the Ling family's lost items were recovered, the only thing her mother left her was missing.
It was said that it was sold abroad.
In the past few years, her father has been sending people abroad to look for the whereabouts of the necklace, but the overseas area is so vast that it is like looking for a needle in a haystack, and there has been no progress at all. This incident also became her biggest regret. But she never expected that when she accompanied Yi Xian to attend the auction today, she would actually encounter the relics left to her by her mother.
How could she not be excited?
But when he heard the bidding sounds one after another, Ling Ruoshui's face suddenly turned pale. She came with Yi Xian this time and had never thought about auctioning anything.
So, I didn't carry any money with me at all.
The key point is that in order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble, bringing mobile phones into the auction venue is prohibited. If she wanted to participate in the auction, she had to go downstairs first, retrieve her cell phone, and then call her father to ask him to transfer money to her before she could participate in the auction. It's unknown how long it will take to go back and forth like this. By the time she gets the money and comes back, the auction may have already ended.
By then, it would be useless for her to participate in the auction.
She even had no way of finding out who had won the auction for the peerless graceful necklace, and the Yen family would not reveal the identity of the buyer.
What should I do? What should I do? Am I going to watch my mother's belongings disappear again? Ling Ruoshui's face was full of unwillingness.
She subconsciously looked at Yi Xian, wanting to ask Yi Xian for help, but when she heard the price of 410 million, she was unable to say a word. From her father, she knew that Yi Xian had just come down from the mountains, and even if he had money on him, it probably wouldn't be a lot. Not to mention, Yi Xian came here for the alchemy furnace, so the bidding will only be more intense at that time. If Yi Xian was unable to auction the alchemy furnace because of her, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. Yi Xian naturally noticed Ling Ruoshui's gaze. He didn't say anything, but calmly picked up the tablet next to him and entered a price.
At the same time, on the auction table,
the bidding sound has disappeared, and the price has climbed to 450 million.
Everyone fell silent.
The value of the works of National Treasure level Master Wan Baogui is indeed astonishing, but 450 million is already the limit. If the bidding continues, it will be a pure loss.
The Cheongsam woman smiled and said, 450 million, first time. Is there a higher price? 450 million, twice.
Hearing this, a pot-bellied middle-aged man smiled. Although 450 million is very expensive, he knows that there is actually a force abroad that has been looking for this necklace. If he can contact this force, it would be no problem to double the price and sell it for 1 billion. There was silence all around, and no one spoke. Just as the Cheongsam woman was about to make the final offer, an electronic voice suddenly rang out, "Box number 6 offers 500 million.
What, 500 million? Raising the price by 50 million all at once. Are you kidding me? Who on earth is bidding again? Don't they think the money is worth it? And the price of 500 million is simply a pure loss. The box.
Only the rich and powerful can enter.
Could it be that some playboy wants to please a woman and offers such a high price? Otherwise, who would raise the price by 50 million all of a sudden? That's.
As soon as this price was announced, the auction venue, which had been somewhat quiet, suddenly became noisy. Everyone widened their eyes, almost doubting what they heard. It's not like they haven't participated in other auctions before, but they have never seen a price increase of 50 million like today.
Is this fucking crazy? I have money but nowhere to spend it.
Compared to the incredulity of others, Ling Ruoshui covered her mouth at this moment, trying hard not to scream, and her beautiful eyes fell on Yi Xian. Others may not know where box number 6 is, but she knows it very clearly. Because the box where she and Yi Xian were staying was box number 6. Since she didn't make a bid, the only person who could make a bid was Yi Xian. Yi Xian naturally noticed Ling Ruoshui's gaze and smiled and said, "You accompanied me to the auction today, and I don't have anything to give you.
Just consider this necklace as a gift from me to you."
He was now 100% certain that the National Treasure level jewelry master Wan Baogua mentioned by the auctioneer was definitely Ling Ruoshui's grandfather. This necklace was also a dowry given by Ling Ruoshui's grandfather to her mother, but it was lost for some unknown reason. Otherwise, Ling Ruoshui would never have such an expression. So, he thought about it and finally decided to take action and buy the necklace for Ling Ruoshui. As for whether he would have insufficient funds to bid for the alchemy furnace after buying the necklace, Yi Xian had never thought about this problem at all.
Because after entering the elevator, he asked Ling Ruoshui what to do if the bidding funds were insufficient. During the auction, a temporary appraisal center will be set up. If there is insufficient funding, items can be taken out for appraisal in exchange for funding.
He had nothing else on him, but he had plenty of things that could be exchanged for money, so he didn't need this little money at all. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Ling Ruoshui's delicate body trembled slightly, and her beautiful eyes looked at Yi Xian with complicated expressions. She had never expected Yi Xian to say that. "But, Brother Yi, you still have to shoot the alchemy furnace next." Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian interrupted him and said, "I still have the money from the auction of the alchemy furnace, so you don't have to worry." After hearing Yi Xian's words, Ling Ruoshui was silent for a moment, biting her red lips and said, "Brother Yi, thank you, but this thing is too expensive.
I will return the money to you when I go back."
Yi Xian glanced at Ling Ruoshui, but didn't force anything.
He just waved his hand and said, "It's up to you."
He didn't need this little money, but he knew Ling Ruoshui's character. Even if he refused, she would probably transfer the money to him secretly.
Instead of wasting his breath, he might as well let her do it. Chapter 168. Was I kissed forcibly? At the same time.
In the auction hall, the middle-aged man who originally thought he had a sure win suddenly changed his expression after hearing the price. How could he not have expected that just when he was about to get the necklace, a Changyao Jin would suddenly appear on the way? He gritted his teeth, finally picked up the quote machine in his hand, and entered a number again, 510 million.
Box number 6 offers 510 million.
As soon as the middle-aged man put forward his price, another new price popped up, directly raising the price by another 9 million. Seeing the price, the middle-aged man's face turned extremely pale and he collapsed in his chair. The price just now was the limit of what he could afford. If it went up further, he could still come up with money, but that would require drawing on the company's funds. If he can't find the power to find the necklace 5 in a short period of time, his company will go bankrupt. But he was really unwilling to watch hundreds of millions of net profits slip away from him.
510 million, first time. 510 million, second time. 510 million, the third time. Deal.
Let us give the warmest applause to congratulate box number 6 for successfully bidding on the peerless elegant necklace.
Etc.
Just as the deal was about to be done, the middle-aged man who had been slumped on the sofa seemed to have thought of something and stood up like a madman. Impossible.
Absolutely impossible.
I suspect this is malicious bidding at your auction. I've participated in many auctions, but I've never seen bidding like this in box 6, where the price was raised so much at once. I suspect he is from your auction house, and his purpose is to increase the price of the auction items.
I need you to give me a reasonable explanation, otherwise, I will definitely expose you.
As soon as these words were spoken, the entire auction hall was in an uproar. Everyone looked at the middle-aged man with pity, and the people sitting next to him subconsciously moved to the side.
They didn't want to be implicated. Anyone who dares to question the Yin family auction is simply courting death. Really?
After hearing what the middle-aged man said, the Cheongsam woman on the auction stage suddenly turned cold, and her voice was as cold as ice. Are you questioning my Yin family? This middle-aged man came from another province and it was his first time to attend the Yin family auction.
He didn't know what the Yin family's identity was.
But from the reactions of the people around him, he knew that he seemed to be in trouble, and hurriedly explained, I just had some doubts.
The Cheongsam woman had no intention of listening to the middle-aged man's explanation.
She waved her hand and said, Someone, break his arms and legs and throw him out.
No explanation. No justification.
Just a simple sentence, but it fully demonstrates the dominance and strength.
This is the Yin family of Jiangnan province.
Before the middle-aged man could come to his senses, two men appeared in front of him. They picked him up like a chicken and walked outside.
Ah!
Not long after, a miserable scream of pain, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, came from outside. Everyone was silent. They knew that this middle-aged man had been disabled. But no one showed mercy.
It's all your own fault. The Cheongsam woman's face was calm.
Her voice rang out again. Ladies and gentlemen, the first round of the auction has officially ended as the Peerless Grace necklace has been acquired.
The second round of the auction will be held in 10 minutes.
Please wait for a moment.
In box number 6. Brother Yi, thank you.
Ling Ruoshui bit her red lips lightly, looked at Yi Xian with her watery eyes, with an excitement that she couldn't hide on her face. She finally got back her mother's belongings. She can finally make up for the regret in her heart. Yi Xian looked at Ling Ruoshui, shook his head slightly, and said, "Why thank me?
It's just a small favor. Besides, didn't you just say you would pay me back? Now at most I'm just lending you money. But, next time you can keep it well and don't lose it again. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I will have the money to buy it for you next time."
Before he could finish his words, Yi Xian suddenly felt a soft body throwing itself into his arms, with both hands wrapping around his waist. Warm, fragrant, and soft jade in my arms.
A faint fragrance permeated the air. It's Ling Ruoshui. Forehead.
Yi Xian never expected that Ling Ruoshui would choose to do this. The key point is that the last time he was at the Linjiang Bay Villa, he accidentally saw Ling Ruoshui's figure, and he knew that Ling Ruoshui had a good figure. Now that Ling Ruoshui was pressed against him, he finally understood how great Ling Ruoshui's figure was.
Not inferior to Lin Shiu at all. Trojan horse.
The next second, before Yi Xian could feel anything, two thin lips were imprinted on his cheek. Yi Xian was completely stunned. If he guessed correctly, he was kissed forcibly. Before he could come to his senses, the kiss disappeared. Ling Ruoshui sat back in the chair, her pretty face flushed as blood and her eyes filled with panic. She didn't know what happened to her just now, and she kissed Yi Xian for some reason. She took a deep breath and tried to keep herself calm. She said, Brother Yi, please don't misunderstand me.
I just wanted to thank you. I don't mean anything else."
Yi Xian looked at Ling Ruoshui, who looked like a frightened rabbit, and shook his head helplessly. He half-jokingly said, "I know, but next time before you kiss me, you must tell me in advance, otherwise, I would have thought I had met a female hooligan." When Ling Ruoshui heard Yi Xian compare her to a female hooligan, she couldn't help but rolled her eyes at Yi Xian and said, "Brother Yi, you are the hooligan."
"If you weren't a hooligan, you didn't even blink the last time you broke into the bathroom."
Having said this, Ling Ruoshui quickly covered her mouth.
These words sounded too ambiguous.
Yi Xian's face was full of black lines.
Can he be blamed for this? It was a complete accident.
Who knew that Ling Ruoshui would take a shower in the bathroom in his room? Besides, if any normal man suddenly sees a hot and beautiful woman in lingerie standing in front of him, he would probably be reluctant to look away. If he really wanted to look away, he would probably have to wonder if there was something wrong with him. However, thinking this in his heart, Yi Xian tactfully shut his mouth. Arguing about this with a girl at this time would be completely boring. Besides, if he continues to say this, he might really become a gangster. When Ling Ruoshui saw that Yi Xian didn't say anything, she felt slightly relieved, but her eyes became inexplicably complicated. A thought flashed through her mind uncontrollably. I remember joking with Shiu that we would be best friends for life and marry the same man. I wonder if Shiu still remembers it. If she does, can I be with Brother Yi now? Chapter 169, Skyfire Furnace. When this thought came to her mind, Ling Ruoshui was shocked and shook her head vigorously, as if trying to get rid of the idea. She and Yi Xian have only known each other for a few days. Even if they fell in love at first sight, it probably wouldn't happen so quickly.
But the next second, Ling Ruoshui hesitated again. If she didn't fall in love with Yi Xian, why did she kiss him just now?
Even if it was to thank Yi Xian, according to her personality, it was absolutely impossible for her to do such a crazy thing.
There is no explanation at all. No.
I must have been too grateful to Brother Yi just now, so I did this. After all, this is a relic left to me by my mother.
I was suddenly lost and found again.
I must have been very excited and lost my composure for a moment.
It's inevitable.
Ling Ruoshui kept refuting her own thoughts in her mind and kept trying to convince herself. Unfortunately, Ling Ruoshui had no idea at this moment that this seed had slowly taken root in her heart, waiting to take root and sprout one day.
10 minutes passed in a flash. Soon, the second round of auction officially began.
The Cheongsam woman who had stepped down from the stage earlier came back to the auction stage and her voice rang out, "Next, I declare the second round of auctions officially open. Now let us invite the first auction item, the Dragon Subduing Fist, with a starting price of 100 million.
The second auction item. The seventh auction item is a divine weapon forged by a top master, the Qingxuan sword. The starting price is 50 million. The eighth auction item is soft hedgehog armor, starting price is 30 million.
The 19th auction item, Xingming sword technique, starting price is 250 million.
260 million. 270 million. 310 million. As each auction item appeared, the sound of fierce bidding continued to be transmitted into the box from outside. The prices are soaring.
Yi Xian had absolutely no interest in these skills, martial arts, and magical weapons. Compared with the skills and martial arts collected in the old man's library, the things being auctioned now are not even qualified to be used as table legs. What's more, he has the Hongmeng secret book in his hand, which contains truly powerful ancient martial arts. There is no need for him to neglect the main purpose and buy some skills.
As for the magical weapons being auctioned,
at most, it is relatively sharp, not even a spiritual weapon, and is not even worthy of his attention. However, this auction did give Yi Xian a general understanding of the Kyushu martial arts circle. These skills and martial arts were considered inferior in the place where the old man took him.
Unexpectedly, they caused an unprecedented sensation in Zhozhou. This is the difference.
No wonder the people from that place always look disdainful and superior when they hear that I'm from Kyushu.
Maybe this is the reason.
Yi Xian shook his head gently. At the beginning, he followed the old man to practice and quickly mastered all of the old man's skills. In order to train him, the old man took him to that place to visit various major sects, wanting him to learn from the disciples of these sects and complement each other's strengths. As a result, when the other party heard that they came from Kyushu, they became arrogant and laughed at him mercilessly. Just because the spiritual energy in Zhozhou has been exhausted, the strength of the warriors in this place is not even up to par. The other party ruthlessly drove him and the old man away. Some even asserted that he would never achieve anything in his life, and that competing with someone like him would simply be a disgrace to their sect. Yi Xian still clearly remembers those arrogant faces. In their eyes, the warriors of Zhozhou are no different from ants and are not qualified to enter this place at all. In order to show off, he begged the old man to take him to a dangerous place. He wanted to prove himself and tell everyone that he, Yi Xian, was not inferior to anyone. Finally, the old man took him to a chaotic place where killing and fighting were respected. There you only have two choices, survive or die. The old man thought he would not be able to survive there for more than 3 days, but with his great willpower, he lived for 3 full years. He has completely mastered the skills taught by the old man. The final word came, and Yi Xian came back to his senses from his thoughts. He exhaled lightly, muttered to himself, and said, "You looked down on me before, but it won't be long before I come back again. I will let you know whether I can achieve anything great. I will trample all the geniuses in your sect under my feet one by one. And I wonder if you still remember me after all these years." A beautiful figure suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's mind, and he sighed softly.
"Brother Yi, what are you talking about? Who looks down on you? And who is she?"
Ling Ruoshui couldn't help but ask when she heard Yi Xian's mumbling. She instinctively felt that the she Yi Xian was talking about must be a girl, and that this girl was very important to Yi Xian. Yi Xian shook his head and looked towards the auction hall. "Nothing.
She's just a friend of mine. Let's continue watching the auction."
"Good." Yi Xian was unwilling to say, and Ling Ruoshui did not ask any further questions. But a hint of loss could not help but flash across the depths of Ling Ruoshui's eyes. After all, she and Yi Xian had only known each other for a few days.
The auction continues.
After several rounds of fierce bidding, the Qingming sword art was finally bought by an ancient martial artist who was half a step away from becoming a grandmaster at a price of 770 million.
Okay, everyone. After fierce competition, our 19th lot has been decided. This means that today's auction is about to come to an end. Let's give the loudest applause to welcome the last lot. As the Cheongsam woman's voice rang out,
two ancient warriors came up from the stage carrying an extremely large box.
Then, the box was opened, and an ancient alchemy furnace more than half a person's height appeared in everyone's sight.
The alchemy furnace is bronze in color, with mysterious flame runes engraved on the furnace body and auspicious beasts carved on the furnace lid.
With its appearance, a faint elixir fragrance seems to have penetrated the years and permeated everyone's nose. This bronze furnace was obtained by the Yin family by chance.
This bronze furnace is called the Heavenly Fire Furnace.
It is said to be owned by a top-level alchemist.
It can be used to refine elixirs and is a must-have for alchemists, but... At this point, the Cheongsam woman paused and said, however, the information about this furnace was learned by our Yin family from the person who sold the bronze furnace.
Moreover, we cannot verify its authenticity.
We can only guarantee that the Heavenly Fire Furnace is from 1,000 years ago. So, if you want to bid, whether you make a profit or a loss depends on your own judgment. Now I announce that the starting price is 500 million, and each increase in price must not be less than 10 million.
Boom!
In the box, when Yi Xian saw the Skyfire Furnace on the auction table, he couldn't help but stand up from the sofa. His eyes were fixed on the Skyfire Furnace, with a hint of fiery heat in them.
Shortness of breath.
The Yin family might not be able to identify whether the Skyfire Furnace was real or fake, but he could tell at a glance that this Skyfire Furnace was definitely a genuine alchemy furnace.
The key grade is not low.
If he could take over the Skyfire Furnace, he would be able to easily refine a large number of pills. His strength can also be improved in the shortest time.
Take it.
We must take down the Skyfire Furnace at all costs.
At any cost.
There were flashes of light in Yi Xian's eyes.
Chapter 170, Win at all costs. Auction hall.
As the Cheongsam woman finished speaking, the entire auction hall was filled with bids.
510 million. 580 million. 690 million.
The sounds of price increases continued to ring out, and often as soon as a sound was heard, a new price would immediately come out. Whether they were ancient warriors or ordinary people, they all went crazy. He looked at the Skyfire Furnace on the stage with burning eyes. Although the Yin family has not identified whether the Heavenly Fire Furnace is an alchemy furnace, since the Yin family can put it up for auction and set such a high price, there is a high probability that the Heavenly Fire Furnace is an alchemy furnace, but there is no way to prove it. In order to prevent unnecessary trouble, the Yin family had to say that they were unable to identify it.
This is a great opportunity. Once you take this alchemy furnace, even if you are just an ordinary person, the power behind you will soar. Because getting the alchemy furnace means you can make friends with an alchemist. An alchemist is extremely precious to a family in Zhuzhou.
Any family that can get the support of the alchemist will surely make rapid progress in power. Not to mention becoming the top power in Zhuzhou, but at least in your own little piece of land, no one can shake your position. The key is that if you are an ordinary family, and you have the support of an alchemist and acquire a martial arts technique, then your family can completely get rid of the identity of ordinary people and become a family of ancient warriors. This is an existence far beyond that of ordinary families, and can participate in the formulation of Kyushu rules.
This is a chance to soar to the sky. Who would be willing to give up this opportunity?
Even if the Skyfire Furnace is not an alchemy furnace, it is a bronzeware handed down from thousands of years ago. Whether it is kept as a collectible or resold, the price is high and you won't lose much money. In the box, Yi Xian looked at the rising prices and his eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that he still underestimated the appeal of the alchemy furnace to the Kyushu martial arts circle. In a short period of time, the price of the Skyfire Furnace has climbed to 1 billion, and the noise in the auction hall has not decreased at all. The key point is that when he entered the box, he had already heard Ling Ruoshui explain that all the powerful people were in the box. Now no one in the box has made an offer, and he doesn't believe that these people don't want the Skyfire Furnace.
Obviously, these people are not speaking now, they are just waiting for an opportunity. It seems that I must go to the temporary appraisal center of the auction.
A thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind. In addition to the 510 million he received from the purchase of the Peerless Grace necklace, he still had more than 2 billion in funds. But at this bidding rate, this amount of money may not be enough, and he must exchange it for a sum of funds.
He was determined to obtain the Skyfire Furnace and would not allow any accidents to occur.
Without thinking any more, Yi Xian looked at Ling Ruoshui and called out, "Ruoshui.
Brother Yi, what can I do for you?"
Ling Ruoshui's beautiful eyes fell on Yi Xian.
Yi Xian exhaled and said, "I need to go to the toilet.
Please help me participate in the bidding for the Skyfire Furnace."
No matter how much the price is, you have to follow. Don't worry about the money. I have plenty of money. Ling Ruoshui glanced at Yi Xian in confusion.
Her woman's intuition told her that Yi Xian must be hiding something from her. However, as a smart woman, she knew what to ask and what not to ask.
She nodded gently and said, Brother Yi, leave it to me. I won't let the Skyfire furnace fall into the hands of others. Then thank you for your help.
Yi Xian didn't say much, turned around and walked out of the box.
However, he did not go to the appraisal center immediately.
Instead, he found an auction staff member, asked for paper and pen, and asked the other party to take him to a secluded room. He picked up a pen and started writing on the paper.
At the same time, in box number 10,
He Jianqi sat on the sofa with one arm hanging, his eyes fixed on the alchemy furnace on the auction table with a fiery look. Beside him, Old Wei kept making hand gestures with his fingers, as if he was performing some secret technique. There was sweat all over his forehead, as if he had spent a lot of energy. A few minutes later, Mr. Wei finally stopped moving his hands.
Seeing the scene, He Jianqi immediately asked, How is Elder Wei? Is this heavenly fire furnace an alchemy furnace?
He is the eldest son of the He family and the future successor of the He family, and knows some secrets. What Mr. Wei had just performed was a secret treasure hunting technique, an incomplete technique that he had obtained by chance. Although there is no way to find treasure with the help of this secret method, you can see the light emitted by real treasures.
The more powerful the treasure, the brighter the light.
Elder Wei wiped the sweat from his forehead, exhaled a long breath, and said, Mr. He, the light is soaring into the sky. I am sure that this Skyfire furnace is an alchemy furnace, and it is of very high quality. If we can take down this alchemy furnace, we will have no problem getting the support of an alchemist, let alone the support of the Jojo Alchemy Alliance.
What? In exchange for the support of the Jojo Dan League?
Elder Wei, are you telling the truth?
He Jianqi's breathing became rapid, with an unconcealable excitement on his face.
As a member of the He family, he naturally knew what the Jojo Dan League meant.
This is the gathering place for all the alchemists in Jojo. Almost all alchemists have registered with the Jojo Alchemy Alliance. This also makes the Jojo Dan League one of the most unprovoked forces in Jojo.
Not only that, the leader of the Jojo Alchemy Alliance, Hong Baigu, is the world's #1 alchemist. Even the most powerful people in Jojo have to politely call him Alliance Leader Hong when they see him. If the Yi family could make friends with the Jojo Dan League, let alone becoming the #1 family in Tianhai, it would not be a problem for them to become the #1 family in Jiangnan province, or even a big family in Jojo. He Qian, who was sitting next to him, also had an excited look on her face. She naturally knew what the Jojo Dan League meant. If the He family can curry favor with the Jojo Dan League, then the Ling family and the Lin family are all garbage, ants under her feet, and she can crush them however she wants. Elder Wei looked at He Jianqi with a smile on his face, and said confidently, Mr. He, it is absolutely true. I have been to Jojo Dan League before, but the treasure aura emitted by the alchemy furnace of Jojo Dan League is definitely not as powerful as this heavenly fire furnace. As long as we take this heavenly fire furnace and send it to the Jojo Dan League, we can definitely get the blessing of the Jojo Dan League. We can even ask the leader of the Jojo Dan League, Hong Baigu, to bless the Yi family without any problem. After getting another affirmative answer from Elder Wei, He Jianqi's smile became even more intense, and he laughed loudly, Great, great, with this alchemy furnace, the rise of my He family is just around the corner. As he spoke, He Jianqi looked towards the fierce auction hall where Jing Ajing was competing fiercely, and said with a hint of pride, From now on, this alchemy furnace belongs to the He family, and no one can take it away. Brother, you must take a picture of this alchemy furnace. Our He family is finally going to rise. There was also an extremely fiery light in He Qian's eyes, as if she saw the scene of herself becoming the eldest daughter of the He family, the #1 family in Jiangnan province.
Chapter 171 Girl. The Other Side.
Yi Xian finished writing, left the room, and came to the appraisal center under the guidance of a staff member.
Little brother, what do you want to identify?
In the appraisal center, an old man in a long robe with white hair and beard was sitting on a throne. When he saw Yi Xian coming in, a smile immediately appeared on his face. It was obvious that he was already accustomed to this scene. Yi Xian glanced at the old man, and without beating around the bush, he directly handed over a piece of paper in his hand. Please identify the skills on this paper.
How much is it worth?
This is the confidence that Yi Xian had when he told Ling Ruoshui that he was not short of money. This technique is called water-breaking sword technique, a martial art that he had seen in the old man's library. Once it is unleashed, the sword energy is as erratic as drizzle in the wind, fast and dense, and often you will die on the spot before you even notice it. Of course, Yi Xian was not stupid enough to take out a top-level martial art for trading. This martial art, placed in the old man's library, is at most a third-rate sword technique and is usually just used as a table leg support. But he believed that it was absolutely invaluable in the Kyushu martial arts circle. When the old man saw Yi Xian casually take out a piece of paper, he couldn't help but frown. With his eyes, he could tell that this piece of paper was just an ordinary A4 paper. The font on it was obviously just written. This guy actually said this was a technique? He even wanted him to identify it. Was he kidding? The old man even wanted to ask someone to kick Yi Xian out, but when he thought of his identity, he finally suppressed his anger, took the paper from Yi Xian's hand and started reading. It doesn't matter if you don't see it. Once you see it, you will be shocked. When the old man saw the contents on the paper, he was disdainful at first, but after looking at it carefully for a few times, his expression instantly became serious and he began to read it carefully. After a few seconds, the old man's body trembled, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Cultivator's martial arts. This is actually a cultivator's martial arts. And it's a complete version of a cultivator's martial arts. Oh my god. I never thought I would be able to see the complete version of a cultivator's martial arts in my lifetime. I will die without regrets." Yi Xian looked at the old man's extremely excited expression with a rather strange expression. It's not like Jojo is without cultivators, nor is it without cultivators' martial arts skills. Besides, this is just a third-rate martial art. Is there any need to be so excited? Suddenly, the old man raised his head, stared at Yi Xian, and said excitedly, "Little brother, can you tell me where you got this martial art from?" While speaking, the old man stared at Yi Xian, waiting for Yi Xian to give him an answer. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Of course, he couldn't tell the origin of this technique. He said calmly, "Why? Does your auction house still need to confirm the source of the items?" After hearing these words, the old man came to his senses and realized that his emotions just now were a bit too much. No one will tell you the origin of a martial art that a practitioner has. After all, the man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing the treasure. Once it gets out, the consequences will be disastrous. The old man took a deep breath, calmed down, and said, "Little brother, your technique is too valuable. I can't give you a price. If you don't mind, I can take you to see my lady. How about you negotiate the price with her?" Yi Xian had already guessed that the other party could not give a price, so he simply nodded and said, "Okay, take me to see your young lady." "Little brother, wait a moment." The old man stood up, called a staff member, gave him 2 instructions, and then said to Yi Xian, "Little brother, please follow me." Yi Xian nodded, followed the old man, got on the elevator, stopped at the top floor, and then came to the door of a presidential suite. The old man knocked on the door gently, and a clear female voice came out, "Come in." The old man said to Yi Xian, "Little brother, wait for me here." Inside the presidential suite, a young girl was sitting on the sofa. The girl was probably in her 20s, tall and slim, and her manners were dignified and elegant. Her jet black hair cascaded to her waist like a waterfall, her beautiful eyes looked around, and her every frown and smile revealed an indescribable charm. She is like a peony bud about to bloom, beautiful but not coquettish, gorgeous but not vulgar, and charming in every way. "Miss." The old man walked into the room with his head slightly lowered and called out with great respect. The girl glanced at the old man, opened her red lips slightly, and her pleasant voice echoed in the room, "Mr. Zhang, why are you here instead of staying at the appraisal center?" The old man bent his body, lowered his head, and said carefully, "Miss, someone just brought a technique here and wanted to appraise its value. I can't make the decision, so I would like to ask you to make the decision." "Can't make the decision?" The girl's beautiful eyes moved, and a hint of curiosity flashed across her pretty face. She said, "Mr. Zhang, even you can't make the decision. Could it be that this kung fu is very powerful?" Mr. Zhang is the appraisal master specially hired by the Yin family, and the Yin family has given Mr. Zhang very high authority. To put it bluntly, for things with a value of less than 2 billion, Mr. Zhang could make a decision without consulting her, the eldest lady. But now even Mr. Zhang can't make a decision. Obviously, the value of this technique has exceeded 2 billion. How could she not be curious? After all, compared to Jiangnan province, Tianhai is just a small place. It's incredible that a small place can come up with something worth more than 2 billion. The old man nodded and said, "Miss, this is a sword technique, a complete version of a cultivator's martial arts technique. You can take a look at it." As he spoke, the old man took out the water-by sword in his hand. The girl slowly raised her hand and pointed in the air, and the old man's sort of water-breaking technique fell into her hand. The girl's eyes fell on the paper at first. The next second, a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she stared at the water-breaking sword in her hand. That absolutely beautiful face was filled with surprise and shock. This is indeed a cultivator's martial arts skill. How is this possible? The girl couldn't help but exclaim. In the Kyushu martial arts circle, there are indeed practitioners and their martial arts. However, the martial arts and skills of these practitioners are all in the hands of the top forces and have never been leaked to the outside world.
No. To be precise, not even the incomplete secret manuals of practitioners have been circulated.
The girl never thought that someone would actually put a cultivator's martial arts skill up for auction today. More importantly, this is a complete version of a practitioner's martial art.
She couldn't imagine what kind of sensation this news would cause once it got out. She was afraid that the whole Kyushu would be in a bloody storm. The girl took a few deep breaths, trying to calm herself down, and asked, "Master Zhang, who got this technique?"
The old man replied, "It's a young person in her 20s, she's outside."
"Let him in," the girl said immediately.
"Yes, Mississippi." The old man nodded, turned, and walked outside.
Chapter 172 Yenryu. Not long.
Yi Xian walked into the presidential suite from outside, and the old man who brought him in stood respectfully at the door. Walking into the room, Yi Xian's eyes immediately fell on the girl on the sofa, and his eyes narrowed slightly.
Practitioner.
He actually felt the aura of a cultivator on the girl, and this aura was not the same aura that Yen Wu had carried before, it was extremely modeled.
The girl in front of me is a genuine practitioner.
It's just that the quality of the martial arts practiced by the other party is not high, and in terms of the quality of his true energy, it is completely incomparable to his.
It is no exaggeration to say that there is a world of difference.
After Yi Xian came in, the girl's eyes also fell on Yi Xian. Her mind quickly searched for information about Yi Xian, but she was shocked to find that among the young talents she knew, no one could match Yi Xian. The key point is that Yi Xian seemed to be standing there calmly, but he gave people a feeling of extreme danger. She had no doubt that if she dared to do anything extreme, the man in front of her would kill her without hesitation.
There will be no mercy or sympathy. This is an extremely dangerous man.
We can be friends, but definitely not enemies. Otherwise, it would be a very terrifying thing. The girl immediately labeled Yi Xian as extremely dangerous in her mind. Soon, the girl came to her senses, made an inviting gesture, and said, "Sir, please take a seat."
Yi Xian didn't hesitate and sat down on the sofa opposite the girl.
Seeing Yi Xian's actions, the girl's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and she spoke again, "Sir, my name is Yenryu. I wonder what your name is, sir."
Yi Xian.
Yi Xian said two words lightly, "Miss Yen, let's cut to the chase. Your people said that they can't make the decision on this technique, so they asked me to come to you."
"You should have seen the technique, but I don't know if you can make the decision?"
"Certainly."
Yenryu didn't care about Yi Xian's attitude at all.
She nodded and said, "However, I have a question."
"Mr. Yi, can you tell me the origin of this technique?" "There's no need for me to tell you this,"
Yi Xian said indifferently. Yenryu was stunned, as if she didn't expect Yi Xian to be so disrespectful to her.
No matter what, she was a beauty after all. Who would speak coldly to a beauty?
However, Yenryu was the eldest daughter of the Yen family after all, so she quickly reacted and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I was abrupt."
"But, Mr. Yi, how do you want to trade?" Yi Xian frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Yenryu explained, "I have two ways to trade. First, my Yen family will directly pay for the purchase.
This sword technique is a cultivator's martial art, so I can pay 3.5 billion to purchase this sword technique. Of course, if you are not in a hurry to use the money, Mr. Yi, you can also choose to auction it. However, I am afraid that the auction cannot be held today. This technique is a complete version of a cultivator's martial arts skill, and it is very valuable. I'm afraid no one can raise enough funds in a short period of time.
We can only wait until the next auction. But one thing is certain.
If it were to be auctioned, the price of this technique would not be less than 3.5 billion.
It could even be doubled.
After all, Mr. Yi, you should know that the price of an auction will vary from person to person. If you meet someone who is eager for it, the price will naturally be much higher, but it is also possible that you will not be able to reach the ideal price."
At this point, Yenryu paused and said, "I wonder which transaction you would choose, Mr. Yi. If we sell it to the Yen family, when will the funds arrive?"
Yi Xian said directly. He took out this skill originally in order to bid for the heavenly fire furnace, so naturally he couldn't wait until the next auction. Moreover, this technique is just a third-rate technique for him.
If there is an auction next time, he might show up again.
It is totally not worthwhile to waste his time for a third-rate martial art.
It can be deposited at any time. Yen Ruyu directly gave a time.
Yi Xian nodded and said, okay, then let's follow the first method you mentioned and trade directly.
No problem. Yen Ruyu nodded, then hesitated for a moment and said, Mr. Yi, don't you consider leaving this technique for auction at the next auction?
I can tell you that after the Yen family's operation, the value of this technique is definitely not less than 5 billion. Yi Xian refused without a second thought and said, no need, just do as I say. Upon hearing this, Yen Ruyu looked at Yi Xian deeply, and without saying anything more, she took out her cell phone and dialed a number. Then she asked about Yi Xian's bank account number. In less than a minute, Yi Xian's cell phone rang and 3.5 billion yuan of funds was directly transferred to him.
Mr. Yi, the funds have been transferred, you can take a look. Yen Ruyu said.
Yi Xian glanced at his phone, nodded, and said, Miss Yen, since the transaction is completed, I will leave first. As he spoke, Yi Xian stood up and prepared to leave. He had been gone for almost 10 minutes, so he had to hurry back. Yen Ruyu saw Yi Xian's actions and suddenly called out, Mr. Yi, wait a minute.
Yi Xian stopped and said, Miss Yen, do you have anything else to do?
Yen Ruyu took a deep breath and said, Mr. Yi, our Yen family has nothing else but sufficient funds. If you have other skills, Mr. Yi, I hope you can give priority to the Yen family.
I will. Yi Xian replied casually and his figure disappeared into the presidential suite.
Looking at Yi Xian's disappearing back, Yen Ruyu's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and a perfect arc appeared at the corners of her mouth. What she said just now was not only that she hoped Yi Xian could do business with the Yen family again, but also contained a hint of testing. If Yi Xian refused, or if Yi Xian said that he would give priority to the Yen family next time he had such a technique, it would mean that Yi Xian had only obtained this technique by chance.
But now Yi Xian's answer is somewhat intriguing. The sky is clear and the wind is gentle. A light sentence.
There is only one reason why this situation could occur, and that is that Yi Xian definitely still has some cultivator martial arts skills in his hands, and quite a few of them, otherwise, Yi Xian would not have been able to be so calm and composed. What is more important is that when Yi Xian sold this martial art to her, there was no emotion in his eyes, and he even seemed to be indifferent. This also confirmed her guess.
Yi Xian.
Yen Ruyu murmured to herself in a low voice, and then she shouted to the outside of the door, someone come.
Miss.
A middle-aged man walked in from outside. If Yi Xian was here, he would definitely recognize that this middle-aged man was Yen Wu whom he met in the hall.
Chapter 173 Yi Xian takes action. At this moment, Yen Ruyu seemed to have become a different person, emitting a strong aura from head to toe. She said, Yen Wu, go investigate this person for me. His name is Yi Xian, the guest in box 6. I want to know all his information. Yi Xian?
When Yen Wu heard the name, he was slightly stunned and a strange look appeared on his face.
Yen Ruyu noticed the change in Yen Wu's expression and asked in confusion, Yen Wu, what's wrong with you? Do you know him?
Yen Wu nodded and explained, before the auction started, there was a conflict in the hall. One of the people involved was also called Yi Xian, a young man. As he spoke, Yen Wu briefly described what happened in the hall. After hearing Yen Wu's words, Yen Ruyu narrowed her eyes slightly. She was sure that the Yi Xian Yen Wu was talking about was definitely the same person as the Yi Xian she was talking about.
Miss, do we need to continue investigating? Yen Wu looked at Yen Ruyu and said again.
Yen Ruyu pondered for a moment and said, continue investigating, but don't go too deep.
Just check the general information. Yes, miss, I will arrange it right away. Yen Wu nodded and quickly retreated.
Yen Ruyu stood up from the sofa and walked to a floor-to-ceiling window next to her. She admired her perfect figure in the mirror. The corners of her mouth curved slightly as she muttered to herself.
Interesting.
You defeated a half-step grandmaster with one punch, and you can easily use a cultivator's martial arts.
Yi Xian, very good. I am becoming more and more interested in you. I want to see who you are.
When Yi Xian returned to the box, the competition for the Skyfire furnace was still going on. However, compared with the fierce competition before, the bidding sounds in the auction hall have almost disappeared. Instead, there were sounds from various boxes. The price also soared from the 600 to 700 million when he left to more than 2 billion. Ling Ruoshui was sitting on the sofa, her face flushed and beads of sweat on the tip of her nose. She held a meter in her hand, staring at the auction hall without blinking, ready to enter the price at any time. When she heard the door open, Ling Ruoshui trembled and subconsciously looked towards the door. When she saw Yi Xian coming back, she breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Brother Yi, you're back." Yi Xian nodded, walked to the sofa, sat down, and said, "I'm back.
Leave the rest to me."
"Good." Ling Ruoshui nodded vigorously and handed the quote machine in her hand to Yi Xian. During the few minutes that Yi Xian was away, she felt as if the days were long and she was extremely nervous, fearing that she would accidentally enter the wrong price and let the Skyfire furnace fall into someone else's hands. He was also a little worried that what if the price he entered was too high, causing Yi Xian to be unable to pay the balance and causing trouble for Yi Xian? Now that Yi Xian is finally back, she can finally rest assured. Yi Xian reached out and took the quotation machine handed over by Ling Ruoshui, nodded at Ling Ruoshui, and looked towards the auction hall.
2.57 billion. 2.91 billion. 3.26 billion.
The price is still increasing, but compared to the fierce competition at the beginning, the number of people bidding has decreased, and only 3 people are left competing. When the price soared to 3.53 billion, the entire hall had fallen completely silent. The alchemy furnace is indeed very important.
Once you get it, you can make friends with an alchemist and get his support.
But the price of 3.53 billion is far beyond the limit that countless people can afford. The key point is that there is no complete evidence to prove that this is a heavenly fire furnace. Once the judgment is wrong, even if the heavenly fire furnace is a bronzeware handed down from thousands of years ago, they will suffer a loss of billions if they get it. They are not short of money, but losing billions at once is enough to hurt them seriously. Moreover, although alchemy furnaces are rare, it does not mean that they do not exist.
The price is similar to that of the heavenly fire furnace. Moreover, it can be fully proved that this is an alchemy furnace.
There is no need to bid for a heavenly fire furnace whose authenticity is unknown.
The loss outweighs the gain.
Looking at the extremely quiet auction hall, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He knew that the time for him to make a move had come, and he directly entered a number into the quotation machine. Soon, a mechanical voice was heard in the auction hall.
The guest in box 6 offered 3.6 billion. Silence. Deathly silence.
After this price appeared, the entire auction hall seemed to have been muted, and no one reacted for a while.
Crash. The next second, the whole audience was boiling. Box number 6. Box number 6 actually took action.
Directly raised the price by 70 million.
Holy shit. Don't you think money is money? It's an eye-opener. Today I finally opened my eyes.
I used to think I was a billionaire and was considered rich, but now it seems that I am just a frog in a well. If I remember correctly, box number 6 cost more than 500 million before. Now it has cost another 3.6 billion.
Whose family is this young master from? He is too rich.
There was a flurry of discussion all around.
Everyone's face was filled with shock, and they couldn't calm down. In box number 10.
He Jianqi sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, looking at the quiet auction hall with a bright smile on his face. This time, in order to take over the alchemy furnace, the He family prepared a full 4 billion yuan in funds and even mortgaged a lot of their assets. They were determined to take over this alchemy furnace at all costs. However, it now seems that the He family has somewhat overestimated the strength of this group of people. Now the Skyfire furnace is finally in the He family's possession. The day of the He family's rise is coming. Ling family, Lin family, Zhao family, Chen family, you will all be stepping stones for my He family.
My He family is the real overlord of Tianhai. No, sooner or later, my He family will become the overlord of Jiangnan province, and even Zhozhou. Ha 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 ha. A happy smile appeared on He Jianqi's face. Okay, I finally got you.
Ling Ruoshui, Lin Shiu, and that poor bastard, just wait for me.
It won't be long before I kill you all. He Qian's expression was extremely ferocious.
In her opinion, as long as she could take down the alchemy furnace, she would have the chance for revenge. He Jianqi retracted his gaze, picked up the red wine next to him, poured himself a glass of wine, and was about to take a sip when he suddenly heard the sound of a quotation coming from the hall. Hearing this voice, He Jianqi paused, with a cold look on his face, and snorted, "There are still people who don't know how to live or die and want to steal the alchemy furnace. Then I will let you see where the He family's confidence lies." As he spoke, he used the quotation machine to input a price, 3.61 billion.
But soon, another mechanical voice sounded, box number 6 offers 3.7 billion.
When this price was announced, everyone's mouth twitched.
Do they really live in the same world? The price was raised by 90 million at once. Is this really Kyushu currency? Not some Zimbabwean currency? The key point is, with such a high price increase, are you sure you are here to auction and not to cause trouble?
He Jianqi's face was also extremely cold. He suppressed his anger and said, 3.71 billion.
As soon as this price appeared, it was immediately refreshed again. Box number 6 is 3.8 billion. Chapter 174. Who do you think you are? Bang!
Hearing the other party raising the price again, He Jianqi could no longer bear it. He smashed the red wine glass in his hand to the ground with a grim look on his face. In his opinion, the other party was clearly trying to provoke the He family, otherwise how could they raise the price by 90 million at one time?
He couldn't bear it any longer and suddenly picked up a microphone. This is a specially arranged box that allows for communication with the auction hall.
His eyes swept across the auction hall, and his voice was full of undisguised threats. Box number 6, I don't care who you are. But I tell you, this Skyfire furnace is something that my He family must obtain. Also, I can tell you clearly that this time, my He family has only prepared 4 billion.
I will offer 4 billion now. If you have the guts, you can raise the price.
However, I hope you remember that anyone who dares to provoke my He family will never have a good ending.
Threaten. A naked threat. He was not worried about threatening any top big shots. The items being auctioned at the Yin family's auction are not expensive, and the people attracted will not be big shots. At most, they are from the Tianhai family or families from surrounding cities. These forces are weaker than the He family, or are just as strong as them, so there is no need to take them seriously. Besides, there is a saying that goes, a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. This is Tianhai. This is the He family's territory.
If you are a tiger, you have to lie prone.
If you are a dragon, you can only coil up. He wasn't worried about anything. After the words fell, He Jianqi took the quotation machine and entered a price, 4 billion.
When this voice sounded, everyone was startled.
No one spoke and everyone held their breath. They wanted to see if the people in box number 6 would dare to bid again after He Jianqi's threat. The next second, under everyone's expectant eyes, a voice rang out again, box number 6 offers 4.01 billion.
However, compared to the previous price increase of tens of millions, this time the price increase was only 10 million, which just met the minimum price increase standard. To an uninformed person, they might think that the other party is running out of funds and is raising the price.
But everyone present was a smart person and they understood the meaning of this price almost instantly. It was clearly a slap in the face. Didn't you threaten me and stop me from raising the price? That's good. I'll raise the price just once to show you, and I'll only raise it by 10 million, what can you do to me? Humiliation. This is naked humiliation.
He didn't take the He family seriously at all. No, to be more precise, he directly trampled the He family under his feet.
Mad. Too crazy.
Everyone subconsciously looked towards box number 6, wanting to see who dared to be so disrespectful to the He family.
Unfortunately, all views were blocked by an extremely dark wall.
It's impossible to see clearly who is inside.
Box number 10. Damn it. Damn it. I want you to die.
I want you to die without a burial place. He Jianqi's face was distorted to the extreme, and murderous intent emanated from his whole body. How could he not have thought that after he revealed his identity, the other party would actually dare to raise the price, even by only 10 million?
This is a complete humiliation to him. Humiliation to the entire He family.
But he was helpless. He only had 4 billion in cash on him, and in order to prevent malicious bidding, the Yen family required the funds to be in your bank card.
Even if he went downstairs and asked his father to transfer the money, it would be too late. Crack.
He Jianqi suddenly exerted force with his 5 fingers and smashed the quarter in his hand into pieces.
His voice also rang out at this moment, okay, very okay. I'll remember this time. You'd better not pray to be found by me, otherwise, He Jianqi, swear to heaven that I will make you pay.
This voice made everyone shudder. They felt a strong murderous intent in He Jianqi's words. Obviously, once He Jianqi found out their identities, he would spare no effort to kill them. At this time, the other party should not provoke He Jianqi anymore. This thought flashed through everyone's mind. But before they could even think of this, a faint voice rang out, "If you don't have money, shut up.
This is not your home, and I'm not your father. I won't spoil you." The He family? What are you? Who are you? Oh shit. Who is the He family? Who do you think you are?
After hearing this, everyone was stunned and their eyes almost popped out. Breathing also stopped the moment Yi Xian finished speaking. From Yi Xian's provocation just now, they already knew that Yi Xian was very arrogant, but this was too arrogant. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is lawless.
This is a fight to the death with the He family.
If He Jianqi could swallow this, he would be no different from a coward.
Box number 10. Boom.
Hearing this, He Jianqi smashed the microphone to the ground. Not feeling satisfied, he stomped on the ground hard, breaking the microphone into pieces.
His face was extremely ferocious, his eyes were bloodshot, and he roared, "I will kill you. I will kill you. No matter who you are, I will find you and cut you into pieces, and use your blood to wash away my shame." As he spoke, an extremely cold murderous intent emanated from He Jianqi. The second time.
This was the second time today that someone had given him the cold shoulder.
He could almost imagine that after today, He Jianqi, would become a complete joke in the circle of Tianhai's second generation.
He must find this person and kill him. No, he must destroy all the forces behind him and let everyone know what the consequences of provoking the He family are. At this moment, Elder Wei, who also had an unpleasant expression on his face, suddenly said, "Mr. Yi, please be patient.
We haven't lost yet. This Skyfire furnace is still ours." Hearing what Elder Wei said, He Jianqi took a deep breath and said, "Elder Wei, what do you mean? I don't quite understand."
Elder Wei's eyes flashed with a grim light, and he said, "Mr. Yi, you should have heard that the real competition is never in the auction, but after the auction. Although he has won the Skyfire furnace now, whether he can take it home is still an unknown."
"Mr. Wei, are you talking about murder and robbery?"
He Jianqi's eyes lit up, and he immediately thought of something. He said helplessly, "Mr. Wei, you know the rules of the Yin family. All the information of the auctioneers is confidential.
If we want to know who took it, it may be harder than climbing to the sky."
Elder Wei sneered and said, "Mr. He, the Yin family does keep the information confidential, but that doesn't mean we can't go and see it ourselves. We just need to check the surveillance in the corridor, and we can find out who is in box 6. Even if we don't know who it is, as long as we know what the other person looks like, it will be easy to find out his identity." He Jianqi shook his head and said, "Mr. Wei, this is indeed possible, but the hotel's surveillance has long been taken over by the Yin family.
Even if we want to watch it, I'm afraid they won't agree." Chapter 175, Taking Down the Skyfire Furnace. "Mr. He, if they don't agree, can't we force them to watch?"
There was a hint of sinisterness in Mr. Wei's tone.
He now also hated box number 6.
Because he was the Yi family's priest, the Yi family's head, He Rudong, had promised him personally that once it was confirmed that the alchemy furnace was real and the Yi family successfully took it and made friends with an alchemist, they would ask the alchemist to make him some martial arts elixirs to help him reach a higher level of martial arts. Now that the alchemy furnace has been confirmed to be real, we can even go a step further to establish friendly relations with the Jojo Alchemy Alliance. By then, relying on the pills refined by the Jojo Dan League, his strength will not only be improved to a higher level, but he may even have a chance to enter the Jojo Grandmaster list. But now, such a great opportunity was snatched away by someone.
Preventing me from achieving enlightenment, this is a deep blood feud. How could he endure this and not be filled with murderous intent?
Hearing what Elder Wei said, He Jianqi's eyes flashed with an interested look. Then, he thought of something and couldn't help but said, "Elder Wei, we can indeed force them to watch, but what if the Yin family finds out?
It's one of the top families in Jiangnan province. If we offend them, we might not be able to survive." Although he is very arrogant, he still knows his own limitations.
The Yin family is one of the top families in Jiangnan province.
They are extremely powerful and even have masters on the Jojo Grandmaster list.
To be the enemy of the Yin family, the other party doesn't even need to take action. Just one sentence can make the Yi family disappear from Tianhai forever. If they offend the Yin family, I'm afraid the Yi family won't survive tonight.
Elder Wei said nonchalantly, "Mr. He, you are right. If we offend the Yin family, we will have no chance of survival.
But don't forget that we still have a trump card, which is the Skyfire Furnace.
As long as we can get the Skyfire Furnace and send it to the Jojo Alchemy League, we will definitely be blessed by the Jojo Alchemy League. If the Yin family dares to touch us, what awaits them is annihilation." Besides, Mr. He, you were humiliated like this today, don't you want revenge? After hearing what Mr. Wei said, He Jianqi fell into silence and clenched his fists. Why doesn't he want revenge? When had he ever been humiliated like this before, let alone being severely humiliated twice today? He had been holding a lot of anger for a long time. Moreover, if he didn't get the alchemy furnace, it would take him an undetermined time to deal with Yi Xian, the country bumpkin. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Bullshit. He is not a gentleman. He just wants to take revenge on the spot and wash away his own shame with the other party's blood. After a few seconds, He Jianqi made up his mind and said, "Okay, Mr. Wei, I'll do as you say. I'll go out and call my dad now and ask him to send someone over." As he spoke, He Jianqi was about to walk outside. When Elder Wei saw this, he said directly, "Mr. He, there's no need to go through so much trouble. By the time the patriarch sends someone, it will be too late. Let me take action and go to the monitoring room myself to see who is in box 6. After the auction is over, we will follow him and capture him. We will force him to tell us where the Skyfire furnace is. Once we get the Skyfire furnace, we will send him off." Hearing what Elder Wei said, He Jianqi thought about it, nodded in agreement and said, "Elder Wei, thank you for your help. Mr. Wei is a martial arts master and an old-school master. It is indeed much better for Mr. Wei to take action than for the Yi family to call for help. Mr. He, leave it to me, I'll be back soon." Mr. Wei nodded, then turned around and walked outside. After Mr. Wei left, He Jianqi once again looked towards the auction hall, his tone filled with boundless murderous intent. "Just wait. Wait until I find you. I will tear you into pieces and grind your bones to dust to wash away my shame today." Auction hall. After Yi Xian's price of 4.01 billion came out, the entire space fell silent, and no one made a sound. This price has far exceeded the price of a normal alchemy furnace. If they continue the auction now, it would be a sheer waste of money. In other places, this price can almost buy 2 alchemy furnaces. Moreover, the provocation from box number 6 just now must have made He Jianqi extremely furious. If they participated in the auction, they might get into trouble. Although the Yin family kept the auctioneer's information completely confidential, they were prepared for the worst and did not want to bring themselves any fatal disaster. The Cheongsam woman stood on the auction stage, her eyes swept across the entire auction hall, and her voice rang out, "Now the bid for box number 6 is 4.01 billion, the first time. 4 billion and 10 million, second time. 4.01 billion, third time. Deal." In the box, Yi Xian listened to the voice of the Cheongsam woman and a look of excitement appeared on his face. He finally got the alchemy furnace. Naturally, he also heard He Jianqi's threat, but he didn't take it seriously at all. In the hall, he had already crippled one of He Jianqi's arms and made He Qian kneel on the ground to apologize. He had been at odds with the Yi family for a long time, so it was no big deal to offend them again. If the Yi family doesn't know what life and death is, he doesn't mind uprooting the Yi family. "Brother Yi, you really took a photo of the Skyfire furnace and spent 4 billion? Suddenly, a shocking voice sounded in the box. Ling Ruoshui widened her beautiful eyes, opened her cherry lips slightly, and looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. Her proud chest rose and fell slightly, showing her inner uneasiness. You know, she had asked her father about Yi Xian's identity, and her father told her that Yi Xian came down from the mountains. In her imagination, people who came down from the mountains probably didn't have much money. This is true even if Yi Xian is an extremely skilled doctor. After all, no matter how skilled your medical skills are, if you are not famous, it will be useless and no one will come to you to treat and save lives. At least before she met Yi Xian, she had never heard of the name Yi Xian. But what did she see now? Yi Xian actually took out 4 billion. No, including the money he spent on the auction of the Peerless Grace necklace, he had spent almost 4.6 billion. This much money cannot be raised even if the Ling family is sold. Now Yi Xian actually took it out lightly. It's really unbelievable. This kind of person came from the mountains, and was still called a bumpkin. What was she? Wasn't she even a bumpkin? Are these people blind? Yi Xian looked at Ling Ruoshui, smiled faintly, and said, "Have you forgotten what I told you? To me, money is just a number. A mere 4 billion can be exchanged for a top-grade alchemy furnace, which is very cost-effective." When Ling Ruoshui heard Yi Xian's words, she couldn't help but be speechless. Money is just a number to me. This is too pretentious. Just 4 billion. When did 4 billion have to be described with just 2 words?
As for whether Yi Xian could come up with so much money, Ling Ruoshui never doubted it at all. She and Yi Xian had only known each other for a few days, and she had some understanding of Yi Xian's character. As long as Yi Xian could say it, he could definitely do it. Yi Xian was too lazy to explain anything. He glanced at the auction hall, stood up from the sofa, and said, "Ruoshui, the auction is over now. Let's go trade first and go home later." Ling Ruoshui came back to his senses, nodded, and said, "Okay, brother Yi." Afterwards, Yi Xian and Ling Ruoshui left the box directly.
Chapter 176 He Jianqi's Killing Intention.
After leaving the box, Yi Xian and Ling Ruoshui, led by a staff member, came to the temporary trading center of the auction. After paying the balance of the auction and agreeing on the delivery time, the two left an address. Ling Ruoshui left the address of the Ling family, while Yi Xian left the address of the villa that Ling Shanha gave him. After all, now that he had the alchemy furnace, he would need to refine pills next, so it would definitely not be appropriate to leave the address of the Linjiang Bay villa. After doing all this, Yi Xian and Ling Ruoshui took the elevator downstairs.
At the entrance of the hotel lobby,
Yi Xian stopped, looked at Ling Ruoshui, and said, "Ruoshui, where are you going next?
Back to Lin Jiangwan villa, or back to Ling's villa?"
Ling Ruoshui took a deep breath and said, "I'm going back to the Ling family villa. My mother's belongings have been found, and I want to go back and tell my father the good news as soon as possible so that he can be happy too." Although it was not her father who lost her mother's belongings, Ling Ruoshui knew that her father was also feeling very guilty inside and always blamed her for not protecting her mother's belongings. Now that she had finally found her mother's belongings, she naturally had to go back. At this point, Ling Ruoshui looked at Yi Xian and said, "Brother Yi, where are you going?"
"I'll go to Yangue Lake Villa to take a look," Yi Xian said.
Ling Ruoshui said, "Brother Yi, Yangue Lake Villa is still some distance away from here, why don't I take you there?"
"It's just on my way."
After hearing Ling Ruoshui's words, Yi Xian thought about it and did not refuse. "Ruoshui, thank you for your help."
"Brother Yi, it's not a big deal.
Besides, you helped me so much today.
What I did is totally insignificant."
Ling Ruoshui shook her head, then took out her cell phone from her pocket and made a call.
Soon, a Mercedes-Benz Maybach drove over from a distance.
A middle-aged man got out of the car and said respectfully to Ling Ruoshui, "Mr. Yi."
Ling Ruoshui nodded, then said to Yi Xian, "Brother Yi, let's get in the car."
"Good." Yi Xian opened the car door directly and got into the Mercedes-Benz Maybach. Ling Ruoshui asked the middle-aged man to put the wheelchair in the trunk before opening the car door and sitting in.
Mr. Yi, where are we going next?"
The middle-aged man returned to the driver's seat and asked. Ling Ruoshui said, "Uncle Qian, send Brother Yi to Yangguihu Villa first, and then we will go back to the Ling family."
"Yes, Mississippi."
The other side.
In box number 10.
He Jianqi sat on the sofa, watching the auction gradually end, his eyes extremely sinister. He Qian also did not leave, but sat next to He Jianqi with the same ugly expression. For her, losing the alchemy furnace meant that she lost the opportunity to become the top lady in Jiangnan province and lost the opportunity to take revenge. She couldn't swallow this. She wanted to stay here and wait for Mr. Wei to return, and then follow her elder brother to deal with this guy. She wanted to teach this ignorant guy a lesson and vent all the anger she had suffered at the hands of Yi Xian and Ling Ruoshui. Crack! Just then, the door of the box opened. An old figure strode in from outside. Seeing this old figure, He Jianqi immediately stood up from the sofa and asked, "Mr. Wei, how is it?
Have you found out? What is the other party's identity?"
"Mr. He, we have already found out that this guy is against us. He was also the one who took the photo of the Skyfire furnace."
Mr. Wei nodded, took out a mobile phone, opened the photo album, and placed a photo in front of He Jianqi.
He Jianqi subconsciously looked at the photo. When he saw who was in the photo, his face instantly became extremely ugly, and a murderous intent burst out from his body. When Elder Wei saw He Jianqi's reaction, he was slightly startled and couldn't help but ask, "Mr. He, what's wrong with you?
Do you know this guy?"
He Jianqi stared at the figure in the photo, gritting his teeth and saying, "More than knowing him, I wish I could cut him into pieces. My hand was crippled by this little bastard." After he finished speaking, He Jianqi really couldn't help it. He raised his foot and kicked hard on the coffee table in front of him.
Bang!
In an instant, the entire mahogany coffee table was kicked to pieces. One can imagine how angry He Jianqi was inside. He looked at Elder Wei again and said in a grim tone, "Elder Wei, are you sure that this guy is the one who is trying to steal the alchemy furnace from us?"
That's right. Elder Wei nodded and said, I checked the surveillance footage. This kid and Miss Ling came out of box 6.
Combined with the sound we heard earlier, we can be sure that the Skyfire furnace is definitely in the hands of this kid, not Miss Ling.
Hearing Elder Wei's words again, He Jianqi said with a cold face, Elder Wei, do you know where this kid is?
Elder Wei said, this kid has already left the Peninsula Hotel, but I have arranged for someone to keep an eye on him and will not let him out of our sight.
Good.
He Jianqi's eyes flashed with extremely cold murderous intent, and he said, Old Wei, let's go and find this kid.
This time, we will settle all the old and new grudges together.
I want this kid to die without a burial place. He Qian, who had been silent, suddenly said, Brother, take me with you.
I want to go too. This kid dared to slap me and make me kneel on the ground. I must teach him a lesson today. I will break all his bones one by one.
He Jianqi glanced at his sister, nodded, and said, Okay, you go with us.
He wasn't worried about any accidents at all.
Yi Xian's strength is indeed very strong. But the old man Wei beside him is more powerful, and it is no problem for him to deal with a son-in-law.
There is nothing to worry about.
Mr. He, let's go, said Mr. Wei.
Good.
He Jianqi nodded, and the group walked outside with murderous intent.
At the same time. Top floor, presidential suite.
Yan Ruyu sat on the sofa, her perfect figure on full display, like a goddess, making people unable to look away at one glance. But at this moment, such a beautiful woman had a hint of disbelief in her eyes.
She was holding a document in her hand. If you look carefully, you will definitely find that this is information about Yi Xian.
Yi Xian, who came out of the mountains half a month ago, became the grandson-in-law of the old man of the Tianhai Lin family after his engagement was broken off by the Qin family.
He was even called the son-in-law by countless people? At this moment, Yan Ruyu's chest was rising and falling, and the waves were magnificent.
After meeting Yi Xian, her first impression was that Yi Xian was an extremely dangerous person and could only be a friend, not an enemy. Especially after seeing Yi Xian casually taking out a cultivator's martial arts skill, she felt that Yi Xian must be from a very powerful background. It is very likely that he is from a large family in Kyushu, or a secluded family. But she never expected that Yi Xian was just a son-in-law of the Lin family.
I've even been dumped. How is this possible?
Relying on the fact that Yi Xian could easily perform a cultivator's martial arts today, this alone was enough to make Yi Xian a target of countless forces in Zhozhou, and marrying their daughter to him was a routine operation.
A small family actually chose to cancel the engagement? How ridiculous.
It seems that a person's vision determines the height of his future.
There is a reason why the Qin family is just a third-rate family in Tianhai. Chapter 177 Yan Ruyu's Guess.
After a long time, Yan Ruyu exhaled, looked at Yan Wu beside him, and said, Why is there only information about Yi Xian coming to Tianhai, but no information outside Tianhai?
Yan Wu shook his head and said, I can't find it.
I have already used the Yin family's intelligence network, but apart from Tianhai's information, I can't find any other information. It's as if the other party appeared out of thin air in Tianhai. Not only that, we have no idea what his purpose is in appearing in Tianhai or why he appeared in Tianhai.
We mobilized the Yin family's intelligence network, but couldn't find anything?
Hearing Yan Wu's words, a look of shock flashed across Yan Ruyu's face, and her chest rose and fell slightly, showing her inner unrest. In the eyes of outsiders, the Yin family is just one of the top families in Jiangnan province. But in fact, the Yin family is one of the largest intelligence dealers in Zhozhou, and the intelligence network they have established spans the entire Zhozhou. To be honest, if the Yin family wants to know something, they will know it clearly, even what kind of underwear you wear, what time you go to bed at night, what you talk in your sleep, and how many times you go to the toilet.
But what did she hear now? After using the Yin family network, no information about Yi Xian could be found.
There are only two possibilities in this situation. First, as the information on Yi Xian said, he had always stayed in the mountains and had never come down, so the Yin family could not investigate anything. But this is obviously impossible. Even if he stayed in the mountains for many years, Yi Xian had to go down the mountain and come to Tianhai. This was a process. But now Yi Xian seemed to appear out of thin air in Tianhai, which was totally unreasonable.
If it's not the former, then there is only one possibility.
Yi Xian's background is beyond imagination, and all the information about him has been erased manually.
That's why the Yin family couldn't find any information. Seeing Yan Ruyu remain silent, Yan Wu suddenly spoke up, Miss, do you think this Yi Xian is from a top family in Beijing? Or a hidden family? Is he a genius they secretly cultivated? Yan Ruyu didn't say anything, but fell into deep thought.
After a long while, she shook her head and said, Yi Xian cannot possibly be from a top family in Beijing.
Among the top families in Beijing, there is no family with the surname Yi.
Besides, even if they are the top families in the capital, they are not generous enough to sell a cultivator's martial arts skills. At this point, she paused for a moment before continuing. As for the hidden family, this is possible, but the possibility is not small.
Yi Xian is proficient in medicine and can save people from death.
His martial arts can pose a threat to you. If nothing unexpected happens, he must have entered the realm of martial arts master. He is an expert in both medicine and martial arts. He is the legendary genius who practices both Chinese and martial arts.
Looking at the past and present, there are only a handful of people who can do this.
To achieve this, no matter how talented you are, you need a huge amount of resources to support you.
Most large families don't have such a huge amount of resources.
If Yi Xian belongs to a hidden family, then the power of this hidden family is definitely not inferior to any top family in Beijing, and may even be better than them. With such a strong background, it is impossible for Yi Xian to not even have the money to bid for the Skyfire Furnace, and he needs to sell a cultivator's martial arts to exchange for funds.
This is completely unreasonable.
Even if this family wants to train Yi Xian, it is completely impossible. After all, the person is innocent, but the treasure is his crime. Once the news of the cultivator's martial arts is leaked, it may be a disaster for Yi Xian.
Even if there is a protector, you can't guarantee that you can protect Yi Xian all the time.
Once you fail, not only will you lose a genius, but you may even lose the future of your family.
Having said this, Yan Ruyu stopped.
She had indeed guessed before that Yi Xian was most likely from some top power in Zhozhou, but after thinking about it just now, she denied this guess. She had dealt with many children from aristocratic families, and no matter how humble and polite they were, deep down they all revealed a kind of arrogance and contempt for everything. But what she felt in Yi Xian was only a kind of confidence that came from the bottom of his bones. This kind of confidence comes from confidence in one's own abilities, rather than confidence in one's own background. From these performances, it can be concluded that Yi Xian is not from a top family or a secluded family.
Yan Wu was silent for a moment after hearing Yan Ruyu's words, and then spoke again. Miss, according to you, this kid doesn't have any background, but he was just lucky and accidentally got the inheritance of a fallen strong man? That's why he has such achievements?
In Zhozhou, some strong men died outside due to some accidents. In order to prevent their inheritance from being lost, they would leave their inheritance before they died, waiting for the right person. In the past in Zhozhou, there were many lucky people who inherited the power of the strong, and eventually jumped from an ordinary boy to a top strong man. Back then, there was an ancestor of a small family in the capital who accidentally obtained the inheritance left behind by a powerful man after his death, which pushed this small family to the forefront. And now, this so-called small family has become a giant in the capital.
No one can shake it. That's not possible at all.
Yan Ruyu still shook her head and said, in the martial arts, you may be able to rely on the inheritance of the strong to improve your strength, but in the medical field, there is no shortcut. You must accumulate for a long time.
Otherwise, even if you get the inheritance of the strong, it will be of no use.
More importantly, he gives me a very scary feeling.
He is an extremely dangerous person.
Maybe he appears calm and composed on the surface, but I can feel the indifference and coldness in his bones. For this kind of person, there are only 4 types of people in his world: relatives, friends, strangers, and enemies. The first 3 are easy to deal with, but once you become his enemy, I have a feeling that it will be the most terrible thing in the world. He will spare no effort and will wipe you out of this world at all costs.
Moreover, he will not care about your identity.
For him, there is only one way to deal with enemies: kill them without mercy. This can be seen from what happened in the hotel lobby before. If you hadn't shown up, the He family's eldest son might have died. To be able to do this is enough to show that he has experienced countless killings. It is not an exaggeration to say that he crawled out of a pile of dead bodies. It is impossible for a person who has inherited the legacy of a strong man to do such a crazy thing. When Yan Wu heard Yan Ruyu's words, he subconsciously opened his mouth to say something, but he didn't know how to start.
Because Yan Ruyu was right.
After he appeared in the hall, he could clearly feel the indifference in Yi Xian's eyes. He had only seen that kind of look in the eyes of some murderers.
Human life is completely worthless in the eyes of the other party and is no different from grass.
He even had no doubt that if he took sides, Yi Xian would most likely attack him without hesitation. He doesn't care at all about his identity. He didn't know where Yi Xian got the confidence to fight him, but he knew that the other party would definitely take action.
Chapter 178 Yan Ruyu's Plan. Miss, since Yi Xian is not from a top force, and he has not inherited any legacy from a powerful person, then where on earth is he from? Yan Wu spoke again.
Yan Ruyu shook her head and said, I don't know either, but... At this point, Yan Ruyu's eyes condensed, and her tone became serious. However, this person can only be a friend, not an enemy. Get Yi Xian's photo, send it to important members of the Yin family, and tell everyone.
This person is a distinguished guest of the Yin family.
Once you meet him, you must be polite and not offend him. Anyone who dares to offend him will be punished according to the family rules.
Yes, Mississippi.
Yan Wu nodded, then hesitated for a moment and said, Miss, it is undeniable that Yi Xian is indeed quite capable, but is it too much for us to treat him so seriously?
Is it worth it?
Yan Ruyu picked up the coffee on the tea table, took a sip, and said quietly, how can a golden fish stay in a pond?
Once it encounters wind and clouds, it will transform into a dragon.
I have a feeling in my heart that Yi Xian's appearance may change the entire pattern of Jiangnan province. The pattern that has been maintained in Jiangnan province for 100 years may also change.
In fact, if we stand on the wrong side this time, I'm afraid that many forces in Jiangnan province will disappear into thin air.
Besides, making friends with them won't do us any harm.
On the contrary, it will bring us many benefits.
Maybe one day, our Yin family will be able to use them to step out of Jiangnan province and become one of the top families in Beijing.
What? Miss, you are too optimistic about this boy. Just him, can the Yin family enter the capital and become the top family in the capital? You must be kidding.
Yan Wu widened his eyes and looked at Yan Ruyu in disbelief. If Yan Ruyu wasn't the eldest daughter of the Yin family, he really wanted to slap her in the face to let her know that even dreaming has its limits.
Capital city.
It has been the place of supreme authority since ancient times. For the noble families outside the capital, the biggest dream is to be able to step into the capital one day and become one of the noble families in the capital. Only by stepping into the capital city can you know that you have gained a place in the Kyushu martial arts circle.
But to achieve this is as difficult as ascending to heaven.
Throughout history, there are countless forces that have wanted to enter the capital, but only a handful of them have succeeded.
All other forces have been destroyed by the major families in the capital. No one will be left alive. The reason is very simple. The capital city is only this big. One more outsider is equivalent to one more person to divide your interests. No one is willing to give up their own interests.
Even some top forces cannot do this, but now Yan Ruyu says that Yi Xian alone can allow the Yin family to enter the capital and become a Beijing family.
Could it be that Yi Xian alone could be comparable to an entire top family? What a joke.
Yan Ruyu glanced at Yan Wu's appearance and did not explain anything.
Because she didn't have any evidence.
But she always had an inexplicable feeling in her heart, that is, making friends with Yi Xian would definitely be beneficial rather than harmful to the Yin family.
But if I say this, I'm afraid no one will believe it. Boom boom.
Just then, there was a knock on the door. Yan Ruyu guarded her thoughts, looked towards the door, and said, "Come in."
Crack. The door opens. A warrior from the Yin family walked in from outside and bowed respectfully to Yan Ruyu, Mississippi. Yan Ruyu glanced at the Yin family warrior and asked, "What's the matter?"
The Yin family warrior said directly, "Miss, someone just broke into the monitoring room and knocked out the guard in the monitoring room. The other party seems to have retrieved the monitoring footage." Hearing this, Yan Ruyu's pretty face suddenly turned cold, and her voice was chilly as she asked, "Do you know who the intruder is?" In order to prevent the bidders' identities from being leaked, the Yin family had already sent people to take over all the surveillance networks of the Peninsula Hotel. Now someone broke into the monitoring room and knocked out the Yin family guard. It was obvious that someone wanted to investigate the bidders' information.
This is a provocation to the Yin family.
The Yin family warrior said immediately, "We have found out that it is a martial arts master from the Tianhaihe family, named Wei Yan."
Tianhaihe family. Yan Ruyu exuded a chill from head to toe, and said in a grim tone, "Do you know where the Yi family members have gone?" The Yin family warrior replied, "They left the Peninsula Hotel 3 minutes ago and their current whereabouts are unknown." As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Wu, who was standing beside him, said with murderous intent on his face, "Miss, a small Tianhaihe family dared to provoke the Yin family, and must be severely punished. Why don't I take action and completely wipe out the Yi family from this world, so as to warn everyone what the rules are for those who dare to provoke the Yin family?"
After hearing Yan Wu's words, Yan Ruyu did not speak immediately, but was silent for a while before saying, "No need. The people of the Yi family will not survive today."
You won't survive today?
Yan Wu was startled, with a puzzled look on his face, and said, "Miss, what do you mean by this?"
Why don't I understand?
Yan Ruyu stood up from the sofa, walked to the window, put her hands behind her back, looked at the scenery outside the window, and said, "If I guess correctly, the reason why the Yi family broke into the monitoring room is probably to find out who took the photo of the Skyfire furnace. Once they know who it is, according to the Yi family's style, they will definitely want to kill people and seize the treasure, and the person who took the photo of the Skyfire furnace is Yi Xian.
Do you think that given Yi Xian's character, if the people from the Yi family dare to cause trouble for him, will Yi Xian show mercy?
The only fate that awaits the Yi family is death.
There will be no other outcome."
When Yan Wu heard this, he couldn't help but ask,
"Miss, do you think Yi Xian can kill Yi Jianqi?"
"It is undeniable that his aura can pose a threat to me, but this does not mean that he is strong.
There are people who are strong on the outside but weak on the inside.
As far as I know, the martial arts master of the Yi family has already entered the realm of master for 20 years. Although he has not entered the Jojo Grandmaster list, he can also be regarded as a veteran martial arts master. It would be harder for Yi Xian to fight against a veteran martial arts master than to ascend to heaven." Yan Ruyu's lips curved into a perfect arc as she smiled faintly and said, "Yan Wu, your prejudice blocks your vision.
Some people cannot be described by common sense. However, this is a good opportunity for us."
Yan Wu was startled, and subconsciously asked, "Good opportunity?
Miss, what do you mean by this?"
Yan Ruyu said, "There are different schools of martial arts.
If Yi Xian wants to deal with the Yi family, he will definitely take action.
We can completely judge his origins from the moves he uses."
"Well, Yan Wu, you go and follow the Yi family to see when they will attack Yi Xian.
You hide in the dark and take photos of the whole scene.
Bring it back to me later."
"Yes." Yan Wu nodded gently, and then said, "Miss, what if this boy can't defeat you?" Yan Ruyu said calmly, "If Yi Xian is defeated, then you can save him. If a genius who is good at both medicine and martial arts can join the Yin family, it will be a great help to the Yin family."
"Yes, miss, I understand." Yan Wu didn't say much. He bowed slightly to Yan Ruyu, then turned and left. "You go down too." Yan Ruyu waved her hand and asked the Yin family warrior to leave.
She turned around and looked down at the scenery of Tianhai. Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly, making it impossible to guess what she was thinking.
Chapter 179. There is a group of little mice behind.
The other side. A Mercedes-Benz Maybach whizzed along the road towards the Yengui Lake Villa. The entire carriage was silent. Yi Xian looked at the scenery passing by outside the window with a look of anticipation on his face.
Now that the alchemy furnace is in hand, everything is ready, except for the east wind.
As long as he can refine more pills, his strength will be further improved. At that time, he will be able to awaken the Hongming secret book again, obtain the ancient heritage contained in it, and even improve his strength further.
It's just a pity that there is still no news about my parents. This made him a little unhappy. Without finding this information, he can only stay in Tianhai temporarily, and he couldn't even look for his 5 senior sisters. Forget it, I don't want to think too much. I will improve my strength first. It won't be too late to find the 5 senior sisters after my strength is improved. Besides, the matter in Jiangnan province has not been completely resolved. If I leave, I am afraid that the Lin family will be in danger." Yi Xian shook his head and quickly suppressed the thoughts in his mind. With his current strength, even if he found 5 senior sisters, they would probably only be a burden. Instead of doing this, it is better to improve your strength first. If the 5 senior sisters get into trouble at that time, he can also help. Besides, he had promised Lin Shiu that he would help the Lin Group solve the problems it encountered, make the Lin Group one of the world's top companies, and make sure that no one could shake the Lin family. Of course, he has to do what he says. Moreover, he has now destroyed the Blood Alliance and has offended the king of Jiangnan, and is also at odds with the He and Zhao families. If he does not deal with these forces and leaves, the Lin family will be in danger. This was a result he didn't want to see. Just as Yi Xian was thinking, Ling Ruoshui's voice suddenly rang out, "Brother Yi, we will soon reach Yengui Lake Villa. There are only a few kilometers left." "Good." Yi Xian came back to his senses, smiled, and was about to open his mouth to say something else, when suddenly, he seemed to feel his face change, and a strong murderous aura emanated from his body. Ling Ruoshui noticed the change in Yi Xian's expression immediately and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Yi, what's wrong with you? What happened?"
Yi Xian came back to his senses, a cold smile appeared on his lips, and he said, "Nothing, it's just that a group of ignorant rats followed us."
Mouse? Ling Ruoshui was startled, and soon understood what Yi Xian meant by the rat, and hurriedly said, "Brother Yi, what should we do? Do you want me to call my dad and ask him to send someone to help us?"
Yi Xian's eyes did not show any fluctuations, and he said calmly, "No need, they are just a bunch of rats. There is no need to trouble Uncle Ling, I will take care of it." For some reason, after hearing Yi Xian's words, Ling Ruoshui couldn't help but tremble, and an unprecedented chill burst out from her heart. She subconsciously looked at Yi Xian, but found that Yi Xian had become extremely unfamiliar, completely different from before. Especially Yi Xian's eyes. She had never seen such terrifying eyes. Cold. Bloodthirsty. There is no human emotion involved. These eyes are like those of a bloodthirsty demon from hell. Yi Xian ignored Ling Ruoshui's gaze and said directly to the middle-aged man driving in front, "Uncle Chen, you must be familiar with this place.
Do you know where there is a secluded place with few people?" The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Yes, there is a demolition area 1 kilometer ahead, turn left, and the people have all moved away. The demolition is currently being planned, so normally there are basically no people there." Yi Xian nodded and said, "Okay, Uncle Chen, please drive the car over." "No problem." Uncle Chen nodded, immediately stepped on the accelerator, and headed towards the demolition area. A few minutes later, the car stopped. Yi Xian opened the car door and said to Ling Ruoshui, "Ruoshui, you don't have to take me there anymore. Anyway, this place is not too far from Yengue Lake Villa. I can just go there directly when the time comes." Ling Ruoshui glanced at Yi Xian with a hint of worry in her eyes, and said, "Brother Yi, why don't you come with us?" Yi Xian smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry about me, they can't do anything to me." Ling Ruoshui bit her red lips and finally said, "Brother Yi, be careful then. Don't try to be strong. If you can't win, just run away." "Don't worry, I will." Yi Xian didn't say much, got out of the car and closed the door. Inside the car, Ling Ruoshui glanced at Yi Xian, then turned to the middle-aged man and said, "Uncle Chen, let's go." "Yes, miss." The middle-aged man nodded, stepped on the accelerator, and the car roared out. Ling Ruoshui looked at Yi Xian's figure getting farther and farther away in the rearview mirror. Without any hesitation, she took out her cell phone and called her father. "Dad, it's bad. Brother Yi is in trouble." She didn't know whether Yi Xian could handle the person following him, but she knew that she absolutely could not stand idly by and she could not let anything happen to Yi Xian no matter what. The screen rotates. Yi Xian stood there, watching Ling Ruoshui leave, then took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Then, he looked at the two Audi A8s approaching slowly not far away, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He didn't know who was sitting in the two cars, but he could feel the murderous intent emanating from them. It is obvious that he has bad intentions. "Look for trouble with me. I hope you have the capital to do so. Otherwise, this place will be your burial place." Yi Xian muttered to himself, and then walked towards the demolition area. Kill. Of course, you have to choose a secluded place. On an Audi A8 behind. Yi Qian, who was sitting in the passenger seat, saw this and immediately said, "Brother, that guy walked towards the dilapidated house. Did he find us?" Yi Jianqi's face flashed with a sinister look, and he said, "So what if he finds us? With Master Wei here today, this kid is trapped like a turtle in a jar, and he can't escape even if he has wings." Old Wei also nodded with a smile on his face and said, "Miss, just put your heart back in your stomach. I don't care about a young boy. I will personally suppress him later and leave him to you to vent your anger." His tone was very relaxed, and he didn't take Yi Xian seriously at all. In this Tianhai, his strength is definitely among the top 3, and it is effortless for him to deal with a young boy. Yi Jianqi didn't waste any words and directly ordered, "Drive the car over, we will follow this kid." Soon, two Audi A8s stopped at the place where Yi Xian got off before. Yi Jianqi and two other people got out of the car, and a middle-aged man got out of another car, who also had a faint martial arts aura. It was the person that Mr. Wei arranged to follow Yi Xian. "Let's go." Yi Jianqi and his group headed towards the direction where Yi Xian disappeared. Chapter 180: Killing a person with one punch. Soon, Yi Jianqi and his group arrived at an open area, where they saw Yi Xian leaning against a wall, holding a cigarette in his mouth, looking leisurely and contented. "I was wondering who dared to follow me. It turned out to be you. It seems that I was too kind to you before. How dare you continue to cause trouble for me?"
Hearing this voice, He Jianqi's eyes narrowed and he stared at Yi Xian. For some reason, at this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of death slowly creeping into his heart. An incredible idea popped up in his mind. That is to run quickly. The farther the better. Otherwise, this will be his burial place. Is this my burial place? Impossible. How is it possible? How could a young boy pose a threat to me? He Jianqi shook his head vigorously, throwing away this unrealistic idea in his mind. Yi Xian is just one person, and he has the veteran martial arts master Wei Lao by his side. It is not a problem for him to suppress a bumpkin. He must have wanted to kill this bumpkin so badly that he started to have wild thoughts. He Jianqi took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the thoughts in his heart, looked at Yi Xian with a stern look, and said, "Boy, you didn't expect that we would meet again. Now answer me a question. Are you the one who took the photo of the sky fire furnace?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. He thought Yi Jianqi came to him because of the incident in the lobby of the Peninsula Hotel, but he didn't expect it was because of the skyfire furnace. The key point is that he clearly remembered Ling Ruoshui telling him that the Yin family kept the auctioneer's information completely confidential. If that is the case, how did Yi Jianqi know that it was him who took the photo of the heavenly fire furnace? Could it be that the Yin family sold their information to the Yi family? Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. If this was true, he would definitely give the Yin family a lesson they would never forget. While Yi Xian was thinking, He Qian couldn't help but said, "Country bumpkin, are you deaf? Didn't you hear what my brother said? Did you take the picture of the skyfire furnace? Answer me." Yi Xian came back to his senses, glanced at He Jianqi and others, and said lightly, "Yes, I took the photo." Hearing Yi Xian's words, He Jianqi and others were stunned. They were completely confused by Yi Xian's words. Now anyone who is not a fool knows that they are here for the skyfire furnace. If any normal person heard their questions, they would probably subconsciously refute them or simply deny them. But what do they hear now? Yi Xian actually admitted it just like that? It was totally beyond their expectations. How dare this boy? Do you think you've lived too long? Or are there people lying in ambush all around here, just waiting for them to come to them? So, this kid is so unscrupulous? As soon as he thought of this, He Jianqi's eyes immediately became alert, and he looked around to see if there was anyone hiding in the dark. Seeing He Jianqi's appearance, Yi Xian said indifferently, "You don't need to look, I am the only one here, and there is no ambush for others." Elder Wei also spoke up at this time, "Mr. He, I don't sense any martial arts aura. There are indeed no martial artists hiding around here." Hearing this, He Jianqi was startled, and then a creepy smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He said, "Boy, I really don't know where you got the courage to wait for me here alone. However, I will give you a chance. Hand over the skyfire furnace, and I will let you suffer less today. Otherwise, if you fall into my hands, you will know what it means to be unable to live or die." He Qian looked at Yi Xian with a distorted face and said loudly, "Brother, why bother talking to this kind of trash? Just let Elder Wei take action, capture him, and tear his bones one by one. Are you afraid that he won't talk?" He Jianqi heard what his sister said, looked at Yi Xian, and said, "Boy, did you hear what my sister said? My patience is limited. I will count to 3. If you don't do as I say, don't blame me for being rude. 3, 2. He Jianqi started counting down directly. Yi Xian slowly exhaled a smoke ring, looked at Yi Jianqi, and said lightly, "Do you know why I dared to get out of the car and come here even though I knew you were following me?" "Why?" He Jianqi asked subconsciously. "Because there is no one here, it is a good place to kill people." The voice was chilling to the bone. In an instant, the entire space seemed to have entered the coldest time of winter. Endless chill emerged. Pa, pa, pa. He Jianqi suddenly clapped his hands and even laughed. "Boy, I have to admire your arrogance. I am even more curious about where your arrogance comes from. Do you think you can defeat us all by yourself? How ridiculous. Today I will let you know what the sky is high and the earth is thick, and what it means to be a mantis trying to stop a chariot." As he spoke, He Jianqi looked directly at the middle-aged man next to him and ordered, "He Shan, come on, break this guy's hands and feet, and bring him to me." "Yes, master." As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man turned into a shadow on the spot and rushed towards Yi Xian. Very fast. When he was about to get close to Yi Xian, his 5 fingers formed into claws and, carrying a sharp airflow, grabbed towards Yi Xian's shoulder. Powerful energy filled the air, as if locking onto Yi Xian's life. With one move, it seemed as if Yi Xian's shoulder was going to be crushed. He Jianqi stood nearby, a sinister smile on his face. In his opinion, everything is settled. Although the strength of this middle-aged man has not reached the level of martial arts grandmaster, he is also at the peak level of half-step grandmaster, and he is only one step away from becoming a martial arts grandmaster. Although Yi Xian had crippled one of his hands with one move and was able to suppress him at the Peninsula Hotel before, in his opinion, Yi Xian was at most at the peak of a half-step grandmaster and had not yet entered the realm of a martial arts grandmaster. It would be no problem for the middle-aged man in front of him to deal with Yi Xian. Even if he couldn't suppress him, he could ask Old Wei to launch a sneak attack. Yi Xian would have no power to resist at all, and would be like a fish on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered by him. Yi Xian stood there motionless, a cold aura emanating from his body. The next second, he attacked directly and punched out. There is no false move in this punch. With the help of true energy, this punch seemed to explode the air. The fierce fist force was gathered together, like a mountain crashing down. Not good. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank, and a strong sense of uneasiness burst out from his heart. Moreover, a strong chill emerged out of nowhere, as if it was going to devour his soul. He subconsciously wanted to retract his arm, but it was too late. Bang! Yi Xian's fist crushed through the void and hit the middle-aged man's palm. At a speed visible to the naked eye, cracks appeared on the middle-aged man's arm, and then it exploded with a loud bang. It exploded into a bloody rain. Not only that, Yi Xian's fist seemed to have no obstruction at all and directly smashed through the middle-aged man's chest. Blood spurts out. The middle-aged man didn't even have time to react before his body flew out, blood splattered, and he died on the spot. One punch. Just one punch. Killed a person instantly. Clean and neat.